Introduction asterisk. The fallen leaves convey a message to you. The great Elden Ring lies shattered. The eternal Queen Marika has vanished. The golden Godwin has lost his life. And Marika's offspring, these demigods, scatter with fragments of the ring. The power of his shards leads people astray, plunging the world into warfare and madness. And you, as a tarnished one, are once again blessed by the soul of the world. You shall return to the lands between, responding to this call. Reforge the Elden Ring and ascend as the ruler of this realm. Volume 1, Default. Chapter 1, The Cycle's Ruin. Will this time be the last? A man clad in resplendent silver armor murmured, his greatsword still stained with golden blood. Before him, a colossal black-golden beast disintegrated into countless gray particles, gradually vanishing into the air as a golden light surged into the man's body. Golden beams of light slowly dissipated, and the world gradually reverted to its original state, leaving only a desolate expanse of stone. The ground was marred with countless fissures, the only embellishment being an abundance of golden leaves. At the center of the platform stood a statue, the statue of goddess Marika, teetering on the brink of ruin, beneath which lay a head poised to shatter. The man furrowed his brow as that insidious voice echoed once more in his mind. Repair it, restore the golden order, and you shall become the Elden King, achieving immortality. Silence. With a disdainful snort, the man's formidable intellect quelled the voice in his mind. Become the Elden King? He scoffed. After enduring countless cycles in the lands between, your repeated enhancements of their power serve only to control me. Do they not? A wry smile graced his lips. If I am not mistaken, this is the limit of your capabilities. From the first dozen cycles onward, their power has not increased. Each time, all items remain intact, save for their runes. Their runes have reached the pinnacle of enhancement. This is my sole opportunity to break free from your grasp. Even in death, I, Lin Luo, shall never yield to you. Lin Luo erupted in laughter. For him, death was a luxury, and now, breaking the cycle was a thought beyond imagination. Oh, but since entering the cycle, he had forgotten what it was like to dream. A sudden gust swept through, carrying with it a cacophony of wails and screams. Lin Luo inhaled the scent of the wind. He had never found the iron-like stench of blood so exquisite. Within this aroma, he sensed freedom, the fury of an unfathomable will. You too can feel anger. You bind countless souls with the golden tree, proclaiming immortality, yet you never anticipated that your plans would be disrupted by an insignificant ant. The irony is, this ant is one you yourself nurtured. Lin Luo raised his greatsword, a weapon forged from the essence of the Elden Beast, a divine physique transformed into a blade. Weapons emerged from behind him. The Valkyrie's prosthetic knife, the greatsword of stars, Morgoth's curse sword, Greek's royal axe. Countless weapons encircled Lin Luo, and runes flowed from them, gradually merging into his being. Crack! A barely audible sound of fracture echoed, the sound of shackles being shattered. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, the golden sky turning blood-red, revealing a grotesque visage. A massive blood-red lightning bolt surged toward Lin Luo. Huh! Lin Luo regarded the approaching lightning with disdain. His small shield waved lightly, rendering him invincible. A golden aura enveloped him. The lightning raged upon him without stirring a ripple. In a flash, Lin Luo appeared before Marika's statue, gripping its shoulder with one hand. Fade away, 2 fingers. Your golden order is about to crumble. 2 fingers, the supreme will, cannot command me. A frenzy of madness ignited behind Lin Luo. After countless cycles, he had learned to suppress the madness without relying on Miquella's needle. Embracing the madness with a mimicry tear, his essence fused with it, granting him complete control over the madness. Yet this was merely the beginning. The great rune of Radagon, the great rune of Greek, the great rune of Morgoth, the great rune of Rattan, the great rune of Melina, the great rune of unwrought birth, the great rune of cursed taboo, the rune of the restored Prince of Death. 9 distinct great runes materialized in the air. Blood-red lightning unleashed the wrath of the Supreme, but could not rend apart the immense power emanating from the 9 great runes. Perhaps it had not anticipated that the very force it conjured would become its greatest hindrance. Damn it, wretched Tarnished one. Like that cursed Marika, you aspire to obliterate my golden order. The Supreme will roared in fury. You cannot break the cycle, Ant. With such feeble means, you are far from sufficient. Far from sufficient. Your power is commendable. Lin Luo chuckled coldly. Alas, I possess strength you have never known. Lin Luo raised his right hand slightly, a blood-red ancient fong materializing, the aura of death pervading the air. Profaned beast claw, the rune of the restored Prince of Death, formerly stolen, transformed into a dark red essence that flowed into a colossal black sword. The dark red fong perfectly fit into the missing part of the massive sword. The aura of death enveloped Lin Luo as the dark rune infused into his being. Moments later, his eyes opened, one side radiating golden madness, while the other mirrored the stillness of death. Madness and the rune of death, powers not belonging to the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will sought to create an unassailable cycle, unrelentingly extracting fragments of the complete rune of death and madness to fortify itself, never realizing that this ant repeatedly acquired such powers. To defeat it using the strength derived from it was clearly impossible. Merely relying on an external force to break free was evidently futile. Thus Lin Luo opted for a more audacious approach. He had no retreat. Compared to the endless cycle, even death after failure was a more favorable fate. Death of destiny. A shocking sound reverberated through the air. At this moment, it finally panicked, not anticipating that Lin Luo would be so unexpectedly formidable, a tarnished one wielding both the death of destiny and madness. This individual was alarmingly reckless to a terrifying degree. It finally regarded Lin Luo with equal measure. Behind Lin Luo, the phantoms of the Huntress Queen and the Three Fingers emerged, their potent aura eclipsing the Supreme Will in the sky. You cannot survive. The air crackled with the wrath of the Supreme Will, golden meteors scattered like stars in the sky. A breathtaking sight, yet fraught with countless lethal dangers. The Golden Order shall not be violated. Wretched Tarnished One, you shall pay dearly for your foolish actions. Elden Star. Lin Luo laughed heartily, his gaze resolute. Death of destiny. With a mighty slash, he struck the statue of Marika. Crimson and obsidian sword energy rampaged through the air, striking the statue of Marika with relentless force. Simultaneously, the meteoric manifestations released by the Supreme Consciousness reached Lin Luo's side, exploding in a brilliant golden light. Despite the presence of several great runes shielding him, Lin Luo found himself unable to completely evade the blast. In stark contrast, the seemingly fragile statue of Marika displayed an unexpected resilience. With a resounding crack, Grek's great rune shattered first, allowing a flurry of meteors to penetrate, delivering a powerful blow to Lin Luo's back. The impact forced a mouthful of blood from him, a dark, golden liquid spilling forth. Damn, really? I could trade you for a giant lobster and still fare better, Lin Luo remarked, glancing at Grek's shattered rune, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Wiping the blood from his lips, he took a swig from a vial, feeling his vitality stabilize as he raised the black sword once more. This ends here. With the black sword in hand, Lin Luo slowly plunged it into the abdomen of the Marika statue, which was nearing its breaking point. He tilted his head to evade a meteor and swiftly drew another weapon. Eclipse Hook Sword. The Supreme Will trembled in fear. Ordinarily, it would be indifferent, as the fated ones could not harness the instant death effect of the death flame. However, Lin Luo now possessed nearly the entirety of the death rune's power. No. Lin Luo's lips parted slightly, and with 2 fingers, he appeared to whisper farewell. Fated death. Death flame. Ding. The statue of Marika shattered entirely, the desolate stone ground dissolving into nothingness as a murky black orb fell from the ruins, a massive void consuming everything in its wake. Did it succeed? Lin Luo's consciousness began to fade, unaware that all attributes at 99 were slowly breaking through. Thus, the cycle of supremacy was shattered. Insanity fire does not stem from the Supreme Will. Someone once told me that the 3 fingers and the 2 fingers are part of the Supreme Will. True, but the insanity fire of the 3 fingers does not belong to the Supreme Will. They resemble the fated ones and the nomadic peoples, all infected by insanity fire, as described in Mequella's Golden Needle. Crafted to expel the interference of external deities, and it can suppress insanity fire. If there are differing opinions, please feel free to comment. Chapter 2. Varre. Drifting Graveyard. Do not worry, Torrent. This person is still salvageable. I have finally found him. This individual is sure to pursue the Elden Ring. A gentle feminine voice echoed in Lin Luo's ears, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a woman cloaked in a tawny mantle, accompanied by a steed with a coat as white as snow. Even if this contravenes the golden law, Lin Luo's awareness was hazy. Upon waking again, he found himself lying on a damp, watery ground. Drip, drip. Water dripped from the rocky ceiling above, splashing onto Lin Luo's face, the icy sensation gradually restoring his awareness. Cough, cough. Lin Luo felt his stomach roiling, his mind pierced by countless needles. The waves of pain gradually roused his consciousness, expelling a mixture of dark, golden blood and a fragment of internal organ. Ah! A cry of agony escaped Lin Luo's lips as he painfully raised his right hand, clutching the massive sword and struggling to stand. Thud! Retrieving a vial of red elixir from his inventory, he poured it into his mouth. The cool essence coursed through his body, initiating a gradual healing process. Sensing the return of his strength, Lin Luo managed a grim smile. Ha! 2 fingers. In the end, you cannot control me. Tears mingled with laughter as Lin Luo pondered how long he had endured this cycle. As a member of the Great Crossing Army, he had once believed he would arrive here to marry Runni, save Melina, and lead a life of bliss. To his dismay, this reality diverged drastically from the game. There were no invincibility frames, and damage inflicted genuine pain, with the despair of death being an experience he wished to avoid repeating. Each cycle brought with it profound terror. Each ascension was swiftly followed by the next cycle, day after day, year after year, without any respite. Finally, he shattered this nightmare. This was the last time. The demigods would not resurrect. Each character possessed their own thoughts, implying he now had only one life. Yet Lin Luo felt no fear. He, fused with the tears of the clone, insanity fire, and the death rune, was unafraid of anyone. Demigods, prepare to welcome your king, Lin Luo murmured. He refused to become a puppet of the supreme consciousness. He aspired to be his own Elden Lord. Having expressed his resolve, he knew he still had to make his escape. Instinctively calling for his spectral steed, Torrent, he realized the ring was no longer present. Is this how it is? Lin Luo reflexively opened his inventory. Most of his items remained, including the demigod weapons acquired during the cycle. These weapons, while not entirely incompatible with the demigod's power, were creations of the 2 fingers, lacking their full strength. However, when merged with these real-world weapons, they could yield results exceeding mere sums of their parts. Yet these beings, wielding weapons infused with the death rune, could not replicate the 2 fingers, and the powers from the cycle persisted, existing as mere manifestations of their strength. Lin Luo secured the Death Prince's staff at his waist, resting the black sword on his shoulder, and began to walk outward. Along the way, he encountered a mist gate, guarded by 2 immovable stone gargoyles, requiring a stone key to unlock the mechanism. Lin Luo felt no interest in the items within, harboring a deep aversion to the muddy vehicles inside. Before departing, he kicked the 2 stone gargoyles in annoyance. Soon enough, Lin Luo approached the lift, where a raised platform served as a makeshift button. Boom! The stone slab resonated with a thunderous sound as a colossal stone pillar began to ascend. As it moved upward, an iron door came into view. Lin Luo raised it with one hand, the massive door creaking open, sunlight streaming through and illuminating his face. The blinding rays instinctively prompted him to shield his eyes. Here was the beginning of everything, Nimgulf. Huh! Lin Luo drew a deep breath, greedily inhaling every bit of air. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself in a forest, strewn with ruins and remnants, creating an unexpectedly captivating scene. At the entrance, a gentle slope led to a blessing bonfire. The blessing represented a fragment of the golden tree's power, resonating with the energy within the fated ones, explaining why they could teleport directly to the blessing point. Lin Luo approached slowly, his left hand brushing against the blessing site, the runes within him resonating with it. Ding! The blessing point emitted a clear sound, a strand of golden light flowing into Lin Luo's being, activating the blessing point. Sitting cross-legged, the soft golden glow enveloped Lin Luo, filling him with power as the elixir in the chalice gradually replenished. Even with your dual fingers, you cannot interfere with the blessings of the golden tree. Lin Luo sighed, grasping a wisp of grace that swiftly slipped away. I'm leaving. Lin Luo stretched languidly, his gaze settling on the man in the white robe nearby. White Mask. Lin Luo let out a cold laugh as he approached. Oh, you're a fated one, I see. You have come to the lands between in pursuit of the Elden Ring. The White Mask emitted a sound reminiscent of mockery. Without a witch by your side, you cannot harness the power of the rune, You are merely a flawed outcast. Have you always been so brave? Lin Luo jested, noting that whether in or out of the cycle, the White Mask retained his insufferable attitude. Da-da, you still cannot accept it, can you? Ignoring Lin Luo's remarks, the White Mask continued. I suppose this is the tragedy of those who possess nothing. Fortunately, you have encountered me, Varre. I can your asterisk. Lin Luo's expression darkened. It was clear that some habits die hard, and despite countless cycles, the White Mask's attitude remained infuriating. With a swift kick, he sent Varre tumbling down the small slope. Thud! Varre was bewildered, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself on the ground, likely with a sizable bump on his head. Lowly fated one, Varre shouted in anger. If you think I'm a good person, you are sorely mistaken. Daring to ambush me, you shall pay for your foolishness. With a roll, Varre drew forth a bouquet and unleashed a prayer, summoning a swarm of blood flies to assault Lin Luo. With a smile, Lin Luo activated his hound stride, deftly evading the swarm, and in a flash, he appeared before Varre. How? How is this possible? Varre stammered, clutching the bouquet and swinging it fiercely at Lin Luo. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted in Lin Luo's ears as the black sword blocked his path, effortlessly knocking the bouquet aside. Impossible! Lowly fated one. How could you? Get lost! Lin Luo's expression hardened as he delivered another kick to Varre's face. If health bars existed, he would have likely diminished half of Varre's vitality. You simply cannot speak properly. Lin Luo scoffed, the black sword tracing a line of crimson-black flame through the air. Then you shall remain silent forever. No. Varre gazed in terror at the descending great sword. Its aura threatened to sever his connection to the golden tree, signifying that this strike could obliterate his very soul. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, who was oblivious to Varre's inner turmoil, he knew this weapon was no trifling matter. The black sword pierced directly into Varre's chest, extinguishing his life force with the breath of death. A flawed being without a witch by their side. Do you even know who I am? Varre's anguished roar echoed as his form faded into the ether. Mindless wretch. Lin Luo shook his head, retrieving Varre's bouquet along with the Pure Blood Knight's insignia. This insignia would grant him direct access to the Blood Dynasty, a valuable asset for the future. Lin Luo's gaze drifted afar, focusing on the path ahead of the storm gate, a hint of tenderness glimmering in his eyes. Wouldn't I am on my way. Chapter 3. Melina, first, I must address you. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. Not far away, a figure clad in heavy golden armor stood with a golden spear in his right hand and a golden shield in his left, completely enveloped in golden plate. Presenting no apparent weaknesses, the guardian of the great tree, a nightmare for the novice village. Lin Luo licked his lips, raising the dead prince's staff in his left hand. Hee. Do not accuse me of being unreasonable, Comet Azel. A green laser, approximately 3 meters in radius, erupted in the forest, instantly ensnaring the great tree guardian, whose formidable magic left him with no chance of resistance. The guardian could only emit a pained howl, succumbing to the legendary magic, perishing in bitterness. Moments later, only a gigantic golden spear remained. The pitiful bully of the novice village met Lin Luo, the Elden bully, and it could be said that the latter was a far greater force to reckon with. Apologies, dear tree brother, Lin Luo remarked as he leaped down from the high stone, retrieving a vial of blue dew from his inventory, which he promptly consumed. He then stowed the golden spear in his inventory, akin to a spatial ring, returned to the embrace of the golden tree. After adjusting his gear and donning a suit of armor with high resilience to facilitate his spellcasting without interruption, he understood that a man possessing the qualities of a king should not easily be executed by others. Before long, Lin Luo arrived at the Era Church, where a wandering merchant named Gal resided. Gal appeared to be an elderly man nearing his twilight years, draped in a large red robe reminiscent of Santa Claus. His face was concealed by a black mask, and his eyes revealed a hint of weariness and fatigue. Ah, a fated one, Gal rasped. You seem harmless. Do you require anything for purchase? Lin Luo pondered, then replied, please provide me with a tool pouch. I need it for crafting items. Oh, a discerning customer. Gal responded. The tool pouch is indeed an indispensable item for a fated one. Here you are. Lin Luo accepted the tool pouch and handed Gal 5 golden runes, totaling 500 runes. Oh, a pleasant transaction, Gal chuckled softly, lowering his head in silence. Let me first sit at the blessing point, Lin Luo said, fastening the tool pouch to his waist. He settled cross-legged at the center of the Era Church, expertly channeling the blessing. Once activated, he did not linger and directly proceeded toward the storm gate. Navigating around the soldiers of Nimgruff, he made his way to his beloved's location. Naturally, there were the occasional oblivious soldiers who approached, only to find themselves swiftly incapacitated by Lin Luo's deft strikes, fleeing in disarray. In no time, he reached the International Knife Trial. Oh no, the entrance to the storm gate. Lin Luo skillfully activated the blessing, sitting cross-legged at the point with a smile gracing his lips. A gentle breeze stirred, and a flurry of starry white dots coalesced in the air, transforming into a woman clad in a cloak of coarse fabric. The woman removed her black-brimmed hat, unveiling a strikingly beautiful visage. Beneath her cloak, soft, wavy burgundy hair cascaded gently, framing her fair complexion, which was unassuming yet undeniably alluring. Her right eye, a pale golden hue, sparkled with a hint of skepticism and curiosity, while her left eye remained closed, adorned with a tattoo resembling a beast's claw, adding an intriguing flair to her appearance. "Greetings, traveler from the mist," she said, gazing at Lin Luo. "I am Melina, and I wish to propose a bargain." Melina slowly crouched down, locking her gaze with Lin Luo's. "Are you familiar with the finger witches? They serve the dual fingers, aiding and guiding the fated ones. I can replace your witch, guiding you forward and transforming the runes into your strength, in return for your promise to bring me to the foot of the golden tree." Her ruby lips parted, her voice resonating like the softest melody. "Will you accompany me always?" Lin Luo rested his chin on his hands, studying Melina. After a moment of silence, she continued, "You will eventually become a king, but a king's journey cannot always be accompanied." Lin Luo listened intently to her words. Exhaling a deep sigh, "I accept your terms, but please wear this," he said, producing a necklace adorned with scattered crystalline mirrors. It was a remnant from the mirror helmet of Iji, originally meant for the most rebellious, capable of repelling all interference, including the supreme unconscious. "Oh," Melina responded, her brow furrowing in uncertainty, yet she ultimately agreed. "May I place it on you? Although it appears rather unsightly." Lin Luo scratched his head, aware of the effort it took to assemble the piece. "Very well," Melina nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Seeing her reaction, Lin Luo, without hesitation, draped his hands around her neck, fastening the clasp of the necklace. Their faces were close enough to hear each other's breath. "Is it done?" Melina's calm tone stirred a ripple of emotion, a faint blush gracing her pale cheeks. All right, Lin Luo replied, a smile of satisfaction emerging. "It looks lovely," though it was unclear whether he referred to the necklace or Melina herself. "Then it is settled," Melina remarked coolly, handing him a ring. "Keep this. It can summon the spirit of a noble steed named Torrent. Torrent has chosen you, so I hope you treat it well." Melina's lips curved upward. "Please tell me your name, fated one, so we may journey together henceforth." "You may call me Lin Luo," he replied, gradually rising to his feet. He blew a whistle, and the ethereal figure of the steed Torrent materialized beside him. The pristine horse bore an exquisite saddle and sported two elegantly curved black horns. Torrent affectionately nuzzled Lin Luo's face, exhaling a mist of white vapor. "Lin Luo, if you wish to pursue the Elden Ring, you might first journey to Stormvale Castle." Melina remarked, "That is a domain ruled by the grafted." "No," Lin Luo licked his lips, "let us first visit the Weeping Peninsula." Lin Luo's objective was clear, to acquire those legendary weapons, to possess and merge them, thus granting him the strength to confront the Greater Will directly. Melina regarded him with a hint of confusion. The Tarnished seemed quite familiar with the lands between. "Will you accompany me, Melina?" Lin Luo asked earnestly, his gaze fixed upon her. "I shall always be by your side, Lin Luo," Melina replied softly. "Should you require assistance, you may call upon me at a site of grace." "That would be rather dull," Lin Luo shrugged, extending his right hand. "May I travel alongside you?" "The lovely Lady Melina?" He emphasized the phrase travel alongside with a playful insistence, adding, "If you were to refuse, I fear I would be quite saddened." Melina paused for a moment, a faint golden light flickering as if to enter her being. At that instant, the crystalline necklace adorning her neck shimmered, causing the golden glow to dissipate. "You are quite amusing," Melina smiled, "and I would be honored." She placed her right hand in Lin Luo's palm, to which he responded with a grin. "Mount up. Set sail." Chapter 4. The chessboard of the player Torrent galloped through the vast expanse of Nimgulf, a former demigod steed, leaving the pursuing soldiers of Grake far behind. "Please slow down, Lin Luo," Melina gently tugged at the hem of his garment. "Though a spectral being does not experience nausea, I would feel quite embarrassed should we fall." Lin Luo gently pulled on Torrent's reins, reducing their speed. "It is getting late. Let us reach Mon City before nightfall." He halted the horse and leaped down. "Tarnished Lin Luo, I can reside at the site of grace." Shoo, Lin Luo smiled, settling behind Melina, wrapping his arms around her waist to grasp Torrent's reins. Melina's body was soft, yet the spectral form bore no warmth. Indeed, not even a trace of body heat. To call Melina wooden would be an understatement. Even stone, when held for long, would yield warmth, yet Melina remained impervious. She only emitted warmth when the great tree burned. However, the situation had changed. Deprived of most of her emotions due to the interference of the greater will, Melina, adorned with her crystalline necklace, began to gradually reclaim her feelings. Tarnished one, please let me down. A faint flush of crimson appeared on Melina's pale face, only to fade swiftly. Her seemingly irritable behavior resembled that of a young girl in playful pouting. Haha, onward. Torrent. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed, and a broad grin spread across his face. With a sudden tug on the reins, Torrent resumed its gallop. Ningjef was not far from the Weeping Peninsula. By following the northern path along Lake Yaker, one could catch sight of a vast aura of souls. Lin Luo, heedless of the guards, skillfully executed a double jump atop Torrent, soaring over the soldiers' heads. Cursed fate. The soldier bellowed in frustration, hastily sounding his horn. The shrill notes echoed through the vicinity, and a throng of Grek soldiers surged toward Lin Luo. Come at me. Lin Luo laughed heartily, gripping the reins tightly as he drew Marika's black sword from his satchel and turned the horse around. Understanding his intent, Torrent leaped off a protruding stone, propelling Lin Luo forward as he swung the black sword toward the horn-blowing soldier. The soldier's expression shifted as he raised his straight sword in defense. With a swift, effortless motion, the black sword sliced through the soldier's blade as if it were mere parchment, severing not only the sword but the soldier's head as well. A familiar sensation, Melina remarked, gazing at the black sword. It is the death of destiny. Her brows knitted in confusion. Lin Luo. You. Shoo, Lin Luo whispered, placing a finger to his lips. First, let's deal with this troublesome matter. Kill. The Grek soldiers seethed with rage, feeling utterly disregarded by the accursed fate. 2 Caden cavalrymen led the charge, their massive broadswords sparking against the ground, the force of their assault transcending mere arithmetic. Following closely were a dozen Grek soldiers wielding straight swords, eager to reduce Lin Luo to a mere pulp should he fall. Feel the power of the dark moon, Lin Luo murmured, gradually raising the staff of the dead prince, which began to coalesce with immense energy. The moonlight, sort of Adora, a radiant azure blade materialized before him, exuding an aura of biting cold. In a swift motion, the moonlight sword was unleashed, and as the Grek soldiers closed in, a torrent of sword energy erupted forth, enveloping them in a frigid mist. By the time they comprehended their fate, it was too late. They had encountered fates before, but none as formidable as this. Is this the power of the Moon Princess? This was the last thought shared among them. With a single stroke, all soldiers were obliterated. The power of a demigod. Melina exclaimed in astonishment. Good heavens, what merit do I possess to assist you in acquiring the strength of ruin? Torrent neighed, sensing the aura of its former master. Indeed. A wretched steed. Fate, who exactly are you? Melina's expression grew serious as her form dissipated from the horse's back, standing before Torrent, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Luo, seeking to uncover the truth. With a resigned smile, Lin Luo dismounted. My strength, too, derives from the golden tree, though it is not solely from it. Melina countered. The fated ones are not blessed by the golden tree, and without the guidance of a witch, they cannot transform their powers through runes. You are the first fated one I have directed. The power I possess emanates from another version of you, Lin Luo declared astonishingly. You. Melina's expression shifted, her unconscious desire to control her once more thwarted by the crystalline necklace. Could you enlighten me as to who you are? The player holds the pieces. Regardless of how they shift or their significance, one merely needs to topple them and start anew. Lin Luo spoke slowly. However, this piece has leapt from the board, and the player faces utter defeat. Upon hearing Lin Luo's riddle, Melina fell into silence. Astute as she was, she grasped his meaning. So your choices? Lin Luo eagerly looked towards Melina. Though I cannot ascertain the truth of your words, assisting you in claiming the throne is indeed my duty. I hope this transcends mere duty, Lin Luo interrupted Melina. The fated one you. A deep blush crept across Melina's face as she stammered. Ha ha. Lin Luo laughed joyfully. This was no iteration of Melina, for her true nature could not be fabricated by power alone. Then, Melina mount. Lin Luo patted Torrent and extended his right hand towards her. You. Melina's face grew even more crimson as she shot Lin Luo a glare before vanishing. TSK. TSK. Lin Luo retracted his hand, a smile lingering on his face. Indeed, without the interference of the supreme consciousness, Melina was no longer a mere puppet. Surely, as the esteemed Elden King, it would not be excessive to take several queens. With this thought, Lin Luo chuckled foolishly, his mind drifting to tantalizing scenarios. Hee Melina. My Lonnie. Suddenly, a blue luminous shard struck Lin Luo, shattering his daydream. Damn, who is it? Lin Luo turned furiously, only to find a petty noble sorcerer. A mindless zombie of sorts. Naturally, Lin Luo was not one to dwell on trivial matters. Thus, after enduring a minor comet Aisler, the noble sorcerer joyfully returned to the embrace of the golden tree. I never imagined I would be so fortunate as to be slain by a comet Aisler. Chapter 5. Irina, stop, Lin Luo said, patting Torrent's head, and the horse gradually came to a halt. After several hours of travel, Lin Luo finally arrived at the Weeping Peninsula. The day was growing late. He decided to spend the night at the Merchant's Blessing Point before heading to Moan City. After all, this was not a loop, and even with his high physical attributes, fatigue would set in. Is anyone there? Just after crossing the Bridge of Sinners, a woman's voice interrupted Lin Luo's thoughts. Oh, Lin Luo turned around. Was this not the blind daughter of the Lord of Moan City? He gently patted the back of his horse, Torrent, who whinnied softly before dissipating into specks of light in the air. May I inquire who you are? Although he knew well who stood before him, Lin Luo still felt compelled to ask. The blind girl did not respond directly but inquired. Though it may seem a bit presumptuous, may I ask who you are? My name is Lin Luo, and I am a fated one, Lin Luo replied patiently. A fated one, indeed. My name is Irina. Might I request your assistance? I assure you, I can offer you compensation, Irina said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. It is a bit abrupt, but I have no other recourse. Very well, please proceed, Lin Luo mused, resting his chin on his hand. Though he anticipated that the reward might not be substantial, he felt that assisting this blind girl would be a noble deed. Thank you, the girl said, standing and bowing deeply. I escaped from Moan City over there, where the servants staged a rebellion. My eyes have always been a hindrance, preventing me from describing what transpired. But I heard terrifying screams and desperate cries for help. My father urged me to flee. Irina's voice quivered as she continued. My father is the Lord of Moan City. He is quite stubborn, insisting that it is the duty of those in power. Yet I wish for him to survive, even if it means bearing the shame of being labeled a coward for abandoning the city. Irina produced a letter, saying, I implore you to deliver this to my father. I believe it will sway him back to reason. Of course, Lin Luo replied, observing the blind girl before him. Thank you, please accept this, she said. And what of you? Lin Luo inquired. Shall you not accompany me into the city? Of course, if you trust in my abilities. Irina looked perplexed. Then a shadow of sorrow crossed her face. I cannot. My vision is a hindrance, and I would only burden you. No, Lin Luo insisted. There are not only numerous subhumans and beasts around, but also many robbers. I do not wish to return and find only a lifeless body. But do not refuse. If you perish, how shall I claim my reward? Lin Luo interjected. Though his words may have seemed harsh, it was clear that he was genuinely concerned for Irina. If he abandoned her here, he would likely return to find only a corpse and a bloody blade. This is troublesome, fated one, Irina said, bowing once more. Lin Luo helped her up and guided her to Mount Torrent. The day is waning, and there is a wandering merchant ahead. Let us rest there for a while, Lin Luo said, leading Torrent forward at a steady pace, clearing the path of any lurking subhumans along the way. Did you hear the cries of those aberrants? If you were still there, I apologize, Irina murmured softly. I merely wish not to be a burden. There is no need for apologies. Burdens are for the weak, Lin Luo remarked, waving his hand as he passed the torch to Irina. If you wish to contribute, simply hold the torch for me. The path ahead is quite dark. Irina fumbled as she accepted the torch, gripping it tightly with her left hand while holding the reins of Torrent with her right. Before long, Lin Luo spotted a yellow light, which, if he was not mistaken, marked the location of the Blessing Point. The duo halted their horses at the Blessing Point, where Lin Luo assisted Irina down, and Torrent obediently laid down on the ground. Please refrain from likening him to a dog. Let us take a moment to rest. I shall address the troubles ahead, Lin Luo informed Irina, activating the Blessing Point in the process. Dear, are you there? Lin Luo called into the void. A flock of crows flew by. Melina, are you there? He asked, scratching his head awkwardly. Melina's figure gradually materialized. Were you calling for me? Is Dear a special nickname? She inquired, puzzled. Not exactly. Consider it a term of endearment for those inseparable, Lin Luo replied, his demeanor steady. Oh, so what does Dear want from me? Melina asked with a serious expression. It seems these runes have not enhanced your power significantly. Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle. Well, to address a male, one would say husband. And for a female, wife, then husband. What do you need? Melina continued to take him seriously. Wife, I would like your assistance in protecting Irina. She is my employer. Lin Luo stifled a laugh, his face flushed. You seem a bit off, Melina observed, casting Lin Luo a questioning glance, but opted not to delve further. Rest assured, I will protect her well, she affirmed. Thank you, dear, Lin Luo said, smiling as he waved goodbye to Melina and approached a nearby wandering merchant. Ah, fated one, here to trade? The old man glanced at Lin Luo and continued. I hope you will not make any unnecessary moves. Lin Luo shot the old man a silent, exasperated look, feeling rather cheerful and disinclined to argue. Here are your runes. Now give me the stone sword keys. Lin Luo tossed the old man 10 golden runes. The old man counted the runes cautiously, casting a wary glance at Lin Luo before handing over 2 stone sword keys. Though you do not appear to be a good person, I still thank you for doing business with me. After all, us wandering merchants rely on you for our livelihood. If you have nothing worthwhile to say, then remain silent. Lin Luo replied, his eyes twitching as he took the stone sword keys and turned to leave. Melina, witnessing this exchange, could not help but chuckle softly. Irina, too, had heard the commotion nearby. A voice of gentle timbre. Is she the wife of Lord Lin Luo? Upon hearing this, Melina felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. No, I am merely his sorceress, she replied. Is that so? Elena inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion. I apologize. I just overheard Lord Lin Luo refer to you as an inseparable part of his life, and I instinctively assumed you were his wife. Her words awakened Melina from her reverie, and she quickly comprehended the implications. Her face flushed with indignation as she cast a resentful glance at Lin Luo, who, sensing the unfolding predicament, hastily retreated, leaving behind a single statement. Darling, that is merely a term of endearment from our homeland for a husband. Melina, now that you have uttered it, you must take responsibility. Chapter 6. The Night of the Night. The Weeping Peninsula is indeed a land rich in diversity. Home to a prison of seals, the little golden tree, the spirit temple, tunnels, graveyards, and the very essence of the witch Selene. The trouble Lin Luo aimed to address was the Night of the Night, which, truthfully, was not much of a nuisance. It was merely that while on his journey to assist Elena, he recalled this matter. If Elena were under the protection of her father, these subhumans might pose little threat. However, should she encounter the Night of the Night on a fateful evening, it would spell disaster. The Night of the Night bears a striking resemblance to the Tree Guardian, not only in stature but also in their methods of attack. Yet, unlike the Tree Guardian, who diligently protects the golden tree year-round, the Night of the Night only emerges under the cloak of darkness. As Lin Luo pondered this, the Night of the Night had already taken notice of the small insect nearby. The knight paused momentarily, and his steed emitted a ghastly whinny. Enormous hooves kicked up clouds of dust from the ground, and the flail in his grasp whistled through the air, as if to rend the very atmosphere. Elena, alerted by the commotion, spoke with a hint of urgency. What is happening? I have heard my father mention a powerful Knight of the Night that hunts fated ones. Do not concern yourself with me, my lady. Go assist Lord Lin Luo, Melina urged with a faint smile. Do not worry, Lin Luo is exceptionally strong. Lin Luo's countenance remained unchanged. He had faced such situations countless times before. Yet, this time, a phrase flickered through his mind, elegant and timeless. Just as the flail was mere inches from Lin Luo's head, his form suddenly vanished. He reappeared behind the Knight of the Night, raising his staff. The spell carrier's swift blade was unleashed, and a luminous sword cleaved toward the knight, the arcane blade piercing through his form as wild magic surged within. Hiss! The Knight of the Night roared, though it was unclear whether the sound originated from man or beast. It was evident, however, that Lin Luo had provoked him. The flail swung violently towards him, its speed nearly approaching the sound barrier. Yet, as a being with senses beyond comprehension, Lin Luo perceived the attack as if time had slowed to a crawl, once again employing the same tactics. The hound's stride created a considerable distance of several meters between itself and the solitary knight on horseback. Seizing the moment while the Knight of the Night remained oblivious, Lin Luo wielded his staff, conjuring a bow made of concentrated energy in his right hand, adorned with several colossal blue arrows, reminiscent of Loretta's great bow. Whoosh! With a fluid motion, he drew the bowstring, transforming the arrows into 5 streaks of azure light that struck fiercely against the knight. The reason for not aiming at the steed was that the knight's horse was not corporeal. Even if it were to perish, the knight could summon it anew. The Knight of the Night, feeling the sting of pain, bore the impact with his robust frame, as maintaining rationality was paramount for him. In a swift reaction, he swung his flail, dispersing the 2 arrows that followed. With a sudden tug on the reins, both knight and steed leaped forward, closing the gap in an instant. Lin Luo, having sensed the shift, took a few careful steps to the right. The knight's previous strike had carved a gaping hole in the ground where Lin Luo had stood, just as he contemplated delivering another strike with the Kalia swift sword. He was taken aback to see the knight forcefully contort his body midair, the flail descending once more upon Lin Luo. Indeed, Lin Luo sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. The boss outside the cycle defied conventional reasoning. The knight's maneuver was something impossible within the loop. Nevertheless, it was as it was. The knight's steed raised its forelegs high, its immense strength crashing down towards Lin Luo. With a cold snort, Lin Luo seized the opportunity to roll forward, slipping beneath the horse. Following this, he unleashed a powerful kick. Lin Luo's strength was formidable. The knight staggered backward several paces, feeling a searing pain in his right leg. Feeling the wrath of the stars, Lin Luo invoked the Aegis meteor. Raising his staff, and with a slight guiding of runes, countless meteors materialized from the void. Perish. As Lin Luo brought his staff down, dozens of meteors, varying in size, rained down upon the knight of the night. The knight, still reeling from the pain of Lin Luo's earlier strike, looked up to see the celestial barrage approaching, robbing him of any hope of survival. It is worth noting that the Dark Forsaken had once used the Aegis meteor to plunge the Eternal City deep into the earth. Thus one can only imagine the sheer terror of this magic's potency. Before the knight could utter a cry of despair, he transformed into a wisp of white mist, dissipating into the air. Although it appeared similar to encounters within the cycle, it was evident that the knight, having gained sentience, posed a rather troublesome challenge. His reasoning was valid. The capacity to learn is the greatest threat. One could only dread the day when a tree guardian, wielding a staff, might unleash a gem magic upon them. After all, who has witnessed a mage more resilient than a warrior? Lin Luo stowed his staff at his waist, removing the helmet stained with blackish-red blood and tucking it under his arm. Once again, a weapon, the knight's flail. Lin Luo stowed it in his satchel, murmuring to himself, most of these weapons are unnecessary. Perhaps I could assemble a small team to do my bidding. Although Lin Luo's strength has grown formidable, he cannot undertake every task alone. After all, having assistance can be quite advantageous. Resolved, Lin Luo returned to the blessing point. It had been ages since he had experienced the comfort of sleep. He teleported, even for a mere few hundred meters. Ah, do you not even know who I am? Lin Luo boasted, patting his chest with pride. Speak properly, Fade Walker, Melina retorted, a flash of crimson crossing her face before she revealed a dangerously playful smile. Beneath her cloak, Lin Luo noticed Melina's right hand gripping a dagger of purpose. Sleep, yes, sleep. Lin Luo wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and hastily lay down beside the campfire. How about, we sleep together? He rolled about on the ground before finally lifting his head to propose again. Irina indicated that she was quite full. Melina glanced at Lin Luo, ultimately releasing her grip on the dagger, casting him a lingering gaze before dissipating next to the blessing point. Such a blockhead, Lin Luo scoffed, pulling his clothes over his head and drifting into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, my Melina, Chapter 7. The unassailable dismount. The dawn gradually broke, the earth shrouded in a misty haze, akin to being enveloped in a silvery veil. At this moment, silence reigned supreme until a bird's call shattered the stillness. Lin Luo slowly awakened from his dreams, squinting as he turned slightly, causing a small branch beside him to creak under his weight. Lord Lin Luo, you are awake, a melodious voice chimed from behind him. A sudden tension gripped Lin Luo's heart. In a split second, he spun around, drawing his sword with fluid grace. The deathly aura of the black blade was instantly poised at the visitor's throat, his dark azure eyes glinting with lethal intent. Lord Lin Luo. Irina paused, sensing the chill at her neck. Uncertain of the circumstances, she felt as though she had brushed perilously close to death. Lin Luo appeared momentarily bewildered, his mind racing back to the memories of the previous day. Upon recognizing Irina before him, he quickly retracted the black sword. My sincerest apologies. Lin Luo expressed with genuine regret, realizing he had not slept so lightly in ages. He could assure himself that had anyone sought to harm him last night, he would have remained utterly oblivious. I was overly alarmed. Are you unharmed? As Melina's figure materialized, concern flickered in her eyes. Lin Luo had indeed acted impulsively, leaving her with little time to respond. I'm fine, but what about you, Irina? I hope I haven't injured you, Lin Luo asked, though he already knew the answer. Given the power of the black sword, Irina likely would not have survived unscathed. It's nothing, Elena said, seemingly still unable to recover. Haven't you all slept? Lin Luo scratched his head, puzzled that it was so early in the day. I can't sleep, Elena replied, her tone somber. My father is still fighting in the city, and I'm truly scared. What if? Melina remained silent, casting a deep glance at Lin Luo, silently chastising him. If it weren't for me watching over you, you would have been carried off by wild dogs yesterday. It's all right. Since your father is the lord of the city, he must possess great strength and will surely be fine. Lin Luo reassured Elena before retrieving the spirit horse whistle from his satchel. Dear? Yes? Melina furrowed her brow, displaying a hint of discontent. Ahem, Melina. Please keep an eye on Elena while I go clear out those nuisances in Moon City. You can follow after, Lin Luo instructed. I will contact you at the blessing place. Understood, Melina replied lightly, her form dissipating once more. Elena, stay here and do not wander. I will ensure you see your father. Then I entrust this to you, Lord Lin Luo, Elena said, bowing deeply. Torrent, let us go? Lin Luo mounted his horse, tugging on the reins as he gradually distanced himself. Lord Lin Luo is truly a remarkable fade, Elena remarked. He is indeed a kind-hearted fade, though sometimes rather frivolous. Upon hearing Elena's words, Melina couldn't help but sigh quietly, her voice so soft that Elena did not catch it. Lin Luo, oblivious to the women's opinions of him, continued on his way to Moon City. The journey was not far, approximately 2 kilometers. Whoosh! Just as Lin Luo was making his way to Moon City, a gigantic arrow suddenly surged towards him, striking with such swiftness that its sound had not yet reached him, demonstrating its formidable power. Lin Luo remained unfazed. Torrent leapt gracefully into the air, effortlessly evading the arrow. The projectile struck the ground nearby, sending dust swirling and creating a massive crater. Ahead stood a colossal stone giant, wielding a great bow and preparing to notch a second arrow. One could only commend the speed of Torrent, a steed worthy of a demigod. As he approached the giant's feet, just as the giant was about to release the second arrow, thud! The sound of the bowstring being plucked reverberated. The stone arrow grazed Lin Luo's scalp. Although he should have dodged it, an inexplicable surge of energy coursed through him. Watch me dismount with invincibility, Lin Luo exclaimed, though he did not understand why he uttered those words. He leapt from Torrent, colliding directly with the stone arrow, the tremendous force sending him tumbling several meters away. His mind went blank, and all he could register was the bewildered gaze of Torrent as they locked eyes midair. He saw disbelief reflected in Torrent's expression, along with the horse's raised hoof, seemingly chastising his own foolishness. If the stone statue were to possess consciousness, it would likely exclaim in frustration, "What a farce!" Lin Luo, wincing from the pain, climbed to his feet. Goodness, had he not had tough skin, he might have been carried off entirely. Damn it! He had forgotten this was not merely a game. However, dodging attacks in such a manner certainly had its charm. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, presumably intended to convey to Lin Luo that he ought to check his wits. For heaven's sake, is this never-ending? Lin Luo swiftly executed a hound's step to evade. After a roll, he retrieved a formidable longbow from his storage pack. Let us see how you fare against the General of Shattered Stars, my dear. Lin Luo strung the bow, the massive frame adorned with the spear of Ratton. Ratton's deluge. He crouched low, directing the arrow towards the heavens. Boom. The spear of Ratton transformed into a cascade of purple luminescence, vanishing into the sky. The stone giant seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, even contemplating a counterattack against the intruder before it. At that moment, the vanished purple light reappeared above the giant's head, and great arrows fell like rain, incessantly striking the stone behemoth. The tremendous force caused the giant to lose its balance, its colossal form crashing to the ground, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Little brat, Lin Luo muttered, rubbing his chest, cursing softly. He stored the great bow back in his pack and drew the black sword, gradually advancing towards the giant. Goodbye, baby. With a fierce thrust, Lin Luo plunged the sword into the giant's chest. A searing, golden liquid gushed forth with the insertion of the black sword. It was uncertain whether it was blood or something else. Retrieving the black sword, the stone giant fell silent, its form dissipating into countless specks in the air. It had been a while since he had faced such humiliation. Fortunately, the wooden fellow was not present, otherwise he would have suffered social death. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow with embarrassment, Lin Luo suddenly recalled something and glanced at the trinket in his hand. The trinket shivered in his grasp. What am I thinking? He scolded himself, for it was a token given by the wooden companion. Poor trinket, unaware it had just flirted with the edges of hell. Lin Luo rested his chin in his hand, deciding to spare the trinket, smacking his lips before striding confidently into Moon City. Chapter 8. To drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. Upon entering Moon City, Lin Luo first sheathed the black sword, and retrieved the renowned blade, Moonshadow, from his storage pack. If his memory served him correctly, Moon City was rife with hybrid-scaled creatures. The Black Sword, being a colossal weapon, was too slow to wield effectively, while the Moonshadow, being a katana, offered rapid strikes. Moreover, the combat technique, Shadow of the Moon, not only initiated swiftly, but also displayed extraordinary flair. Lin Luo raised his hand to activate the blessing, appearing quite at ease, and then proceeded towards the elevator deep within the corridor. To be frank, Lin Luo had never perceived Moon City as a true city. It was merely a small expanse, barely larger than a palm, nestled against the sea. Better suited to be labeled a fortress, perhaps it should be renamed Moon Fort. However, existence is justified, and the very essence of this fortress, or rather, the city of Moon, lies in its guardianship of the legendary sword, the Sword of Remains. Lost in thought, the lift reached its pinnacle, unleashing a foul stench of decay intertwined with the acrid scent of charred remains, hinting at the grievous tragedy that had transpired. Ascending the staircase, a harrowing sight unfolded before me, bodies strewn across the ground, charred and blackened, with severed limbs scattered haphazardly. The few grand trees within the city were daily subjected to the corrosive miasma, drawing sustenance from the corpses. Their once golden leaves now transformed into a sinister shade of black. As I gazed upward, a charred mound came into view, its surface coated with an unidentifiable sticky substance. While dozens of hybrid creatures knelt in reverence towards the lifeless bodies above, perhaps it was the scent of the fresh remains that roused the wild dogs nearby, who were voraciously feasting on the corpses. They lifted their heads, emitting a low growl, albeit awkwardly, as they fixated their bloodthirsty glares upon me. Their bared teeth glistened with dark crimson. A pack of wild dogs charged forth, their intent clear, their sights set on my throat. "Begone," I scoffed, drawing my blade in a swift motion. A surge of azure and white energy erupted as I executed a precise strike, cleaving the foremost wild dog in twain. Engaging these beasts in a tug-of-war would yield no advantage, unless one possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of stamina. Otherwise, these mangy hounds would pursue relentlessly until they claimed their prey. I sidestepped slightly, feeling the rush of several wild dogs brush past the hem of my garment, their foul fluids dripping onto the ground, eliciting a shake of my head in disgust. Their reflexes were alarmingly quick, and as they landed, they lunged once more, their gaping maws exuding an unbearable stench. "Perish," I declared with fierce resolve. My right hand rested on my waist, my body bending slightly. Moonshadow. The blue-white brilliance erupted again, releasing an exquisite blade aura as my renowned sword, Moonshadow, was drawn. With a downward slash, the wild dogs had scarcely the time to utter a cry before they were severed in half. The dark crimson blood splattered upon the earth. Yet not a single drop stained the blade, a testament to its quality, as a true weapon is one that does not bear the taint of blood. Sheathing my weapon, I surveyed the interior of Moon City, where the hybrids continued their enigmatic prayers, oblivious to the commotion around them. The pumpkin-headed soldiers remained in a deep slumber. Slaying them one by one would be excessively tedious. It appeared I would have to resort to that strategy. I licked my lips, an idea forming in my mind. From my storage pouch, I retrieved a small vial of Crep's essence, its purpose straightforward, to silence my footsteps. The moment I withdrew it, I felt as though I were treading upon a delicate membrane, soft and yielding. A smile crept across my face. The whims of fate are ever unpredictable. Lin Luo swiftly dashed towards the colossal hybrid atop the small hill, delivering a powerful kick upon arrival, and then, with precision, struck down the nearby hybrids one by one. The scaly hybrids, unaccustomed to such affronts, were enraged at the sight of the newcomer, a foolishly bold fated one, charging towards them, brandishing their hefty blades and axes. Unfazed, Lin Luo deftly evaded their attacks with the grace of a hunting dog, making his way directly toward a soldier with a pumpkin head, who, likely due to myopia, could barely perceive him. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo landed a fierce blow upon the soldier's posterior. The pumpkin-headed soldier let out a furious roar, struggling to rise, gripping his enormous pumpkin hammer and casting an irate glance around him. In that moment, Lin Luo subtly waved his staff, invoking the magic of the night. Its effect was simple yet profound: invisibility. The nearsighted pumpkin head scanned the vicinity, ultimately fixing its gaze upon the nearby scaly hybrids. Sensing impending doom, the hybrids began chattering in distress, as if attempting to negotiate. After all, they were reluctant to engage this entity. Its hide was tough, and the wolf-toothed clubs in their hands seemed formidable. Unfortunately, their lack of a common tongue left the pumpkin head only feeling extreme ire. How dare this insignificant creature provoke his wrath? Was it not akin to defecating upon the head of the earth god? With a bellow, the pumpkinhead swung his massive hammer, crushing two hybrids who failed to evade, reducing them to mere pulp. Now it was the hybrids' turn to express their displeasure. Clearly, the pumpkinhead was not receptive to reason. The leader among them, wielding an axe, squawked animatedly as more hybrids scampered in from behind the pumpkinhead, with another axe-wielding hybrid appearing at the entrance. And even the flying hybrids from the second floor joined the fray. One dares to be so arrogant? Brothers, let us take him down. This was likely the sentiment of the hybrids. Lin Luo, thoroughly entertained, decided to stoke the flames of chaos further. The pumpkin-headed soldier appeared resilient, as the hybrid strikes seemed to merely graze him, akin to a massage. It would likely take until sunset to fell him. Lin Luo smacked his lips, circumventing the soldier, and ascended to the second floor of Moon City via a side path. The first floor was open air, and with the hybrids descending to assist in vanquishing the pumpkinhead, Lin Luo felt utterly secure in casting his spells from this vantage point. Observing the fervor of the battle below, a radiant smile crept onto his face. Little minnows, prepare to experience the wrath of the stars. Eat meteor. Lin Luo intoned a vague incantation, though it was not strictly necessary. A flourish of words was essential to showcase the might of a mage, was it not? With the Death Prince's staff swirling in the air, countless purple meteors materialized above. The hybrids and the pumpkin-head suddenly sensed the sky darkening, yet remained oblivious, in a life and death struggle. One must not be distracted. This was not a trait of humanity, but rather an instinct of the beast. However, this very instinct led to their downfall. Countless meteors plummeted from the heavens, imbued with gravitational magic, carrying cataclysmic energy capable of obliterating all in their path. The booming sound of explosions reverberated through the air, accompanied by the anguished cries of the hybrids and the furious roars of the pumpkin soldiers, yet their fate remained sealed. Chapter 9. Edger. The dust stirred by the meteorite settled, and the Atis meteorite showcased its formidable celestial magic, although its accuracy was lacking. When it came to clearing minor foes, its might appeared somewhat excessive, yet one could not deny its unparalleled efficiency. After all, Lin Luo had employed the Comet Yazzler against the wandering mages. Was it truly unreasonable to unleash an Atis meteorite for a similar purpose? Quite the contrary. It was merely a slight drain on his mana. Glancing down at the hybrids who had met their demise, Lin Luo couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. It was time to seek out the Lord of Moon City. This lord resembled a stubborn stone in a cesspit, odorous and unyielding. Presenting him with Elena's letter would prompt a righteous refusal, as he would staunchly assert his responsibilities as the Lord of Moon. However, should one eliminate the lion hybrid lurking behind the city and present him with the great sword of the sword skeleton, he would lament that he must live for his daughter. Alas, the winds of fate are relentless. Though this phrase may be ill-suited here, it rings true. By the time he gazes upon his daughter's lifeless body, regret will come too late. Lin Luo's arrival was meant to prevent such a tragedy. It was a pity to lose such a fine girl so abruptly. Reflecting on this, Lin Luo felt a twinge of sentimentality, though it was merely a fleeting thought. Having endured so much, he had learned to relinquish many concerns. He brushed off the dust from his attire, wielding the famed blade, Moonshadow, as he ventured deeper into Moon City. This time, he was not merely fulfilling quests. Lin Luo intended to eradicate all hybrids within the city, claiming it as his first stronghold. The hybrids on his path were sparse, especially when compared to the throng below, truly a minor affair. Lin Luo reveled in the challenge. One would fall, then another, and should a group approach, he would execute a swift hound step followed by a roll, culminating in a moonlight blade to send them to the golden tree. The city walls of Moon were a labyrinthine maze, yet Lin Luo navigated with ease. He leaped through a gap in the wall, dispatching a nearby hybrid before making his way directly to the Lord's location. The Lord resided atop a parapet, and the spiral staircase leading up was obstructed by decayed wooden planks and barrels. Such obstacles posed no challenge for Lin Luo, who swiftly cleaved through the debris with 2 decisive strikes. Who goes there? The noise had not gone unnoticed, and the Lord of Moon City was keenly aware of his precarious situation. In his current plight, cunning surpassed brute strength. If you wish to keep your head, I advise you to leave at once. Moon City is no longer as it once was. Upon beholding Lin Luo's figure, the Lord exhaled a sigh of relief. He had not anticipated assistance, yet he was reluctant to embroil others in his predicament. Ah, you must be the Lord of Moon City, Lin Luo pondered, then continued. It is your daughter, Elena, who summoned me here. Elena? My daughter. The Lord's expression shifted markedly. Oh, I apologize, Fade Walker, for my previous ungracious remarks. However, Moan City is truly perilous at present, and I wish to spare you from any entanglement. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Erdtree, the Lord of Moan City, tasked with safeguarding this place under the command of Lord Grek. Your daughter yearns for your survival. Lin Luo replied coolly, your daughter is blind. How could she possibly endure in such chaotic borders? Had it not been for my intervention, she would likely have succumbed long ago. That is inconceivable, Erdtree murmured. Where is Elena? Is she unharmed? Indeed, she is unscathed. Lin Luo wiped the blade of his exquisite dagger, Moonshadow, and spoke slowly, my wife will be bringing her shortly. What? No, absolutely not. Erdtree appeared quite agitated. It is far too dangerous in Moan City. Elena cannot return. Do you suppose I entered without peril? Lin Luo cast a sidelong glance at Erdtree, sheathing his dagger. As a lord, you are most competent, but as a father, you fall short. Wait, are you implying? Erdtree, catching the subtlety in Lin Luo's words, chose not to dwell on it, for he recognized the truth in them. Nevertheless, he was struck by Lin Luo's initial statement. Erdtree's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he sprang to his feet, peering over the battlements. How could this be? He exclaimed incredulously, suddenly turning to Lin Luo. Was that commotion just now caused by you? Lin Luo met Erdtree's gaze in silence, yet the answer was evident in his eyes, though Erdtree had not initially noticed. Given the current turmoil within the city, such disturbances were commonplace. Thud. Erdtree suddenly sank to one knee. 1 foot raised symbolized the dignity of the Lord, while the other lowered bore the weight of responsibility. Please, assist me in quelling the unrest in Moan City, he implored, sorrow etched upon his features and tears brimming in his eyes. We cannot allow the city's treasures to fall into their hands. I possess nothing of value as leverage. But if you can reclaim the fabled weapon, it is rightly yours. Yet still, he pleaded, I hope you will lend me your aid. I do not wish to disappoint Lord Grek. Erdtree lowered his final raised foot, kneeling upright before Lin Luo, fully aware of his utter inadequacy against that lion-hearted brute. Sighing, Lin Luo couldn't help but express his dismay, not at Erdtree's subservience, but at his foolish loyalty to Grek. He likely remains unaware that the Golden King, Grek, whom he once followed, has now transformed into a monstrous being that slaughters innocents. Upon discovering this truth, it is probable that his faith would shatter. It must be said that Erdtree is indeed a tragic figure. The king he once revered has become a tyrant, the city he vowed to protect lies in ruins, and his only kin, Elena, has fallen victim to bandits. Ultimately, he may even meet his demise by his own hand. Arise, Lin Luo said. I have made a promise to Elena. With a gentle smile, he added, the reward shall be that weapon, correct? Thank you, Erdtree replied, rising and bowing deeply. If Moan City can be rebuilt, its gates shall always be open to you. I await that day, Lin Luo said with a light chuckle, helping Erdtree to his feet. You are a man. Remember my name, Lin Luo. Lin Luo patted Erdtree's shoulder, a glint of admiration in his eyes. If you can still wield a sword, join me in purging those hybrids. Looking at Erdtree, it was evident that the sword he held was stained with blood and tarnished from use. He had evidently slain numerous hybrids. A single person's strength is finite, unless that person is a sorcerer king. For instance, Lin Luo produced his staff. Lord of the city, I shall require your assistance henceforth. It is my honor, Erdtree declared, raising his great sword with unwavering resolve. Chapter 10. The bait with the front line established. Lin Luo's movements grew swifter. Erdtree fought valiantly, though age was a significant hindrance. However, with Lin Luo's support, the task became far more manageable. The two worked efficiently, and within half a day, the hybrids atop the city walls had been largely cleared. Yet, this did not meet Lin Luo's ultimate goal. He aimed to cleanse all of Moan City. Erdtree, Lin Luo said, putting away his staff, are you still able to continue? I can, Erdtree replied, his gaze now resolute after a moment of uncertainty. I have a plan that could yield lasting results, though it carries considerable risk. Lin Luo stated gravely. What must I do? Erdtree inquired without hesitation. I need you to serve as bait, Lin Luo exclaimed. At this rate, our efficiency will surely fall short. Of course, if you... I can do it, Erdtree interjected confidently. Excellent. Take this, Lin Luo said, revealing a peculiar stone head sculpture in his palm. This is the curse of Shabalili. Its purpose is simple, to draw attention to you. In essence, you must attract their ire. Lin Luo bit his lip, pondering how best to convey this description. When the time comes, simply lead them here. Understood, Erdtree replied after a brief moment of contemplation, accepting the ornament and fastening it to his chest. Should we take a moment to rest? Lin Luo cast a concerned glance at Erdtree, sensing that he was not in optimal condition. I can endure for another 3 days and nights, Erdtree declared resolutely. Impressive. Lin Luo complimented softly, then handed him 2 pieces of green tortoise neck meat. Consume this to regain some energy. Thank you, Erdtree replied, immediately stuffing the meat into his mouth. Before he could chew thoroughly, he lifted his great sword. By the golden tree, I vow. Magical protection. Lin Luo produced the holy sigil of the golden tree from his right hand and bestowed a prayer upon Erdtree. Instantly, Erdtree was enveloped in golden light. Feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him, concerned about potentially harming Erdtree later, Lin Luo handed him a vial of elixir. When the time comes, remember to drink this potion. It will absorb most of the damage from an incoming attack. Lin Luo continued. The prayer I've granted you also enhances your defenses and resistances. Erdtree, moved by the gesture, contemplated kneeling before Lin Luo in gratitude. However, Lin Luo, quick to react, supported him. Please, do not, he urged. Just consider me a heartless task-oriented machine. No words can express such a great favor. Erdtree gazed deeply at Lin Luo before turning away, embodying the spirit of a warrior embarking on a perilous journey. Why does the lord of the city seem to regard me strangely? Lin Luo scratched his head, a chill running down his spine. No, absolutely not. This minor incident quickly faded from Lin Luo's mind as he retrieved the divine body transformation sword from his storage pack. He mused, contemplating the sword. Perhaps I should choose another. The image of Irina weeping for her father, trembling as she inquired who had slain him, surfaced in his mind, and he realized he would surely feel quite awkward in that moment. Let me assume the role of a mage king for now, he decided, placing the divine body transformation sword back into the storage pack and drawing forth the Azrael's radiant staff. Unlike the staff of the dead prince, this staff increased casting speed but also amplified mana consumption, while the dead prince's staff significantly enhanced the potency of death magic. Approximately half an hour later, a commotion startled Lin Luo from his meditative state. The noise from downstairs was considerable, accompanied by a series of roars. It must be the group of scaled hybrids that Erdtree had drawn, along with a few enormous rats. Lin Luo wondered whether Erdtree would be able to lead them here, considering his heavy armor did not seem conducive to swift movement. At that moment, Lin Luo could only pray for Erdtree's safety. He felt a twinge of regret, realizing that he should have played it more cautiously and methodically. If something were to happen to Erdtree, he would be at a loss when facing Irina. This was no mere game where one could simply reload a save. My lord Lin Luo, it's all up to you. Just as Lin Luo was preparing to head to the church to atone, Erdtree's voice rang out. Oh, with a hint of intrigue, Lin Luo cast a surprised glance, noting the tattered state of his armor, a testament to the harrowing trials he had just endured. Throw the accessories, Lin Luo commanded, knowing it was his moment to shine. He raised his staff, tracing delicate circles in the air, summoning forth his most iconic spell, Edis Meteor. With a decisive thrust, he plunged the staff into the ground, and countless meteors began to materialize behind him, hurtling forward with relentless fury. Erdtree, taken aback by the spectacle, quickly regained his composure. He tossed the calamity of Shabaliri from his chest and hastily downed the elixir Lin Luo had given him. The hybrid beast trailing behind him fixated on the discarded Shabaliri, rushing forward in a frenzy, their massive swords and axes obliterating the stone remnants. Even as they inadvertently harmed their own kin, the hybrids showed no signs of retreat. The bloodshed only heightened their ferocity. It was not a lack of intelligence that drove them, but rather the primal instincts awakened by Shabaliri's influence. Rendering them devoid of fear amidst the onslaught of meteoric rain, their expressions twisted into madness. As the accessories were cast aside, Erdtree distanced himself from the surrounding hybrids. Yet, the respite was fleeting. The aura of Shabaliri still lingered on him, and upon shattering the accessories, the hybrid's fervent gazes returned to Erdtree. A few deranged hybrids charged towards him with astonishing speed, a pace so swift it made Lin Luo's jaw drop. This spell would be rendered unusable in the future. Lin Luo contemplated the dozens of similar items left in his inventory, pondering when he might dispose of them all at once. With the claws of the hybrids mere centimeters from Erdtree, the moment was critical. At last, Lin Luo's spell ceased its guidance, and the celestial magic of Edis Meteor unleashed its wrath. A singular meteor struck precisely between the hybrids and Erdtree. A resounding thud echoed, likely the sound of Erdtree's protective elixir shattering. The fortunate outcome was that the meteor had propelled Erdtree to safety, landing beside Lin Luo. Are you all right? Lin Luo inquired, sheathing his staff and offering Erdtree a vial of crimson elixir. Thank you. I'm fine, Erdtree replied, wincing as he slowly rose to his feet, feeling as though he had narrowly avoided a grave injury. He accepted the elixir and drank eagerly, feeling a refreshing wave cleanse his body, alleviating the pain in his lower half. It was then that he turned back to Lin Luo. Lord Lin Luo, Surely Moan City hasn't he been reduced to ruins? Edgar managed a strained smile, surveying the scene where half of the city wall had been utterly devastated. As the old fades away, the new cannot emerge. Lin Luo awkwardly scratched his head, hastily falling silent. Chapter 11. The Eve of the Sword. Are you all right? Lin Luo maintained an impassive expression, convinced that as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would rest on others. It's just a refreshing change, Lin Luo stated calmly, without a hint of embarrassment. Cough, cough. Edgar involuntarily coughed a few times upon hearing this. Goodness, that was quite a blow. Your arrival has caused more damage in an instant than half a year of my efforts. They exchanged glances, and an inexplicable air of awkwardness pervaded the atmosphere. Lin Luo suddenly shivered, sensing a strange chill, and swiftly turned his gaze to the sky. Ah, the moon looks exceptionally blue today. How on earth can you see that in a city filled with smoke? Edgar's forehead creased, feeling his blood pressure rise. Goodness, I must have inadvertently summoned a fading elder. Yet, Edgar soon reconciled himself to the reality that, despite the preservation of Morin City, it was still the domain of the hybrids. Although Lin Luo's actions had caused considerable damage, he had nonetheless eradicated nearly 90% of the hybrids. In a certain sense, Lin Luo had fulfilled his commission, albeit at a steep cost. The only remaining stronghold was the territory of the lion hybrid by the seaside. Edgar turned to Lin Luo and remarked, there should still be a few hybrids around, but not many. That is the lion hybrid's territory, and those scaly hybrids dare not approach. Though a few may harbor ambitions. He gestured toward the sea below, indicating a broader path leading to a platform. That should be where the lion hybrid resides. Lin Luo nodded, glancing at Edgar. You should go greet your daughter at the entrance. When you return, we shall seek out that lion hybrid. Lin Luo had spotted a blessing point ahead. If he was not mistaken, there he could communicate directly with Melina. Irene. A tender glimmer filled Edgar's eyes. A unique softness reserved for this man, with the remainder consisting solely of loyalty and life. Well, I shall take my leave. Lin Luo found himself unable to maintain his composure in front of this man. If one were to claim he did not value you, he would kneel and plead. He was even willing to act as bait. Conversely, if one asserted he cherished you, after just a few words, he would drift away, lost in thought. Lin Luo noticed Edgar's disregard for his presence and felt a flicker of irritation. What? Are you contemplating the meaning of life here? He suppressed the urge to kick Edgar, turning instead toward the lion hybrid's territory. Staying any longer would likely mean that Irene could only experience the grief of losing a father. Lin Luo nimbly leaped down from the city wall, arriving at an opening that led to a small circular roof. Descending further, he found layers of stone walls extending downward, resembling a staircase, the creation of nature's artistry or perhaps the result of human craftsmanship. Below, there are points of blessing, and upon encountering the dung beetle, Lin Luo decided to spare it. After all, the blessings can directly replenish the energy lacking in the Holy Grail, whereas the dung beetle, once lost, is irretrievable. This is not a cycle where a single blessing restores everything. Lin Luo swiftly reached a small platform crafted from solid wood, featuring an irregular opening at its center. Possibly shattered, or perhaps a result of that hybrid lion. Lin Luo glanced down. It wasn't particularly high. However, he refrained from jumping down directly, not out of fear of death. For this was not a cycle where falling from a certain height would result in demise. That notion was unreasonable. Rather, it was the multitude of wooden beams obstructing the descent that concerned him. Should he sustain any irreversible injury during the fall, he would find himself in despair. Lin Luo resolved not to gamble with his future happiness and instead chose to leap onto the crossbeam. Upon reaching the midpoint of the beam, he made a sharp left turn, seamlessly transitioning to the next beam. Employing the same technique, he continued to the third and fourth beams until he discovered there were no more beams ahead. At that moment, Lin Luo leapt down. The noise was substantial, causing the surrounding rodents to awaken instantly. Indeed, it was the aroma of food. The rats in this borderland were colossal, largely mutated from consuming those who had received blessings. They gnawed at human corpses and attacked the blessed, eventually embodying the essence of the blessings themselves. Occasionally, slaying these rats could yield the curved runes upon their remains, serving as the most compelling evidence. This lengthy description does not imply their strength. It merely seeks to convey some fundamental knowledge of the borderland. Lin Luo's feet touched the ground, and amidst the darkness, numerous pairs of crimson specks emerged within his line of sight. The cacophony of screeches resounded, an incessant and jarring chorus from the large rats. Suddenly, two of the rats charged at Lin Luo, their massive incisors aimed at his neck, only to be intercepted by the renowned blade in his hand. The shrill sound of metal grinding against metal echoed through the air. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. With a surge of strength from his right hand, the sharp blade descended directly along the rat's jawline. In an instant, the famed blade, Moonshadow, proved its unparalleled sharpness. Cleaving the rat in twain at the moment of contact with its flesh, a foul stench immediately assaulting Lin Luo's nostrils. The splattering blood did not deter the swarm of rats behind. Instead, it ignited their fury, perhaps even their primal instincts. The horde of rats grew increasingly frenzied, surging towards Lin Luo. Unperturbed, he gradually edged toward the doorway, his right foot beginning to emanate a white mist. "Let me show you the power of my old knee," Lin Luo murmured, and with a sudden stomp of his right foot, a vast expanse of ice thorns erupted from the ground, spreading before him. The charging rats were instantly enveloped in white mist. Their low resistance triggered the frostbite effect, and under Lin Luo's icy onslaught, they were swiftly transformed into runes. Surveying his surroundings and finding no lurking threats, Lin Luo stepped outside. After 2 left turns, he arrived at the location of the blessing point. He reignited the blessing and began to summon Melina. Her figure gradually materialized, her face adorned with a hint of astonishment. Had he already vanquished those hybrid creatures? Perhaps. Lin Luo glanced at Melina and raised his hand, pointing to the small platform below. Only this formidable foe remained. Lin Luo stated calmly, "Please assist me in bringing back Elena. Her father awaits her at the city gate." Melina nodded slightly, her form dissipating once more. She refrained from inquiring about Lin Luo's confidence in defeating the beast. She was well aware of his capabilities. At least, from what she knew. This lion hybrid could not possibly be a match for him. "Thus, little kitty, you are next." A cruel smile graced Lin Luo's face. He may have appeared villainous, but he couldn't deny the thrill coursing through him. Chapter 12. The lion hybrid. Unlike the cyclical nature of things, legendary weapons bestow upon their wielders immense energy. Whether malevolent or benevolent, those unable to harness this power often fall under its dominion. However, it is universally acknowledged that possessing such a sword can transform even the most inept into a formidable force, and currently, the lion hybrid wielded this sword, indicating its formidable strength. Lin Luo silently observed from above before leaping down. Once more, he encountered a familiar archway. Through the expansive portal, a portion of a small island extending into the coastline came into view. At its center stood a desolate tree, before which loomed a massive stone, revealing a small circular opening, perhaps the original sheath of the great sword. Beneath the stone lay a colossal lion hybrid, crouched before it, eyes tightly shut, its right paw gripping the great sword. The crimson blade bore numerous dark red stains, remnants of blood, whether from the servants of Moon City, its own, or those hybrid creatures. Perhaps all were present. However, starting today, this sword would belong to Lin Luo. With rhythmic splashes, Lin Luo navigated around the enormous jellyfish, the sound of his boots echoing in the water. His right hand slowly extended behind him, drawing forth a dark red katana. If the famed sword Moonshadow evoked a subtle chill, then the aura of this blade radiated an endless intent to kill. This was the sword of the Bloodfinger old man, the blood sea of the sword corpse. Why wield this blade? Simply put, the lion hybrid was weak to fire. Lin Luo tightened his grip on the sword, the metallic scent of blood wafting through the air, bringing an unexpected sense of exhilaration. In mere moments, he covered the distance. And just as Lin Luo's right foot crossed the threshold of the archway, the lion hybrid's tightly shut eyes snapped open. Bloodshot and fierce, its gaze locked onto Lin Luo, emanating an almost tangible aura of murderous intent, a pure essence of slaughter. Lin Luo remained silent, his right hand slightly extended. The blades of the corpse mountain and blood sea pointed toward the lion hybrid. An intangible aura emanated from him, exuding an enigmatic quality that momentarily stunned the lion hybrid. Roar. The lion hybrid let out an enraged roar, furious at being bested by a mere human. Despite its colossal size, the lion hybrid possessed remarkable agility in its robust limbs. In the blink of an eye, it lunged towards Lin Luo, its massive form looming larger before him, its gaping maw releasing a cacophony of scents, blood, and decay. The lion hybrid's sword-like claw swung fiercely towards Lin Luo's waist, and the sheer force behind the strike suggested that a direct hit would cleave him in two. With a sudden motion, Lin Luo unsheathed his sword, positioning it at his waist to intercept the incoming strike. The tremendous force from the corpse mountain and blood sea propelled Lin Luo several meters across the ground, leaving deep, dark tracks in his wake, a testament to the power of the blow. Ha! What exhilaration! Lin Luo erupted into laughter, veins of crimson appearing in his eyes. Excellent! The relentless pursuit of strength has finally borne fruit. He licked his lips in excitement, realizing that the current foe, though formidable, was merely a reflection of his own growth. What of those demigods? Would they, too, have progressed? Roar! Another furious howl erupted from the lion hybrid, seething at the audacity of this human who had thwarted its strike. Its steel-like claws swung fiercely at Lin Luo. He chuckled softly, stepping back just enough for the claws to graze past his nose. Yet, in the lion hybrid's eyes, a hint of anthropomorphic amusement flickered. Using the momentum from its claw's swing, the hybrid leaped, executing a half-turn in the air before bringing its massive sword down with a force that tore through the air, signaling a strike too powerful to meet head-on. However, Lin Luo was unfazed. Instead of fear, he wore a disconcerting smile, as if weightless, his muscles moving fluidly. The expression was disturbingly out of place. The corpse mountain and blood sea still stood before him as Lin Luo chose to meet the incoming strike head-on. Crack! A resounding noise echoed from Lin Luo's right shoulder, the sound of bone fracturing. One might wonder what expression graced his face, perhaps one of regret or pain. Yet, it was not so. He maintained his eerily enigmatic smile. With a cold huff, Lin Luo's right arm shot upward. Crack! The sound of bones realigning resounded. As Lin Luo's shoulder sank, the lion hybrid's sword fell in tandem. The sudden impact and Lin Luo's unexpected ease caused the lion hybrid to lose its balance. Its massive form teetering to the right, its claws scraping the ground and leaving a significant mark. Boom! The sound of the lion hybrid crashing to the ground echoed, unable to regain its footing despite its impressive strength. With a light chuckle, Lin Luo grasped the tail of the lion hybrid with his left hand. The distinct sensation of the tail elicited feelings of humiliation and terror in the creature. Just a mere human, it thought. What does he intend to do? The lion hybrid attempted to rise from the ground, exerting force with its powerful tail in an effort to teach this audacious human a lesson, while its right claw gripped the massive sword to strike again at Lin Luo. However, these feeble attempts were already noted by Lin Luo, who, having traversed numerous dungeons, understood the lion hybrid far better than it could imagine. With a firm grip, Lin Luo seized the lion hybrid's tail, his hand, seemingly diminutive compared to the tail, clamped down like a vice. As the massive sword swung toward his leg, Lin Luo did not even flinch. He lifted his right foot and pressed down. A resounding thud echoed as the sword was pinned beneath his foot, a cloud of dust rising amidst the lion hybrid's pained cries. Do you think you deserve to wield that sword? Lin Luo's left hand surged with strength, and the lion hybrid felt itself lifted into the air, the sensation of weightlessness overwhelming it, as the scenery around it rapidly receded. Indeed, Lin Luo effortlessly hurled its massive form against the boulder behind, pain coursing through its limbs. A howl escaped the lion hybrid, filled with agony, yet beneath that pain, there simmered a rage and a murderous intent directed at Lin Luo. Slowly, the lion hybrid rose from the ground, its form crawling as its primal instincts surged forth. With a fierce roar, it charged again, performing a similar maneuver, but this time with greater speed and power. Regrettably, Lin Luo would not grant the lion hybrid another chance to harm him. Closing his eyes, he twirled the blood-soaked sword in his right hand, positioning the blade diagonally in front of his left arm, his body slightly bent forward. As the lion hybrid barreled toward him, intent on severing Lin Luo's head, the distance between them dwindled to mere inches. In that moment, Lin Luo swung his sword. Accompanied by the sound of slicing wind, for words echoed in the air. Corpses litter the fields. Chapter 13. Fusion of the sword and the corpse. Two crimson arcs of sword energy erupted from Lin Luo, creating an X shape as they pierced through the lion hybrid's body, halting its momentum mid-air with tremendous force. Although the lion hybrid was swift, Lin Luo's strikes were swifter still. After delivering 2 slashes, he pivoted and unleashed another 2 X-shaped sword energies. The lion hybrid scarcely had time to emit a cry before Lin Luo launched himself forward with a powerful kick. Uncertain of the force behind that kick, the lion hybrid was sent crashing back onto the boulder. However, this time, Lin Luo would not afford it another opportunity to attack. Lin Luo's right foot slammed down onto the ground, causing the sword of the undead to leap over a meter high. With his left hand firmly gripping it, he hurled it in the direction of the flying hybrid lion. The blade, so sharp it could slice through tofu, instantly pierced the hybrid's body, gushing forth dark red blood that splattered across the yellow-black island. The sword embedded itself in a boulder, fortuitously lodged in a crevice. As the battle concluded, the hybrid lion, impaled on the rock, struggled briefly, but the piercing pain in its chest, and the encroaching haze of consciousness signified its impending demise. At last, the hybrid's raised paw fell limply, its jaw partially agape, attempting to roar, but ultimately failing to produce sound. Its massive head tilted and lay still. Lin Luo's expression gradually cooled, his breath stabilizing. It seemed that this foe was still too weak. He glanced at the lifeless hybrid, a sense of wistfulness washing over him as he licked his lips, still craving more. After all, a mere minion is just that, a mere minion. Shaking his head, he rubbed his sore shoulders and stored the remnants of the slaughter in his dimensional bag. Well then, I shall graciously accept this sword. Lin Luo stepped forward and paused before the boulder. This weapon, collected in Moon City, was one of the legendary swords steeped in countless laments and the fury of vengeance. He murmured softly, gripping the hilt. This time, he truly sought to feel the essence of the sword. Instantly, a cacophony of wails, rage, and sorrow enveloped him. Countless voices echoed within his mind, urging him to kill. Though he knew not the identities of these spirits, it was clear that this sword was a harbinger of misfortune. Born of vengeance, it was both a source of triumph and a herald of ruin. Lin Luo sighed, reflecting on how Moon City was birthed by this sword, and ultimately, how it would also meet its demise by its hand. Let it end with me, he declared, with a sudden surge of strength in his right hand gripping the hilt. The negative whispers emanating from the sword of the undead dissipated. Indeed, before overwhelming power, all obstacles are but paper tigers. As he withdrew the sword, the barbed blade was smeared with the hybrid's blood and bits of flesh. Dark red droplets splattered onto Lin Luo's face, yet he paid them no mind. Humph! He scoffed, swinging the sword through the air. The force of his strike sent blood flying, leaving only a long streak on the blade. While the boulder was speckled with remnants of what had once clung to the sword, the blade had undoubtedly claimed countless lives, and a foul stench wafted from it, sending chills down Lin Luo's spine. Now, I shall grant you a rebirth. Lin Luo planted the sword before him, golden light beginning to surge from his grip. His intent was simple, to transmute the power contained within the sword of the undead into pure strength, thereby allowing him to unleash its combat techniques without relying on the weapon itself. The principle mirrors that of the transformation of battle ash. Lin Luo can similarly wield the ash without the need for weaponry. While this may sound straightforward, the execution proves to be rather complex. The battle ash is manageable. Yet this particular sword is one of the legendary greats in its complete form, harboring an unknown depth of negative emotions. Nonetheless, action must be taken. After all, this is not the first or second instance. They say practice makes perfect, and Lin Luo has experienced it countless times. Some swords do not require reforging, as their battle techniques are inherently more suitable when utilized in their original form. However, the buff-type skills of the sword skeleton greatsword clearly render the notion of compatibility moot. The runes surged, and although Lin Luo is a fated one, devoid of the blessings of the golden tree, his strength remains formidable. The runes within him spilled forth from his gaze, enveloping the sword skeleton greatsword in a golden aura that gradually melded with it. Outside the city, Edgar spotted Irina and Melina, and his heart soared with joy. Irina. Edgar hurried towards them, the clattering of his armor echoing with each step. Father? Upon hearing her father's voice, the cloth covering Irina's eyes became dampened with tears. She stumbled slightly, releasing her grip on Torrent as she hurried forward. Melina, noticing this, patted Torrent, who understood and quickened his pace to support Irina, preventing her from falling. Edgar rushed forward to catch Irina, casting a grateful glance at Melina. Irina embraced Edgar, and in their silence, a world of unspoken words unfolded. Edgar's eyes glistened with tears while Irina stifled sobs, conveying that sometimes silence speaks volumes. The father and daughter had finally reunited, and Melina smiled at the sight. Indeed, Lin Luo is no ordinary fated one. At this moment, Melina recalled a phrase from the royal chapel, a message left by a corpse. Even if the guiding light has shattered, you must strive to become the Elden King. Perhaps that will be the case. Melina clasped her hands tightly around the necklace resting against her chest, her eyes gently closing as if in prayer. May I ask who you are? Edgar, returning to his senses, turned to Melina with a puzzled expression. I am, Melina replied softly. But little did she anticipate that her next words would unnerve him. Ah, it is indeed you. I could tell at once that you and Lord Lin Luo are a match made in heaven. Wait, Melina suddenly sensed something amiss. What are you saying? Did you not claim to be Lord Lin Luo's wife? Edgar questioned, bewildered. Just moments ago, Lord Lin Luo mentioned that his wife would be bringing Irina to the city gate for me to escort. Melina fell silent, her face tinged with a hint of blush, quickly masked by a facade of calmness as she replied, I am his witch. Edgar was taken aback, then quickly realized, I apologize, it was my misjudgment. He offered a slight bow as a gesture of contrition. Everything is fine, Melina remarked in a calm tone, indicating her indifference. So where's Lin Luo? He is tidying up in the rear of Moon City. I should join him to confront that hybrid lion, Edgar replied, his tone growing increasingly resolute. Though he may not be particularly strong, he could at least serve as a meat shield. Melina fell into an unusual silence. Was Edgar truly this naive? There's really no need for that, she said, her crimson lips parting slightly. He should have already dealt with it. As Melina slowly donned her cloak, her slender figure began to make its way into the city. Chapter 14. Awakening to Power. What a remarkable man, yet unrequited in love. Edgar mused as he watched Melina gradually distance herself. If Lin Luo were to overhear this, he would surely make Edgar taste the wrath of Comet Yasler. Melina would likely retaliate against Edgar as well. What does it mean to be unrequited? Nonetheless, Edgar was somewhat aware enough to discreetly retreat. The scene shifted back to Lin Luo. It was unclear what experiences he had endured during the fusion with the Great Sword, but it appeared to be a rather effortless endeavor. At that moment, Lin Luo released his grip on the sword. As his fingers loosened, the skeletal Great Sword began to dissolve slowly, dark energies ebbing from its blade, while golden flecks intermingled with white stars infused into Lin Luo's being. It seemed he had succeeded. At this time, Melina, who had been crouching beside him, also came to a realization. I must say, Lin Luo, you are truly exceptional, she remarked. You are the first to fuse with a legendary weapon. Observing the determined visage of Lin Luo, Melina noticed the dried blood on his nose, nearly crusted over. Unable to resist, she reached out to wipe away the stain. Suddenly, Lin Luo's tightly shut eyes opened, and upon seeing Melina's outstretched hand, he froze momentarily. Melina, startled, instinctively recoiled her hand. With a swift motion, Lin Luo grasped Melina's delicate arm, and a faint smirk graced his otherwise impassive face, his once faded gaze transforming into one of deep allure. For reasons unknown, Melina had never perceived Lin Luo to be so captivating at this moment, as if something had stirred the long-dormant strings of her heart. Their eyes met, and Melina perceived a multitude of emotions reflected in Lin Luo's gaze. This experience was inescapable, perhaps even irrefutable. She recognized the distant echoes of Lin Luo's past affections drifting away from him, perhaps already lost to the world. Such sentiments were ineffable. If Lin Luo were to remain passive, one could hardly consider him a man. With a decisive motion, he wrapped his arm around Melina's neck, drawing her closer. Melina felt her body instantaneously ensnared in a powerful embrace, their lips meeting in a fleeting moment that caused them to forget everything around them. After a considerable time, their lips parted, and Lin Luo released Melina, who seemed to have lost all her strength, collapsing against his chest. In that instant of their kiss, an unexpected resonance and intersection of their runes occurred. Perhaps it was in this cycle that Lin Luo had acquired a fragment of Melina's destined demise. Through the messages conveyed by Lin Luo's rune, Melina glimpsed a part of his experiences. She could scarcely believe that this fated one had endured so much. She also found it hard to accept that her instinctive desire to guide the fated one was, in fact, an interference of a supreme will. Ah, that necklace, Melina thought with a slight smile. It had been ages since she felt such warmth. Was it love? Lin Luo held Melina's hand tightly. The coldness of her touch stirred a twinge of pain within him. Contemplating this, he tightened his embrace around her even more. So, you have always known, Melina murmured softly. Lin Luo placed 2 fingers gently on her lips, shaking his head with a smile. If I were to speak it, then it would lose its significance. What I wish to know is, will you leave me again this time? Lin Luo gazed earnestly at Melina as he spoke. A soft chuckle escaped Melina, akin to a blooming white orchid, her face illuminated with satisfaction and joy. Lin Luo found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at her in silence. If I were to speak it, then it would lose its significance, Melina teased playfully. I recall you once asked me what my purpose in the borderland is. Lin Luo gently brushed Melina's nose and continued. I can tell you now. Oh, Melina inquired, puzzled. Is it not to become the Elden King? Indeed, but not solely, Lin Luo replied, looking at her with a glimmer in his eyes, to awaken and wield power over the world, and to revel in the embrace of beauty. After saying this, Lin Luo jested. It seems the latter has already been accomplished. Yet, there remained an unspoken truth within Lin Luo, that if he were forced to choose between these 2 paths, he would unhesitatingly forsake the former. In the borderland, 3 figures commanded his utmost respect. First, the werewolf Blazer, the most loyal. Second, the warrior Alexander, the mightiest. And third, Vic, the most passionate. Reflecting on Vic, he was a man who burned himself for the sake of his beloved witch, accepting the madness of the fire. Even as it consumed him, he valiantly maintained his consciousness, solely because his witch held the singular hope that he would become the Elden King. Although he never ascended to kingship, he remained an extraordinary warrior, a king without a crown. Noticing Lin Luo lost in thought, Melina chose not to disturb him, instead leaning quietly against him, absorbing the warmth emanating from his being. Melina inquired, her brow furrowed. Is there someone else within you? I sense no malice. Do as you please. Greetings. Melina seems to have discovered the echo of tears within Lin Luo. She then stated, I am Melina, and I am delighted to be accompanying Lin Luo. Ah, she is called the Echo of Tears. Lin Luo awkwardly scratched his head, feeling a tinge of jealousy. She has assisted me tremendously. In a sense, she is like an elder brother to me. Elder brother? Melina queried, clearly perplexed, as he was evidently unaware of the context. Never mind. You may pretend she does not exist. Lin Luo, in a fit of acceptance, drew Melina into an embrace. The Echo of Tears exclaimed, Wretched fated one. How dare you speak to the illustrious Elden King, you mere servant of jingling bells. Observing Melina's cheeks flush with a delicate hue, Lin Luo felt a sudden dryness in his throat. Just as he seized the opportunity to flirt further with Melina, an unexpected figure emerged. Lord Lin Luo, are you unharmed? Edgar's voice, tinged with concern, resonated as his towering form appeared from beneath the archway. I and Irina wish to express our gratitude. Edgar's words abruptly halted as he beheld Lin Luo embracing Melina, seemingly poised for something intimate. Just a kiss. If you think otherwise, that's your own assumption. What has happened to father? Irina, sensing the unusual tone in Edgar's voice, feared for Lin Luo's safety. Ah, it's nothing. Death comes in many forms. But this particular one is undoubtedly the cruelest, and Lin Luo's expression darkened. Melina, having heard Edgar's voice, vanished instantaneously, leaving Lin Luo with a sense of social embarrassment. Speak up, what do you intend to do? Lin Luo silently withdrew the blood sea of corpses, determined to make this rascal experience a punishment akin to the mixed lineage of a lion. Chapter 15. Departure. Ultimately, Lin Luo retracted the blood sea of corpses, considering Irina's presence and wishing to preserve some semblance of dignity for his father. What brings you here, old man? Lin Luo huffed, his tone less than cordial. Oh, I merely wish to express my concern for you, my lord, Edgar replied, well aware of his ill-timed appearance, offering an apologetic smile. However, it seemed that since the liberation of Morin City and the reunion with his daughter Irina, Edgar had begun to let his true nature flourish. This was hardly in keeping with his previously aloof demeanor. Worry about yourself first. Lin Luo shot Edgar a piercing glance and turned to leave. Oh, by the way, I hope that Morin City can return to its former glory. He paused momentarily, but did not turn back as he spoke. Are you truly leaving now? Irina's voice broke through, tinged with reluctance. Irina. Edgar glanced at his daughter, but ultimately chose silence. I will not linger in this quaint place. Lin Luo chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his head. My aspirations reach for the stars and the vast seas. Suddenly, Irina knelt upon the ground. Thank you, Lord Lin Luo. Edgar also knelt partially on the ground, acknowledging Lin Luo's kindness, which was undoubtedly akin to that of a second parent. Regardless, the gates of Moon City will forever be open to you. Even if the golden tree forsakes you, you remain our most esteemed guest. Edgar placed a hand over his heart, a gesture that represented the highest form of salute among the Grek soldiers. Lin Luo chuckled softly, saying, there is no need for that. My ascension to the Elden King is inevitable. With these words, he departed, exuding an air of unwavering confidence that deeply influenced Edgar. As Lin Luo's figure gradually receded from the sight of Irina and Edgar gently stroked Irina's head and sighed, recognizing that his daughter's heart had already followed Lin Luo. Regrettably, Irina, burdened by her own insecurities, failed to express the love she harbored within her heart. Perhaps she would carry this affection with her to the grave. Noticing Irina's distress, Edgar refrained from pursuing that line of conversation, instead enveloping her in a gentle embrace, softly patting her back. Irina, overwhelmed with emotion, began to weep, fully aware that Lin Luo's affections now lay with his witch. That girl seems to have feelings for you, remarked Melina, her figure materializing once more outside Moon City. Her cheeks still flushed. That is not the case. Lin Luo vehemently denied, resolute in his refusal to be a scoundrel. His heart belonged solely to Melina and Ronnie. Melina couldn't help but laugh at Lin Luo's fervent response. I meant no offense. I merely wondered if this was fair to her. Accepting it would indeed be unjust to her. Lin Luo glanced at Melina, then cast a brief look back at Moon City, instinctively pulling Melina close to him. Though he said nothing, Melina understood his intentions. A whistle echoed, though the perfect onomatopoeic expression eludes me. The sound of the spirit steed whistle summoned Torrent, who appeared unexpectedly, gazing at Lin Luo with a hint of surprise. Hey, how did this fellow manage to win over Melina? Impressive, indeed. He is truly the master I chose. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, Torrent was experiencing a whirlwind of thoughts. Feeling insulted by the peculiar expression on Torrent's face, Lin Luo snapped. What are you staring at? Move along. With a click of his tongue, Lin Luo tightened his grip on the reins, pulling Melina onto Torrent's back. Torrent snorted in dissatisfaction, but being confined under the eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head in resignation. Oh, still in a mood, are we? Lin Luo chuckled lightly, retrieving a piece of fruit from his satchel. Here, look what has got you all worked up. Torrent's eyes brightened, and he quickly devoured the fruit. Humph, insufferable fated one. I shall begrudgingly forgive you this time. Thus, Torrent was easily appeased. Melina chuckled softly, playfully patting Torrent's small horn. Torrent felt a tinge of urgency upon hearing Melina's words. How infuriating. It's only been 2 days, and you've already been swayed. Melina retorted. Did you not just see Lin Luo being swayed as well? A hearty laugh erupted from Lin Luo. He was well aware of Torrent's nature. He could predict what mischief would ensue whenever Torrent pranced about. Torrent, being a spirited horse, did not emit any sounds of discontent. Melina turned to Lin Luo, speaking earnestly. Lin Luo, adopting a serious demeanor, found her quite endearing. In an impulsive moment, he swiftly planted a kiss on Melina's cheek. Melina shot him an indignant glance, contemplating dismounting, only to be embraced by Lin Luo, who tugged on the reins. Onward, Torrent. Hup. Torrent responded with excitement, his hooves pounding the ground as the pair gradually disappeared into the Weeping Peninsula. Time passed unmeasured until Torrent finally came to a halt at Ningyafu. The place seemed familiar, yet they had not yet reached Stormhill. Where's this? Melina inquired, gazing at the nearby ruins. Let us dismount here, Lin Luo suggested, gracefully alighting from the horse and assisting Melina down. This is the ruins of the post station, he explained. Indeed, this is our destination. Here? Lin Luo smiled. My teacher resides here. Your teacher? Lin Luo replied earnestly. Perhaps she does not recognize me now, but I will forever remember the magic she taught me and the kindness she bestowed. Is that so? Melina pondered, resting her chin upon her hand, nodding gently. Lin Luo retrieved his famed sword, Moon Shadow, from his satchel. If memory served him right, there was a concealed door here, albeit guarded by numerous poisonous flowers. Moonlit shadows. Lin Luo swiftly executed a draw, unleashing a blue-white blade of energy that sliced through the roots of several poisonous flowers effortlessly. Before they could release their toxic fumes, they disintegrated into shimmering particles. The largest of the flowers were swiftly dealt with, and the remaining smaller ones posed no challenge. Lin Luo dispatched them with ease, clearing the area of the noxious blooms. This should be it. Lin Luo sheathed his sword, tapping the ground with the scabbard. With a decisive thrust, a crisp cracking sound filled the air as the formerly smooth surface revealed a 2-person-wide hole. You seem quite familiar with this place, Melina noted. Indeed. Lin Luo replied with a smile, taking Melina's hand as they ventured inside. Chapter 16. Apprenticeship. Melina offered no resistance, allowing Lin Luo to lead her, though the blush on her cheeks betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Luo chuckled softly, his left hand gracefully waving his staff. Starlight. A strand of blue stardust emerged, gently floating above Lin Luo's head, the stars shimmering softly, casting a gentle glow. Quite beautiful, Melina remarked appreciatively. This was also a remarkable lesson imparted to me by a great sorcerer, Lin Luo said with a proud smile. Is he your teacher? Not exactly, but in a sense. Yes, Lin Luo replied with a hint of amusement. He is a man named Topus. Ah, he must be quite extraordinary, Melina nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, Lin Luo mused, pausing for a moment. He recalled a saying about Topus, often derided as a worthless stone, who wagered his life to explore the essence of magic. He could conjure a field of magical energy, parting the veil between sorcery and prayer. During the duration of his spells, he would continuously manifest this force. Future generations would surely comprehend that the mocked theory he championed was, in fact, a groundbreaking discovery worthy of a new academy. Perhaps he himself never anticipated that. In the near future, his magic could even propel the gravity-laden meteors of the Shattered Star General. Magic emanates from the cosmos, prayers arise from deities. Yet Topus's sorcery stems from his unwavering determination and tenacity. As they conversed while walking, they reached the mouth of a cavern. The cave appeared rather confined. Yet at its center lay an unusual pumpkin-headed soldier. This soldier was notably larger than others, and it was unclear whether it was afflicted by a peculiar fire or some other bizarre enchantment, as it wielded a broken spiked club. Lin Luo drew forth his weapon. Corpse Mountain, Blood Sea. Although he was already formidable, employing restraint against an adversary was a wise strategy. It might take half a minute. Lin Luo smiled at Melina, considering that half a minute was quite generous for the pumpkin-headed soldier. Just as Lin Luo intended to approach for a stealthy strike, the pumpkin-headed soldier stirred awake. Disoriented by the illumination, it was acutely sensitive to the light after a prolonged period in darkness. Upon opening its eyes, it caught sight of a sneaky Fade holding a knife, creeping towards it. Roar! The pumpkin-headed soldier was instantly filled with rage. How dare this lowly insect threaten the noble lineage of the pumpkin-headed? Lin Luo stared in astonishment at the frantic gestures of the soldier, oblivious to its rich inner turmoil. Here he was, standing right before it. Yet the creature was prancing about, as if performing ballet. Shouldn't it have struck first? How absurd. Was this merely an illusion? Lin Luo mused, sensing that the pumpkin-headed soldier was not particularly astute. Seizing the opportunity while the soldier was still roaring, Lin Luo swiftly slashed and plunged his blade into the soldier's side. How foolish it was. The pumpkin-headed soldier stared at Lin Luo in disbelief, only to feel a sharp pain in its waist and realize that this humble Fade had dared to strike. However, Lin Luo would no longer grant him any opportunities. With a single wave of his combat skills, the battlefield was strewn with corpses, blood-soaked buffs cascading around. The pumpkin-headed figure had barely the chance to swing his club before he collapsed to the ground, witnessing the frantic spurting of blood from his own waist in his final moments. Cursed, despicable fated one, was the last thought that crossed the pumpkin-head's mind before his massive form succumbed to the earth. Lin Luo, wearing an expression of disdain, swatted away the incoming rune. What is it? Melina queried, puzzled by Lin Luo's rejection of the rune. This pumpkin head is not particularly bright. I fear it might affect my intelligence. Lin Luo replied earnestly. Melina could not help but chuckle at this notion. She found it quite amusing. Her golden eyes glimmered with a gentle flame, and two adorable dimples appeared on her face. This sight left Lin Luo momentarily spellbound. After all these years, it was still utterly enchanting. Noticing Lin Luo's gaze, Melina quickly turned her head away. We are old partners now, why be shy? Lin Luo teased, pulling her close. Let go, Melina murmured, breaking free and adding. Who is your old partner? Lin Luo chuckled softly, refraining from engaging in an argument. It seemed Melina had yet to fully acclimate to the memories she had received. But he was not in a hurry. It would come to fruition in due time. I shan't tease you further. Let us seek out Master Celine, he suggested. Melina nodded lightly, her form dissipating as she felt it best not to involve herself in the moment. For reasons unknown, the pumpkin-head's corpse did not disintegrate and merge with the golden tree. Perhaps it had come into contact with something forbidden, rendering it unacceptable to the tree. In Lin Luo's view, it could be that the golden tree feared an impact on its own intelligence. He chose not to linger on this matter. Bypassing the body of the pumpkin-headed soldier and arriving at a sealed iron door deep within the basement, he lifted the iron door, pulling it forcefully upwards. Oh! A delightful sound graced my ears, he heard. A fated one. Such a rare guest. Before him stood a woman adorned with a luminous stone hood, clad in a heavy black sorceress's robe. You must be Master Celine, Lin Luo said, slightly bowing, as he held her in the highest regard. A fated one. You know of me? Celine appeared somewhat surprised, acknowledging her lack of notable reputation. If any, it was likely infamous. I do. I have come to request you as my teacher, Lin Luo declared, lifting his gaze to meet hers, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Celine's expression shifted to one of confusion, followed by a self-deprecating smile. Since you are aware of me, you know I have been cast out from the Lilacaria Academy, regarded as a heretical sorceress that all dread. Why then, have you chosen me as your mentor? Because it is destined to be so, Lin Luo replied, evading a direct answer, merely uttering those fateful words. Interesting. Celine chuckled. You are truly a unique individual. However, it matters not. I am unaware of your intentions. Yet I believe there is nothing within my possession that would pique your interest. Celine continued. Very well, since you have chosen me as your mentor, I shall impart the art of magic to you. However, as a teacher, I must be quite rigorous. Naturally, Lin Luo smiled, genuinely and heartily. Teacher Celine remained unchanged, always embracing one's best self, regardless of their appearance. Perhaps Celine, having been cast out from the academy as a heretical sorceress, deeply understood the feeling of being unrecognized. Lin Luo did not doubt that Celine could sense the powerful magical aura emanating from him, yet she still accepted him, perhaps sensing his sincere goodwill. The principle of teaching without discrimination was vividly embodied in Selene. What would you like to learn? Selene inquired, as she brought forth several tomes, shimmering magical stones and enchanted weapons. With a hint of jest, Selene smiled at Lin Luo. No need for that, teacher. Lin Luo replied with a smile and a respectful gesture. Having become your disciple is already the greatest reward. Chapter 17. The International Sword Testing Grounds. With that remark, Lin Luo took his leave from Selene. Initially perplexed, Selene gradually began to grasp the complexity of the situation upon further reflection. Aren't you going to tell your teacher? Upon exiting the cave, Melina's figure reappeared. No, it sounds like a fanciful tale. If it weren't for our resonance, would you believe it? Lin Luo gently ruffled Melina's hair and said. Indeed, Melina nodded in agreement, acknowledging the absurdity of the situation. Who could have imagined that the Supreme would expend such immense resources to cultivate a spokesperson forever under its control, relentlessly orchestrating the cycles of the borderlands? It is time to head to Stonevale City, Lin Luo declared, mounting the back of Torrent and extending his hand to Melina. Silently, Melina lowered her head, placing her hand in Lin Luo's as she slowly mounted the horse. Torrent, I require legal assistance. The Golden Monarch, is it? In a few days? I shall ensure you receive your due. Lin Luo thought to himself, harboring no fondness for Drake. The ominous King Mont had not received a shred of favor from this dynasty, yet he willingly guarded it during the world's collapse. Not out of a desire to repay love, but simply out of a wish to love. This is the fragmented monarch, the son of God. Any usurper's omen pales in comparison to Mont, who stands as a paragon against his ambitious brother, Mongwen. Mong is, indeed, a saint. The full moon queen, Reina, is merely a pitiful woman abandoned by her man, having lost her heart and frequently succumbing to hysteria. The Star Shatterer needs no further elaboration. He is the greatest figure of our time, bar none. And what of Drake? After the defeat, he mingled among women to escape the royal city, wary of Ratton, and remained silent within the city. Underestimating Melina, he met with a crushing defeat, ultimately kneeling to kiss her feet in submission. Observing the remarkable achievements of his siblings, he became infatuated with the art of limb transference, believing his own strength insufficient, and resorted to dark sorcery to connect various beings' limbs, using countless innocent lives as experiments, deeming the subject's limb nobility second only to himself. It must be said that Drake is truly the most disgraceful demigod, without exception. Had Godwin known of such an embarrassing offspring, he would have surely strangled this wasteful creature with his own hands. Lin Luo shook his head, having imagined Drake's demise 1,000 times in his mind. With this thought, Lin Luo tugged at Torrent's reins, signaling for a swifter pace. You seem quite angry, Melina murmured, pressing closer to Lin Luo's back, sensing his subtle movements. Can you truly sense that? Lin Luo was taken aback. Was a woman truly that formidable? He turned to Melina with a questioning gaze. It's merely a resonance with your rune, Melina softly replied. I can sense a certain unrest within you, a hint of anger. It's not anger, merely a disdain for the limb transference, he clarified. Drake? Melina inquired, her expression curious, biting her lip, yet she refrained from continuing the conversation. A tyrant is typically loathed by all, Lin Luo patiently remarked. After all, you are destined to become the woman of the Elden Lord. I cannot become the Elden Lord, Melina momentarily faltered, not grasping Lin Luo's implication. However, you can become mine, Lin Luo said with a playful smile, finding the tedium of the borderlands somewhat alleviated by teasing this wooden figure. Melina puffed her cheeks, her face flushing crimson, yet she remained silent, merely casting Lin Luo a glance before vanishing from her mouth. As he felt the softness behind him disappear, Lin Luo experienced a tinge of regret. Although aware Melina was nearby, nothing could compare to the joy of having her beside him. He placed the entire blame on Drake, vowing to exert all his strength when the time came to confront him. Whether Drake could withstand it was his concern. Feeling considerably lighter in spirit, Lin Luo unknowingly approached the entrance of the Storm Gate. The Storm Gate, also known as the International Blade Trial, earned its name simply because most Tarnished ones, upon acquiring new spells and weapons, would come here for friendly sparring with the Drake soldiers. However, it seemed this esteemed reputation would soon fade, as they had truly perished. And death was final. Perhaps the Golden Tree could resurrect them, but that was likely a matter for centuries hence. Lin Luo rode into the storm pass with an air of audacity, inciting the ire of the surrounding soldiers. Good heavens, in all my years, I have never encountered such an arrogant fade. Do I not even exist to them? The patrolling soldier immediately sounded the horn, its shrill note echoing throughout the camp. Fade ahead, dismount and surrender. The leading soldier shouted, brandishing his shield and spear, eyes vigilant as if to prevent the individual before them from fleeing. Lin Luo, unadorned by a helmet, bore gray eyes that marked him as a warrior of the Forsaken, a fact that the Grek soldiers discerned at once. "Hey, fellows, let me pass. I am but a law-abiding citizen." Lin Luo raised his hands, feigning innocence. "Nonsense. Lord Grek has decreed that all Fades are to be slain without mercy." "Oh, after slaying me, do you intend to present my corpse as a trophy? Perhaps you would reattach my limbs to Grek and allow me to live on through his will? How dare you utter such blasphemy against Lord Grek? He deserves death." The leading soldier slipped, but quickly regained composure. "Brothers, let us slay him." "Really? You plan to crown my head with a pot of excrement before you kill me? How refined." Lin Luo shrugged helplessly and yanked the reins sharply. Torrent nearly choked from the sudden pull. "By heavens, must we leave like this? Do you not have any sense of your own strength?" Complaints aside, one must obey their chosen master, even if it is with tears. Torrent leaped high, soaring 3 meters above, vaulting directly over the heads of the Grek soldiers. This feat left the soldiers utterly dumbfounded. "Cloud stepping," Lin Luo proclaimed dramatically, and Torrent understood, springing into the air to break free from the encirclement of soldiers. "Curse it! Chase him!" The soldiers felt deeply insulted. Alas, there were no cavalry or archers here, only swordsmen, along with those wielding shields and spears. A group of them pursued Lin Luo for a while, and even the mountain demons within the storm pass had no time to react. Merely witnessing a large black rat dart past, the soldiers, unwilling to concede, hurled their spears in hopes of bringing him down from his steed. The outcome was all too clear. They failed to strike Lin Luo. Chapter 18. Little Red Riding Hood. Lin Luo did not unleash lethal force upon the soldiers pursuing him, despite his accustomed ruthlessness. Unlike Grek, as he broke free from the cycle, he found his character beginning to transform anew. Was it weakness? Previously, Lin Luo had inquired of Melina, who replied, "Perhaps, this is the mercy of a king." Though Lin Luo could not wholly agree, he kept Melina's words close to his heart. Since Lin no longer offered him substantial growth, was there truly a need to sow great destruction? In a land devoid of life, what significance does a king hold? This is what Melina said to Lin Luo, who once embraced the flames of madness. Lin Luo sighed, pondering why he had recently become increasingly sentimental. The reason remains elusive. Perhaps in several years, when Lin Luo poses this question to Melina, he might articulate, perhaps it is due to having someone to care for, prompting a change within him. Returning to the matter at hand, Torrent seemed to sense Lin Luo's disquiet, letting out a snort. Lin Luo snapped back to reality, realizing they had arrived at Stormhill. "I am fine, Torrent." Lin Luo patted Torrent's head, a smile returning to his face. "Let us proceed." Atop the Stormhill of Nimgfur, there stood a dilapidated cottage. Lin Luo ignited a blessing and peered inside, discovering a trembling young girl huddled in the corner. She wore a red hood that concealed her golden locks. Lin Luo dismounted slowly and approached her. "What has happened?" he inquired, striving to soften his voice, for it was evident that the girl had suffered immense fright. Everyone has been severed," the girl spoke anxiously. "Those who came to the border with me, the ones who fought for me, their hands, feet, and heads have all been severed, transformed into parts of spiders. Do you know? Once attached to a spider, one becomes akin to a larva. It is truly fascinating. Is it not?" As she spoke, her grip on her knees tightened. Lin Luo remained silent, crouching down to gaze intently at her. "Are you traveling alone?" the girl continued. "Are you heading towards Stonevale? Is it because you believe the sweet words of that gentleman in the white mask?" Her spirits seemed to plummet as she cast her gaze upon Lin Luo, her eyes flickering with the dim glow unique to the fated ones. Yet, why were her eyes emerald green if she was not one of them? Or did you wish to become part of the spider as well? If that is the case, then you are like me. But I lack the courage to have my hands and feet severed, to have my hair cut. It is too terrifying. I long to be like everyone else, yet I am utterly afraid. I am so cowardly. "Ah," Lin Luo nodded. "Vanre, I have already slain him." "Vanre?" Little Red Riding Hood echoed, puzzled, her memory stirring. "He is that gentleman in the white mask. So, you possess such strength." Her dim eyes suddenly sparkled, but quickly dulled again. Indeed, how could she, a mere mortal, expect the mighty figure before her to assist her? "Did the gentleman in the white mask anger you?" Little Red Riding Hood inquired curiously. "Yes, he insulted me, humiliated my witch," Lin Luo mused, stroking his chin. "He is not a good person either. Killing him was no loss." Little Red Riding Hood nodded in rare agreement, for without Vanre, her companions would likely never reach Stonevale, and the tragedy would not have unfolded. "Ah, it seems that Little Red Riding Hood has recalled something." From her bosom, she produced a small bell. which contain the ashes of the soul jellyfish. It is truly pitiable for her to accompany someone as cowardly as I am. And it appears that the soul is quite fond of you. I believe this child would also find joy in your presence. Therefore, please take care. Should you prepare to journey to Stonevale City, kindly convey to those who have become chrysalises, I love you all. Although fear still grips me, I shall eventually transform to be just like you. Little Red Riding Hood cradled her hands before her chest, as if praying for her friends. I will, Lin Luo nodded, gradually rising to his feet. I will eradicate the appendages. Lin Luo ultimately left behind these words. He mounted his steed, his objective unwavering, to slay Grake. Little Red Riding Hood paused, about to speak, but noticed that Lin Luo was gradually fading from her sight. Is that so? He appears quite powerful. Perhaps he truly can succeed. A long-lost smile graced Little Red Riding Hood's face, bringing with it a sense of warmth she had not felt in ages. You are truly different from the other fated ones. Melina's figure appeared upon the back of Torrent, having closely followed Lin Luo and thus aware of the recent events. She was a kind-hearted girl who did not deserve to perish in such a place. Feeling the softness behind him, Lin Luo smiled gently. Perhaps, Melina nodded, her gaze towards Lin Luo imbued with tenderness. At that moment, Lin Luo also recalled the appendage noble from the Hall of the King candidate. It must be said, while his form was peculiar due to the connection of various limbs, his visage was strikingly handsome. Slaying him would yield a ceremonial longsword and a golden beastskin shield. Weapons used by the Golden Clan. Though Little Red Riding Hood was a fated one, she could not perceive the guidance of the blessings. Yet she possessed the talent for spirit modulation. Coincidentally, Xiaogu, the renowned blacksmith of the Great Blessing, had left behind a contingency plan specifically to forge god-slaying weapons for the fated ones. Xiaogu had also mentioned that the one who once cared for him was also a spirit modulator. These connections suggest that Little Red Riding Hood and the Golden Clan are undoubtedly intertwined. Perhaps she is the princess of this generation of the Golden Clan. Lin Luo pondered this tangled web of relationships before suddenly turning to Melina. If memory serves, Melina also seems to be a descendant of Marika. Marika sought to break free from the control of the Greater Will and shatter the Elden Ring. Radagon obeyed the commands of the Greater Will, repairing the Elden Ring. Though they are the same individual, it is evident that there exist two distinct consciousnesses. One might say that Radagon represents the divine aspect, while Marika embodies the human aspect. Thus, it appears that Melina and Xiaogu are remnants left by Marika to escape the clutches of the Greater Will. No wonder Melina supports the fated ones in becoming the culmination of all outcomes for the Flame of Madness. It must be said, Marika is indeed a formidable figure. Chapter 19. The ominous demon having departed from the stormy hills, Lin Luo hastily made his way towards the city of Shidongwai. After approximately half an hour of travel, he halted before the grand thoroughfare leading to the city. This road, constructed upon the hills, offered a stark choice. To gaze upon the vast ocean on one side or the unfathomable depths of a cliff on the other. It was a simple decision, either retreat or confront the impending strife in Shidongwai directly. This place bore the scars of countless wars. The crumbling walls ahead were just a testament to its tumultuous history. The ground was littered with an array of weapons, banners, and the numerous fallen bodies, all serving as poignant reminders of the former horrors. Lin Luo dismounted his steed. Do you require assistance? Melina asked, gripping the short blade concealed beneath her robe, sensing the palpable malice emanating from their adversary. No need, Lin Luo replied, gently grasping Melina's right arm, shaking his head. Remember this, as long as a man breathes, he shall never allow those he cherishes to stand in harm's way. Upon seeing Lin Luo's resolute and unyielding gaze, Melina understood and obediently sheathed her weapon. Then, Lin Luo said with a satisfied smile, turning his attention to the imposing city walls ahead. O fated one, a deep and resonant voice echoed from atop the walls. A flicker of golden light gradually materialized, coalescing into a humanoid form. It appeared to be a towering figure, perhaps human, yet not entirely so. What stood before them resembled an aging elder, supported by a long, peculiar staff, draped in tattered robes. The white hair was interspersed with uneven, protruding horns, reminiscent of the monsters found in ancient texts. Foolish mortals, toying with the flames of ignorance, desiring the Elden Ring? The elder's tone dripped with disdain as he thrust his staff into the ground, his massive form leaping down from the walls. Boom! The colossal figure landed, sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. Lin Luo raised a hand to disperse the swirling dust. Then let us extinguish that flame along with you. I, the ominous demon, Malekith, shall execute this task post-haste. The elder, or rather, the ominous demon, lifted his staff, pointing it at Lin Luo, devoid of any emotion in his eyes. His sole purpose was to annihilate any who sought the Elden Ring. Lin Luo had no interest in engaging in banter with a mere apparition. Drawing his sword, he unleashed a swift strike, the Crescent Moon Shadow. A blue-white sword aura surged forth, striking the ominous demon directly. Remarkably, typical fated ones would have crumbled in terror at such an encounter. Yet this creature stood unyielding. The ominous demon felt a sharp pain in his chest, realizing that this blow had cost him dearly. Cursed, wretched fated one. He roared in fury, launching himself forward, his staff hurtling toward Lin Luo at near supersonic speed. Lin Luo would naturally not sit idly by. He charged directly at the ominous demon. At the moment the demon swung its staff, Lin Luo executed a roll, narrowly brushing past its legs. With a swift motion, he raised his sword and struck the demon's thigh. Die! The demon's left hand suddenly revealed a golden dagger as it turned to cleave towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo lightly tapped the ground, using the momentum to leap backward. The demon, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity, raised its staff high, channeling immense force that threatened to crush Lin Luo's skull. Such a ruthless strike, Lin Luo exclaimed, swiftly drawing his renowned sword and positioning it defensively before his chest. The staff, initially aimed at Lin Luo's head, collided with his famed sword, Moonshade. A surge of vitality coursed through Lin Luo as he utilized the force to perform a mid-air flip. In a heartbeat, he produced the Azrael's radiant staff from his waist. Let me return the favor. Lin Luo chuckled lightly as a magnificent blue bow materialized in the air. This was Loretta's ultimate technique. With intellect and agility surpassing limits, Lin Luo's casting speed had become astonishingly rapid, enabling him to wield magic even while airborne. The demon, caught off guard, was bewildered in its rigid perception. A fated one would typically be incapacitated by such a blow. How could it still retaliate midair? The demon hesitated for a moment, and in the blink of an eye, four colossal blue arrows appeared. It barely managed to raise its staff to shield itself. Boom! An explosion resounded as the arrows struck with precision, enveloping the demon in a swirling mist of blue and white magic. Fated one, the demon roared, realizing that this spell nearly sent it to meet the golden tree. How could this damned fated one possess such strength? It felt as if it were simultaneously facing both Marinelia and Raton. Humph! No wonder you are the descendant of warriors. I concede, this body is no match for yours. The demon scoffed, transforming the golden dagger in its right hand into a gigantic golden hammer. But I shall summon my utmost power. I await your challenge. Lin Luo's tone grew serious. He would treat a worthy opponent with the utmost respect. He twirled his sword gracefully, gripping the hilt firmly with both hands. Excellent. The demon acknowledged, an unusual commendation escaping its lips as its colossal form lunged toward Lin Luo, the hammer descending with unstoppable force. This strike was unlike the previous one. Evasion through rolling was no longer an option. Thus, Lin Luo opted for a more straightforward approach, the hound step. As the enormous hammer descended, Lin Luo's body trembled slightly, and with a moment's focus, he had already reached a safe distance behind. However, he realized he could not afford to be greedy this time. The demon's attack frequency had evidently accelerated, possibly fueled by rage or the challenge posed by a formidable adversary. As the colossal hammer descended in an instant, the ominous demon leapt upon it, wielding its staff to strike at Lin Luo. Unfazed, Lin Luo slightly turned aside, allowing the staff to graze past his left garments. However, the assault did not conclude so simply. The same method of attack was employed once more, but this time the staff was raised, and the hammer, wielded by the diminutive demon, descended relentlessly. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, grasping his renowned blade, Moonshade, and positioned it beneath the hammer's handle. With Lin Luo's extraordinary physique, the hammer hovered perilously close to his crown, the fierce wind generated by its descent causing his hair to billow. Beside him, Melina anxiously clutched her clothing, momentarily believing Lin Luo was in grave danger. With a light chuckle, Lin Luo displayed a triumphant expression. He forcefully planted his right foot on the ground, crouched slightly with his left, and propelled the famed sword, its sharp edge sparking brilliantly against the long handle. The ominous demon, still bewildered by Lin Luo's immense strength, failed to grasp his intent. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through the hand gripping the hammer, as Lin Luo severed 4 fingers in a decisive strike. The severed digits fell to the ground, dissipating like scattered stars. Aware of the principle of striking down a fallen foe, Lin Luo delivered a powerful kick to the demon's chest, sending its massive form crashing to the ground. The demon's mind blanked, and upon regaining consciousness, Lin Luo's blade was poised at its throat. You have been defeated. Chapter 20. Grotok Ha. The Fated One, You are quite impressive. The ominous demon suddenly laughed. An expression of admiration mixed with resentment and complex emotions in its gaze. Lin Luo was momentarily perplexed by the demon's words. That is to be expected. Lin Luo replied coldly, as his blade sliced across the demon's neck. However, the anticipated scene of blood gushing forth did not unfold. Instead, the demon's form gradually faded, transforming into starlight that soared towards the royal city. Fated one. Farewell, royal city. The demon left behind this remark in the air. I shall remember you, fated one. Puppet of ambition's flame. Though I fear the lurking darkness, the ominous fate shall not spare you. Not bad, Lin Luo chuckled. Having expected the demon's last words to be an insult, perhaps he was being overly sensitive. After all, how could anyone be so vile? Wouldn't you agree, Greg? Greg, you're. Indeed, it was Montgot, Melina murmured, recalling two vague silhouettes from her memories. After pondering for a moment, she ultimately decided to cease her search. Lin Luo, you are quite formidable. That is to be expected, Lin Luo replied, a proud smirk gracing his lips. Resembling a child seeking praise, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor of cold indifference and composure. The battle concluded, and Lin Luo's runes reached an astonishing value. He absorbed all the runes into his body. Although his three-dimensional attributes appeared unchanged, Lin Luo profoundly sensed the location of that critical threshold. Your runes. Melina cast a surprised glance at Lin Luo. She was not astonished by his ability to merge with the runes, but rather by the lack of any evident enhancement, which revealed the terrifying extent of Lin Luo's power. Taking a deep breath, Lin Luo naturally wrapped his arms around Melina, his hands inadvertently resting on her chest. Melina's face flushed, wishing to escape Lin Luo's embrace. However, Lin Luo, with a mischievous grin, lifted her effortlessly into his arms. Goodness, wearing such loose robes, I never noticed this before. It's truly a revelation. Lin Luo let go. Melina's voice softened as she spoke hesitantly. Ultimately, Lin Luo set her down, noting her bashfulness and rosy cheeks, fearing she might catch fire from embarrassment. While he felt a lingering desire for more, he refrained from further actions, merely holding Melina's small hand as they proceeded toward the city of Stormvale. The path was nearly at the gates of Stormvale, yet for reasons unknown, their fierce battle with the omen beast seemed to have little impact on the soldiers inside. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to such occurrences, knowing a monster lurked ahead, one that would crush any tarnished beings daring to taint the Elden Ring. They might have assumed that the recent Tarnished had perished in despair. Lin Luo did not summon Tarita. He simply continued to walk hand in hand with Melina. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Stormvale, where a massive gate loomed, behind which lay several dismembered corpses, perhaps those who had been rejoined, or tarnished like Lin Luo himself. Nearby was a dilapidated little room. Lin Luo noticed a tall, pallid figure standing in the corner, adorned with a large, heavy collar, perhaps not a collar, but rather a fashionable accessory of the lands between, which Lin Luo found unappealing. Though uncertain why he was there, the man appeared to be quite peculiar. Excuse me, could the individual over there come here? The strange man spoke, his tone light, and as if he had endured some torment. Lin Luo remained silent, merely regarding him with a cold stare. The oddity continued. You are a Tarnished, are you not? If you wish to enter the city, I advise you to avoid the main gate. There is a group of highly skilled soldiers blocking the entrance. But do not fret. You may enter through the cave over there. The soldiers are unaware of that path, and it should allow you to infiltrate the city undetected. Open the door, Lin Luo commanded in a cold voice. Oh, a rather unwise choice. Perhaps your strength is sufficient, or you might escape, but have you considered the lady beside you? Enough of your prattle. Lin Luo unsheathed his sword and pointed it directly at Gatak's head. This action left Gatak utterly stunned. Is this how the fated ones behave nowadays? Gatak hurriedly raised his hands. No, please. I'll call for help immediately. I'll have them open the door. He paused, realizing the validity of Lin Luo's suspicions. I respect your choice, but consider. Gatak slowly lowered his hands, wanting to say more. Silence. Open the door. Lin Luo's impatience began to surface. He was aware that this individual was not to be trifled with, likely waiting for the opportune moment to betray him after leading him to his demise. When a person is determined to meet their end, they become nearly impossible to restrain. Those words were meant for Gatak, yet he dared not voice them here. Lin Luo sheathed his sword, casting a cold glance at Gatak before striding towards the entrance. Open the door. Please, open the gate. Gatak's loud voice echoed, calling for the soldiers within the city. Soon, with a resounding clang, the gate began to rise slowly. As it transformed into an ethereal presence, it became evident that there were no soldiers in sight at the city gate. Lin Luo utilized magic to cast an invisibility buff over the two of them. Night magic. Melina remarked with quiet admiration, seemingly unperturbed, likely having encountered such sorcery before. Melina appeared to recall something and then inquired, "What about the gatekeeper?" She hesitated. But Lin Luo understood her implication. "The gatekeeper is not a good person," he replied, glancing at her. "There are numerous guards along that side path. Although fewer than those at the main gate, he has his own agenda, waiting to follow us and seize an opportunity, perhaps even to stab us in the back. Oh, by the way, if my memory serves me right, he used to be a loyal servant to Grek, specifically tasked with sourcing and capturing materials for limb restoration. Had he not just proven somewhat useful, I would have dealt with him decisively." Lin Luo spoke calmly, concealing another reason for his restraint. He did not wish to leave Melina with the impression of a senseless killer. Even with a clear explanation, a rift would still remain. Melina nodded in understanding. Indeed, it was as he said. After the two departed, Gatak wore a face twisted with resentment. How dare that lowly fated one? He scoffed, sprinting towards the city. Chapter 21. An unexpected change. Although Grek's royal soldiers were numerous, they possessed a glaring weakness. Most of the soldiers had nearly lost their consciousness. A consequence of the shattered law ring. Those few who retained their awareness were assigned to significant positions. Thus, Lin Luo and Melina effortlessly entered the city. The defenses of Stonevale City were indeed formidable. Not only were there many guards, but the numerous crossbow platforms also posed a significant concern. Behind every crossbow platform stood a soldier, ready to unleash a hail of bolts upon any enemy foolish enough to intrude. The soldiers patrolled the city, mercilessly slaying even the occasional rat that dared to venture up from below, a testament to the formidable defenses of Stonevale. Lin Luo and Melina successfully navigated past the initial line of defense, arriving at a small room around the corner on the second floor. Here lay a blessing point, which they illuminated, granting them direct access to Stonevale when the time came. Grake was likely positioned not far beyond the second line of defense. After activating the blessing, Lin Luo cast protective spells on both himself and Melina, aware of the limited duration of such magic. Yet, just as he prepared to circumvent the second line of defense, he noticed a contingent of soldiers approaching from both the front and rear. Surprisingly, during broad daylight, each squad was brandishing torches. This should have elicited a laugh. But Lin Luo's expression turned grave. Regret washed over him for not having dispatched Godok earlier, while anger simmered within him. It was one thing to be schemed against, but this was a clear attempt to ensure both his and Melina's demise. They must have employed some unknown means, for the call of the blessing now eluded him. "Melina, you should take refuge in the blessing," Lin Luo said, extending his hand to shield her. Melina responded, puzzled. "What is the matter?" "Those must be the sentry torches," Lin Luo remarked, his brow furrowing. "It appears Grake is quite affluent to have equipped so many sentries. However, it is unusual for them to light their torches at this hour without cause." Lin Luo recalled Godok's visage, cursing himself for not having dealt with him decisively. "Had I known, I would have simply eliminated him. Damn it, I shall never hesitate again." He slapped himself across the face, startling Melina. "What's wrong?" Melina hurried over, grasping Lin Luo's hand, her gaze fixed on him. "Nothing," Lin Luo replied, momentarily taken aback by her concern, then smiled. "Those sentry torches can detect us. They are designed to break invisibility. I suspect this is the handiwork of that Godok. Is that your reason for wanting me to return to the blessing?" Melina puffed her cheeks, appearing somewhat irked. "I'm not just a decorative vase." It was the first time Lin Luo had witnessed such a tone from Melina, and he found himself momentarily entranced. Goodness, is she pouting? No, she looks so adorably cute, he thought, tears of frustration brimming at the corners of his eyes. "It seems our infiltration has failed," Melina mused, unaware of the change in Lin Luo's demeanor as she lowered her head in contemplation. "No," Lin Luo interjected, positioning himself in front of Melina. "The infiltration has not yet failed. If we eliminate them, then no one will be aware of our presence." Lin Luo exhibited a wicked smile, yet Melina gazed upon him, enveloped in an unparalleled sense of security. The tale seemed like a fanciful myth. Yet when articulated by Lin Luo, it bore an undeniable authenticity that left Melina murmuring to herself. "Let us test the blade's edge," Lin Luo declared, retrieving the Valkyrie's gauntlet blade from his satchel. "Be obedient and bestow blessings. Remember my earlier words. As long as a man draws breath, he shall never allow his beloved to stand in harm's way." A light chuckle escaped Lin Luo as the cloak of invisibility gradually dissipated around him. Melina yearned to voice her thoughts, but under Lin Luo's resolute gaze, she ultimately nodded in compliance. "You shall merely remain beautiful behind me," he whispered, drawing closer to her face and bestowing a gentle kiss. Now, the task is entrusted to me, as Melina's blade. Melina's cheeks flushed crimson as her form slowly began to fade. Thus, the slaughter shall commence. Her eyes transformed into a lifeless twilight blue, embodying the essence of the Huntress Queen. Lin Luo stepped forth from the chamber, boldly confronting the gathered crowd. The patrolling soldiers immediately recognized him, taken aback by his brazen demeanor, as if he held little regard for their presence. The leading soldier felt deeply insulted and swiftly drew the horn strapped to his waist, its resounding call echoing throughout the entirety of Stonevale City. Instantly, all soldiers stood alert, leaving a couple behind while the rest hastened towards the sound of the horn. The commander did not rush into an assault, but instead commanded several squads to encircle the area, preventing Lin Luo's escape. With an impassive expression, Lin Luo leapt from the staircase, slowly donning his helmet, not for any reason other than to shield himself from blood and filth. Shortly thereafter, the majority of Stonevale City's military forces began to converge, numbering in the hundreds, perhaps. Amidst the throng, Lin Luo bore a cruel smile. Slay this pitiful fated one. Deliver him to Lord Grake, and he shall be dismembered. Surely, a reward awaits. The rallying cry of a soldier ignited the morale of the men. They surged forward, perceiving not an enemy, but a moving opportunity for glory. Little did they know, the man before them was Lin Luo, a name that would soon become a nightmare for Stonevale City. In the heart of the crowd, Lin Luo adjusted his helmet, his right hand gripping the long sword that pulsed with a thirst for blood. Then let my blade taste you first, he proclaimed, positioning his sword across his body, his form levitating above the ground. Waterfowl in a frenzied dance. The sky took on an eerie hue as the stormy hills loomed. Little Red Riding Hood gazed towards Stonevale City, her heart racing as the heavens turned a blood-red hue. Could it be that the heinous act of dismemberment has provoked the wrath of the divine? She pondered, clasping her hands over her chest and silently offering her prayers. Within the confines of the sanctuary, Melina listened with growing concern to the terrifying screams echoing from outside, worried for Lin Luo's safety. Yet she refrained from stepping out, for Lin Luo had instructed her to remain inside, and she would heed his command. As he faced a multitude of adversaries, her desire to assist him was palpable. But she understood that her presence might only serve as a burden. Now you comprehend the consequences of offending me, you wretched fated one, she mused, her thoughts consumed by anxiety for Lin Luo when a familiar voice interrupted her. Melina furrowed her brow and turned to see Gertok standing behind her, a knife clutched in his hand and a morbid smile gracing his features. As his witch, you shall accompany him to his demise, Gertok declared, quick-witted as she was. Melina grasped the gravity of the situation immediately. Indeed, you should have been slain long ago, she retorted, her expression darkening as she uttered such words for the first time. Regret had come too late. May you meet your end. Chapter 22. Nephilim. The battle had raged for an indeterminate duration. All that was evident was the darkening sky and the crimson-stained earth, punctuated by the anguished cries emanating from the city of Stonevale. After what felt like hours, Lin Luo severed the head of the last soldier before him, finally ceasing the carnage. Amidst the onslaught of hundreds, his waterbirds whirled like a meat grinder, annihilating every soldier who dared to approach. The city of Stonevale had never been as eerily silent as it was now. A ghost town, a city of the deceased. Drip, drip, drip. Blood trickled from the blade's tip, landing on the ground with a haunting, muffled sound. Lin Luo's gaze gradually cleared, the vibrant hue of his eyes fading to a dull gray. He removed his helmet, once adorned with a white plume, now stained a deep crimson. He had invoked the power of the death rune, ensuring that the souls of the slain would not return to the golden tree. Incomplete annihilation would only empower the supreme will through the tree. What is this? The tumult of battle had been considerable, and as silence fell, Nephilim, in the chambers below, became curious. She had discerned that the soldiers had been capturing invaders, and with the quietude now enveloping the area, she surmised that the valiant warrior had likely fallen in battle. Were it possible, she would reclaim his body. Such a person should not be reduced to a mere tool for reanimation. A newcomer approached, a warrior clad in light attire, her sun-kissed skin exposed, revealing a flat abdomen. Her lips pressed together, exuding an air of confidence. What transpired here? Nephilim murmured, regretting her decision not to witness the extraordinary scene. The ground was littered with bones, and rivers of blood flowed, a fitting description of the current tableau. Yet, would not the souls of the dead return to the golden tree? Who? Lin Luo immediately sensed the stirrings from that direction. His helmet was left behind as his figure vanished into thin air. With the relentless propulsion of the houndess pace, it surged forward several meters in an instant. By the time Nepheri regained her senses, Lin Luo's longsword was already poised against her neck. The force he exerted was formidable, and as he pressed the blade downwards, a crimson hue began to seep forth. Startled, Nephri hesitated for a moment, only to feel the sharp sting at her throat. Realizing that the harbinger of death had indeed approached her. "I am not a subordinate of Grek," she stammered, her body trembling slightly. The swiftness of his movement had genuinely unsettled her. Upon hearing her words, Lin Luo's gaze sharpened, and he scrutinized her closely. Familiar memories surfaced in his mind. This woman seemed to be the warrior Nephri, the adopted daughter of Sir Baiji. "My apologies," Lin Luo replied flatly, sheathing his sword and casting an incredulous glance at Nephri. "Had you arrived a moment earlier, I fear I might not have been able to restrain my blade." Nephri swallowed hard, still shaken, and continued, "You are a fading one, are you not? Your target is Grek, I presume? If possible, I would like to accompany you. I cannot allow a tyrant like Grek to rule over Eastonvale." Nephri initially intended to inquire about the corpses that had not returned to the Golden Tree, but upon meeting Lin Luo's indifferent gaze, her usual boldness faltered slightly. It was indeed a scene that could instill fear. After a prolonged examination of Nephri, Lin Luo finally nodded. "If circumstances permit, I hope you will take charge of Eastonvale. The city cannot remain without a ruler." His words were not spoken lightly. He understood the character of the person before him, bold yet meticulous, exuding a kingly majesty. Fierce in action, yet embodying the compassion of a ruler. Even towards the failed creations known as the Platinum Sons, Nephri maintained a heart of mercy. Since the son of the Lord of Hydekini's Nimsh fortress had chosen her, Lin Luo felt no reluctance in making this proposition. "Me?" Nephri was taken aback. Surprised by Lin Luo's statement, pondering how he could trust her, having just met her, fearing she might become a tyrant like Grek. Yet, despite her doubts, she nodded, filled with confidence that she could surpass Grek. After all, Grek had no room for regression, correct? "Then, my lord, please tend to your city." Lin Luo smiled, bowing slightly to Nephri before turning to leave. Suddenly, Nephri felt as though she had been duped, sensing that she had unwittingly accepted a daunting responsibility. Lost in thought, Nephri pondered her predicament. Lin Luo yawned and changed into a new set of garments, for the armor he had just worn was now splattered with blood, leaving no clean spot. After completing this task, he made his way towards the previous blessing point, suspecting that Melina had been waiting for quite some time. Upon reaching the entrance, Lin Luo heard an angry outcry. "That voice is at Gertok. The foolish witch, just like that accursed fading one." Gertok furiously cursed, yet there was no one in sight before him. Presumably, Melina could no longer endure his insults and had retreated to the sanctuary. As for why she had not killed him, Melina naturally intended to wait for Lin Luo's return before addressing the matter. The outside has fallen silent. That foolish faded one is likely dead out there." A morbid grin spread across Gertok's face. Can you guess how he met his demise? Was it at the hands of countless soldiers who tore him apart, or was he hanged from the walls of Stonevale? Or perhaps he was sent to be dismembered by Grek? "Oh no, that would be too merciful. I truly wish to go out and see." "Then come out and take a look," Lin Luo's voice echoed at the door, his face adorned with a chilling smile. "You can deceive me, but to insult Melina?" Gertok abruptly turned to the entrance, stunned to see the most improbable person had indeed appeared. "No, impossible. How could you possibly still be alive?" Gertok shouted in madness, then suddenly froze, revealing a self-satisfied grin. "It's you, isn't it, foolish witch?" Trying to use this method to bang. Lin Luo swiftly delivered a kick that knocked Gertok down, his foot pressing hard against Gertok's face, grinding mercilessly. "Lin Luo?" Melina's figure materialized, her voice filled with surprise, seemingly tinged with a hint of tears. She immediately leaped into Lin Luo's embrace, clinging to him tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. Lin Luo noticeably trembled. It was the first time he had witnessed Melina being so proactive. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes reflecting a hint of affection as he slowly wrapped his arms around Melina, gently patting her back. "Do not worry, see, I am perfectly fine." Lin Luo spoke tenderly, though he did not ease the pressure on Gertok's face. Rather, he applied even more force. Chapter 23, Supreme Will. Why keep him alive? Lin Luo looked at Melina, speaking softly. "Next time he insults you, just kill him. I wanted to wait for your return. Perhaps he still has some use," Melina replied. Her cheeks still flushed, her soft voice eliciting a certain warmth in Lin Luo. "Indeed," Lin Luo remarked, glancing at Gertok, realizing that he should not be granted such an easy death. Gertok, sensing the intensity of Lin Luo's gaze, felt a prickling unease, yet he continued to hurl insults. "You pitiful fated one, no matter how powerful you become, you are ultimately just a product discarded by the Golden Tree. Gertok erupted, directing his vitriol at Lin Luo. Come on, kill me, you wretched fated one. One day you will bang. Another vicious kick from Lin Luo shattered several of Gertok's teeth. Lin Luo, uninterested in Gertok's further rants, reached into his storage bag and withdrew a few royal swords, infusing them with a touch of death rune. Death, fear not, for you shall meet your demise. Lin Luo seized Gutoke, hurling him against the wall, and with a swift motion, the sharp blade of the king's army pierced through Gutoke's limbs, pinning him to the wall. Ah, no. Gutoke let out a furious and agonized wail. Kill me. In my life, you wretched fade. His incessant cries of wretched fade echoed in the air. Lin Luo retaliated with a powerful slap across Gutoke's face. Subsequently, he retrieved several warm stones from his storage bag, casting them beside Gutoke. The warm stones emitted a gentle glow that illuminated the surroundings, and to everyone's astonishment, Gutoke's injuries began to mend. What do you intend to do? A flicker of fear finally crossed Gutoke's eyes. He was unafraid of death, for he would eventually return to the Golden Tree, but that did not mean he was impervious to pain. Do you think that dying is inconsequential? Lin Luo shrugged. After all, the Golden Tree will reclaim the souls of those like you, allowing for rebirth. But alas, I shall ensure that your death is neither swift nor painless. And I will make certain it is utterly definitive. Lin Luo released his hold on Melina, and from his storage bag, he produced a summoning bell. The bell chimed softly, its sound crisp and melodious. Yet for Gutoke, it was the clarion call of the Reaper. A spectral white, decayed wild dog materialized, its teeth razor-sharp, exuding a foul, crimson aura of rot. No, you cannot do this. I beg you, kill me. Gutoke cried out in terror. I was wrong to betray. I deserve to die? His voice trembled, as if the apparition of the wild dog was the last straw. And the death runes emanating from the swords embedded in his limbs were the primary source of his dread. It seems you remain oblivious to the gravity of your situation, Lin Luo remarked, slowly releasing Melina as he produced a stimulant from his storage bag. This potion was designed to enhance one's offensive capabilities, but it also invigorated the spirit, preventing him from succumbing to unconsciousness. He forcefully placed it in Gutoke's mouth, then stuffed a rag to muffle his cries. Now repent well. Lin Luo turned his gaze away, wrapping an arm around Melina as they made their way toward the exit. With a wave of his hand, the decayed wild dog commenced its gruesome feast. Now, Gutoke could do naught but pray for the warm stones to work swiftly. Having completed these grim tasks, Lin Luo finally turned his attention back to Melina. In his haste to extricate her from the scene, he wished to shield her from the impending horror that awaited Gutoke. However, upon stepping outside, the sight of the carnage in the city made him reconsider. Perhaps it was better for her to witness Gutoke's end. Lin Luo swallowed hard before speaking. Melina, do you think I am unfit to be a king? He sighed deeply, settling down on the ground, allowing his hand to rest gently upon her fragrant shoulder. Perhaps, if I were to ascend to the throne in the future, would I also become a tyrant akin to Grek? Lin Luo propped his chin on his hands, gazing skyward, lost in thought. Melina remained silent, sitting quietly beside him, seemingly indifferent to the corpses surrounding them. I once asked you why I sometimes feel a sense of cowardice when I began to show mercy to others. You mentioned that this might be the benevolence of a king. However, just now, in the face of those soldiers, I felt no emotions whatsoever. Although I do not despise this version of myself, I yearn to transform into a worthy king. After all, these are not merely 100 ants, but lives of living beings. Unlike the cycle, which comprises spirits devoid of blood, where what spills from wounds is not blood but runes. Lin Luo had experienced unparalleled strength before, yet that sensation pales in comparison to the act of taking a real life with his own hands. Lin Luo believed it essential to hold reverence for life. Yet, this does not imply that he would become a do-gooder. He possesses the authority to take lives as well. You are mistaken, Lin Luo, Melina gently interjected. It is the king who shapes the world, not the world that shapes the king. You need not alter yourself to become something. To do so would merely be to become a king for the sake of kingship. Every king is unique. Why must you emulate the former kings? Melina gradually embraced Lin Luo, sensing the turmoil within him. A single phrase stirred Lin Luo from his reverie. Indeed, when did I become this way? Why do I constantly compare myself to the past Elden King? Had I not once vowed to become my own Elden King? Lin Luo's gaze gradually cleared. The twilight blue and pure yellow of his eyes began to surface, and the madness within him started to boil, the death runes quivering. They sensed an external provocation. Melina too felt the aura of madness, but displayed neither surprise nor anger. She had no intention of questioning Lin Luo. Perhaps, at the moment their runes resonated, they had already become inseparable. All right. Lin Luo suddenly laughed, the colors in his pupils fading as the confusion and doubt dissipated, revealing a clarity and determination that shone brightly in his once dull eyes. Supreme Will, I underestimated you, he murmured. He had not anticipated that the true strength of this Supreme Will was not formidable, yet it excelled at manipulating human nature, managing to exploit his own vulnerabilities to forcibly breach the death runes and madness to entice him. You shall have no more chances. He promptly retrieved the crystalline necklace from his pouch, identical to the one Melina wore, crafted from crystalline mirrors. Initially, he had looked down upon it, yet now he realized he had truly underestimated its significance. Lin Luo? Melina cast a puzzled glance at Lin Luo, soon revealing a genuine smile. It seemed that Lin Luo had come to a realization. I have made my decision, Lin Luo said softly, looking at Melina. Unbeknownst to him, his vulnerability lay within Melina. Yet it was she who aided him in breaking free from the grasp of the Supreme Will. I shall become my own Elden King, and simultaneously, I shall become your Elden King. Lin Luo gazed at Melina, leaned down, and kissed her pale lips. Goodness, it feels as though their emotions are portrayed far too deeply. How shall I write about Lonnie's segment later? He thought, feeling a pang of discomfort, wishing he could push himself harder. Chapter 24. A brief and feeble chapter. The sky gradually darkened. Nephi had nearly cleared the bodies within the city, yet the bloodstained ground was a task too great for her alone to accomplish. When Nephi intended to inform Lin Luo of her progress, she unexpectedly caught sight of the two sharing a tender moment, delivering a crushing blow to her spirit. Here I am, diligently cleaning, while you indulge in romance, she thought. Nephi felt life darken around her. She was powerless to fight back and had to heed others' commands. Never mind, I shall continue my work. Once Grake is dead, my day of recognition will come. She cast a furtive glance at the couple before hurrying away. In truth, the city had not been completely cleansed. Several noble limbs still remained unaccounted for. However, the majority of the soldiers had fallen to Lin Luo's blade, and the remaining stragglers were either subdued by Nephi or dealt with decisively. As night fell, Lin Luo had no intention of resting. He planned to eliminate Grake while the night still held promise. Had Grake not noticed the commotion? Or was he simply overconfident in his soldiers? After all, it took a certain foolishness to challenge a Valkyrie and confront a star-shattering force, qualities that Grake possessed, despite his lack of strength. Perhaps you should rest if you're weary, Melina suggested, observing Lin Luo's readiness to depart once more, her concern evident. You fought for so long today. I do not wish for you to encounter any misfortune. I actually. Lin Luo began to decline, but upon seeing Melina's caring gaze, he swallowed his words. Very well then, he conceded with a nod, prompting a joyful smile from Melina. Though Lin Luo had a high level of resilience, the prolonged battle had inevitably left him somewhat fatigued. They ascended to the city wall via the lift, as the environment below was far from pleasant. Sitting atop the wall, they leaned against Torrent. Where's my steed? Torrent exclaimed. Lin Luo, dismissing any strange thoughts, simply closed his eyes, allowing weariness to seep into his limbs and flesh. In an instant, his body felt soft and weightless, as though he were floating. Soon, Lin Luo fell into a deep slumber. Melina gazed upon the profile of Lin Luo, and for reasons unknown, she was compelled to bestow a gentle kiss upon him. A warmth surged to her cheeks, yet she quickly regained her composure, leaning softly against Lin Luo's shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut for a brief respite. The following day, Lin Luo arose early. He first ventured into the city to locate the remnants of the chrysalis, subsequently eliminating the remaining nobility of the severed and the decayed tree spirits below. Thus, only Grek remained. Presumably, Grek was preoccupied with the severed and remained oblivious to the happenings in the city. It was likely that his confidants would refrain from disturbing him at this hour, for they, too, would not wish to provoke Grek, lest they themselves become part of the severed, a fate too dire to contemplate. It was time to seek out Grek. Once this matter was resolved, he would proceed to Linia. After dispatching the final severed noble, he set his course directly towards Grek. The initial plan had been to slay Grek and depart. However, circumstances had shifted, and since he had already vanquished so many, it seemed prudent to cleanse the area entirely, transforming it into a future refuge. Lin Luo was well acquainted with Grek's lair. Given Grek's reverence for the dragon's corpse, he would never permit anyone to trespass. Exiting the chamber and following the main road, he soon arrived at Grek's boss room. Slowly drawing his black sword, he brandished the Azural's luminous staff in his left hand. Are you not taking me along? At that moment, Melina's voice rang out, tinged with irritation. Startled, Lin Luo turned to see Nephi, behind whom Melina stood, pouting in indignation. I merely wanted to scout ahead and inadvertently found myself here, Lin Luo replied, whistling as he gazed skyward. I can be of assistance, Melina interjected. Do not use your previous words to silence me. I refuse to be a mere ornament. Her voice dwindled as she spoke. Forgive me, Lin Luo responded, fully aware of Melina's prowess. He recalled their first encounter in the royal city when Melina had significantly aided him against the malevolent king of Omen. It would be inaccurate to claim otherwise, for Melina had delivered most of the damage while he had merely coasted through. Now that he had grown stronger, he naturally wished to shield Melina from harm. There is no need for apologies. I know you are concerned for my safety, Lin Luo reassured her, gently ruffling her hair, allowing silence to convey their unspoken understanding. This left Nephilim flummoxed. Why am I here? I should be beneath the carriage, not inside it. I could also assist you. That wretched Grek has committed acts of severance, a behavior unbefitting a king. Even if I were to intervene, my adoptive father would likely turn a blind eye. Nephilim declared vehemently. As fate would have it, upon arrival, Grek could hardly blame us for abandoning our principles. Lin Luo smiled faintly and stepped inside. Entering through the grand entrance, he arrived at the royal chamber where Grek resided. At that moment, Grek was murmuring to a dragon's lifeless body, O descendant of dragons, your power, without a doubt, can elevate me to greater heights. Sensing movement behind him, Grek turned to face the source. Is it you three who provide this confidence? Do you dare to challenge the divine? Alas, the audacity of mere fated beings is quite remarkable. Kneel before me. I am the Golden Monarch. With a swift motion, Grek tore off his cloak, revealing a multitude of severed limbs pieced together, victims from before. Let us reckon both new grievances and old. Chapter 25. Grek's demise. Let us engage directly, Lin Luo declared, eyeing the imposing Grek before turning to the two women. Initially, he intended to be cautious. But with allies at his side, there was no need for trepidation. He would charge forth without hesitation. Fated ones, meet your end. The limbs behind Grek began to writhe, and two axes slid across the ground, leaving deep grooves in their wake. Suddenly, Grek accelerated, charging towards Lin Luo and his companions. The tremendous force stirred clouds of dust, and in the blink of an eye, Grek's colossal axe was upon Lin Luo. Clang! The anticipated clash echoed as the black sword was raised, meeting the giant axe with a resounding metallic clash that rang in the ears of all present. The collision of their formidable energies prompted Melina and Nephthys to retreat from the fray. Melina shed her long robe, revealing a finely crafted armor beneath, perfectly protecting all vital areas, while her right hand gripped a mission dagger, reminiscent of the weaponry from the Black Blade organization. Nephthys, on the other hand, was more brutish, brandishing two massive axes whose blades dwarfed her head several times over. Truly, she embodied the spirit of a warrior. Grek, you never cease to impress. Lin Luo raised his sword, his other hand resting on the black blade as their gazes locked. In Lin Luo's eyes, Grek perceived contempt, mockery, and perhaps pity. The audacity of this fated one to feel sympathy for me? This realization ignited a furious wrath within Grek. Die! Grek lifted the surrounding limbs and swung another axe aimed at Lin Luo's head. Had Lin Luo been alone, he might have evaded the strike. However, this time, Melina gracefully leaped, her sword shimmering as runes surged upon its blade, and with a swift stroke, she unleashed a golden arc towards Grek, radiating a searing heat. Swoosh! Grek's arm, which clutched the axe, was severed cleanly, and the massive weapon clattered to the ground. Cursed! Despicable fated ones! Grek let out a pained howl, followed by a frenzied assault. Behind him, hundreds of limbs began to wield their respective weapons, swords and halberds, targeting Lin Luo before him. Naturally, Lin Luo would not let this opportunity slip away. He tightened his grip, channeling greater strength into his sword arm. Grek sensed the immense power radiating from Lin Luo beneath the weight of his axe, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. This is impossible. How could a fated one possess such strength? Desperation surged through Grek, and without hesitation, he unleashed all the weapons behind him towards Lin Luo. Such chaotic strikes might befit a tale, yet Lin Luo was all too aware of Grek's capabilities from their numerous encounters. With deft precision, the black sword sent Grek's axe flying, its blade severing dozens of limbs in an instant. The death rune on the wounds burned fiercely, preventing even a drop of blood from escaping. Grek had never endured such agony, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at Lin Luo. Fated one, how dare you, to steal the death rune? You wretched fated one, that is not yours to touch. His incessant taunts of wretched fated one echoed in the air. At that moment, Nephilia, having stealthily approached Grek from behind, swung her massive axes down upon the joint of his shoulder, causing blood to erupt profusely. Realizing the strength of the fated one, Nephilia retreated a step and struck again at the right leg, catching Grek off guard and forcing him to kneel. Red Lion Flame. Lin Luo seized the opportunity, summoning a battle ash. This was no game. With Grek down, it was time for a relentless assault. A defeated foe had no invincibility frames. A crimson flame surged forth from Lin Luo's left hand. Grek found himself enveloped in darkness as his consciousness began to fade. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Melina was not idle either. She clasped her hands together, golden runes emanating a prayer. Streams of golden light floated towards Grek, followed by beams of golden lasers raining down upon him. Each ray of light enveloped Grek in swirling black smoke. Likely a purifying prayer, far more effective against Grek than any damage-dealing incantation. My wife truly is remarkable, Lin Luo mused. Though he typically adhered to the principle of one-on-one combat, when faced with the choice between his spouse and his principles, he resolutely chose the former. With a swift motion, he delivered a knee strike to Grek's chin, the tremendous impact jolting Grek back to awareness. Before he could fully grasp the clarity of those fleeting moments, he felt a chilling sensation in his chest quickly replaced by a heated ache, followed by a piercing pain that drilled deep within him. The black sword plunged into Grek's chest, its dark crimson aura churning violently within him. A heart-wrenching scream escaped Grek's lips, echoing with the faint cries of countless souls, those of his former masters, now amalgamated with his being. No, it cannot be. I am the Golden Monarch. Grek collapsed to the ground, the relentless power of the death rune continuing to sear through him. Struggling, he crawled upon the earth, his gaze still fixated on the dragon's corpse nearby. It seemed he harbored a glimmer of hope for his own fate. Lin Luo shook his head, stepping over Grek to position himself before him, closely followed by Melina. Nephilia, sensing Lin Luo's intentions, refrained from delivering a fatal blow to Grek. Nevertheless, it appeared that Grek's time was all but concluded. Fated one, spare me. Grek's voice emerged as a labored whisper, sounding utterly exhausted. Please, I beg you, let me live. He crawled towards Lin Luo, clutching at his leg, but Lin Luo sidestepped him, his eyes still wandering toward the dragon's remains. Indeed, Lin Luo shook his head. You foolishly wish to use this corpse for your final restoration, do you? You can accept disguising yourself as a woman to flee from Ratton. You can accept challenging Melina, kissing her feet in exchange for a life. Yet you cannot bear the thought of a royal descendant groveling before a lowly fated one. Lin Luo slowly drew his sword, pointing it at Grek. Ha! Grek paused, momentarily taken aback, before erupting into laughter. Fated one, I acknowledge you. With great difficulty, Grek rose and circled around Lin Luo. As a scion of warriors, he found this truly remarkable. Lin Luo remained motionless, merely observing him. Grek lay beside the dragon's corpse, this time relinquishing any thought of restoration. I am the Golden Monarch. One day, we shall return home together, to the homeland beneath the golden tree. Chapter 26. The Round Table Hall. Upon uttering these words, Grek gradually succumbed to the void. His body did not vanish, for the bearer of the death rune is not sheltered by the golden tree. Lin Luo stepped forward, removing the grand rune from Grek's chest, casting a deep glance at him. Nephilia, please bury Grek when the time comes. Lin Luo stated calmly, though the monarch is deceased, he must not be left to rot in the wilderness, despite his foolish reign. Nephilia questioned, puzzled, yet ultimately chose to comply. To her, a man like Grek deserved a fate of dismemberment and utter obliteration. Lin Luo had contemplated such an outcome himself, but whether it was a sudden epiphany or something else, he ultimately decided that burial was the more fitting course of action. After all, using the death rune to eliminate Grek serves as his ultimate punishment. Melina nodded slightly, fully aware of the profound implications of the death rune. Those who have severed their ties can largely return to the golden tree, while Grek has truly met his demise. With this matter settled, Melina turned to Lin Luo and spoke of the Round Table Hall. Do you require my assistance to guide you to the Round Table Hall? She inquired, understanding that Lin Luo possessed a greater familiarity with the hall than she did. Naturally, after bestowing the blessing, Lin Luo recalled the matter concerning Little Red Riding Hood. Melina, let us first visit Stormhill and bring that girl to the Round Table Hall. She belongs there. Lin Luo seemed to have a deep understanding of her. Melina tilted her head and remarked, perhaps without any ulterior motive. Yet Lin Luo felt an inexplicable shiver run down his spine. What are you thinking? Lin Luo lightly tapped Melina on the backside. Melina, taken aback, looked at him with a mix of confusion and indignation. Now it's my turn to feel awkward, Lin Luo admitted. That girl, Little Red Riding Hood, is actually my future spirit guide. He awkwardly rubbed his nose, ultimately deciding to cast aside his embarrassment and embraced Melina, pulling her into his arms. "Let us go," he declared, disregarding Melina's feeble protests as he approached the blessing to initiate the teleportation. "Hey, did you forget something?" Nephi, standing behind, gazed at the vanishing figures of the two with a befuddled expression. "I shouldn't even be part of this storyline." Nephi displayed a pained expression before furiously resuming her digging. With a flash of golden light, Lin Luo and Melina materialized in the small, dilapidated house at Stormhill. Little Red Riding Hood immediately noticed their presence. Initially, she was apprehensive, for as a fated one, she could not perceive the blessing as guidance. The sudden appearance of the two made her feel a tinge of panic. However, as she gradually recognized Lin Luo's face, her fears subsided. "The fated one seems deeply in love with his wife," Little Red Riding Hood murmured, having witnessed Lin Luo holding Melina in a princess carry, making it difficult to deny any speculation. Lin Luo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. How does one even explain this? Wait, what need is there for an explanation? She is not wrong. Melina began to speak, but Lin Luo hastily covered her mouth, his eyes pleading for silence. This gesture softened Melina's heart. She shyly nodded, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Ahem, Lin Luo gently set Melina down, cleared his throat, and turned his attention to Little Red Riding Hood. "Here, take this," he said, extending the remnants of the cocoon swarm towards her. "Perhaps you will recognize this." Little Red Riding Hood was momentarily taken aback. "What is this? Is this a relic from everyone?" It is indeed astonishing that such a thing exists." Little Red Riding Hood's eyes glistened with a hint of redness as she continued to peruse the remnants of the chrysalis. "Trust me, everyone. Even if I am powerless at present, I still believe that I can achieve something in the future." Rising to her feet, Little Red Riding Hood performed a respectful noble gesture towards Lin Luo, likely a significant expression of gratitude in her culture. "My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I am Rodrika," she stated to Lin Luo. "Though I am unaware of your name, I sense your goodness. If it pleases you, could you escort me to the Round Table Hall? I wish to discover what I am capable of." "I am Lin Luo. Of course, I can take you there." "I had promised you before," Lin Luo replied, a warm smile gracing his lips. "Then let us proceed together." "Melina, let us go," Lin Luo said, taking Melina's small hand and stepping before Little Red Riding Hood. Melina gently placed her other hand atop Rodrika's, and a golden light enveloped the three of them. In an instant, Rodrika found herself in a different place, the Round Table Hall. Unlike the dimness of the fire sacrifice venue, the Round Table Hall was illuminated by a magnificent golden radiance, casting brightness upon everything. The surrounding individuals cast astonished glances, for it had been ages since a newcomer graced their presence. However, they maintained their aloof demeanor. The fated ones would not engage unless approached. In truth, Lin Luo had little need for the Round Table Hall, as his weapon had already reached its peak enhancement. "Rodrika, if you wish to embark on a journey of your own, I suggest you seek out Mr. Shogu in that direction," Lin Luo advised. "I can see that you possess the talent for spirit manipulation, but I cannot instruct you, as I lack that knowledge. However, Mr. Shogu will surely teach you. Though he may appear fierce, he is truly soft-hearted and gentle." Lin Luo spoke softly. "I understand you may feel a twinge of embarrassment or perhaps doubt yourself, but I must say that your destiny can be altered, and the meaning of your existence can be found here. The path has been laid out for you. It is now a matter of your choice." Rodrika gazed at Lin Luo with gratitude, nodding resolutely. "Lord Lin Luo, I shall not disappoint you." With that, she ventured towards Mr. Shogu's vicinity, the crisp sound of hammering guiding her way. "Lin Luo, your presence here must not solely be for this purpose," Melina murmured softly, sensing that Lin Luo's grip on her hand had tightened noticeably. If it were not due to anger, then it must be excitement or anxiety. "Indeed," Lin Luo replied, his gaze fixated intensely on the main entrance of the Round Table Hall. "That is a pair of fingers." Chapter 27. A confrontation with the Supreme Will. Once more, Lin Luo was no stranger to facing the Supreme Will. In the final cycle, Lin Luo confronted the Supreme Will, marking their first clash. In the city of Stonevale, the Supreme Will attempted to manipulate Lin Luo, only for him to break free, which constituted their second encounter. Now, this was to be their third. This time, he faced the Twin Fingers, the emissaries of the Supreme Will. Though they lacked the true might of the Supreme Will, it wielded them to exert control over nearly the entire borderlands. The essence of the Supreme Will resided beyond the heavens, and as the seal remained unbroken, it could only command others through these twin fingers. Numerous twin fingers existed, such as those atop the divine spire, each representing a demigod under its dominion. Lani first employed a fragment of the death rune to slay her own body, liberating herself from the grasp of the twin fingers, and then utilized the hunting finger blade to vanquish the twin finger that controlled her, thus truly escaping the clutches of the Supreme Will. Upon the death of each demigod, their corresponding twin finger would also perish. Yet, the one before Lin Luo remained a mystery, its true representation unknown. Lin Luo cautiously approached, tightly holding Melina for safety, enveloping her in the death rune. The Supreme Will's methods of manipulating the human heart were indeed insidious. Previously, the crystal mirror necklace had effectively repelled its consciousness. However, facing the twin fingers directly, Lin Luo sought to avoid any unforeseen incidents. As he advanced towards the twin fingers, he glanced at the witch, Enya, beside him. He recognized her as likely a contingency left by Marika, poised to misinterpret the intentions of the fingers to guide the Tarnished. It must be said, her demeanor towards the Tarnished was quite benevolent. Nevertheless, Lin Luo had no time to engage with her now. Observing Lin Luo's silence, Enya remained quiet, seated with a benign smile that, to an untrained eye, could appear somewhat eerie. Tarnished, how dare you return? At that moment, the voice of the Supreme Will echoed within Lin Luo's mind. It turned out that he had removed his crystal mirror necklace specifically to converse with the Supreme Will. Why should I fear? Lin Luo chuckled lightly, addressing the twin fingers before him. Seeing Lin Luo's inexplicable behavior, Melina grasped him tightly, hoping for his safety. Perhaps you should remain in your celestial realm, Lin Luo jested. Sometimes, I find your foolishness amusing. You, the Supreme Will, do not even know from which obscure corner of the cosmos you have emerged to claim sovereignty over the borderland. Do you not realize how foolish you are? A king born from a mere push seeks to shatter your golden laws. The defenses you erected for the Elden Ring have become your greatest prison, and the puppets you nurtured now stand as your fiercest adversaries. Would you not agree, fool? Lin Luo erupted into boisterous laughter, his mirthful sounds piquing the curiosity of those outside. Foolish human, you will never comprehend the magnitude of what you face. You are doomed, you mere ant. You are only worthy of smelling my disdain. What is the matter? Do you feel a sense of injustice? The Dragon King Platon's Sanks, under your machinations, can only curl up in the Sky City. The Huntress Queen has had her death runes seized by you, vanishing without a trace. The servants of the malevolent deity, the giants, have been ruthlessly exterminated by your hand. Truly, it is a dire situation, and I find no room for complaint. Lin Luo shrugged, stating, however, when next I encounter you, I fear that my identity shall require a transformation. Arrogance. Oh, have I breached your defenses? Lin Luo chuckled as he donned the crystalline necklace. Ah, I shall not listen. I shall not listen. Lin Luo even stuck out his tongue, undoubtedly provoking the Supreme Will to great annoyance. Beside him, Melina also laughed, seemingly reassured that Lin Luo was unscathed. Yet, it was indeed a valid thought. How could Lin Luo ever be the one to suffer? Although the Supreme Consciousness's words were now inaudible, Lin Luo could easily envision it cursing him vehemently, issuing a plethora of threats. Regardless, Lin Luo chose to remain deaf to its tirades, for what one does not hear cannot trouble the mind. You wretched fated one, you shall pay dearly for your foolish actions. Ultimately, the Supreme Will abandoned its attempt to invade Lin Luo's consciousness. Do you truly believe I am powerless against you? Foolish fated one, you shall soon realize that opposing the divine leads to but one outcome, death. These were the ramblings of the Supreme Will, which Lin Luo did not hear even a single word of. Yet, it was evident that the Supreme Will harbored other schemes. Lin Luo was, of course, aware of the Black Blade organization. It was difficult to ascertain whether the Black Blade was under the dominion of Marika or the Supreme Will. Even Lin Luo was uncertain at this juncture. But what of it? Even if it were aligned with the Supreme Will, should the Supreme Will choose to bestow upon him the surplus energy of the Death Rune, Lin Luo would gladly accept. The Black Blade organization boasted individuals of demigod caliber. Yet for Lin Luo, they hardly posed a challenge. Elder Anya seemed to perceive the unusual tension of the fingers, for she was, after all, a witch of the fingers. Oh, the fated one has incited the wrath of the fingers? Anya appeared somewhat vexed, though the nature of her turmoil was unclear. It seemed Marika's contingency was intended to alter the golden law, rather than serve as a mere instrument for the Supreme Will to acquire power. Anya herself was unsure of her own feelings. After some inner conflict, she spoke to Lin Luo. Alas, fated one, regardless of the circumstances, go forth and become the Elden Lord. I cannot discern the will of the fingers. Anya was pitiable, caught in the machinations of both the fingers and Marika. I shall. Lin Luo replied earnestly, holding great respect for Anya. She was among the very few in the Round Table Hall who genuinely cared for the fated one. Lin Luo had initially contemplated slaying the fingers present in the Round Table Hall outright. However, He sensed an inexplicable connection between this particular finger and the round table itself. He refrains from engaging in ventures without certainty. After all, the act of killing is merely the will of the supreme entity expressed through a messenger, inconsequential to the supreme will itself. However, should he take action and subsequently find himself ostracized from the round table, the repercussions would be dire. Having acquired the information he sought, Lin Luo now felt little interest in the dual fingers. He must seek out Sir Gideon Ofnir. Sir Gideon Ofnir, perhaps the most astute man on this continent, immediately grasped the unfolding situation after the old woman conveyed the will of the dual fingers. The ring of law had shattered, and the true deity he revered, Marika, had vanished, necessitating a new king to restore order, even compelling them, the exiled Tarnished, to intervene. Within the grand blessing projected by the round table's reality, Sir Gideon, with his boundless knowledge, ascended to a position of leadership among the blessed. Lin Luo sensed that Sir Gideon was the most likely individual, aside from himself, to uncover the sinister plot of the supreme will. Yet, at this moment, Sir Gideon had likely not yet discerned that despairing truth. His sole ambition remained to become the Elden King. Chapter 28. Sir Gideon Ofnir. Lin Luo did not intend to be forthright with Sir Gideon. Directness would surely elicit his scorn. Perhaps this could instill a degree of caution in him, though it would likely prove of little consequence. A man of his intellect would invariably trust only what his own eyes beheld. Circumventing the grand entrance of the round table, Lin Luo arrived at Sir Gideon's door. A guard clad in a skull helmet stood sentinel. Undoubtedly, this was his subordinate, the formidable Wraithen Shi. He leaned against the wall, his right hand resting on his chin, head bowed as if deep in contemplation. Lin Luo disregarded him and entered the chamber. Tarnished? Ah, a new visitor, Sir Gideon mused, lifting his gaze to observe Lin Luo alongside Melina. Ah, it is a long-lost friend of Melina. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gideon Ofnir, known as Sir Gideon. Raising his head, he placed his hands upon the table, his silver helmet casting a shadow over his faded eyes, which gleamed with sagacity. Pray tell, what brings you here? Before Lin Luo could respond, Sir Gideon continued, if I am not mistaken, you have defeated Godric. I must say, you are formidable. However, to aspire to be the Elden King, you are still far from adequate. Godric is, after all, the weakest of the demigods. Do not misconstrue my intent. I merely offer a reminder, for you are now, in a manner of speaking, a member of the Round Table. Sir Gideon paused, allowing Lin Luo a moment to articulate his thoughts. Lin Luo gazed at Sir Gideon and began to speak slowly. It seems you possess considerable knowledge. If it pleases you, I would appreciate your assistance in locating the whereabouts of the Black Knife organization. The Black Knife? Sir Gideon expressed with a hint of surprise. I fear I cannot assist you at this moment, for the Black Blade is one of the principal factions involved in the Night of Conspiracy. If they were so easily discovered, they would have been eradicated long ago. However, you are Sir Wisdom, are you not? You may present your terms, for you, too. Value equivalent exchange, do you not? The Fated One, you appear to be rather formidable. Sir Wisdom fell silent for a brief moment, gazing intently at Lin Luo, seeking to discern something within his eyes. I cannot guarantee anything, but I shall offer you my assistance. However, I require information regarding the demigods, ever since the Shard Wars. Most of them have vanished without a trace. If you wish for my aid in locating the Black Blade, that shall be my condition. What do you think, Fated One? Sir Wisdom stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before continuing. If possible, I would like to inquire as to your motives for seeking the Black Blade. Of course, you may choose not to disclose this, as I am merely driven by curiosity. Naturally, I can, but not at this moment. Lin Luo shrugged and chuckled heartily. As a sage, you would never fully trust the words of others, would you? You seem to know me quite well. Sir Wisdom nodded in agreement. Indeed, false information is often more perilous than ignorance. Being unaware of the current situation poses no immediate harm, whereas misleading information can lead one to squander precious time in futile pursuits. It appears Sir Wisdom has suffered considerable losses in the past, as one must traverse many wrong paths to ultimately choose the right one. It cannot be said that I understand. Rather, I perceive the essence beneath the surface. Are you not the same? Haha. Sir Wisdom unexpectedly laughed. I never anticipated encountering a Fated One such as yourself. Sir Wisdom felt somewhat astonished. Those he had previously encountered were either too timid to approach Stormvale Castle or were mere rogues, wielding the powers of the Fated Ones, but surviving through plunder and theft in the borderlands. Others harbored grand ambitions, yet their meager strength led them astray, ultimately leaving them lost and their remains unrecognizable. This formidable individual, harboring aspirations for the Elden Throne and possessing a taste for adventure, is indeed a rarity. Lin Luo shrugged, appearing indifferent. At this juncture, Sir Wisdom noticed the apparent closeness between Lin Luo and Melina, as if they were in a romantic relationship. Sir Wisdom recalled the tale of Vic, who refused to let his witch perish as a spark and instead embraced the madness of flame. He was so close to ascension. Yet Sir Wisdom found this course of action utterly perplexing. At least, he could not comprehend it. Although Sir Bitesy had previously partnered with Dolores, their relationship was merely one of collaboration. While there were feelings involved, they were certainly not profound enough to warrant sacrificing one's life. Otherwise, when Selvies turned Dolores into a puppet, he would have taken matters into his own hands long before. Sir Bitesy had no intention of warning Lu. In fact, he secretly hoped that Lin Lu would ultimately embrace madness, as it would not affect his current plans and would eliminate a rival for the throne. "Are you pondering something impolite?" Lin Lu remarked, noticing Sir Bitesy's gaze lingering on Melina, which stirred a sense of discomfort within him. "How shameless. What are you thinking?" He chuckled, fully aware that Sir Bitesy was a man indifferent to women, and with a little deduction, Lin Lu had gleaned a hint of the truth. Cough, cough. Sir Bitesy nearly choked on his drink at Lin Lu's comment. "Good heavens. It certainly sounds like an insult, doesn't it? I'm several centuries old. I am not inclined to behave in such a manner. You must have misunderstood. Melina is an old friend of mine," he clarified, attempting to defuse the situation. "It seems you have a close relationship. I am genuinely pleased for Melina," Lin Lu thought to himself, stifling the urge to voice his true feelings. After all, he feared that if he spoke out, it might provoke Sir Bitesy into animosity. "Perhaps I misjudged," he replied. "It is getting late. Before night falls, let us proceed to Lake Lienia. The head of the Real Lucaria Magic Academy, the last queen of Kalia, Reina, resides there. It is the pathway to the royal city." "The fated one. Are you sending me away?" Lin Lu forced a smile, realizing that he had inadvertently fallen into Sir Bitesy's trap. "Since you are aware of this fated one's intentions to dismiss me, you should act accordingly and not display such a pitiful demeanor. Must you verbalize it?" Thanks to Sir Bitesy's helmet, he was spared the humiliation of the fated one mocking his expression, given the latter's notoriously harsh temperament. "Melina, let us go and not endure this indignity," Lin Lu said as he leaned on Melina's shoulder, exiting the room with a look of feigned grievance. Shortly after Lin Lu departed, an irate voice from Sir Bitesy echoed. "Enxia, post a notice on the wall. It should read, 'No entry for Lin Lu and dogs.'" Chapter 29. Tops. Despite Sir Bitesy's years of cultivated composure, Lin Lu had managed to breach his defenses. After a moment's reflection, Sir Bitesy tore down the notice at the entrance. There was no choice. The two still needed to collaborate. After a brief pause, they bid farewell to Little Red Riding Hood and, through a blessing, arrived once more at the royal court of Grake. From there, the path to Lake Lienia awaited. Lin Luo seemed to hold a favorable view of Sir Bitesy, appearing more invested in someone for the first time. At that moment, Melina spoke up. In the presence of the supreme will permeating the surroundings, she could only follow closely beside Lin Luo, not wishing to become a burden to him. "Am I not the one you care about the most?" Lin Luo replied, a look of confusion gracing his features as he turned to Melina. Unsure if her words were deliberate. "What do you mean?" "I speak earnestly," Melina said, her cheeks flushing as she gently tapped Lin Luo's hand. "Haha, I'm not teasing you." Lin Luo chuckled before continuing. "As for Sir Bitesy, how should I put it? Though he may not be a good person, I do find him commendable." He paused for a moment. "Melina, if your awareness of the Supreme Will's conspiracy stems from me, then Sir Bitesy is the only one, apart from Queen Marika, to have touched the truth. He truly deserves that title." "Oh," Melina nodded, indeed surprised by Sir Baiji's formidable nature. Pushing open the grand doors of the Garek Palace, the two arrived at a cliff overlooking Lienia. "The scenery here is quite lovely," Lin Luo stretched, greedily inhaling the fragrant breeze, feeling invigorated. "By the way, Melina, do you recall the mage I mentioned last time? Saren?" "No, the one named Topus," Lin Luo clarified. Melina paused for a moment before responding. "Yes, he is here. Just ahead at the Church of Ilias." Lin Luo pointed forward. "Let us go meet him." As they continued forward, they soon reached the Church of Ilias, which appeared dilapidated, with moss covering its crumbling walls and portions seemingly on the verge of collapse. Even the roof bore several large holes. The only structure that seemed relatively intact was the central statue of Marika. Beside the wall, there was a small bench where Topus sat, his head bowed in deep thought. The arrival of Lin Luo and Melina disrupted the tranquility, drawing Topus's attention to the two guests. "Oh, are you a fated one?" Topus inquired, looking at Lin Luo, his pale face betraying a hint of frailty. "If so, might I trouble you for some runes? As the saying goes, one should not judge by appearances." I spent some time at the Lyakali Academy, where I studied gemstone magic. Topus continued, his tone tinged with a plea. If you could provide me with runes, I would gladly teach you magic. Certainly, Lin Luo replied with a smile, retrieving a hero rune from his satchel and handing it directly to Topus. Topus was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by the quantity of runes Lin Luo had offered. Oh, I only need 10 runes. I am but a discarded stone cast out by the Academy of Relicaria. There is no need for you to bestow upon me such a generous amount of runes. No, this is what you rightfully deserve, Lin Luo stated with a serious expression. You are my master's uncle, Syrian, my teacher. Syrian, the esteemed senior? You are her disciple? Tops was somewhat agitated, but soon his spirits deflated. Although she was expelled from the academy as a heretical sorceress, I cannot believe that such a kind and beautiful talent could truly be that way. I cannot claim to be your master's uncle. Syrian is renowned as the most gifted individual in the academy's history, and someone like me, a mere discarded stone, would never intersect with her. No. Lin Luo insisted earnestly. Teacher Syrian has heard of your theories on force field magic. She remarked that, although your magic is contrary to anti-magic, anti-prayer, and vastly different from crystal magic, is not the essence of magic found in innovation? Teacher Syrian acknowledges you. Those sorcerers who deride your theories simply do not comprehend what your magic represents. Really? Tops was momentarily stunned, and then his eyes began to brim with tears, each droplet cascading down his cheeks. I. Tops was suddenly overcome with emotion, finally grasping the feeling of being recognized. If even a talent like Syrian acknowledges my magic, could I truly be liberated from the title of discarded stone? Tops did not doubt Lin Luo's words, for their relationship was not one of kinship, and he possessed nothing of value to deceive him with. Thus, he took Lin Luo's words to heart. Lin Luo, indeed, had deceived him, yet he understood that even if Syrian were to witness Top's force field, she would undoubtedly be astonished by the creator of such magic. Thank you, Fade Walker. You are truly a good person. You have helped me regain my confidence. If one day I can return to that hall of knowledge, I will surely perfect this magic. It is my duty. Lin Luo bowed slightly in respect, then handed over the hero runes. Therefore, dear uncle, please accept these runes. They should suffice for the time being. And should you require more, you may contact me. Teacher Syrian instructed me to assist you to the best of my ability. That is sufficient. This time, Tops did not refuse. Seeing Lin Luo bow, Tops quickly rose to assist him. Thank you, esteemed Syrian, and thank you, Fade Walker. Just call me Lin Luo. Lin Luo smiled with joy as he saw Tops accept the runes. Now, Lin Luo, I have one more request I hope you can fulfill, if possible. Naturally, I presume this is your first time here. I shall impart all that I know about this land to you. If you gaze to the north from here, you will see the edifice standing on the horizon. That is the Hall of Knowledge for the Crystal Mages of the Academy of Relicaria. However, the Academy has remained closed for an extended period, adhering to its principle of non-intervention in the Shattered War. The Academy established magical seals at both the eastern gate facing the royal city and the southern gate leading to the land, which remain unbroken to this day. Without the luminous stone key, entry into the Academy is impossible. Tops spoke eloquently about everything he knew regarding the Academy, seemingly wishing to assist Lin Luo in some feasible manner. If you could find the luminous stone key, I hope you might grant me the opportunity to return to that sanctuary of knowledge and complete the magic I have yet to achieve. Chapter 30. Leia. As Lin Luo exited the chapel, Melina appeared by his side. Your teacher doesn't recognize him, does he? Indeed, Lin Luo nodded. Teacher Tops lacks confidence in himself, perhaps excessively so. His experiences at the academy have instilled a certain humility in him, and I wish for him not to meet a dismal fate. Teacher Tops certainly harbors affections for Teacher Celine, though he dares not admit it, for their statuses differ vastly. How could one deemed a mere waste stone dare to presume upon a genius whose portrait could grace the halls of the academy? Lin Luo chuckled helplessly. Only by expressing it can he better develop his magic. I hope Teacher Tops does not exhaust himself in the process. That last thought lingered in Lin Luo's mind. Is that so? Melina appeared to understand, her expression adorably inquisitive. It's getting late. We must set off to reach the academy before nightfall. Melina nodded and returned to the blessing. At that moment, Lin Luo retrieved a long-tailed cat brooch from his satchel. The purpose of this adornment was straightforward. It could mitigate nearly all damage from falls. It was certainly different from the game. Adorning it on his chest, Lin Luo gazed down at the towering cliff and without hesitation leaped into the abyss. In truth, this was Lin Luo's first experience with such a daring act, and he was not fearful of a fatal fall, considering his demigod constitution. However, the instant he jumped, regret washed over him. He had planned to execute a stylish flip in midair and land gracefully, only to find himself unable to maintain balance. In a chaotic flail of limbs, Lin Luo descended, ultimately landing squarely on his backside, the impact creating a substantial crater in the ground. This was a result of his efforts to control the landing, otherwise, he would likely have faceplanted. Hiss! Lin Luo gasped, astonished. He could wager that this injury far surpassed the one he endured while battling Drake. But then again, he hadn't sustained any injuries in that encounter. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Melina had witnessed everything with clarity. There are many forms of demise, but this one is the most terrifying. Lin Luo felt a slight warmth creeping across his face, yet an overwhelming sense of embarrassment silenced his voice. With a muted grunt, he struggled to rise from the ground, clutching the long-tailed cat brooch tightly in his hand before hurling it forcefully onto the ground. Bah! Wretched thing. The long-tailed cat brooch seemed to retort, I am meant to prevent falls, not foolishness. Gradually, Lin Luo retrieved the spirit horse whistle, contemplating that riding might be a more prudent choice. Otherwise, he might find his posterior intolerably sore. Melina observed the entire scene, fully aware of Lin Luo's acute embarrassment, and thus refrained from intervening. He then took out a vial of red dew and drank it down, feeling a measure of relief from the pain in his backside before climbing onto the back of Torrent's horse. If Lin Luo's memory served him right, there was a key belonging to the academy located to the northwest of Lienia, guarded by a magnificent dragon known as Smaragdus, the gem dragon. It was not so much a guardian as it was the resting place of a sorcerer who had perished there, leaving behind the gem key. Lin Luo's objective was straightforward, to procure the key, storm the academy, and seize the great rune of the unborn from Reina La. He had little interest in exploring the surrounding caves, as they seemed devoid of anything of worth. The horse's hooves galloped freely through the shallow waters, splashing droplets in every direction. Along the way, several large lobsters took notice of Lin Luo, yet they merely cast a fleeting glance before abandoning any thoughts of pursuit. After all, Torrent's speed was formidable. Before long, Lin Luo passed by a pavilion, where a voice caught his attention. Hello? You there? The voice was soft, yet Lin Luo perceived it distinctly. He pulled on the reins, dismounting from the horse. The red dew had indeed proven effective, as the discomfort in his posterior had lessened significantly. Approaching the pavilion, Lin Luo finally saw the speaker, a girl, seemingly youthful, with a fair face adorned with two rosy blushes, emanating an undeniable charm. The only flaw was her slight hunch, as she leaned against the pavilion, appearing rather fatigued. Upon recognizing her, Lin Luo recalled a familiar memory. She was the snake girl, Leia, from the volcanic mansion. Greetings, it is quite chilly around here, Leia said, her expression brightening upon seeing Lin Luo. I have been sent by my master to travel, but I have encountered some ruffians and find myself in distress. Would you be so kind as to assist me with a favor? Her gaze held a hint of earnest plea. Lin Luo maintained a composed demeanor, merely nodding in response. The rogue who previously accosted me has taken my necklace, which holds immense significance for me. Might I implore you to assist me in retrieving it? Regrettably, he is also a fade, and I feel somewhat reluctant to trouble you and your compatriots with this matter. However, should you decline, I will not press the issue. I am profoundly grateful for your willingness to help. It is a delight to have encountered you. The scoundrel should be resting in the dilapidated abode ahead. I beseech you, please help me recover my necklace. I assure you, I would be more than willing if it were the truth. Yet, I hope you do not deceive me, otherwise. Lin Luo merely uttered a faint response, leaving his meaning abundantly clear. He does not belong to the sort of man who is rendered incapable in the presence of women. Save for Melina, Leia is, in essence, a rather naive young girl. Perhaps her motives are driven solely by the task at hand. However, it must be said that Lin Luo harbors a strong aversion to the sensation of being deceived. If I am not mistaken, Leia's intent in luring the rogue to steal her necklace is to test the past fades and subsequently bring them back to the volcanic estate. Leia appeared somewhat bewildered, uncertain whether Lin Luo had seen through her ruse or simply did not comprehend his words. He hoped for the latter. This is mere speculation. The author holds a fondness for Leia, and I too have a soft spot for Shrimp Brother, so please do not cast aspersions. Lin Luo cast a deep gaze at Leia before departing the pavilion with determination. Very well, I shall retrieve her necklace. It must indeed be of great importance to her. With a sigh, Lin Luo contemplated Leia's eventual fate, feeling a twinge of regret. You seemed a bit irked just now, Melina's voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind. Not at all. I merely disdain being manipulated, Lin Luo sighed, having been ensnared by the Supreme Will on numerous occasions, thus developing a profound distaste for such matters. Nevertheless, His previous demeanor had indeed been somewhat excessive. After all, she is just a young girl. Why should I hold a grudge against her? Melina has always treated me well. Chapter 31. Shrimp Brother. The dilapidated dwelling of the rogue was not far away, and Lin Luo chose not to mount his steed, feeling the need to stretch his legs. Before long, he arrived at the ramshackle abode where shrimp were being cooked. His arrival instantly captured the rogue's attention. "Who are you?" the rogue exclaimed. Donned in a tightly wrapped helmet and coarse burlap attire, wielding hefty iron balls as weapons, he sat before the derelict house, a pot of fragrant lobsters simmering nearby. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Luo as if attempting to discern his intentions. "What brings you here? What are you staring at? Be off with you." The rogue's demeanor was one of impatience, attempting to shoo Lin Luo away. Lin Luo remained unfazed, extending his hand. "Hand over that girl's necklace." "Oh." The rogue momentarily appeared perplexed, but after a brief pause, he continued speaking. "Ah, you desire that necklace, do you? Humph. If you wish to lay claim to it, one must exhibit a modicum of sincerity," the rogue cunningly remarked. "Perhaps, if you offer me sufficient incentives, I may consider parting with it. After all, it is merely an item I stumbled upon and holds no value for me." Lin Luo remained silent, merely drawing forth the black sword from within his garments. Not out of any particular intent, but rather out of a simple curiosity to inspect its condition. "Whoa, what are you planning to do?" The rogue quickly rose to his feet, attempting to retreat, only to find himself pressed against the cold wall behind him. "I warn you, do not tread down the path of crime. You are still young." "Crime? What crime? Is wielding a knife now a crime?" Lin Luo furrowed his brow, gently gliding his left hand over the black sword. "Moreover, is it not permissible to slay in the borderlands?" No, that is indeed a crime. We are compatriots. After all, if you desire the necklace, I shall give it to you," the rogue hastily replied, retrieving Leia's necklace from his pocket. It was not that he was overly timid. As a fade, he could sense the terrifying energy contained within Lin Luo's black sword. While he was uncertain of Lin Luo's true strength, it was evident that he could easily dispose of him. "Look at you. I am not a rogue." Lin Luo laughed heartily, accepting the necklace from the rogue's hand before sheathing the black sword. The rogue merely trembled slightly, remaining silent. "You seem quite delectable," Lin Luo remarked, licking his lips as he settled himself before the large pot. "Wait, that is..." The rogue's expression shifted as he realized Lin Luo had drawn his sword once more. If you wish to eat, then eat," he stammered. "Were you about to say something?" "Surely, I was merely inquiring if you desired some sauce." "Yes. One must have sauce with shrimp." The rogue's eyes darted around as he suddenly recalled something. "Oh, I see. Melina, why don't you come out and sample this?" "It's quite delicious," Lin Luo called out to Melina. However, Melina remained silent, enveloped in her blessings, leaving the rogue to witness Lin Luo conversing with the air. Nevertheless, Melina did not respond. After all, Lin Luo was in the throes of social oblivion, a condition seemingly beyond redemption. This man is not in his right mind. I must not provoke him further, the rogue thought, observing Lin Luo's demeanor, realizing that this fade likely suffered from the loss of a loved one, leading to daily hallucinations. "What are you standing there for?" Lin Luo exclaimed, popping a fully cooked lobster into his mouth, savoring the taste as he licked his fingers. He interrupted the rogue's musings, turning his attention toward him. "Wait, what happened to the pot of lobsters I just prepared?" It was at this moment that the rogue finally comprehended the situation. "What the hell? It has only been 5 minutes. How could you possibly devour an entire pot of lobsters so quickly?" As I ponder the intricacies of life, the rogue nearly erupts in a fit of anger but recalls the prior scene, ultimately deciding against engaging with the fool, certainly not out of fear. "What nonsense. Life?" Lin Luo cast a disdainful glance at the rogue, wiping the greasy necklace across his attire. "Here, your reward." He carelessly tossed a substantial chunk of runes towards the rogue from his bag. "Your shrimp is quite remarkable." Indeed, the rogue felt a pang of sorrow. That shrimp had taken him 3 arduous days to defeat. Yet the fated one was still courteous, bestowing such a generous amount of runes. It seems those who relish shrimp are inherently good-hearted. "I am Lin Luo. What is your name?" Lin Luo rose, brushing off his hands and removing the grease stains. "Next time, I shall return for more shrimp." "Ah, my name? I am simply called Rogue," the rogue replied, sheepishly scratching his head. "A rather peculiar name, I must say, but I understand." Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly, having momentarily forgotten the oddity of this individual's name. Having already squandered a fair amount of time, Lin Luo was not inclined to linger in idle chatter. He needed to deliver the necklace to Leia before seeking out the key from the Huisher dragon. The rogue, elated, accepted the runes and joyfully resumed his lobster stew. Indeed, there remained a substantial portion of his previous catch. Lin Luo proceeded directly, and midway, he retrieved several large shrimp from his storage bag, calling for Melina. Hee, dear, I apologize for not sharing, but I can certainly pack some. After much coaxing, Melina reluctantly agreed to sample the lobster. In truth, she yearned to reveal that as a spirit, she had no need for sustenance. One must concede. The rogue's culinary skills were commendable, earning even praise from the wooden figure for the dish's exquisite flavor. Upon returning to the previous pavilion, Laya remained in her original spot, albeit appearing somewhat melancholic. Surely, it could not be guilt from deceiving Lin Luo. Here is your necklace. Lin Luo approached the pavilion, extending the necklace to Laya. You actually retrieved it for me? Yes, that is indeed my necklace. Laya expressed her astonishment, having assumed Lin Luo would not assist in reclaiming it. Thank you. You are my benefactor. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Laya, hailing from the Volcano Manor, serving Lord Tarnished. However, this joy was short-lived as Laya's demeanor visibly darkened. I apologize, fated one. I have deceived you. Laya confessed. The necklace holds great significance for me, but my master's command was to test the fated ones to ascertain their strength. It appears you indeed possess a resilient heart, daring to confront your kin with blade in hand. You are precisely the individual we seek. Saying this, Laya produced a letter. This is an invitation to the volcanic residence. Should you wish to join, the host would surely be delighted. No worries. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it was the delightful taste of the rogue lobster that had uplifted his spirits, prompting him to overlook the matter. Perhaps I have other engagements to attend to, Lin Luo mused as he accepted the invitation, contemplating that on the day of his arrival, he would likely be heading towards the great ruin of Blackened. Oh, is that so? I shall await your arrival at the volcanic residence, came the response. Chapter 32. Arrival at the academy. After bidding farewell to Laya, Lin Luo made his way directly to the lair of the pyrite dragon. Before long, he reached his destination. Two towering monoliths stood resolutely in the center of a shallow lake, surrounded by numerous rocks of varying sizes, which adorned the otherwise monotonous water. Countless golden dung beetles danced in the sky, their blue and red hues intertwining in a captivating display. Beneath the colossal rocks rested a magnificent blue dragon, which must be the pyrite dragon, Smerik. Lin Luo had no intention of engaging with it. He merely needed to collect the academy key and depart. Enveloping himself in invisibility and wielding Kripe's bottle to muffle his footsteps, he approached the great dragon. The dragon remained in slumber, utterly oblivious to Lin Luo's presence. As he maneuvered around the dragon's vast wings, a sight caught his eye, a corpse of a mage adorned with a pyrite hood. The circumstances of the mage's death were unclear. He leaned against the rock face, appearing almost seated. Logically, had he perished at the hands of the pyrite dragon, his body would not have remained so intact. Lin Luo approached the corpse and rummaged through its pockets, soon discovering the pyrite key. Found it, he exclaimed with joy, tucking the key into his pocket, which granted him access to the academy's gates. To Lin Luo's astonishment, as he turned to leave, a massive dragon eye appeared before him, blue with a golden vertical slit. It was then that he realized he had been detected. Oh no, Lin Luo gasped, instinctively delivering a powerful punch to Smerik's eye. With a furious roar, Smerik reacted, having anticipated the intrusion to be a mere dung beetle, only to find a bipedal creature instead. Not only had it intruded, but it dared to strike him. Forgetting that this was a pyrite dragon, sensitive to magic, Lin Luo suddenly realized his blunder. It was the first time his sixth magic had failed him. Had he known, he would have simply ridden over on Torrent. With a whoosh, Smerik flapped its wings and soared into the air, blue mist billowing from its mouth. Alas, this will take a moment longer, Lin Luo thought. I had intended to let you off lightly, but you brought this upon yourself. Resigned, Lin Luo raised his staff, his gaze sharpening with determination. Eatus meteor. Boom. Moments later, Smerika's enormous form plummeted from the sky. A colossal figure splashed water high into the air, mixing blood with the droplets that painted the lake a deep crimson. Why couldn't you just pretend not to see? Lin Luo sighed, dusting off the non-existent dirt from his attire, and sheathed his staff at his waist. Yet again, precious minutes were squandered. He produced the spirit horse whistle, summoning Torrent. Mounting swiftly, he charged directly towards the academy. It was indeed Torrent who, under Lin Luo's persuasive pressure, soon reached the academy's seal. The Dusk Knights attempting to obstruct their path were met with a cloud of dust from Torrent's hurried passage, barely grazing the hem of Lin Luo's garment. As for the spell-casting demi-humans, their attempts at casting the luminary spell were futile, as they could not outrun the soldiers. Upon halting at the academy's entrance, Lin Luo retrieved the academy's key and reached out to touch the seal, feeling no sense of repulsion this time. With a bold heart, he stepped inside, enveloped by a radiant blue light. When he reappeared, he found himself on an expansive platform, elevated above the academy, offering an almost panoramic view of the picturesque Lake Lienia. However, Lin Luo had little inclination to admire the scenery at that moment. Entering through the grand door and bypassing the seal, he encountered a massive elevator. Without hesitation, he stepped aboard. The elevator rumbled as iron chains began to pull, and the platform ascended slowly. It eventually halted before a lengthy pathway, revealing an iron gate ahead, with stairs leading to a grand wooden door, undoubtedly the entrance to the academy. One must admit, the scenery of Lienia was indeed breathtaking, even in the afternoon. The sky retained a profound shade of blue-violet, with stars inexplicably shimmering above. Lin Luo merely appreciated the beauty momentarily before pressing onward. Two sorcerers guarded the entrance, donned in grotesque luminary masks. Adhering to the principle of striking first to avoid disaster, Lin Luo brandished his staff, bestowing a dose of luminary dust upon each, transforming the two sorcerers into runes that dissipated into the air. The shattering of the Elden Ring had left its mark on the academy's inhabitants. Some had lost their consciousness, acting solely on instinct, while others had succumbed to madness, turning violent upon sight of others. This inevitably brings us to the topic of Reinala, who was originally Radagon's wife. The Supreme Will desperately sought a successor to Marika, to serve as the embodiment of the Golden Law. Radagon, Marika's outer manifestation, had long been under the control of the Supreme Will, unbeknownst to him. The offspring of Marika and the warrior Hoera Lu proved inadequate, unable to fulfill the role of the Golden Law's representative. Meanwhile, Godwin, the most favored progeny, met his demise on the fateful night of the Black Knife. The ominous omen of Mungert inherited the furnace of the Golden Tree, which later came to be regarded as a harbinger of misfortune. The Blood King Mung became infatuated with the mother of the unseen truth, yearning for blood, and, in time, developed an obsession with male companionship. Perhaps it was due to the inability of Horai Lu and Marika to bear offspring of greater power. The Supreme Will then commanded Radagon to seek Reinala, initially intending to eliminate her, as the Academy had long been investigating magic from the stars, much to the Supreme Will's displeasure. Yet, inexplicably, the two formed a bond. Thus, transforming an adversary into an ally was deemed acceptable, and it conveniently allowed Radagon and Reinala the opportunity to produce worthy descendants. Consequently, 3 offspring were born: Starscourge Radon, Princess of the Moon, Runni, and the accursed king, Rykard. Starscourge Radon, a fervent devotee of Godfrey, grew up obsessed with combat, ultimately becoming a brutish warrior, making his ascension to kingship improbable. The Moon Princess, Runni, nurtured by Reinala's teachings, developed an immense fascination with the stars, which stood in stark contrast to the Supreme Will's desires. As for Rykard, he merged with the serpent, rendering him even more unreliable. The 3 progeny left the Supreme Will discontented, prompting Radagon to attempt a 4th child. However, as Reinala had already borne 3 offspring, there were insufficient runes to create a 4th. Thus, the 4th offspring's birth failed, resulting in an amber that contained half of a great rune, symbolizing an unfulfilled birth. This was the 4th child of Reinala. After realizing Reinala had lost her utility, Radagon callously abandoned her, likely influenced by the Supreme Will's intervention. Moreover, the once loyal knight of the Cuckoo rebelled, imprisoning Reinala within the Academy's library and attacking the Korea royal family. Subsequently, the offspring of Marika and Radagon emerged. However, it was apparent that these two were essentially one, resulting in children born from their self-union, which naturally presented complications. The sister, Melina, arrived into the world imbued with a scarlet aura of decay. The brother, Michaela, was a perpetually immature child, born malformed. Although he possessed his own authority, his will diverged from that of the Supreme Will, remaining in his egg for much of his life. What perplexed Lin Luo the most was Mung's peculiar fascination with a deformed infant. As for Godwin's offspring, it is best left unmentioned, as it brings ill fortune. In conclusion, the Supreme Will's plans faltered. It appeared that relying on their progeny was futile, necessitating direct intervention. Thus, his gaze turned towards the fated ones beyond the borders, fortuitously selecting Lin Luo, leading to the events that transpired thereafter. At last, it has all come crashing down. One cannot help but lament that even the Supreme Will bears a heavy heart, were it not for the inability of its true form to traverse the boundary. It would eagerly assume the mantle of the Elden King itself. As for the Academy, in its bid to abstain from the external conflict, it ultimately resorted to sealing itself off. The shattering of the Elden Ring has further caused a portion of the magicians to lose their consciousness. leaving the academy in a state of near paralysis. Rena Shaw spends her days in a stupor, clutching a piece of amber, creating countless incomplete beings within her chamber. Regrettably, these entities have failed to inherit Renash's power, and no fourth progeny has come into being. Upon entering the academy, Lin Luo made a beeline for the domain of the Full Moon Queen. Exiting the Cuckoo Church, traversing the dim graveyard, and crossing the bridge, he soon beheld the massive windmill elevator. The undead lurking in the graveyard, though not particularly formidable, are undeniably repugnant, prompting Lin Luo to glide past them with the grace of a hunting dog. Along the way, he discovered the second luminous magical key within the church's chandelier, which he could later present to Topus. Unlike the previous elevators, this one is perpetually in motion. It does not require the pressing of a button to ascend or the pulling of a lever to descend. Instead, the platform continuously rises and falls with the rotating windmill. Lin Luo stepped onto a platform and, after a brief moment, leaped off at the edge of a cliff. This was the classroom within the school's premises. It appeared dark and damp, with sunlight scarcely penetrating. The only illumination emanated from the faint glow of torches. A black cat with amber eyes peered in through the window, while a chill, damp atmosphere crept up from the ground, seeping through the seams of his trousers. Even Lin Luo could not help but shudder, not from fear, but from the bitter cold. What a dreadful place this is, he mused. This time, he had no intention of barging in. These magicians were bothersome, akin to pesky mosquitoes, occasionally striking him with luminous magical shards. He had a far superior plan. Becoming invisible was certainly not a viable option. The academy, being the highest sanctuary of sorcery, could not be infiltrated merely with shadow magic. Thus, Lin Luo retrieved a set of wizard robes and a peculiar luminous hood from his storage bag. If he could evade trouble, then it would not be trouble at all. Adorning the luminous hood, draping the robes over his form, and wielding a luminous staff, he appeared nearly indistinguishable from the academy's magicians. The only difference was that Lin Luo had no idea how these sorcerers could see while wearing the luminous hoods. He certainly could not. Therefore, he poked 2 small holes in the hood, rendering an already unremarkable garment even less appealing. However, being naturally extroverted, Lin Luo paid little heed to such trivialities. With an air of confidence, he plucked a book from the shelf, secured the luminous staff at his waist, and strode out with a bold demeanor. Do not speak. This is indeed quite useful. Along the way, there are wizards whose minds are clouded, completely oblivious to Lin Luo. Occasionally, a wizard with clarity of thought can be seen perusing their spellbooks, utterly unaware of Lin Luo's presence. After all, the academy has been sealed for such a long time. Who would anticipate an intrusion? Upon realizing this, Lin Luo couldn't help but commend himself. As he progressed down the corridor, a faint blue luminescence became visible at the end. However, this light, how should I say, lacked the warmth of the sun. Its chilling hue was rather oppressive. Without dwelling too much on it, Lin Luo strode forward. Beyond the end appeared a staircase leading upward, while 3 wizards remained stationed below, seemingly guarding something, their gaze fixed ahead. It seemed these wizards possessed their own awareness. Lin Luo, not having delved deeply into the matter, had hitherto charged in unceremoniously. Just as Lin Luo assumed everything was normal and was about to pass by, the wizards ahead obstructed his path. Hey, that wizard from the division. One exclaimed. Lin Luo was taken aback. Apparently, this group was not as dull-witted as he had presumed. Yet, did he recognize that voice? It sounded oddly familiar. Hey, what's with that peculiar helmet? Another wizard interjected, clearly noticing the 2 small black holes on Lin Luo's shimmering headpiece. Lin Luo was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. It appeared he had no choice but to eliminate them. With a sigh, Lin Luo lamented, "Why must I be forced to commit such sins?" Indeed, the wizard remarked, wearing an expression that suggested, as expected, "This is likely a fool. He's probably a meal for Lord Redwolf today." How pitiable! The wizard sighed deeply, then expressed understanding. However, this fool, with a deranged mind, dares to damage a wizard's headpiece, which represents Lady Renash's authority. No wonder he was sent to be Lord Redwolf's dinner. The 3 wizards shook their heads, their expressions not reflecting sympathy, but rather disdain and contempt. At this point, Lin Luo was utterly bewildered. From what he overheard, it seemed he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. However, given the atmosphere, would refraining from killing them not contradict his persona? Reflecting on the malicious visages of the wizards moments ago, fools, madmen. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, mentally screaming, "I can't take it anymore. Baka." Yet, in reality, Lin Luo stammered, "Abba, Abba, Abba." The wizards, upon witnessing Lin Luo's demeanor, instinctively recoiled a few steps. Previously, Princess Lonnie had mentioned that low intelligence could be contagious. He wondered if there was any truth to it. No, I must keep my distance. Better to err on the side of caution. The three wizards, fearing for their well-being, hastily fled the scene. Ha ha ha, it seems I am victorious once more. Lin Luo placed his hands on his hips and emitted a triumphant laugh. The journey to victory was inconsequential, the outcome was paramount. In truth, Melina, who had witnessed it all, felt an urge to scoff at his audacity. How could one feel such pride in an act so utterly embarrassing? Surely, this was not a matter for celebration. Though she refrained from voicing her thoughts, she couldn't help but feel that since meeting Lin Luo, her perspective had begun to shift. However, this was not necessarily a negative development, at least. That was Lin Luo's belief. Unbeknownst to him, Melina's inner musings were quite profound, while he merely reveled in his own cleverness. Without expending a single ounce of effort, he had conquered the challenge. Who else could achieve such a feat? With a swagger in his step and joy in his heart, Lin Luo ascended the staircase. He pushed open the door and entered the chamber of the Red Wolf of Radagon. It appeared that a fierce battle awaited him. Chapter 34. The Red Wolf of Radagon. As the door swung open, a massive red wolf greeted him. This creature sported an enormous tail, adorned with vivid crimson fur. Resembling an oversized fox, the red wolf bared its sharp fangs, its elongated, scarlet head poised atop a thick carpet of fur. Lin Luo's arrival instantly ignited the creature's appetite. It seemed the wolf was contemplating an early dinner. The wolf crouched slightly, its hind legs bent, while its forelegs stretched forward, preparing to launch an attack. Its eyes gleaming with a menacing light. "Oh, what a rather cute big cat," Lin Luo remarked as he removed his obsidian helmet. He had to admit, that contraption was quite bothersome, obstructing his vision and making it difficult to breathe. He replaced his staff with the renowned blade, Moonshadow, for confronting such a colossal beast. Utilizing magic was evidently impractical. Unlike the lumbering tree guardian, this creature retained its primal instincts, with its offensive tactics etched into its very DNA. With a piercing howl, the red wolf unleashed a foul stench that assailed Lin Luo's senses. What a horrid odor! He grimaced, waving his hand in front of his nose. He raised the Moonshadow blade and cautiously approached the red wolf. This unexpected behavior momentarily baffled the wolf, which was accustomed to its prey typically engaging in the usual ritualistic banter before being devoured. What was this bipedal creature with its peculiar weapon attempting to accomplish? Wolves possess an acute sense of detecting and capturing prey, and this prey seemed intent on counterattacking. The red wolf arrived at this conclusion. After considerable analysis, Lin Luo was quite pleased with himself, until he decided to act. In a flash, Lin Luo drew his sword, performed a swift kata, and sheathed it, completing the motion in an instant. A dazzling and lethal blue sword aura surged toward the red wolf. The creature's keen instincts alerted it to the imminent danger. It had to evade this lethal strike. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, and the red wolf was no slouch in speed either. At the very moment Lin Luo raised his sword, the crimson wolf leapt into the air, the blade's radiance piercing through its body, causing several charred strands of red fur to drift downwards. With a furious howl, the wolf expressed its wrath. How dare this mere morsel inflict harm upon my splendid fur? Its deep-set eyes locked onto Lin Luo, a gaze imbued with profound malice and terror. Suddenly, the wolf sprang into action, vaulting towards a nearby candlestick before lunging directly at Lin Luo, its massive form surprisingly agile. Yet, Lin Luo was equally adept. As the wolf lunged, he activated his hound's stride, deftly slipping past the beast and arriving behind it. Just as he raised his famed blade, Moonshade, to deliver a decisive strike, the wolf revealed a semblance of a human-like grin. Its colossal tail whipped towards Lin Luo, the oncoming gust of wind signaling that a direct confrontation would be ill-advised. The wolf respected every adversary it faced, taking the time to gauge them before attacking, thus ensuring that its strikes rarely missed. Reluctantly, Lin Luo abandoned this prime opportunity. He was not one to trade injury for injury. He maneuvered backward, only to realize he was nearing a corner. Fortunately, he managed to evade the attack. However, the encounter was far from over. Utilizing the momentum from its tail swipe, the wolf executed an astonishing turn, and what awaited was not a set of sharp teeth, but a magical sword. Truly, the wolf had conjured a long blade, several feet in length, which it brandished with intent to cleave Lin Luo. Cunning indeed, Lin Luo mused, acknowledging that Grek possessed enough awareness to avoid falling victim to him without sustaining any injuries. Grek, is this never-ending? Even in death, I must endure further torment. Faced with no avenue for retreat, Lin Luo resolved to carve a path forward. A smile graced his lips as he grasped the scabbard in one hand and the sword in the other. with a swift half-draw of his blade. He positioned it firmly across his chest, the long sword crashing against Lin Luo's blade. At that moment, the wolf's weapon was but mere centimeters from Lin Luo, yet the long sword could advance not a fraction. Die! Lin Luo bellowed, yanking his blade free. The blue-hued sword energy instantaneously shattered the wolf's weapon, and the remaining force surged forth, aimed at the wolf. With a sizzling sound, the energy sliced through the wolf's right eye, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. The sword's essence seared within the wolf's body, emitting a sound that was almost agonizing to the ear. With a howl, the wolf cried out. Whether in fear or fury was uncertain, though it was likely the latter. For when wolves attack their prey, they embody an indomitable spirit and unwavering courage. The crimson wolf quickly leapt away, distancing itself from the bipedal foe. Behind it, shards of luminous stone began to materialize, an alarming number that nearly filled half the hall, indicating that Lin Luo had thoroughly provoked its ire. Lin Luo had no intention of confronting the magic head-on. The pace of the hounds, the Kalia-style rebound? No. There existed a more astute method of handling the situation. With his left hand gripping the sword and his right hand clasping the staff, he invoked the ancient spell of darkness. In the fleeting moment, while the red wolf cast its spell, Lin Luo had already unleashed a magic that could be deemed a nemesis to nearly all magical prayers. Above him, a black hole, half a meter in radius, began to coalesce. As this transpired, the red wolf's magic reached completion, and a barrage of luminous gem fragments surged towards Lin Luo. Surely, this bipedal creature must meet its demise now. Alas, my supper tonight shall consist solely of broth, the red wolf mused. However, the ensuing scene would lead it to question its very existence. The proud luminous meteors it had conjured suddenly veered off course in an instant, deviating from their intended trajectory. Instead of striking Lin Luo, they all plunged into the black sphere above, not even causing the slightest ripple. Stunned, the red wolf found itself grappling with a reality beyond its comprehension. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo would not let this chance slip away. With a swift motion, he activated the hound's pace, his right hand once again resting upon the hilt of his sword. The lunar shadow of the crescent moon. With a thunderous stroke, the renowned blade, Moon Shadow, cleaved downwards, imbued with tremendous magical force, aimed directly at the red wolf. Only then did the red wolf react, but it was too late. Though its primal instincts allowed it to twist its body, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike to its head, the blade still struck down upon its shoulder. Blood erupted forth like a fountain, instantly staining the entire hall crimson, with half of its shoulder severed along with its left foreleg. The red wolf could no longer maintain its balance and collapsed to the ground. Pain etched across its visage, yet its gaze remained ferocious. Lin Luo understood that this wolf could never be tamed. The life of the red wolf had been one of relentless battle. Even as its body and spirit threatened to part ways, it remained unflinching. Life held no joy for it, nor did death instill fear. Death, perhaps, was preferable to a life of captivity within the confines of an academy. Then, farewell. Lin Luo raised his renowned blade once more, directing it towards the wolf's head. The blade pierced, then withdrew. Chapter 35. Wishing everyone a healthy dragon boat festival. Due to the presence of the red wolf, the discussion room was nearly deserted of mages, perhaps fearing that the wolf might suddenly hunger and seek to taste something savory. Furthermore, the library where Reina was located was not far off. Consequently, Lin Luo chose not to don the cumbersome helmet, as he intended to circumvent the throng of servants and make his way directly to the library. Upon exiting the discussion room, he caught sight of a colossal iron maiden patrolling the vicinity, its iron chains suspending two sharp, massive sides as its arms, the glint of the blades underscoring their lethal sharpness. Lin Luo had no desire to provoke it. Whether he could defeat it was inconsequential, for it appeared genuinely irksome, especially as the iron thorns on its chest unfurled. The odor emanating from it transcended mere description as foul. I would not doubt if you told me old 8 had dined within. Lin Luo stood at the threshold of the discussion chamber, his gaze drawn to a massive structure above, from which a path cascaded down, severing the platform at the entrance to the chamber. This must be the route leading to the library. Skillfully circumventing the dry fountain before the door, he arrived at the blocked pathway. Whether it was the Iron Maiden's heightened perception or some other reason, it abruptly detected Lin Luo's presence. Its colossal form lunged towards him with alarming speed. What on earth? Lin Luo exclaimed, startled despite his caution. Turning in confusion, he beheld a servant frantically waving his right hand, mumbling something incoherent. You damn. Lin Luo paused, realizing there was indeed a snitch among them. The consciousness had not faded. How could one possess awareness yet masquerade as a servant? Unbeknownst to him, The Iron Maiden would not lay a hand on the servants. Perhaps its original task was merely to guard them. The Iron Maiden belonged to the Kalia family, presumably a peculiar gift brought by Lakad for his dear mother. In Lin Luo's moment of distraction, the Iron Maiden's massive scythe hurtled toward him. Fleeing was out of the question. Should he fall, it could mean years bedridden, if not death. The Iron Maiden hissed. With no escape route, Lin Luo opted to endure the blow. Clad in his magical robe, his physical resistance was nearly non-existent. The scythe pierced through his shoulder, the sharp blade striking his scapula with a hissing sound. Suddenly, Lin Luo laughed, a glint of madness in his eyes. For the side effects of his frenzy fire transformed him into a different entity in battle compared to his usual self. The frenzy fire required release, without a partner. This was the only outlet available. Had the Iron Maiden possessed awareness, Grek would likely have been paralyzed with fear by Lin Luo's gaze. Dodging another side strike, Lin Luo's left hand gripped the iron chain tightly. The Iron Maiden felt a surge of force, as if its scythe might slip from its grasp. Such a relentless entity had never encountered such resistance. Momentarily taken aback, it quickly regained composure. In an instant, the Iron Maiden opened its chest cavity, crimson thorns emerging, still bearing remnants of internal organs. Even in his current state, the stench was overwhelming, causing Lin Luo to furrow his brow. With his freed right hand, he drew forth the black sword. The massive blade thrust sharply into the Iron Maiden's chest. Fated to die? Lin Luo muttered, his right hand summoning the runes. The sword's tip erupted with a multitude of black-red sword energies, the malevolent death runes wreaking havoc within the Iron Maiden. This was inherently its Achilles heel, compounded by the brutal onslaught of the black sword's Destined Death attack, rendering the Iron Maiden motionless after a mere tremor. Lin Luo felt the scythe in his grasp slacken, signaling the demise of the Iron Maiden. Yet, to label it as death would be a misnomer. After all, it was merely a device of torture, devoid of true life. With a swift kick, Lin Luo sent the fallen Iron Maiden sprawling, and the scythe hung upon his shoulder was drawn forth as it collapsed. Blood gushed forth immediately. At that moment, Melina appeared, her face etched with concern. Are you all right, Lin Luo? I should have kept a lookout for you. I'm sorry you got hurt. It's just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about. Lin Luo waved off, pulling a vial of crimson elixir from his pocket and pouring it onto the wound. To his astonishment, the once profusely bleeding injury began to mend gradually. He playfully pinched Melina's cheek. Fear not. Even the Supreme will cannot extinguish my life. What chance does this Iron Maiden stand? Lin Luo smiled, aware that he possessed countless methods for self-preservation, ones that Melina had likely never witnessed. After all, having undergone this cycle numerous times, he understood a fundamental truth. A mere 99% success rate? What difference did that make from courting death? Be good, bestow your blessings, and do not fret over my safety. He gazed up at the palace above, where the large-headed figure still lingered upstairs. Observing this, Melina fell silent, her thoughts racing with the resolve to keep a closer watch for enemies at Lin Luo's back next time. As Melina slowly faded from view, Lin Luo's smile also waned. He hurried to the side, feeling nauseated. Yes, indeed, this was precisely why Lin Luo wished to avoid the Iron Maiden. The stench was overwhelmingly potent. His stomach churned violently, as if his previous meal were about to make a reappearance. It was a pity for the shrimp he had consumed. Did one think that being struck through the shoulder was painless? No, it was excruciating. Lin Luo was merely numbed by the foul odor. The scent of a long-dead corpse was indescribable. Coughing, he spat out some saliva, casting a disdainful glance at the Iron Maiden nearby, shivering involuntarily. Lin Luo vowed that the next time he visited the volcano mansion to seek out Lakad, should he encounter this abomination again, he would teach it a proper lesson with the lightning of the Korinsankis. With that thought, he wiped his mouth and departed from the scene. As he leaped from the edge of the platform onto the broken bridge, he sensed a surge of magical energy. He must have triggered a magical trap. Sure enough, a thunderous sound erupted above, revealing a colossal iron ball, nearly the width of the bridge itself, descending ominously, leaving little room for escape. Yet, alongside the broken bridge were several small platforms, just wide enough for one person. Thus, the method of ascent became clear. Although Lin Luo could choose to shatter the iron ball and ascend directly, who knew how much more runic energy the magical device above held? Should he destroy one only to be met with another, he certainly would not engage in such a thankless endeavor. Standing firmly on the platform, Lin Luo refrained from leaping, for below lay an unfathomable abyss. A fall would be no trifling matter. After a heavy iron sphere rolled past him, he proceeded towards the next platform. Thus, step by step, with unwavering determination, Lin Luo swiftly reached the door at the top of the staircase. Before him stood a towering Kalia knight, who then uttered menacing words. Intruders shall perish. Those who disturb the Queen of Purity will meet a grim fate. I, Mugram, shall execute your sentence. Chapter 36. Reyna disturb your queen? She has been imprisoned for countless years. Lin Luo scoffed, digging his fingers into his ears. Intruder die? Mugram's voice conveyed little emotional variance, mechanically repeating the phrase. This led Lin Luo to realize that this knight was likely devoid of consciousness. Yet, the fact that he remembered his own name and could utter a few lines was unexpected. Noticing the Kalia knight's lack of awareness, Lin Luo lost interest in continuing their exchange. He drew forth the blood sea of corpses, originally intended for Reyna, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. It was not mere emphasis, but rather an acknowledgement that Reyna, being the last queen of Kalia, possessed maximum magical resistance. Employing the famed blade Moonshadow and magic would prove futile. With the black sword, Lilith would likely chase him across the boundary, though exhilarating. Lin Luo had no inclination towards such a pursuit. Suddenly, Mugram charged at Lin Luo, shield in his right hand and sword in his left. The Kalia sword swung fiercely towards Lin Luo, its razor edge seemingly poised to cleave the very air. Determined not to squander time, Lin Luo raised the blood sea of corpses to shield himself. The blades clashed, sending sparks flying. With both swords in hand, Lin Luo unleashed a surge of power that forcefully sent Mugram's sword flying, embedding it into the wall above. Do you truly believe that mere foot soldiers can exchange blows with me? Lin Luo swiftly executed 2 strikes, this time employing the martial technique of the blood sea of corpses. A wave of sword energy, intertwined with 2 streaks of crimson flame, struck Mugram directly. With his extraordinary attributes, Lin Luo's blade drew forth blood, and the flames ignited upon Mugram's form. Still reeling from Lin Luo's counterattack, Mugram failed to raise his shield in time. The blade energy pierced through his body, followed by a metallic taste in his mouth and a searing sensation in his chest. Command! Mugram fell to his knees, collapsing on the ground, seemingly murmuring something inaudible. Lin Luo could not discern his words, but Mugram lay lifeless, devoid of vitality. As a knight, you were at least competent. Lin Luo nodded slightly, offering Mugram the sole respect he could muster. Yet that was all there was. Lin Luo sheathed the blood sea of corpses and strode forward. Upon reaching the lift, the rooftop revealed the pitiful queen, a victim of the balance of divine power. Not only was she a wretched monarch, but also a sorrowful mother, abandoned by her husband, betrayed by her subordinates, and witnessing the failures of her own offspring. She had endured some of life's most harrowing experiences. Upon reaching the rooftop, Lin Luo exited the elevator, feeling the gnawing hunger within. He retrieved 2 pieces of tortoise neck meat from his satchel to satiate his appetite. Although Rune could sustain him for millennia without sustenance, the desire for taste was something Rune could not fulfill. Nonetheless, Rune could procure the essence of culinary delight, indeed. Then, Lin Luo sat aside and summoned Melina, retrieving an array of provisions to share with her, including leftover rations, silver chicken claws, and chunks of brave meat in various forms. Do not inquire about the origins of these items. Simply attribute them to the Supreme Will that provided them. Melina initially wished to decline, but upon seeing Lin Luo's resolute expression, she reluctantly consumed a few pieces. After completing this, Lin Luo pushed open the door of the academy, only to be greeted by an all-encompassing darkness, devoid of even a flicker of light. He chose not to ignite a torch, but continued deeper into the academy. As he walked, Lin Luo suddenly stumbled over something. Gradually, a flicker of candlelight appeared beneath his feet, growing brighter and illuminating his surroundings. It was then that he beheld the scene before him. A girl without legs, her hands clasped around Lin Luo's right foot, gazing up at him with a bizarre smile. Suddenly, clusters of flames ignited around him, revealing a chilling tableau. Despite having witnessed this countless times, every encounter sent shivers down his spine. Before him stood dozens of legless girls, each identical in appearance and eerily synchronized in their movements, holding candles and wearing grotesque smiles. Perhaps this could hardly be considered humanity. Lin Luo slowly drew the blood sea of corpses, his gaze turning solemn. Reyna La was no mere trash like Grek. She was an entity capable of standing toe-to-toe with divine beings. Yet, after birthing so many offspring and enduring years of confinement, her strength was likely diminished to a fraction of its former self. Suddenly, the entire academy brightened. A dazzling light emanated from the top, prompting all the incomplete girls to simultaneously lift their heads towards its source. "Ah, you have arrived," a clear and melodious voice resonated. Floating in midair, reclining gracefully, was a beautiful woman, exquisite and delicate, her eyes reflecting tenderness and affection, her immaculate hands cradling a piece of golden, translucent amber. This, indeed, must be the moonlit queen. Rhaenala, I shall ensure your emergence as a well-mannered child. Rhaenyra tenderly caressed the amber in her hand, bestowing a gentle kiss upon it before slowly speaking. Lyn Luo raised his sword, yet Rhaenyra's frail, infatuated gaze rendered him momentarily devoid of combat spirit. However, Lyn Luo was acutely aware that the moonlit queen intended to transform him into a kin of these grotesque beings. A thin, golden shield materialized beside Rhaenyra. The nature of the magic unknown. The surrounding maidens emitted chilling, peculiar laughter, chanting an eerie and obscure melody. The entire scene appeared utterly bizarre. It was a tableau reminiscent of a horror tale. The magical shield of Rhaenyra could be breached once its power reached a critical threshold. Yet Lyn Luo was certainly not inclined to engage in such a fruitless endeavor. He understood that eliminating the maiden who sang at each temporal interval would suffice to shatter Rhaenyra's magical barrier. Therefore, Lyn Luo resolved to eradicate them all. The very existence of such beings was a desecration of life itself. Observing several grotesque maidens levitate, the moonlit queen audaciously sacrificed their lives to launch an assault upon Lyn Luo. Finally stirred to a murderous intent, Lyn Luo vowed not to slay Rhaenyra. Yet a lesson must be imparted. Thus, it was time to act decisively and liberate these life forms. Lyn Luo deftly evaded a burst of purple magic, striking aside a flying book, positioning himself in a blind spot, and brandishing the lusterite staff. Then, Aetus Meteor, Rhaenyra exclaimed, "Is this what you meant by refusing to engage in futile endeavors?" Lyn Luo retorted, "You soar so high, you cannot reach me. Indeed, it is a fruitless effort." Chapter 37. Fierce battle. As Lyn Luo's magical guidance concluded, countless purple meteors manifested in the air, descending one after another. His target was not Rhaenyra, but rather these grotesque beings. The meteors merely created ripples upon the surface of Rhaenyra's golden shield, failing to inflict any fundamental harm. Conversely, each meteor that struck the grotesque beings caused considerable damage within their ranks. Yet, they uttered not a single cry of anguish. They merely laughed to themselves, channeling their scant magic to hurl books at Lyn Luo. Regarding such minimal harm, Lyn Luo could not be bothered to dodge. He simply waved his hand to dismiss the projectiles and continued guiding the Aetus meteors. The meteors howled through the air, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in their vicinity. Shattering, reconstituting, the meteors wreaked havoc upon all that could be destroyed. Before long, the grotesque beings had nearly been exterminated. A crisp cracking sound echoed from above. It was the shattering of Rhaenyra's shield. With the demise of the grotesque entities below, Rhaenyra's barrier appeared unable to sustain itself any longer. Her gaze clouded. Rhaenyra plummeted from the sky and collapsed to the ground. Cough, cough. There are no unsavory elements here. At this moment, Lyn Luo sheathed his staff and drew forth a knife. "You have offended," he stated flatly, wielding the crimson blade with deft precision. With two swift and decisive strikes, he cleaved into Rhaenyra. A soft grunt escaped her lips as the searing pain gradually sharpened her awareness. The fated one. Just as Rhaenyra attempted to articulate her thoughts, her consciousness began to blur once more. Her body emanated a golden radiance, and the golden shield sought to coalesce again, attempting to lift her upwards. However, Lyn Luo made no move this time, merely observing Rhaenyra in silence. As she ascended halfway, the shield unexpectedly shattered, causing Rhaenyra to plummet from the air. The sudden impact left her no time to embrace the amber gem cradled in her arms. The golden oval amber tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to rest at Lyn Luo's feet. He cast a casual glance at the amber beneath him, discovering it pulsating with an eerie luminescence. Surrounding the amber were countless golden specks, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. At that moment, Rhaenyra, lying on the ground, spoke with a hint of a sob in her voice. She slowly crawled toward the amber, her eyes filled with tenderness and affection. "Ah, my beloved child, wait for me. I shall come to embrace you." Struggling, she inched her way across the ground. "You shall forever be born anew." Suddenly, a dark mist began to swirl from within the amber, enveloping the entire library in an enigmatic haze. Lyn Luo discerned through the black fog the figure of Rhaenyra gradually rising. He heard that long-lost voice, a clear and melodious sound emerging from the murk. "In the name of the sorceress Lani, I declare, do not disturb the slumber of my mother, serene as the mud." A crystalline figure materialized within the amber, starkly contrasting with the surrounding darkness. "Sinners, let your tales be sung through the ages." Rhaenyra, or more accurately, Lani, advanced slowly toward Lyn Luo. Her bare feet traversed the shadowy library, creating ripples as if she were walking upon water. The last queen of Kalia, the moonlit Queen Reyna La, embodied the essence of the profound dark night. It was at this moment that the entire scene unfolded before Lin Luo's eyes. The darkness that once enveloped the library dissipated, revealing a resplendent full moon, bathing the surroundings in luminous clarity. Before him lay an infinite expanse of lake, its surface shimmering softly under the moonlight. Under this full moon, the battle commenced. This time, the adversary was not Reyna La, but Lonnie. This was a manifestation solely belonging to his beloved, stepping into the fray. Yet, Lonnie in her current state did not recognize the fated one before her. Moreover, Lonnie was merely an embodiment of combat awareness, indifferent even to the arrival of Raton, remaining unaware of those around her. Lin Luo gazed at Reyna La, the once frail look in her eyes now replaced by unwavering resolve. A solemn expression adorned Lin Luo's face, for he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Thus, battle became the sole recourse. Standing at the center of the water's surface, Reyna Shah, wielding the Kalia staff, recited her incantation with an air of icy elegance, as though enumerating Lin Luo's transgressions. Suddenly, Reyna La made her move, brandishing the Kalia staff towards Lin Luo. Countless pristine magic crystals transformed into a celestial cascade, hurtling towards him. The ancient darkness. When confronting the moonlit queen, such a formidable sorceress as La and I, the ancient darkness proved to be the most effective strategy. The ancient darkness siphoned all surrounding magic. Lin Luo deftly evaded the incoming luminous stones, wielding his staff to conjure a profound black orb that absorbed the oncoming magic crystals one by one. Securing the staff at his waist, Lin Luo approached Reyna La with the agility of a hunting hound, drawing his longsword and striking upward. However, Reyna La's current state was far more complex than it appeared. Just as Lin Luo's sword was about to make contact, her form curled and floated in midair, her body becoming ethereal, transforming into a radiant moon. Lin Luo distinctly felt the emptiness of his strike. Perhaps due to the excessive force of his swing, he had not anticipated Reyna La's evasion, which caused him to lose his balance momentarily. Unlike the languid exchanges of their previous encounters, Reyna La's full moon unleashed its power almost instantaneously, soaring towards Lin Luo with an unwavering magical force. Caught off guard, and with barely 2 feet separating them, Lin Luo realized escape was futile. He would have to pay the price for his negligence. Struggling to regain his composure, as the full moon approached his face, Lin Luo produced a makeshift shield. Cannot evade. Then he would endure. With a cold snort, he thrust the shield forward. The force field of Topaz. The shield shimmered with a cerulean glow, emanating from an utterly ordinary man. Reyna La's full moon detonated upon impact with Lin Luo's shield. Remarkably, the force field of Topaz absorbed the residual energy of the explosion entirely. Utilizing the blast's momentum, Lin Luo distanced himself from Reyna La. Had La and I been present, she would surely have been astonished, for she would not have anticipated anyone could withstand the dark moon unscathed. Alas, she could not witness this scene. Emotionless, Reyna La once again waved her staff, unleashing another spell. This combat awareness adhered to the simplest of principles. If a powerful spell could not obliterate you, then summon an even more formidable one. A turquoise glow began to coalesce around the Kalia staff, an overwhelming and formidable power gathering within. Lin Luo sensed a twinge of crisis. This was a very familiar spell, both beautiful and potent. Comet Yazlar. Chapter 38. The conclusion. Lin Luo was taken aback. This was not something to confront head-on, and even Topaz's force field should not be attempted lightly. Logically, as one of the legendary spells, it was best to evade Comet Yazlar if possible. Apart from its slow casting speed and high mana cost, all other attributes were at their pinnacle. Thus, Lin Luo chose to confront it directly. A smirk graced his lips as he brandished his own staff. With an identical guiding method, he unleashed the same spell. Comet Yazlar. Reyna's spell struck first, followed closely by Lin Luo's. 2 massive beams of green light collided instantly. Had Reyna been at her peak, Lin Luo might not have foolishly chosen to engage her in this manner. Although Lin Luo's magical prowess was formidable in its own right, it was undoubtedly inferior to Reyna, who had devoted her life to the study of stellar magic. However, he was merely facing Reyna in her avatar form, standing toe-to-toe. Who feared whom? The magic collided violently, the turquoise lasers clashing and emitting a sizzling sound at the point of contact. For a moment, neither combatant could gain the upper hand. Sweat now glistened on Reyna's delicate face, indicating that the spell was exacting a considerable toll. Lin Luo, though appearing somewhat fatigued, bore an expression that suggested he still possessed ample strength. It was time to resolve this swiftly. Sensing the pressure ahead diminishing, Lin Luo understood that the opportunity to break the stalemate had arrived. He no longer held back his magical energy, pouring it entirely into his staff. Reyna, gripping her staff, suddenly felt the pressure surge dramatically. The beam before her overwhelmed her comet in an instant. Reyna furrowed her brow, preparing to retaliate, but the comet was already upon her. Boom. This was the explosion between two comets, a legendary magical confrontation that had rarely occurred throughout history, yet here it unfolded within the academy. The magical aura instantly shattered everything in its vicinity. The tranquil lake vanished, and the pristine moon began to fracture, the magical barrier dissolving into nothingness. A tremendous wave of magical energy surged across half the academy. Outside, the conscious mages were acutely sensitive to this magical upheaval. Sensing the disturbance, they believed the queen had regained consciousness, and this magical surge emanated from Reyna's fury. They knelt in terror, incessantly bowing their heads, overwhelmed by both guilt for the queen's confinement and the anticipation of her return. Yet, all of this was merely a figment of their imagination. Not far from the academy, at the Lonnie Magic Tower, Lonnie suddenly opened her eyes. Although only one was visible, it was unmistakable that astonishment flickered within. Had the seal placed by her mother been activated? Lonnie murmured, her perception of magic unparalleled, and such a formidable aura could not escape her notice. Was it that group of demigods? That seemed unlikely. A sliver of doubt crept into her mind. Monkert would not have had the time to reach the academy from the royal city, and Monk had long since vanished. Marlenia, too, was gravely injured after her battle with her brother. Who could it be? Drake? Forget it. He could hardly even contend with a lobster. And her mother could easily subdue him without the need for Comet Yasler. Lonnie lowered her head, resting her 4 small hands upon her chin, pondering all of this. Yet, unbeknownst to Lonnie, the one orchestrating these events was merely a diminutive, fated one. Lin Luo stood at the center of the academy, in possession of the rune of the unborn. Overwhelmed by such a blow, Reyna fell to the ground, her spirit weighed down with sorrow. Ah, Lonnie, my beloved daughter. Step into your destined night, Reyna murmured, cradling the amber in her arms as she slowly succumbed to slumber. It must be noted that Reyna's constitution was remarkably resilient, or perhaps her magical resistance was simply too high. Normally, a demigod struck by a full-force Comet Yasler would be left bloodied and burn-ridden, ultimately perishing in agony. Yet Reyna was different. She merely fainted from exhaustion. One must acknowledge that those who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Marika in those times were indeed extraordinary. Had her strength not waned to a mere fraction, Lin Luo would have had little confidence in his victory. At most, he had a 90% chance. A 90% probability. Was that not tantamount to certain death? Lin Luo clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of wistfulness. He stowed his staff and sword into his bag, offering a gentle bow to Reyna, a gesture of respect to the Moon Queen. My apologies, Your Majesty, Lin Luo softly uttered as he began to depart from the library. Reyna remained seated at the heart of the library, tightly embracing the amber that had lost its rune, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps she was lost in a beautiful dream. Lin Luo sighed. After all, she was to be his future mother-in-law. One day, once he resolved the supreme will, he would bring that scoundrel Radagon to bow before the Moon Queen, a rogue who deceived for wealth and pleasure, truly deserving of a wretched fate. Navigating around Reyna, Lin Luo made his way to the back door of the academy, first igniting the blessing, as he would need to return in the future. Currently, he could not venture to the royal city. He still had to retrieve the 2 sigils for the Dicta's elevators. If memory served him correctly, these sigils were located at the Hyde Fortress in Nimguff and the Pharos Fortress in Gelite. However, Lin Luo did not intend to face rejection so soon. His current objective is quite clear. First, to seek out Ronnie and assist her in completing the task of slaying the Fingers. The initial step involves joining Ronnie's subordinates to venture to the Red Line city of Galid, where they will liberate General Starscourge. Only then will the seal of the Eternal City be lifted once more. Lin Luo attempted to utilize the Golden Needle of Miquella in an effort to suppress the scarlet corruption within Starscourge, but all his endeavors were in vain. For Starscourge's body had been nearly entirely consumed by the Crimson Decay. The mere fact that he still clung to life was miraculous. Should the Golden Needle be employed, it would likely result in Ratton's demise due to the violent repulsion between the 2 forces, a process that would undoubtedly be gruesome. Starscourge is a hero and deserves a fate far nobler than this. Lin Luo sat beside the blessing, the gentle illumination of the golden tree casting a warm glow upon him, and he could feel the weariness within him beginning to dissipate. At that moment, Lin Luo produced the Great Rune of Grake and the Great Rune of Unborn. These great runes are integral to the Elden Ring. and Lin Luo's task was to merge these runes. Acquiring the Elden Ring merely meant yielding to its control. However, Lin Luo sought to master the Elden Ring itself. The runes within him began to overflow, gradually enveloping the two great runes. Their powers did not repel one another, should one lack sufficient strength. The great rune would absorb their essence entirely. Conversely, if one's power is formidable enough, they could assimilate the energy of the great rune. 3 strands of golden light began to intertwine, slowly morphing into a golden thread that entered Lin Luo's being. Melina stood quietly beside Lin Luo, vigilantly guarding him. Aware that he was engaged in a momentous endeavor, her sole duty was to protect him from any disturbances. Chapter 39. The Great Deceiver. Lin Luo. As the final strand of golden rune entered Lin Luo's body, he had fully absorbed the 2 great runes. Although he did not perceive a significant enhancement, he sensed that he was nearing a new threshold. Lin Luo expelled a breath of stale air and gradually rose to his feet, only then noticing Melina beside him. He could not discern how much time had passed, for the once dim sky was now awash with sunlight. "Melina, how long have I been sitting here?" Lin Luo inquired, his spirit appearing remarkably vibrant. "Well, it is now the following morning," Melina replied with a nod. It seemed her presence had been somewhat superfluous, as the full moon queen, though imprisoned within the academy, had not attracted any unwelcome sorcerers. Furthermore, a thin shield of light had surrounded Lin Luo during his rune absorption. Should anyone have dared to intrude, he would have sensed it immediately. Upon hearing Melina's response, Lin Luo furrowed his brow. Did it truly take this long to absorb? He surmised that the demigod's powers would be even more formidable now. A smile crept across his face, his eyes glinting with determination. "Then let us first seek out the Snow Witch Rani." Suddenly, Lin Luo recalled something, pausing momentarily and cautiously glancing at Melina. "Ahem, they too are adversaries of supreme will. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I am aware of this." Melina regarded Lin Luo with a peculiar expression, her head tilting adorably. "Why does Lin Luo seem rather odd?" "I'm perfectly fine." Lin Luo discreetly wiped a bead of cold sweat from his forehead and then patted his chest heavily twice. "Without further ado, let us embark." He grasped Melina's small hand firmly, guiding her towards the blessing. It appears that Lani holds significant importance to Lin Luo. Observing Lin Luo's somewhat anxious demeanor, Melina couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a strange sensation in her heart, yet she chose not to dwell on it. What was said moments ago was merely a thought in her mind. Lin Luo adeptly guided the blessing as their figures swayed and gradually vanished. In a dilapidated house where shrimp were being cooked, Shrimp Brother was blissfully simmering a pot of large shrimp, his right hand formed into a claw, fixated on the pot as he evenly sprinkled seasonings over the shrimp's surface. "I adore braised lobster." He hummed a cheerful tune, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from the pot, a look of pure enjoyment adorning his face. "Let it stew for 10 minutes. It's almost time to eat." Slowly, Shrimp Brother settled before the pot, ceremoniously tying a smooth piece of tattered burlap around his chest. Having completed this ritual, he lifted the lid of the pot. Just as he was about to dine, 2 figures abruptly appeared before his eyes. Uffed. The shrimp that Shrimp Brother had just placed in his mouth was immediately spat out, akin to Little Red Riding Hood, for they belonged to the unseen fated ones guided by the blessing. The sudden appearance of 2 individuals while he was about to eat nearly caused him to choke. Cough, cough. Shrimp Brother frantically pounded his chest, incessantly coughing, anger brewing within him. Unmindful of who stood before him, he raised his fist, vowing to teach this person a lesson, determined to feed him to the shrimp. "You bastard." He cursed angrily as he stood up. What met his gaze was Lin Luo's friendly expression. "What do you wish to say?" Lin Luo's black sword inadvertently dropped, the massive blade crashing on his Shrimp Brother's foot. Hiss. Shrimp Brother recoiled as if struck by electricity, cold sweat breaking out all over him. "Ah, you damn it, stay healthy." "Yes. Your mother's health as well." Shrimp Brother forced a grim smile, suddenly recalling something, and slowly shifted forward towards Lin Luo. What is that delightful smell?" Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "Nothing. You must be mistaken." Shrimp Brother appeared increasingly flustered. Suddenly, he spotted Melina beside him. "Yes. It must be the fragrance of this lady." Uffed. Melina couldn't contain her laughter. Hey, no need for that, Shrimp Brother." Lin Luo helplessly rubbed his forehead. "Is it really necessary to fuss over a few shrimp? Melina is a spirit. Where would she even possess a fragrance? A few? That's an entire pot. You polished them off in merely 5 minutes." The Shrimp Brother cursed wildly in his heart, yet wore a forced smile on his face. "Come on, I'll pay you. Let us eat together." Lin Luo shrugged. Having just dealt with the full moon queen, his hands still felt somewhat dry. The shrimp brother's smile gradually faded, revealing a look of disbelief. The full moon queen. Wait, were you just threatening me? You were indeed threatening me. The shrimp brother returned to his senses, realizing Lin Luo's sinister intentions. Eating shrimp is such a delightful affair. Everyone, dig in, dig in. The shrimp brother scratched his head and ultimately succumbed to Lin Luo's domineering presence. Do you have a code name or something? Perhaps Armadillo? Lin Luo blurted out this phrase, leaving the shrimp brother utterly bewildered. Armadillo? He queried, staring at Lin Luo in confusion. No, I only like big shrimp. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Luo finally yielded to the shrimp brother's preference. Lin Luo shamelessly dragged Melina along, and the three of them shared the bounty of the large pot of shrimp. While Lin Luo and Melina savored their meal, the shrimp brother finished his with tears in his eyes. Munch, munch. Shrimp brother, would you be interested in teaming up with me? Lin Luo asked after finishing a large shrimp and licking his fingers. Becoming the chef for the future Elden King is not a disgrace. Impossible. The shrimp brother slammed the table. I absolutely cannot. 2,000 runes a day. All right, deal. Lin Luo looked at the shrimp brother in disbelief. He had agreed so readily. Ahem, there's no rush just yet. Lin Luo coughed twice and continued, staying here by this wretched lake, Ison, TA solution. You should go to Stonevale City and find Nephilim. Stonevale City? No. I want to go. The lord there, Grake, is a pervert. I barely escaped. The shrimp brother's face was filled with terror. He has 1,000 arms and specializes in hunting those who have faded. And moreover, there are no big shrimp in Nymphuff. I suppose that last part is the key point. Lin Luo's face twitched involuntarily, but he quickly composed himself. Grake, well, I've already dealt with him. The current lord is my friend. Going to Stonevale City now is much safer than staying in Lienia. You could open a shrimp stall, and Nephilim would supply the big shrimp while you handle the preparation. Just imagine, you could have stalls all over the borderlands. Lin Luo spoke animatedly, wrapping his arm around the shrimp brother's shoulder, as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other in ages. Xiaogu appears to be utterly absorbed in the grand visions painted for him by Lin Luo, perhaps emitting an odd gegegei laugh. Melina, upon witnessing Lin Luo's demeanor, quickly dissipated, her reason being none other than her own thin-skinned nature. Enough, Xiaogu exclaimed, slamming the table, his eyes gleaming with aspirations for the future. Chapter 40. The Kalia Fortress. Goodbye, Luogu. The two friends, arms intertwined, indulged in succulent shrimp while engaging in lively banter, their excitement escalating with each word exchanged. Lin Luo animatedly gestured as he spoke, and although Xiaogu's expression was obscured by his hat, his voice betrayed his enthusiasm. Had it not been for Melina dragging Lin Luo away, the two might have sworn brotherhood. Reflecting on Xiaogu's earlier timid demeanor compared to his current exuberance, Lin Luo's affectionate calls outnumbered those of a devoted mother. Farewell. Next time I visit Shidongwai City, I must savor your shrimp. Lin Luo mounted his steed, Torrent, waving goodbye to Xiaogu. Indeed, I shall head to Shidongwai City at once. I will not disappoint you, Luogu. I will ensure that Xiaogu's culinary delights spread throughout the entire borderland. What on earth did you say to him? After departing from Xiaogu's humble abode and walking for several dozen minutes, Melina finally inquired out of curiosity. He seemed thrilled to the point of tears. Well, it's hard to describe. Lin Luo scratched his head. It's akin to the Supreme while offering these fated souls grand illusions, urging them to become kings. However, Xiaogu truly possesses the talent. His shrimp dishes are indeed quite delectable. Lin Luo licked his lips, still savoring the memory. Melina found Lin Luo's expression amusing, letting out a light huff before vanishing once again. Unbothered, Lin Luo continued on his journey. The Mage Tower of Lani stood adjacent to the Kalia Fortress atop the Lienia Cliffs. To reach Lani's Mage Tower, one must first traverse Kalia Fortress, the residence of the Kalia nobility. Once, a formidable royal knight named Loretta safeguarded this place, but she is no longer present. Only her phantom remains to guard the royal moonlit pool. It is said that she departed in search of a refuge for the Platinum Child, ultimately finding her way to Michaela's holy tree, where she likely serves as a guardian now. Yet, such matters held little relevance for Lin Luo. He harbored no fear of the corporeal, let alone a mere apparition. However, it should be noted that Loretta's magic was indeed potent, particularly her ultimate technique, which could deliver a fatal blow to foes if 4 arrows struck true. Nevertheless, Lin Luo never considered anyone a match for him, not out of disdain for the world's heroes, but from a profound confidence in his own abilities. Following the narrow path along the cliffs of Lienia, they encountered no unruly soldiers or beastmen obstructing their way. Thus Torrent's pace remained unhampered. After enduring several hours of a tedious journey, they finally arrived at their destination. Lin Luo spotted a familiar face not far from the Kalia Citadel. A mountain spirit sat upon a massive stone platform, draped in a cloak. With a peculiar helmet atop its head, a helmet crafted from numerous rectangular pieces of glass, designed to thwart the interference of the supreme will, if Lin Luo recalled correctly. In its hands, the spirit held a book, quietly perusing its pages, while the imposing forge and the sword racks before it signified its identity. At that moment, Lin Luo approached. The voice of Torrent drew the spirit's attention to the commotion. "Oh, a visitor. How rare," the blacksmith remarked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. "You appear to be a fated one. What brings you here?" The blacksmith paused, seemingly realizing the rudeness of his inquiry, and added with slight contrition, "Ah, I apologize if my tone was too inquisitive." "It is quite all right," Lin Luo replied with a smile, indicating his indifference. "My name is Lin Luo, a fated one. May I know your name?" "Certainly," the blacksmith responded with a grin. "My name is Erdtree. I once served the Kalia royal family as a blacksmith. Even though my forging skills have waned, I have no desire to retire, so I remain here, quietly practicing my craft." One wonders how much skill this old man still possesses. "Well, not just yet," Lin Luo gestured dismissively. "I am headed to the Kalia Citadel, and shall not linger here for long." "Ah, fated one, heed my counsel," Erdtree cautioned. "This land was once the domain of the Kalia royal family, and beyond lies the citadel where royal members reside. After the betrayal of the Rialu Kalia Academy, numerous Cuckoo Knights began their assault, advancing upon the citadel after laying waste to this area." Erdtree glanced toward the Kalia Citadel in the distance and continued, "Nevertheless, despite the unexpected attacks, the Kalia royal family still possesses the ability to repel the knights. However, the magical traps they employed at that time remain intact. Thus, fated one, I advise you to steer clear of the citadel. You surely do not wish to tread upon the fool's path of the cuckoos. I appreciate your extensive warnings, but I have made my decision to proceed," Lin Luo replied, rubbing his forehead in resignation. "I have my means to deal with those magical traps. I have compelling reasons to visit the Kalia Citadel." "I see," Erdtree nodded slightly. "Since you have resolved to go, it indicates you possess sufficient confidence. Should you insist on venturing forth, attempt to approach alongside the cliffs. There should be fewer magical traps in that vicinity. Is that so?" Lin Luo stroked his chin. "Thank you. Do not mention it. It is but a trifling matter," Erdtree smiled, lowering his gaze once more to the book in his hands. Lin Luo naturally had no intention of expending such energy to rush forward. Since he could skip class, why push himself unnecessarily? Moreover, Torrent certainly did not wish to be struck by lightning. He patted Torrent's back gently and mounted once more, guiding the horse towards the nearby cliff, adhering closely to the rock face, proceeding slowly. Although occasional bolts of lightning struck, they dissipated before reaching them, merely casting fleeting sparks that startled Torrent into a shiver. Thus, they advanced steadily, and before long, arrived at the gates of the Kalia Citadel. At this moment, the magical assaults on Lin Luo finally ceased, as if the recent lightning had never occurred. Lin Luo also recalled Torrent into the spirit whistle, illuminating the blessing point at the entrance. The legendary weapon, the Sword of Night and Fire, resided here. Lin Luo relished this surge of power. Long ago, his abilities had stagnated, and only upon merging with the great runes and these weapons did he perceive a slight enhancement in his strength. He shed his mage's robe, donning a suit of silver armor, for the flimsy attire provided little in terms of protection. Having prepared himself, Lin Luo stepped through the grand gates of the Kalia Citadel. Chapter 41. The Sword of Night and Fire. The Kalia Citadel, once the abode of noble families, had long since met its ruin. Most of the Kalia knights had lost their consciousness, becoming mere machines of slaughter. Peril lurked in every corner of the city, with the potential for a monstrous hand to emerge and deliver a fatal blow at any moment. Lin Luo ignited the magic starlight, a small azure glow hovering above, illuminating his surroundings as he gripped his renowned blade and ventured deeper into the citadel. The air within the Kalia Citadel shimmered with blue mist, even in broad daylight. Sunlight could not penetrate. Even the starlight magic illuminated only a small fraction of the area around him. Lin Luo remained vigilant, attuned to the sounds around him, and proceeded cautiously along the narrow path. Having taken only a few steps, two massive hands suddenly emerged from the underbrush, seemingly sentient, each blocking Lin Luo's flanks. The hands were broad, providing almost no avenue for escape. Lin Luo quickly reacted, bending forward and activating his hound stride, slipping deftly between the fingers of the hands. The hands struck the ground with a heavy thud, sending up a thick cloud of dust. These finger monsters were as repulsive as ever. Lin Luo slowly straightened, casting a disdainful glance at the two hands. It appeared that the hands, having heard his voice, realized their intended prey had eluded them. Such creatures, devoid of intelligence, relied solely on instinctual slaughter and could scarcely fathom that a man could easily evade their attacks and just as easily eliminate them. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, displaying a hint of surprise at the hand's approach. Raising his staff, lips parting slightly, he recited 2 incantations, and a shimmering Calirian swift sword materialized atop the staff. With a swift motion, Lin Luo brandished his longsword, and the expansive azure blade effortlessly cleaved the foremost hand in twain. Severed fingers tumbled to the ground, twitching involuntarily. The massive remaining finger, how should one put it, defiantly presented Lin Luo with a middle finger, though devoid of malice, as the grotesque hand adorned with a ring set with a ruby. Upon the ring, a wisp of violet magic began to coalesce, growing larger with each passing moment. Finally, with a sharp whoosh, it shot toward Lin Luo. How vexatious, he mused lightly, turning his head slightly as the purple light grazed his right ear. It was not that Lin Luo intended to show off. Rather, the orb of light moved rather sluggishly. Raising his renowned blade with precision, he delivered a swift strike to the remaining hand, granting it a merciful end. Though he encountered a minor hiccup along the way, it did not impede his progress. Entering the building, he made his way to a narrow path by the city wall. As he advanced, he encountered several ethereal Calirian soldiers. Though devoid of consciousness, their duty as guardians compelled them to remain steadfast. Lin Luo felt a twinge of melancholy, and thus he dispatched each with a single stroke. Navigating effortlessly around the columns of the city wall, he eventually paused at an opening. Habitually peering down, he observed a platform with a small, square aperture at its center. Yet another familiar spot. Without hesitation, Lin Luo leaped down, climbing the ladder through the aperture until he arrived at a small chamber. This enclosure was sealed, littered with numerous tomes, resembling a storage room. A couple of candles flickered within, illuminating the modest space. At its center lay a colossal chest, emanating a formidable aura that attested to the extraordinary nature of its contents. Kneeling, Lin Luo slowly opened the chest. Inside, a straight sword rested quietly, its blade adorned with intricate hollow patterns, and the crimson hilt felt substantial to the touch. It was uncertain how long it had been in this place. Yet the blade remained razor-sharp, glinting with a cold radiance. This, indeed, was the Sword of Night and Fire, one of the legendary weapons housed within the Calirian citadel. Once wielded by the celestial seer, a precursor to the mage, it was said to reside atop the distant, lofty mountains closest to the heavens, in proximity to the fire giants. Speaking of which, one cannot overlook the sword's aesthetic appeal. When compared to the equally legendary Sword of the Skeleton and the Eclipse Hook sword, the Sword of Night and Fire would effortlessly outshine them. Curiously, such a weapon, which elsewhere would be revered akin to a treasure, was casually tossed in this storage room in the Calirian citadel. Was it truly a gesture of benevolence for the fated ones? It is uncertain what emotions Loretta's phantom experienced upon witnessing the attendants wielding their sacred artifacts against him. Undoubtedly, expletives would have escaped his lips. Lin Luo shook his head, casting aside such peculiar thoughts, and refocused his gaze upon the Sword of Night and Fire. Why dwell on contemplation when one can act decisively? He stroked his chin, deciding against merging the Sword of Night and Fire just yet. Securing the sword at his waist, he descended the ladder back to the rooftop, ascended the city wall, and continued his journey deeper within. Having acquired the Sword of Night and Fire, there was little else of worth to linger over in the Kalia citadel. Lin Luo skillfully evaded enemies along the way, swiftly dispatching the occasional foolhardy foe with a single strike. His familiarity with the routes of Kalia citadel allowed him to reach his destination in no time. A staircase led to an imposing gateway, where a colossal mountain troll, adorned with a Kalia helmet, knelt centrally on the steps, flanked by 2 soldiers on high alert. Excellent, they shall serve as my testing ground. Lin Luo smacked his lips, eager to ascertain the true power of the Sword of Night and Fire. Grasping the sword, he strode confidently into their midst. The mountain troll immediately took notice of Lin Luo, astonished by his audacity. Such arrogance. Did he not regard himself as a mere insect? The troll, feeling deeply insulted, drew the mountain troll knight's sword from behind, intent on imparting a lesson to this insolent creature. The 2 soldiers also unsheathed their swords, their expressions devoid of emotion, their singular purpose to eradicate any who dared threaten the Kalia citadel. In the face of this hostility, Lin Luo maintained a serene smile. As the troll and soldiers charged forward, he swung his sword. Fiery flames ignited at the blade's tip, magic and runes swirling along its length. Come forth. Lin Luo laughed heartily, brandishing the sword of night and fire in a display of its combat technique. An inferno erupted in response to his swing, a blaze unlike any other, capable of incinerating runes themselves. The mountain troll felt a scorching wave wash over him, followed by an overwhelming sensation of burning, but soon, that sensation faded. Along with it, so did his life. Chapter 42. Skipping class. The flames continued to hiss in the air. The three figures before him had been reduced to charred remains, their original forms nearly unrecognizable. Lin Luo, too, was astonished by the sword's might. Although his own magic and runes were formidable, they paled in comparison to the replicas he had previously possessed. He smacked his lips, feeling a sense of incompleteness, and the desire to merge the sword of night and fire grew ever stronger. Perhaps he would test the soul surge next. Lin Luo gazed at the sword of night and fire in his hand, smiling with delight. Apart from breaking free from the cycle and confirming his relationship with the wooden figure, this was the first time he felt such happiness. Now, Loretta, brace yourself for the overwhelming might of Kalia. With a long sword in hand, she ascended the steps, making her way directly to the royal moon viewing area. One must admit, this place is indeed enchanting. It is an expansive clearing bordered by lush greenery, with a crystalline lake at the center. One can only imagine that, on clear nights, the moon would reflect beautifully upon its surface. However, Kalia has now been shrouded in countless magical mists, and this place has lost its former significance. Beside the lake, dozens of benches are arranged in a circle, offering a broad view and a comfortable atmosphere that refreshes the spirit. Before Lin Luo could fully appreciate the scenery, ripples began to disturb the water's surface, and a heavily armored knight gradually emerged before her eyes, mounted on a horse and wielding a formidable scythe. This must be the royal guard, Loretta. Fated one, depart this place, and you shall be spared. A hoarse female voice resonated from the horse's back. It was Loretta's voice. Is she truly conscious? Lin Luo pondered, but soon realized that as a guardian of the sacred tree, Loretta remained unaffected by the shattered ring, likely shielded by the tree's blessing. After all, if Grek still possessed self-awareness, it was improbable that she did not. Grek, repeatedly beaten like a dead horse? I wish to go to the Three Sisters Magic Tower. Will you permit me to pass? Lin Luo shrugged helplessly, wishing to avoid any troublesome entanglements. What is your intent? Loretta inquired, her brow furrowed. If this fated one were an underling of Princess Lonnie, she would hesitate to act against her. Me? Lin Luo paused. I am certainly seeking the moon Princess Lonnie, as I intend to pledge my allegiance to her. After all, one must understand the importance of power and background in this world. Being skilled in combat is of little consequence. Stop, 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 Loretta interjected, sensing the conversation veering off course, casting a doubtful glance at Lin Luo. Very well, I shall allow you to pass. However, should I discover that you harbor any ill intentions toward Princess Lonnie, you would do well to retreat and abandon your foolish thoughts. Her strength far surpasses mine. Do not even think of challenging her. Lin Luo felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, unable to conceal her amusement at Loretta's loyalty. But why did you ally with Michaela? Your words lack credibility. That is unthinkable. I am exceedingly sincere towards Lady Lonnie. Sincere? What an odd expression, Loretta remarked, eyeing Lin Luo with suspicion. She appeared somewhat presentable, her looks being passable enough. Perhaps she would grant her a reprieve. Thus, I shall allow your departure. However, Loretta's demeanor shifted, imbued with a sense of foreboding. Should I find out that you have deceived me, you shall experience the sting of my great bow. Rest assured, I am a person of unwavering integrity, one who never tells a lie. Lin Luo chuckled, patting his chest with a demeanor that exuded trustworthiness. Then you may proceed. Loretta hesitated for a moment before ultimately stepping aside, revealing the sole entrance to the Three Sisters Magic Tower. Haha, farewell. Lin Luo laughed heartily, relishing the opportunity to skip class, unperturbed by the impending consequences. Under the piercing gaze of Loretta, akin to a needle pricking his back, Lin Luo could not linger for even a second longer. He summoned Torrent and prepared to depart. Yet, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Loretta's eyes suddenly fixated on Lin Luo's waist. Wait, that sword, she murmured, her expression betraying a sense of familiarity. Lin Luo, acutely aware of Loretta's gaze, disregarded all else and hastily mounted his horse to flee. The moment he bolted, memories long buried were unearthed within Loretta. That is, the sword of night and fire, she exclaimed, a surge of rage igniting within her. How despicable! The ignoble fated one has dared to pilfer a precious relic of the Kalia royal family. By heavens, have you discovered it? Lin Luo shivered momentarily. hastily delivering a sharp slap to Torrent's flanks. "You useless beast, run faster." Torrent, though displeased, complied and quickened its pace. "Coward! If you have the audacity, don't run." Loretta seethed, pursuing Lin Luo for what felt like an eternity, yet the distance between them only widened. Despicable. Shameless. Loretta's fury boiled over as she began to conjure a formidable blue bow in her hands. "Feel the wrath of Kalia, you wretched fated one." She drew her bowstring, and 4 colossal blue arrows slowly materialized, soaring through the air towards Lin Luo with a piercing whoosh. Loretta brimmed with confidence. Having infused the arrow with half a vial of her magical essence, she was certain this loathsome fated one could not possibly survive. Resorting to such measures? Lin Luo, having caught wind of Loretta's ire, couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. "I can do that too." Skillfully retrieving the Azrael's luminous staff, he summoned a similarly magnificent blue bow. With identical movements and arrows, Lin Luo yanked on the reins, prompting Torrent to come to an abrupt halt. Rearing up on its hind legs, twisting in an astonishing manner. With a swift release, Lin Luo launched his arrow. Just a few meters away, an explosion erupted between the arrows. Loretta watched in disbelief, her previously assured smile faltering, replaced by incredulity and fury. "This treacherous fated one dares to steal my magic as well," she fumed. "How loathsome. I shall not rest until you are slain." Loretta cried out frantically from a distance. While Lin Luo merely regarded her as a display of impotent rage, he understood that Loretta's spirit could not stray far from the royal moonlit grounds, so he remained stationary, quietly observing her frantic outbursts. "Haha." Lin Luo laughed heartily, embodying the demeanor of a victor. Torrent, on the other hand, disdainfully snorted. "How can you treat your escape as a badge of honor?" "I find it quite curious," he remarked. "Torrent, you have accomplished a great feat," Lin Luo said, patting Torrent on the head in appreciation, then retrieving a handful of spiritual fruits from his bag. "Come now, do not wear that expression." Chapter 43. Lonnie. Upon departing from the Kalia stronghold, Lin Luo could easily envision Loretta's exasperated countenance. However, he felt no anxiety. Once he activated the blessing of the magic tower, there would no longer be a need to traverse the stronghold. He could already imagine the scene when he encountered her again at the sacred tree. Nonetheless, it mattered little. Next time, he would bring his beloved Lonnie along. After all, it would not be unreasonable to take the little princess of the Kalia royal family and claim a sword as a dowry. Lin Luo mused that if he could spare Loretta's life, he would prefer to do so, leaving 2 heirs for the Kalia royalty. As the journey continued, they soon arrived at Lonnie's mage tower. Lin Luo made no effort to conceal his presence, striding boldly into the tower. At that moment, atop the mage tower, Lonnie naturally sensed Lin Luo's aura. She peered out from the window, adjusting her mage hat, and sitting up straight to present herself with a semblance of authority. However, Lonnie's stature was not particularly impressive, necessitating her to elevate her gaze to see Lin Luo's head while seated. Her eyes quickly scanned the vicinity, and she hastily brought over a stack of spellbooks to place on the chair. Once seated, she felt a sense of openness and smiled in satisfaction. Lonnie adjusted her posture, resting her 4 small hands on her lap, lowering the brim of her hat, and slowly closing her eyes, awaiting the arrival of the fated one. Upon entering the mage tower, Lin Luo immediately felt a noticeable drop in temperature. Blue crystals and scattered books lay around, suggesting that the place had not been tidied for quite some time. Lin Luo ventured into a nearby room and ascended the stairs with ease. Riding the lift to the 2nd floor, he followed the surrounding staircase to reach Lonnie's chamber. Lonnie, adorned with an oversized mage hat that obscured her head, appeared to be dozing. Yet Lin Luo knew that the proud and capricious Lonnie was merely feigning slumber. He chose not to expose her ruse, instead silently observing her, allowing a moment of silence to linger. This left Lonnie in a state of panic, for her efforts to create an atmosphere had been jeopardized. Noticing Lonnie shift slightly, Lin Luo could not help but chuckle, prompting her to finally have a reason to awaken. The fated one. A rare guest indeed. Lonnie raised her head, yet the wide brim of her hat obscured Lin Luo's view, revealing only her chin. However, even this glimpse was sufficient to discern Lonnie's exquisite beauty. "Have we met before?" "I do not recall sending you an invitation," Lonnie inquired. Lin Luo pondered for a moment before responding. "We have crossed paths in the past." "Have we?" Lonnie paused, clearly taken aback by Lin Luo's assertion. "I cannot seem to locate that memory. So, since you have arrived here, what brings you?" "I have come to seek your protection," Lin Luo replied succinctly and decisively. "Since there is nothing else, what did you say?" A look of incredulity danced across Lonnie's delicate features. "Oh, this fated one certainly does not adhere to convention." Cough, cough. Lonnie cleared her throat to alleviate her own embarrassment and continued, "Well, this is rather intriguing. Our encounter here could be deemed as fate intervening." She paused for a moment, then fixed her gaze upon Lin Luo. "So, are you truly certain about working with me? I am the witch Lonnie, who once stole death and now seeks to delve into the depths of darkness. One day, I shall betray everything and forsake all." How does that sound? Quite fascinating, isn't it? Uh-huh. Lin Luo tilted his head, looking at Lonnie. "What do you mean by betraying everything?" Lin Luo hesitated. "However, my purpose has never been to become a mere puppet upon the throne of Supreme Will." He slowly approached Lonnie. "There is but one thing I intend to do, kill the Supreme Will." Lonnie was momentarily taken aback. If an ordinary person had uttered such nonsense, she would have flung them from the tower without hesitation. Yet, upon witnessing the resolute gaze in Lin Luo's eyes, she inexplicably felt a strange sense of trust. Eventually, Lonnie broke the silence. "Fated One, killing the Supreme Will is nearly an impossible feat," she sighed, acknowledging that even she would require the hunting finger blade to eliminate the twin fingers. While that blade might inflict some damage upon the Supreme Will, such harm would undoubtedly be limited. After all, the twin fingers were merely the emissaries of the Supreme Will. There must be a living being on the ground to confront the deity in the heavens, mustn't there? Lin Luo began to speak slowly. "If someone must undertake this task, it can only be me." Lonnie fell silent. "You are quite a remarkable fated one, aren't you?" "Uh-huh," Lin Luo shrugged. "My name is Lin Luo, and I am eager to assist you." He extended his hand toward Lonnie. However, Lonnie did not respond. She looked at Lin Luo in confusion, unsure of the meaning behind his gesture. Lin Luo awkwardly withdrew his hand. "I have yet to adapt to the customs of our homeland." "Is that so? Then I shall assign you a task immediately. A half-wolf warrior named Blazer is currently working for me. I need you to join forces with him to uncover the secrets of the Eternal City, Nokron." Lonnie turned her gaze towards Lin Luo, crossing her arms over her chest. "I have summoned Blazer, who is currently downstairs. You may inquire further with him. Also, there are strategist E.G. and Professor Selvies. They should be present as well. Their unique dispositions may be of utility when the need arises. Each will take what they require without hesitation. It has been quite some time since new blood has joined us. Are you in search of the Finger Slayer?" Lonnie questioned Lin Luo with a hint of confusion. "How do you know about it? If you wish to eliminate the finger, I can assist you. I am capable of doing so right now." Lin Luo pressed his lips together before responding. "However, I must make a trip to the Eternal City. There are items I need to retrieve. Therefore, the seal of the stars must be broken, and your brother, Ratarn, must be slain." "Slay the finger?" Lonnie exclaimed in disbelief. For even after achieving demigod status for many years, nothing had ever shaken her quite like this. The death runes had long been sealed, and it was nearly impossible to kill the finger using the stolen death runes. At present, aside from the fabled finger slayer within the Eternal City, there was nothing capable of inflicting harm upon it. "Indeed, you have stated it yourself," Lin Luo replied with a smile, drawing forth a black sword from his satchel. "There is no time to waste. Let us proceed." A dense aura of death enveloped them. It was not merely a sword, as Lonnie instantly sensed that this blade contained the essence of fatality. "Stop." For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lonnie brandished her staff, her gaze icy. "Who are you?" The figure before her, the Fated One, was undoubtedly more complex than appearances suggested. As a demigod, Lonnie instinctively shunned the death runes. Malika's guarded the death runes fiercely, and even she might not stand as an equal. The origins of the black sword in Lin Luo's possession were worth pondering. Chapter 44. Resonance of Runes. What do you intend to do? Melina's form suddenly materialized, positioning herself protectively in front of Lin Luo. She herself was uncertain of the reason behind her actions. Feeling somewhat uneasy, she could no longer suppress her instincts upon witnessing Lonnie's desire to confront Lin Luo. Lin Luo gazed at Melina in surprise. Perhaps even he had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her. "Who are you?" Lonnie arched an eyebrow, her petite figure still exuding an endearing aura as she descended from her wooden chair. "The Witch of the Fated One. Why do you appear as a spirit?" Lonnie's runes began to resonate, seemingly stirred by the presence of this woman before her. "I shall venture a bold hypothesis. Some say Melina is the spirit of Marika, while others claim she is Lonnie herself. I lean towards the latter, as it would resolve Lin Luo's romantic entanglements." "A harem? Such notions do not appeal to me." Melina, too, felt the runes within her stir. She had not experienced this sensation while merely residing within Lin Luo, yet facing Lonnie directly. This peculiar resonance of runes became strikingly apparent. However, at this moment, Melina was oblivious to the surrounding tension, instinctively shielding Lin Luo behind her. Lin Luo perceived the unusual demeanor of the two, though he could not fathom the reason. In previous cycles, Melina had never encountered Lonnie. He had envisioned countless scenarios of their meeting, but this was the one he dreaded most. The atmosphere became increasingly charged, on the brink of violence, which made Lin Luo feel as though the situation was spiraling out of control. Be good. Come back, he gently urged, stepping forward to grasp Melina's right hand, leaving no room for refusal as he positioned himself firmly before her. This time, Lin Luo and Lonnie locked eyes deeply. They were not far apart, yet in Lonnie's gaze, there was only confusion and indifference. Perhaps Lonnie had erred, but her proud nature and demigod status forbade her from offering an apology. Moreover, a typical demigod encountering their destined demise would show great mercy by not directly intervening, and Lonnie merely questioned Lin Luo's intentions. Had Lin Luo belonged to another demigod, she would undoubtedly have detained him here. Sensing a glimmer of murderous intent in Lonnie's eyes, Lin Luo realized that the situation might escalate further. Just as he pondered how to proceed, the black sword in his hand began to tremble violently. It felt as though the blade was exuding excitement, suggesting an abundance of death runes surrounding them, and this was within Lonnie's magical tower. The presence of death runes could only mean one thing. Suddenly, Lin Luo turned sharply. Finding Melina's left eye wide open, her azure gaze filled with an abyss of silence. Lonnie was taken aback, astonished to discover that the runes of the witch resonated with her own, and even the runes of the fated were in harmony with hers. Lonnie's runes began to uncontrollably overflow, despite her best efforts to contain them, yielding no results. Melina bore the blessing of the golden tree and the seal of death runes, while Lonnie possessed the power of the stars. Remarkably, Lin Luo held all these powers, which were intrinsically linked to both women. The three distinct forces began to merge slowly, the runes surging as the sky transitioned from a deep blue to a golden hue, ultimately succumbing to an eerie silence. The three seemed to lose their consciousness, frozen in place. In Lin Luo's vision, an infinite expanse of starry sky unfolded, with each star housing its own deity. Yet, it was evident that the gaze of these gods was fixated upon this small corner of existence, as if drawn by some fatal allure. At the heart of the stars lay this boundary, engulfed entirely in darkness, obscuring its true nature. As Lin Luo strained to discern its form, a pair of blood-red pupils emerged from the darkness. The owner of those eyes let out a furious roar. Lin Luo could not discern the words, as darkness enveloped him once more. But he beheld a black dragon tethered at the boundary. The scene shifted once more, as if a slideshow unfurled before Lin Luo's eyes. Marika wielded her stone hammer, shattering the law ring, while the Black Knife Order assassinated Godwin. The wars of the ancient dragons, the giants, and the fractured echoed repeatedly in Lin Luo's mind. Time lost all meaning as he drifted in this vision. This time, he glimpsed what he longed to see. After Marika used the death rune to slay her own corporeal form, Lin Luo witnessed her soul cleave into two. The death rune was carried away by the other half of her soul, soaring towards the golden tree. Marika recognized the extraordinary essence of this fragment of soul. By then, she was preparing to subvert the supreme will, infusing a part of her rune into this soul, inscribing the directive for the fated one to ascend as king deep within. Lin Luo suddenly understood. Lonnie was, in truth, Melina. At that moment, Melina beheld Lin Luo engaged in a fierce battle against Melina, dying time and again, yet ultimately acquiring Miquella's needle. Confounded by Lin Luo's relentless determination, she could only continue to observe. After countless deaths, he grasped Miquella's needle, radiating joy akin to that of a child. At this sight, Melina's face brightened with a smile. Yet soon, her joy was eclipsed. Lin Luo embraced the frenzied flame. Despite her attempts to persuade him otherwise, he ultimately chose the path of the frenzied flame. Melina remarked to Lin Luo, "Should you become the Lord of Chaos, I shall personally deliver your destined demise." Lin Luo offered no reply, merely igniting himself before the cauldron of flames. Even in excruciating pain, a flicker of a smile remained upon his lips. Lastly, she witnessed Lin Luo valiantly battling the Dragon King Placidusax in the City of the Sky. At the center of the platform, he drove the golden needle into his crown. It was then that Melina comprehended Lin Luo's intentions. Her eyes welled with tears, unsure of what words to offer. In the end, Lin Luo, honoring Melina's wishes, chose to ascend as the Elden Lord, restoring the perfect golden order. Ultimately, he sat upon the throne, his voice tinged with sorrow as he uttered, "Melina, I despise you for your wooden heart. Even if you had asked for my aid, I would have gladly met my end, but you framed it as a transaction. Did you think I ventured to the heavens and the depths for whom? I have no desire to clean up after demigods, nor to slaughter replicas in dank dungeons. I yearn only for a sense of being needed by you." Crying, I journeyed from Caelid to the Altus Plateau. If a staff could weep, I would now wield a chainsaw. I have slain miners for a decade. My heart has grown colder than the crystal veins of the dungeon. Melina, what will you offer to repay your debts here? Upon hearing this, Melina finally broke down in tears, her tears soaking the coarse linen cloak. Perhaps, without this, the future would have led to the same outcome. She thought silently while clutching the crystalline necklace at her chest. Chapter 45. Your king can only be me. What followed was the scene of Melina and Lonnie's souls parting. This was the only moment the three of them shared in common. Next was Lonnie's vision, which was nothing short of breathtaking. Lin Luo wielded his sword, triumphing over Ratarn, the ancestors, dragon soldiers, and stone gargoyles. He battled through a burning giant ant, kicked a massive iron ball, tore apart the calamity shadows dispatched by the two-fingered beings, waded through corrupt cesspools, floated upon drifting coffins, and ultimately defeated the dark, alien offspring from beyond the stars, standing before the Manus Cathedral. For reasons unknown, as Lonnie witnessed this cinematic sequence, especially the moment Lin Luo donned the Dark Moon ring, she felt an involuntary smile spread across her face when he took her hand, leaving her puzzled about the source of her joy. In that instant, the scene shifted to Lin Luo, standing resolutely before the Elden Beast, sword in hand, confronting the Supreme Will. Lonnie could scarcely believe it. She knew the formidable power of the Supreme Will, which had vanquished countless deities who dared to enter the borderlands, leaving them to flee in disgrace. Such strength was something even her mother, in her prime, would never dare to challenge. Yet here stood Lin Luo, a solitary figure wielding a single sword, unyielding against the odds. Then came the initial scene. The three stood in a daze atop the magical tower for what felt like an eternity as the sky gradually darkened. Below, Selvies grew increasingly impatient. What on earth is Lonnie doing? I have no desire to linger here indulging your tedious games, Selvies exclaimed in frustration. If nothing is amiss, I would certainly be engrossed in studying my delightful puppets instead of sitting here gathering dust. Due to Lonnie's summoning, although they were spirits, their true consciousness had simultaneously arrived. Selvies, mind your words. Blazer's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of murderous intent as he tightened his grip on the royal greatsword. E.G. cast a similarly unfriendly glance at Selvies. Oh, come now. Don't take it so seriously. I was merely venting, Selvies remarked hastily, sensing a chill in the air. He was acutely aware that should these two truly wish him harm, they would not hesitate to act. However, his penchant for speaking recklessly was unlikely to change. Selvies silently chastised himself, lowering his head, though a flicker of malice lingered in his eyes. Noticing Selvies' newfound caution, Blazer let out a cold snort, casting a perplexed glance at the tower's apex. Yet, he understood what he should and should not do, setting aside his greatsword and continuing to wait on the steps. Time flowed slowly, and Lin Luo's eyes began to clear. Moments later, the two women also regained their awareness. Melina's eyes were rimmed with red, her countenance betraying the turmoil she had endured. Lonnie appeared unchanged, merely lowering the brim of her hat, which concealed a tumultuous spirit. Suddenly, Melina embraced Lin Luo, overwhelmed by sorrow, her sobs echoing through the air. I'm so sorry, she managed to utter, leaving Lin Luo bewildered, grappling with confusion. Who was he, and where was he? Abandoning his thoughts, he swiftly returned the embrace, gently patting her back in a bid to console her. In that moment, Lin Luo recalled the events that had just transpired. Could it be that Lonnie and Melina's memories were intertwined? The realization dawned upon him. With a tender gesture, he wiped the tears from Melina's cheeks. There is no need for apologies. You are not to blame for those events, he murmured softly, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. Melina, her eyes still glistening, gazed up at him before clutching him even tighter. Lonnie, lifting her gaze, exchanged a knowing look with Lin Luo. In her rebellious face, she resolutely refused to entertain any notion of a relationship with this fated one due to the shared memories, perhaps a flicker of fondness, but nothing more. After all, the Lonnie in his memories was not her. She persistently reassured herself in silence. As for jealousy, who would ever feel envious of oneself? Then, my lady, may I assist you in eliminating the dual fingers? Lin Luo's eyes bore an inscrutable meaning as he regarded Lonnie. However, her reaction was one of unexpected ire. How dare that insufferable fated one address me so coldly? She thought, grappling with her emotions. Wait, why am I even angry? Calm down, Lonnie retorted, her voice laced with urgency. The blade of the hunt must be obtained. It was imperative for her to wield that weapon. Lin Luo sensed an underlying tension in her words and tentatively inquired, Lonnie? Yes? Her eyes sparkled with intrigue, though obscured by the brim of her hat. Lin Luo remained unaware of her reaction. If the dual fingers continually dispatched the black blade for ambushes, it could indeed lead to considerable trouble. Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, he regretted them, realizing he had grasped Lonnie's intentions. I will assist you in acquiring it, Lin Luo suddenly declared, acknowledging his previous oversight. After all, Lonnie lacked effective countermeasures against the Black Blade's assassinations, and possessing the Blade of the Hunt would alter everything. Moreover, even if they were to eliminate this dual finger, the Supreme Will could still summon another to command the Black Blade. Lin Luo reflected on the weapons imbued with the Rune of Death that had already merged, while the previous Blades of the Hunt had succumbed to the machinations of the Supreme Will. Thus, aside from the Black Sword and the Frenzied Flame, he seemed devoid of any means to confront the Supreme Will. Lonnie regarded Lin Luo with a look of puzzlement, her lips pursed as if to voice something, yet ultimately refrained. Her gaze drifted to the stack of books atop the wooden chair, but she chose not to sit. After a brief silence, the air thickened with unspoken thoughts. Lonnie spoke. Well, I suppose I shall drift into slumber now. You may depart. I hope that when I awaken next, I shall hear delightful tidings. With her small hands tightly clasped together, she seemed lost in thought. Lin Luo gently nodded, lifting Melina into his arms as he exited Lonnie's room. Lonnie was taken aback. What was happening? Such decisiveness. Shouldn't he linger a moment longer? At the very least, a lingering glance would have sufficed. Why was he leaving so abruptly? A wave of inexplicable anger surged within her. How infuriating. He is merely a fated one. Those memories do not belong to me. Why am I? As her frustration mounted, she eventually sank to the floor, puffing her cheeks and ceaselessly slapping her small hands against the ground. How vexing. Meanwhile, as Lin Luo made his exit, he concealed himself on the staircase, with Melina standing beside him, giving him a subtle nod of approval. Elated by the endorsement of his beloved, Lin Luo planted a tender kiss on Melina's lips and seized the opportunity to slip back into Lonnie's room. Just as Lonnie was sulking, Lin Luo's head gradually appeared at the doorway in a peculiar manner, capturing the entirety of her mortifying moment. Perhaps due to her anger, Lonnie remained oblivious to his arrival until he stood directly in front of her, blocking part of the light. She lifted her gaze, and the puffiness of her cheeks deflated. Ordinarily, her temperament would dictate that she feel a mix of shame and indignation. However, upon seeing Lin Luo again, she felt an inexplicable joy. What do you want now? I am about to sleep, Lonnie declared, lowering her head in a petulant tone. I merely wish to remind you of something. Lin Luo replied with an expression of utmost calmness, which left Lonnie feeling unexpectedly disheartened. Anger surged within her once more. After all, he was just a fated one. What right did he have? Yet, Lin Luo's subsequent words ensnared her completely. He placed a bouquet of flowers from Van Lay upon Lonnie's lap and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, Your king can only be me. After Lin Luo departed, Lonnie finally grasped the weight of his words. How vexing. If only dolls could blush. Lonnie imagined that she would be quite crimson now. She clutched the bouquet tightly, grappling with the absurdity of his claim that only he could be her king. Such arrogance. Her voice gradually dwindled, and ultimately, she chose not to voice her thoughts. Holding the bouquet as though it were a treasured possession, she felt a warmth of happiness she had not experienced in quite some time. She carefully placed the flowers in a box, yet after a moment's reflection, she retrieved them once more, holding them close, revealing a long-lost smile. Exiting her room, she spotted Melina quietly observing her from the staircase, tilting her head adorably, her red-rimmed eyes evoking a sense of tender affection. Lin Luo wrapped his arms around Melina's waist, planting a gentle kiss upon her forehead. To speak candidly, I am not particularly adept at emotional narratives. Though solitary, I find myself portraying the protagonist as a scoundrel. Yet, it matters not. The true rogue is encapsulated in Sadako's tale. Come, let us descend to meet Blazer. Melina gently nodded, resting her head upon Lin Luo's shoulder as they made their way down the stairs. The trio lingered atop the building for a considerable time, and the sky had darkened. Nevertheless, Blazer and E.G. remained waiting, while Selvies had grown impatient. Had he not feared potential repercussions from Blazer, he would have departed long ago. At that moment, Lin Luo descended from above, and the trio immediately noted his arrival. Ah, at last, a minor character has kept me waiting for so long. Upon seeing Lin Luo, Selvies' fury found an outlet. Lin Luo cast a cold glance, dismissing him entirely, merely a spirit, unworthy of his attention. After all, he would eventually seek retribution from Selvies' corporeal form. Noticing Lin Luo's disregard, compounded by the contemptuous look cast his way, Selvies felt a surge of indignation. Did he deem me mere refuse? He brandished his staff, intent on demonstrating his displeasure to Lin Luo. However, Lin Luo's indifference to such triviality did not extend to Melina. In an instant, a flash of golden light pierced through Selvi's form, and he scarcely had time to emit a cry before his spirit dissipated. Though merely a specter, he should have wielded at least 1/5 of his corporeal strength, bolstered by his essence. He should not have been so easily vanquished. Blazer and E.G. exchanged astonished glances at Melina's formidable prowess. It was then that E.G. turned his attention to Lin Luo. Oh, it is you, Lin Luo? E.G. remarked with a hint of amusement. My memory may falter, but I recall your name, the Fated One. After all, it has been quite some time since I engaged in conversation. Allow me to introduce myself. I am E.G. I hear you are to accompany Blazer to the Eternal City in search of Nokron's whereabouts. I pledge to offer my counsel to the best of my ability. May you succeed. E.G. cleared his throat, seemingly reconsidering his earlier admonitions. It appears I misjudged you. I had not anticipated your fate would involve an audience with Lady Lonnie. I can only admit my lack of discernment and hope for your forgiveness. Henceforth, let us work together for the benefit of Lady Lonnie. Naturally. Lin Luo replied with a smile. Ah, you are indeed Lin Luo. Blazer approached, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet unexpectedly powerful. I am Blazer, a member in service to Lady Lonnie, and I welcome you to our ranks. Blazer succinctly transitioned to the matter at hand. Now, to the task at hand. I am currently in Nimfuth, as the Eternal City lies beneath this very ground. My intention is to descend into the wells of the misty forest to uncover the path to Nokron. I shall await your arrival there. Blazer appeared to be an activist, engaging in little pleasantries with Lin Luo, as it seemed that Ronnie's command was of utmost importance to him. There's no need to go, Lin Luo interjected. The well in the misty forest ruins leads to the Shafira River, but it does not provide a path to the Eternal City. How do you know? Blazer questioned, gazing at Lin Luo with intrigue and suspicion. Of course, I have been there, Lin Luo replied, exasperated as he supported his forehead, feeling compelled to narrate his experience to Blazer. Although the Shafira River allows a glimpse of a corner of the Eternal City, there is no actual path forward. Even if there were, you would not be able to enter. Lin Luo pointed towards the direction of Galet, stating, General Shattered Star once sealed the stars. That man himself is the seal of the stars. Only upon his death will the fate of the stars begin to flow anew, and the path to the Eternal City will reopen. In truth, Radon, as a member of the Korea royal family, committing the act of sealing the stars was indeed a grievous transgression. Yet, to protect the beings of Galet, he had no choice but to seal the stars. Raton's tragic resolve of as long as I live, I will never allow you to descend is precisely what makes his character shine, embodying a heroic spirit. However, Lin Luo could not save Raton, who had lost consciousness at the brink of death. Death in battle would be the best outcome for Raton. Such thoughts cast a rare pall over Blazer's emotions. Must we then first eliminate General Shattered Star? He pondered. Well, let us head to Red Lion City, Blazer paused. It is said that a battle festival regarding General Shattered Star is to be held in a few days. The fact that Shattered Star is still alive makes the significance of this festival quite clear. Then we shall meet again at that time, Blazer said slowly, his form gradually dissipating. One must face that day eventually. Is it time to seek out Radon? At that moment, Melina approached, a hint of worry in her demeanor. General Shattered Star is hailed as the strongest demigod. Lin Luo, you must be cautious. Indeed, Lin Luo replied, forcing a smile. Do not worry, I am quite strong. Even if I cannot win, I will make my escape. I will certainly not leave you in mourning. What are you saying? Melina playfully shoved Lin Luo. That day will never come. I believe so too, Lin Luo asserted confidently, fully aware of his abilities. Chapter 47. The decline of Platon Sanks. After discussing their next course of action with Blazer, Lin Luo set forth from Ronnie's magical tower. Just as he was about to embark towards Galet, he recalled that traitor, Selvi's. Ah, I almost forgot about you. After all, the battle festival was not an immediate concern. Lin Luo could not comprehend how such a lackluster magician could have the audacity to construct a mage tower here. Could he not even bother to bathe? Lin Luo was utterly perplexed and ultimately resolved to witness the traitor with his own eyes. Following the cliff's descent, he found Selvi's magical tower below. After the lesson learned in Lienia, Lin Luo was determined not to leap down again. Hence, Torrent, it's your turn now. Torrent. Poor Torrent had the misfortune of such a master. Fortunately, its well-developed calf muscles were advantageous. Otherwise, a jump like that could have resulted in broken legs for any other steed. Upon landing smoothly, Lin Luo struck a pose he fancied to be quite dashing, though he perceived that Torrent's trembling legs did not quite match his intended grandeur. Thus, he recalled Torrent into the spirit whistle. Primarily, he wished to spare Torrent any undue fatigue. Torrent, I star you, you star. Melina stifled a laugh, lightly tapping Lin Luo on the shoulder. You ought not to be so harsh on Torrent. How could you say such a thing? Lin Luo, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose, his voice dwindling. Ahem. We have arrived. His gaze darted around before he swiftly pointed towards Selvi's mage tower and hastened forward. Melina chuckled softly, trailing behind Lin Luo at a leisurely pace. Selvi's magical tower. Selvi stood at the foot of a long ladder, hands clasped behind his back, adorned with a pale golden mask and a comically oversized wizard hat, which rendered him rather ludicrous, unlike Lonnie, who looked splendid in anything. Ahem, I digress. Lin Luo's arrival immediately caught Selvi's attention. Oh, it's you? Selvi spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm. Where is that rude witch of yours? How dare she lay hands on me? Mere trifles. Before Selvi could finish his words, Lin Luo unsheathed his long sword with a swift motion, hurling the famed blade, Moon Shadow, towards him. The blade grazed Selvi's mask, leaving a long gash. The sharp edge embedded itself into the hard wall behind, causing the exposed blade to tremble, resonating with a metallic clang. The last one who insulted me with the term, which is already nailed in Stonevale, and who knows how many bites he received from wild dogs. Selvi initially felt a surge of anger, which was swiftly replaced by fear. A chilling aura enveloped him, sharp as a knife, compelling Selvi to involuntarily squint his eyes. Gulp. Selvi could not suppress the instinctive swallow. The oppressive aura Lin Luo exuded was undoubtedly on par with Lonnie's, causing him to nearly forget that the figure standing before him was merely a vessel. After what felt like an eternity, Selvi finally grasped this truth. His confidence began to harden once more. He stepped away from the famed blade, Moon Shadow, but inadvertently caught sight of Melina nearby. Oh dear. Startled, Selvi jerked back, retreating to his original position. What does the little mage intend to do? Mind your words, faithless one. Selvi's voice faltered slightly, but he managed to speak nonetheless. Oh, quite the audacity. Lin Luo crossed his arms, intrigued. Ahem, I wonder what expression lies beneath Selvi's mask. He coughed lightly and spoke. I hope you can assist me with a task. After all, it is for the esteemed Lady Lonnie. He continued. Could you locate a Nephilim warrior and have her consume a potion? Surely, this is within your capabilities? Do you not comprehend your own predicament? Lin Luo gazed incredulously at Selvi, astonished by his audacity. Just moments ago, he had been berated, and now he expected Lin Luo's assistance. Was he not overestimating himself? However, Lin Luo refrained from taking action, well aware that Selvi was merely a vessel, while his true essence was known to him. Who? You mean whom? Lin Luo scoffed, drawing the famed sword Moon Shadow from its resting place. Ahem, do you not realize that Nephilim is under my command? Presently, she is the Lord of Eastvale. A city I have conquered, he declared. What nonsense are you spouting? Can you not engage your brain before you speak? Lin Luo expressed his disdain for Selvi openly, rebuking him. Were it not for the fear of displeasing Lonnie, I would have dealt with you right now. What? Selvi faltered, unaware of this development. When had Nephilim become the Lord of Eastvale? Cursed, this made his task all the more challenging. Sir Baishi, you have certainly chosen a remarkable daughter, Selvi's eyes, hidden beneath his mask, burned with malice as they fixed on Lin Luo. Suddenly, an absurd and audacious thought crossed his mind. Although failure would yield dire consequences, success would render him invincible in the boundary realm. Moreover, was this not a pawn delivered to him? Selvi once again set his sights on Lin Luo, the fated one. I possess a secret. I wonder if you would be interested in hearing it? It pertains to the exquisite experience of tasting superior puppets, but it also involves deceiving Lonnie. He inquired, his tone laced with a hint of lewdness. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, a deep murderous intent enveloping him. Speak, he commanded, his smile fading, replaced by a placid demeanor. Those familiar with Lin Luo, like Melina, recognized that he was genuinely enraged this time. Melina bit her lip and slowly exited the mage tower. Yet, Selvi misinterpreted Lin Luo's expression as mere curiosity. A smile crept onto his face as he exclaimed, Ah, I see you are just like me, filled with fervor. Selvi adopted an air of a seasoned veteran, his words dripping with uncontainable amusement. I require you to seek out a certain item. The shimmering amber-hued star fragments possess a unique radiance. With them, my potion can exude a delicate glow that even demigods would find enchanting. Do you desire this? Lin Luo extended his hand, revealing the amber starlight. Oh, have you acquired it? Selvi momentarily hesitated, then was overcome with ecstasy. Despite its slight imperfections, it did not diminish his joy as he eagerly accepted it and added the amber starlight to the potion. This is what I have longed for. Oh, what an alluring glow. This was once the fate of a demigod. Selvi chuckled in a deep, gravelly voice. Here, Give it to Lonnie. There's nothing to worry about. For some reason, that cold puppet of hers seems particularly attentive to you. Even burdened with sin, her demeanor remains that of a delicate and charming girl. Do you understand? Let Lonnie consume the potion, and the secret shall be unveiled. We shall acquire a superior puppet and revel in her beauty. Just imagine how delightful that would be. Lin Luo took the potion, remaining silent as he walked straight out of the magic tower. However, unbeknownst to Selvies, Lonnie had been watching intently. Upon witnessing this scene, Lonnie was engulfed in intense rage, coupled with a pang of sorrow. Wasn't she supposed to be devoid of feelings? Lonnie retrieved the bouquet that Lin Luo had gifted her, ready to cast it aside. Fool, you will come to understand what it means to wish for death. Lin Luo stood before Selvies' magic tower, an icy murderous intent enveloping him, grasping the dragon feast mark tightly. Die! The anguished wail of the ancient dragon, the supremacy of the Dragon King. Platon Laxon's demise. The Dragon King's laser may not be of great utility in actual combat, but here, it is certainly more striking than Edis. Chapter 48. Return to Stonevale City. A tremendous upheaval reverberated throughout the entirety of Linnea, even reaching the distant ears of Xiaogu, who felt the overwhelming pressure. Oh dear. What Lin said is absolutely true. Linnea is perilous. I cannot remain here any longer. Mama, I want to go home. This resolution only solidified his determination to venture to Stonevale City. Meanwhile, in the royal city, the ominous King Mont suddenly opened his eyes, sensing a familiar power. The aura of the Dragon King Platon sanks? How dare it return to the borderlands? Mont's heart tightened. He swiftly sought the source of this power. The borderlands, already fragmented from the Shard Wars, could not endure another conflict. For the future of the Golden Tree, he must eradicate all threats. At that moment, Selvies' magic tower had been reduced to ruins. No, perhaps it was not merely ruins. The once proud tower had transformed into a vast chasm, leaving only scattered ashes in the air, rendering it unrecognizable as a former magic tower. As the Dragon King faced his demise, a mournful wail escaped his lips. Lin Luo descended slowly from the skies. Such a powerful prayer. Even he could not help but feel a tinge of exhaustion. The lifelessness in his eyes faded, revealing once more the pair of black and white orbs. Far away, in the Lonnie magic tower, Lonnie stood agape, astonishment mingling with a profound joy that enveloped her heart. As she regained her composure, a flicker of guilt crossed her mind, prompting her to hurriedly tuck away the bouquet, cradling it as if it were a treasure. At that moment, Lin Luo turned his gaze towards the distant Lonnie, breaking into a smile. Lonnie's heart skipped a beat, warmth spreading across her cheeks. Though her doll-like form did not possess the capacity to blush, she instinctively hid behind the wall, peeking out with a single eye. Unbeknownst to her, the white hat at the doorway appeared quite out of place. Lin Luo smiled faintly, refraining from greeting her, for the proud Lonnie would surely reject such an overture. With matters yet unresolved, Lin Luo's expression gradually shifted back to one of icy detachment. He produced a summoning bell from his bosom, its chime resonating crisply in the air. A figure, identical to Lin Luo, began to materialize. However, unlike Lin Luo, this doppelganger, Teardrop, was imbued with an aura of destruction, the essence of three-fingered power. The madness fire. You understand what must be done, Lin Luo murmured, playing with the necklace adorning his chest as he addressed Teardrop softly. The doppelganger offered no verbal response, merely nodding in silence. Do not let him die easily. Lin Luo handed Teardrop a generous handful of warm stones, the purpose of which was abundantly clear. The madness fire shimmered in Teardrop's eyes. Being one with Lin Luo, he comprehended his intentions fully. Accepting the warm stones, Teardrop proceeded directly towards the Kalia fortress, for therein lay the corporeal form of Selvies. Daring to covet his beloved, Lin Luo would not allow him the mercy of a swift death. As for how Teardrop would torment Selvies, that was a matter for another time. His fate would surely be no better than that of Godok. With this task complete, Lin Luo set forth towards the Red Lion City. To expedite his journey, he opted to teleport directly to the room adjacent to the elevator in Stonevale City. His sudden appearance drew the attention of the surrounding soldiers, who swiftly encircled him, an all too familiar scene. Lin Luo found himself momentarily bewildered. This did not resemble the soldiers of Grek, who were but a band of fools. Oh, but he realized, Grek had met his end at his own hand, and now Nephilim held the reins of power. The soldiers stood at the ready, their gazes fixed intently upon Lin Luo. However, a few perceptive soldiers recognized the man before them, having once participated in that fateful battle, the nightmare of Stonevale City. The god of slaughter, the one who had stained the entirety of Stonevale City red with his own blood. A soldier, overwhelmed by fear, found himself paralyzed, sitting helplessly on the ground as a foul odor emanated from his armor. What a jest! Another soldier instinctively recoiled a few steps, his legs trembling uncontrollably. We cannot possibly match him. Run. We must flee at once. Are you jesting? How dare you provoke him? The bloodstain on the wall beside the elevator has yet to dry. When we went to handle the body of Godok, he was part of the gruesome scene, which was almost beyond description. Scattered remains littered the ground, not a single intact part on the body. Blood flowed into every corner of the room, and some limbs had mysteriously vanished. He vividly recalled Godok's agonizing screams before death and the look of relief that graced his face at the end. It was unimaginable what he had endured. Finally, the soldier let out a desperate cry and bolted outside. The leading group of soldiers, baffled by the sight before them, cast a glance at the fleeing figure, their eyes betraying a hint of disdain. You know not what you are up against. The trembling soldier attempted to voice his fear and flee, but he was restrained by those behind him. Let me go? He is not human. He is a monster. The soldier's desperate screams echoed, and as he realized escape was futile, he contemplated taking his own life. Yet, the surrounding soldiers restrained him, preventing even that final act of desperation. It is all over, all over. The bound soldier seemed entranced, muttering those 3 words repeatedly. How dramatic. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, the dark azure hue within them surfacing as he slowly unsheathed the Valkyrie's blade. Although he knew not the cause of the turmoil, it appeared that a bloody massacre was imminent. As Lin Luo drew his sword, the soldiers raised their own blades and shields in response. Those stationed above also aimed their bows and crossbows at him. Why must this be? Lin Luo lifted his long knife, positioning it before him in a stance that resembled a whirling waterbird, ready to unleash a slaughter upon any who dared to move. Halt! Just as tension escalated between the two parties, a boisterous female voice shattered the precarious equilibrium. Lin Luo paused, the voice sounding vaguely familiar. Yet, the dark azure in his eyes remained, ready to strike should the soldiers make a move. A path opened among the soldiers, and Nephilim, clad in a ludicrous suit of golden royal armor, advanced. The leading group of soldiers bowed respectfully to Nephilim. We have just discovered the invader and will apprehend him promptly. No need. You are mistaken. Nephilim waved her hand, a smile playing on her lips. This is the hero who vanquished the tyrant Grek. Her proclamation resonated through the crowd like thunder. He is. The soldiers finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Though they had not witnessed Lin Luo's carnage firsthand, the aftermath was vividly etched in their minds. It was indeed he who had wrought such devastation. The slender-armed and slender-legged soldiers collectively swallowed hard, producing a distinct gulping sound. They realized belatedly that had they chosen to act just moments earlier, the city of Stonevale would likely have been stained with yet another layer of crimson earth. At this juncture, they released the bound soldier, who collapsed onto the ground and struggled to exclaim, "Damn it, I'm finally saved." Chapter 49. The brave soldiers. The crowd gazed in astonishment at Lin Luo, revealing expressions of disbelief. He certainly did not resemble the description of a warrior as portrayed by Nephilim. Could he be a sorcerer? Yet, what of the weapon he wielded? Despite their reservations, the soldiers relinquished their weapons. It appeared that the lord of the city was quite competent. It was evident that they held him in high regard. Upon hearing this, Nephilim rolled her eyes and provided an explanation to Lin Luo. It turned out that the soldiers in the city had long harbored discontent towards Grek and had been yearning for a rebellion against his tyranny. However, lacking strength, they had refrained from taking action until now. With Lin Luo's slaying of Grek and the emergence of a formidable female warrior as their ruler, the tides had turned. Although Nephilim's initial power had not commanded respect, her iron-fisted methods and formidable prowess had ultimately won over the soldiers, thereby legitimizing her reign as the monarch of Stonevale. Upon exiting the chamber, Lin Luo discovered that Stonevale had been nearly restored to its former glory. The severed limbs had been cleared away. The vermin at the city's base had been exterminated, and even the corrupt tree spirit had been vanquished by Nephilim and her soldiers. The city now exuded a refreshing vitality, with many wandering merchants contemplating settlement here. Quite impressive, Lin Luo nodded in approval. However, he did not intend to linger. After discussing matters regarding Siegu with Nephilim, he prepared to set off for Red Lion City. You are going to Red Lion City? Nephilim paused momentarily, followed by a look of surprise. Are you seeking Starbreaker, the mightiest demigod? Yes, what of it? Lin Luo had already mounted Torrent's steed, the black sword secured at his back, all preparations in place. That is Starbreaker, not Grek. Nephilim's anxiety began to surface. You are now the Lord of Stonevale. You are, at the very least, a minor king. Could you not act as though you have never encountered the world before? Lin Luo wore a bemused expression. You ought to take a leaf out of your foster father's book. He exhibits no fear. Of course he shows no fear. After all, it is not he who is heading to confront Starbreaker. Nephilim internally berated herself. Perhaps, Nephilim scratched her head. Shall I assign some troops to accompany you? More hands yield greater strength. Lin Luo regarded her with an incredulous look. Do you harbor feelings for me? I suggest you abandon such thoughts. I already have 2 wives. You, despite her good upbringing, Nephilim could not help but erupt in expletives. For whom am I enduring this, you ask? Furthermore, when you boast of your 2 wives, why do you wear such a proud expression? Surely you are aware of the Red Lion Battle Festival? Lin Luo sighed in exasperation, rubbing his forehead. Accompanying me are various mages and warriors. Are your soldiers not merely destined to be cannon fodder? Nonsense. An irate soldier strode over, evidently having overheard something. Please respect the combat prowess of our soldiers. No matter the adversary, we shall never retreat. Oh, Lin Luo quipped as he regarded the soldier before him. From your tone, it seems you possess considerable courage. Just kidding. I am exceedingly brave, all right. Very well, Lin Luo nodded, pointing at the soldier and addressing Nephilim. When we shatter the stars, let him lead the charge. Fine. The soldier was left in bewilderment. Who are we to fight? Shatter the stars. Am I mad, or are you? What qualifications do I possess to confront the stars? I only just heard the fated one declare himself cannon fodder. In my anger, I rushed over. So, you conspired to confront the stars, and I am to be cannon fodder? Is that not tantamount to sending me to my doom? That king. I suddenly recalled my grandmother is giving birth. I might not be able to attend. The soldier trembled, caught between laughter and tears. No, no, no. You come with me. Lin Luo insisted in an unyielding tone. Brother. No, father. The soldier dropped to his knees. I admit I raised my voice a bit too much. I was wrong. Please, do not send me to confront the stars. I have elderly dependents and young children. My entire family relies solely on me. Stop, stop. Hurry and leave. I was merely trying to frighten you. Why did you take it seriously? Ultimately, the soldier departed with a smile. Enough of this jesting. If you accompany me, I can take you along. As for those soldiers, you know as well as I do that Shatter the Stars excels in gravitational magic. A single meteor strike would likely result in total annihilation of those soldiers. Nephilim furrowed her brow and ultimately shook her head. I shall not accompany you. The city of Histonvale is in dire need of revitalization, and many matters require my attention. I cannot join you. Very well, Lin Luo shrugged. I have no desire to carry a burden. You. Nephilim glared at Lin Luo, pointing at him, before huffing and departing. Observing her demeanor, he refrained from further teasing, adjusted his attire, and exited the city of Histonvale. Once beyond the city gates, Melina reappeared. It seems Lin Luo's charm is indeed formidable, she mused, leaning against his shoulder with a teasing smile. Melina's voice was melodious, evoking a feeling akin to spring in December. Yet at that moment, Lin Luo could not shake a sense of chill. No, I must take the initiative. He pulled Melina close, gently tapping her forehead. What are you thinking about every day? Nothing in particular. Melina puffed her cheeks. Lonnie, Roderica, Nephili, Irina, Serlen. Melina rattled off a long string of names, leaving Lin Luo momentarily bewildered. The first few were manageable. But Serlen? And you didn't even notice the wood? When you get serious, you even become jealous of your own feelings. Lin Luo stood frozen, his eyes vacant, as if he had lost all hope in the world. Upon seeing this, Melina couldn't help but chuckle. I was just teasing you. I don't care about all that. Regaining his composure, Lin Luo felt a twinge of annoyance, pinching Melina's cheek and then playfully biting her. That's what you get for messing around. Chapter 50. The warrior jar Alexander. The two of them engaged in playful banter, their laughter echoing along the way. In truth, Lin Luo could have taken a shortcut to the Dragon Breath Ruins to find that treasure chest. There was a teleportation trap there that could directly lead to Gaelid, but it would sever Lin Luo's connection to the blessings. This would mean losing the opportunity to be close to Melina, and Lin Luo would never engage in such a disadvantageous endeavor. Besides, the Shattered Star was still stuck there, and the Hero Festival was 2 days away. They had time to spare. Torrent ambled slowly along the path of Nimgruff. The scenery gradually receded from Lin Luo's view. A gentle breeze caressed his face, carrying with it the scent from Gaelid. It was a faint, acrid odor, reminiscent of crimson decay. Long ago, the Valkyrie Melina and the Shattered Star General Ratton clashed in the Aeonian Marsh of Gaelid. The Valkyrie, unable to withstand the onslaught, was forced to unleash the crimson rot within her. The Shattered Star, consumed by this rot, became delirious and isolated himself in the Wailing Dunes. Melina, grievously wounded and unconscious, was escorted back to the sacred tree by the noble Rot Knight. Neither gained any advantage. Melina sought to reclaim Mycela, unaware that the Shattered Star had no idea how Mycela had come to him. Their chaotic skirmish brought suffering to all of Gaelid. The entire land now tainted by crimson rot, leaving almost no normal life to thrive upon its soil. Lin Luo couldn't help but lament the turmoil at the borderlands, where not a single tranquil space could be found. However, he believed that the borderlands would improve along his journey, as cities like Moan and Stonevale were successful testaments to this hope. Hello? Is anyone there? Can someone help me? I'm stuck. Hello, is anyone there? At that moment, a hoarse voice interrupted Lin Luo's musings. The voice emerged from a hillside near the Saint's Bridge. Lin Luo gave Torrent a gentle pat on the rear, urging it forward. Upon reaching the hillside, they discovered a warrior jar lodged in the earth, half its body buried and unable to move, desperately calling for help. Upon seeing someone approach, the warrior jar exclaimed joyfully, "Oh, you arrived just in time. I am the warrior pot, Iron Fist Alexander. As you can see, I find myself in quite the predicament. I hope you can assist me in extricating myself from this situation." "Ah, no problem," Lin Luo replied with a slight smile. "You are willing to help. Thank you. Now, could you please strike my bottom with something sufficiently large? That should help me break free. I am quite robust, so there is no need for concern. After all, I have been training my body. Just hit it hard." Alexander gestured to his brawny arms, indicating his ability to withstand the impact. Observing this, Lin Luo, lacking any hesitation, approached Alexander's rear. Naturally, he was not foolish enough to use the black sword for such a task. After rummaging through his storage bag for a while, Lin Luo unearthed the newly acquired golden halberd from the novice village. He brought it down forcefully upon the base of the warrior pot. To his surprise, Alexander remained unyielding, instead letting out a painful exclamation. Oh, wait a moment. That was a bit too strong. I might crack. Please, ease up just a bit." His voice conveyed a hint of distress. "Ah, I understand." Lin Luo scratched his head, feeling that Alexander's cries were somewhat peculiar. Adjusting his strength, he aimed the blunt side of the halberd at Alexander's back and struck with vigor. Alexander's form emitted a sharp sound as he was propelled forward, rolling several times across the ground before finally coming to a halt. Lin Luo quickly stowed the halberd back in his bag and began to whistle nonchalantly. With a face covered in dirt, Alexander rose from the ground, laughing heartily, seemingly unperturbed by Lin Luo's excessive force. "Ah, what a splendid blow. It was so powerful that I nearly split in two. Ha. In any case, thanks to your assistance, I have successfully extricated myself. Here is my token of gratitude. I hope you will accept it." Alexander handed Lin Luo 3 pieces of hero-s meat. Lin Luo, without pretense, accepted the meat and devoured it with gusto. Sharing a piece with Melina, who stood nearby, Alexander then patted his pot and continued, "Oh, you must be the fated one, and this lady here is presumably your witch." Melina shot a surprised glance at Alexander, pondering how he was among the rare few who spoke correctly, while others claimed she was Lin Luo's wife. Yet, she felt a tinge of discontent. "No," Lin Luo interjected, embracing Melina. "This is my wife." Melina cast her gaze downward, this time not denying it. "Oh, I apologize. The villagers of the pot, are not well versed in matters of love, and for that, I am sorry," Alexander said with a trace of regret. However, he quickly regained his composure and declared, "Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the warrior pot, Iron Fist Alexander. Currently, I am journeying eastward to hone my skills. Beyond this point lies the Gaelid Plains, rife with crimson decay. I have also heard that in the southern part of the plains, the city of Red Lion is hosting a battle festival. The term battle festival is one that only appears within the realm of stories. Does it not evoke a sense of excitement? I am about to embark on my journey over there." Alexander, laughing heartily, addressed Lin Luo, saying, "Fated one, you seem formidable. Should the opportunity arise, I shall challenge you to a duel. As for when that may be, fate will surely bring us together." With a jovial chuckle, Alexander strode towards Gaelid. Melina, watching Alexander's retreating figure, could not help but remark, "This vessel seems quite different from those I have encountered before." In both Eastonville and Lake Lienia, Lin Luo had come across vessels, yet they appeared devoid of consciousness, recklessly charging at the fated ones until they shattered. However, this Alexander was truly one of a kind. He was not merely a vessel, he was a warrior. Lin Luo, upon hearing this, gazed at Alexander's receding silhouette and felt compelled to exclaim. He then ascended the turret once more, continuing his advance towards Gaelid. With numerous matters at hand, Lin Luo meticulously plotted his upcoming course. First, to acquire the famed sword Moonshadow, then confront the dragon Mother Gyre, followed by retrieving the hunting deity's great sword from the divine tower, and ultimately vanquishing the shattered star to obtain one of the legendary weapons, the relic greatsword. Within the city, His journey to Galad was nearing its conclusion. Oh, and let us not forget the unfortunate girl Millicent. Rescuing her would prepare him for his journey to the Eternal City. Having completed his planning, Lin Luo gathered his thoughts and set forth on his chosen path. The rationale for seeking the famed sword first was simple. Moonshadow lay not far from the border of Nimguth and Galad, and acquiring it would save considerable time. Chapter 51. Galpit. Shortly thereafter, Lin Luo arrived at Galad. After several twists and turns, he finally located the entrance to the Gal Pit. This was the domain of the lava earth dragon, and the famed sword Moonshadow was hidden within. Although Lin Luo possessed a similar weapon, who could refuse an equally striking and even more powerful blade? Once again illuminating the magical starlight, he ventured into the mine, where torches flickered. Yet their light was but a faint glow against the vastness of the cavern. Navigating through a narrow tunnel, he came upon a rudimentary campfire. Dim light illuminated the scene, where two Red Lion soldiers stood beside the fire, holding torches and sheathed swords, vigilantly watching below. Ah, such dedication to duty. Lin Luo mused as he stealthily unsheathed his katana, approaching the soldiers from behind. With a swift motion, he struck decisively. The soldier's torch fell to the ground as he clutched his throat, struggling to speak, yet unable to utter a sound. Blood seeping through his fingers until his body collapsed, lifeless. At that moment, the other soldier noticed the commotion. Unfortunately for him, as he turned, he was greeted by Lin Luo's size 43 foot. A tremendous force propelled him directly into the unfathomable depths of the chasm. Judging by the position in which he fell, it was likely that he struck his head upon landing, and survival seemed improbable. The cavern below appeared quite profound, yet several small ledges jutted from the cliffside, providing footholds, suggesting a way down. In light of the previous lesson learned, Lin Luo became increasingly cautious. He meticulously explored the surrounding walls, embedding his renowned blade into the rock face to aid his descent. The sharp edge of the sword carved a long fissure in the cliff, and leveraging this resistance, Lin Luo safely descended from above. Next time, I shall descend with more prudence, he muttered after a brief silence. Raising his hand, he noticed that his eyes had reddened, not from an emotional swell, but rather from the dust that had settled during his descent. After wiping his eyes, he finally discerned the blessings ahead. Igniting the blessing, he rubbed his eyes once more and continued onward. Ahead lay a small cavern, emanating a faint glow of firelight, accompanied by the occasional crisp sound of metal clashing. It was likely that this area connected to the inner mining passages. Lin Luo grasped his longsword and proceeded forward. He had no intention of wasting time with the group of Latine soldiers. This was not Lyanian territory, after all, and there was no need for pretense. Enveloping himself in an invisibility spell and clutching a bottle of crepe, he boldly entered the mine. However, upon entering, Lin Luo sensed something amiss. Why is everyone staring at me? I'm invisible, show some respect. He waved his hand in front of a nearby Latine soldier, seeking confirmation that he was indeed undetectable. To his astonishment, the soldier drew his massive sword and swung it directly at Lin Luo. Whoa! Lin Luo exclaimed, narrowly dodging the blow. Unfortunately, the moment he shouted, the surrounding soldiers surged toward him. Come on, I'm invisible, show some respect. These soldiers, however, were indifferent to his protests, intent on binding him without delay. Armed with their great swords and pole arms, they assaulted Lin Luo while the miners ahead hurled a barrage of sparking ore towards him. It was then that Lin Luo realized the absurdity of the situation. Who places sentry torches in a mine? He thought, feeling as though he had become a jester. Am I really invisible? What a farce. Do the Latine possess such wealth that they require sentry torches in the mines, fearing encounters with unsavory entities? Truly, these capitalists are vile. Ducking to avoid the flying firestone, Lin Luo retrieved his famed blade, Moonshadow, from his satchel. There was no choice but to fight. When you flee, it's due to your inability. When I flee, it is purely from indolence. Gritting his teeth, Lin Luo unsheathed his sword and swiftly decapitated the nearest Latine soldier. With a sudden surge, the hounds were unleashed, and the blade in hand was swung with ferocity. The soldiers merely beheld a fleeting shadow darting through the crowd, each arc of azure light claiming a life. It was only when the blue light loomed before them that they realized their utter helplessness. The sound of swords clattering to the ground was soon followed by the thud of bodies collapsing. This was a massacre that tilted entirely in one direction. Before long, the vast cavern fell into a chilling silence, a silence marred only by the multitude of corpses strewn about, blood splattered on the surrounding walls and the ground, rendering the scene nothing short of hellish. My apologies, but I must do this. Lin Luo sheathed his sword, uttering these words with nary a trace of remorse upon his visage. It was hardly anyone's fault. It would have been better had you all chosen to look away. Lin Luo scoffed, choosing not to linger any longer and pressed deeper into the abyss. Having learned from the fate of the Sentinel's torch, Lin Luo resolved to proceed with caution, avoiding the reckless charge of a foolhardy youth. The range of the Sentinel's light was limited, and he skillfully maneuvered through the shadows to bypass the group of soldiers, ultimately arriving before a grand wooden door. Beyond the door, the resonant snores of the slumbering lava earth dragon could be heard, and the wave of heat emanating from the crack confirmed that this was indeed its lair. However, just as Lin Luo prepared to push the door open, he spotted a familiar figure. "Ah, what a delightful coincidence. It is you again," boomed the jovial voice of Alexander. "Alexander?" Lin Luo feigned confusion. "Did you not venture to the Red Lion City? How is it that you find yourself here?" "Ah, I must apologize," Alexander replied, attempting to scratch his head only to realize his arm fell short. In fact, it seemed he had no head at all. Crossing his arms, he continued, "I heard that the Gale Tunnel contained a secret passage directly to the Red Lion City, so I thought to take a shortcut. Alas, it is evident that was a falsehood, and now I find myself trapped here. Must you speak of such an embarrassing predicament with such bravado? It sounds rather peculiar." Lin Luo could not help but retort, "Come now, let us slay the beast within and then make our way to the Red Lion City. It shall not be too late." "Haha, thank you. I am more than willing." Alexander laughed heartily. "I have been crafted into a vessel of war, harboring the spirits of countless warriors within me, relentlessly dreaming of becoming a hero. This is my destiny, and thus I pursue trials. I yearn to test my skills, to hone myself, and to challenge formidable foes. One day, we shall become heroes, even more powerful heroes. What say you? Do you believe we can achieve this?" "Wahaha, undoubtedly. For I am destined to be a man of kings." "Why aspire to be a man of kings?" Lin Luo's expression darkened. "You still cling to such an old cliché." "You are mistaken." Lin Luo sighed, rubbing his forehead, too exasperated to correct the flaws in Alexander's words. "Let us proceed." "Haha, Alexander shall ultimately become a hero." Uncertain as to why such adolescent sentiments, which would surely cause one to blush in embarrassment if voiced aloud, seemed so profoundly inspiring when articulated by Alexander. A thought-provoking conundrum indeed. Lin Luo positioned his hands on the door and pushed it open, the wooden portal creaking in protest. As the door swung wide, Lin Luo was immediately enveloped by a surge of warmth, a stark contrast to the coolness outside. Whether it was the remarkable olfactory prowess or the acute auditory sensitivity of the magma earth dragon, it detected the arrival of the two intruders the instant they stepped inside. If it were the Smaragd, a gem dragon known for its acute magical awareness, one might understand its recognition of Lin Luo. Yet, just moments ago, the magma earth dragon had been in a deep slumber. As a skilled podiatrist, Lin Luo knew that the element of surprise was paramount. Seizing the moment while the magma earth dragon was still groggy from its slumber, he dashed toward its feet. Drawing the renowned blade, Moonshadow, he executed a swift strike. The azure blade aura resembling a bolt of lightning as it surged toward the dragon. The magma earth dragon, still dazed from its sleep, was suddenly jolted by a sharp pain in its right foot, a sensation so intense that it involuntarily emitted a wail of anguish. Roaring in outrage, the magma earth dragon seemed unable to fathom how such a minor creature could inflict harm upon it. Unlike other dragons, the magma earth dragon bore a striking resemblance to a lizard, with 4 short limbs and a body clad in thick, earth-toned scales. Its 2 pairs of wings appeared feeble, casting doubt on its ability to fly. Yet, given the confines of the Gale Pit, flight would be futile. Gripping a massive scale blade, the dragon assumed an imposing stance, though its true strength remained uncertain. With a powerful sweep of its tail aimed at Lin Luo, the immense force seemed poised to cleave him in two. However, to Lin Luo, the motion appeared to slow dramatically. With a slight bend of his knees, he grasped the dragon's hind foot with a grip as firm as iron, plunging his blade into the ground. As the dragon turned, Lin Luo glided effortlessly along the earth, the sharp edge of his sword carving an eerie pattern into the soil. Meanwhile, Alexander was not idle. His rotund form, complemented by short legs, moved with surprising speed. He leaped before the dragon, landing upon its head with a resounding thud. The magma earth dragon seemed unable to withstand this sudden onslaught, collapsing to the ground with a pained groan. Understanding the principle of striking while the iron is hot, both Lin Luo and Alexander seized the opportunity. Perched atop the dragon's head, Alexander rained down blows with fists the size of sandbags, each strike powerful enough to shatter the dragon's sturdy scales, sending fragments scattering across the ground. Lin Luo, too, took action, brandishing his staff. After a brief incantation, a myriad of violet luminescence materialized above his head. Destruction Meteor. With a flourish of the staff, a multitude of minuscule meteors surged wildly toward the lava earth dragon. Alexander, perched atop the dragon's head, instantly felt the overwhelming surge of magic and hastily leaped down. He had no desire to suffer unwarranted harm. The violet and white meteors incessantly struck the lava earth dragon, erupting clouds of white magical mist. Countless scales disintegrated into vapor, illustrating the formidable intensity of these destructive meteors, a testament to the legendary nature of such magic. Wuling Luo, you truly are formidable. Alexander could not help but admire Wuling Luo's strength. Surely, such a powerful assault would be beyond his endurance. Perhaps evasion offered a glimmer of hope. Not bad, Wuling Luo replied nonchalantly, yet his face betrayed a sense of pride. After several seconds, the barrage of destructive meteors ceased. The white mist had enveloped half the room. A roar erupted. The lava earth dragon seemed far from defeated, still emitting a reluctant growl. Wuling Luo waved his hand through the mist, revealing the dragon's condition. It lay prostrate on the ground, its wings weakly flapping, its black scales having mostly shed. The weapon it once wielded now lay embedded in the earth, its mouth tightly shut. Yet its slitted eyes remained fixed on the two individuals before it. Seeing this, Alexander swaggered over, raising his fist as if to deliver a finishing blow. However, at that very moment, Wuling Luo sensed a searing heat emanating from the dragon. Watch out, Alexander! Get away! Wuling Luo shouted, brandishing his staff in an attempt to cast a magical shield over Alexander. Yet, the distance between Alexander and the dragon was far too short. Before Wuling Luo could complete the spell, the dragon unleashed a torrent of molten lava from its maw. Alexander's rotund form was instantly engulfed by the lava. Alexander! Wuling Luo's eyes widened in disbelief, his azure gaze filled with unbridled fury. Damn it! Beast, perish! Though Alexander might seem juvenile, Wuling Luo had long considered him a friend. He could not bear to witness his demise. Drawing the black sword from his satchel, Wuling Luo gripped the hilt with both hands and leaped several meters high, landing upon the dragon's head. The sharp tip of the sword plunged into the dragon's skull. A pained roar erupted from the dragon as it experienced the torment of a death rune, feeling what it truly meant to suffer. Its short legs thrashed helplessly, clawing deep pits into the ground. With a cold smirk, Wuling Luo increased the pressure of his grip. Die, fated demise. The black sword plunged down fiercely, unleashing a torrent of black-red energy from within the dragon, stirring its insides into chaos. At last, the dragon's hind legs trembled slightly before it ceased all movement. Its breath extinguished. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly before drawing the black sword. The murderous intent in his gaze gradually dissipated, and the unique glimmer in his eyes faded away. At that moment, Lin Luo turned his attention back to the pool of lava before him. He leaped down from the earth dragon's back and approached the molten mass, feeling a tinge of sorrow. Alas, brother Hu, it is my fault suddenly. The lava began to roil violently, producing a multitude of bubbles. A colossal figure erupted from the depths, splattering lava everywhere. Lin Luo was startled and swiftly dodged aside. Cursed earth dragon! How dare you launch a surprise attack? This is utterly unbecoming of a warrior, he exclaimed in a voice filled with indignation. Cursed earth dragon! Have I reached the end? Alexander's furious voice abruptly ceased as he glanced at the bewildered Lin Luo. I completely forgot that this batch could soak in the volcanic lava like a hot spring. This creature is made of porcelain. Chapter 53. The Fusion of Night and Fire Sword. Lin Luo cast a glance filled with lingering resentment towards Alexander. The intensity of that gaze unnerved Alexander, prompting him to turn away hastily. Naturally, Lin Luo would not divulge the embarrassing incident to Alexander. Approaching the corpse of the lava earth dragon, he drew his sword and plunged it into the creature's body, extracting the dragon heart. He then proceeded to slice open its belly, revealing a long sword stained with gastric acid. Despite its grim appearance, the weapon's sharpness remained undeniable. It was the famed blade, Moonshadow, forged from luminous stone by the master blacksmith of Syria. When sheathed, the blade radiated a soft glow, hence its name, Moonshadow. Lin Luo retrieved soap and a bit of water from his storage pouch, cleansing the sword until it bore no foul odor. Satisfied, he grasped the sword's scabbard firmly. With swift precision, he unsheathed the blade, and the blue edge cleaved through the corpse of the lava earth dragon as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. The remaining scales split apart, revealing a wound that emanated a scorching azure aura. Indeed, a true masterpiece. Lin Luo marveled at the long sword in his hand, his voice brimming with uncontainable joy. It appears you have acquired a formidable weapon, Alexander remarked, genuinely pleased for Lin Luo's fortune. Come, brother Hu. Lin Luo joyfully secured the famed sword at his waist and addressed Alexander. Alexander nodded in agreement and, upon reaching the cave's exit, touched the shimmering blue light. In an instant, the two were transported back to the exit of the Gale mine. Well then, brother Hu, until we meet again in Red Lion City. Lin Luo waved farewell. I still have some matters to attend to in Galad, he added. Very well. When we next meet, I shall be even stronger, Alexander declared, thumping his chest with a hearty laugh. I shall await your return. Lin Luo shrugged slightly, and the two parted ways. Alexander continued his journey towards the Red Lion City, while Lin Luo headed towards the location of the Dragon Tomb, where the Dragon Mother, Guioer, resided. However, before that, Lin Luo needed to merge the night and fire. The Shattered Star, a demigod who single-handedly subdued the multitude of stars, was renowned as the strongest demigod, his true power surpassing that of certain true gods. Faced with such an adversary, Lin Luo naturally had to give his all. He had yet to engage in a true battle with Shattered Star and was uncertain of his actual strength, but it was reasonable to assume it would not be lacking. Seated beside the blessing, he methodically drew forth his weapon, the Sword of Night and Fire, and began the fusion process. With only 2 days remaining until the Heroes' Festival, time should suffice. The Gelid region was fraught with peril, teeming with fearsome wolves and corrupt wild dogs. To stave off these unnecessary dangers, Melina silently kept watch by Lin Luo's side. It would indeed be a great loss if he were to suffer injury. Unbeknownst to Melina, however, the imitation tear droplets on Lin Luo were ever vigilant, ready to eliminate any approaching threats. The two remained by the blessing, quietly passing the time. A day slipped by unnoticed, with dawn breaking, dusk falling, and night deepening. Melina leaned gently against the wall, resting with a firm grip on her dagger, her ears attuned to detect any signs of trouble. After an indeterminate period, Lin Luo opened his eyes. This fusion had taken longer than expected. After all, the greatsword of the sword skeleton and the night and fire were not of the same caliber. Although both were legendary weapons, in terms of practicality, the greatsword could only be deemed inferior. Its aesthetics were lacking, its combat skills merely auxiliary, and it bore debuffs. It was evident which was superior. With the fusion of the Sword of Night and Fire complete, Lin Luo felt closer to breaking through the veil. Simultaneously, he felt more confident about the imminent duel with Rat on the following day. Supporting himself with the famed blade, he gradually rose to his feet, having been seated all night, his legs inevitably a bit stiff. At that moment, Melina noticed Lin Luo's awakening. Lin Luo, are you all right? Melina inquired with concern. Previously, Lin Luo absorbed the sword skeleton in less than half a day, so the extended duration of this fusion caused her to worry. All is well, Lin Luo replied with a smile, placing a hand on Melina's shoulder. This sword is somewhat challenging to tame. Nevertheless, I have succeeded. Stepping out of the mine, Lin Luo summoned Torrent with the spirit horse whistle. Here, have something to eat, Melina said, not hastening to mount, but instead retrieving 2 portions of hero's meat from her bosom, which Alexander had given her 2 days prior. Lin Luo felt a surge of emotion. Although I know you need not replenish your energy. Melina paused before continuing. However, Lin Luo was quite gluttonous, and I had intentionally saved some for you. Lin Luo fell silent for a moment, his eyes slightly reddening. Internally, he cried out, has my wooden heart finally awakened? I'm so deeply moved. Melina naturally noticed Lin Luo's strange demeanor and inquired with concern. Are you all right, Lin Luo? You seem a bit off. Melina blinked in confusion. Lin Luo took a deep breath, wiped the tears and snot from his face, and accepted the 2 pieces of hero meat from Melina's hand. It's nothing. I just experienced some aftereffects from merging with the sword. He bit into the meat, tears streaming down his face. Whether from relief or emotion, it was unclear. Why are you crying? Melina, worried, reached out to wipe the glistening tears from Lin Luo's face. What are you talking about? How could I possibly cry? Lin Luo exclaimed loudly, causing the meat in his mouth to fly out. It's just that there's too much sand on the plains of Galad. Is that so? Melina regarded him with a skeptical glance before climbing onto the back of Torrent's horse. Lin Luo settled behind Melina, tightly wrapping his arms around her slender waist, his right hand holding the remaining piece of hero meat. Here, have a bite, Lin Luo said, extending the meat to Melina's lips with an authoritative tone. Melina, initially inclined to refuse, held her tongue at the sight of Lin Luo's expression and gently took a bite. Witnessing this, Lin Luo finally displayed a satisfied smile. Mua. Lin Luo planted a fervent kiss on Melina's cheek and then tugged on Torrent's reins. Let us go. He laughed heartily, his mirth echoing across the small plain. Chapter 54, Mother of Dragons, Gaal the Dragon Tomb. as its name suggests, is home to countless dragons. Whether it be dragon skeletons or little dragons quenching their thirst, their numbers far exceed those found elsewhere. One could only conclude that Gaol must be exceedingly fertile. The dragon tomb is not far from the divine tower of Galat, but Lin Luo intended to deal with Gaol first before seeking out Ratarn. The dragon tomb is indeed guided by blessings, rendering the notion of convenience irrelevant. Time was of the essence, and Lin Luo wanted to visit the divine tower during his next visit. However, he certainly would not activate this grand rune with his fingers, as one could never know what tricks the Supreme will might play. The two of them halted their horses around the dragon tomb, igniting the blessings before Lin Luo proceeded straight towards the location of Mother Gaol. Gaol's immense form dwarfed even the previous lava earth dragon, which was but a fraction of her size. Yet, it was precisely due to her colossal stature and the ravages of time that Gaol lay on the ground, nearly immobile. Perhaps it was also due to her numerous offspring that the runes within her had been divided and diminished. Thus, the only trouble lay with the group of little dragons surrounding her. In such circumstances, Lin Luo resolutely decided to produce the soul-calling bell, slicing open his palm to let a single drop of blood emerge. A viscous white substance, enveloped in a swirling mist, materialized before him. Gradually, it took shape, transforming into Lin Luo's likeness. Indeed, it was the tear of the shadow clone. When facing such a formidable target, one could hardly refuse the might of the elder brother and the Edis meteorite. Gue Aoer sneezed. Why do I have an ominous premonition? To be on the safe side, Lin Luo, undeterred by Melina's reproachful gaze, allowed her spirit to reside within him, as she would be unable to contribute to the ensuing battle and might inadvertently suffer harm. Lin Luo would certainly feel pained by that. The tear of the shadow clone understood Lin Luo's intentions, promptly raising a large shield while bestowing upon itself various protective enchantments, including the Oath of the Golden Tree and magical barriers, an assortment of buffs predominantly aimed at enhancing defense. Lin Luo observed the tear of the shadow clone, a smirk involuntarily tugging at his lips. The clone was a true reflection of his essence. Am I truly so cowardly? With such a thick layer of buffs, even the Shattered Star would find it a considerable challenge. Of course, Lin Luo was not so bored as to mock his own duplicate. He simply felt a sense of exasperation within. Nodding at the tear of the shadow clone, the doppelganger understood, brandishing the famed Blade Moon Shadow and the large shield, charging forward. Meanwhile, Lin Luo ascended to a slightly elevated boulder nearby, a vantage point that facilitated his spellcasting. Grasping his longsword, the tear of the shadow clone surged toward the dragon mother, delivering a powerful strike to her head. Although the sword was a mere replica, it still bore a significant fraction of its original might. Even the dragon mother's hardened scales could not withstand the blade's potency. Roaring in anger as pain shot through her skull, the dragon mother emitted a fearsome cry, her colossal and cumbersome form preventing her from rising. The surrounding young dragons, sensing their mother's fury, rushed over. Indeed, they ran, for they could not take to the skies. A glimmer of red light flickered in their eyes, not due to any special effect, but likely a consequence of the dragon mother birthing too frequently, leaving her offspring bereft of significant runes and thus afflicted by lingering repercussions. However, it appeared that the dragon mother shared a unique bond with these younglings. Their demise seemed to inflict immense anguish upon Gay Aoer. This was one of the reasons Lin Luo opted for the Edis meteorite over the Comet Isler. As the throng of dragons charged, the tear of the shadow clone remained unfazed, raising its large shield before it and positioning itself against Gue Aoer. The young dragons bit at the massive shield, leaving not a single mark. Gue Aoer could only roar in frustration, but it bore no tangible effect. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Luo had already reached a position directly above her. He drew his staff, holding it aloft before him, and retrieved a vial of elixir from his satchel. Drinking it down, commenced the summoning of magic. Edis Meteor. After mere seconds of invocation, a dark purple radiance began to coalesce in the heavens. The shape-shifting tear, sensing impending doom, swiftly made its escape. Guioer, too, felt the thick aura of magic, perceiving the lurking danger. However, the frenzied dragon whelps, bereft of reason, paid no heed to such foreboding. Upon witnessing their target vanish from sight, they scurried about like headless flies, frantically searching for the traces of the shape-shifting tear. By the time Guioer discerned the imminent arrival of the meteor, it was already too late. Perhaps even an earlier awareness would have altered little. The meteor descended like a torrential downpour, imbued with overwhelming magical energy and the force to obliterate all in its path. Guioer felt a series of agonizing impacts from behind, as the scales shattered under the relentless barrage of meteors. Though surrounded by numerous young dragons, They paled in comparison to the sheer volume of falling meteors. One could witness the meteors crashing upon the small dragons, the immense force nearly shattering their wings, scattering their hardened scales, and exposing their mangled backs. For nearly 10 minutes, the meteors rained down, the cacophony of explosions and the roars of dragons reverberating throughout the dragon tomb. This harrowing scene was potent enough to evoke the darkest fears within the Eternal City, reminiscent of the moment when the Dark Abandoner unleashed its meteoric wrath. One could only imagine how a cadre of small dragons, incapable of even flight, could withstand such catastrophic magic, capable of burying the Eternal City beneath the earth. After several minutes, the tumult of the dragon tomb gradually subsided. A glance revealed that the former position of the Dragon Mother had transformed into a profound pit. Beads of sweat adorned Lin Luo's brow. This spell had indeed exacted a considerable toll, nearly depleting half of his magical essence in a bid to secure a decisive blow. The Dragon Mother, with her tough hide and robust flesh, would require considerable time to vanquish. It was far more prudent to strike swiftly and then proceed to the Red Lion City. After all, this was not a mere game, and they could hardly expect their foes to wait until they were ready to confront the shattered stars. The Dragon Mother lay motionless within the depths of the pit, her breath now a mere exhalation, devoid of any intake. Surrounding her, the young dragons had been reduced to a gruesome pulp, their blood and flesh mingling with the earth, erasing any trace of their former bones. Lin Luo stowed his staff back into his satchel, leaping down from a nearby boulder, gradually sliding into the adjacent pit. The Dragon Mother possessed a total of 5 hearts, which could be utilized within the Great Dragon Chapel to acquire the legendary prayer of Gwiur's Roar, aimed at diminishing the resistance of others. This prayer differed from magic. Even legendary spells within the cycle required only mastery of their application, rendering their execution indistinguishable. However, dragon prayers were distinct. They necessitated the activation of dragon hearts, and thus their potency was intrinsically linked to these hearts. Although it may seem somewhat forced, I find myself reluctant to delve into the tales of Comet Aesler and the cataclysmic meteor. One resides in Gald, while the other is at the Volcano Manor, and I would rather avoid the impending critique of my narrative. You likely share my disinterest in such matters. As for weaponry, aside from the legendary artifacts, I shall seek out the hunting deities and renowned blades. Should you desire other endeavors, feel free to comment, and I shall do my utmost. Chapter 55. Arrival at the City of the Red Lion. The Great Dragon Feast Cathedral lies within Gald and does not conflict with the journey to the City of the Red Lion. It is conveniently en route. This provides the perfect opportunity to activate the Roar of Gyre. As for the Divine Gift Tower, the blessings have already been illuminated. We shall address that once our current affairs are concluded. Next follows the monotonous trek, circumventing the ominous black birds, evading the massive hounds, and dodging the flaming chariots along the way, akin to enduring the 81 tribulations of the journey to the west. Lin Luo finally reached the entrance of the City of the Red Lion. Along the way, he took a moment to activate the Roar of Gyre at the Great Dragon Feast Cathedral. This journey has indeed been arduous. Lin Luo removed the straw that had inexplicably stuck to his head, and one must admit, he appeared somewhat weathered in his current state. Those wild dogs and foolish birds seemed to lose their minds at the sight of him, relentlessly pursuing him to the point of exhaustion. Torrent, do you really think you are in a position to say that? Lin Luo, well, pulling the reins has been quite exhausting for me as well. Torrent, I. Upon arriving at the bridge opposite the City of the Red Lion, Lin Luo noticed a portal nearby. This portal would grant direct access to the interior of the city. Of course, one could also choose to enter directly, risking the wrath of the Raton soldiers. But given Lin Luo's character, he would never stoop to such ignoble avoidance of duty. Thus, he opted for the portal. With a commitment to attend, come what may, Lin Luo donned a comical grin as he reached out to touch the portal, his form drawn into its embrace. As the world faded to darkness and then illuminated once more, Lin Luo found himself within the City of the Red Lion. Iggy, Blazer, Alexander, and various mages and warriors who had gathered in response stood ready within the city. Lin Luo surveyed his surroundings and approached Alexander, offering a greeting. After all, having appeared so consistently in recent chapters, he need not shy away from this one. Oh, you have indeed come, Alexander exclaimed, his delight evident. I am overjoyed. Just as I had hoped. Do you know for whom this battle festival is being held? It is for none other than the war god, General Raton. Who would have thought we would witness a demigod, especially the most formidable hero of the Shattered War? Alexander's voice trembled, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Oh, I tremble all over, quaking with anticipation. This is a challenge worth undertaking, and I implore you to bear witness to my vow. Iron Fist Alexander. Swear never to falter, to fight valiantly. I believe in you. Lin Luo smiled, sharing a fist bump with Alexander. Though Alexander did not fully grasp the significance of the gesture, he felt immensely encouraged nonetheless. After reminiscing with Alexander, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Lin Luo approached the nearby campfire, where Blazer stood. Hey, hey, hey! Lin Luo greeted exuberantly. Startled by this sudden exclamation, Blazer shuddered. Why such a loud greeting for merely saying hello? Had Lin Luo heard his unspoken thoughts, he might have retorted, that lacks soul, clearing his throat twice. Blazer crossed his arms, adopting a demeanor of aloofness. To his surprise, they were to engage in battle together. How intriguing. Lin Luo, sensing Blazer's reluctance to continue the conversation, nearly erupted in frustration. I hurried all the way here for you to say just that, he exclaimed, delivering a firm tap on Blazer's right arm. Producing a crystalline necklace from his possession, he presented it. This is for you. I forgot to give it to you last time at the Magic Tower. Blazer cast a puzzled glance at Lin Luo as he accepted the necklace, which was several sizes too small for him. Are you trying to strangle me? He quipped, albeit poorly. Isn't it a bit odd for you to gift me something like this? He pinched the short necklace, questioning its utility, given its diminutive size. Damn it. Lin Luo gritted his teeth. I'm being serious here. I intend to save your life. You make it sound as though I have ulterior motives. Containing his urge to curse, Lin Luo patiently explained. Do you know what the helmet that EG wears is for? Blazer regarded him with a bewildered expression, akin to one directed at a simpleton. What purpose does the helmet serve? Why even ask me? Lin Luo, halfway drawing his famed blade, Moon Shadow, paused to reconsider before sheathing it once more. You truly do not know? EG's helmet is crafted from crystalline mirrors. What of it? Blazer was about to voice a retort, but suddenly halted, as if a thought had struck him. Crystalline mirrors? A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes, suggesting that he too had been thoroughly tormented by the supreme will. Indeed. Lin Luo nodded. This item is quite intricate. Most of it is derived from the components taken from EG's helmet. In a sense, it is a relic. Lin Luo discreetly glanced at the crystalline necklace resting against his chest. Thank you. Blazer placed the crystalline mirror necklace around his neck, his tone becoming solemn. There's no need for thanks, Lin Luo replied with a smile. After all, we are striving for Lady Lonnie's cause, are we not? Absolutely. Let the name of Lady Lonnie resonate throughout the entire borderland. Blazer declared passionately, raising his fist in fervor, reminiscent of an ardent fan. The mention of Lady Lonnie transformed Blazer entirely, leaving Lin Luo feeling somewhat exasperated by this fervent side of him. Seizing an opportunity, he found a reason to discreetly slip away. At this moment, Jillian, the Lord of the Red Lion, stood atop the citadel. Gazing down at the multitude of heroes assembled below, Lin Luo refrained from approaching him. While Jillian was not considered an enemy, perhaps he could even be regarded as a good man. His relentless pursuit of his mentor, Celian, and the imprisonment of Celian's true form within a dungeon were intolerable to Lin Luo. The fact that Lin Luo had not taken Jillian's life was already an act of great mercy. Should he persist in his aggression towards Celian, Lin Luo would not hesitate to send him on his way. Even if Celian were a sorceress responsible for the slaughter of wizards, that bore no consequence to Lin Luo. At the very least, Celian's words, that even if one could not ascend to be the Elden Lord, a place would be reserved for them at the Academy, served as the most insubstantial yet steadfast reason for Lin Luo's determination to protect her. With eyes closed, Lin Luo awaited patiently, having traveled tirelessly for several days without rest. With merely half a day remaining until the battle festival, he intended to take a brief respite. Melina quietly seated herself beside Lin Luo, allowing him to lean against her, thus granting him a more comfortable slumber. Chapter 56. The Shattered Star. Raton Lin Luo, cradling a renowned blade, leaned against the wall for a moment of repose. Time slipped by unnoticed until Melina gently nudged him twice. Yawning, Lin Luo groggily opened his eyes, stretched, and rose from the ground. In this tense atmosphere, it was astonishing that someone dared to sleep, and the sound of his yawn was rather loud. Did this imply disdain for us? Or perhaps for the illustrious General Raton? The crowd regarded him with mild disdain, shaking their heads and diverting their gazes from Lin Luo. Lin Luo, indifferent to their scrutiny, could hardly be bothered. Most of these individuals were merely fodder, clinging to the vain hope that they might be the ones to vanquish Raton. As if their absence would render the endeavor impossible, an absurd delusion. Soon, they would charge forth, only to witness how Raton's meteoric descent would shatter their dreams. Jillian stood atop the Red Lion citadel, clad in a burlap cloak, his visage obscured by a grand beard. Heroes from every corner, the battle festival has commenced. Go forth. Hunt the mightiest demigod, the Shattered Star, Raton. Each of you possesses the opportunity. Only the truly formidable heroes shall attain the supreme greater rune, Jillian proclaimed, raising his arms with fervor. Now, warriors, lift your swords and advance toward your destiny. As Jillian's final words echoed, the crowd erupted in fervor. After all, everyone aspired to be the one who would emerge victorious in legend. The throng surged toward the citadel's pinnacle, descending via the lift, eager to challenge Raton. Seemingly impatient to meet their demise. Lin Luo, are you not joining them? Blazer inquired, noticing Lin Luo's lack of motion, a hint of confusion in his voice. No rush. Lin Luo replied. Lin Luo yawned, feeling disinclined to intervene. This group truly treated the Shattered Stars as mere soft persimmons to squeeze. Why rush towards certain death? I had anticipated some carefully devised plan. To be honest, I felt a twinge of disappointment. Lin Luo shook his head, placing his hands behind his neck. Gazing up at Blazer. How long do you think they can hold out? Blazer pondered briefly. Among them are certainly some capable individuals. They might last a few hours at least. Are you overestimating them or underestimating the Shattered Stars? Lin Luo shot him a peculiar glance, extending a finger, hesitating momentarily before retracting it halfway. At most half an hour, no more. Surely not. Blazer seemed somewhat incredulous. Even if General Shattered Stars is formidable, they cannot possibly last less than half an hour. Ah, you hold them in too high regard, Lin Luo scoffed. Once they witness the true power of the Shattered Stars, merely remaining there will be an accomplishment. A group solely focused on fame and profit would never risk their lives for a so-called battle festival. Is that so? Blazer mused, nodding slightly in agreement with Lin Luo's assertion. Let us sit for a moment. Lin Luo patted a small stool beside him, then reclined against the wall, closing his eyes and quietly listening to the distant sounds. Blazer regarded Lin Luo intently. After all, this was a task given by Lonnie. He hefted his massive sword and strode towards the weeping dunes. Seeing Blazer depart, Lin Luo remained silent. Wolf Brother was quite strong and could at least hold out for a while. He closed his eyes and continued to rest. At that moment, at the weeping dunes, a group had already arrived, gradually moving toward the center. General Shattered Stars stood at the heart of the dunes, his helmet adorned with a flowing crimson plume. His eyes wide open, the bloodshot pupils radiating an air of unassailable authority. He gripped two enormous, glimmering purple long knives, a massive bow slung across his back. His armor tattered and torn, with a spear and a shattered banner protruding from behind him. Raton rode upon the warhorse that had accompanied him for many years. Even in its loss of reason, it still maintained a gravitational spell to protect this old friend from harm. To prevent the spread of the crimson corruption, Shattered Stars had built a firewall around Khalid, confining himself within the weeping dunes to avoid harming others. He commanded his soldiers to find ways to end his life. His guest general, Jillian, had orchestrated this battle festival intending for Shattered Stars to meet a dignified demise. However, half of the participants harbored ulterior motives, while the other half were mere useless drunks. Few had genuinely come to fulfill Shattered Stars' wishes. It was truly disheartening to witness such a fate befall the hero who sought to protect Khalid. The onlookers were paralyzed with terror by the overwhelming aura emanating from the figure, even before the formidable being made a move. Yet, greed triumphed over fear, prompting several warriors to charge forward with their swords drawn, with one taking the lead. It seemed that they were driven by the dread of allowing this being to perish at the hands of another. Thus, the majority hastened to follow suit. Regrettably, they failed to comprehend the sheer terror of the mightiest demigod. Soon, they would pay dearly for their foolishness. With narrowed eyes, the demigod exuded an air of supremacy. At that moment, reason had largely deserted him. To him, those rushing towards him were nothing more than prey. He drew the great bow, knocking 3 colossal spears, and mechanically pulled back the string. The sound resonated like a requiem for the advance party. Yet, they remained oblivious, dismissing the notion that after being trapped for so long, even a demigod could possess any remaining strength. As for the act of drawing the bow, it was met with derision, given the distance. They believed it would be effortless to evade any projectile that might be launched. However, at the instant the spear was released, it seemed as though time itself had come to a halt. The spear shimmered with violet light, a manifestation of the gravity magic wielded by its master. With such immense power, the weight of the spear was rendered almost negligible, resulting in an unfathomable velocity. The first few who had charged forward only glimpsed a flash of purple light before experiencing the horrific reality of their own blood gushing from their lower bodies. The force of the spear was far beyond what their frail forms could withstand. What appeared to be a mere arrow had been transformed into a cannon by its wielder. The advance party was utterly decimated, leaving behind no intact corpses. This shocking spectacle left the majority frozen in place. Yet, when human avarice is unleashed, nothing can restrain it. United in their foolishness, they believed the general's bow could not possibly contend with so many assailants at once. A resounding cry echoed through the throng, stirring a wave of fervor. They felt justified, and under the sway of greed, their remaining rationality dissipated. The crowd surged forward, convinced that numbers could overcome any obstacle, never once considering themselves mere insects. At the back of the group, Julian shook his head. It seemed that this battle festival was destined for failure once more. Another assembly of reckless youths. The demigod raised his bow and unleashed a straightforward, yet devastating arrow, a torrential downpour of destruction. Chapter 57. Battle. It was time to make a move. Simultaneously, Lin Luo opened his tightly shut eyes, his azure gaze brimming with boundless combat fervor. Suashing, he murmured, grasping his black sword as he slowly rose to his feet. Please do not disappoint me. As the mightiest demigod, how formidable can you truly be? Upon ascending via the lift, one arrives at the opposite shore of the Weeping Dunes. It is only after touching the portal that one truly enters the dunes. However, at this moment, the assembled warriors have suffered grievous losses. The majority have perished, some have fled, and only a handful remain engaged in a struggle against the General of Shattered Stars. Jiren has resolved to order a retreat, for given the current circumstances, the probability of vanquishing General Shattered Stars approaches near zero. Latine appears virtually unaffected, as the recent skirmish was merely a warm-up for him. It seems this battle festival is yet another failure. Jiren shakes his head in resignation. After all, General Shattered Stars is simply too formidable. As the remaining warriors cautiously approach Latine, taking shelter among the shattered walls, an anomaly appears. Lin Luo, clutching a massive black sword and clad in shimmering silver armor. With an exquisitely crafted staff at his waist, Lin Luo strides into the very center of the Weeping Dunes, devoid of any cover, presenting himself as a living target for Shattered Stars. Alas, another fool rushing to his demise. Has he not witnessed the countless lives lost before him? Does he truly consider himself a demigod? Nevertheless, if he seeks death with such fervor, who are they to impede him? The onlookers remain impassive, after all. None wish to expose themselves to the peril of Latine's gaze for the sake of a complete stranger. At this juncture, Alexander emerges, transforming into a sphere and rolling swiftly towards Latine. His speed is commendable, yet Latine's reflexes are swifter still. Almost simultaneously, Latine draws his bow once more, string taut. With a resounding thud, a spear is launched forth. Alexander feels the weight of this powerful strike. The velocity is alarming, and the proximity renders evasion seemingly impossible. In a moment of desperation, Alexander rolls to the left, the spear grazing past him and leaving a deep crater in the ground. Indeed, General Latine is formidable, Alexander muses, glancing at his own injured side, now marred with numerous cracks. It appears I am still not strong enough. Lin Luo casts a fleeting glance at Alexander, but refrains from greeting him. With the battle commenced, one must be prepared to surrender their life. Shattered Star seems to sense a familiar presence, his gaze fixating on Lin Luo. Latine remains silent, devoid of any emotional response, yet instinctively recognizes that this foe poses a significant threat. Without hesitation, Latine draws the great bow of Shattered Stars, releasing an arrow skyward. Thus begins Latine's deluge. Endless spears descend from the heavens, resembling a serpentine dragon traversing the desert, relentlessly targeting Lin Luo. The onlookers witness this skill for the second time. The last occasion Latine unleashed this attack, the coalition was decimated, losing 2/3 of their ranks instantaneously. This time, their focus was solely on Lin Luo, convinced that he had no hope of survival. As they watched him resolutely advance towards the spear before him, ignoring everything around him, they could not help but think that he had lost his mind. Was this not a desperate quest for death? However, the next scene left them utterly astonished. Lin Luo's figure swayed slightly, and the rain of spears, which seemed poised to consume him, missed entirely, embedding themselves in the ground. Yet, the spears appeared almost sentient, relentlessly trailing behind him. Lin Luo tilted his head slightly, evading another arrow shot by Latine, the sound of its flight echoing in his ears. With a slight furrow of his brow, he activated his hound's stride again, deftly dodging the falling spears. Suddenly, Latine let out a furious roar. The reason unknown, perhaps it was the death rune that Lin Luo emanated that provoked him. Latine drew back his bow once more, 3 massive spears poised on the string. This time he poured nearly all his strength into the shot. It was then that the crowd truly grasped the vast chasm between themselves and Lin Luo. Akin to a celestial abyss, Lin Luo was a star utterly beyond their reach. The spears seemed to tear through the very fabric of space. And the onlookers saw not the spears themselves, but a brilliant purple light illuminating the sky as it surged toward Lin Luo. There was no evading this, Lin Luo murmured, raising his sword. Then, he would not evade. The runes surged within him, every cell of his body exhilarated, a thrill ignited by the prospect of confronting a formidable foe. With a fierce draw, the black sword was unsheathed. The clash of black and purple erupted amidst the wailing sands. The death rune and the gravity magic of the stars unleashed for the first time in this realm. Lin Luo's hair and the crest of his helmet danced wildly in the air, a slight grin splitting his face, his gaze filled with a chilling malice from death itself. The explosion reverberated around him. Those closest, the fated ones, were swept away by the overwhelming force, reduced to ashes. Even those watching from afar were caught in the blast, propelled several meters before coming to a halt. Though their resilience might spare them from death, the injuries they sustained were far from trivial. At last, the crowd truly comprehended Lin Luo's formidable power. Reflecting on their prior assessments of him in the city, they wished for nothing more than to bury themselves in a hole. The explosion did not last long. As the dust settled, Lin Luo's form emerged. A deep gash marred his right cheek, blood trickling down. Ha! Just as I expected from you, Latine. Lin Luo laughed heartily, wiping the blood from his wound with his thumb and licking the crimson from it. Murky golden flames ignited at the wound, healing it almost instantly. Now, Latine, the battle begins. Lin Luo's eyes blazed with madness and the essence of the death rune. In this fight, he would hold nothing back. Roar! The shattered star emitted a roar akin to that of a wild beast, perhaps having comprehended Lin Luo's words. He sheathed his longbow and drew forth two massive scimitars from behind. The half-kneeling steed rose to its feet, its back arched yet resolute in confronting its master's formidable adversary. Thus, Lin Luo, wielding the black sword, began to move with measured grace, the keen edge of his blade sparking fiercely against the sand. The two combatants unsheathed their swords. Let the battle commence. Even though the shattered star's rationality had long been corroded by crimson decay, the inherent fighting spirit and martial instinct deeply embedded within him remained intact. Following his loss of consciousness, this was the sole emotion he sensed, exhilaration. Ratton's massive form gripped the shattered star's great sword with both hands, delivering a powerful strike toward Lin Luo. Despite the loss of his feet, Ratton's coordination with his steed was remarkably agile, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. Lin Luo smiled broadly, raising his hand to meet the impending blow. The stark contrast in their statures was palpable as they stood poised, swords clashing and sparks flying from the blades. Lin Luo's shoulder quivered, uncertain whether it was due to excitement or the exertion of countering Ratton's assault. Judging by his expression, it appeared to be the former. The shattered star bore down with both hands on the sword, exerting every ounce of strength as if intent on cleaving Lin Luo in two. Lin Luo's feet sank into the sandy ground, his arms held firm. Yet, it seemed as though he would be engulfed by the very earth beneath him. This predicament was untenable. Lin Luo had to devise a means to break free. What nonsense! The solution lies in sheer force. Lin Luo bit his lip, a crimson hue blossoming within his mouth. He slightly bent his right hand, gripping the sword, redistributing some strength to his elbow. With a sudden surge, he extracted one foot from the sand and forcefully planted it on the ground. This exertion represented his key to liberation. As Lin Luo pressed forward, the runes within him surged to life, a significant portion coalescing in his right arm that wielded the sword. A power potent enough to upheave oceans coursed through the black blade. Ratton's scimitars, which had been suppressing Lin Luo's sword, began to rise involuntarily. If Ratton was not faltering, it could only signify one thing. At this moment, Lin Luo's strength had surpassed that of the shattered star. This was an unfathomable notion. While standing toe-to-toe with the mightiest demigod, Ratton, was conceivable, to surpass him in sheer strength was an entirely different realm, one that seemed impossible. Yet, this surreal phenomenon unfolded before their very eyes. Jillian gaped, his face etched with disbelief. Blazer mirrored his astonishment, murmuring to himself, he must be able to aid Lady Ronnie in achieving her objective. Oh, Ratton, do not let me down. The flames of fervor began to consume half of Lin Luo's being, amplifying his power immensely. In an instant, Ratton's eyes regained their clarity, only to swiftly cloud over once more, leaving him at a loss for words. At that moment, what awaited Lin Luo was a shower of meteors. One might call Shattered Star a brash warrior, yet he is also a general, adept at wielding his strengths to confront his adversaries. Utilizing the same gravitational magic derived from the stars, Ratton's application proved extraordinarily formidable. Apart from the supreme will, Lin Luo felt a pressure he had never encountered before. The steed beneath Ratarn let out a fierce neigh as it executed an almost impossible sharp turn. The twin blades resting upon the black sword were released. Lin Luo sensed a relaxation in the force ahead and tightened his grip on the sword once more. The black sword carved through the air, leaving a trail of dark red sword energy in its wake. Ratarn narrowly avoided the strike. Yet the keen edge of the sword still etched a deep scar upon his armor. This armor had accompanied him through countless battles, enduring even the chaotic onslaught of the Valkyrie's water birds, merely sustaining wear, but Lin Luo's blade had managed to pierce through it directly. Seemingly aware of the ferocity in Lin Luo's technique, Ratarn turned once again, dragging the Shattered Star's great sword along the ground, sending sparks flying. Although his steed appeared frail, it moved with remarkable swiftness. Lin Luo faced the charging Shattered Star, slowly positioning the black sword across his chest, ready to defend. With a clang, the two massive swords collided in the air, igniting a flurry of sparks, before striking fiercely towards Lin Luo. The speed was astonishing, and Lin Luo could only instinctively raise his sword to shield himself. He felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him tumbling backward, his vitality surging tumultuously within. The combination of Ratarn's gravitational magic and his immense strength was terrifying, causing Lin Luo to stagger uncontrollably. Having learned from his previous experience, Ratarn resolved not to engage Lin Luo head-on. This seemingly insignificant fated one harbored such terrifying power, truly astonishing. Ratarn galloped across the dunes, occasionally slashing at Lin Luo with his sword. Caught off guard by the rapid succession of strikes, Lin Luo found himself at a loss against the drifting Shattered Star. Continuing in this manner was not a viable strategy. He needed to take the initiative. "This is not like you, Ratarn," Lin Luo murmured to himself as he faced the oncoming Shattered Star, charging forward. Passive defense would not suffice, so in the fleeting moment of their clash, Lin Luo released a chilling aura from beneath his feet, stomping down fiercely. Ice thorns erupted from the ground, their bone-chilling breath surging towards Ratarn's body. When their swords met, what should have been an evenly matched exchange turned out to be quite different. Ratarn felt the excruciating cold rising from below, enveloping his entire being with an icy rune that coursed through him chaotically. Even one as powerful as he could not withstand such agony. With a piercing scream, Ratan's great sword quivered slightly in his grasp, and Lin Luo seized the opportunity to press forward, the dark blade mere centimeters from Ratan's head. However, Ratarn quickly regained his composure, exerting strength once more as the long sword hovered before him. A layer of blue crystal had formed upon Ratan's hand, a manifestation of the frostbite inflicted by the frost trample. It was likely that the skin beneath his armor was also ensnared by icy mist, rendering it rigid and fragile. Should he endure a blunt strike, the consequences would be irrevocable. "You shall perish," Ratarn uttered through gritted teeth, the pain igniting a fierce anger within him. The immense force radiating from his blade was palpable to Lin Luo, who could truly sense Ratan's formidable power. Yet, was it not this very strength that exhilarated Lin Luo? The two colossal swords were locked in a fierce embrace, their gazes locked, each pair of eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Sparks flew from the clash of steel. Suddenly, Lin Luo's legs felt as if they were encased in lead, a pressure enveloping his entire being. Gravity magic, perhaps? Lin Luo smiled wryly, straightening his knees that had buckled under the weight. "If General Starfall, your prowess is limited to this, then prepare to hear the lullaby of death." The azure hue of his eyes faded, replaced by a tumultuous chaos of flame. Chapter 59. Battle 3. The chaotic fire swiftly enveloped Lin Luo's silver armor, igniting from the black sword and surging towards Ratan's body. This chaotic fire, a flame of the void, burned ceaselessly and inexorably. Few methods could suppress its blaze. Even Lin Luo, having mastered the chaotic fire, occasionally found his emotions swayed by its influence, though these feelings were often vented through combat. In this border realm, the only known means to contain the chaotic fire were Michaela's golden needles. Perhaps the supreme will and Marika could manage it too, but one would not attempt it, and the other had lost the chance. Ratarn felt the searing heat from the chaotic fire. The dual torment of ice and fire raged within him. And even with the strength of a demigod and the tainted will coursing through him, he could not suppress a pained cry. Ratarn staggered back. Yet even as the chaotic fire scorched his body, he refused to relinquish his great sword. Though his hands trembled, they still wielded the massive blade with conviction. Huffing, Ratarn allowed the chaotic fire to burn unabated upon him, his eyes bloodshot and wild. His thunderous roar resonated throughout the weeping dunes, a testament to a warrior's resolve. yet also a harbinger of a hero's twilight. He plunged the great sword into the ground, withdrawing it once more, as purple shards of stone clung to its surface. Enveloping it tightly, Rattan unleashed the full extent of his gravity magic. The wind surged. Instantly, Rattan's form vanished, soaring into the sky. Had he finally resolved to engage earnestly? Lin Luo's expression grew serious, though it could not mask the fervor and madness that simmered within his depths. The weeping dunes fell into a brief silence, serving as a prelude to the ensuing, more intense battle. The deep crimson sky obscured all visibility, shrouded in a blood-red mist. Suddenly, a shooting star streaked across the heavens, trailing a long tail of searing flames, hurtling unrelentingly towards the desolate plain below. In this vast expanse, only Lin Luo remained. As the skirmish escalated, it became evident to him that his presence here was merely a burden. The aftermath of the conflict was beyond his capacity to withstand. Lin Luo had not intended to resist, but upon noticing the sand and stones around him gradually disintegrating and the ground beginning to sink, realization dawned upon him. The gravity magic of the shattered star had concentrated in this very spot, and attempts to move his feet proved excruciatingly arduous. The fiery meteor was now alarmingly close, and evasion was no longer an option. Thus, Lin Luo raised his black sword, unleashing the death rune and the frenzied flame in their full glory. Dark golden fire and pure black mist enveloped him, forming a thin, protective layer. Boom! The explosion resonated throughout the entire weeping dune. A violent blast engulfed everything in its vicinity, sending layers of sand swirling upward, creating enormous blood-red tornadoes that leveled all in their path. Melina, standing on the opposite shore, bore witness to this scene, her heart quivering involuntarily. Despite her unwavering confidence in Lin Luo, anxiety filled her heart. After all, this was the shattered star. Lin Luo, please be safe, she murmured, her eyes gently closing as tears unwittingly adorned her cheeks. Knowing she could do nothing, Melina cradled the crystalline necklace at her chest, silently praying. The explosion raged for a full 10 minutes. Dust began to settle approximately half an hour later, revealing the aftermath of the weeping dunes. To their dismay, they beheld nothing but a colossal crater at the center of the plain. Within the pit, Lin Luo stood with his right hand gripping his sword, propping up the two massive blades of the shattered star. His armor lay in tatters, exposing his powerful musculature, half of his face smeared with blood, and his feet deeply embedded in the earth. His left arm hung uselessly, clearly dislocated. Ha! Lin Luo suddenly laughed, a deep, chilling sound that sent shivers down spines. Just as expected of you, Rattan. Lin Luo spoke slowly, the metallic taste of blood driving him into madness. In the battles to follow, he would shed all constraints, seeking the thrill of combat. At that moment, Rattan's colossal sword, which had been pressed down with great force, inexplicably lifted. He could hardly believe that the fading figure before him still had reserves of strength left. Lin Luo abruptly extracted a foot, planting it firmly on the even sand surrounding him, though the effects of the gravity magic had left his leg bloodied and torn. Snap! With all his might ignited, Lin Luo swiftly redirected his massive sword, causing the creature known as Shattered Star to stagger back a step, hastily retreating several paces to regain his footing. The sound of metal scraping echoed as Lin Luo casually thrust the black sword into the ground, gripping his left shoulder and brutally resetting it with sheer force. He bent his knees slightly and leaped out of the deep pit, discarding the nearly shattered armor that clung to him, tossing it carelessly aside. Though Lin Luo did not appear particularly robust, his muscles were sinewy, his shoulders broad, resembling a tightly knotted rope. The battle was far from over. Wiping the blood from his face revealed lingering bruises around his eyes, but this did not deter him from continuing his fight against Shattered Star. With a furious roar, Rattan also leapt from the chasm, his warhorse soaring several yards high, the massive sword swinging down fiercely towards Lin Luo. Come on! Lin Luo slightly shifted his body, adopting a stance that maximized his strength. With a single motion, he unleashed the black sword. An astonishing scene unfolded. Shattered Star found himself at a disadvantage in their direct confrontation. As he descended, attempting to strike down, Lin Luo countered with a powerful swing that sent Shattered Star hurtling away, a deep scar carved into his chest by the trailing black-red sword aura. The corrosive energies of Death Rune and Frenzied Fire hissed ominously as they reacted to the wound on Shattered Star's chest, creating a terrifying fusion of forces that sparked a unique chemical reaction. Rattan howled in agony but still clutched his massive sword tightly. Despite the life force waning within him and the pain spreading from his wounds, Rattan swung his sword once more. This time, countless meteors materialized around him, resembling the dark stones of the Forsaken Edis. "You shall die?" Ratine stammered through gritted teeth. The meteors rained down upon Lin Luo like a torrential downpour. Lin Luo snorted derisively. Clutching the dragon's prayer in his hand, he unleashed the cataclysmic prayer once more, the decline of Platon Sanctus. Two dragon kings manifested behind Lin Luo, radiating a dark golden light as they prepared to unleash their power. Both forces were released nearly simultaneously. Just as one upheaval subsided, another arose. An explosion engulfed the weeping dunes, but this time, a colossal dragon head suddenly emerged behind Lin Luo, unleashing a beam of white-yellow laser from its maw, instantly obliterating the meteors in midair. As the gathered boulders shattered upon contact with the laser, it was clear that while the majority were destroyed, several meteors still barreled towards Lin Luo. However, the remaining meteors lacked the potency of their initial onslaught, all effectively blocked by the black barrier forged from Lin Luo's death rune. The clash of meteors and laser continued for an extended duration, while Ratine's lips trembled, clearly having exhausted his full strength in the previous maneuver. Lin Luo's condition was hardly better. Having invoked the Dragon King's prayer, he had already expended considerable energy. Nevertheless, he produced a vial of blue elixir and consumed it. If he could not partake in potions for the sake of a so-called fair duel, then he might as well abandon the notion. The Starbreaker dismounted swiftly. While his reasoning may have seemed somewhat strained, there existed a significant distinction between battle and duel. "Oh, Raton, how underestimated you were. It is regrettable that you have been reduced to this state by the corruption of Crimson Decay. Should the opportunity arise, I would truly wish to engage you in earnest conversation," Lin Luo mused. Even the mighty Starbreaker was manipulated under the Supremacy's will, and yet here he was, Lin Luo, pursing his lips and raising the black sword once more, its tip aimed squarely at Raton. "Come forth. If we cannot overcome each other at this moment, what right do I possess to provoke the whiskers of the Supremacy?" Raton let out a long howl towards the heavens, seemingly sensing the fighting spirit emanating from Lin Luo. The golden armor adorning him began to fracture, revealing the robust muscles of Starbreaker. Raton's limbs were powerful, his broad shoulders and proud chest solid as steel poles, while his once bronze skin had been tainted by the corruption, turning a vivid red. Countless gruesome wounds marred his front and back, a sight both shocking and alarming. Raton cast aside his helmet, discarding it upon the ground, as his muscles began to swell, and a potent surge of magical energy coursed through the Starbreaker's greatsword. The moment had come to determine the victor. Lin Luo gazed steadily at Raton, gripping the hilt of his sword, gradually increasing his pace as he charged towards him. Raton, not to be outdone, urged his steed to gallop forward. The greatsword swung through the air, leaving a trail of purple mist in its wake, as the confrontation loomed imminent. This time, neither would hold back. They would unleash their most formidable strike. Starbreaker leapt high from his mount, drawing the greatsword, which stirred up a multitude of debris that cascaded down as he swung. Simultaneously, a peculiar point of light appeared before Lin Luo, suffused with a violet aura that gradually expanded. "Come forth," Lin Luo exclaimed with laughter, the flames of madness reigniting upon him. In the face of Starbreaker's overwhelming strike, Lin Luo opted for a direct confrontation. Fated demise. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, dragging the black sword along the ground, leaving trails of black-red flames in its wake. At the instant the greatsword descended, the black sword surged upward with ferocity. The clash between their blades contained immense energy, with debris from Starbreaker hurtling towards Lin Luo, while the blood flames summoned by the black sword surged directly towards Starbreaker. The nearby point of light erupted, the purple mist transforming into a wave of explosive heat, drawing in surrounding rubble through its force. The two strongest powers in existence erupted in unison. Boom! The explosion resonated across the plains, magnified several times beyond previous encounters. The death rune, intermingled with the chaotic flames and the formidable force of gravitational magic, swept across the entire Wailing Dunes. The sky dimmed, and a tempest arose, instantly transforming the landscape into a maelstrom of flying sand and stones. The howling winds assaulted everything in their path, as airborne debris, mingled with shattered weaponry and armor, surged forth like an unyielding army, ruthlessly tearing apart all in their wake, as if the very earth trembled beneath the onslaught. Even those who stood far on the shore were hurled back several meters by the residual shockwave. It is unfathomable to imagine the sheer terror at the epicenter of the explosion. Fortunately, this calamity did not endure for long, otherwise, the aftermath alone would have been unbearable for them. Gradually, the winds subsided, though they still heaved with exhaustion, leaving the surroundings in an eerie silence. The onlookers struggled to rise from the ground, their eagerness to witness the outcome of the battle palpable. In the expanse of the fields, only one figure remained, half kneeling before collapsing onto the ground. Had they perished together? Faced with this scene, the spectators were engulfed in a mix of emotions, hesitant to approach the dune for fear that Rattan still lived. Yet, one figure dashed forward. "Please be safe, Linluo," Melina murmured, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. The dune had transformed into a flat expanse, the remnants of walls and ruins seemingly vanished, perhaps buried beneath the earth or reduced to dust by the magic unleashed. The distance was not great, yet Melina felt as if she had traversed a vast expanse, her heart racing at the thought of discovering Lin Luo's lifeless body. At last, she arrived at the site of the confrontation between Lin Luo and the Shattered Star. It was a vast pit, a chasm birthed from their fierce clash. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the Wailing Dunes had been reshaped into the Wailing Basin by their struggle. Lin Luo lay at the center of the pit, his bare body coated in crimson sand, numerous bruises and wounds marring his form from the explosion and debris. Yet, he clutched the black sword tightly in his hand, and the steady rise and fall of his chest signified his continued existence. Beside him lay the lifeless form of the Shattered Star. Rattan's body bore deep, bone-exposing wounds, with dark crimson flames still flickering, unextinguished. These were not fatal injuries. The lethal wound resided in Rattan's neck, where a dagger tainted with the death rune had plunged deep. At last, Melina's anxious heart found solace. She then puffed up her cheeks, angrily striding toward Lin Luo. Noticing her approach, Lin Luo instinctively reached for his sword, but halted upon seeing Melina's lovely visage. The murderous intent he had felt evaporating. "Melina, what are you doing here? It's perilous," he exclaimed. "Humph," Melina retorted, delivering a sharp smack to Lin Luo's head. "Do you truly regard me as a mere ornament?" she said, her voice tinged with indignation. "To ask me to hide while you undertake such perilous endeavors alone? Facing the Shattered Star. What if something were to happen to you?" Melina's voice diminished into a whisper, her tone increasingly tinged with sorrow. Lin Luo, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily attempted to rise, only to tug at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. "Hiss," he inhaled sharply. Yet upon catching Melina's gaze, his heart softened instantly. Wrapping his right arm around her, he regarded her with unparalleled tenderness. Melina, too, embraced Lin Luo. And despite her best efforts, tears began to cascade down her cheeks. "Fear not, this is the first and the last time," Lin Luo murmured softly into Melina's ear before sealing his lips against hers. Chapter 61. The unexpected turn with Melina's departure. A sense of urgency enveloped those hastening towards Dulwen. She had been gone for quite some time, and yet not a whisper of news had emerged. The likelihood of Rattan's demise loomed large. After all, Lin Luo was far less conspicuous than Rattan. Should someone wish to eliminate him, it would be an uncomplicated task to do so undetected. Could it be that the individual who had just entered was the one who had seized Dulwen? Unlike Alexander, who sought Rattan purely for the thrill of challenge, these individuals harbored their own ulterior motives. Even Blazer was present solely to fulfill Lonnie's mission. Now that Rattan was dead, it was possible that he had perished alongside that intruder. They could not afford to witness an outsider slip in and seize Dulwen for themselves. Consequently, they dismissed any notion of Lin Luo's survival. After deliberation, they proceeded towards the dunes. Meanwhile, Lin Luo was oblivious to the notion of his own demise and remained unaware that, due to Melina's arrival, those individuals believed he had perished alongside Rattan. At that moment, he was preoccupied with Melina, completely disinterested in the ruffians. However, those ruffians would not overlook the opportunity to acquire Dulwen. They believed that the power of the Shattered Star derived from Dulwen, thinking that possessing it would grant them strength comparable to Rattan's. Yet they neglected a critical truth. The very reason for Dulwen's allure was the formidable prowess of the Shattered Star. Even if they obtained Dulwen, whether they could safeguard it was another matter entirely, as demigods were also coveting such treasures. Nevertheless, they were not inclined to ponder such complexities. Dulwen lay tantalizingly within reach, and there was no reason not to pursue it. The group cautiously advanced, wary of the possibility that Rattan still lived. After all, the recent battle was fresh in their minds, and none wished to test the sharpness of the Shattered Star's blade again. The 10-minute journey seemed to pass in an instant. Had they not been cautious of making too much noise, they might have rushed to seize Dulwen long ago. It could be said that greed had forged this fleeting alliance. Go take a look. Upon reaching the vicinity of the decisive pit, the group instinctively halted. Those at the back pushed the one at the front forward. I won't go?" The foremost individual initially expressed delight, only to be swiftly overtaken by a visage of resistance. What a jest. What if that creature still lives? I would be doomed. The others behind bore expressions that were half smirks, their swords slightly raised. All shared the same sentiment. The simple truth that a dead comrade does not equate to the end of one's own life. If someone truly valued their life, they could simply eliminate them and replace them with another. I shall go. The man reluctantly raised his hand in concession. Ultimately, the choice between certain death and a mere venture was clear. After all, if Radon perished alongside that monster, wouldn't he then claim the great rune for himself? A grin spread across his face, one that caused discomfort to those nearby. Suddenly, a fated one swiftly delivered a fatal blow to his throat. The man clutched his neck. Disbelief etched across his features. Unfortunately, he met his demise, yet fortuitously, it occurred amidst his fanciful dreams. The expression on his face revealed his thoughts. Couldn't he have feigned ignorance? The fated one wiped the blood from his blade and pointed towards two individuals nearby. You two, go and investigate. The two exchanged startled glances, initially inclined to refuse, but the memory of the previous man's fate silenced them. You two had best refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. The fated one warned, casting a cold glance at them. Otherwise, I need not elaborate on the consequences. Ah, yes, absolutely. They stammered, swallowing hard and hastily making their way toward the deep pit. What a nuisance. I've never seen such ruthlessness towards one's own. Yet, they dared only to voice their complaints inwardly. To speak out loud would be folly, especially with blood still fresh on the blade. After their brief grumbling, they arrived at the vicinity of the chasm, where Melina was tending to Lin Rua's wounds. Just to clarify, no kisses were exchanged. However, from their perspective, it was infuriating. That wretched person, is he stealthily searching for the rune? They proclaimed with righteous indignation. I shall descend first. One individual seized the moment and leapt down. How dare you disregard martial ethics? The other, witnessing this act, grew frantic. What? You wish to claim precedence, do you? How despicable. Release your grip. They shouted towards Melina in the distance. Do not dare attempt to pilfer General Shattered Star's rune. This outcry immediately caught the attention of Lin Rua and Melina. What the? Lin Rua, lost in the pleasure of the moment, startled at the sudden shout. After a hard-fought battle, he was finally able to relish Melina's gentle caresses. Damn it, let me see who dares. Lin Rua opened his eyes, barely able to contain his irritation, ready to confront the intruders. Wait, Melina gently pressed him down, shaking her head. Allow me. Lin Luo's heart softened, and just as he was about to speak, he caught a glimpse of Melina's imperious gaze, compelling him to swallow his words. He nodded, resembling a bashful young wife. Melina's radiant smile made Lin Luo's heart flutter. However, as she stood up, her smile vanished, replaced by an expression of indifference. She had observed the battle between Lin Luo and Latane from the opposite shore and had heard every word spoken by the onlookers. Melina was acutely aware of the intentions of these two individuals who had come here. Oh, who would have thought? She is merely a delicate flower, one of them mused, feeling a sense of relief upon realizing that Melina was not a formidable adversary. After all, it was quite challenging for women to rise as powerful figures in this world. Though a few existed, they were exceedingly rare. Marika, and Lonnie were almost all inheritors of potent lineage, with only a handful possessing strength in their own right. Thus, Melina's presence indeed alleviated their concerns. Little Flower obediently handed over the great rune of shattered stars. One of them leered, his gaze brazenly roaming over Melina's form. You bastard! Lin Luo roared, instantly forgetting Melina's previous words. Destruction Meteor. He felt an unexpected surge of power, as if magic flooded through him, and he brandished the Azrael's radiant staff to channel it. Goodness, he is not dead. Another person realized instantly, scrambling to escape, fully aware of the gravity of the situation and the bond between that woman and the creature. May you find your fortune. One individual cast a sympathetic glance at his companion before fleeing. You, the last remaining person, also grasped the situation, but it was too late. An endless cascade of tiny purple light was already hurtling toward him, compelling him to raise his sword helplessly. Melina, frustrated, stamped her foot and shot Lin Luo an angry glare. Chapter 62. Fusion of the Great Rune. In the face of the unfortunate youth attempting to withstand the destruction meteor with a sword, his fate was already sealed. The other individual had fled not due to Lin Luo's lack of energy for battle, but rather because he had deliberately let him go. He was curious to see how those who coveted the Great Rune of Shattered Stars would react upon learning that he still lived, and whether they would dare to return. Lin Luo. Melina stormed over in anger, striking his chest. Cough, cough. Lin Luo, lost in thought, nearly choked and began to cough incessantly. Melina, concerned that she had struck his wound, hurriedly began to rub his chest. It's nothing, nothing. Lin Luo chuckled helplessly, gently patting Melina's head. I cannot endure their harsh words directed at you. Melina's complexion flushed slightly as she lowered her head, her momentary irritation dissipating in an instant. All right. Lin Luo gradually sat up, retrieving a vial of healing elixir, which he consumed, allowing his wounds to mend slowly. The great rune of Latine manifested in Lin Luo's hand. He initially intended to absorb it at the Divine Tower, but after the battle with the Shattered Star, he realized he had reached a formidable plateau in his strength. Such a miraculous sensation is rare, and today he intended to break through right here. Lin Luo shook the soul-calling bell in his hand, and the illusory tear began to materialize. Melina, you've exerted yourself throughout the day. You needn't stand guard this time. Take a moment to rest. I shall handle the remaining matters, Lin Luo said with a smile, tapping the leg armor of the illusory tear. Melina paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile, settling beside Lin Luo. It's unnecessary. My spiritual form does not experience fatigue. But I must hasten to the royal city. Lest you be unable to act freely, Lin Luo remarked. In truth, it's quite all right, Melina replied softly, her gaze downcast. How could it possibly be all right? Lin Luo exclaimed with dissatisfaction. Even when I embrace you, it feels only like a cold touch. Kissing you is akin to pressing against a block of ice, if only. Lin Luo abruptly halted, recalling something, feeling a touch of embarrassment. He seemed to have been contemplating something rather inappropriate. Melina flashed a mischievous smile, letting out a soft hum before her form dissipated. I was merely considering procuring a body for you. You know, we're like an old married couple now. Why act like children? Lin Luo muttered quietly, uncertain if Melina had heard him. Sighing, he reassured himself. Well, at least you're no longer a mere wooden figure. The journey ahead is indeed long and arduous. Lin Luo exhaled deeply, noticing that the illusory tear was still nearby, wearing a puzzled expression that incited his irritation. Fool, why are you still dawdling? Go keep watch outside. Lin Luo chided with a laugh, finding the illusory tear's lack of intellect amusing. Yes. The illusory tear mechanically nodded and proceeded towards the pit's edge. Enough of that. Let us commence the serious work. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, beginning to channel the power within the rune. Meanwhile, outside the pit, a crowd had gathered, eager to hear what the returning fated one would say. I must tell you all, the individual who rushed past earlier was a woman. One person exclaimed, panic evident in their voice. That monster is still alive. The one who accompanied me was killed simply for mentioning that woman. Fortunately, I am quite powerful, and given that the monster was gravely injured, I managed to escape. Together, we stand a chance against it. The fated figure repeatedly gestured with his hands, an expression of excitement illuminating his face. Really? The very individual who had just slain to establish his dominance has now ascended to the role of temporary leader within this small band. How do you know he is gravely injured? The one without armor on his upper body gestured and continued. His body is covered in bruises, and his chest and shoulders are a gruesome sight. Even if this monster is formidable, there is no way he could have vanquished the general of Shattered Stars unscathed. After all, he is the mightiest demigod. He had just employed magic to eliminate that person. It is highly probable that engaging in combat would exacerbate his injuries. Is that so? The fated figure narrowed his eyes, turning to gaze into the depths of the pit, slowly drawing forth his longsword. Let us proceed to investigate, after all. He is the hero who has defeated the general of Shattered Stars and deserves to be in a place of healing. We must not allow our hero to be disheartened. Onward. Indeed, such is the nature of these individuals, who cloak their murderous and thieving deeds in an air of nobility. The crowd was filled with exuberance, envisioning the moment when ruin would fall into their grasp. They raised their weapons high, smiles gracing their faces, resembling a pack of insatiable wolves. You shameless wretches. At that moment, a hoarse roar echoed from behind the dunes. The crowd paused, anger flaring as they turned to see the source. The leading fated figure turned his head, eyes narrowing. The face that met his gaze was that of Lord Jerian, accompanied by Blazer, Alexander, and the formidable Torrent. It appeared that many righteous souls had come to this festival of heroes. How dare you contemplate such disgraceful acts? Torrent exclaimed in indignation. Do you think you are worthy of participating in this festival? Lin Luo is my friend, and I shall not allow you to succeed. Blazer gripped the royal greatsword, a blue and white mist slowly emanating from it. Iron Fist Alexander will crush you. Despite his body being on the brink of collapse, Alexander's fighting spirit remained undeterred. If you had defeated the general of Shattered Stars through your own strength, then taking Great Rune would be justifiable. Jerian scoffed, drawing his longsword. However, Your attempt to seize the emblem of the Achiever is something I cannot tolerate. Even the General of Shattered Stars would surely slay you for such actions. Words that do not resonate need not be spoken. It was evident that this group had come to thwart him. The leading faded figure sneered. What grand accusations! We have done nothing. No reason is needed to deal with you. Geryon drew his sword, feeling it was a dereliction of duty to have such scoundrels at a festival of battle. Although everyone bore some wounds from their encounter with the Shattered Star, it did not diminish their resolve to fight. Without the courage and heart of the strong, one's power cannot reach great heights. Then let death be your fate. Two factions collided instantaneously, and in this battle, there would undoubtedly be casualties. Chapter 63. The ambush after the confrontation between Lin Luo and Shattered Star, another battle commenced. Ignited once again by the presence of Shattered Star. However, this conflict was centered around the coveted Great Rune. Jillian underestimated the fervor of this group regarding the Great Rune. They were willing to sacrifice their very lives for it. The number of Jillian's forces was insufficient, and he regretted not having summoned more soldiers. Fortunately, Blazer and his companions proved to be formidable, allowing Jillian's side to maintain an advantage. Yet, as time passed, their physical stamina began to wane, and they struggled to withstand the relentless onslaught. Ha ha ha, my lord the city master, if you can no longer endure, perhaps it is best to concede. Why go to such lengths for a mere fated one? Humph, Jillian scoffed. The Great Rune of General Shattered Star must not fall into the hands of scoundrels like you. That would be an affront to General Shattered Star. Upon hearing this, the fated one's expression darkened. What do you mean? Survival of the fittest is the law of the borderlands. Do you think I orchestrated them? No, they all share this sentiment. Even without me, others would act in the same manner. If someone must take action, it shall undoubtedly be me. The individual sneered. This is the law of the beasts. Humph, such fallacies. Jillian retorted with a cold laugh. You speak the truth, yet your strength does not measure up. With this ragtag group behind you, do not delude yourself. Against truly formidable opponents, you are but a thin sheet of paper. Ragtag, this motley crew will soon claim your lives. Then let us see. Jillian charged forward once more, their gazes igniting with fierce combativeness. After merely a brief respite, the fierce clash resumed. If this continued, the situation would undoubtedly deteriorate further. The monster has emerged. As both sides readied their crossbows, a voice from the side captured their attention. A panicked individual rushed towards the fated one, exclaiming, He has crawled out. He is completely unharmed. What? The fated one's expression soured, disbelief etched on his face. Jillian, momentarily stunned, then erupted in joy. Ha ha, go ahead. We will not impede you. I am most eager to observe whether your ragtag group can still fight with such valor against an enemy of this caliber. You. The fated one fixed his gaze upon the individual who had fled, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I. The individual stammered, panic rising within him. Just as he was about to speak, the sand dunes suddenly became illuminated by a brilliant light. What is happening? The fated one shielded his eyes, peering through his fingers. The seal of Lord Shattered Star has been broken. Jillian's expression appeared somewhat melancholic, although the order to eliminate Lord Shattered Star had originated from him. Witnessing the fall of Lord Shattered Star evoked a tinge of sorrow. Was it indeed so? The fated one gazed at the meteor descending from the heavens, thereby confirming the irrevocable demise of Shattered Star. At that moment, a sudden thought crossed his mind as he glanced towards a nearby deep pit. Outside the pit, Lin Luo sat languidly beside it, propping his chin with one hand while the other rummaged through his nostrils, tilting his head to gaze at the sky, exuding an air of foolishness. Could this be the one who vanquished Shattered Star? At first glance, he hardly seemed formidable. Lingering with Jillian was not a viable strategy. After all, the Lion City belonged to him, and this creature was not to be trifled with. Suddenly, a wild notion flashed through his mind. He regarded Lin Luo, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. Gripping his long sword tightly, he prepared to act. The crowd remained transfixed by the celestial display above, oblivious to his subtle movements. At that moment, he sprang into action. He vowed to employ his utmost speed this time. Jillian, momentarily taken aback, quickly realized the individual before him had vanished. He hastily searched for the figure. Danger! Lin Luo, be cautious. Blazer also spotted the man in the distance, thrusting his sword menacingly towards Lin Luo. Too late. A triumphant smile crossed the man's face as his longsword came within mere feet of Lin Luo. Success! The sensation of the sword penetrating flesh sent waves of exhilaration through him. Despite the shouts of Jillian and the others, he remained indifferent. Even if he could not prevail, he could always flee. Yet, he speculated that his so-called allies would likely turn against him. The conqueror of Shattered Star seemed rather unremarkable after all. Suddenly, the man noticed Lin Luo, still preoccupied with his nostrils, staring at him in bewilderment. "What are you up to, you little rascal?" seemed to be the unspoken message reflected in Lin Luo's expression. With a dismissive glance, Lin Luo grasped the long sword and slowly pulled it out. Impossible. Panic surged within him as he exerted more force, fully embedding the sword into Lin Luo's body. Contrary to his expectations, there was little resistance. The sword easily sank into the creature's form. However, laughter eluded him, for he beheld the blade's tip emerging from Lin Luo's body. Devoid of even a single drop of blood, a sharp slap resounded through the air. The man was sent spinning multiple times before crashing to the ground. Lin Luo slowly rose, pinching the long sword between two fingers, and casually discarded it onto the ground, wearing an expression of utter bemusement. Though he uttered no words, it was as if he conveyed a profound message. What mortal could be felled by such a pathetic weapon? This was undoubtedly the sentiment he expressed. Jillian, rushing over, abruptly halted in his tracks. Such ferocity. Why have I been so troubled? Jillian felt akin to a jester. Lin Luo, or rather, the incarnation of Teardrop, coldly raised the black sword and approached the prostrate, fated one. The fated one's face was a mask of terror. Despite his ruthlessness and murder, he now comprehended the depths of despair when confronted with his own mortality. "No, please." The fated one scrambled to his feet, repeatedly bowing his head, blood seeping through his scalp. "I should not have coveted Lord Fractured Star's grand rune, nor incited ill thoughts against you, my lord. I am doomed. I am doomed. I implore you, spare me." The fated one gazed at the incarnation of Teardrop, his face streaked with tears and snot, pleading earnestly. His heartfelt lamentations and seemingly sincere demeanor conveyed genuine remorse. However, he faced the incarnation of Teardrop. Despite his seemingly unreliable appearance, Teardrop was unwaveringly obedient to Lin Luo's commands, namely, to eliminate anyone who dared approach Lin Luo. Chapter 64. The final curtain. The fated one was dead. Indeed, utterly dead. The incarnation of Teardrop bore a fragment of Lin Luo's death rune as well, and Lin Luo reasoned simply. Having committed murder, one should do so thoroughly. After dispatching this individual, the incarnation of Teardrop then turned his gaze toward Jillian, brandishing the black sword and charging at him. What are you doing?" Jillian exclaimed, startled. "I'm one of you." He quickly raised his hands in surrender, jesting that he could not possibly defeat someone who had vanquished Fractured Star. Had he not witnessed the pitiful demise of that wretch? Nevertheless, the incarnation of Teardrop did not halt his advance upon seeing Jillian's raised hands. Wait, no." Jillian trembled and hastily retreated. If he couldn't confront him, he could at least evade him. After pursuing Jillian for several minutes, the incarnation of Teardrop finally came to a stop, etching a line in the sand with his black sword. The intent was unmistakable. Cross this line and perish. The incarnation of Teardrop threatened the group outside, then returned to the edge of the deep pit. What does this signify? At last, Jillian could catch his breath. Though his tone was far from pleasant, harboring significant grievances regarding Lin Luo compelling him to flee. Meanwhile, Blazer perceived a clue. He recalled the legendary ashes. The incarnation of Teardrop. The behavior of this Lin Luo bore an uncanny resemblance. Yet, wasn't the incarnation of Teardrop sealed within the Eternal City? Fractured Star had only just perished, and the seal had only just been lifted. Perhaps Lin Luo had encountered his own fortuitous circumstance. That was not his true essence. It must have been a summoned remnant. Blazer paused before addressing Jillian. This likely is not his intention. Jillian furrowed his brow, vexed. How could I be pursued by a mere wraith? Yet, one must acknowledge the formidable strength of the summoned spirit. Blazer, noticing Jillian's silence, presumed he was still troubled by recent events and refrained from further persuasion, shaking his head as he departed. After all, it was quite difficult to accept being chased and attacked as a lord of the city. Meanwhile, those who had once coveted the Shattered Star Great Rune now cowered in fear, anxious that Lin Luo might seek retribution. With the death of the leader of the Fated Ones, this matter drew to a close. Given the sheer number of adversaries, Jillian could not exact punishment upon each one, for such actions would surely plunge Lion City into chaos. As for the Weeping Sand Dunes, Lin Luo had lingered there for 5 days, 3 days longer than during his previous absorption of the Great Rune. It was curious that the portion belonging to Grake, which was crucial to the Law Ring, proved to be so challenging. After several more days, Blazer abandoned his weight and went to report the task's progress to Ronnie. At Lin Luo's side, the absorption of the Great Rune from Ratarn was nearing its conclusion. The energy surrounding him had reached a critical threshold, and the entire pit was suffused with the power of the Great Rune. Almost there, Lin Luo murmured to himself, as the Great Rune began to merge with Ratarn, making the absorption arduous. Nevertheless, perseverance bore fruit. After days of effort, the fusion was nearly complete. Finally, as the last trace of rune entered Lin Luo's body, the absorption succeeded. He slowly opened his eyes, no longer the faded orbs they once were. Now, they shone with divine brilliance. The pallid hue replaced by golden eyes, representative of the Elden Ring's essence. From this moment forth, the ring, governed by the supreme will, no longer belonged solely to it. Lin Luo slightly inclined his body and gradually unsheathed the black sword. With a slow, deliberate motion, he swung it forward. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify, and a blood-red sword aura swept through, cleaving a massive chasm several meters wide. This strike was terrifying in its magnitude. Having vented the unprocessed rune within him, Lin Luo felt a sense of relief wash over him. His strength had markedly increased. The figure of Melina manifested, her tone imbued with delight. Lin Luo paused, turning to her. Indeed, he replied, Ratarn truly lives up to its reputation as the mightiest demigod, attaining an unparalleled mastery over the rune. Yet, it consumed a considerable amount of my time. Now, I stand as the strongest in the lands between. Lin Luo smiled at Melina. His words were not mere exaggeration. He had indeed surpassed a certain threshold of power, though he still remained a distance from the Supreme Will. After all, the Supreme Will had presided over the lands between for countless years, reaping its harvests. Its strength was far beyond that of an ordinary deity. Much like Marlenia or the Shattered Star, their prowess nearly rivals that of the divine, perhaps even surpassing it. In my heart, Lin Luo has always been the strongest. Melina nodded, a faint smile gracing her lips as she spoke. How infuriating to utter such words. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, embracing Melina tightly. A reward, a kiss. Do stop your antics. You've lingered here for several days now. It is time to depart, Melina remarked, brushing the dust from Lin Luo's attire. By the way, Alexander mentioned he intends to head to the volcanic estate. His vessel is in tatters and requires the forging of magma to become more resilient. Is that so? Lin Luo pursed his lips, contemplating a change in plans, yet deemed it wiser to first visit the royal city, allowing Melina some freedom of movement. Then let us proceed, Lin Luo declared, employing runes to cleanse himself of the grime, retrieving a fresh set of garments from his satchel before emerging from the deep pit. Summoning the doppelganger tears back, he suddenly recalled an unfinished task. Oh right. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. There exists a legendary weapon within the Red Lion City. Since we are here, we might as well acquire it. Lin Luo commenced the blessing, his form flickering as he returned to the interior of Red Lion City. Just as he was preparing to exit, he encountered Jillian, who was startled by Lin Luo's sudden appearance. When did he emerge? Jillian hesitated, recalling something Blaze had mentioned days prior. Tentatively, he inquired, So, are you the original body? Lin Luo turned, momentarily oblivious to Jillian's implication. Melina, sensing Lin Luo's confusion, recounted the events from the previous days. Oh, Lin Luo understood, thus the matter became straightforward. Lord Jillian, I seek the relic greatsword. Lin Luo stated directly. What? Jillian was taken aback, his expression shifting drastically. Brave one, you have slain General Shattered Star. Death is more honorable than succumbing to the crimson decay of madness. I am grateful to you. However, the hero's rune has already reached your hands. You have acquired sufficient rewards, and I implore you not to be insatiable. Jillian's demeanor darkened. Though he previously appeared petty and fearful, he would not retreat when it came to the honor and interests of Red Lion City. As he spoke, his hand rested upon the sword, fully aware of his own inadequacy as a contender. Lin Luo regarded Jillian deeply, surmising that once he departed, Jillian would entrust the sword to the Hybrid Knights and the Forged Knights for safekeeping. You are a commendable lord. Yet, Lin Luo unsheathed his sword. My apologies, but I must have this sword. Chapter 65. The Huntress Queen. A brief skirmish ensued. The hilt struck Jillian's neck, plunging him into darkness, rendering him unconscious. Alas, I shall let you off this time, Lin Luo murmured, casting a sidelong glance at Jillian. Some memories are better left forgotten. Placing his hand upon Jillian's head, Luin meticulously adjusted his recollections. A fine individual indeed, yet the blame for Sei Lian's predicament lies with you. He erased Jillian's memories of Sei Lian and removed the relic greatsword. Lin Luo, too, intended to depart, channeling the essence of blessings. His figure gradually swayed and faded into nothingness. The scene shifted, returning once more to the vicinity of the Divine Tower of Galat. A colossal branch intertwined with the tower's midsection, marking the entrance. The origin of this place remains a mystery, exhibiting an eccentricity in its elevation. Lin Luo wiped the sweat from his brow, drawing forth his bow to systematically eliminate the patrolling soldiers before proceeding onward. Confronted with the unfathomable depths of the divine tower, Lin Luo opted for the most straightforward descent, for he had no inclination for whimsical leaps. The material of the tower's construction remained unknown, and even with his black sword, he could only etch a couple of shallow marks upon its surface. Most of the architecture here consisted of load-bearing walls. Any misstep on his part could lead to the tower's collapse, a predicament best avoided. Peering down, Lin Luo retrieved a luminous stone from his pack, casting it downward. The faint glow illuminated the surroundings, allowing him to discern the landing spots below. "I hope you can be of assistance," he murmured as he extracted a long-tailed cat brooch from his storage bag, affixing it to his chest. While a fall may not prove fatal, the pain would certainly be unwelcome. He hoped it might serve a purpose. Having learned from his previous encounter in Lienia, Lin Luo resolved to be prudent this time, deciding to descend in 2 jumps given the considerable height. Fortunately, this time he encountered no mishaps. Perhaps the long-tailed cat brooch from before had been a counterfeit. After all, possessing the physique of a deity, should he fall to his demise, the Supreme would surely find amusement in it. Before long, Lin Luo reached the lowest level of the divine tower. Illuminating the blessings, he advanced along a narrow path, traversing 2 flights of stairs while vanquishing the minor creatures along the way, ultimately arriving at the grand hall. He sheathed his sword, his golden eyes fading to a deep cerulean, and stepped inside. The candlelight flickered slowly, casting an eerie ambience within the confined space. Suddenly, a dark shadow surged forth from the ground, revealing a figure. It was a tall, slender silhouette, brandishing a long, hooked sword, clad not in garments but in skin. A stark white. This was none other than the servant of the Huntress Queen, the Divine Skin Envoy. The nobility of the Divine Skin could be considered among the earliest apostles, rumored to embody myriad forms unattainable by human beings. Their appearance reminiscent of the furnace of the Golden Tree. Lin Luo detected a faint scent of blood emanating from him, hinting at the countless lives he had claimed. It appeared yet another battle was imminent. However, to Lin Luo's astonishment, the Divine Skin Envoy knelt halfway before him, placing his weapon upon the ground, exuding an air of utmost reverence. "What is happening?" Melina's voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind, her incredulity palpable. "It must be the Death Rune," Lin Luo replied. The Death Rune was once under the dominion of the Huntress Queen, the leader of the Divine Skin Envoys. He gestured for her to rise. "You can understand my words, can't you?" Lin Luo arched an eyebrow. The Divine Skin Envoy nodded vacantly. "Excellent. Henceforth you shall be called E. You will accompany me. And there is no need for you to guard the great sword of the Huntress deity, as I shall take it with me." Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction. Retrieving a small bracelet from his bag and fastening it on his wrist, he clapped his hands. "Come forth, E." He complied, transforming into a wisp of black and white smoke that entered the bracelet. "This," Melina gasped, her eyelids fluttering as her lashes quivered. "You know, this is not the first time," Lin Luo shrugged. Since mastering the Death Rune, the Divine Skin Envoys no longer posed a threat to him. Those with consciousness could be readily subdued and serve as enforcers. Melina grasped the implication of Lin Luo's words and nodded in silence. The most pressing issue had been resolved. The great sword of the Huntress deity lay within a treasure chest deep within. The black sword represented the entirety of the Death Rune, while the great sword of the Huntress deity was the finest weapon harnessing its power. As the weapon of the Huntress Queen, its existence was no mere coincidence. Upon opening the chest, a massive sword lay horizontally within, emanating a chilling aura. The sword was elongated and entirely silver in hue, distinct from others in that its blade bore a cylindrical shape. Approximately 1/3 of its length, the blade bifurcated, intertwining in a cross, though the center was hollow. It appeared remarkably robust. This was the sacred sword of the Huntress Queen. Lin Luo grasped the hilt, feeling the icy essence travel from his fingertips. An inexplicable energy radiating forth. He sensed the Death Rune within him stirring with excitement. A sudden breeze swept past Lin Luo's neck. But this was the base of the Divine Grant Tower. A chill ran down his spine as he abruptly turned around. The scene before him had transformed. A silvery world unfolded, enveloping Lin Luo in an eerie silence. Wisps of gray fluff floated through the air, and as he reached out to grasp them, he realized there was nothing tangible. The desolate realm was punctuated by one distinct feature. Was that a throne? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, his formidable strength providing him with sufficient confidence to investigate who was behind this. Clutching the great sword of the Huntress deity, he advanced forward. As he drew nearer, Lin Luo finally discerned the figure seated upon the throne. It was a woman. The woman adorned in resplendent garments draped in a silvery robe. Her head crowned with a black and gold diadem, and a delicate black veil shrouding her visage, exuded an exquisite allure. She leaned one hand against the edge of the throne, her face cradled in her palm, as soft breaths escaped her lips, rendering the ambience utterly enchanting. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. The closer he approached her, the more his rune vibrated, as if it recognized her presence intimately. "You have arrived," a melodious voice resonated. The woman upon the throne unveiled her eyes, revealing a deep azure gaze through the veil of darkness. "It has been a while. I am the Huntress Queen." Chapter 66. To confine death is to confine life. "Are you truly the Huntress Queen?" Lin Luo mused, stroking his chin as he scrutinized her. "Indeed," the Huntress Queen replied, rising gracefully, though Lin Luo noted with clarity that her feet hardly touched the ground. "Do not harbor doubts. We are within the realm of the hunting deity's great sword." Her lips parted slightly, her voice resonating with a calm elegance. "Oh," Lin Luo expressed surprise, for such a scenario was unprecedented. "The rune of death should rest with you, does it not?" The Huntress Queen stated directly. "Yet, it appears to be incomplete. You are aware of this, are you not? Is there any need for inquiry?" Lin Luo shrugged nonchalantly. "You seem to harbor some animosity towards me." The Huntress Queen chuckled softly, her nails grazing the throne, producing a faint creaking sound. "Rest assured, I shall not demand the return of the rune of death. Besides, I am not your adversary," she continued, casting a glance at Lin Luo. "I can sense the myriad of divine powers intertwined within you." "Indeed," Lin Luo nodded, narrowing his eyes. "What relevance does that hold? You seem to wield this power quite adeptly. However, my message to you extends beyond this," the Huntress Queen remarked, directing her gaze skyward, where silence reigned supreme. "You are aware of deities, correct? The very essence of divinity?" "I have heard of them," Lin Luo replied, planting his sword into the ground, arms crossed, intrigued. "Do you know how many deities currently covet the borderlands? The supreme will merely belongs to the mightiest among them," the Huntress Queen sighed. "Are you not a deity as well?" "I am unlike them." The Huntress Queen shook her head, unperturbed by Lin Luo's observation. "I could be considered the local deity of the borderlands. The cycle of life, birth, decay, affliction, and death is the natural order of existence, and I preside over the rune of death, executing the finality of life." She stepped closer to Lin Luo, halting in her stride. "The supreme will. The myriad stars need no elaboration. The mother of the unseen reality, the eternal dark moon, the one-eyed malefactor, the corrupted goddess, the chaotic flame of madness, the world-devouring serpent. These deities dwell within the liminal realm. I, akin to my divine appellation, hunt these foreign entities. Armed with the rune of death, I am unyielding. Almost none of these alien deities pose a challenge to me." The Huntress Goddess spoke softly, her expression suddenly melancholic, "until the arrival of the Supreme will alter everything. I know not its true visage. It is formidable enough that even its emissaries render me powerless. This is my first encounter with such a high-ranking deity. Its strength is such that it instills terror among the divine and incites outrage. Through countless years of the golden tree reaping the lives of innumerable souls in the liminal realm, its power is nearly unfathomable. Defeating it is undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Yet you are the singular opportunity to vanquish it." The Huntress Queen turned her gaze towards Lin Luo, her tone unusually resolute. "Me?" Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, pointing to himself, and then chuckled softly. "How can you be so certain? Do I appear as one who could defeat the Supreme Will?" "No," asserted the Huntress Queen with unwavering conviction. "You possess that opportunity, and that is sufficient. The power of the Fated One is limitless. You have not been blessed by the golden tree, nor have you borne the mark of the Supreme Will. You can command the rune of death and still embrace other powers. This is the infinite potential of your existence." The Huntress Queen paused, her form beginning to fade. "The runes I have retained within the divine sword are few. I may soon dissipate. What I wish to convey is that you can receive the powers of other deities. Wielding them while preserving your own consciousness from their interference, that power is truly limitless. If I am not mistaken, you have already seized half of the runes from the Supreme Will. Radagon and Marika are sealed within the golden tree. The Supreme Will currently lacks an emissary and cannot enter the liminal realm itself. Marika's betrayal presents the perfect opportunity. The shattered ring of law cannot be restored. It requires an emissary to reclaim the missing fragments. Thus, it is highly probable that it will seek you out. If you trust me, do not believe in it, nor in any of the double-fingered deceptions. They seek not a king, but merely a puppet to manipulate." The Huntress Queen's tone grew fervent, her form quivering with emotion. These words were perhaps superfluous for Lin Luo, who understood the nature of the Supreme well better than anyone. My essence has long since perished. If it is within your capacity, I hope you can assist me with the task. The Huntress Queen's voice dwindled. I will do my utmost. Lin Luo pondered for a moment before finally responding. After all, the Huntress Queen could be considered an adversary of the Supreme Will. If one day you become a true king, vanquishing the Supreme Will, please allow death to return to the realm of boundaries, where life and death part ways. And the cycle of reincarnation unfolds, for this is the essence of existence. Do not confine their lives and souls as if bound by golden laws. Such a fate has never been a worthy sanctuary. To imprison death is to imprison life itself. The voice of the Huntress Queen gradually faded, and eventually, the figure began to disperse. Lin Luo listened intently to the words of the Huntress Queen and finally nodded. That day will indeed come. This was his first encounter with the Huntress Queen. Despite it being their inaugural meeting, Lin Luo felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The Huntress Queen had no reason to deceive him, for if it were merely a matter of offering himself to the Supreme Will, there would be no necessity for such a charade. After all, he would inevitably bring about its demise. As the last remnants of the Huntress Queen's projection dissipated, the surrounding world began to fragment. The scene before him crumbled, gradually returning to the chamber where the great sword of the Huntress was placed. Though it felt as if an eternity had passed, under the influence of the remnants, the external world had changed in the blink of an eye. Ah, how time flies. Lin Luo snapped back to reality, glancing at the great sword of the Huntress in his hand, and let out a sigh. The divine is indeed admirable, but alas. Fear not, your request shall be granted. With the sword stowed away in his satchel, Lin Luo prepared to depart. He was once again guided to the exterior of the divine tower, heading towards the corrupted cathedral. He would rescue Millicent, seize the sigil at the Phalos fortress, and resolve matters concerning Gelid, while postponing issues related to the Eternal City for later. Chapter 67, Millicent. This name may sound unfamiliar, yet the name of the Valkyrie Melina is undoubtedly known throughout the entire realm of boundaries. Millicent has 3 elder sisters. The 4 sisters are all manifestations of the Valkyrie's personality split. The eldest sister represents family. More accurately, the Valkyrie's love for Michaela. The second sister symbolizes faith, embodying the belief in the golden laws. The third sister is associated with the flowing sword, representing her life prior to mastering it. The youngest sister is tied to corruption, destined to be born into a fate of decay. Millicent, however, represents the Valkyrie's will to resist corruption and not succumb to it. Thus, she wields the flowing sword that restrains decay and possesses the most noble character. The Valkyrie is indeed such a being, driven by a scant motivation. When Gelid faced the shattering stars, Michaela's fate hung in the balance, and the faith in the golden laws had long proven futile. The Valkyrie's indomitable pride was shattered, and she lost the last vestige of her resolve to combat corruption, ultimately choosing to yield to it, blooming as her personality fragmented into several sisters, while she herself quietly decayed beneath the sacred tree. Millicent's wish has always been to return to Melina, reminding her of her dignity, the reasons for her fight, and the purpose behind her sword. Ultimately, it seems she finds a sense of fulfillment. To battle alongside Millicent is undoubtedly a happy ending. Fortunately, when they finally vanquished the Valkyrie, she did not perish but transformed into a flower, gifting the fated one a golden needle from Michaela. This suggests a return to her true self, marking the best possible conclusion. Millicent is a tragic figure, although she embodies the Valkyrie. She was raised by Guinevere as a mere tool to facilitate the third blooming of the scarlet flower. Millicent spent her life battling the crimson rot within her, achieving victory yet succumbing to death. Lin Luo never considered a scenario where he would not save her. Perhaps such an outcome would signify the Valkyrie's complete transformation into the goddess of crimson decay. After all, reality is not cyclical. She would eventually die, regardless of his presence. Having taken a rather circuitous route, Lin Luo finally arrived at the Cathedral of Rot. The journey through the town of Celia would have been too troublesome, requiring him to evade lurking monsters, ascend rooftops to ignite signals, and confront mini-bosses. It was far more prudent to take a detour. Upon reaching the Cathedral of Rot, he found himself before a graveyard. His arrival seemed to disturb the tranquility of the place, as a horde of skeletons slowly rose, their bodies shimmering with a silvery glow. These skeletons are the unfortunate byproducts of the failure of the Golden Tree. They died under the Death Rune, yet were returned to the Golden Tree. The laws of the Golden Order disallowed death, thus restoring their bodies and birthing these living dead. Devoid of consciousness, they were driven solely by their instinct to kill. Grasping their weapons, Their hollow eyes glinted with an eerie light as they limped towards Lin Luo. A considerable number of them, along with 2 corrupted minions at the entrance, seemed to have taken notice of him, brandishing their spears as they approached. To save time, Lin Luo promptly retrieved the Divine Body Transformation sword from his pouch. This sword possesses the largest range of combat techniques among all weapons, even surpassing the Prayer of Dragon's Breath. It is undoubtedly the most suitable choice for dealing with such a multitude of foes. The children of Morgwen are all guilty. Even the foolish birds beneath the cliffs are nothing but a bunch of dimwits. Facing this swarm of skeletons, Lin Luo calmly raised his longsword, positioning it before his left shoulder. Golden light flickered along the blade, and the runes surged upon it. Die, he mused. Perhaps death is the best conclusion. As a sacred weapon, the Divine Body Transformation sword was imbued with the essence of the death rune. While this significantly impacted the potency of its techniques, it was sufficient to confront these living dead. Lin Luo swung the longsword, unleashing the technique known as Golden Wave. The ground before him suddenly manifested a golden membrane, approximately half a man's height, yet extending several meters in length. The membrane advanced slowly, and though the technique appeared dazzling, it concealed a deadly peril within. However, this horde of skeletons and their corrupt kin were not inclined to ponder such matters. They were devoid of consciousness, fixated solely on the desire to rend the anomalous figure before them into fragments. Their steps quickened, drawing ever closer to death. Lin Luo sheathed his divine blade into his satchel and advanced through the membrane. Just as Lin Luo was about to clash with the long sword of the undead, they encountered this translucent barrier. A golden mist permeated the bodies of the undead, siphoning away the silvery luminescence within them, and the runes of decay dissipated, flowing into Lin Luo's being. Had the conscious soldiers witnessed such a spectacle, they would undoubtedly have fled in terror. Yet, the corrupt kin, being mere insects, lacked the capacity for thought. The group of skeletons surged forward like moths to a flame, losing all vitality upon contact with the golden barrier. The 2 corrupt kin followed suit, brandishing their spears, their numerous legs quivering and producing a cacophony of grotesque sounds. They breached the luminous curtain. Perhaps due to the divine nature of the blade clashing with the essence of death, their power significantly diminished. The shells of the corrupt kin were in tatters, their spears corroded, and not a single leg remained intact, resembling a writhing slug upon the ground. This grotesque sight sent shivers down Lin Luo's spine. While they were indeed formidable, their repulsiveness was undeniable. Seizing the long sword dropped by the undead soldier, he swiftly dispatched the 2 corrupt kin, their crimson blood pooling on the ground, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded the earth. With this task completed, Lin Luo proceeded to the Chapel of Corruption. His eyes fell upon the statue of Marika, her gown billowing, arms outstretched as if yearning to embrace something. The chapel was overrun with weeds, interspersed with the sacred bloodwood sprouts, lending a peculiar beauty to the dark crimson earth. Yet, these vibrant red tendrils were steeped in blood. Lin Luo grasped a sprout, toyed with it momentarily, then released it. From a corner of the chapel arose a chorus of anguished wails, and Lin Luo turned to see Millicent. With her crimson hair matted with dirt and bloodshot eyes, her beauty was still discernible amidst the horror. She huddled against the wall, her legs drawn up, her empty right hand and blood-soaked garments presenting a most tragic sight. Despite having witnessed countless similar scenes, Lin Luo could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. He parted his lips slightly and approached Millicent slowly. Yet, she spoke first. It would be best if you left me. The scarlet corruption within me is stirring. I do not wish to harm anyone. Chapter 68. The conclusion of Gelid. I can assist you. Lin Luo sighed, crouching before Millicent with a serious tone. She struggled to lift her gaze, assessing the newcomer for a moment, seemingly contemplating the viability of Lin Luo's words. Never mind, it is futile. Even someone as formidable as General Shattered Star finds himself powerless against the embodiment of such misfortune as the Crimson Corruption. There exists nothing that can resolve it. Millicent sighed, a hint of gratitude flickering within her demeanor. Thank you for your concern. Perhaps you could assist me, yet the cost must surely be considerable. I am but a fractured vessel, unworthy of such expenditure. Allow me to linger here, becoming a part of Gelid. Lin Luo felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing Millicent's words, coupled with a tinge of frustration. Do you not have any aspirations? He inquired, taken aback by her tone. Truly, she embodied the noble character of a Valkyrie. I can save you, Lin Luo declared. If there is something you wish to pursue, seek my aid. What I possess is meant to preserve lives. Now that it has found purpose, would you reject it? His voice betrayed an unease, revealing his earnest desire for Millicent's survival. Is that truly so? Melissan lifted her gaze, her murky eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. I never jest, Lin Luo affirmed solemnly, producing Michaela's golden needle from his satchel, holding it delicately between his fingers before her. Now, make your choice. This needle can suppress the crimson corruption? Melissan stammered, reaching for the golden needle with trembling hands. I still have matters to attend to. Her voice faltered, yet she grasped the needle. I understand now. Rather than continue succumbing to corruption, I choose to trust you. Might I ask you to close your eyes for a moment? It appears you have made the right choice. You shall not regret it, Lin Luo replied with a smile, shrugging nonchalantly as he turned away. Melissan, seeing him avert his gaze, shed her garments and gently inserted the needle into her being. Lin Luo had bestowed upon her not a pure golden needle, but Michaela's, which, while not wholly pure, was potent enough to temporarily suppress the crimson corruption, surpassing the efficacy of the purer variant. He heard Melissan's muffled groans of anguish, envisioning her gritting her teeth in perseverance. Ultimately, as she exhaled a deep breath, it seemed she had succeeded. Lin Luo, however, would not indulge in the morbid curiosity of turning to spy. After all, he was not that sort of person. It is done, Melissan's voice came, laden with relief. But how? Lin Luo turned back, observing Melissan's still frail condition. It seems you have triumphed, he noted, kneeling before her and retrieving the Valkyrie's prosthetic limb from his satchel, presenting it to her. Melissan, perplexed, attempted to speak, but her weakened body thwarted her efforts time and again. I understand what you wish to convey, Lin Luo said, steadying her posture. I am not solely acting for your sake, but also for my own. This prosthetic limb is intended for you. There is no need for such doubt. I have other matters to attend to, and we shall inevitably meet again when the opportunity arises. Rest well. Lin Luo cast a lingering glance at Millicent before taking his leave. Millicent firmly etched Lin Luo's visage in her memory, her heart brimming with gratitude. She yearned to express her thanks verbally, yet her frail body succumbed to weakness, and she ultimately drifted into slumber. Upon departing from the decrepit chapel, Melina emerged. She never intruded upon Lin Luo's conversations or battles with others, as she wished neither to disturb him nor to influence his plans, an admirable trait of her character. Her essence resembles that of Marlenia, does it not? Lin Luo replied. Millicent is a fragment of the Valkyrie. Melina's mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. It is not particularly surprising, Lin Luo shrugged, gently prodding Melina's arm. Are you not also one and the same as Lani? Absolutely not. Melina's cheeks puffed in indignation as she retorted, fully aware but resolutely unwilling to concede, as it was a matter of principle. Haha. Lin Luo chuckled at Melina's demeanor, pinching her cheek playfully. My apologies, I misspoke. Melina is Melina, my witch, no, my wife. Lin Luo grinned mischievously, pausing deliberately at the term wife, causing a blush to bloom on Melina's fair face. Who is your wife? Melina's figure swiftly dissipated, leaving behind a smirking Lin Luo. Would. Lin Luo shook his head, choosing not to tease her further. He blew the spirit horse whistle, summoning Torrent, and set forth towards the Pharos fortress in the southeast of Galat. Half of the Dikdos sigil resided there, while the other half lay not far off in the fog-laden forests surrounding the Hade fortress. Currently, Nymphgaff was considered Nephilim's territory. Lin Luo made a brief return via blessing, requesting Nephilim's assistance in locating the other half of the sigil. As for the remaining sigil within Pharos fortress, Nephilim's reach was not yet extensive enough. Given that Pharos fortress was populated by mere foot soldiers, Lin Luo did not expend much time acquiring the Dikdos sigil. He remembered the beast temple atop Galat. But since Marika's within was merely a projection, Lin Luo felt no inclination to seek him out. After nearly half a month in Galat, most matters had been resolved. He found Nephilim in Stonevale City and obtained the remaining sigil, preparing to set forth for the royal city. Once he approached the base of the golden tree, Melina would be free to act. At that moment, he stifled any wicked thoughts, reminding himself that he was a man of virtue. In the words of Meng Gute, Lin Luo, for the time being, chose not to seek him out, opting instead to venture to the Eternal City to retrieve the tears of the replica and the hunting fingerblade. The tears he currently possessed, despite being fabricated by the Supreme Will, held a trace of sentiment. Having been with Lin Luo since the first cycle, they would ultimately serve as nourishment for his elder brother. After all, he was quite devoted. Chapter 69. Arrival at the outer city of kings. When Lin Luo finally reached the Dikdos elevator, several days had elapsed. The path to the city of kings was not limited to this route. There were alternatives, such as traversing the cavern of Lienia. However, that journey was far too convoluted and riddled with minor adversaries, which Lin Luo found tedious. At the Dikdos elevator, He was once again met by the imposing figures of two colossal shield-bearing statues, their axes positioned ominously above the elevator, rendering it inoperable. This was the function of the sigil. Before the elevator stood an elderly woman, known as the finger-unbinding crone, who served the dual fingers and disseminated the golden law, a rather unsavory role, to be candid. Ignoring her calls, Lin Luo strode directly towards the elevator. Raising the sigil in his hand, he was uncertain of its mechanics. Despite the absence of any runes within the sigil, he wondered how it controlled the elevator. Suddenly, the enormous statues emitted a resounding noise, their heads illuminating with a yellow point identical to that within the sigil's recess. The stone figures began to rotate, halting as they faced the main entrance. The weapons that had obstructed the elevator were now directed forward. With the hindrance removed, the elevator naturally commenced its ascent. As the platform rapidly elevated beneath him, Lin Luo felt a rush of wind and darkness enveloping his vision. After approximately a minute, beams of sunlight filtered through above, and with a thunderous sound, the elevator came to a halt. The statues returned to their original positions, perhaps to prevent the elevator from plummeting. Before him unfolded a panorama of gold. The leaves cascaded like an ocean, exuding a refreshing coolness. Sunlight streamed through the layers of branches, casting golden grains upon the grass below, which bloomed with an array of countless wildflowers, intermittently releasing their enticing fragrance. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, savoring the essence of the moment. He could not deny that the City of Kings was indeed the most picturesque location at the boundary. Alas, the atmosphere was laden with a heavy sense of death. Stepping out of the elevator, he was met by a narrow path leading straight to the City of Kings. Flanking this path were two towering stone giants, kneeling partially on the ground, one wielding a bow and the other a halberd. Their purpose was to guard against intruders. Gazing at the statues, Lin Luo quietly drew forth two crystalline throwing knives. The reasoning was simple. These statues could be regarded as products of mechanisms akin to the Iron Maiden. The Iron Maiden, though formidable, harbors a fear of thunder, and its Achilles heel lies in the diminutive crystalline daggers that can sever its circuits and incite it to turn against its comrades, allowing one to spectate the ensuing chaos with remarkable ease. Lin Luo, though uncertain of the underlying principle, found it to be quite intriguing. Seated at the front of the elevator, he deftly hurled two crystalline daggers towards the ankles of the statue, its vulnerability. The daggers penetrated effortlessly. The statue, sensing an unusual sensation at its feet, gradually rose to ascertain the identity of this audacious foe. A chance exchange of glances between the two statues precipitated unforeseen turmoil. Why do I find him so intolerable? If the statues possessed consciousness, this thought would surely resonate within their minds. The axe-wielding statue was the first to strike, swinging its massive axe down upon the bow-bearing statue. The tremendous force rendered the latter unable to maintain its balance, crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud, sending dust billowing into the air. The colossal figure of the statue lumbered closer, bringing its immense foot crashing down upon the chest of its counterpart with undeniable force. Golden liquid erupted from its chest, yet the foolish statue continued to obey its commands, futilely fiddling with the bow even while sprawled on the ground. "Get up and embrace him," Lin Luo lamented, feeling a pang of frustration. However, Lin Luo's encouragement bore no fruit, as the statue lying on the ground was swiftly crushed to death, while the other remained unscathed. With a resigned sigh, Lin Luo grasped the hunting deity's great sword and approached the statue. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands." Queen's black flame. Boom. Moments later, the other statue collapsed to the ground as well, with a far more favorable outcome. One lay with a shattered chest, the other with a destroyed ankle. Having vanquished the two giants, Lin Luo prepared to advance towards the royal city. Following the narrow path ahead of the elevator, he soon beheld a magnificent structure. A staircase of several hundred tiers connected to it, presumably leading into the heart of the royal city. Upon reaching the base of this colossal staircase, he observed numerous soldiers braced for battle above. Lin Luo mounted his steed, Torrent, intent on not wasting time with them. The hooves thundered upon the staircase, as soldiers attempted to seize him, only to find themselves grasping at mere dust in his wake. Yet, their expressions bore no signs of dismay. "Surely, they do not believe the royal city's guards are so inept," mused the leading soldier, who waved his hand to signal a halt to the pursuit. Returning to his post, he gazed up at the top of the staircase, a smile gracing his lips as he noted two towering tree guardians stationed at the entrance. Yet Lin Luo was well prepared. As he neared the two tree guardians, he deftly strung Loretta's great bow, unleashing its ultimate technique. Lin Luo locked onto the nearest treant guardian, unleashing four swift blue arrows of light that cut through the air with a resounding whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the immense magical energy struck, leaving the Guardian on the left with no time to assume its signature pose. It merely sensed a flash of blue light before being whisked away to another realm. The Torrent Guardian, blissfully unaware, would have fled had it known. Gripping its massive glaive, it charged fiercely towards Lin Luo. Noticing this, Lin Luo yanked on Torrent's reins, causing the steed to raise its front leg high, narrowly avoiding the golden glaive that grazed Lin Luo's cheek. Aldura's moonlight blade, Lin Luo murmured, summoning a radiant blue sword that cleaved into the shoulder of the Torrent Guardian. However, it was not the sensation of steel meeting flesh. The moonlight blade passed right through the Guardian's form. The Torrent, struck heavily, collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Luo withdrew his black sword, plunging it decisively into the Guardian's skull. The Torrent emitted a muffled groan before succumbing to silence. Once we enter the inner castle, Melina, you shall be free to act. Correct? Lin Luo inquired, retracting the black sword. Indeed, Melina's voice resonated in his mind. Lin Luo, I wish to confirm my mission. Then go, Lin Luo nodded. Understanding that Melina had her own tasks to attend to, perhaps that mission was decreed by Marika, to elevate Lin Luo to kingship, to burn himself, and to unlock the thorns of rejection for the Ascendant. Chapter 70. A meeting with Mungert, the seal of the royal city, remained unbroken, preventing entry for the time being. First, the dragon-armored Torrent Guardian stationed outside must be vanquished to lift the seal within. Of course, it was possible to forcefully break through, but such an endeavor would be considerably more arduous than dealing with the dragon-armored guardians. As Lin Luo approached a small golden tree, he picked up a golden seed from the ground, stowing it in his inventory. Ahead lay two paths, one leading directly to the royal city. Though its gate remained firmly shut, the seal still unbroken. Thus, he opted for the alternate route. This path led to the front of the city walls, where the dragon-armored Torrent Guardian awaited. Riding Torrent, Lin Luo ambled towards his target, leisurely plucking two golden leaves along the way, curious about their nature. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at a desolate stretch of land. Unlike other areas of the royal city, this place was strewn with broken swords and skeletal remains. The ground was pockmarked with numerous holes, littered with countless corpses and bones. These skeletons, akin to the undead of Gelid, would awaken upon the approach of the living, seeking to convert the newcomers into their kindred. Just as Lin Luo contemplated charging forward, a shimmering golden mist erupted before him, revealing a towering figure gradually materializing. Lin Luo furrowed his brow. Here it comes again? Oh, the Fadewalker has found you. The deep voice of the Harbinger of Omen resonated, accompanied by his characteristic silver hair, long horns, and a coarse cloak. Mungert? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, too lazy to draw his sword. Why do you always send your doppelgangers to their demise? Last time in Stonevale, I didn't even break a hair of yours. And now you think you stand a chance? You. Mungert was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in fury. Nonsense. That was me. Suddenly, Mungert fell silent, realizing Lin Luo had a point, leaving him at a loss for a retort. Why are you still hurling insults? Lin Luo glanced disdainfully at Mungert, while Torrent, too, flicked his tail in contempt. You. Mungert fumed, infuriated that the loathsome Fadewalker looked down upon him, though he truly couldn't match him in strength. But what about you, you beast? Is the Harbinger of Omen now belittling even animals? That vile Fadewalker, manipulated by the flames of ambition, I shall. The Harbinger of Omen brandished his staff, which was actually a concealed blade, but his doppelganger was incapable of wielding it. Lin Luo tugged the reins slightly, narrowly evading the Harbinger's strike. Can we refrain from fighting? I'm not in the mood, and I'll be entering the royal city shortly. There's no need for this, is there? Humph. The humble Fadewalker, are you afraid? If you are, then what are you doing? The Harbinger of Omen revealed a triumphant smile, believing he had intimidated Lin Luo, until he inadvertently noticed Lin Luo on horseback, holding his staff and murmuring incantations. Vile. Despicable. The Harbinger of Omen cursed angrily and charged at Lin Luo. Too late. Lin Luo grinned cunningly, waving his staff. Allow me to show you the most romantic spell, Starfall. With a flourish of his staff, clusters of violet clouds materialized in the sky, soaring above the Harbinger. What spell is this? The Harbinger of Omen was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, Lin Luo had already galloped away. Cursed. You despicable. Just as the Harbinger was about to unleash a tirade, countless tiny meteors cascaded from the violet clouds above. Why is this called the most romantic spell? Because it is beautiful, yet within that beauty lies a lethal danger. The Harbinger of Omen only noticed Lin Luo's retreating figure, momentarily forgetting the impending starfall. When the first meteor struck him, he realized the magnitude of his grave error. Each meteor's explosion created a gaping wound in the body of his doppelganger. The surface of the meteors seemed coated with a corrosive acid, piercing through his form and detonating within. Though the force was not overwhelming, the human body is inherently fragile. The meteor shower lasted for approximately half a minute, and as the first star struck the harbinger of misfortune, it seemed as though all strength was drained from him, enduring the entirety of the spell. Even though the harbinger was among the most formidable demigods, being merely a clone, he could not withstand such a legendary magic. Despicable fater. I shall ensure to teach you a lesson next time. The harbinger's clone let out a final roar of fury, embittered under the meteor shower, before dissipating into a wisp of rune energy. What was so despicable about it? Lin Luo murmured from afar, peering through his telescope. It was evident that the one with the muddled mind was Montgert, too concerned with appearances. Lin Luo smirked and shook his head in resignation. A mere interlude. He paid it no mind. Along the way, he encountered a death ritual bird obstructing his path, after casually dispatching it with his black sword. Lin Luo continued towards the city walls of the royal castle. After nearly 10 more minutes of trekking, he finally arrived at his destination. Surrounding him were towering trees adorned with golden leaves, and a broad avenue leading to an expansive platform. A dragon-armored tree guardian stood imposingly in the center, clad in robust golden armor, embellished with unique patterns that lent him an air of gallantry. In his left hand, he wielded a colossal shield, while a bizarre weapon, fashioned from the claws of ancient dragons, rested upon his shoulder. Impressive indeed, but far too heavy, Lin Luo remarked as he leapt down from his mount, Torrent, speaking to himself. Not quite befitting my status as a mage. The dragon-armored tree guardian remained oblivious to Lin Luo's arrival, diligently surveying the surroundings. This was quite convenient. The guardian's weaknesses lay in magic and frost. Thus Lin Luo retrieved the Azur's radiant staff, executing the familiar initial gestures. Come now, Lin Luo gradually advanced, revealing himself before the dragon-armored tree guardian, which immediately noticed him. For reasons unknown, it seemed that every tree guardian, before engaging in battle, had to rear its steed and let out a fierce cry. I must inquire about this with Montgert at some point. The dragon-armored tree guardian charged at Lin Luo, the heavy armor clanking with each movement, creating the illusion of sluggishness. However, Lin Luo's magic was swifter. The comet Azur unleashed a torrent of azure energy from the tip of his staff. Due to Lin Luo's enhanced prowess, even Azur had grown stronger than before. The magical surge enveloped the dragon-armored tree guardian, abruptly halting its advance. The searing magic eroded every inch of its being, rendering it to ashes, leaving behind only traces of rune energy suspended in the air. Chapter 71. Trust in your king with a decisive strike of the comet. Lin Luo cleared the minor boss before him. Lin Luo contentedly retracted his staff, the smile on his face revealing his satisfaction with his current prowess. Why does it feel like I'm battling at maximum level against the first round? He murmured to himself. It seems I am simply too powerful. I cannot blame them. He added with a hint of arrogance. Since unleashing an abundance of frenzy fire during the battle with the Shattered Star, Lin Luo felt an exhilarating sense of liberation. Melina had also noticed that Lin Luo had become somewhat loquacious over the past few days. It wasn't that Lin Luo had changed his nature. Rather, he had merely released his true self. With the demise of the dragon-armored tree guardian, the seals of the royal city were lifted. As Lin Luo traversed the path leading to the royal city, he soon spotted a blessing point not far away. He approached the blessing point and sat down, at which moment Melina's figure appeared. Lin Luo, you have already reached the foot of the golden tree, Melina remarked, her gaze filled with a mixture of reluctance, affection, and lingering uncertainty. Although she had witnessed fragments of Lin Luo's memories, she harbored doubts regarding her original mission and the death of her physical form, as well as her existence as a spirit. Thus, she felt compelled to seek answers. I can act freely now. I wish to search, Melina softly expressed, her head bowed. Lin Luo nodded, placing his right hand gently on her hair. Go ahead. He refrained from saying anything like I'll help you find it, knowing full well that he could offer little assistance. It was likely a contingency plan from Marika. Even the Supreme had not crafted this narrative, and Lin Luo was not particularly knowledgeable about it. I am about to head to the Eternal City, Lin Luo said as he drew closer to Melina, embracing her. It's all right. Our next meeting will come swiftly. Don't dwell on me. Melina's ears tinged slightly red, betraying her shyness. Suddenly, emboldened by an unknown source of courage, Melina lifted her head abruptly and pressed her lips against Lin Luo's. The gesture appeared somewhat awkward, Yet Lin Luo could still feel the fervor of her affection. "I'm off," Melina said, seizing the moment while Lin Luo was still taken aback, her form dissipating, leaving behind a bewildered Lin Luo. What just happened? Lin Luo pondered, momentarily stunned. He licked his lips and reached up to touch them. Did I just get kissed? He pursed his lips, attempting to savor the lingering taste of the moment. But to his disappointment, the ethereal Melina was gone. No, I must help that wooden figure find a body. Lin Luo clenched his fist, silently setting a small goal for himself. The most crucial task has been accomplished, and Lin Luo has no intention of remaining in the royal city any longer. Addressing the matters concerning his two wives takes precedence. As for Mungert, he is still seated upon the throne, striking a pose filled with authority, pondering when Lin Luo might arrive, as he is determined to teach him a lesson. However, upon realizing that Lin Luo's aura has vanished from the royal city, his fury erupts, leading him to shatter his own seat. Lin Luo had not anticipated Mungert's dramatic flair. After all, engaging with Mungert yields little advantage, and the royal city is vast, offering no suitable candidates for management aside from the formidable rune he possesses. He decides to revisit this matter at a later time. Upon departing the royal city, Lin Luo is directly transported to Lonnie's wizard tower through a blessing. At the top of the tower, Lonnie is deeply engrossed in a book, occasionally letting out delightful peals of laughter. If Lin Luo were to see her, he would undoubtedly question her about her supposed slumber. At that moment, Lonnie suddenly senses the fluctuations of the blessing. She realizes that the only person capable of harnessing such a force to arrive here is Lin Luo. Her heart races, prompting her to hurriedly stack a pile of books atop her chair. In her haste, she inadvertently trips, fortunately grazing her forehead against a nearby tome. Had it not been for that, she might have sustained a more severe injury. With a soft whimper, Lonnie stifles her cries. Yet her movements remain unceasing. She swiftly climbs onto the chair, resting her four petite hands atop her pristine skirt, lowering her hat's brim, and closing her eyes to feign sleep while awaiting Lin Luo's arrival. However, unbeknownst to Lonnie, Lin Luo had already arrived at the threshold of her room half a minute earlier, leaning against the doorframe, observing her flustered antics with a knowing smile. Once Lonnie appears ready, Lin Luo steps inside. "Ah, you've come." She feigns tranquility, slowly opening her eyes. "Did I not mention that I was in slumber? I heard you have defeated Laton, and my brother's seal of the stars has been broken. My destiny is beginning to stir." "That is indeed good news," Lin Luo chuckles. Unable to contain his amusement, Lonnie's contrasting behaviors are simply too entertaining. Lonnie pauses, seemingly perplexed by Lin Luo's reaction. Lin Luo quickly regains his composure, donning an apologetic expression. "I am genuinely happy for you." "Is that so?" Lonnie gazes at Lin Luo for a long moment, as if trying to discern something from his eyes, yet she finds herself unsuccessful. "Oh, by the way," Lin Luo suddenly recalls something. "Where is Blazer now?" "Blazer?" Lonnie hesitates for a moment before her memory sparks. "It seems that EG has confined him in a prison, while Blaze is the attendant assigned to me by the dual command. Ever since my moment of betrayal against the dual command, Blaze has been unable to contain himself. The Supreme will seize control of his consciousness." Lonnie sighed. "As I mentioned, I will ultimately betray everyone. Everything will be fine," Lin Luo said, casting a gentle smile towards Lonnie. "Blaze will be all right. I have provided him with an item designed to prevent the encroachment of the Supreme Will's consciousness. The Supreme Will cannot reach so far. As for your notion of betraying everyone, rest assured, on the day the Supreme Will perishes, nothing will matter anymore." Lin Luo gradually approached Lonnie, his face adorned with a confident smile. Lonnie felt her heart quicken, and she silently nodded, her gaze drawn to Lin Luo, who was drawing nearer. Unable to help herself, she lowered her head. "It's not that simple." Lonnie averted her gaze, her initial words faltering into a whisper. "Please trust your king, Lonnie," Lin Luo whispered softly in her ear. "Humph. I hope you can live up to that." Lonnie replied with an air of defiance. "I shall return to my slumber." Chapter 72. Return to Moon City. All right, so you want me to leave?" Lin Luo feigned a look of grievance as he turned away. At this juncture, Lonnie had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. She reflected on her recent tone and wondered if it had been somewhat harsh. Recalling her previous words and Lin Luo's forlorn silhouette, her fingers twirled nervously. A sense of urgency washed over her. Was she destined to become one of those haughty heroines who ruin their own lives? "No, I absolutely cannot allow that." Lonnie appeared anxious and hurriedly dashed outside, wishing to call Lin Luo back, though she had no idea what she would say upon his return. Nevertheless, she dismissed her concerns. Her small legs jumped down from the wooden chair, racing towards the door. However, it turned out Lonnie was mistaken, given Lin Luo's devoted nature. he would hardly be angered by her haughty remarks. Just as Lonnie rushed out of the room, she collided directly into Lin Luo's chest. Her mind momentarily short-circuited. It turned out Lin Luo had been waiting at the door. Yet, this unexpected encounter caught him off guard. He had merely intended to see if Lonnie would glance outside for him after his departure. "You." Lonnie looked up, meeting Lin Luo's expression, which was a blend of amusement and intrigue. Lonnie had never experienced such an acute sense of social embarrassment before. She felt as though flames were igniting on her cheeks, wishing fervently to disappear into the ground. As she struggled to return to her wooden chair, Lin Luo swept her up in his embrace. "Lonnie, my lady, what are you up to?" Lin Luo inquired knowingly, his eyes narrowing playfully. "Curse it. The insufferable fader, release me." Lonnie felt an overwhelming force immobilizing her, torn between the desire to escape Lin Luo's embrace and the reluctance to part from it. A tumultuous conflict raged within her heart. Yet, Lin Luo relinquished his hold on Lonnie. "I was merely jesting, and you truly let go." Lonnie was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to Lin Luo, pondering his intentions. Upon witnessing Lonnie's adorable expression, Lin Luo instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. Lonnie, driven by reflex, attempted to evade, yet found herself frozen in place. Lin Luo playfully tousled Lonnie's hair through her magical hat, a satisfied smile gracing his features. However, Lin Luo contemplated the reality that Lonnie and Melina were fundamentally different, one a puppet, the other a spirit. He hesitantly withdrew his hand from Lonnie's head, observing her silence as she stared at the ground, realizing that if he continued this way, Lonnie's temperament could lead to either an immediate confrontation or a prolonged absence from him. Lin Luo dismissed the former as improbable, acknowledging that if she intended harm, it would have already been executed. "I shall be heading to the Eternal City now," Lin Luo spoke softly, patting Lonnie's back. Lonnie remained silent, lost in her thoughts, eventually nodding after a considerable pause. "We shall meet again soon. Farewell." Goodbye, Lonnie responded, her voice barely audible, likely unheard even by herself. Lin Luo presumed her shyness accounted for her lack of response, dismissing it, and embraced Lonnie once more before departing from her mage tower. Curse it, that despicable Lin Luo, who clearly employed some underhanded magic. Lonnie grumbled in discontent after his departure. Before heading to the Eternal City, Lin Luo resolved to visit the prison containing the stray hounds. Given the impending journey would lack Melina's company, Lin Luo felt compelled to take someone along for companionship. The prison was situated near the Weeping Peninsula, and since he had not activated many blessing points upon his arrival, Lin Luo opted to teleport directly to Morin City. To his astonishment, Morin City appeared substantially transformed. Goodness, it has indeed been renovated. Lin Luo marveled at the freshly adorned walls, momentarily questioning if he had arrived at the correct location. Upon exiting the blessing point, Lin Luo noticed several Nephilim soldiers stationed at the entrance, formerly known as Grek soldiers. "Is the Lord still Edger?" Lin Luo mused, pursing his lips, uncertain if Edger, with his unwavering loyalty to Grek, could accept the transition of power. With a hint of apprehension, Lin Luo approached the lift leading into the depths of Morin City. The scene within had undergone a dramatic transformation. The once desolate ruins were now replaced by splendid new structures. Lin Luo's arrival caught the attention of the nearby soldiers, who began to approach him cautiously. "Is that him?" The leading soldier, upon seeing the face of the newcomer, immediately felt a wave of relief wash over him. He gestured for the soldiers behind him to lower their weapons. It was not an enemy, but rather a distinguished guest of the Lord. The soldier spoke loudly, clarifying that the Lord in question was not only Edger, but also Nephilim. "Oh, you recognize me?" Lin Luo remarked with keen interest, relaxing his grip on the sword hilt, having expected yet another classic moment of being belittled. "Sir, you jest," the soldier replied, offering a slight bow, a cheerful smile gracing his face, while internally he thought, "What a joke. After the chaos you caused in Stonevale, who would dare not recognize you? Look at how splendid you have made Morin City," Lin Luo said, extending a finger to tap against the newly renovated city wall, nodding in satisfaction. "I told you, that meteorite from Adis was spot on." Lord Lin Luo, just as Lin Luo, brazenly unashamed, was about to take credit for the current flourishing state of Morin City, Edger's voice of surprise rang out. The man rushed forward and embraced Lin Luo, visibly excited. "What on earth are you doing, Edger?" Lin Luo quickly pushed him away, grimacing in feigned disdain. "I have no interest in men." Edger's jovial expression suddenly froze. How had he not noticed Lin Luo's acerbic tongue before? Just a joke. Don't take it seriously." Lin Luo chuckled, attempting to pat Edger on the shoulder, only for Edger to deftly evade him. "Joking aside, you can't be genuinely interested in men, can you?" Edgar's train of thought seemed unusually peculiar, a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. Even the nearby soldiers jumped back in surprise, discreetly retreating a few steps. You, Lin Luo's eyes twitched involuntarily. What the hell is with that look? With your rough appearance, who would ever find you attractive? Chapter 73. The Seal Prison of the Masterless Hounds. Edgar's expression turned rigid. While jokes were one thing, personal attacks were another matter entirely. Enough of this. I'm done playing around. Lin Luo found Edgar's reaction amusing. Though Edgar's previous remark might have stemmed from sheer foolishness, Lin Luo could not abide such comments directed at himself. I merely came to take a look. I must be on my way soon. Lin Luo glanced up at the sun, noting the time. I have matters to attend to, and I see that Moan City has been quite well reconstructed. This was not my doing, Edgar replied, seemingly recalling something, his demeanor shifting to one of melancholy. It was built by the new king, Edgar sighed. Indeed, Lord Grek. Edgar stammered, wanting to say more, but ultimately swallowing his words. Lin Luo noticed that Edgar was in a peculiar mood, yet he refrained from inquiring about Grek. It seemed evident that Edgar was aware of Grek's demise at his hands. Yet he continued to extend his friendliness towards Lin Luo, which was uncharacteristic of Edgar. However, Lin Luo underestimated his understanding of Edgar. Although Edgar had remained loyal to Grek, it was merely a remnant of the memories from when he first assumed his position in Moan City. Now, with the realization of Grek's atrocities, Edgar comprehended that the once wise Golden Monarch had ceased to exist, leaving only the remnants of Grek. Despite appearing obstinate and unyielding, Edgar maintained clarity when confronted with matters of great importance. Grek's death held far greater significance than his existence. It was akin to the shattering of stars upon the mournful plains. Death, in Edgar's eyes, represented the ultimate resolution. Regarding Nephili's ascendance, Edgar had previously consulted several soldiers from Stonevale, and the responses were surprisingly uniform. Compared to the trepidation experienced under Grek's reign, where the fear of becoming part of the army of the deceased loomed daily, life under Nephili's decree had improved significantly. The quality of life had risen, governance was just, and even some merchants from surrounding nomadic tribes were inclined to settle in Stonevale, a testament to the city's newfound prosperity. Though Edgar initially struggled to accept this shift and was uncertain of how to engage with the new monarch, he soon found solace in the fact that he was distanced from Moan City. Surely, Nephili would not visit him daily. In truth, the new king was not without merit, a good king indeed. Edgar forced a strained smile. Lin Luo scratched his head, uncertain of how to respond, pondering Edgar's current sentiments and whether he might be contemplating any rebellious actions. Just as Lin Luo grappled with his thoughts, a voice of delight broke through the air. Irina, who had been resting atop the city walls, was aware of Lin Luo's arrival. However, Edgar had not invited her down, knowing well her fondness for Lin Luo. Upon seeing Irina's figure, Edgar found it difficult to maintain his composure. Oh, Lin Luo turned to see a soldier assisting Irina down. She was no longer clad in a simple linen dress, but rather adorned in a snug light armor. Lin Luo regarded her with curiosity. What is this armor? Upon hearing Lin Luo's voice, Irina paused momentarily before responding with a smile. This armor is crafted by my father for me. I wear it in hopes of standing alongside him. Is that so? Lin Luo stroked his chin, contemplating her words. How long will Lord Lin Luo be staying this time? Irina's melodious voice conveyed a hint of anticipation. Well, Lin Luo replied calmly, I shouldn't be here for long. I have other matters to attend to. Oh. Irina's demeanor shifted slightly, revealing a sense of disappointment as she momentarily found herself at a loss for words. Beside him, Edgar was seething with rage, casting a murderous glare at the soldier who had brought Elena down. Damn it, you've been fired. Huh, I didn't know that. Ultimately, Edgar could no longer endure the oppressive atmosphere and spoke up. Well, Lin Luo, it's getting late. Perhaps we should rest for the night before leaving. No. Lin Luo decisively declined. Elena's expression grew even more despondent. My friend is still imprisoned in the sealing jail, and I need to rescue him as soon as possible. I've already lingered here for quite some time. Moan City is quite well built, Lin Luo remarked, patting Edgar on the shoulder. I must take my leave now. So, he intends to rescue his friend? No wonder Lord Lin Luo sounded so anxious. With this thought, Elena's spirits lifted slightly. Goodbye, Lord Lin Luo. Lin Luo paused for a moment, then smiled. Goodbye. Edgar, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile as well. Lin Luo did not linger in Moan City for long. Sleep was merely a habit for him, not a necessity. Perhaps due to the passage of time, his memories were somewhat hazy. He wandered around Crying Peninsula several times before finally locating the sealing jail of the stray dog. What a hassle to find you, Blazer. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Luo finally arrived at his destination. Inside the jail, Blazer, who had been sitting quietly, suddenly perked up upon hearing Lin Luo's voice. Lin Luo? Is that you? Who else would be so bored? Lin Luo yawned. What about you? How did you end up in the ceiling jail? Blazer froze momentarily. He certainly couldn't admit that he was overpowered by EG and got caught. Ahem. To be honest, I don't know the reason. After a brief hesitation, Blazer spoke up. Old man EG said I would become a calamity for Lonnie, and such a thing must never happen. I am Lonnie's shadow, an indispensable part. The old man EG clearly knew this. Honestly, I really don't know the reason. You truly don't know? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes. Aren't you the servant sent by the Supreme, to Lonnie? Lonnie's fate is beginning to stir, walking the path of betrayal. The Supreme will surely attempt to control you, which means you will become the shadow of calamity for Lonnie. In truth, I don't believe you can achieve that. Lin Luo scoffed. You can't even defeat me. Blazer in the jail fell silent, contemplating how he now wished to embrace darkness. Ahem, please show some respect for me. Lin Luo. What? Can't I speak the truth? If you don't want to come out, I'll take my leave. Humph. A true man, born between heaven and earth, should be able to bend and stretch. Please release me, Lin Luo. Chapter 74. Arrival at the City of Eternity. Well, enough of the jesting. Hurry and come out. Lin Luo extended his hand to insert the stone sword key into the gargoyle's mouth. The prison trembled imperceptibly, and a glimmer of golden light gradually emerged. Blazer's figure slowly materialized within the golden veil. However, as a half-werewolf, Lin Luo could not discern his expression, though it was likely far from joyous. Blazer, shouldering a great sword, wore a dark scowl, his silence suggesting a multitude of thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Blazer finally spoke. I must go find Lonnie. Regardless of what old man EG thinks, I cannot allow her to be in any danger. Enough of that, Lin Luo interjected, waving his hand dismissively. His face contorted with disdain. Lonnie is a demigod. You should refrain from meddling. It is far more prudent for you to accompany me to the City of Eternity to hunt the Fingerblade. That is our priority. Lin Luo spoke slowly, his concern for Blackblade seeking Lonnie evident. Before his departure, he had deliberately set a myriad of magical traps around Lonnie's mage tower. Surely, Blackblade and his companions would delight in the gifts he had prepared for them. Absolutely not. Blazer adamantly refused. I must go protect Lonnie. I will not allow her. Then you might as well stay behind. Lin Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, my wife does not need your concern. If it weren't for the fear of you triggering all my magical traps, I would hardly bother with you. Blazer paused, a fleeting image of their duel flashing through his mind. If I just perform a sliding tackle, and then, he murmured, unaware that Lin Luo heard every word. Lin Luo's expression grew increasingly grim, his lips twitching in irritation. Goodness, you should have been the one to face the shattered star, not me. He drew his famed blade, positioning it against Blazer's throat. If it comes down to it, I could venture to the City of Eternity alone. Cough, cough. I believe we should indeed head to the City of Eternity, Blazer conceded, his sudden willingness leaving Lin Luo somewhat bemused, unsure of how to respond. Rest assured, you need not worry about Lonnie, Lin Luo said, sheathing his sword and speaking calmly. The area surrounding her mage tower is laden with magical traps of my design. Anyone who approaches, save for Lonnie herself, will trigger them. If you still entertain the notion of heading to the mage tower, I must advise you to be cautious. Be prepared to face the combined wrath of Itis Meteorite, the Comet Aesler, and the Annihilating Meteor. After all, I have set these traps according to demigod standards. Blazer's ambitious plans were instantly extinguished. He had initially considered slipping away from Lin Luo to seek out Lonnie, but upon hearing Lin Luo's warning, he thought better of it. Regarding the magic he just mentioned, even the Supreme would find it challenging to endure. Ahem, I am not that sort of person. Without further ado, let us set forth immediately. His reluctance does not stem from fear. Rather, it is a pure desire to assist Lonnie. Though I am unaware of Blazer's thoughts, I presume he would not venture back to the mage tower recklessly. Under Lin Luo's amiable guidance, Blazer and Lin Luo journeyed to the City of Eternity. The entrance to this ethereal realm lies near the Hade fortress of Nimguff. There, a deep pit formed by a meteorite serves as the gateway to the City of Eternity. Since Blazer could not discern the guiding blessings, Lin Luo accompanied him on foot. However, it was not entirely accurate to say they walked, for Blazer had no horse, while Lin Luo rode on Torrent. After several hours of travel, they finally reached their destination. The meteorite crater was easily identifiable, with countless fragments hovering above it, seemingly enchanted by gravity magic. The abyssal pit, appearing bottomless, would undoubtedly terrify anyone afflicted with acrophobia, causing them to collapse in fright. Upon witnessing this chasm, Blazer found himself momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. What are you staring at? I cannot fly, Lin Luo exclaimed, casting a glance at Blazer. Let us hop across. Look over there. See that? It's just the right spot for jumping. Lin Luo pointed to the broken stones beside the pit, wide enough for one or two to stand upon. Ignoring Blazer's astonished gaze, Lin Luo leapt down without hesitation. Seeing this, Blazer swiftly followed suit. Compared to the lofty challenges of the Divine Tower, this was child's play. Before long, they had entered the City of Eternity. This is the City of Eternity, Nokron, Blazer remarked with a sense of awe. Although he had glimpsed the city from across the Shifla River, nothing could compare to the profound impact of witnessing it firsthand. Before them stood a series of toppled edifices, enshrouded in a purple mist that lent the city an air of enigmatic beauty. Indeed, Lin Luo nodded in agreement. A once thriving civilization, now utterly transformed. All of this is inextricably linked to the Supreme Will. Yet, the denizens of the City of Eternity were remarkable, embodying the tears of the fallen, wielding the forbidden blade, and daring to challenge the Supreme Will itself. Who else could they threaten, if not themselves? Let us proceed. The forbidden blade lies deeper within. Lin Luo leaped onto the roof of a nearby structure, navigating through the ruins with ease. Along the way, they encountered numerous strange black creatures writhing on the ground. Lin Luo recognized them as failed experiments of the tears of the fallen. The sheer number of these black orbs spoke volumes of the time and effort expended on these experiments, as well as the tremendous cost incurred. Blazer beheld these creatures for the first time. Although they appeared harmless, as he approached, they morphed their bodies into various weapons to attack. Blazer initially paid little heed to the matter until he beheld a somewhat perfected black droplet, which morphed into the semblance of a person and even wielded a weapon, leaving him somewhat astonished. Why are you standing there in a daze? Lin Luo interrupted Blazer's reverie, noticing his stillness. Blazer snapped back to reality at the sound of Lin Luo's voice, yet his gaze remained fixed upon the droplet nearby. Seemingly attuned to Blazer's focus, Lin Luo discerned something. No need to dwell on it, he said, patting Blazer's back. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. The Eternal City possesses an even mightier droplet. Its purpose is to create an artificial king. Chapter 75. The Replica Droplet, an Artificial King? Blazer expressed his surprise. Indeed, the ingenuity of the people of the Eternal City was remarkable. Whether it be the crystalline mirror or the hunting fingerblade, these represented humanity's pinnacle strategies against the divine. One could say that it was truly befitting of the birthplace of Marika. But this artificial king, you'll find out when you come with me. Lin Luo interjected with a snap of his fingers and a cheerful smile. The two proceeded onward, arriving at the vicinity of a dilapidated palace. Why was it deemed abandoned? The evidence was clear. It once bore the hallmarks of a grand palace. In the center stood what had once been a statue, now reduced to mere fragments. The surrounding columns varied in height and were in a state of ruin, overrun by countless patches of green moss. All right, you may enter, Lin Luo said with a grin, though the expression caused a slight unease in Blazer. Why are you hesitating? Lin Luo urged as Blazer lingered in place. Cough. Is there a possibility that there are traps inside? Blazer cleared his throat and suggested. Lin Luo regarded Blazer with a bemused expression. Didn't I just tell you? The artificial king resides within. If you believe you can best my replica, then by all means, I shall enter now. Are you referring to the one from the Eternal City? Blazer momentarily faltered before connecting the dots. The legendary ash, the replica droplet. Lin Luo nodded in affirmation. I cannot predict how much power it can replicate from me. If it produces a creature more formidable than myself, well, we might find ourselves in dire straits. Lin Luo's expression was peculiar, appearing quite earnest. In truth, Lin Luo's words contained a kernel of truth. The droplet would undoubtedly be able to replicate its creator. That much was certain. However, the death rune and the frenzy fire were aspects it could not replicate. Despite the strength of the replica droplet, it had its limitations. Oh, Blazer mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Enough pondering, get inside. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can return home for dinner. Lin Luo exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing Lin Luo's shout, Blazer finally came to his senses. Very well, let me confront this artificial monarch. Blaze laughed heartily and strode inside. Observing Blaze's fierce determination, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ah, young man, do not underestimate Brother Teardrop. If given the choice to select an opponent at the borderland, Lin Luo would undoubtedly refrain from choosing the counterpart of Teardrop. Of course, Lin Luo could also opt to enter without a stitch of clothing, but that would merely underscore the formidable prowess of Brother Teardrop. Blaze entered the palace while Lin Luo stood outside, silently observing. Teardrop, while incapable of perfectly replicating oneself, would undoubtedly elicit a profound reaction from Blaze upon confronting a version of himself tenfold in vitality. Before him lay a mass of black, viscous substance. Blaze approached with caution until he reached this peculiar, gooey entity, which then responded. A pale gray mist erupted forth, accompanied by a hissing sound. As the strange mass began to collide, elongate, and eventually coalesce. Witnessing this, Blaze refrained from any rash movements. And it was only when another blaze materialized before him that he truly grasped the might of the doppelganger teardrop. With unwavering resolve, Blaze brandished his royal greatsword. The immense blade, laden with gravity, pointed directly at the head of the doppelganger teardrop. However, the teardrop's reaction was remarkably swift. It raised its greatsword just a second before the impact. The clash of titanic blades was inevitable, resulting in a collision of force against force. To Blaze's astonishment, the powerful strike he was accustomed to faltered here. The strength of the doppelganger teardrop exceeded his expectations. The two greatswords met without yielding an advantage to either side. Herein lay the doppelganger teardrop's shortcoming. While it could flawlessly replicate weapons and strength, the essence of combat awareness is cultivated through experience. Blaze feigned weakness and withdrew his greatsword. The teardrop's immense blade struck the ground, creating a deep crater, before immediately pursuing Blaze. Blue and white mist coalesced around the sword, and magical energy ignited upon its form. Can it do this too? Blaze narrowed his eyes. The teardrop's movements were unmistakably his own battle technique. As it had been stated, this was indeed his skill, one with which Blaze was thoroughly familiar, including the means to evade it. The teardrop seized the royal greatsword and unleashed the technique known as Wolf Strike. The teardrop leapt high, a blue sword aura carving a beautiful arc through the air, slow yet fraught with lethal menace. Blaze's expression turned grave, as the overwhelming cold magical pressure hindered his movements. Fortunately, he was acutely aware of his own capabilities. At the moment the greatsword descended, Blaze rolled forward. The doppelganger teardrop's massive sword plunged into the spot Blaze had just vacated, and as the greatsword was withdrawn, a surge of blue magic erupted in its wake. This maneuver possessed a considerable delay, a fact Blaze astutely seized upon. Blazer took a formidable step forward and struck fiercely at the abdomen of the doppelganger, Tears of Sorrow. The impact sent it hurtling away, leaving an inexplicable mark upon the ground. Meanwhile, the colossal sword that had been in his grasp seemed to have returned to Blazer's hand without his notice. Wow, Brother Wolf is quite formidable, Lin Luo remarked, observing the scene with admiration. He reminisced about his own encounter with Tears of Sorrow, where he had been utterly exposed, yet fared well. Blazer toyed casually with the replica of the royal sword, but it soon transformed into a puddle of thick, black liquid. Tears of Sorrow, impervious to pain, rose again, conjuring another identical great sword, and lunged towards Blazer. However, Blazer's speed was astonishing. As the sword swung towards him, he swiftly repositioned himself, yanking the doppelganger back to his previous standing spot. With a swift turn, he delivered a powerful kick that sent it crashing to the ground. The long sword in his hand struck down upon the head of Tears of Sorrow, resulting in a violent spray of blood. Blazer appeared to harbor a profound animosity towards the doppelganger, perhaps unleashing some pent-up frustration. In his heart, he felt a tinge of disdain, thinking that even a synthetic king was no more than this. Yet, he overlooked an important fact. Tears of Sorrow was on the path to becoming a king in its own right. Not only was it resilient, but it also possessed an uncanny ability to learn. The long sword swung down fiercely but was abruptly seized by Tears of Sorrow, its remarkable strength rendering Blazer's weapon immovable. Gazing at the calm visage that mirrored his own, Blazer inexplicably felt a wave of unease wash over him. It seemed that the doppelganger had grasped something. As its free hand swung the long sword with ferocity, the sharp sword energy forced Blazer to retreat several paces, his expression now grave. Chapter 76. The Hunt with the Fingerblade. How is this possible? Blazer exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the doppelganger before him, his thoughts racing. Just moments ago, he had struck with such ferocity, yet now there were merely 2 bloodstains to show for it. I don't recall being this resilient. Oh, right, Blazer, Lin Luo interjected. The artificial king, being rather dull, swapped intelligence for an indestructible body. Quite reasonable, I must say. I forgot to mention it. For reasons unbeknownst to him. Lin Luo's tone carried a hint of schadenfreude, while he remained oblivious to Blazer's inner turmoil. Go for it, Brother Wolf. I'll sing a couple of songs to cheer you on, Lin Luo declared. Just as Blazer intended to protest, Lin Luo had already begun to wave his sword and sing. For you, I transformed into a werewolf. For you, I embraced madness. For you, Blazer's expression darkened. disregarding the antics of the manic Lin Luo, as he focused on confronting the doppelganger. He raised his great sword once more and charged forward. Why is there no response? The song abruptly ceased. Never mind, the task at hand is paramount. Jests aside, observing the unmistakably unrefined blazer confronting the doppelganger of tears, Lin Luo resolved to lend his assistance. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the palace, the clash of colossal swords exuding an overwhelming sense of violent aesthetics. Blazer appeared somewhat beleaguered. Although his skills and swordsmanship were commendable, he struggled against the formidable resilience of the doppelganger. The doppelganger had shifted from a strategy of exchanging wounds to employing more refined techniques. If this continued, Blazer would find it exceedingly difficult to vanquish his opponent. Thus, Lin Luo intervened. Seizing the moment while the two blazers were embroiled in combat, Lin Luo dashed forward, wielding his black sword high above his head. Aiming a fierce strike at the doppelganger's skull, the mighty sword struck down, toppling the doppelganger to the ground. Naive to the perils of the world, the inexperienced doppelganger stood no chance against the seasoned Lin Luo. The two pressed the doppelganger to the ground, delivering a flurry of blows, a novel experience for Blazer, who reveled in this unrestrained display of power. The beating persisted for several minutes. It must be said that the doppelganger was remarkably resilient. Had it been Grek, he would have perished long ago. Ultimately, the doppelganger emitted a lamenting cry before dissipating into a wisp of white smoke. Blazer, still savoring the thrill, licked his lips, relishing the sensation. "We must be on our way," Lin Luo said, retracting the black sword into his satchel. "We have a considerable distance yet to traverse and cannot afford to linger." Blazer nodded in agreement, and they ventured deeper into the Eternal City. Lin Luo was quite familiar with the terrain. As they proceeded along the main road, they paid no heed to the ancestors' spirits they encountered. They traversed a small forest adjacent to the Eternal City, leaping through an opening to arrive at the Realm of Night. Lin Luo cautioned Blazer, as the paths within the Realm of Night were notoriously convoluted, hoping to spare Blazer from losing his way. Fortunately, the remainder of their journey unfolded without incident, and they successfully reached the palace where the hunting finger dagger was housed. Approaching the treasure chest, they slowly opened it, revealing an ancient dagger adorned with peculiar engravings. Though unassuming in appearance, Blazer could sense the lethal peril contained within this dagger. The only formidable guardians of the hunting finger dagger were the doppelgangers outside. The remaining ancestors' spirits and failed tears posed no real obstruction. Who would have thought that such a trinket could inflict harm upon the Supreme Will? Blazer mused, gazing at the hunting finger dagger. "You're overthinking it. This wretched dagger can barely manage to trim a toenail," Lin Luo retorted, rolling his eyes. "Surely, it can't be that trivial, can it? Isn't the downfall of the Eternal City attributed to this?" Blazer questioned, perplexed. "That is hardly the whole story," Lin Luo replied, exasperated. "The denizens of this Eternal City are indeed formidable individuals, having provoked the Supreme Will to hunt the finger blade thrice. And the emergence of the ancient dark magic of the Knights Forbidden is yet another testament to their audacity. They have audaciously accomplished what others would scarcely dare to attempt. Wouldn't you agree?" Blazer could only silently commend them with a thumbs up. When it comes to courting danger, they truly are unparalleled. Fortunately, they possess the crystalline mirror, otherwise, remnants might have vanished entirely. "Let us proceed to find Lonnie." Lin Luo carefully stowed the finger blade in his pack. Possessing this blade would grant Lonnie enhanced countermeasures against the Black Blade organization. Oh, by the way, Lin Luo recalled another matter and disregarded Blazer's puzzled gaze. Retracing their steps, they collected the ashes of the tear of the mimic before setting off. Blazer, not being a fated one, could not perceive the guidance of the blessings. Thus it was Lin Luo who facilitated their teleportation. After a prolonged moment, they found themselves back at Lonnie's mage tower. Blazer refrained from making any presumptuous advances and remained below. "Lin Luo, you may go find Lady Lonnie first. I will keep watch down here," he said, leaning against the wall with his great sword resting on the ground. "Very well," Lin Luo replied with a slight nod, ascending towards the rooftop. At that moment, he began to envision Lonnie's shy yet pretentious demeanor upon seeing him, a smile of affectionate mirth gracing his lips. However, reality often diverges from imagination. As Lin Luo entered Lonnie's chamber, he was immediately greeted by Lonnie's face, tilted upward to meet his gaze. "There's no need for such fervor," Lin Luo remarked, taken aback by this unfamiliar side of Lonnie, momentarily believing his charm had increased. "What mischievous thoughts are you entertaining?" she inquired. "Huh," Lin Luo stammered, caught off guard. "Shouldn't you be seated in that chair with the books today? It feels a bit strange." "You," Lonnie pointed at Lin Luo, her expression betraying a hint of embarrassment, as if her face would flush if not for her doll-like nature. "Humph, Look at the trouble you've caused, she exclaimed, turning her head away in irritation and gesturing towards the window. Me? Lin Luo's face transformed into a portrait of confusion, his thoughts a swirl of perplexity. I haven't engaged in any mischief lately. Curious, he followed the direction of Lonnie's finger. The smile on his face abruptly faltered. I haven't come to the wrong place. Have I? This solitary thought echoed in Lin Luo's mind upon witnessing the scene outside. Chapter 77. The Kalia study. Surely, I must have come to the wrong place, right? Lin Luo mechanically turned his head, a blend of laughter and tears in his expression. What do you think? Lonnie puffed her cheeks, her emotions a mystery. This all began when Lin Luo set up the magical traps. He merely consumed 3 bottles of blue elixir, yet he laid numerous traps. For both the destructive meteor and comet Azrael were considered single-target skills. To prevent an overwhelming influx of Black Blade assassins, he strategically placed several Aetus meteors as traps, ensuring that the assassins could not reach Lonnie. Thus, the Black Blade arrived in significant numbers. The good news was that they triggered all the magical traps. The bad news was that they indeed triggered them all. Why was this deemed bad news? The small hills surrounding Lonnie had been leveled, transforming the fields into a basin. It was at this moment Lin Luo questioned whether he had mistakenly arrived at Grey City Roddle. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Lonnie glanced at Lin Luo, her feelings of gratitude outweighing any blame. Here, take this, the hunting finger dagger. At this point, Lin Luo realized and quickly retrieved the ancient dagger from his storage pack. Ah, this is indeed the secret treasure of Nokron. With this, all conditions were met. Next, he needed to embark on a path into the darkness that only he could traverse. By the way, before I set off, let me give you this. Lonnie produced a small item from behind her, the upside-down image of Kalia, which could unlock the secret connecting Kalia's study to Lonnie's divine tower. All it required was to place this object on the base of the astrolabe. Lin Luo accepted the upside-down image. This unique item would surely become a cherished possession. A smile graced Lonnie's face, though its meaning eluded him. Well, I must take my leave. Lin Luo intended to say something more, but then recalled other matters. He couldn't have Lonnie accompany him, lest he miss the opportunity to see her petite figure again. He chuckled softly, a glimmer of moisture at the corner of his mouth. What peculiar thoughts are you entertaining? Lonnie looked at Lin Luo, an inexplicable anxiety stirring within her. Ah, nothing important. Lin Luo suddenly realized they were still in Lonnie's room and decided to temper his demeanor. I shall head to Kalia's study now. He waved goodbye to Lonnie and promptly departed. Lonnie regarded Lin Luo with a hint of confusion, yet remained silent. As Lin Luo descended the wizard's tower, he beheld the grim scene below. Blaze, too, was astonished, his mouth agape. Old man E.G. has indeed kept me well, he mused, relieved that E.G. had not come. The pit below was filled with the bodies of those sent by the Black Blade organization, perished by the Aetus meteors. Their flesh and garments grotesquely fused into a single mass. The victims of the destructive meteor and comet Azrael were so obliterated that their remains were unrecognizable, leaving only scraps of fabric swirling in the air. Ah, I did not anticipate this, Lin Luo remarked, scratching his head and offering an awkward smile to Blaze. Don't look at me. I am terrified. Blaze longed to express such sentiments, yet found solace in the fact that Lin Luo was his comrade. The thought of having an enemy like that would surely rob him of restful nights. Regarding the hunting finger dagger, I have already given it to Lonnie. Do you have any plans? Blaze inquired, momentarily stunned before responding. I will seek out old man E.G. soon. If the Black Blade comes after the two of us, it would be prudent to have each other's backs. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Lin Luo nodded, his form gradually dissipating. He had no intention of wasting excessive time in the Kalia study, as his sole purpose was to retrieve the death curse from the body Lonnie had abandoned atop the divine tower. Lin Luo teleported to the vicinity of Liania, riding Torrent at a gallop. Before long, he arrived at the Kalia study. After inverting Kalia and placing it upon the pedestal, a resounding crash echoed as an unknown mechanism activated. The commotion persisted for half a minute before falling silent. Lin Luo retrieved the shattered star longbow from his satchel and proceeded inside. Within, a magical professor named Melina was harassing the fated one from a distance with spells, which resonated deeply with Lin Luo. Thus, the moment he entered, he fully drew the bowstring, launching a spear of ratine that pierced the wall, pinning Melina to it. You little scoundrel, do you still wish to ambush me? Lin Luo stowed the longbow back into his satchel and then proceeded to leap joyfully. However, the place was not very high, and Lin Luo jumped down towards the central lift. As the lift descended, he pushed open the large door below, revealing a broad, elongated bridge. This was the path leading to the divine tower of Liania. Along the way, Lin Luo subdued another divine skin envoy known as Tu. Eventually, he arrived at the divine tower. Although I appear to have written swiftly, in reality, a day or two had passed. After a weary journey, Lin Luo finally reached the summit of the divine tower. Unlike other divine towers, which boasted twin fingers at their apex, the tower representing Lonnie was different. At the top lay only a charred corpse, Lonnie's original body. Lin Luo approached slowly. The remains were unrecognizable, save for the death curse visible on the back. Taking a deep breath, he maintained an outward calm, though his thoughts remained inscrutable. With utmost resolve, Lin Luo nodded slowly, crouching down to extract the death curse and placing it in his satchel. It was time to depart. Just as Lin Luo began to channel the blessing again, a flash of silvery light erupted, and a black long dagger suddenly came into view before him. The black blade? Lin Luo quickly realized. Having been entirely focused on Lonnie moments prior, leaving him no time to draw his weapon, Lin Luo had no choice but to raise his right hand, guiding it along the blade of the black knife as it sliced toward him. With remarkable finesse, he neutralized the attack. And just as the blade was a mere foot away, his palm transformed into a fist, striking fiercely at the assassin's face before him. Yet on his palm, a deep gash revealed bone, exuding an ominous aura of death runes. Observing the wound emanating dark energy, Lin Luo let out a scornful smile, returned to the original owner. Then, despite the impact of his blow, the black knife assassin appeared unfazed, rising to his feet without a hint of emotion concealed beneath his tattered cloak. Simultaneously, dozens of black-clad figures began to materialize around them. Chapter 78. The Ansel River. I am beginning to wonder whether you are truly from Marika or representatives of the Supreme Will. This is quite intriguing, Lin Luo sneered, drawing the famed blade Moonshadow from his satchel. Unlike before, the once pristine blade was now marred with dark crimson blood flames. The black knife assassins remained silent. Embodying merciless killing machines, they believed such matters were the domain of the divine, while their sole purpose was to execute their lethal tasks. With no words left to exchange, both sides recognized the futility of further dialogue, for it would only serve to clutter the air with unnecessary words. The black knife assassins erupted in a burst of silvery light, soaring into the air like dragons. Their movements were nearly synchronized, suggesting countless hours of practice. Lin Luo, positioned at the center of 10, felt like a trapped turtle, seemingly unable to escape this lethal strike. Sadly for them, they were up against Lin Luo, a monster in his own right. In a flash, he vanished, gliding like a wisp of light, charging toward the nearest black knife assassin. The assassin did not anticipate Lin Luo's approach, yet his demeanor remained unchanged, fully aware that should Lin Luo break through, his comrades would reduce them both to a mere pulp. He harbored no fear. The completion of the mission was paramount. The surrounding assassins quickly understood, shifting their positions accordingly. However, they were oblivious to Lin Luo's grotesque skill, the Hound's Step. In an instant, Lin Luo disappeared, reappearing behind the assassin. With a swift motion, his blade pierced the assassin's throat, and the blood-red flames surged forth. Thud! A black knife assassin collapsed to the ground. The seemingly insurmountable assassination technique had unexpectedly met the absurdity of the Hound's Step. Yet, the death of one assassin did little to shake their resolve. Even if only one remained, their singular objective remained: to eliminate their target. The black knife assassins came in relentless waves, as if one tide had barely receded before another surged forth. Their strikes were swift and merciless, targeting the vital points with precision. Lin Luo wielded his renowned blade with utmost ease, deftly parrying each attack from the black knife assassins that drew near. It must be said that the coordination of the black blade assassins was impeccable. Even Lin Luo found himself unable to counterattack. With scarcely any opportunity for reprisal against their relentless assault, the assassins moved with mechanical precision, as if fatigue were a foreign concept to them. Resembling a pack of ravenous wolves waiting for the moment Lin Luo would falter, at which point they would pounce to feast upon him. Unfortunately for them, they were not facing an antelope, but rather a formidable lion. The golden glint in Lin Luo's eyes flickered swiftly, revealing the deep azure hue within. In that instant, he transformed into a different being. His renowned blade was drawn, its cold light flashing forth. The flickering shadows of the moon were unleashed. However, this time, the azure and white sword aura dissipated, replaced by a vivid crimson blade energy. The sword energy surged forth like lightning, striking fiercely at the surrounding black blade assassins. Their movements were astonishingly synchronized, yet the blade energy collided perfectly with their weapon edges. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to freeze. The sharpness of the blood flame sword energy surpassed all imagination, and their blades were severed with a clean cut. The Black Blade assassins were abruptly sent reeling back, their broken swords clattering to the ground. Lin Luo sheathed his sword, this time fastening it at his waist. The death rune had already infiltrated their bodies. The assassins struggled on the ground, ultimately succumbing to the ravaging invasion of the death rune. Their raised hands slowly drooped, and the summit of the divine tower returned to a state of tranquility. Is this all you can do? Lin Luo cast a cold gaze at the surrounding Black Blade assassins, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It would be unjust to label them as weak. Had it been earlier, they might have presented a challenge. However, ever since Lin Luo had merged with the Grand Rune of Latine, his strength had transcended previous limits. After disposing of the corpses of the Black Blade assassins, Lin Luo returned to the Lani Mage Tower. Upon reaching the room at the rooftop, he discovered that Lani was no longer present, leaving behind only her white mage robes and a blessing point. In fact, it was at the Reina Mage Tower. He couldn't be bothered to change it, and took the opportunity to activate the blessing. Lin Luo then proceeded towards another nearby mage tower. As for this Reina Mage Tower, it likely belonged to Lani. The nature of their relationship was unclear. Perhaps Reina was merely a pseudonym for Lani, or possibly Reina was the true name of the tower. Nonetheless, such matters held little significance for Lin Luo. The architecture of the two mage towers was strikingly similar, and Lin Luo soon reached the rooftop of the Reina Mage Tower. Atop the tower was a portal leading to the main flow of the Ansel River. Lin Luo despised such portals. The sensation of weightlessness irritated him. Yet, it seemed that this was the only means to reach the main flow of the Ansel River, was it not? The scene shifted, and Lin Luo found himself at the main flow of the Ansel River. Surrounding him was a vibrant tableau of cicadas in activity. It was astonishing to witness such a scene in this subterranean realm. The river meanders gently through the surrounding meadow, its sound barely audible, akin to a ghostly presence as the inky waters cascade under the moonlight, shimmering like silver, hazy as if in a dream. Lin Luo cannot help but feel a sense of wonder. The water is shallow, barely reaching his ankles. As he follows the flow, a half-open stone coffin comes into view. At the edge of the coffin lies a small blue figurine, the delicate Lani. A smile unexpectedly graces Lin Luo's face. He reaches out, cradling the petite Lani in his palm, his movements tender as if afraid of causing harm. Lani, he ventures cautiously. Lani, do not pretend, I know you are here. Sighing, he adds, I did not expect you to be so clingy. I can hardly bear it. Is this a habit of yours, speaking to a figurine? At last Lani, unable to contain herself, responds, her tone laced with a hint of resignation and indignation. What is it? Lin Luo scratches his head in exasperation, awkwardly replying, oh well, I did not intend to present myself in this manner to the world. Since you've uncovered me, do not think you can evade the consequences. I need your assistance in seeking out and obliterating the shadows of calamity that plague this land. I will not allow you to refuse, for you bring shame upon the witch Lani. Lin Luo gazes at the small Lani, bewildered, feeling somewhat out of place. He gently pokes her twice, but she remains silent. A sense of helplessness washes over him, and he mutters under his breath, what a proud little spirit. Chapter 79, Shadows of Calamity. The petite Lani trembles slightly, perhaps displeased with Lin Luo's earlier complaint, yet she refrains from speaking. To do so would be to admit her prideful nature. Noticing her movement, Lin Luo hurriedly tucks Lani back into his chest. Setting her down is out of the question. His beloved must be kept close, just in case she decides to speak. With the famed blade, Moonshadow, in hand, Lin Luo resumes his journey. Following the river downstream, he encounters two colossal statues standing beside an archway, their peculiar poses exuding an unsettling aura. This is the relic of the Ulu dynasty. To discuss the Ulu dynasty is inevitably to mention the similar architecture of the Yu dynasty. Both dynasties revered the same deity, suggesting a shared origin. They might have either stemmed from a unified empire that dispersed for various reasons, or one dynasty evolving into a scenario akin to the Eastern and Western Han. Alternatively, both might have adhered to a common belief. Their inception is said to be linked to meteors that fell from the ancient skies, a tale steeped in wonder. As meteors and stardust rained down, they brought not only magic but also beings from the cosmos, creatures not merely of rock, but with bones and hair. Their appearance strange, yet not vastly different from that of ordinary humans. They established their own dynasty beneath the earth, having encountered the Supreme while manifested through meteors, which transformed into the Elden beasts, embodiments of the Ring of Law. As they breathed their last, their eyes still harbored the essence of the rune, indicating that they too had been graced by the golden tree. They were ensnared by the allure of creation, from dragon soldiers to silver tears, culminating in the near success of the mimic tears, until the emergence of the Blade of Calling, a feat evidently beyond the capabilities of the mortal denizens of the Uru dynasty. A bold conjecture arises. Upon delving into various sources, it becomes apparent that another deity, hailing from the cosmos, has declared war upon the supreme will. This calamity befell the Eternal City, leading to the demise of the Uru dynasty, and the civilization beneath the earth was sealed away once more, with scarcely any survivors remaining. Even the black moon that symbolized their faith, suspended in the subterranean void, was shattered. Furthermore, there exists another terrifying hypothesis regarding the divine body sword, crafted from a mass of water conjured by the Elden beast entwined with Marika. The majority of the inhabitants of the Eternal City belonged to the same lineage as Marika. Moreover, the Blade of Calling was also forged from the remnants of a deity. But who could this deity be? Apart from the difference in hue, the Blade of Calling bears an uncanny resemblance to the divine body sword once drawn. Could there be a connection? Although this may seem a diversion, witnessing all of this, Lin Luo could not help but lament the complexity of the divine conflicts. The battles between deities only served to afflict the mortals caught in the fray, deepening Lin Luo's resolve to eradicate the supreme will. As he traversed through the archway, the river began to swell with turbulence, and Lin Luo followed its course downstream. Advancing along the pathway, he encountered numerous gigantic ants, their imposing forms adorned with formidable exoskeletons, occasionally spewing forth highly corrosive formic acid towards him. Lin Luo had no desire to provoke this colony. He deftly maneuvered past them, ultimately arriving at a fork in the path. Familiar with the terrain, he noted that the right path led to Noxtella, another realm within the Eternal City, the very site of the Shadow of Calamity. Quickening his pace, he proceeded deeper into the cavern, where silvery light began to illuminate the entrance. Upon emerging from the cave through a small door, a breathtaking panorama unfolded before Lin Luo's eyes. Even after witnessing it countless times, he was still struck with awe. The sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars interspersed with several grand edifices, remnants of palatial structures from the subterranean civilization, impossibly constructed. The ground was carpeted with luminescent flora, embellishing the otherwise dull earth, creating an exquisite tableau. The silvery light cascaded upon Lin Luo, instilling a sense of ease within him. Yet, he had no time to revel in this beauty. Vanquishing the Shadow of Calamity was his paramount objective. As he ignited the blessing, the previously silent Runni unexpectedly began to speak. Let us briefly reminisce about the past. I was once a deity among the demigods, alongside only myself, Miquella, and Melina. We were each sought out by different two fingers, destined to become candidates for divinity, to succeed Queen Marika and usher in the next era of deities. Thus, I acquired Blazer, a unique attendant of the divine. However, I rejected the two fingers, stealthily seized the death rune, and annihilated my own divine form. For I refused to be manipulated by such existence. Since then, a mutual curse has been cast between myself and the two fingers, with the Shadow of Calamity being the assassin they dispatched. All I need to do is eliminate him, Lin Luo responded. Very well. Anyone who dares to conspire against me must be dealt with. Fated one, mind your language. Yet, Lin Luo seemed oblivious, launching into his performance once more. Just one assassin? The Supreme will look down upon whom? If others witness this, they might think I am incapable. Send another. One for each of us. What are you doing? Lonnie's furious voice rang out. She felt that speaking with Lin Luo was a mistake. Had she known, she would have endured and remained silent. However, Lonnie could not fathom that Lin Luo was already aware that this little puppet was indeed her. If Lonnie ignored him, there was no telling what peculiar actions Lin Luo might undertake. I'm just trying to lighten the mood. It feels rather desolate here, Lin Luo awkwardly stated. Unnecessary. All right, then. Observing the situation, Lin Luo ceased his antics and proceeded deeper into the Noxtella. Along the way, many silver droplets and enormous ants were present. Similarly, Lin Luo had no desire to tangle with them, opting instead to evade and skip class. Upon arriving at a small room within a structure, he stepped onto an elevator, which creaked and swiftly descended. With a thunderous sound, the platform halted, arriving at the pool of Noxtella. Ahead lay a narrow cavern. Passing through it would lead to the destination of this journey. As he traversed the constricted passage, Lin Luo discerned a faint red glow emanating from the cave's entrance, and he keenly detected a hint of murderous intent. We've arrived, Lin Luo slowly announced, methodically drawing forth the black sword. If he did not wield the black sword against the assassins dispatched by the Supreme Will, he would be remiss in his duty to the petite Lonnie. Emerging from the cave, a small clearing presented itself, perfect for Lin Luo to unleash his martial prowess. A crimson figure gradually materialized, towering, wielding a similar colossal sword. Upon closer inspection, the Shadow of Calamity bore an almost identical stature to Blazer. Chapter 80. The Corrupted Lake. What is this, a cosplay? Lin Luo gazed disdainfully at the Shadow of Calamity, incredulous that it might believe donning a mask would transform it into Blazer. The Shadow of Calamity disregarded the Fated One's remarks, simply brandishing its great sword and cleaving towards him. Lin Luo sidestepped the attack, cursing vehemently. Damn it! Have you never encountered a dark faction before? I'll send you flying. As the Shadow of Calamity charged, Lin Luo sprang to his feet and delivered a powerful kick. The 43-sized foot met the Shadow's face with undeniable force, demonstrating Lin Luo's understanding of the principle of delivering a sound thrashing to a cornered foe. He swiftly kicked the colossal sword from the opponent's grasp, trapping him beneath his legs, unleashing a torrent of punches that fell like raindrops. Humph! The Shadow of Calamity, adorned with the wolf's headpiece, wore an inscrutable expression. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of strength surged forth, propelling the shadow upwards. Lin Luo, caught off guard by this sudden force, instinctively retreated a step. Searching for the shadow of the giant sword, he scanned his surroundings and discovered that the massive blade lay beneath his feet. Ah, there remains a measure of strength, but this is where it ends. Lin Luo's tone grew neutral, aware that the colossal head was still languishing in the putrid lake behind. As the Shadow of Calamity charged towards him once more, Lin Luo took a slight step back, raising a hand to shield himself. However, the Shadow of Calamity revealed yet another dagger, its blade plunging directly into Lin Luo's wrist. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. Resorting to such tactics? Ignoring the sting in his hand, he seized the Shadow's right arm. The Shadow hesitated, attempting to withdraw, only to find Lin Luo's grip unwavering, akin to a vice, rendering escape impossible. With a cold chuckle, Lin Luo yanked the Shadow towards him, the tremendous force disrupting the Shadow's balance, causing it to tumble uncontrollably into Lin Luo's path. Damn you! He cursed, sharply thrusting his knee upwards, the tremendous impact exploding upon the Shadow's head. The Shadow, momentarily caught off guard, received a blow to the jaw. It staggered, yet Lin Luo's grip remained steadfast. With a powerful stomp, the ground trembled, sending the giant's sword soaring. In a flash, Lin Luo released his hold and grasped the sword. The entire sequence, from releasing his grip to seizing the sword, transpired in less than half a second, leaving the Shadow with no time to react. Lin Luo was determined not to squander this prime opportunity. His left hand lashed out at the Shadow, resulting in a muffled grunt, perhaps due to the half-wolf headpiece. The strike did not produce a crisp slap, yet the force was undeniably palpable, Lin Luo exerting a significant portion of his strength. The Shadow spun midair, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. It struggled to rise, only to be met with the point of the giant's sword. The blade pierced through its chest, embedding itself deeply, half of it sinking into the earth below. Humph! The Shadow convulsed twice in a futile attempt to stand, its raised hand falling limply. Seeking death, Lin Luo remarked. After tending to the wound on his arm with casual indifference, Lonnie spoke up. That was quite an exhilarating battle. Exhilarating? It was merely a one-sided thrashing, Lin Luo replied. Could you refrain from interrupting me? That trait of yours is rather unappealing. Lonnie paused, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. I apologize, please go ahead. Thank you for your patience. Can we not be so formal? Lin Luo spoke again, but recalling Lonnie's earlier words, he instinctively closed his mouth. Humph! Lonnie's haughty voice continued. At last, I will have the opportunity to see Shuangji and bring about his demise. It is time to bid farewell. Please convey to Iji and Blazer that I love them. Is that all? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he pretended to cradle his right hand, which was nearly healed. Ah, my hand aches so. Am I nearing death? What a pity to perish without even one person to profess their love for me. Alas, I feel so defeated. Lonnie had initially intended to leave, but was momentarily taken aback by Lin Luo's childlike demeanor, finding it both amusing and exasperating. All right, I love you too. Lin Luo. Lonnie's voice gradually faded, leaving behind her final words. Lin Luo finally heard what he longed to hear, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Lonnie's spirit departed from her petite form, presumably heading to the ruins of the Moon People, where Shuangji awaited. Lin Luo carefully nestled the small Lonnie within his breastplate and rummaged through the shadow of disaster to retrieve a key. This key was meant to unlock the chest beside the academy, containing the Dark Moon ring intended for his proposal to Lonnie. He stowed the ring in his bag and proceeded downstairs. Since Lonnie was a spirit, taking her along was evidently impractical. Lin Luo had no choice but to traverse the corrupted lake to eliminate the dark pawn, Edis, below before reaching the ruins of the Moon People. Descending via the elevator, a scarlet hue filled his vision. Lin Luo crouched down, extending a finger to dip into the lake. The water reacted violently, emitting a hissing sound as it corroded at his fingertip. This is rather troublesome. As long as one's thoughts do not wane, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Naturally, Lin Luo had no intention of bathing in this corrupted lake. While the crimson corruption posed no harm to him, the foul stench was unbearable. Could he truly venture to propose to Lani in such a state? No, that scenario was absolutely unacceptable to Lin Luo. He withdrew a bell, pouring out the ashes of his dear brother, teardrop, and bit down hard on his thumb. In the game, one is generally not permitted to ring the bell here. But let us not dwell on such trivial details. Ashes can be utilized as one sees fit. As for why he didn't use the previous teardrop? No, that was Lin Luo's beloved friend. Lin Luo leapt onto Teardrop's back and set off toward the corrupted lake. Teardrop exclaimed, "You mutt." With the combined resilience of Teardrop and Lin Luo's own physical prowess, even without the enhancement of the graveyard lily, he had nothing to fear about collapsing in the lake halfway through. The lake's waters merely reached Lin Luo's knees, and before long, he reached the lake's end. Descending the staircase, I illuminated the bestowed blessings. Soon, by passing through that stone sarcophagus, I would arrive at the domain of the Dark Abandoned. Chapter 81. The Dark Abandoned at last. The newly appointed elder departed from the boundary, merging seamlessly with the original teardrop amidst lingering sorrowful gazes. Lin Luo, satisfied, patted his storage pouch, seemingly commending his own clever maneuver. Leaping from the elevated platform, the blood-red waters flowed through a channel into the depths below, mercilessly slaying 2 patrolling corrupt minions, while the remaining group remained utterly unresponsive. They brandished their spears, facing the palace across the way, as if in reverent worship. Perhaps the deity they revered was indeed the Scarlet Goddess. For humanity, the crimson corruption represented a cataclysmic disaster. However, for these wretched creatures, it was undoubtedly a paradise. Lin Luo cast but a fleeting glance, making his way towards the grand waterfall at the end. Upon reaching the edge, he found a stone sarcophagus floating upon the lake's surface. Without hesitation, Lin Luo reclined into it, propelling himself forcefully within, prompting the sarcophagus to begin its slow drift. Suddenly, an unexpected sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. After an indeterminate passage of time, the swaying sarcophagus finally stilled, and Lin Luo emerged from its confines. What a dizzying experience, he remarked, shaking his head in discontent. The feeling of weightlessness coupled with the drifting motion had rendered him reminiscent of a thrilling whitewater rafting adventure. Adjusting his state of mind, Lin Luo then turned his gaze towards the cavern ahead. The cave possessed an unexpected allure. Despite its darkness, the surrounding moss-like flora and the scattered stones emitted a bluish-white luminescence, akin to stars adorning a shadowy sky, invigorating to behold. Yet, it was perplexing that this dim cavern bore no indication of how one could traverse from the above corrupted lake to this place. Even with significant dilution, the unmistakable scent of crimson corruption should still linger. One could only imagine the extent of Lin Luo's journey adrift in the sarcophagus and the places he had traversed. Neglecting to savor the surroundings, Lin Luo focused intently, grasping the black sword and staff as he ventured inside. The cavern revealed a breathtaking vista, though it remained uncertain if it was its original form. A sky full of stars and violet cosmic mist enveloped him, evoking a sensation of standing beneath the celestial expanse. The cave was eerily silent, a tranquility that sent shivers down one's spine. At the center lay the Dark Abandoned, Edith, quietly sprawled, its colossal form, grotesque visage, and a long tail with a bulbous tip adorned with sharp spikes dissuaded any thoughts of confrontation. The diminutive figure of Lin Luo swiftly captured Edith's attention. The enormous being began to stir, its hollow eyes fixating on him. Any individual afflicted with a fear of giants would surely be paralyzed with terror in this moment. Edith stood motionless, the eerie atmosphere and overwhelming aura of pressure surging forth. What a colossal creature! Lin Luo scoffed contemptuously, pouring the ashes of brother tears into the vessel, and ringing the soul-calling bell in his hand. It seems I must attend to you properly. With those words, Lin Luo's form darted like a bolt of lightning, moving with astonishing swiftness, leaping gracefully through the air, and in mere moments, he arrived before Edith, akin to a fleeting shadow. Edith, whether oblivious to Lin Luo's presence or indifferent to his impending assault, remained frozen in place, motionless. However, regardless of the circumstances, he would soon regret his inaction. The black sword struck fiercely upon Adis's head. Lin Luo refrained from employing any combat techniques, as they would consume too much time and offer no opportunity for offense. He relied solely on his speed to catch it off guard. In comparison to the creature's immense size, the black sword, originally intended for giants, appeared somewhat diminutive. Yet, Lin Luo's strength was formidable, and the sword was sufficiently resilient. It smashed against Adis's dented skull, sending shards of bone scattering. With a thunderous crash, the excruciating pain seemed to awaken Adis's ferocity. Its massive body thrashed upon the ground, instinctively snapping its two sharp mandibles toward Lin Luo. Lin Luo quickly adapted, swiftly sitting down and using the momentum from the fall to slide beside Adis. The creature's predatory strike missed entirely, and from its vacant gaze, nothing could be discerned, only a sudden, fierce lash of its colossal tail aimed straight at Lin Luo. Regaining his composure, Lin Luo rolled away, sprinting forward, his left foot stamping down hard on the ground, propelling him upward with remarkable grace, leaping onto Adis's back. The black sword plunged into its flesh with the ease of cutting through tofu. A searing pain radiated from Adis's back. It had never anticipated that an ant could possess such prowess. Anger became its sole emotion. Adis abruptly twisted its body, revealing a profound purple void, and swiftly vanished into it, its entire form disappearing from sight. Lin Luo, positioned behind Adis, suddenly plummeted from the air, embedding the black sword into the ground. Yet the purple blood staining the blade confirmed that the encounter had not been mere illusion. Mastery of gravity magic was evident. Lin Luo withdrew the black sword, scanning the surroundings, eager to discern where Adis would materialize next. "Brother, let us teach it a lesson shortly." At that moment, Brother Tears had also manifested, though his bewildered expression rendered him somewhat unreliable in Lin Luo's eyes. Brother Tears gave Lin Luo a thumbs up, revealing a dazzling smile, then promptly produced a staff, seemingly having understood Lin Luo's words. "Well done. Watch out behind you." Lin Luo nodded in satisfaction until the violet mist behind Brother Teardrop illuminated, revealing a colossal head. Brother Teardrop appeared not to comprehend Lin Luo's meaning, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, a beam of immense laser erupted from Adis's mandibles. Lin Luo did not even need to evade, as Brother Teardrop effortlessly absorbed the entire force with his diminutive frame. Initially, Brother Teardrop had been cheerfully greeting Lin Luo, but he soon felt an intense heat and a tremendous impact from behind, as if he were being launched into the air. With a thud, he quickly fell back to the ground, sprawled out like a dog in disgrace. Lin Luo, face-palming in exasperation, lamented, "Next time, don't mimic my face. I'll find you a platinum child's hood to wear. I cannot afford this humiliation." With a grunt, Brother Teardrop clumsily rose, his face etched with fury, as he brandished his scepter and charged toward Adis. He approached Adis's face and began to channel his magic. "What are you doing? Are you really placing such a lengthy Adis meteor right on his face? Do you take him for a fool?" Lin Luo could no longer contain his expletives. "You could at least launch a comet. That would be manageable." Chapter 82. The Dark Moon Ring. However, what astonished Lin Luo further was that Adis, who was accumulating energy, was right next to Brother Teardrop's face. "Are you truly blind? You two must be brothers, casting spells at such close proximity." Nevertheless, Adis was indifferent to the impending doom. If death was to come, so be it. Brother Teardrop still needed saving, and Lin Luo felt somewhat helpless in the matter. The laser from the dark abandoned child was not particularly short, but it was evidently faster than Adis's meteor. If Brother Teardrop were to take that hit, Lin Luo was unsure of the outcome, but he knew the meteor could not be unleashed. As the laser from Adis was about to be released, Lin Luo seized the moment. With a swift motion, a small shield materialized on his left arm, positioned protectively in front of Brother Teardrop. A radiant blue light illuminated the shield, standing firm like an unyielding bastion. The laser erupted forth, crashing solidly against Lin Luo's shield. Alas, even the force of Comet Yasler and Topaz could not breach this defense. Brother Teardrop cast a grateful glance at Lin Luo, then hastened to unleash Adis's meteor. The Adis meteor, aptly named after the dark abandoned child, was imbued with its essence. Adis was overwhelmed by a familiar aura, momentarily forgetting that this was not his spell. With a thunderous roar, as the meteor descended, the sky erupted with a sound akin to thunder, radiating dazzling violet light. In an instant, it traced brilliant lines as it fell from the heavens. The cavern glimmered faintly, accompanied by a surge of warmth. Massive meteors plummeted like raindrops, crashing upon the form of the dark abandoned child, the magical force and impact pinning it down, rendering it unable to rise. reflecting upon its past. It once reveled in the act of striking others down, yet now it finds itself in a transformed state, being pummeled by the very bipedal beings before it. And what's more, the skills being wielded against it are its own. Lin Luo, oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling within Adis, seized his staff without hesitation. The meteorite of Adis showed no distinction between friend and foe, and Lin Luo had no desire to be on the receiving end of its blows. Thus, he raised his staff and aimed at the gap in Adis's cranium. Comet Azel. With a surge of magical energy, a beam of turquoise laser erupted forth, significantly larger than the one he had conjured during his battle with Reyna. Adis had just begun to acclimate to the impact of the meteorite and intended to counterattack. However, it was met instead with yet another comet. This comet utterly bewildered Adis, as it had never before experienced the onslaught of two magic kings simultaneously. The meteorites rained down relentlessly behind it, while the laser tore through its head, creating chaos within. Lin Luo could scarcely discern Adis's current state, engrossed as he was in his casting of the comet. The onslaught persisted for several minutes, and only after a considerable duration did Lin Luo retract his powers. By then, the original starry sky had faded, dimmed by Adis's demise. Adis now appeared utterly wretched. Its protective shell lay shattered from the meteorite strikes, and its once recognizable head had been so scorched by Comet Azel that only a vague semblance of bone remained, obscuring its features. At the cavern's end stood a blue-sealed door, adorned with a crest strikingly similar to that of the Academy. This door required a key for access, and that key was the Dark Moon Ring. Lin Luo understood this implicitly and wasted no time in teleporting to the Grand Library of the Academy. Upon arrival, he found Reyna still seated at the center, murmuring to herself as she clutched a golden amber, seemingly yet to regain her senses. Circumventing Reyna, Lin Luo approached a tightly locked chest, retrieving the key he had discovered on the Shadow of Catastrophe, though he was unsure why it had come to rest in his possession. Perhaps it was carelessly discarded by the proud Lonnie. With a twist, the lock clicked open, and the chest yielded its contents. Within lay a ring, tranquil and serene. This was the Dark Moon Ring, crafted in the likeness of a dark full moon, originally a cold contract bestowed by Princess Lonnie upon her partner. If Lonnie were a divine being, her partner would be akin to royalty. The ring bore an inscription of warning. No person may lay claim to this object. The solitude beyond the darkness belongs solely to me. Ah, unmistakably, the handwriting of my beloved. Lin Luo took up the ring and returned to his previous location. This time, he encountered no impediments as he approached the sealed door. Behind the veil of light and mist lay an elevator leading to the ruins of the Moon People. Stepping aboard, a resounding noise echoed as the platform began to ascend rapidly. This ascent endured for a considerable duration, causing Lin Luo's feet to tingle with discomfort. As time flowed onward, he finally reached his destination, the ruins of the Moon People. With a skilled blow of the spirit horse whistle, Lin Luo summoned Torrent, his intentions clear. Nearby lay a glimmering dragon, yet Lin Luo chose to selectively disregard it, maneuvering past with ease. Surely, it would not be as troublesome as that foolish dragon from Lienia. Should it approach, Lin Luo would not mind treating it to a late-night feast, provided it did not find the meteorite too abrasive for its teeth. Fortunately, no unexpected events transpired. Before long, Lin Luo arrived at the crumbling church of Manusha at the cliff's edge. Unlike most churches in the borderlands, which were predominantly erected in honor of Marika, this one stood apart. Its vastness dwarfed the others, and the architectural arrangement bore no resemblance to the usual designs. However, the church now lay in ruins, strewn with shards of starlight, the ground littered with debris, and moss crawling up the walls. Once a sacred place for the worship of the stars, it had been irrevocably altered by the shattering of the Elden Ring. Returning to the task at hand, Lin Luo advanced, igniting the central blessing. Following the faint recollections in his mind, he sought the cavern leading underground. The path descended, winding deeper into the earth. A smile gradually faded from Lin Luo's face, replaced by a growing solemnity. A pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. Had the conflict begun already? Puzzled, Lin Luo quickened his pace, rushing toward the source. As the stench intensified, he finally arrived at the site of the two fingers. Fortunately, no calamity had befallen him. Lonnie had succeeded. A blood-soaked puppet sat atop the two fingers, which had since lost its vitality. You say you. Lin Luo shook his head in resignation. Slowly approaching Lonnie, cautiously, he lifted the puppet's blue locks and knelt before her. From his pocket, he retrieved the Dark Moon Ring, gently placing it upon Lonnie's finger. Chapter 83. Lonnie, how could I live without you? As Lin Luo adorned Lonnie with the ring, her puppet form began to fade, until she ultimately vanished. A gentle smile graced Lin Luo's face as he rose slowly. Lonnie's spirit flickered to life beside him. "Are you my king?" she asked softly. "I issued a warning, but it seems to have been in vain. However, I am grateful that you are my king. This is not mere chance, it is destiny." Lin Luo shrugged, naturally refraining from questioning whether the ring was not a remnant of her. Such inquiries would surely provoke Lonnie's proud nature. "Heh, it seems you are quite confident," Lonnie chuckled, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. "However, I must journey to the night sky, to where my laws reside. You shall continue on your path to kingship. Once our respective destinies are fulfilled, we shall meet again." "Is the law of the stars truly so enchanting?" Lin Luo suddenly inquired. "Huh." Lonnie paused, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Luo said nothing further, instead silently embracing Lonnie. The two have seemingly formalized their relationship, with Lonnie offering no resistance. Lin Luo felt a faint tremor emanating from Lonnie's icy spirit, which eventually settled into tranquility. The road ahead is long, and the dual fingers are inconsequential. "Help me vanquish the supreme will. My law will permeate the borderlands. Will you support me, Lonnie?" he inquired. That would be the epitome of perfect law. Lonnie fell silent for a moment, refraining from a response. Instinctively, she wanted to agree, yet her long-standing devotion to the stars made her reluctant to forsake that allegiance. "Do not worry," Lin Luo reassured, gently patting Lonnie's back and whispering near her ear, "If my law does not satisfy you, the stars shall suffice." However, Lin Luo had not completed his thought, namely, to make the stars his law. "Let me ponder it," Lonnie finally spoke, attempting to extricate herself from Lin Luo's warm embrace. Feeling a hint of shyness. "We are like an old married couple. Why be shy?" Lin Luo remarked. "Who is an old married couple with you?" "We have just begun," Lonnie retorted. "What of just beginning?" Lin Luo paused, teasingly inquired. "It's nothing," Lonnie exclaimed, and Lin Luo could no longer contain his laughter. His hearty laughter, however, made Lonnie feel as though he was jesting at her expense. How did the dual fingers survive? Lin Luo's tone suddenly turned serious. Lonnie was startled and turned her gaze aside. Then, their lips came together in a sudden kiss, catching her off guard like a tempest. Her mind went blank, and she instinctively closed her eyes, as if everything were perfectly natural. She forgot to think, nor did she wish to. She merely desired to hold him tighter, ever tighter. Yet, she felt a twinge of annoyance that Lin Luo had deceived her with this. "We are already married. Is a kiss too much to ask?" Lin Luo lamented, cradling his flushed face. Lonnie had been quite cooperative during the kiss. How could she turn her back on him so soon after? "Humph, who told you to deceive me?" Lonnie huffed, turning her head away. Lin Luo, aware of his fault, could only scratch his head in resignation. "I apologize," he said. Lonnie felt an inexplicable stirring within her, driving her to slowly crouch down and, to Lin Luo's astonishment, place a kiss on his cheek. He froze, fearing that another harsh confrontation awaited him. Do you know the psychological damage a severe blow can inflict on a fated one? Fortunately, the anticipated slap did not arrive. Instead, he felt the cold yet damp sensation of her lips. Lin Luo opened his eyes to behold Lonnie's face, slightly flushed and blue-hued. He gazed at her in disbelief, his right hand involuntarily brushing against his cheek. "Is this truly the Lonnie I know?" he wondered. "Wake up." Smack. Lin Luo felt a bit dazed, questioning whether the Supreme Will had played another trick on him by delivering a sudden slap. Lin Luo showed no signs of restraint. The sound of the slap echoed throughout the small cavern, leaving Lonnie in a state of confusion as she turned to Lin Luo, momentarily taken aback by his actions. Lin Luo, clutching his face in pain, then earnestly inquired, "Lonnie, did you just kiss me?" Lonnie paused for a brief moment before bursting into laughter, finally comprehending Lin Luo's earlier peculiar behavior. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Huh, so was my slap in vain?" Lin Luo's round eyes widened as he realized the implications of his own actions. Suddenly, a mischievous thought struck him, and he swiftly planted another kiss on Lonnie's cheek before darting away, fearing retaliation. "You, Lonnie exclaimed, her eyes widening as she attempted to maintain a fierce demeanor. "I'm leaving." "Wait, don't be angry." Lin Luo waved his hands in a panic. "I was wrong. I promise I won't do it again." Lonnie's voice softened as she smiled. "I have other matters to attend to, don't you? Is that so?" Lin Luo pondered her words, deciding against further jesting. Although this should have been a sorrowful farewell, he felt no grief, for he knew that the proud spirit of Lonnie would once again reside in her petite form. However, Lin Luo maintained a facade of sadness. "Don't go, Lonnie. How can I survive without you?" Seeing Lin Luo's theatrical display, Lonnie rolled her eyes before gradually fading away. With her departure, Lin Luo felt a tinge of boredom. He dusted off his clothes and got up, muttering softly, This is utterly uninteresting. At that moment, Lin Luo's gaze fell upon the Dark Moon Greatsword lying on the ground, a gift from his beloved. The Dark Moon Greatsword, one of the legendary weapons, was a token bestowed by the queens of Kalia to their partners. Representing Lonnie's essence, the sword embodied the cold darkness of a full moon, thus radiating the light of the dark moon. This is my beloved's token of affection, Lin Luo mused, grasping the sword and feeling its chilling touch. With matters here concluded, it was time to venture elsewhere. First, I should return to Lonnie's magic tower. I hope Wolf won't have encountered any further troubles. Lin Luo contemplated the situation, aware that Wolf was a half-beast servant sent by the Supreme Will, which likely exerted control over him through means beyond mere willpower. Yet, Lin Luo was undeterred. He had other methods at his disposal. I must rescue Wolf. Chapter 84. Blazer's Anomaly. Guided by the blessing, Lin Luo returned to Lonnie's magic tower. In the distance, he faintly heard Wolf's voice once more. Lin Luo felt a sense of foreboding. It seemed he had underestimated the Supreme Will. He hurried downstairs, where Wolf Brother sat on the steps, murmuring to himself, "Blazer?" Lin Luo paused and spoke. "Lin Luo?" A flicker of ferocity flashed in Wolf Brother's eyes, but quickly vanished. "How are you?" Lin Luo inquired. Blazer's current state appeared rather dire, yet it was remarkable that he could still maintain his consciousness with the aid of the crystallized mirror. "I feel ominous. It's as if a voice has been echoing in my mind, urging me to kill Lonnie." "No. Impossible. How could I? The Supreme Will?" Lin Luo raised his brow, resting a hand on Blazer's shoulder with a slight pressure. However, this gesture seemed to trigger something. Perhaps the Supreme Will sensed Lin Luo's presence. "Ah!" Blazer let out a pained howl. When Lin Luo looked at Blazer, his eyes were already blood red, the last vestige of reason having evaporated. Lin Luo instinctively withdrew his hand, as if struck by lightning. "Did I just do something I shouldn't have?" Lin Luo pondered. But Blazer's great sword had already swung toward him. Bang! Lin Luo swiftly drew his renowned blade, placing it defensively across his chest. He had not anticipated Blazer's attack. Even with his katana, he was unable to withstand Wolf Brother's massive sword, causing him to stumble backward, rolling several times before coming to a stop. "Wolf Brother, you!" Lin Luo exclaimed, utterly bewildered. So it has come to this. However, Blazer could not hear Lin Luo's words. If Lonnie were present, perhaps Wolf Brother could have held on a little longer. As for Lin Luo, silence was all that was required. Wolf Brother charged forward once more, his sword emanating a bluish-white mist as he leaped high. This was the initiation of his combat technique, Wolf Strike. Lin Luo could no longer afford to jest. Witnessing Wolf Brother's demeanor, it was evident he had lost his faculties, for otherwise, he would not have initiated the Wolf Strike as a show of respect. Wolf Brother was formidable. The corpses of several black-clad assassins nearby attested to that. Alas, he had encountered Lin Luo, a true anomaly. As Wolf Brother's long sword was poised to descend, Lin Luo suddenly raised his renowned blade, though it remained sheathed. The scabbard forcefully struck Blazer's chin, causing him pain and forcing him to recoil uncontrollably. When he turned his head again, Lin Luo had already vanished from his original spot. Yet, the sword had already been swung, and there was no stopping it now. It struck the ground beside him with tremendous force, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In the very moment Blazer's great sword descended, he began to search for Lin Luo's whereabouts. He once perceived Lin Luo as his prey. Yet now their roles have been reversed. Lin Luo materialized behind Blaze, accompanied by a streak of blue and white sword energy. He did not exert his full strength. But neither did he withhold too much, for his intention was to save, not to slay Blaze. The renowned blade, with its exceptional sharpness, struck Blaze squarely in the chest, the piercing sword energy slicing through his form. Blaze let out a furious roar, his entire body hurtling backward, leaving a long trail upon the ground. Lin Luo promptly followed, a golden needle gleaming in his hand, which he thrust forcefully into the crown of Blaze's head. Ack! Ack! Blaze emitted a howl of agony, failing to retrieve his colossal sword as he clutched his head in torment. Concern etched across Lin Luo's face. He feared that Blaze might not withstand the ordeal. The golden needle he employed was a replica of Michaela's, though merely a facsimile, it was presumably sufficient. If Blaze could endure the needle's expulsion of the Supreme Will, he would likely emerge unscathed. There are 2 points I wish to address. First, the golden needle obtained in this cycle does indeed seem somewhat implausible. After all, utilizing the Supreme Will to expel itself through Lin Luo's golden needle is rather absurd. However, I earnestly hope for the great author's understanding, as there is but one such needle, and if one wishes to save another, this is the only course of action. Second, regarding whether the golden needle can expel the consciousness of the Supreme Will, my answer is unequivocally affirmative. This is not a matter for debate. The description on Michaela's golden needle is quite clear. It is intended to expel curses and external divine interferences. The crimson decay emanates from the goddess of decay, and the supreme will is likewise an external deity. Furthermore, the madness flame also belongs to the realm of external gods. It is best to disregard the intricacies of employing the needle within the confines of the Dragon King's temporal rift. Ultimately, one must find joy in the narrative. After several minutes had elapsed, Blaze suddenly ceased his movements. Lin Luo regarded him with a grave expression, his gaze narrowed and his renowned blade firmly gripped. Should Blaze have failed to survive, Lin Luo would have had no hesitation in ending his life. Perhaps it could no longer be deemed Blaze. If his consciousness were to be commandeered by the supreme will, he would no longer be himself, and in such a case, death would indeed be Blaze's true desire. Lin Luo? Blaze lay upon the ground, his body covered in dust, his eyes returning to normal as he inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where am I?" "Humph. What do you think?" Lin Luo quipped playfully, a weight finally lifted from his heart. "Just moments ago, someone was pursuing me with a great sword. Alas, my petite frame is quite nimble. Had you risen any later, you would have only found my lifeless body." Upon hearing Lin Luo's sarcastic remarks, Blaze recalled the events that had just transpired. "However, your words carry little conviction. What merit do I possess to pursue you relentlessly? Just moments ago." Blazer seemed poised to inquire further when a sudden sharp pain pierced through the top of my head, prompting an involuntary gasp. "Do not move," Lin Luo exclaimed. "That golden needle is intended to suppress the supreme will's control over you," Lin Luo stated solemnly. "It appears that remnants of the supreme will have been left within you, which even the crystalline mirror cannot obstruct. I must resort to Michaela's golden needle. This process is quite intricate." "Michaela?" Blazer paused momentarily. Although he was unfamiliar with the golden needle of Michaela, he certainly recognized the name. Michaela was one of the three divine beings of the borderland. With this realization, Blazer couldn't help but cast a grateful glance towards Lin Luo. "Please refrain from regarding me with such peculiar eyes," Lin Luo retorted, rolling his eyes. "You should rest for a while. Later, we will seek out Erdtree. Lonnie's mission has been fulfilled. You are now free. We must arrange your future endeavors. If it is not too much trouble, I hope you will consider traveling to Stonevale City." Chapter 85. Erdtree's little secret, is that so? Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Blazer's expression visibly darkened. To be frank, after Lonnie's departure, neither Blazer nor Erdtree had any promising destinations in mind. Surely, they could not return to the academy? Even the nobles of the Kalia royal family were either dead or foolish. In this light, Stonevale City indeed seemed like a viable option. "Let us first seek out the old man Erdtree," Blazer suggested. However, Erdtree has always supported the Kalia royal family, and given his character, he is likely to refuse. "That is a predicament we must accept," Lin Luo replied, pressing a hand against his helmet. He was uncertain whether Erdtree would meet his demise at the hands of the Black Blade. It was a possibility. Yet he could not ascertain what had transpired at that moment. Perhaps the Black Blade sought out Erdtree, but considering the conversations Lin Luo had with Erdtree after Blazer's death, it was also conceivable that Erdtree sought out the Black Blade himself. Nevertheless, these remained mere speculations. Now was not the time for idle thoughts about blessings while Erdtree faced peril. "Shall we head to the gate of Kalia Fortress?" Lin Luo suggested, initiating the teleportation. In a short while, the two arrived just outside the gates of Kalia Fortress. Erdtree remained engrossed in his book, oblivious to the arrival of the two. "Old man Erdtree." Blazer waved, greeting him. "Blazer? How did you manage to escape?" Lin Luo. "Oh no, how are you both unharmed?" "Wait, I'm a bit confused. Could someone please elucidate this situation?" Erdtree's mind struggled to comprehend the sight of the two appearing arm in arm. "Calm down. Take your time," Lin Luo said, a bemused smile on his face as he nudged Blazer with his elbow. "Wolf brother, perhaps you should clarify." Blazer stepped forward, only for Erdtree to instinctively take a step back. "Blazer, are you still yourself?" Blazer's expression darkened, despite his naturally dark complexion. "You are the one who is not normal." Erdtree quietly grasped the enormous hammer, his gaze fixed warily on Blazer. "What are you doing, old man Erdtree?" Blazer instinctively took a step back. "Put down the weapon." "No? The hammer." "Remain calm. I truly am Blazer." He gestured dismissively, raising his hands high to demonstrate his innocence. "I do not believe you," Erdtree replied after a moment of silence. "You're infuriating." Blazer couldn't help but curse, only to realize that Erdtree had already lifted the massive hammer, causing him to swallow his elegant retort. "Lin Luo, come here quickly. He is no longer Blazer." Erdtree insisted earnestly, pointing at Blazer. He was about to reveal his true nature. Blazer would never act this way. Lin Luo scratched his head, surprised by the unfolding situation. Actually, that blazer, AG. Blazer shouted, I can prove it. The third image on page 163 of the book you are currently holding is real. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned by what he witnessed. AG's speed left him speechless. In a flash, AG had appeared beside Blazer, his large hand covering Blazer's entire face. I believe you. I believe he is definitely Blazer. AG sounded genuinely excited. How did he hear what Blazer had just said? What is this? Lin Luo asked, puzzled. It's a code. Yes, a code between us, AG stammered, finally concluding. Is that so? Blazer was still struggling. AG, let go of Blazer before he suffocates. AG hesitated for a moment, as if jolted, and quickly released Blazer. Gasping for air, Blazer collapsed to the ground, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Old man AG, that was quite ruthless of you. Were you trying to eliminate a wolf? He patted his chest, raising an eyebrow in complaint. How could you say that? AG scratched his head sheepishly. I was just wary of the schemes of the Supreme Will. By the way, Blazer, you were not affected by the Supreme Will, were you? AG's demeanor turned serious. As a servant assigned by the duel, it is impossible for the Supreme Will to have influence over me. Indeed. Blazer nodded solemnly. I was on the verge of losing my consciousness when Lin Luo saved me. Lin Luo? AG looked at him in astonishment, admiration glimmering in his eyes. As expected of someone Lady Lonnie has taken a liking to. I am quite curious about how you assisted Blazer in his escape. However, it is not solely my merit. Lin Luo replied with a shrug. If Blazer lacked the willpower to endure, then my efforts would have likely been in vain. This helmet of yours is rather impressive. Lin Luo approached AG, tapping the reflective helmet. Crafted from the crystalline mirrors of the Eternal City, it can deflect the interference of the Supreme Will. I gifted Blazer a necklace. Is that sufficient on its own? Certainly not. If it were you, it would suffice, but Blazer, being a half-beast servant specifically assigned to Lonnie by the Supreme Will, undoubtedly possesses his own defenses. Although the crystalline mirror did not entirely block the Supreme Will, it certainly played a significant role. What do you mean by that? AG inquired, increasingly perplexed. Have you heard of the Pure Gold Needle? Lin Luo asked. The Pure Gold Needle? AG seemed to recall the name, though it did not immediately come to mind. It was a creation of the deity Marika, designed to expel foreign gods, specifically employed to suppress the scarlet decay afflicting Marinalania. The Supreme Will is also deemed a foreign deity by this golden needle. Lin Luo spoke with a calm demeanor, his words shocking in their implications. A golden needle crafted by the deity Marika? That must be incredibly precious. AG paused momentarily, then adopted a serious tone, performing a standard respectful bow towards Lin Luo, with Blazer following suit. Regardless, we are grateful to you. Although AG appeared to prioritize Lonnie's safety, even confining Blazer for her protection, the fact that Blazer refrained from retaliating and AG did not offer an explanation indicated their mutual trust. This master-student friendship allowed both to willingly risk their lives for one another. So, AG, Lady Lonnie has embarked on her own path. What are your intentions moving forward? At last, Lin Luo spoke. If possible, I would like to travel to Stonevale City and establish it as a sanctum. Stonevale City? AG's tone carried a hint of doubt. The one ruled by Grek? Lin Luo and Blazer simultaneously turned their attention to AG. Well, Blazer remarked with a peculiar expression. How long has it been since you've kept abreast of the outside world, old man? Or are your energies wholly consumed by this endeavor? Blazer gestured towards the book in AG's hands. What nonsense are you spouting? AG's face flushed, yet due to the heavy helmet he wore, the others failed to notice. Moreover, what do you mean by that? I killed Grek, Lin Luo replied. What? You did? That seems rather normal. AG was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that the person before him was capable of defeating Grek, a being who could shatter stars with ease. Such a feat was no trivial matter. Does this mean that Stormvale Castle is currently under your management? One inquired. That cannot be the case. Such a vast territory cannot be left unattended. Oh. Stormvale Castle is presently overseen by a friend of mine. You too should seek a worthy position. Considering your capabilities, you could at least become a Grand General. Lin Luo painted a grand vision for them. Lin Luo, what do you take us for? I am but a relic of the past, yearning for nothing more than to quietly pursue my craft as a blacksmith. E.G. momentarily paused, yet soon returned to his seat. Since Lady Ronnie has embarked on her journey, I shall remain here, dedicating the remnants of my life to the Korea royal family. The elder E.G.'s words resonated with Blazer, who was unwaveringly loyal to Ronnie but held little affection for the Korea royal family. Lady Ronnie hopes for your survival. Lin Luo finally spoke after a brief silence. What do you mean by that? E.G. and Blazer's eyes widened. Not only due to Ronnie's mention, but also the implicit meaning behind Lin Luo's words. Survival seemed a tad too deliberate. You are aware of the Black Knife, yes? Lin Luo began. Currently, Lady Rani has slain the Finger Seekers, which is detrimental to both the Supreme Will and Marika. I do not know to whom the Black Knife organization is beholden, but their objectives will undoubtedly target you. The Black Knife? Their power is negligible, Blazer remarked, his eyes narrowing with a hint of menace. E.G. remained silent, but his rigid posture indicated that he too was not overly concerned about the Black Knife. Do not underestimate them, Lin Luo urged, sensing their nonchalance. Blazer, I know you possess strength. Perhaps you could confront 3 or 4, but what of 20? They are assassins. Armed with daggers infused with the essence of death, dispatching you would be but a mere act of slitting your throats. You two cannot remain together indefinitely. Once you part ways, the Black Knife will devise means to eliminate you. Surely, Lady Rani would not wish to see your demise upon her return. Lin Luo's impassioned words seemed to strike a chord with Blazer, for his allegiance to Korea was tenuous. His loyalty lay solely with Rani. Yet, E.G. remained silent. Seated upon a massive iron block, lost in contemplation, E.G. pondered the veracity of Lin Luo's assertions. Alas, Lin Luo sighed, shaking his head. E.G. remains as obstinate as a stone in a cesspool. With no alternatives left, Lin Luo resolved to implement Plan B. I hope you can accept this. E.G. Blazer. Lin Luo's tone turned grave. Are you loyal to Lady Rani? What sort of question is that? Blazer raised an eyebrow. Without a doubt. E.G. glanced at Lin Luo before resolutely nodding in affirmation. Very well, Lin Luo said with a satisfied smile, drawing forth a magnificent blue sword from his storage bag and grasping it firmly in his hand. A.G., are you familiar with this sword? This is the Dark Moon Greatsword. A.G. paused for a moment, suddenly grasping the implications of Lin Luo's words. The Dark Moon Greatsword was a weapon traditionally bestowed by the Queen of Kalia to her consorts. Then, it seems, Lin Luo remarked with a knowing smile. We shall see how you refuse. Meanwhile, Blazer gazed at the great sword with a tinge of sorrow. Yet, he quickly recognized that his emotions were misplaced. What am I thinking? I am Rani's sworn brother. I should be delighted. He lamented. This great sword. A.G. stammered, finally letting out a sigh. Very well. I shall go to Stonevale City. Ultimately, A.G. acquiesced, acknowledging that Lin Luo was now his lord. Were Lin Luo inept, perhaps A.G. would have resisted. But this was no ordinary individual. He was a deity capable of rending stars asunder. To refuse would be sheer folly, risking not only his reputation but his very existence. Precisely. If you wish to avoid combat, you could always open a blacksmith shop. With your skills, I'm certain customers would flock to you. Most importantly, Stonevale City is quite secure. There are sentinels with torches surrounding it. Stealthy approaches would be futile. Moreover, should a battle ensue, the soldiers would swiftly detect any disturbances, alleviating your concerns. Seeing A.G.'s expression darken, Lin Luo hurried to clarify and extol the virtues of Stonevale City. At that moment, A.G. noticed Blazer, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly in poor spirits. Hey, A.G., what's the matter? Blazer abruptly snapped back to reality, momentarily believing he had been dreaming, a flicker of joy igniting within him. However, upon turning to face Lin Luo wielding the sword, his resolve was tested. Will you accompany me? Yes, I shall go. Blazer nodded in agreement, recognizing there was no turning back. Then let us not delay further. We shall depart at once. Make sure to announce my name. Lin Luo confidently patted his chest. What about you? A.G., wiping a bead of cold sweat, inquired. I will first transport you to Nimgruff. I have some matters to attend to there. Lin Luo replied nonchalantly. The affairs of the royal city could wait, but the world-devouring scepter and Syrian were pressing matters for Lin Luo. Very well. A.G. replied without further questions. Please take Blazer with you. I cannot leave my forging equipment behind. Agreed, Lin Luo nodded, placing a hand on Blazer's shoulder as they transported to the royal court of Grake. Chapter 87. The Ruins of the Sealed, which upon arriving in Stonevale City, Lin Luo conversed with Nephilim about matters concerning Blazer and A.G. Although Nephili outwardly complained about Lin Luo, treating her as a mere tool, she could not conceal her delight at the addition of the formidable combatants, E.G. and Blaze. After a leisurely stroll through Stonevale City, Lin Luo promptly teleported to the ruins of the post station street, perhaps due to Celine's spirit being unable to move freely in the outside world. Celine was still waiting there upon Lin Luo's return. Lin Luo's arrival took Celine by surprise. She had never taught her nominal disciple any magic and had thought Lin Luo's apprenticeship was merely a fleeting episode. A disciple? How rare. Celine chuckled, covering her mouth. Are you here to learn magic then? Well, not exactly. Lin Luo scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before continuing. I wonder if teacher Celine still remembers Jillian? Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Celine's hands clenched tightly. You know him? Sort of, Lin Luo replied, but soon realized something and quickly added, rest assured, Teacher Celine. He won't be coming to find you anymore. What do you mean? Celine inquired, her curiosity piqued. That Jillian mentioned you to me. And upon learning he intended to kill you, I took some minor actions. Lin Luo smiled mischievously, holding up his finger to indicate a small gesture. Is that so? Celine's tone remained calm, revealing no hint of her emotions. Then you must know what I am, a witch hunted for slaying sorcerers. What's the big deal? You are my teacher. And that suffices. Otherwise, I wouldn't have knocked out that old man Jillian. Moreover, I may have killed more than you, Teacher Celine. Are you afraid of me? Celine shook her head. That is precisely right. Lin Luo shrugged, suddenly recalling something and poking Celine. By the way, teacher, this isn't your true form, is it? Oh, my true form is still imprisoned on Weeping Peninsula. However, its condition is rather poor. Why do you ask? Of course, I intend to help you rescue your true form. Celine was momentarily taken aback. She clearly did not expect Lin Luo to say such a thing. Well then, I shall take my leave, teacher. Lin Luo beamed, waving goodbye as he departed. Just await my good news. Is that so? A hint of a smile graced Celine's lips as she felt a dampness at the corners of her eyes. She was puzzled by her own sentimentality, perhaps due to not having experienced such feelings in a long time. It was quite strange that this unexpected disciple, whom she had never truly taught anything, could evoke such emotions within her. After leaving the ruins of Post Station Street, Lin Luo arrived at the dilapidated house of the combatants, where he obtained the last legendary weapon, the world-devouring staff, remnants of Nimgerfu. Do not misunderstand. This is not a mage's wand, but rather a club intended for striking others. Benel is, in fact, a dear friend of Lakad, a fated one akin to Lin Luo. Lin Luo holds him in high regard, and like Vic, he has forsaken his aspiration for kingship for the sake of his witch. He has even discovered the missing fragment of the blasphemous beast's clawed death rune, capable of deflecting the attacks of the Black Sword Malekith. Originally, everything was prepared for the ascension to kingship, yet he relinquished it because his witch was destined to serve as the flame that ignites the golden tree. The Supreme Will could never fathom that two individuals, on the verge of claiming kingship, would simultaneously abandon their ambitions for their witches. It could neither comprehend nor condone such actions. Benel could be regarded as Lin Luo's first mentor in martial skills within the lands between. Naturally, Lin Luo could not bring himself to harm him, nor does he know the particulars of their conversation. In the end, Benel cheerfully handed over the world-eating staff and the blasphemous beast's claw to Lin Luo. With this matter concluded, Lin Luo set forth to the Weeping Peninsula. Upon arriving at the fourth church of Marika, he hurriedly made his way to the precipice. Listening to the chimes echoing from the Temple of the Spirit, Lin Luo quickly reached his destination, the ruins sealing the witch. Dismounting at the ruins, although Torrent could have rushed in directly, some degree of corruption from the surrounding toxic waters would inevitably ensue. Lin Luo wished to preserve his steed, for it was not the tears of his brother that had traversed the lake of decay. He skillfully leaped across the surrounding stone slabs, but his movement immediately drew the attention of the nearby skeletal soldiers. These skeletal warriors were reminiscent of those from the academy. Syrian seal must be intertwined with their existence. Lin Luo unsheathed his long fang, a colossal katana, and swiftly dispatched two of them with decisive strikes. However, these mechanical constructs exhibited no awareness, merely charging relentlessly at Lin Luo. Despite their numbers, they were nothing more than a disorganized rabble. Lin Luo deftly deflected the arrows aimed at him, effortlessly eliminating each skeletal foe before him. In no time, he had dispatched the horde with ease. Approaching the basement, a massive sphere composed of countless glimmering stones slowly emerged from the ground at the entrance. This creature, which had diminished the overall sanity of the lands between, was the second entity, after the Iron Maiden, that Lin Luo wished to avoid encountering. One was a noxious irritant to the nose, the other to the eyes. Seeking to evade the torment this being might inflict, Lin Luo promptly drew the black sword and executed a swift, decisive strike of fate. He then entered the basement. As he traversed the winding staircase, he beheld a dying sorcerer, their hands bound to the wall by white crystalline tendrils, murmuring indistinct phrases. Their body bore numerous scabbed wounds, suggesting they had endured significant inhuman suffering. Regardless of how many times he had witnessed such a sight, Lin Luo felt a surge of anger and frustration. Anger surged within me as I witnessed my esteemed teacher endure such torment. Frustration overwhelmed me, for I could not exact revenge, fully aware that this ordeal was a result of the Academy's machinations. Yet, I could hardly resort to obliterating the institution. As for seeking aid from Reina, she was, after all, my mother-in-law. Lin Luo awkwardly touched his nose, dismissing further contemplation, and stepped forward to sever the two white crystalline bindings that ensnared Celian. As she fell from her suspended position against the wall, Lin Luo swiftly caught her, gently lowering her to the ground. "You've come, my disciple," Celian uttered weakly. "You've endured much hardship on this arduous journey, all due to the constraints imposed upon you. Before we proceed, I wish to present this to you." "No need." Lin Luo interrupted her. "Teacher, your body is still salvageable." Surely you jest. My form is on the brink of collapse. It will be quite troublesome." Chapter 88. Persuasion. How could that be? Lin Luo snapped his fingers, his demeanor brightening. "It is a simple task." He retrieved 2 warm stones from his storage bag and placed them beside Celian, then produced a vial of crimson nectar and offered it to her. Celian inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of relief wash over her, yet it did little to alleviate her body's imminent failure. "Rest assured," Lin Luo smiled, producing a seal to place against his chest. A warm, golden glow radiated around him. "Worry not, teacher. As long as you draw breath, even if but a whisper remains, I shall restore you. Should the king of hell come for you, I shall defy him." Celian chuckled softly, a tender expression gracing her features. The golden tree's restoration prayer shimmered to life, enveloping Celian in a golden rune that lingered nearby, gradually mending her physical form. Astonishment lit Celian's eyes as she regarded Lin Luo. "This prayer rivals the magic of the stars." "It is merely a trivial trick," Lin Luo replied with a smile, tucking away the seal. "Trivial? I must disagree." Celian shook her head, continuing, "My master is quite unworthy. The disciple far surpasses the master." "Not at all." Lin Luo scratched his head, chuckling. "I merely dabble in some esoteric arts. How could I possibly compare to you, my teacher? I have heard tales of your victory over the Moonlit Queen. Are you deceiving me?" Celian feigned anger, though her masked visage concealed her expression, her tone revealing her amusement. That was merely a stroke of luck. The Moonlit Queen was confined within the great library, her senses dulled, her strength diminished. Is that so? Yet, such fortune cannot fully explain it. After spending so long at the academy, how could I fail to recognize the queen's prowess? Lin Luo, hearing this, merely scratched his head in silence. Celian shook her head, slowly rising despite her weakened state. "Enough of this. Here, take this." She produced a piece of ancient dragon-forged stone. "Perhaps this may be of some utility to you, my disciple. I am indeed gratified by your prowess. However, as your master, I find myself troubled. After all, with such an exceptional apprentice, my role seems diminished." Although Shilon spoke these words, the pride in her tone was unmistakable. Lin Luo accepted the forging stone from Shilon's hand. To be frank, it held little significance. Perhaps even Shilon could scarcely comprehend the rarity of the ancient dragon rock forging stone, for there were but a few scattered across the entire borderland. Yet, Lin Luo felt no particular affinity for it. Naturally, he would not allow his disinterest to show, lest Shilon question her own worth once more. "By the way, teacher Shilon," Lin Luo suddenly raised his head, his gaze earnest. "What do you intend to pursue next?" Shilon appeared momentarily taken aback, confusion flickering across her features. However, she quickly regained her composure, her expression growing serious, with a hint of fervor in her eyes. "I, your master, shall seek the origin of the luminous stone. It is for this purpose that I was born." "Is that so?" Lin Luo's expression darkened. His gaze lowered as if lost in contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he lifted his head once more. "Is it possible to give up?" Lin Luo spoke slowly. Though he already anticipated the answer, he felt compelled to voice the question. "What?" Upon hearing Lin Luo's inquiry, Shilon felt a void in her mind. Had it been anyone else, she would have transformed them into a magical puppet. Yet these words emerged from her dear disciple. Shilon pressed her lips together. The words she nearly uttered were swallowed back, and she finally replied with a measured, "No. Teacher, you are well aware that your mentors, Luster and Master Yizler, perished in their pursuit of the luminous stone's origin. Why must you tread this perilous path?" After a brief silence, Shilon responded, "Many have perished on the road to kingship. Why do you insist on following this path?" "Because I must," Lin Luo answered without hesitation, though he suddenly fell silent. He grasped the meaning behind Shilon's words. Yet, he longed to assert that he was not the same as her. They remained locked in this impasse until Lin Luo finally sighed and stood up slowly. "Teacher, do you believe I will become a king?" "You shall undoubtedly become a king, my disciple." "Then, teacher, would you grant me one request?" "As long as it does not entail ceasing your research on the origin of the luminous stone." Shilon paused before ultimately replying, "No? Teacher Shilon, I know that the luminous stone originates from the starry skies. I am certain you will not abandon your research, so please wait for me to become a king. If that day arrives, I shall personally take you to the starry skies to uncover the origin of the luminous stone. But until then, could you momentarily set aside your research? Lin Luo fixed his earnest gaze upon Shilon, enunciating each word clearly. Shilon opened her mouth, ready to refuse. Yet as she beheld Lin Luo's expression, she found herself at a loss for words. Enough. Who could blame me for having only you as my disciple? Celian shook her head, as if making a momentous decision. When you ascend to kingship, I too shall attain my throne, leaving the ruins that imprisoned the witch. Lin Luo smiled. After this incident, Celian would likely refrain from engaging with the origin of the luminous stones, thus avoiding her transformation into that orb of brilliance. As for Lin Luo's declaration of becoming king and vanquishing the supreme will, it was certain that his gaze would once again be directed towards the stars. At that juncture, not only would the origin of the luminous stones be within his grasp, but even the origin of the stars themselves could be unveiled, though somewhat exaggerated. If Lin Luo could indeed grow powerful enough to defeat the supreme will, then the stars would scarcely pose a challenge. Should Lin Luo now engage with the stars alongside Celian, one could only wonder whether he would cultivate another adversary. Of course, there was also the possibility of an ally. Yet Lin Luo would not take such risks. His nature was one of prudence. Through the blessing, Lin Luo was once more transported to the Illis Cathedral in Lake Linnea. Ah, Lin Luo, it is you. Tops straightened his previously hunched form, appearing notably more spirited. Are you here to learn again? Of course, I'm willing. As long as you wish to delve into these lesser forms of magic. Though I cannot compare to Senior Celian, I can still impart some knowledge. No. Lin Luo rummaged through his storage bag and produced a key. This is another luminous stone key, which I bestow upon you, enabling your passage to the academy. Huh. Tops was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting disbelief and gratitude. Are you truly giving me this key? Oh, thank you. Truly thank you. This means I can return to that hall of knowledge and continue my exploration of the source stones and the stars. Chapter 89. Return to the royal city, and do bring her along. Considering Top's safety, Lin Luo retrieved the soul-summoning bell and poured in the ashes of the black blade, Dixie. A melodious chime resonated, and a black blade assassin gradually materialized. Dixie, daughter of the black blade leader, Electro, possessed strength comparable to a slightly weaker demigod. However, due to her state as ashes, her power was undoubtedly diminished. Yet, safeguarding Tops as he entered the academy would be no challenge. Moreover, most black blade assassins could render themselves invisible, thereby affording even greater protection to Tops. Lin Luo infused a significant amount of runes into the summoning, ensuring that, barring combat, the conjured spirit would remain for 5 to 6 months without issue. Tops observed all of this with a sense of deep appreciation, though among men, great debts of gratitude go unspoken. The best recompense would be to refine his force field magic and share it with Lin Luo. Although he was unaware that Lin Luo had already mastered his force field magic, the distinction lay in the fact that had Tops not met his demise, he might have perfected the technique further. In that case, not even Comet Yazler or the Elden Meteor, cast by the Supreme Physique, would be beyond reach. Well then, I shall take my leave, Professor Topus. You will undoubtedly achieve success, Lin Luo remarked with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Luo address him, Topus involuntarily trembled. It seemed that even a mere discarded stone like himself could have such an exceptional disciple. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down Topus's face, but fortunately, Lin Luo had already departed and did not witness this poignant moment. Topus no longer regarded his force field magic merely as an obsession. It had transformed into a solemn promise, a bond between men. Lin Luo had not anticipated that his spontaneous address would evoke such profound emotions in Topus. He was now once again on his way to the royal city, having not seen Mudo for many days. To be honest, he missed her dearly. Although AIM was indeed Lonnie, their personalities were almost entirely dissimilar, which led Lin Luo to never conflate the two as one and the same. A twinge of guilt flickered in Lin Luo's mind as he glanced at the petite Lonnie beside him. But he dismissed the thought of placing her into his storage pouch, subsequently teleporting into the heart of the royal city. The moment Lin Luo arrived, his presence immediately captured the attention of two individuals, Melina and the Omen King. Melina had been waiting, and although she could now roam freely, she preferred not to encounter Lin Luo on her way, as that would only complicate matters further. Thus, she remained in that small room, awaiting his arrival. The Omen King, having dominated the royal city for so long, had lost his grip on its outskirts with the breaking of the seal. However, he could still easily detect anyone entering the inner sanctum. Lin Luo's repugnant aura instantly piqued his interest. Damn it, I still owe him for last time's betrayal. How dare he return? This time, I shall ensure his demise. The Omen King gazed down from the top floor, searching for the newcomer. But this time he did not intend to send his doppelganger to its death. He would wait for Lin Luo to come to him. Upon entering the royal city, Lin Luo quickly noticed a figure rushing towards him. His first thought was how soft she felt. Although Melina was a spiritual entity devoid of warmth, her curvaceous form, draped in a coarse robe, was still quite pleasant to embrace. "Ah, Melina, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Lin Luo gently patted her back, his words tinged with regret. "It's quite all right," Melina replied softly. Lin Luo had his own matters to attend to, now that he had arrived in the royal city. He was surely on the brink of confronting Mungert. Despite his typically nonchalant demeanor when facing Mungert's apparition, one could hardly underestimate the strength of an individual capable of guarding the royal city and repelling demigods like Shattered Star and Marlenia. In fact, Mungert's prowess was likely on par with Shattered Star's. Yet Lin Luo remained undaunted. Had this been 1 or 2 months prior, he might have exercised caution. However, now, after assimilating the fragments of the fallen star, his prowess had surpassed his former self. In confronting Meng Gute, it was not Lin Luo who should be cautious, but rather Meng Gute who ought to contemplate how to endure the next 10 minutes. After reminiscing briefly with Melina, Lin Luo proceeded deeper into the royal city. Crossing a small bridge, he stepped onto an elevator, traversing a narrow path until the magnificent sight of the golden tree unveiled itself before him. Without pausing to admire the scenery, he continued onward. Upon passing through a small door, he was met by several honeyed, rotund figures known as the oracles. Though their plump and innocent appearance suggested harmlessness, Lin Luo was acutely aware that he had perished at their hands more than once in the past. They appeared adorable, yet their ferocity in battle was unmatched. Silently, Lin Luo cast the royal holy shield and advanced toward them. The oracles were engrossed in playing their flutes, oblivious to Lin Luo's approach. Lin Luo had never adhered to the chivalry of combat. Without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick to the oracle, who was standing at the edge of the city wall, oblivious to the peril behind. The unfortunate creature barely registered the immense force before tumbling over the wall into the abyss below. Lin Luo smirked and quickly shielded his eyes. "What a transgression," he muttered, though his actions remained as ruthless as ever. Brandishing his famed blade, Moon Shadow, he advanced with the grace of a hunting dog, leaving behind a trail of blue-tinged sword marks on each oracle he encountered. His speed was remarkable. The moment one oracle caught sight of him, it was met with a flash of steel. Even the largest of the oracles could not withstand 2 strikes. Thus, Lin Luo pressed on, swiftly arriving at a small chamber. The room was suffused with a gentle mist and a hint of fragrance, yet Lin Luo discerned the unmistakable scent of gunpowder. "A perfumer," he murmured, narrowing his eyes and focusing intently on his surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of crossbows being drawn echoed through the air, a continuous barrage suggesting a well-laid ambush. Fortunately, Lin Luo's reflexes were sharp. As the first sound of the bowstring twanged, he instinctively shifted to the right, taking cover behind a pillar. The bolt struck the ground where he had just stood, their sharp tips embedding themselves half an inch deep into the earth. "How ruthless," Lin Luo scoffed, preparing to voice his irritation when a surge of heat washed over him. Startled, he hastily distanced himself from the pillar, mere seconds before a brilliant crimson flame erupted. "What treachery is this?" he exclaimed. "Meteor of destruction." Meanwhile, beneath the golden tree, Meng Gute reclined comfortably upon his throne, savoring a cup of tea. A colossal hand grasped a minuscule bottle cap, creating an oddly peculiar sight. Yet, one could not deny that this image exuded a certain refined rogue charm, provided, of course, that the 2 protruding horns atop Montgat's head were removed. Montgat extended the index finger of his right hand, from which a flicker of flame emerged, resting beneath the teacup. He heated the water until it began to boil, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Montgat did not bother to test the water's temperature. If such boiling water could scald a demigod, he would have no face left to remain in this royal city. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, nearly causing Montgat's smile to overflow from the screen. Leaning against the throne, he rubbed the cup lid beside the cup, his lips gradually nearing the vessel. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from not far away, accompanied by a violet magical aura that enveloped the surroundings with a terrifying presence. This was soon followed by a series of explosive sounds echoing outwards. Goodness! The cacophony startled Montgat, causing him to lose his grip on the cup. Scalding water splashed directly onto his face. Ouch! The boiling water entered Montgat's eyes, prompting an involuntary shudder. Even for a demigod, the eyes remained the most vulnerable part. He instinctively closed his eyes. Alas, fate did not favor him. With his eyes shut, he lost his balance, and the throne he leaned against toppled over. Montgat's head struck the ground with a resounding thud. Ah, the wretched fated one. Damn that Lin Luo. Montgat roared in fury, his voice resonating throughout a significant portion of the royal city. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, caught at the epicenter of the explosion, was blissfully unaware of Montgat's enraged outburst. He merely sneezed, uncertain whether it was due to the curse or the acrid fumes from the ignited explosives. Grasping his staff with both hands, Lin Luo unleashed a dual barrage of destructive meteors, doubling the chaos. The small house above him promptly lost its roof, leaving the interior in utter disarray. As for the unfortunate souls within, their fates were dire, many reduced to mere remnants. Brushing off the dust that had settled upon him, Lin Luo began to make his way outside. However, he had forgotten one crucial detail. With such a commotion, how could the soldiers outside possibly remain oblivious? As Lin Luo approached the elevator, ready to exit, he was suddenly confronted by the sight of the lower level crowded with soldiers. His body instinctively recoiled. Good heavens! So many. He was uncertain if the soldiers below had noticed him. They were not like the inept soldiers of Stonevale. While they might not be able to slay Lin Luo, dealing with them would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Especially those at the periphery armed with longbows. One arrow from them could send Montgat flying. Lin Luo rubbed his aching temples, though there were alternative routes down. He surmised that Montgat, with his cunning mind, would surely devise some troublesome scheme, even if he could not eliminate him. Casting a glance around, a bold idea suddenly sparked in his mind. As Lin Luo rummaged through his bag, he retrieved the illusionary veil. To his surprise, he never anticipated that he would one day need this item. He recalled how Grek had once escaped the royal city using this very thing, and now it seemed that fate had intertwined their paths once more. Without dwelling too much on it, Lin Luo tightened his grip on the veil and dashed outside. His movements swift as he leaped from the rooftop. The soldiers surrounding him were fixated above, only to catch a fleeting shadow. After a moment of bewilderment, they quickly reacted. After him, the fated one is fleeing, commanded the soldier in golden armor, pointing his sword towards Lin Luo's direction. The soldiers obeyed, pursuing Lin Luo's figure. Archers stationed above aimed their arrows, yet the hound-like pace of Lin Luo made it difficult for them to lock onto their target. Casting a glance behind, Lin Luo noticed that the soldiers were still in hot pursuit. At a crossroads, he rang a bell and swiftly shifted to the left, donning the illusionary veil in one fluid motion, transforming into a box nestled in the corner. Meanwhile, at the intersection, the figure of Brother Teardrop emerged, looking utterly confused, with only Lin Luo's urgent command to run echoing in his mind. Uncertain of the situation, he turned back, only to see hundreds of soldiers charging towards him. His eyes widened in shock. This was a predicament. Without hesitation, he sprinted to the right. The soldiers, convinced of his innocence, wildly chased after Brother Teardrop. The sound of footsteps and the clattering of armor resonated in Lin Luo's ears as he crouched silently, not daring to lift his gaze. As for worrying about Brother Teardrop, that was merely fretting over trifles. After all, he had instructed Brother Teardrop to disperse after a few minutes. Once the soldiers had all pursued Brother Teardrop, Lin Luo finally removed the illusionary veil. To his surprise, this item proved to be rather effective. He wondered where Grek had acquired such a useful tool, far superior to mere invisibility. Satisfied, Lin Luo gazed at the veil in his hand, a smile of contentment gracing his features as he watched the soldiers grow distant. Having learned from this experience, Lin Luo resolved to be more discreet. After all, the royal city was significantly larger than Stonevale. Conquering an entire city would be exhausting. Following the route etched in his mind, he continued his search, this time employing a spell of invisibility. Skirting past the golden tree's embodiment at the end of the path, twisting and turning, Lin Luo arrived at the Golden Tree Cathedral. He activated the blessing and descended via the elevator. Upon exiting, he beheld a magnificent structure, a grandiose version of the Gurren Sanctus, amplified by the power of lightning. The thunder of the ancient dragon Gulong Sanks. This weapon perfectly aligns with Lin Luo's experience. It is indeed magnificent. Who wouldn't desire to possess such a resplendent golden spear that can emit light and power? Lin Luo hastened towards the statue. The patrolling soldiers nearby seemed to have heard a noise, yet after a thorough search, they found nothing and ultimately retreated. Lin Luo, with a sigh of relief, patted his chest and then adorned himself with a vial of crepe before continuing towards the structure. In a moment, Lin Luo arrived at the pinnacle of the spear, which stood straight in the center of the statue, seemingly indistinguishable from its surroundings. This was one of the legendary weapons, the thunder of Gulong Sanks. A spear hewn from the armament of the great ancient dragon. When the great dragon attacked, the walls of Rodel were breached, an event unparalleled in history, which subsequently ignited the war among the ancient dragons. Chapter 91. The Sewers Beneath the Royal City. With the spear now stowed in his inventory, Lin Luo had another destination to pursue. His mission in the Royal City encompassed two primary objectives. The first was to teach Mungard a lesson and clear the path to the snowy plains. The second was to seek out the frenzied flame. The three fingers were originally emissaries of the Supreme Will, each tasked with distinct missions alongside the two fingers. However, as the three fingers conveyed through Haida, now a finger witch, to the players, all begins with the Great One. From the One arises distinction, leading to the birth of life and consciousness. Yet, this is the error committed by the Supreme Will. Curses and suffering are born of mistakes. We must return to the origin, incinerating everything with chaotic flames until we revert to the Great One. Who is this one? Although it remains unclear. How could an emissary of the Supreme Will deny its master? This is the frenzied flame, whose origins are shrouded in mystery. Much like the sudden onset of crimson decay and the abrupt emergence of the stars, the frenzied flame traces back to a nomadic people buried alive as heretics, with the first case of frenzied flame disease attributed to the traitorous Shabalili. In the past, merchants from a once thriving caravan were suspected of heretical ties, leading to their entire community being captured and entombed underground. In their despair, they uttered a curse that summoned the frenzied flame. The afflicted, regardless of their lineage, spread the disease across the borders. However, a striking detail unites these individuals. None were graced by the golden tree. Whether they were these wandering souls or the fated ones, they all fell prey to the frenzied flame. Thus, it can be discerned that the frenzied flame is one of the foreign deities. Though it may not rival the Supreme Will, its ability to command the three fingers places it above other deities. Relying solely on the cultivation of the Supreme Will for power, Lin Luo could not hope to be its equal. As the Huntress Queen once told him, one can harness the power of other deities while retaining one's own consciousness, free from interference. Such power is boundless. Therefore, Lin Luo set his sights on these foreign deities. Due to the Supreme Will's excessive care for Lin Luo in its breeding ground, it has become so powerful that it is nearly impervious to any divine influence, ultimately breaking free from the Supreme Will's constraints. Those foreign deities, intent on exploiting the situation, shall pay dearly for their folly. Leaping from the structure, Lin Luo made his way towards the entrance of the royal city's sewers. As for what lies within the sewers, it is best left unspoken. Donning a mask and wrapping himself tightly in layers, Lin Luo took precautions. Even the petite Lonnie, typically inseparable from him, was returned to his storage pouch. Upon entering the well, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, undeterred, and ventured deeper. The terrain here was intricate, filled with winding paths and numerous forks, especially when navigating through the holes, where one might occasionally encounter a gaping chasm below. Having traversed these sewers on numerous occasions, this place was second only to the novice resurrection point at the Royal Worship Chapel in terms of familiarity. He was acutely aware of the shortcuts available. Before his eyes stood a tightly shut door, the first blessing he encountered. What nonsense prevents entry from this side? With a swift kick, Lin Luo made his intentions clear. What kind of special seal could possibly guard the sewer's door? Even if there were one, could it withstand Lin Luo's might? If so, it might be more prudent to simply relocate the door before the golden tree, saving the trouble of rejection and allowing a demigod to incinerate it directly. With a resounding crash, the door before Lin Luo collapsed. The noise, however, caught the attention of two harbingers of misfortune nearby. Yet, as Lin Luo activated his magic, these two entities found nothing amiss, merely exchanging glances before conceding defeat. The situation was different for the stone gargoyles. They were cunning and adept at concealing themselves, often launching surprise attacks on others, an apt description for the notorious Old Six. In the darkness, a dozen pairs of dark green eyes fixed on Lin Luo at the entrance. Lin Luo brandished his staff, conjuring dozens of night shards. Though merely a minor spell, the nature of night magic ensured that enemies would not trigger their evasion attributes. Essentially, it was a tracking skill, perfectly suited for dealing with the Old Six. They believed themselves well hidden, waiting to pounce on Lin Luo as he approached, intent on tearing the intruder to shreds. However, what awaited them was a cascade of black and purple meteors. A cacophony of sharp, piercing screams erupted as Lin Luo began to sprint. Familiar with these paths, he adeptly navigated each pit and pipe without a single drop of water splashing onto him. While running, he swung his staff, and with each strike, a black meteor claimed a stone gargoyle. One by one, the stone creatures plummeted from above, crashing heavily to the ground. Though their height was not immediately discernible, the sound alone was sufficient to indicate they fell from a considerable elevation. Lin Luo leapt nimbly across the pipes, his movements exuding remarkable proficiency, ultimately halting at a narrow opening. Without a moment's hesitation, he descended with a jump. Although the height was modest, it still resulted in a splash of green water. The pipes were strewn with corpses, none intact. A foul stench emanated from the eerie green liquid, the source of which was indiscernible. Was it the decay of the bodies, or perhaps their excrement? With no time to ponder, Lin Luo pressed onward, feeling a surge within him, a pull emanating from the underground seal of the chaotic flames, which inexplicably captivated him. At that moment, Melina, who had been silent for so long, finally spoke. She sensed the pervasive aura of destruction, distinct from Lin Luo's, while the chaotic flames within him were well contained. Resembling a docile kitten, revealing its ferocity only in battle, the chaotic flames in this place radiated unrestrained fury and annihilation. This was the true form of the chaotic fire. A chaotic flame that consumed all. Only Lin Luo had the ability to suppress it. Had the earlier wooden figure witnessed Lin Luo merging with the chaotic flames, she likely would have refrained from uttering a single word, given its connection to her mission, compounded by Marika's guidance and the interference of the Supreme Will. Regardless of the circumstances, the chaotic flames were undoubtedly what she wished to avoid most, even with her profound trust in Lin Luo. Witnessing this scene ignited a flicker of concern within her. Lin Luo, the chaotic flames are perilous. You must exercise caution. Melina's voice resonated in his mind. Melina? Lin Luo paused momentarily before breaking into a smile. There is no need to worry about the chaotic flames. This so-called chaotic fire, which burns everything, is merely a tool for my empowerment. Chapter 92, The Royal City's Bouncing Joy. Lin Luo's tone brimmed with unparalleled confidence, a sentiment that even soothed Melina's anxious heart. Rest assured, all will be well, he gently reassured her, prompting Melina to fall silent, her thoughts consumed with quiet prayers. The labyrinthine pipes could easily disorient a newcomer. However, Lin Luo was clearly not among them, advancing steadily. Faced with forks in the path and gaping holes, he hesitated not once, moving with the familiarity of one well acquainted. Even Melina, who resided within him, had not retained the memory of the return route. After navigating for several more minutes, Lin Luo finally arrived before an elevator. Descending through this lift would bring him closer to the chaotic flame seal. Illuminating the blessings, he knew that beyond the forthcoming door lay the avatar of Mungert. Unbeknownst to him, Mungert, somewhat naive, believed that his brother was still confined below, unaware that Mong had long since escaped and established an expansive underground dynasty. Only his avatar remained imprisoned. Continuing forward, Lin Luo traversed downward through a series of steps, ultimately pausing in an open area. The essence of Luan enveloped the air, gradually coalescing into a spectral form. From the distinct features resembling those of Mungert, it became evident that this was indeed Mong. However, in stark contrast to Mungert, Mong was notably taciturn. Neither his true self nor his doppelganger had exchanged a single word with Lin Luo. Even when Lin Luo personally infiltrated the Mongwan dynasty, Mong remained indifferent, merely conversing with Mikela. As for the strength of this doppelganger, before Mong's apparition fully materialized, Lin Luo had already surged forward, wielding the recently acquired Gulen Sengsa's lightning. Humph, is this a reckless Fade Walker? Mong scoffed, observing Lin Luo's foolish charge, deeming him nothing more than a naive youth. The aura of Gulen Sengsa? No, this weapon is not meant to be used in such a manner. Indeed, what an imbecile. Mong silently derided Lin Luo's weapon in his mind. Originally, the use of this weapon required a build-up of energy, during which the wielder should remain stationary. Yet, what Mong witnessed was utterly unacceptable. Lin Luo brandished the spear, lightning crackling along its length, moving with astonishing speed. But how could this be? What are you doing? This does not resemble being immobile at all. Why do you wield it with more proficiency than Gulen Sengsa itself? Humph, you little Fade Walker. Do you really believe this will defeat me? Mong remained contemptuous, viewing the Fade Walker as nothing more than a weakling, too unworthy to even engage in dialogue. Had Lin Luo been privy to Mong's thoughts, he would have retorted that the last time he encountered a doppelganger as arrogant as Mong, he had defeated it with ease. Oh, that was your brother. It seems you are indeed siblings. As Lin Luo charged forward, Mong confidently raised his hand, seemingly preparing to catch the spear barehanded. Lin Luo cast a puzzled glance at Mong, one that could only be described as one of concern for the mentally impaired. Does Mong lack awareness? Lin Luo pondered. Surely he wouldn't be foolish enough to attempt to catch the spear? Lin Luo muttered softly. Yet his words reached Mong's ears without fail. You insufferable Fade Walker. You shall pay for your foolishness. Mong bellowed in rage. Awareness? A question mark slowly formed above Lin Luo's head, but it was swiftly extinguished. Regardless, it is merely a doppelganger. No time to waste on trivialities. Focus on the task at hand. Noticing Mong's reluctance to even draw his weapon, Lin Luo seized the opportunity. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Lin Luo hovered above Mong, the dragon spear crackling with electrical energy. What? At that moment, Mong finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. With a piercing sound, the spear pierced through Mong's skull as though it were mere tofu, the intense heat of the lightning overwhelming his armor and body entirely. I see you have been assimilated by the eighth. Lin Luo let out a soft snort. The avatar of Munga dissipated in an instant, not even having the time to emit a cry of despair. This avatar, having lingered in the sewers of the royal city for many years, had lost all sense of combat awareness, yet retained its arrogance, believing itself to be a descendant of the divine. Ultimately, it met its demise at Lin Luo's hands. The brief interlude with Munga did not disrupt Lin Luo's journey. After vanquishing Munga, he proceeded directly towards the wall ahead. With a swift motion, he brandished the dragon spear, producing a resounding clang. The candelabra before the wall began to shift, slowly descending to reveal a narrow passage barely wide enough for two. A silvery light emanated from the depths of the passage, accompanied by the clear sounds of a flute, permeated by an eerie atmosphere. This marked the final stretch leading to the seal of the frenzied fire. Before long, Lin Luo arrived at the side of a deep pit. The sight was chilling. If one were to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be abundance of corpses, perhaps even an understatement. Strangely, there was no foul stench of decay. Instead, a pungent odor reminiscent of burning plastic filled the air, its origin unknown. Lin Luo stepped over several corpses and approached the edge of the pit, where layers upon layers of identical structures came into view, resembling a prison. Each level housed hundreds of crimson bones, marked with signs of scorching. However, unlike pure flames, these burned with an eerie red hue. Unlike the black that would typically accompany fire, this was likely where the nomadic tribes, afflicted by the frenzied fire disease, had met their end. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, unknowingly transforming his own eyes into swirling flames, while the garments enveloping his body began to ignite from within. Yet, he paid little heed to this, perceiving merely the resonance between the frenzied fire and himself. What remained was this deep pit, aptly dubbed the royal city's jumping joy. It was not uncommon for weaker fated ones to meet their demise here, having misstepped and fallen to their deaths before even reaching the seal of the frenzied fire. Would you not agree, O fated ones? However, this jumping joy held little significance for Lin Luo. With his robust physique, he leapt directly downwards, the black sword beneath him either slicing through or shattering the beams that protruded in his path. As he soared through the air, Lin Luo glanced up to find that the unique skeleton perched beside each layer had begun to play the flute, its gaze fixed upon him. Chapter 93. The Deity of Frenzied Fire. How peculiar. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, but said nothing. After all, these nomadic merchants, the few survivors, produced a clear, melodious sound from their flutes, perhaps expressing their longing for their homeland. He kicked aside the scattered bones on the ground and approached the blessing, ready to ignite it. This time, Melina did not emerge to hinder him, but instead took the opportunity to reside beside the blessing. Be cautious, Melina murmured, her hands clasped before her chest. Lin Luo remained silent, perhaps oblivious to the words spoken, or perhaps unafraid. Approaching the seal of the frenzied fire, a massive door of molten rock came into view. The red-black portal appeared as if it had endured countless scorchings, suggesting that the frenzied fire had indeed contemplated escaping this confinement. Yet the power of the Supreme will should not be underestimated. As Lin Luo drew nearer to the door, his garments began to ignite, the flames of crimson and gold gradually consuming his attire until nothing remained. Although Lin Luo felt an allure emanating from within, it was merely a seduction of the frenzied fire that clung to him. The true nature within was one of violence and unrestrained ferocity. Lin Luo, unencumbered by hesitation, boldly pushed the door open. His hands emitted a sizzling sound upon contact with the stone, which slowly began to yield. As a narrow gap appeared, a wave of terrifying heat surged forth, causing Lin Luo's hair to dance and his eyes to narrow slightly. He remained undeterred and continued to force the stone door open completely. Inside, the heat of the frenzied fire distorted the very air around him. The three fingers, seemingly aware of Lin Luo's arrival, flickered with a dim red light that gradually intensified, golden flames spilling forth from their crevices. The peculiar three-fingered appendage silently unfurled before Lin Luo. Without hesitation, he approached, extending his hands in response. The three fingers, satisfied with this outcome, moved closer, gripping Lin Luo firmly. The golden frenzied fire gradually enveloped him, and as the fingers imparted their essence, their form began to dissipate, replaced by a rising crimson flame. Even hotter than the golden fire contained within, Lin Luo no longer bore the agony he had experienced during his initial encounter with the frenzied fire. Despite a slight furrow of his brow, he was not overly concerned, albeit sensing something peculiar. If he were to articulate this sensation, it would be as if the frenzied fire within him was surging outward, to prevent the entirety of the frenzied fire from uncontrollably flooding into him. Lin Luo merged it with the tears of his brother. He intended to retain control over the remaining portion. However, curiously, while previous blessings of the frenzied fire had concluded swiftly, this time felt different. Why did it seem that the three fingers had no intention of ending this? Or perhaps they were reluctant to part with something. Something felt amiss. A sudden realization struck Lin Luo. If there were any unexpected outcomes from the blessing of the frenzied fire, there was but one possibility. Did it wish to reclaim itself? This terrifying conclusion formed in his mind. Before he could ponder further, the three fingers responded immediately, clamping down on Lin Luo with a grip akin to iron pincers. The anticipated blessing of the frenzied fire did not materialize. Instead, an overwhelming force of attraction emanated from the fingertips. "Ah, what are you trying to do?" A strange smile crossed Lin Luo's face. "Humble outsider, why do you possess our power?" Suddenly, a deep voice resonated in Lin Luo's mind. "Oh." Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "And you are?" This was the first time Lin Luo encountered such a situation. Was this the deity of madness? "You, a lowly reptile, dare to seek knowledge of my name. Those who steal my power shall ultimately be consumed by my flames." The voice resonated with fury. "Do all deities speak in such a manner?" Lin Luo replied slowly, his expression calm. "Oh, given your tone, have you encountered other deities?" The laughter of Lin Luo erupted suddenly, and despite being tightly gripped by three fingers, he felt no discomfort. "Why do you laugh?" The deity retorted. "What kind of a god are you?" Lin Luo's expression turned suddenly cold. "The most wretched deity in the entire realm? You speak nonsense. Do you dwell amidst filth daily?" Lin Luo inquired with a piercing gaze. You insolent wretch, do you not gaze upon others? The Supreme will governs a significant portion of the realm. The mother of ineffable truth has at least the Mongwen dynasty. The goddess of crimson decay almost possessed Melina, with a significant portion of the underworld as her followers. The world-devouring serpent commands the Grimnir volcano. And you? Huh. If we were to mention those wandering merchants, your followers would scarcely rival a minor lord. You know so much. That does not give you the right to provoke me. Return my power to me, then be reduced to ashes. The voice in Lin Luo's mind grew increasingly agitated before fading away. Lin Luo remained silent, allowing the three fingers to maintain their grip on him. It was not a bestowal of madness, but rather an extraction, drawing madness from Lin Luo himself. However, Lin Luo would not allow this to happen. Madness belonged to a form of runes associated with Luan, and it was clear that the deity aimed to merge the madness with Luan itself, seeking to absorb it completely. Yet, Lin Luo possessed the rune of death within him. Even the Supreme will dare not confront the sharpness of the destined demise. How could this foolish god aspire to drain it? Fortunately, he was controlling the three fingers. Had his true form come forth, it would likely have cost him half his life. Lin Luo released the runes within him, allowing the three fingers to absorb him. The fingers sensed this change. What was once a tightly sealed iron box was suddenly unlocked. The deity would not squander this opportunity. The pull from its palm intensified, ravenously siphoning the runes from Lin Luo's being. Indeed, it resembled a dog. The runes within Lin Luo began to seep out. First, the silvery, ordinary runes merging into the three fingers. A vast amount of runes filled the fingers, causing the thin digits to swell and grow. Soon, the madness within him began to surge as well. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. The madness was currently within the teardrop brother, and he was uncertain of the repercussions of losing it. Do not rush. My runes have yet to be fully drained, Lin Luo chuckled, unsure whether he was addressing the three fingers or the deity itself. At that moment, the three-fingered being suddenly realized that the fading entity in its palm was being filled with an overwhelming surge of runes. Although it could not comprehend the reason behind this phenomenon, an instinctive urge compelled it to absorb the runes, as they represented power in its perception. Regrettably, it remained unaware that what it considered sustenance would soon transform into the very blade that would lead to its demise. Chapter 94. Reforging the Body, the Little Creature. having abundant runes, lingered in a depth of shadow unseen by Lin Luo, whether among the stars or beneath the earth. Alas, both would serve as nourishment for me. After several minutes of rune absorption, the chaotic flames emanating from the three-fingered being had dimmed, replaced by a thick layer of darkness. Meanwhile, Lin Luo, held firmly within the grip of the three-fingered entity, exhibited cracked lips and a pallid complexion. This was the sole method through which Lin Luo could absorb the chaotic flames. If he were to forcibly draw from them, he could easily disperse the chaotic flames surrounding the three-fingered being, leaving Lin Luo devoid of any benefit. Thus, the first course of action was to relinquish its control over the three-fingered entity. The absorption of its own runes presented the perfect opportunity. It was impossible for it to command the death runes. That should suffice. Lin Luo suddenly spoke, eyes tightly shut. The three-fingered being, puzzled, gazed at Lin Luo, who was far from its grasp and not fully aware of its condition. Although Lin Luo's physical state was far from optimal, the same could be said for the three-fingered entity. One suffered from a scarcity of runes, while the other was overwhelmed by their excess. Lin Luo could distinctly feel the grip of the three-fingered being loosening, yet the absorption of runes persisted instinctively. Suddenly, the three-fingered entity discovered that the runes within Lin Luo could no longer be extracted. With a snap, one of its tightly clenched fingers unexpectedly released. No, it had broken. Cracks began to spread across the entire finger. What is happening? It finally grasped that something was amiss. The three-fingered being was no longer under its control. Such a possibility could arise from either the majority of the chaotic flames residing within it vanishing or the death of the three-fingered being itself. However, neither outcome was desirable, for it realized that this foreigner had acquired the strength to contend with deities. No deity wishes to witness anyone encroaching upon their possessions. No, this cannot happen. My power must not be surrendered to him. The three-fingered entity had become the sole vessel for the chaotic flames. If Lin Luo were to seize it, it would be unable to derive any benefit in the borderlands, having sacrificed a significant portion of its power in vain. The supreme will is to exploit its own resources. While the foreigner seeks to join in the fray, then let it be a battle. Can you withstand it, little three-fingered one? Lin Luo jested, a sardonic smile gracing his face, despite his less-than-ideal complexion. The odds were evidently in his favor. Slowly, he extended both hands, supporting the fingers of the three-fingered entity. And with a crack, the remaining two fingers fell to the ground. With a gentle breath, Lin Luo exhaled, infused with the essence of death runes. This subtle essence acted as a catalyst, igniting a violent explosion as his three fingers shattered with a resounding crack. Golden flames of madness erupted alongside a torrent of runes, enveloping the confined space. Lin Luo opened his arms, and the death runes surged towards him like long-lost kin, merging with the chaotic flames and flooding into his body. A soft groan escaped Lin Luo as he staggered back 2 steps, gradually crouching against the wall. Even the deities are this foolish, he scoffed, as the runes and flames in the air were drawn toward him, forming a swirling vortex that ascended into his being. Perhaps due to the sheer magnitude of power, even Lin Luo could not suppress a spurt of blood, crimson streaks appearing all over his body, oozing with divine golden blood. Yet he paid no heed. This was his intention. He sought to forge an elemental body for himself, an unparalleled vessel. Although endowed with divine strength, Lin Luo lacked a divine form. This was his singular shortcoming. Today, he endeavored to rectify this flaw, even if such a choice was audacious, unprecedented in history. His body began to fracture. The skin dissolved under the influx of runes, revealing not blood beneath, but radiant golden light, obscuring its true nature. As the chaotic flames continued to be drawn in, more skin tore away until, after the complete absorption of the runes and flames, Lin Luo's body vanished, leaving only a formless mass of golden light. At that moment, Melina, who had been waiting for a blessing, suddenly sensed the familiar essence of Lin Luo dissipate. Her spirit materialized with a jolt, her eyes reddening. Lin Luo, she called out, her voice echoing in the emptiness. Lin Luo did not respond. The worst possibilities flooded Melina's mind. No, Lin Luo, he is too strong to face harm. Melina's emotions spiraled out of control. She cast aside thoughts of the chaotic flame's fatal destiny, her focus solely on Lin Luo. In a sudden rush, she plunged into the chaotic flame's seal. Gazing into the vacant room, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. Lin Luo, Melina cried out, desperately searching for him. But all that met her gaze was a golden sphere. Her cries abruptly ceased as she sensed something amiss. Within this sphere, a familiar sensation lingered. Had it consumed Lin Luo? Gripping her dagger, she hesitated before the golden orb. torn between fear of harming Lin Luo and the dread that her indecision might seal his fate. After a moment of turmoil, Melina ultimately made her choice. With a soft clatter, the dagger fell to the ground. Lin Luo would never embark on an endeavor without assurance. Just as she once declared to herself, "As long as I, Lin Luo, draw breath, I shall never allow my beloved to stand in harm's way. Forgive me, Lin Luo, this time. I wish to walk by your side." Melina opened her arms and slowly stepped into the golden sphere. In an instant, a surge of chaotic fire rushed towards her, only to swiftly retreat as if confronted by something terrifying. The golden sphere appeared modest in size, yet upon entry, Melina discovered it resembled a miniature world. Suddenly, a pair of hands encircled Melina's waist, and a wave of scorching warmth brushed against her ear. Instinctively, she attempted to strike out, but her hand was firmly grasped by the newcomer. "It is I, Lin Luo. Lin, your body." Melina's pupils widened in disbelief, a hint of a sob lacing her voice. Lin Luo's form was unrecognizable. Half of his face had transformed into flames, while his left hand and right foot had morphed into dark, swirling mist. A sight both alarming and awe-inspiring. "Do not weep." Lin Luo gently kissed away the tears from Melina's eyes. "I am unscathed, and fortuitously, you have arrived. Let us reconstruct your body." Melina paused, glancing at the flames surrounding her, as the essence of runes surged towards her. Just in time to accomplish what must be done. Lin Luo chuckled softly, suddenly pressing Melina beneath him, capturing her lips with fervent intensity. Time slipped by unnoticed within the dark, chaotic flames, where the passage of moments was indiscernible. The golden sphere in the small room had vanished. Lin Luo sat on the ground, with Melina resting her head against his shoulder, a blissful smile adorning her face. The body forging had been a resounding success for both Lin Luo and Melina. In the realm of the boundary and among the stars, the strongest elemental body had been forged, impervious and eternal. Even in death, the essence of runes could not inflict significant harm upon Lin Luo. Now, he possessed an even greater grasp of the supreme will. As for Melina, her body, lacking sufficient runes to sustain the elemental form, had been enhanced by several drops of Lin Luo's essence, resulting in a physique that was half elemental, half human, with strength rivaling that of a demigod. Now, Melina could easily contend with Mungard alone. With a blush gracing her cheeks, Melina gazed at Lin Luo, draped in a thin cloak he had previously procured. Hee. Lin Luo chuckled mischievously, embracing Melina and savoring the warmth radiating from her. At that moment, the chaotic deity controlling the chaotic fire was obstructed by the Supreme while outside the boundary. "Let me in. You? Begone." The Supreme will barked angrily. "That little ant has grown stronger. With your current abilities, will you deliver him a meal? If you do not leave at once, I shall crush you. You, Supreme, do not overstep your bounds." Slap. A mighty hand, born of the Supreme's wrath, sent the chaotic deity flying with a resounding impact. "You foolish wretch, taking away 3 fingers. He has given him half of his power. How dare he think of draining the runes from someone who possesses the death rune? And now he intends to deliver provisions to the borderlands? If it weren't for my inability to enter, I would have eliminated him long ago. The death rune? You, the Supreme One, are no saint either. This matter has already escalated. Depart. Quickly retreat, for even with the entirety of the runes, he would not stand a chance against me. Yet you fools insist on delivering provisions to him, even going so far as to do it in halves. Get as far away as possible." The god of chaos pointed at the Supreme Will for an extended moment, but ultimately lowered his hand, turning away in frustration. "Humph. Does the Supreme Will think this will intimidate me?" A lofty thought indeed. In the royal city, after a brief respite, Lin Luo and Melina set forth on their journey once more. This time, however, they were joined by a companion, a true partner in every sense of the word. "Mungard, prepare yourself for a couple's combined effort. How amusing." With the guiding blessing, the two ascended once again above the royal city. Before departing, Lin Luo tossed a small gift into the city's sewer. As they moved away, a violent blaze erupted from the depths, consuming the decaying snails and stone imps within the pipes. The flames raged on, sweeping through the tunnels like a beast devouring all in its path. This inferno was relentless, ultimately culminating in a tremendous explosion at the entrance, the flames soaring several meters before gradually dissipating. This gift annihilated every creature dwelling in the sewers of the royal city. Mad fire. Montgard's face reflected sheer terror. What has transpired in the royal city recently? Just weeks ago, it was the aura of Platon Sanctus. And now it's this mad fire. The beings sealed within the sewers are not trifling characters. After failing to locate the Dragon King previously, if I return empty-handed again from the royal city, it would be inexcusable. Montgard vanished from sight and reappeared at the entrance of the royal city's sewer. Upon emerging from the sewer, Lin Luo made his way directly toward the golden tree. Ascending through the massive trunk below, he arrived at the Queen's chamber. It seems I was mistaken. Jevler is not here. I am too weary to amend that. Let us just make do with it. As Lin Luo entered, the phantom of Jevler materialized. As for the name of this place, it need not be elaborated upon. We are unaware of why Jevler is here, and dare not inquire. Yet, they are indeed husband and wife. The royal city may lack many things, but it is replete with these phantoms. Montgard's phantom, Mong's phantom, Jevler's phantom. Everyone from the elder to the young gathered in unison. Upon seeing Lin Luo's arrival, Jevler rushed forward, wielding a massive axe aimed squarely at him. Lin Luo pushed Melina aside, spreading his arms wide to declare that he was not of unsound mind. He merely wished to test the nature of this elemental being. Unlike the phantoms of Montgat and his ilk, the illusion of Guffly bore no consciousness. In response to Lin Luo's peculiar actions, he exhibited no hesitation, swinging his massive axe with ferocity towards Lin Luo's head. The sound of wind slicing through the air was audible as the colossal axe seemingly passed through Lin Luo's form. Yet, not a single drop of blood was shed. Melina, momentarily taken aback, was soon engulfed by a wave of fury. Drawing forth her mission dagger from her sleeve, she unleashed a tremendous golden sword aura. Guffly lifted his gaze, the brilliance of gold reaching his eyes. He raised his axe, positioning it before his face, regarding Melina's assault with a casual indifference. Had this been the Melina of yesteryears, Guffly would have easily parried her strike, but this was a different era. The reforged Melina was far stronger than before. The golden light, imbued with black runes of death, sliced through Guffly's royal axe like a razor, swiftly traversing his neck and erupting beside him. Clang! The axe fell heavily to the ground, and disbelief etched itself upon Guffly's face as the runes on his body began to dissipate. The black runes continued to erode Guffly's wounds, spreading from his neck and arms to engulf his entire being. Ultimately, Guffly fell to one knee with a thunderous crash, his form gradually fading. The initial king, though merely an illusion, was slain in an instant by Melina. Lin Luo's mouth gaped in astonishment, completely forgetting that his own wounds had already healed. Melina, too, was taken aback, her dagger clattering to the ground. Am I truly this powerful now? Both exclaimed in unison. The sound jolted Melina into remembering Lin Luo. She hurried over, panic etched on her features as she sought to inspect his injuries. However, Lin Luo appeared unscathed, his attire intact. Melina gazed at Lin Luo in confusion. Elemental body. Lin Luo was about to speak when a realization struck him. No, the most powerful divine body. Chapter 96. The ominous King Montgat. The most powerful divine body. How cliché, Melina thought to herself. Lin Luo observed Melina, a question mark hovering above his head. It feels as though you are harboring unkind thoughts, he remarked, lightly tapping her on the head with curiosity. I am not, Melina retorted. Her cheeks puffed in indignation as she turned away, striding outside. Lin Luo chuckled, promptly following in her wake. Upon exiting, they beheld countless corpses of the Dispel witches strewn across the ground, the cause of their demise shrouded in mystery. Lin Luo suspected that perhaps Montgat no longer heeded the supreme will, or perhaps he had never done so. The presence of these witches' bodies could serve as testament to that. Lin Luo had always harbored intentions of collaborating with Montgat, though he certainly held disdain for the notion of working alongside someone of his own status as a fated one. Thus, Lin Luo chose to incapacitate him first. One can easily envision Lin Luo grasping Montgat by the throat, inquiring whether he would accompany him to the west, or if he preferred to be sent there instead. Lin Luo, a man of reason, resorted to violence only when absolutely necessary. Wouldn't you agree, Grake? Grake, ah indeed. You even called out a couple of extra names. Lin Luo? Melina's voice interrupted his train of thought. What is the matter? Noticing Lin Luo lost in contemplation, Melina turned to him and asked. Nothing. Just pondering some other matters. Let us go. Seizing the moment when Melina was distracted, Lin Luo playfully smacked her backside and hurriedly dashed towards the tree trunk. Melina paused for a moment, her face flushing with embarrassment. Lin Luo. Hey. Melina, calm down, don't draw your blade. We're like an old married couple now, why be shy? Stop right there. That is not right. Melina, hold on. Damn it. The sewer has been burned through. What clues could possibly be found? Montgat grumbled as he crawled out of the well, cursing as he went. Who knows what he had just witnessed? He couldn't even discern the path as everything was engulfed in darkness from the flames. After a lengthy struggle, he emerged covered in soot. His once burlap cloak transformed into a dark shroud that might render him nearly invisible in the night. Montgot continued to grumble as he made his way back, having come up empty-handed twice now. If only he could discover who was responsible, he would ensure their demise. Montgot, lacking the ability to fly, had no choice but to return on foot. However, compared to Lin Luo, at least he wouldn't be obstructed, which led to Montgot trailing closely behind Lin Luo. At this point, Lin Luo and Melina had arrived beneath the golden tree, the Elden Throne coming into view. Melina appeared vigilant, scanning the surroundings in anticipation of Montgot's arrival. In contrast, Lin Luo exhibited an air of disdain as he absent-mindedly picked his nose, completely dismissing Montgot's presence. Where has that little wretch gone? Has he truly left me waiting? Lin Luo voiced his dissatisfaction. Where is he? Melina also expressed her confusion, given Montgot's character. He would surely meet his end in the royal city, yet he was nowhere to be found. Who cares? Lin Luo suddenly chuckled, sprinting towards the Elden Throne, and promptly seated himself upon it. Oh, the sensation is rather pleasant. Lin Luo settled into the throne, and it must be said that it felt quite comfortable, far superior to the one in Grake's court, though perhaps that was merely a psychological effect. Melina observed Lin Luo, who resembled a child in his delight, yet she refrained from speaking, merely smiling as if it were entirely natural for him to occupy the throne. Fated one, what are you doing? The furious voice of Morgott echoed through the hall. Morgott. Lin Luo paused momentarily, lifting his gaze. Although Morgott possessed a certain absurdity, it could not conceal the formidable aura that surrounded him. Descend from your throne. Morgott's complexion was grim, and the cane in his hand transformed into a resplendent greatsword. Is that so? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and slowly descended from the throne. The last king, Morgott, a remarkable figure, manipulated by the flames of ambition. Coveting the throne of Elden? Gold, Grake, the divinely bestowed twins, Miquella and Melina, the princess of the moon, Runni, General Radon. Justice Minister Rykard, you are all cut from the same cloth. Unrepentant traitors. Today, Morgott advanced slowly, gripping his long sword. I shall inscribe my name upon your epitaph. Morgott, the last king. As the words fell, Morgott's figure surged towards Lin Luo, his cursed sword carving a path through the air as it struck toward Lin Luo. Clang. Lin Luo reacted with remarkable speed. At the moment Morgott's sword flew towards him, he raised the black sword. The two long swords clashed violently, producing a shower of sparks. Not bad, Morgott. At least as a king, you are quite competent. Lin Luo squinted slightly. Alas, your vision ends here. With those words, Lin Luo responded in kind. The great sword swung fiercely, a tremendous force emanating from the black blade. Morgott's brow arched, surprised by Lin Luo's newfound strength, which propelled him backward. Using the momentum, Morgott retreated several steps, finally leaning against the wall to halt his movement. Melina was not idle either. She leapt high, her short dagger slicing through the air with multiple strikes. Several blades infused with the rune of death hurtled towards Morgott. The rune of death? How could you? Morgott hastily dodged, yet two of the strikes grazed his right arm, the searing sensation of the rune of death coursing through him. Initially stunned, he soon erupted with rage. The foremost condition for the existence of the Golden Law is the eradication of the rune of death. Only after this can all subsequent conditions proceed. If the punishment for traitors is death, then the crime of stealing the rune of death warrants the annihilation of 9 clans. Morgott, fueled by an unknown surge of power, flickered and moved with blinding speed, reaching Melina in the blink of an eye. His sword swung with incredible velocity, the cursed blade mere inches from Melina's brow. Fortunately, Melina's strength had considerably increased after her body was reforged. What seemed like an almost unavoidable attack was evaded as Melina leaned back, her body forming a 30-degree angle with the ground, pushing off with her feet to propel herself backward. Boom. The cursed sword struck the ground with great force, and disbelief filled Morgott's eyes. Had he missed? Morgott. Lin Luo shouted furiously. How dare you touch my people? Chapter 97. The Return of the Unstoppable Wargrey. Accompanying Lin Luo's voice was the sight of his fist, as large as a sandbag. Bang! The sound of flesh colliding echoed as Lin Luo's fist struck Montgert's face with tremendous force, leaving Montgert dazed. As if countless stars were twinkling around him, his massive body crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. But this was not the end. Fueled by rage, Lin Luo seized Montgert by the collar, exerting all his strength. In a semi-conscious state, Montgert felt as if he were floating in mid-air, the disorienting sensation leaving him feeling unsafe. Fortunately, the weightlessness quickly dissipated, only to be replaced by Lin Luo's brutally powerful knee strike. Harnessing this force, Lin Luo lifted Montgert and violently hurled him toward the ground, creating a significant dent in the earth beneath them. After slamming Montgert down, Lin Luo propelled himself high into the air, flipping 5 meters above, with his right knee aimed at Montgert's waist. Die! Lin Luo shouted, channeling not only his strength, but also the rune energy within him into his knee. The immense impact, if it landed, would surely incapacitate Montgert, if not kill him outright. In his dazed state, Montgert suddenly became alert. The potent rune energy was clearly beyond his capacity to withstand. How could this fated one be so formidable? No, I must move. Montgert screamed internally, yet his body remained unresponsive. As Lin Luo's knee descended toward his lower back, Montgert's eyes finally opened wide. In a moment of desperation, Montgert twisted his body just as Lin Luo's knee struck down. Boom! An explosive sound radiated from Lin Luo's position, sweeping away the surrounding leaves and structures with overwhelming force. Even the Elden throne nearby shattered under its might, merely a chair after all. Montgert was pushed back several meters by the shockwave, barely able to anchor himself by plunging his cursed sword into the ground. Otherwise, he would have been blown away. How could he be this powerful? For the first time, Montgert questioned his own strength. Even in a battle against Ratton, he could hold his ground for hundreds of exchanges. Yet before Lin Luo, he felt utterly constrained. Did he evade it? Lin Luo furrowed his brow, gazing at Montgert with confusion. Montgert appeared to be in poor condition, still reeling from Lin Luo's punch, his head buzzing. Is this all I can do? Montgert murmured, as a swirling yellow mist began to materialize around him. How dare you tarnish the throne with a curse? Such a disgrace. A perplexing utterance echoed, leaving one uncertain whether Montgert was referring to the fated one or himself. An odd sound emanated from Montgert, and Lin Luo discerned that the runes within him were rapidly surging. I shall never let you escape, Montgert bellowed, his voice piercing the heavens. Instantly, countless luminous swords materialized in the sky, their expanse vast, enveloping both Lin Luo and Melina. Without affording them a moment to react, the swords descended like raindrops, intent on reducing them to mere pulp. However, a scene that filled Montgert with dread unfolded. Lin Luo, cradling Melina, gradually advanced toward him. The luminous swords passed through their forms as if they were mere phantoms, evoking ripples akin to waves in water before plunging into the ground below. How could this be? What sorcery is at play? Montgert inquired, his tone laced with fatigue and fear. Such a maneuver ought not to exist in this realm. This is the domain of true divinity. No, even my mother, Marika, lacked such prowess. Though his runes did not rival those of the rune of death, his bloodline bore the essence of the golden tree, infused with Marika's blood. Even a spiritual entity should be vanquished, yet it proved utterly ineffective against Lin Luo and Melina. This suffocating spectacle diminished Montgert's fighting spirit significantly. Nevertheless, despite having taken a step back, he found himself compelled to advance once more. For retreat was no longer an option. Behind him lay the golden tree. Fated one, you are indeed formidable. I underestimated you. However, I cannot retreat. Montgert's voice grew steadily louder until it erupted into a roar. With a swift motion, he drew the curved sword across his palm, blood instantly staining the blade. I detest the blood of cursed seals, yet it grants me the strength to repel the ambitious. I am the King of Omen, the Blessing King. I shall not permit the throne to be tainted by others. Montgert's cursed sword radiated a sinister glow, and with each swing, it left trails of black-red sword energy in the air. Cursed blood slash, is it? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, his expression growing slightly grave, yet only slightly. Positioning Melina behind him, he raised a small shield that had appeared on his left arm and charged forward. Prepare to perish, foolish one, manipulated by the flames of ambition. Montgert scoffed, gripping his sword and cleaving toward Lin Luo, accompanied by the black-red sword energy trailing behind him. Huh. The last time I employed this tactic was against the Supreme Will. Lin Luo sneered, raising his shield as a golden light enveloped him. War Ash, invincible. While this technique might seem trivial in a cycle or game, where invincibility for a fleeting second paled in comparison to a well-timed roll, the circumstances were decidedly different now. This invincibility can even withstand the Elden Star of the Supreme Will, a magic reminiscent of the principle of causality, the origins of which remain unknown. The Supreme Will, of course, would not regard the magic conjured by these denizens of the inner regnum, yet it unwittingly absorbed everything into its cycle. Be it the Hunter's Step, the force field of Topus, or the legendary spells of invincibility, each conjured magic poses significant challenges. The Supreme Will has fallen into a considerable trap. Soon, Montgert too would be deceived, as the cursed sword struck sharply at Lin Luo's neck. Mungert found himself perplexed, despite swinging his sword to the right. Lin Luo raised his shield to the left, leaving him bewildered. Unbeknownst to him, mere seconds later, he would be met with astonishment and despair as the cursed sword forcefully struck Lin Luo's form. The anticipated severing at the waist did not occur. Instead, a flash of golden light emanated from Lin Luo, and he was sent flying several meters, entirely unscathed. What is this? Chapter 98. The King of Deception returns. As you can see, your formidable trump card is, in my eyes, utterly insignificant. Lin Luo spoke slowly, revealing a seemingly tattered small shield capable of unleashing a powerful skill to withstand all attacks. Mungert had reason to suspect that this was a weapon left behind by a true deity. No, it could merely be a disposable tool. It could not possess such strength. He attempted to convince himself as he once again wielded his curved sword against Lin Luo. Bang! The familiar sound resonated once more, and Mungert felt a wave of despair wash over him. Have you had enough? Lin Luo chuckled lightly, crossing his arms. His body pushed back several meters by the force of the impact, yet sustaining no damage. No, even if a true deity were present, I would still guard the throne. Mungert straightened his bent posture, his cursed sword fiercely slashing toward Lin Luo, who nimbly evaded his strikes with a slight movement. Mungert remained relentless, delivering blow after blow, seemingly intent on reducing the man before him to pulp. Lin Luo appeared to evade effortlessly, the cursed sword grazing the edges of his garments with every strike. Die! Mungert's left hand transformed into a golden hammer, descending upon Lin Luo with such speed that evasion seemed impossible. Thus, Lin Luo chose to confront it head-on. At the moment the golden hammer was about to crash down, he raised his right hand. The hammer halted mere centimeters from his palm, rendered immobile. How could this be? Lin Luo had not raised his shield, indicating he had not invoked the ashes of war. But why? To withstand the might of a demigod? Is he that monster from the shattered star? Mungert's eyes burned red as he struggled to accept this outcome. Mungert, Lin Luo said, you have remained stagnant all this time. With a gentle grip, Luin gathered energy within his palm. Such is the nature of demigods, either gravely injured or possessing a modicum of strength. They often hold themselves in high regard. Now, I wonder what it feels like to be subdued by a fated one like me. Bang! Lin Luo exerted himself fiercely. The golden hammer shattered instantaneously, dissolving into countless golden particles that scattered into the air. Mungert was also propelled by the force, stumbling backward several meters. Golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After rolling on the ground for several revolutions, Mungert finally came to a halt. A fated one. Truly the descendant of warriors, Mungert said with great difficulty, a flicker of disappointment and unwillingness in his eyes. You speak nonsense. Lin Luo retorted angrily. That was my prowess. What does it have to do with being a descendant of the fated ones? Your vulgar tongue. Mungert raised a finger, struggling to articulate his thoughts. How am I vulgar? You are but a despicable outsider, a humble fated one. What right do you have to judge me? Lin Luo scoffed, casually cleaning his ears and beckoning at Mungert with his pinky. You. Mungert spat out a mouthful of blood, infuriated by the caustic words of the fated one. Stop feigning death. Lin Luo looked at Mungert with disdain, squatting before him. Humph, fated one. Do as you please, whether to slay or to maim. In the face of victory and defeat, I have no words to offer. Mungert closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate. Why would I kill you? Lin Luo replied. Mungert, puzzled, retorted bitterly, do not think for a moment that I would assist you. The golden tree rejects all, and even I cannot enter its depths. Rejection's thorn? I could simply set the golden tree ablaze, could I not? Lin Luo chuckled coldly. You do not think I lack the means, do you? How dare you? Mungert's emotions flared once more. Such an outrageous act. Do you comprehend the consequences of burning the golden tree? The entire borderland would be affected. Oh, so you are merely a competent king, Lin Luo sneered. What do you mean by that? Before we proceed, I wish to ask you a question. Do you know why Marika, your mother, shattered the ring of law? Mungert fell silent for a moment. Although he had always protected the golden tree, shattering any who dared to covet the throne, he was not entirely clear regarding Marika's actions. You are aware of the Supreme Will, are you not? Lin Luo spoke softly. The Supreme Will? Mungert furrowed his brow. I have heard of it. To put it differently, the two fingers are the messengers of the Supreme Will, Lin Luo continued slowly. Since you are unaware, allow me to explain it to you. Mungert silently regarded Lin Luo, refraining from speech. Let us first discuss the reason behind Marika's decision to shatter the Elden Ring. Lin Luo seated himself cross-legged before Mungert, with Melina drawing near to sit alongside him. This tale begins with the concept of the Greater Will. Marika was chosen by the Greater Will, and the Golden Law served merely as a tool for the greater will to amass power within the lands between. What does this imply? The opening statement left Mungert bewildered. Why the urgency? Lin Luo cast a sidelong glance at him before continuing. Marika not only uncovered the schemes of the greater will, but also identified the flaws within the Golden Law. Thus, she shattered the Elden Ring, allowing the Demigods to compete for dominion over the lands between, where countless beings were granted immortality. This became the source of their ambition, as the predetermined death was sealed, and nearly all beings, under the restoration of the Golden Tree, became immortal. Yet, with each cycle, the greater will siphoned a minuscule amount of power from within them. Though this power was scant, its abundance yielded innumerable benefits for the greater will. Lin Luo narrated this with eloquence, glancing at Mungert before uttering a startling revelation. Marika and Radagon are one and the same. How is that possible? Mungert inquired, incredulous. Humph, Marika embodies the human aspect, endowed with human emotions and will, while Radagon represents the divine aspect. To put it bluntly, he is but a hound of the greater will. Therefore, when Marika shattered the Elden Ring, he frantically attempted to prevent and restore it. How do you possess such knowledge? Are you not merely a tarnished one from beyond the lands between? Mungert suddenly recalled this matter, his expression steeped in skepticism. Do not regard me with such bizarre eyes. Lin Luo retorted with disdain, then continued. We are all mere playthings of the greater will. It is just that I possess a modicum more prowess than you. Although he claimed it was only a little, he gestured with his right hand, indicating a distance of several inches. Mungert, visibly vexed, chose to remain silent. You may find this hard to believe. I was originally the next generation of the Elden Lord, nurtured by the greater will. Lin Luo began to reveal. Chapter 99, an accord reached. You speak nonsense. Slap. Do not interrupt. Mungert could not restrain himself and retorted, only to receive a swift slap from Lin Luo. Can you let me speak? You. Mungert stared at Lin Luo for a prolonged moment before finally unclenching his fist. How sensible of you. Lin Luo smirked, and then continued. The greater will's objective in creating another world nearly identical to the lands between was to cultivate a creature akin to Radagon's hound. I have endured thousands of cycles. There is no corner of the lands between that I am not familiar with. Do not adopt such a skeptical demeanor. I am even aware of the red, open-crotch trousers you are wearing. As Lin Luo spoke, he caught a glimpse of Mungert's disdainful expression. By the heavens! How do you know that? Montgoth instinctively opened his mouth, only to quickly realize something and promptly fell silent. Believe it or not, you currently appear as a mere wastrel. What significance would it hold for me to deceive you? Lin Luo remarked, exasperated. Montgoth lowered his head in silence, seemingly pondering the feasibility of Lin Luo's words. Then what is your true objective? After a moment of contemplation, Montgoth inquired once more. You've finally hit the nail on the head. It's quite simple. I intend to slay the Supreme Will. What? Montgoth's expression was one of utter bewilderment. You just spent a lengthy discourse extolling the Supreme Will's immense prowess, and then claimed to be the next Elden King nurtured by it. Had you not uttered that last sentence, I might have thought you were trying to recruit me into the Supreme Will's ranks. What are you saying? Montgoth's eyelids twitched, revealing his disbelief. What, are you afraid? Hold on. Before we discuss fear, you were the one who pinned me down and struck me. Now you want me to join you? Montgoth appeared utterly perplexed. What do you take me for? What nonsense? That was merely self-defense. Lin Luo shrugged, looking helpless. Regardless, I shall pursue my own boss. While you play your role as the Lord of the Capital, it won't affect me in the slightest. Besides, do you wish to witness your mother's plans fail? To see the Supreme while reaping the harvest in the borderlands? Someone must step forth. If you do not, then that person shall be me. Just do not stand in my way, otherwise, I shall show no mercy. Lin Luo's tone turned grave and resolute. Is that so? Montgoth's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the viability of the plan. Lin Luo's words were not without merit, and he had his own doubts. Although Montgoth did not fully comprehend the Supreme Will, he was well aware that the two fingers were certainly not benevolent. The finger-reader old hag incessantly spread her malicious whispers around the capital, urging others to pursue the Elden Ring, creating a chaotic atmosphere in the borderlands. Montgoth had executed countless finger-readers, yet they seemed to proliferate endlessly, as each batch he eliminated was swiftly replaced by a new one. Here, one could attempt to vanquish the finger-reader old hag, but she would return after a brief rebuke and a blessing, to be precise. Only the gentle Enya among them truly cared for the Tarnished. What must I do? After a moment of silence, Montgoth finally spoke. Congratulations on making the right choice. Lin Luo's face lit up with joy. Do not rejoice too soon. You are not much different from those Tarnished who covet the throne. Mongoth tilted his head and stated, "Before matters of great significance, I remain clear-headed. However, once this affair is settled, I shall surely duel with you again. Always welcome." Lin Luo replied, shrugging, "Just do not weep when you cannot defeat me." "Nonsense. How could I ever shed tears?" "Wait a moment. How could I possibly be unable to best you?" Montgat instinctively replied, only to realize halfway through the utterance the latent implications within his words, and he quickly retracted. "Uft. Ha ha." Both Lin Luo and Melina erupted in laughter, with Melina covering her mouth, evidently struggling to contain herself. "What are you laughing at?" All right. I shall not jest with you any longer." Lin Luo wiped away the tears of mirth and continued. "You understand the consequences of burning the trees, do you not?" "Yes, I am aware." A flicker of reluctance and resolve shone in Montgat's eyes. "I understand, and I shall do what needs to be done." Montgat declared. "The royal city may be destroyed, but it can be rebuilt, and I shall lead them to another stronghold. The Supreme will has gnawed at the borderlands for far too long, and having suffered such devastation from the Law Ring, it cannot be allowed to continue its dominion. Before long, the day of the borderlands' demise will be upon us." Montgat spoke with solemnity, articulating his insights. "I apologize, I retract my previous statement. You are not merely a competent monarch, you are also a worthy citizen of the borderlands." Upon hearing Montgat's words, Lin Luo was initially taken aback, then found solace, ultimately feeling a twinge of regret. "There is no need. I have never acted out of self-interest. So, where do you intend to relocate?" "It is unclear. We shall first stay in the northern part of Nimjafu for a while, and after the trees are burned, the royal city can still be rebuilt." Montgat's words were imbued with the authority and resolve of a king. As the blessed king, his soldiers would unconditionally follow his commands. "Well, you might also consider moving to the vicinity of Stonevale City. The new king is a good ruler, and mutual support between the two sides would not be a disadvantage." "Oh, that is indeed a possibility. Then do remember to inform your soldiers." Lin Luo pointed to his own face. "They must remember this face. I do not wish for your soldiers to wield their great swords against me when I return to Nimjafu. And what of those emissaries of the Honey Snow Oracle and the Gargoyle statues? If you can manage them, that is well and good. If not, do not take them with you." Lin Luo's voice grew increasingly louder, eventually even dragging the tree guardians into the fray. Stop. Montgat, unable to endure any longer, waved his hand dismissively. "The earlier matters are manageable, but as for the gargoyles and the tree guardians, I cannot control them." "What sort of king are you then?" "Do not speak such nonsense." Montgat retorted vehemently. "The gargoyles are the kin of the Black Blade and servants of Malikas. What authority do I possess over them? As for the tree guardians, their very name indicates their purpose. How could they possibly leave with me? Their mission has been determined since their inception, to guard the golden tree, a task they undertake tirelessly throughout the year." Do not be so agitated," Lin Luo stammered, quickly responding. "Enough. I am weary of conversing with you. Your mere presence incites my ire. Quickly take this thing and depart." Montgat abruptly tossed a fragment of a symbol into Lin Luo's embrace, a lord symbol. In Chapter 100, Elpas, he secured the symbol and forged an alliance with Montgat. It appeared that all plans were progressing smoothly, and Lin Luo's spirits were elevated. The subsequent plan was straightforward. He intended to journey to Platinum Village to acquire the remaining half of the sacred tree's secret symbol. This was the sole path leading to the sacred snowfield, notwithstanding those reckless individuals who dared to leap into the abyss. Before departing, Lin Luo attempted to touch the spike of refusal. Perhaps it was the influence of the frenzied fire, the death rune, or the supreme will that rendered the spike particularly attentive to him. As he approached within half a meter, the spike of refusal surged forward several meters, exuding an aura that seemed intent on vanquishing Lin Luo. He, however, was disinclined to court disaster. Entering would yield nothing but wasted time and effort, not to mention an early confrontation with the supreme will. The potential losses far outweighed any benefits. Lin Luo cast a lingering glance at the entrance of the golden tree, leaving with a meaningful gaze before he departed. Platinum Village was situated in the Lake of Linnea. Following the mist-laden path along the left side beneath the Moonlight Altars Mountain would lead him to the village. The entire area surrounding the Lake of Linnea was enveloped in azure waters, yet here the waters bubbled with a vivid green hue. This lake was highly corrosive, and the surrounding trees had long since withered, their branches drooping and roots decaying. It was unclear what calamity had befallen this place. The path to Platinum Village was littered with the fallen, corpses strewn across the landscape, enveloping the village in an oppressive darkness. A foul stench wafted through the air, prompting Lin Luo to wrinkle his brow and instinctively pinch his nose. Good heavens, was this not a mere cesspool? As Lin Luo momentarily pondered, a gigantic crab suddenly emerged from the depths. Perhaps it had lingered too long in this murky pool, for its shell was tainted with green. A crab from the cesspool, Lin Luo exclaimed, astonished, pointing at the creature. The crab retorted, "Are you not polite? Keep your distance." Lin Luo brandished his staff and unleashed a devastating meteor spell. Before the crab had a chance to draw a breath of fresh air, two beams of violet light struck its visage. When it next opened its eyes, it found itself in an unfamiliar setting, where an elderly man with a white beard stood before him, drawing a cross over his chest and murmuring prayers, "Amen." Having dispatched the little crab, Lin Luo continued on his journey. Along the way, he encountered numerous unconscious signs of platinum. There were 3 generations in total, and this was one of them. They were frail and devoid of combat prowess, thus belonging to the most unsuccessful generation of their kind. Next came the 2nd generation. The peculiar and endearing platinum children, though they have lost their human form, wield weapons with a physical resilience surpassing that of ordinary humans. However, their unfortunate shortcomings lie in their appearance and intellect. Consequently, they have been relegated to the status of cannon fodder by the Kalia royal family. The last generation is represented by the likes of Latina, who possess commendable combat abilities and whose appearance is nearly indistinguishable from that of humans. Yet, they are inherently afflicted with the inability to utilize their lower limbs, thus necessitating the companionship of a wolf, which, when combined, yields formidable combat prowess. This marks the birth of the 3rd generation of platinum children. Undoubtedly, the 3rd generation was crafted solely for the purpose of battle, a fact that has led to the grievous devastation of the Platinum Village. For generations, they have safeguarded the secret sigil of the Golden Tree, which has drawn the covetous gaze of many, including the cunning Sir Gigi, prompting his agents to invade, resulting in the current state of this hellish realm. Lin Luo bypassed the unconscious Platinum children and crossed the suspension bridge to reach the heights of the Platinum Village. Being acutely sensitive to magic, Lin Luo soon discerned the village chief, who was camouflaged as a jar. Grasping his sword, he struck the jar's surface with the back of his blade. "Oh, please no, stop." The old chief's form gradually materialized, hands clasped atop his head, his face etched with terror. "I am utterly unaware. I have concealed nothing. I implore you, cease." The old chief pleaded incessantly. However, Lin Luo had no intention of taking his life. "You may be mistaken. I am not one of those you speak of." "Oh, you are not one of their companions? Thank heavens. Ahem, forgive my rudeness." The old chief, not in the best of conditions, slowly addressed Lin Luo. "I am Alpas. As you can see, a platinum child. Our village is doomed." The old chief lamented sorrowfully. "Those detestable curse-bearers have obliterated everything. No sane individuals remain. I beseech you, could you take this sigil away? It must not fall into the hands of those curse-bearers." "Certainly," Lin Luo replied, accepting the sacred sigil of the tree from the old chief and placing it into his satchel. "Thank you immensely. Furthermore, if you happen to encounter a girl named Latina, a platinum child, could you pass this to her? For us platinum children, it is a gateway to a paradise. The sigil I entrusted to you is the key to that place. We can no longer venture forth, and it is an invaluable treasure for us. Yet, for Latina to fulfill her mission, she will undoubtedly require that sigil." Lin Luo nodded gently, while Alpas managed a grim smile. "Oh, how grateful I am to you. My feet are on the verge of disappearing, and my life is nearing its conclusion. This is the inescapable fate of the Platinum Sun." "Oh." Alpas let out a difficult roar before finally collapsing to the ground, dissipating into ruins. Alpas persevered until now with an unimaginable will. It is truly remarkable. Had he not maintained this state, the ominous hunter above would have long since seized the sigil. Regarding this matter, Lin Luo deemed it necessary to discuss it with Nephilim. Given her disposition, she might struggle to accept it at first. However, as a sovereign, one must confront certain realities, especially since the orders also come from that old coot, Sir Baiji. Yet, he is not the mastermind. The true orchestrators likely hail from the volcanic estate. Nephilim is well suited to be a ruler. She possesses the compassion and tolerance of a monarch, viewing the Platinum Sun as akin to humanity. Yet, her character flaws destine her not to become a better sovereign. Thus, this step is one Nephilim must undergo for her growth as a ruler. Chapter 101. The sudden change of blessing after departing from Platinum Village. Lin Luo did not hastily seek out Latina, but instead headed to Stonevale City. After recounting the events to Nephilim, she remained skeptical. Nevertheless, considering Lin Luo had no reason to deceive her, she decided to investigate the matter herself, albeit with a sense of uncertainty. Upon leaving Stonevale City, Lin Luo returned to the Great Blessing. Since his last departure, It seemed he had not returned to the Great Blessing. Previously, frequent visits were due to reinforcing weapons at the blacksmith's. Now, however, his need for weapon enhancement had diminished significantly, and as time passed, visits to the Great Blessing became infrequent. Given the recent events, it was time to seek out that old coot, Serbaiji, and inquire about the whereabouts of the Black Blade organization. However, upon this return to the Great Blessing, an unexpected incident occurred. Lin Luo felt as though he had been pulled into another realm. Though the scenery remained that of the Great Blessing, a crimson glow enveloped his surroundings and his companions. Di Guo and Inya had vanished. Fortunately, Melina remained by Lin Luo's side. At that moment, a ripple akin to water spread through the air, and a red figure gradually materialized. It was one of Serbaiji's subordinates, Wang Haianxia. Though the background suggested he was quite formidable, Lin Luo had never regarded him highly. What of the so-called king of countless sycophants? To Lin Luo, it was merely a jest, and Xia's head was either adorned solely with a skull or bore a mask so lifelike. Coupled with his crimson figure, it was quite a sight. Alas, Lin Luo was a staunch materialist. Did Serbaiji send you? Lin Luo asked directly, arms crossed, and Xia gazed silently at Lin Luo before unsheathing his sword. Ah, indeed. A foolish dog, Lin Luo scoffed, unsure whether he was mocking Inxia's overconfidence or Serbaiji's inconsistency. As the long sword of Inxia descended, Melina sprang into action, or rather, she unleashed a powerful kick aimed directly at Inxia's chest. The speed of her strike was astonishing. Inxia, observing Melina's movement, attempted to defend herself, but her reflexes failed to keep pace with her thoughts. By the time Inxia contemplated raising the sword sheath to deflect Melina's leg, the pain in her chest had already made its presence felt. Melina, an ethereal being of considerable strength, had undergone a profound transformation, amplifying her power beyond compare. The force of her kick erupted against Inxia's chest, sending her sprawling several meters away. After tumbling on the ground, the back of her head made solid contact with the nearby fireplace. This body is quite impressive, Lin Luo mused, contemplating the necessity of crafting a body for Lani that wouldn't be confined to her puppet form. In truth, Lin Luo had previously considered forging a new vessel for Lani, but the majority of her magic was rooted in the dark arts and ice magic, which were entirely incompatible with the chaotic flames. He did not wish for any unfortunate incidents to occur, especially should they encounter the star deities. He could construct another body using the radiance of stars. And Xiao, struggling to rise, was met with Lin Luo's formidable size 43-foot, which came crashing down upon her face. To prevent any further treachery, Melina casually discarded Xia's weapon. It was then that she discovered his weapon was not a longsword, but rather a hand bone. What peculiar individual would wield such a thing as a weapon? Melina pondered with curiosity. You have some audacity to invade my world, Lin Luo remarked coolly, retrieving a renowned blade from his storage pouch. You are merely a pawn, and I cannot be bothered to engage with you. I shall seek out Serbaiji to settle the score. If he has not gleaned a single piece of information regarding the Black Blade organization, then he can join you in meeting Marika. As soon as he finished speaking, the tip of the blade plunged into Inxia's skull, rendering her motionless. The surrounding area gradually returned to normal, yet Inxia's lifeless form lay starkly before the onlookers. Fated one, what are you doing? Di exclaimed, raising his sword in alarm. Even Colin, nearby, adopted a combative stance, clearly displeased with Lin Luo's actions. Are you not aware that the Great Blessing forbids brawls? How could you kill someone under its protection? This is utterly unforgivable. Di's voice brimmed with murderous intent, as if he were ready to subdue Lin Luo at any moment. Oh, Lin Luo tilted his head, bemused. Rules? What nonsense are you spouting? They invaded my realm, and I eliminated them. Should I have let them kill me instead? Humph, just a one-sided tale. Inxia has been affiliated with the Ci Fu for quite some time. How could one possibly invade you? Are you seeking trouble? Lin Luo is not one to possess a gentle temperament. Believe it or not, should you choose disbelief, I shall render you lifeless. After all, there are few commendable individuals within the Ci Fu. Brother Di regarded Lin Luo as an adversary, subtly drawing his sword, prepared to strike should Lin Luo exhibit any signs of movement. Lin Luo's expression turned frigid. Did he truly presume himself to be a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Do you wish to guess how Inxia met his demise beneath your feet? Di, do not move. Kulin suddenly recalled something. The corpse of Inxia had not dissipated. The implication of its permanence struck Di, and he abruptly halted. Disbelief etched across his face. Could he possess the power of the death rune? This maddening notion flickered in his mind. However, Lin Luo remained oblivious to Di's thoughts. He only knew that if you sought to take his life, then he would preemptively extinguish yours. Lin Luo brandished his renowned blade, gracefully performing a flourish as he advanced toward D, the sound of his heels echoing ominously against the floor, akin to the tolling of a death knell for D. The aura emanating from Lin Luo was formidable, so much so that D momentarily forgot to resist. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Luo was already upon him. D was on the brink of succumbing to despair. Just as the situation teetered on the edge, the voice of Sir Baiji resounded. Lin Luo, the raspy, aged voice called out from behind him. It was then that Lin Luo paused his blade. D, having narrowly escaped a dire fate, let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Sir Baiji? Humph. Lin Luo revealed a cryptic smile, whether it be one of mockery or delight. What's the matter? Having acted disgracefully, do you now wish to redeem yourself? You, old man, clearly hold me in utter contempt. I apologize, but I have never regretted the decisions I have made. Lin Luo's final words reverberated through to Ci Fu, an ominous sensation instantly enveloping the hearts of all present. Particularly D Thud. That was the sound of D's head rolling upon the ground. Chapter 102. The Fate of the Black Blade. How dare you? The crowd erupted in fury, drawing their weapons, eager to impart a lesson upon the audacious fated one before them. Melina silently gripped her dagger, poised to slay anyone who dared to move against her. Excluding one, of course, Sir Baiji. He had been meticulously investigating Lin Luo's strength, initially attributing his victory over the Moon Queen, Reina La, to her prolonged imprisonment and diminished power. He credited the defeat of the Shattered Star, Latine, to a collective effort. Yet, witnessing Xia dispatched in less than half a minute, he comprehended the true extent of Lin Luo's prowess, perhaps only a fraction, but certainly beyond his own capabilities. Lin Luo coldly surveyed those around him. Each one was no exception, as they were all far from virtuous, and their demise would bear no consequence. Halt. Seeing the situation, Sir Baiji realized he had no other choice but to step in and smooth things over. Indeed, it was Xia who invaded Lin Luo, coveting the power he possessed. His demise was well-deserved, Sir Baiji remarked. As for D, Lin Luo had valiantly defeated the formidable Reina and Latarn, so facing provocation was unavoidable. One could only blame D for his lack of discernment. Upon hearing Sir Baiji's eloquent response, Lin Luo couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Did you think the initial remarks were the crux? They were not. The most significant statement was the mention of defeating Reina and Latarn. Strength is the foundation of existence. Sir Baiji clearly articulated one thing. This individual was formidable, and when he spoke of eliminating foes, he was not jesting. He truly possessed that capacity. One must commend the wisdom of this old fox, who, after so many years, spoke with such finesse. Sir Baiji's words soon bore fruit. Those within the Grand Blessing were undoubtedly astute individuals. Upon hearing his remarks, they refrained from foolishly provoking Lin Luo. Humph, old man. Lin Luo coldly cast a glance at Sir Baiji, too weary to engage in a quarrel. Shall we discuss this inside? Of course, Sir Baiji extended his hand. Leaning on his cane. Let us go. Lin Luo snorted, proceeding to Sir Baiji's chamber. As soon as he entered, Lin Luo forcefully shut the door, thrusting the famed blade. Moonshadow, onto the table. You audacious rogue. You dare to send someone to kill me? Was that Xia sent by you? Lin Luo's eyes narrowed, eager to hear Sir Baiji's defense, or rather, his explanation. Regarding that matter, I sincerely apologize. As his master, I extend my regrets. However, I must say, Xia's invasion of you and subsequent demise is truly beyond remedy, Sir Baiji replied smoothly. You seem to have a clean conscience. Lin Luo chuckled lightly, inquiring. Are you suggesting this matter has nothing to do with you? Ask that dog next door if he believes you. Sir Baiji, maintaining his composure, continued. I genuinely had no knowledge of the situation regarding Xia. Silence. I have no interest in your explanations. This matter is in the past. Do not presume I am unaware that you covet the secret talisman in my possession, treating me as a fool. Lin Luo seethed. Next, will you inform me of Letina's whereabouts, then invite me to seek her? First you invade, and if unsuccessful, you feign cooperation. You old man. Have a cunning plan indeed. Sir Baiji paused momentarily, realizing the narrative was not unfolding as intended. Enough. I do not wish to dwell on these matters nor engage in disputes. What I currently care about is the whereabouts of the Black Blade organization. Lin Luo raised his blade, pointing it directly at Sir Baiji's throat. You had best possess something of value, or else. Calm down, calm down. Sir Baiji waved his hand, gradually pressing down the renowned blade. However, Lin Luo tilted his long sword, once again pointing it at Sir Baiji's head. There is news. Sir Baiji pressed the tip of his sword down once more, and this time Lin Luo did not raise it. Speak. Lin Luo arched an eyebrow, a hint of anticipation in his gaze. I'm not entirely certain of their exact location. Clang. The renowned blade was raised again. Wait. Don't be so hasty. Sir Baiji hurriedly interjected. The only lead on the black blade lies with one person. Who? Lin Luo queried, tilting his head in confusion. The leader of the black blade. Yeleto. Sir Baiji spoke slowly. However, the will of the black blade assassins is formidable. If you seek to extract information from him, I may be of assistance. Oh, Lin Luo said, a smirk playing on his lips. What assistance can you offer? I have a friend, Selvies, a professor of magic, Sir Baiji replied slowly. He possesses the ability to concoct a potion that can reduce demigods to mere puppets. If you can have Yeleto consume it, you will surely uncover the whereabouts of the Black Blade organization. That might disappoint you, Lin Luo shrugged. I've already dealt with that old fool. Lin Luo spoke calmly, yet it unsettled Sir Baiji. It wasn't because of any strong bond with Selvies. Rather, the thought of Selvies' demise made Sir Baiji question his own value to Lin Luo. Lin Luo was a straightforward brute, and Sir Baiji lacked confidence in confronting someone who could single-handedly shatter stars. However, to Sir Baiji's astonishment, Lin Luo actually sheathed his sword. Not bad. I hadn't considered that, Lin Luo nodded. Indeed, while Selvies was gone, the potion still remained in Lin Luo's possession. Sir Baiji retained some utility. After Lin Luo acquired another secret sigil, he would seek out Yeleto. What a predicament! Sir Baiji shivered, realizing Selvies' personality would likely lead to a short life. Whether it be the Black Blade, Lonnie, or himself, they would devise ways to eliminate him, and it seemed he would meet a grim fate at Lin Luo's hands. By the way, Selvies' true form is at the Kalia stronghold, right? You're not mistaken? Sir Baiji suddenly inquired. This question left Lin Luo momentarily stunned. Are you worried he might still be alive? Rest assured, I could tell at a glance that he was no longer human. His true form must have met a tragic end, Lin Luo mused, contemplating the torturous methods of the teardrop brother, of which he was still quite knowledgeable. Do you hold a grudge against him? Lin Luo questioned. Not at all, Sir Baiji shook his head. While he felt some regret over Dalaretha's death, he did not consider it a vendetta. What Sir Baiji did not realize was that Selvies had held intentions against Nephilim for quite some time. And it would be at that moment that Sir Baiji's hatred for Selvies would reach its zenith. Had Lin Luo not intervened, it is likely that Selvies would have met his demise at the hands of Sir Baiji, having acquired the knowledge he sought. Lin Luo did not intend to linger any longer. Regarding the matter of Inxia, I shall not hold it against you, for you are, after all, a clever individual. Aware of what ought to be done, let us depart, Melina. Chapter 103. The Platinum Son of Latina after leaving the Grand Blessing. Sir Baiji finally felt a sense of relief. The oppressive aura that Lin Luo exuded was formidable. It is often said that the intelligent fear the fearless, while the fearless dread the foolhardy. Lin Luo himself was uncertain of his classification, but he was undoubtedly at the lowest tier among the three. Damn it, one must possess strength. Sir Baiji clenched his fist and struck the table with a resounding thud. Such humiliation had not been experienced in centuries. Lin Luo. Once they departed the Grand Blessing, the two returned to the Lake of Linnea. After a series of searches, Lin Luo arrived at the crystalline cave by the lake. This was the passage leading to Ledna's domain. Although the cave was shrouded in darkness, Lin Luo's memory served him well, and under the pressure of the rune within him, the surrounding minor creatures refrained from unwarranted provocation. Upon reaching the end, a Hound Knight appeared slowly. The term Hound Knight was merely a collective reference, akin to the organization known as the Lost Country Knights. This was not one of the Hound Knights confined on Weeping Peninsula, but rather another whose presence Lin Luo could not comprehend. It seemed that this Hound Knight had also lost consciousness. Upon encountering Lin Luo and Melina, he charged forward, brandishing his hound's fangs. There was no need to elaborate on the outcome. However, Lin Luo was intrigued by the question of where Melina had learned to kick someone in the face. The scenario was reminiscent of the previous encounter in the Grand Blessing, where another Hound Knight lay sprawled on the ground. Beneath the hard helmet, a distinct dent was visible. Wait, when did Melina don heeled shoes? Was it intentional? As Lin Luo pondered this unsettling thought, a chill coursed through him. No, perhaps I am overthinking this. Melina, let us proceed. He gestured towards the exit, where sunlight streamed through the cave's opening, undoubtedly indicating the way out. Coming, Melina replied, her expression betraying little. In truth, Lin Luo had likely read too much into the situation. Melina was merely acclimating to her newly reformed body. Perhaps it was his own guilty conscience that was at play. Upon exiting the cave, a pale-skinned girl, whose complexion bordered on the sickly, came into view. She wore a chainmail helmet and was draped in a thin blue robe, beneath which lay sturdy armor. She lay collapsed on the ground, half her body leaning against a nearby wolf, her breath appearing weak and labored. The wolf's words had long since lost their breath. Lin Luo slowly stepped forward, intending to greet her. However, to his surprise, Latina spoke first. I have already informed Bayerman that I possess no sigil. Are you not yet satisfied? You have taken my companions. Is that not enough? Latina's voice trembled, tinged with a hint of tears. Well, Lin Luo scratched his head, disliking the sight of a girl crying. You may have misunderstood. I am not familiar with that old fellow Sir Baiji. We are not allies, he explained, gradually retrieving the other half of the sacred tree sigil from his satchel. He certainly did not expect Latina to take his word for it. Here, this is the sacred tree secret sigil given to me by village chief Elpis. He asked me to deliver it to you. Latina was somewhat taken aback, quickly realizing her earlier rudeness. Is that so? Old Mr. Elpis entrusted you with the sigil? Since it was his last wish, I shall naturally choose to believe you. My name is Latina, and like old Mr. Elpis, I am also a child of platinum. I apologize for my earlier impoliteness. I should not have hastily assumed you were in league with Bayerman simply because you are a fated one. Latina slightly bowed her head in apology. Well then, you may continue to keep the sigil. However, could you listen to my request? Latina looked at Lin Luo. He remained silent, merely nodding in response. I must return. Even though I am separated from my companion, Robert, I still have to fulfill my mission. Can you take me back to Lord Mykila's sacred tree? If you can grant my request, I will reveal the location of another sigil to you. Very well. Lin Luo contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thank you. I have heard that the other sigil lies to the north of the Golden Tree. To reach it, we must first traverse the Forbidden Zone to reach Soul City, then ascend using Lord's Great Lift. The city is atop that giant mountain. Lin Luo nodded, knowing that he could have found Latina without seeking her out, as he was already aware of the location of the other sigil. However, he had promised Elpis, and Lin Luo was not one to break his word. Now, the time has come to part ways, Robert, my loyal companion. To honor our previous efforts, I will now journey alongside this fated one. So, forgive me, Robert. Latina's voice grew fainter, her form gradually dissipating. Ultimately, she transformed into a cloud of ashes, falling into Lin Luo's hands, where he could summon her to fight with the soul bell. Call upon me whenever needed, and I shall fight for you. Latina's voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind, leaving behind these words before fading away. Latina seemed to have retained some strength and consciousness. Lin Luo was curious about how she had achieved this form. Had Lin Luo possessed such means back then, he would have reduced Latine to ashes. Lin Luo had not conducted extensive research. After securing Latina's ashes, he proceeded towards another objective. The Black Blade was an indispensable element of Lin Luo's task. While he might not fear the Black Blade's underhanded tactics against himself, his friends were a different story. After all, not everyone possessed Lin Luo's peculiar resilience. Curiously, when Lin Luo mentioned the prison of the Black Blade's leader being located among the Moon People, Melina surprisingly declined. Despite his persistent inquiries, Lin Luo could not discern her reasoning. Ultimately, Melina retorted, "Foolish creature, Lonnie hasn't emerged for ages, and half of me feels quite unsettled. If you don't go and comfort her soon, you might end up being crushed alive." Lin Luo could never have anticipated this as the cause. With no alternative, he ventured alone to the ruins of the Moon People. Oh, and there was something I nearly forgot. Upon arriving at the ruins, Lin Luo suddenly clapped his hands, recalling a forgotten matter. Ever since emerging from the sewer, the petite Lonnie had seemingly remained confined within his storage pouch. This simply would not do. She needed to be released for some fresh air. Lin Luo unzipped the pouch. A burst of white light surged forth. Chapter 104. The Leader of the Black Blade. Aletto for a moment, Lin Luo was taken aback. As the magical energy surged, he realized, goodness, this is Lonnie's dark moon. Startled, he hastily abandoned the storage pouch and fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally resting against a large rock. After a brief moment, he cautiously peeked out, only to see the white light still flickering, yet the anticipated explosion had yet to occur. What was happening? Lin Luo squinted. He was certain he had misjudged. 3 minutes passed, and Lin Luo could no longer contain his curiosity. He approached the storage pouch. Reluctantly, he moved closer, and upon his arrival, it seemed as if he had triggered some mechanism. The white sphere detonated with a muffled thud. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned, and in that instant of explosion, a singular thought raced through his mind. Damn, have I been deceived? He instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. Lonnie's dark moon was potent. He must protect his handsome visage. Yet, Lin Luo did not experience the anticipated chilling sensation from the dark moon. He kept his hands raised, wary of being tricked again. It was only when a small hand reached towards his right cheek that he finally reacted. Lonnie? Huh. Lonnie gazed at Lin Luo with confusion. Like Melina? She too did not comprehend the meaning of the term wife. Upon hearing Lonnie's voice, Lin Luo finally felt a sense of relief and released his grip. Lonnie. He leaped forward, and before Lonnie could fully comprehend the situation, he had already pounced on her. Hey, Lin Luo, what are you doing? Lonnie exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and indignation coloring her tone. It's just that I haven't seen you in ages. I'm quite overwhelmed with excitement. Lin Luo nuzzled against her, his face radiating joy. Get off me, or else I shall unleash the dark moon. Lonnie paused momentarily, then struck a pose she deemed fearsome as she threatened him. Lin Luo's eyes narrowed, and the corners of his mouth began to curve upwards. He found Lonnie's words amusing in an inexplicable way. Laughing joyfully, he held her tightly, jesting that if he didn't seize this moment, he might have to wait an eternity for the next opportunity. You. Lonnie puffed her cheeks, raising her hand only to let it fall back down. Humph. I'll let you off this time. After several minutes of affectionate nuzzling, Lin Luo reluctantly released her. Oh, by the way, do you know who imprisoned the Blackblade's leader here? I need him to be somewhat useful, Lin Luo inquired, recalling the matter at hand. Oh, you mean Aleto? At that time, she was being hunted, and I captured her, but there were pursuers behind her. When I caught her, her daughter had already perished. Lonnie explained, I have no idea if she's still alive. She had injuries, so I simply tossed her into the ceiling prison. I must hurry to check. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Having finally found a lead, he could not afford to let it slip away. Lonnie remained silent, her face still adorned with a smile, yet her small fist clenched, betraying her inner turmoil. What? Lonnie huffed lightly, her smile somewhat rigid. Huh? What did you say? Lin Luo caught her faint whisper, but could not discern the words. It's nothing. Lonnie, in a haughty manner, turned her head away and fell silent. How perplexing, Lin Luo muttered in response, which only served to infuriate Lonnie further. Just as she was about to turn back and teach Lin Luo a lesson, his lips suddenly pressed against hers. Pop! A sharp sound pierced the air, but this time, Lin Luo had learned his lesson and quickly dodged. Hee. Lin Luo chuckled, savoring the moment as he playfully licked his lips, even extending his tongue. I'm out of here. Lin Luo laughed heartily and hastily departed, leaving Lonnie in a state of stunned disbelief. Only after Lin Luo had distanced himself did Lonnie regain her senses, feeling a mixture of anger and amusement. Of course, there was also a tiny spark of happiness. That infuriating Lin Luo. How dare he? Humph. I shall let you off this time. Lonnie looked up, huffing as she smiled at Lin Luo's retreating figure, her form gradually fading away. The ceiling prison of the Blackblade's leader was not far off, situated near the edge of a cliff. Upon observing the serpentine creatures, reminiscent of centipedes and radiating a violet luminescence, one can ascertain the location of the ceiling prison. Entering this confinement, the atmosphere remains insular and foreboding. The terms sinister and eerie encapsulate the essence of this environment. Lin Luo unsheathed his renowned blade, cautiously advancing towards the violet fissure ahead. It is a rare occurrence for an individual to breach this ceiling prison in a century, and Erdtree must be experiencing an overwhelming surge of excitement. However, given the nature of this dark-bladed assassin, Lin Luo, upon stepping inside, would likely contemplate how to hasten his demise and subsequently partake in his remains, rather than engage in any form of amusement. Yet, this is Lin Luo, and the dynamics should inversely unfold. A shadowy figure materialized from the violet crevice. Before Lin Luo could discern the visitor's precise form, the silhouette lunged directly at him. A breach of martial ethics? Lin Luo tilted his head, his form swaying abruptly as he initiated the hound's step. Erdtree had already reached the position Lin Luo had just vacated. The blackened short blade carved a crimson mark in the air. Erdtree exhibited remarkable control over her body, wielding her sword without a hint of hesitation. And the notion of post-attack recovery was non-existent. Intriguing, Lin Luo licked his lips. Since you choose to eschew martial decorum, I shall not be held accountable. With a sudden flourish, he swung the crystalline necklace in his grasp. Two streams of dark energy erupted forth, manifesting as the first and second divine skins. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er. Engage. Merely allow her a breath. Lin Luo pointed a finger at Erdtree. Perhaps, in former times, these divine skins might not have been her match, but Erdtree had languished in confinement for such an extended period, entering with injuries that rendered her true strength a mere fraction of its former self, accompanied by lingering dark wounds. Xiao Yi and Xiao Er would undoubtedly have no trouble dealing with her. What followed was a unilateral thrashing administered to Erdtree by the two divine skin emissaries. Xiao Yi, at the forefront, brandished the divine skin-curved sword, spinning wildly, forcing Erdtree to evade incessantly. Meanwhile, Xiao relentlessly hurled dark flames from behind, leaving Erdtree with scarcely any opportunity to counterattack. Ultimately, Erdtree, enduring the black flames, attempted to forcibly eliminate Xiao. Yet, when the black blade struck Xiao, it was as if it had encountered no resistance whatsoever. Erdtree could hardly fathom that the blade imbued with the power of the death rune would one day become ineffective. What a jest! Did she truly believe that our endeavors alongside the Huntress Queen were in vain? If they possessed consciousness, the two divine skins would surely remark thus. Chapter 105. The Black Blade Organization. Crisis. After a fierce struggle, Xiao and Xiao successfully subdued Erdtree. Binding her limbs, Erdtree found herself utterly immobilized. A glimmer of mischief sparked in Lin Luo's eyes as he chuckled with glee. However, this expression was fleeting, quickly masked by Lin Luo's composure. Bah! I am the protagonist. How could the protagonist utter such words, especially considering that the individual in question has a daughter? Boss Chow, when did you arrive? Hurry up and leave. Lin Luo suddenly sensed an odd shift in the atmosphere and hastily dismissed his errant thoughts. Damn it, he had just been manipulated. It must have been that scoundrel, the Supreme Will, who is notoriously lewd. Supreme Will, meow meow meow. Lin Luo jotted down another note regarding the Supreme Will in his notebook before directing his attention to Yoleto. He reached out and removed Yoleto's hat, unveiling her face to his gaze. To be fair, her beauty was rather unremarkable, perhaps even plain. However, Lin Luo noted with curiosity that Yoleto's left eye was also closed, possibly blind, much like Melina's, yet differing in that her eyelid bore no claw-like tattoos. This further inclined Lin Luo to associate the Black Blade with Marika. Can you speak? Lin Luo half-squatted before Yoleto and inquired. Yet, to his disappointment, Yoleto merely fixed her gaze upon him in silence. He could discern the killing intent in her eyes, while concealed. Yet he, possessing the death rune, was acutely sensitive to such threats. Seeing her remain mute, Lin Luo grew impatient and directly pinched her face, intending to force the amber starlight potion down her throat. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The instant Lin Luo grasped her face, Yoleto suddenly expelled a long, black-red needle from her mouth with astonishing speed. Before the two emissaries of the divine skin could react, the needle shot straight towards Lin Luo's face. He promptly recoiled, rolling several times, uncertain if he had been struck. A hint of a smile graced Yoleto's face, a smile indicative of a successful scheme. However, this expression did not linger for long, as Lin Luo stood up, as if unscathed. Cough, this thing is a bit choking, he remarked, brushing off the dust that had splattered onto his clothing as he slowly extracted the long needle from his mouth. Ugh! Lin Luo spat out a mouthful of phlegm, laced with a peculiar black liquid. What strange concoction did you add in there? Witnessing this, Yoleto's lips curled into a slight smirk once more. What are you doing? First, buff yourself up and then we'll talk. Lin Luo retrieved his storage pouch, spilling forth a plethora of items. First, he unleashed a wave of fiery healing upon himself, followed by a muffled grunt, realizing it still did not suffice. Thus, he proceeded to consume various potions, the decay moss, blood moss, death moss, and poison moss, one after another, before finally downing 2 vials of red dew. Contentedly letting out a satisfied burp, Yoleto stood there in astonishment, her smile still intact, albeit frozen in place. Unbelievable, which pharmacy stocks such an abundance of potions? Are you a wholesaler? Is a wandering merchant sourcing their supplies from you? And what are those bizarre trinkets surrounding you? Are you performing some kind of ritual? Yoleto felt as though her worldview had shattered. A person cannot, or rather should not, be like this. At that moment, Lin Luo finally noticed Yoleto. Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand. Lin Luo spoke slowly, and before Yoleto could fully comprehend, Lin Luo had already approached her. The instinct of an assassin compelled her to struggle, or at the very least, to contemplate self-destruction. Yet, her limbs were firmly restrained. She could only watch as Lin Luo poured that peculiar potion into her mouth. The amber starlight, of unknown origin, possessed the power to control demigods. Although Lin Luo was curious, he would never dare to test the potion's efficacy himself. At the very least, Selvies had no reason to deceive him. The potion took effect swiftly. The murderous glint in Yoleto's eyes faded, replaced by an expression of emptiness. While such a description might cast Lin Luo as a villain, it was a necessary course of action. As Yoleto lost consciousness, Lin Luo instructed Shin Pai and the other individual to release her. He then sliced Yoleto's fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto a mound of blank ash. Tentatively, he shook a bell, and Yoleto's gaze regained its luster. In truth, Selvi's creation should not be able to manipulate others directly. It seemed he reduced individuals to ashes for the sake of preserving subsequent developments. By the way, you're not truly mute, are you? Lin Luo finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Aleto, maintaining her serious demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. The voice of a person is instinctual. Could it be that to reach the pinnacle of the assassin profession, one must sacrifice their vocal cords? Lin Luo was curious. Yet he returned to the matter at hand. Is your founder Marika? Aleto nodded. Where is the headquarters of your Black Blade organization? Lin Luo posed his final inquiry. Aleto hesitated for a moment, contemplated deeply, and ultimately shook her head. Lin Luo was naturally dissatisfied with such an ambiguous response. It seemed as if she had said nothing yet everything at once. Reflecting on Aleto's earlier actions, Lin Luo began to comprehend. You don't actually have a headquarters, do you? Aleto nodded. This poses quite a dilemma. Lin Luo sighed, resting his forehead in his hand as he sat down on the ground. By the way, do you have a way to contact other Blackblade assassins? As their leader, surely you possess some means? Aleto nodded once more, then shook her head again, slowly extending forefingers. Lin Luo felt another headache coming on. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of dialogue between Lin Luo and Aleto, he grasped most of the intricacies of the Black Blade organization. Aleto was merely a former leader. The Black Blade was not lacking in leadership. When one perished, another would simply take their place. Even as a leader, direct communication with all others was impossible, designed to prevent situations like Lin Luo's from occurring. However, they could contact 4 other high-ranking members within the Black Blade and, through them, reach even more individuals. Their mission relied heavily on a statue of Marika, which was believed to house a fragment of her soul. Lin Luo provided Erdtree with dozens of vials of potions acquired from Selvi's, hoping to leverage Erdtree's connections to gain further influence over the Black Blade. After all, Erdtree was somewhat of a senior figure. It seemed improbable that he could be deceived entirely. Chapter 106. The Arena of Carnage. Having resolved this matter, Lin Luo prepared to set off. Before departing, he shook the petite Lonnie for quite some time, but she refused to emerge. Lin Luo initially thought she was upset, which left him anxious for a good while. It wasn't until Lonnie returned that he learned she had gone back to the academy to meet Reina. Reina's condition remained less than favorable. Considering her status as Lin Luo's mother-in-law, he intended to bring Radagon directly to her, hoping that a gesture of respect would restore her clarity. Through guidance and transportation, Lin Luo returned to the city of Stonevale, which had undergone a remarkable transformation. The area once used by the ominous king for hunting the fated had been thoroughly cleaned. Along the mountain path leading to Stonevale, numerous houses had been constructed. Guards stood watch at the entrance, and the once solitary road had evolved into a bustling marketplace. A development that pleased Lin Luo immensely. The only downside was the scarcity of sentient soldiers, yet a multitude of new residents had arrived, infusing this cold borderland with a semblance of warmth. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed such a scene. Lonnie appeared beside Lin Luo, her small mouth agape in surprise. Hey, this was your husband's suggestion, Lin Luo declared, hands on hips, pride etched across his face. With a haughty glance, Lonnie turned her head away. Lin Luo? A melodious female voice called from a distance. Oh, that's Melina's voice, he thought, waving and hurrying toward her. Just as Lin Luo was about to greet her, he instinctively turned back to find Lonnie gazing intently at him. It seemed as though an inexplicable force compelled her. Without understanding why, she linked her arm with Lin Luo's, pressing closely against him. Is this the arena of carnage? Lin Luo sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere, panic rising within him. This was not part of the narrative. He grappled with the dilemma of extricating himself without offending Lonnie, yet remaining in this position might anger Melina. In his mind, Lin Luo felt as though he were on the verge of disaster. It is indeed not entirely Lin Luo's fault, considering that Lonnie's mother was betrayed. And although Melina and Lonnie are essentially the same person, Melina has been raised solely by Marika. The last time they met, a confrontation almost ensued. And now Lin Luo has closed his eyes, awaiting the judgment of fate. The anticipated slap has not arrived. Instead, he feels the dampness of cheeks against his own. Confused, Lin Luo opens his eyes to find Melina embracing his right arm, planting a kiss upon his cheek. Not one to be outdone, Lonnie also bestows a kiss upon Lin Luo's face. Yet, Lin Luo feels no joy, for he can distinctly sense the firm grip of both women around his wrists, leaving deep impressions. It seems the trend now is to feed first and strike later. Lin Luo trembles, too afraid to speak, lest he draw the attention of the two women. 5 minutes pass, but to him, it feels like 5 hours. Finally, it is Melina's voice that shatters the silence. Let's go, Lin Luo, we should take a stroll. Lonnie remains silent, Yet Lin Luo can feel her grip on his hand loosening significantly. The weight on his heart finally lifts. He had expected at least 2 slaps, or at the very least, a fierce exchange between the 2 women. Yet, the reality indicates he may have overthought things. In truth, both women contemplated taking action, but they believed that whoever struck first would be at a disadvantage in Lin Luo's eyes. Perhaps the 2 are inherently one. Their personalities harmonizing despite one being haughty and the other shy. Following Melina's lead, Lin Luo quickly interjects, I see Brother Shrimp's shop. His words come out somewhat awkwardly. Let us go take a look. I'm quite hungry. No sooner had he spoken than he hurriedly departed the scene. Lonnie and Melina exchanged glances, merely letting out a light hum, before trailing behind Lin Luo as he walked away. Lin Luo, somewhat perplexed, wondered why he felt jealousy from one person. With no time to ponder further, he dared not take action to inquire. Arriving at a small house not far off, it appeared that Nephthys had acknowledged Brother Shrimp's culinary skills, as the establishment was noticeably more upscale than its surroundings, indicating considerable effort had been invested. Brother Shrimp's diner. As he approached, Lin Luo noticed the bustling business. Even though it was not mealtime, the diner was still quite populated. Tilting his head, he observed that the establishment had employed several staff members, which made sense given its size. Brother Shrimp could not manage it alone. Entering, he found a clean table in the corner and sat down, with Melina and Lonnie taking seats beside him, causing his previously relaxed heart to tighten once more. Ahem, Brother Luo. Fortunately, Brother Shrimp emerged from the kitchen just in time to see Lin Luo, waving his hand in greeting. That hoarse voice felt like a beacon of hope to Lin Luo. Brother Shrimp. Lin Luo shouted loudly, startling the dazed Lonnie beside him. With reddened eyes, Lin Luo rushed over and grasped Brother Xia's hands tightly. Brother Xia was taken aback, merely shaking Lin Luo's hand in a bewildered manner. Damn. With that expression on Lin Luo's face, he thought he must have done something to offend him. Are you alright, Luo Ge? Brother Xia asked nervously. Sensing Lin Luo's emotions were somewhat unstable. What about eating shrimp? Let's eat. Lin Luo insisted, holding Brother Xia's hand firmly. I'll go check the kitchen, just a moment. Without waiting for Brother Xia to respond, Lin Luo hurriedly pushed him along. Melina and Lonnie silently observed the scene, both feeling a twinge of guilt towards Lin Luo, but then resolutely decided against yielding. They exchanged glances and huffed, choosing to remain silent. Ultimately, Brother Xia was forcibly ushered by Lin Luo to join him for shrimp. Lin Luo was completely engrossed in devouring the shrimp, eating ravenously throughout. Brother Xia wanted to inquire, aren't you full, Luo Ge? But given the peculiar atmosphere, he opted to remain silent and joined in the meal. The 4 of them were enveloped in this strange ambience. Chapter 107. Dayshade City. Lin Luo had spent an entire afternoon in Shidongwire City, feeling his head grow increasingly foggy. That night, he slept soundly, feeling exhausted, more so than when he had battled the Shattered Stars. The next day, he selectively forgot about the events of the previous afternoon. His upcoming journey led him to the volcanic manor to visit his second cousin, intending to set off alone and bring the 2 ladies along when he reached the snowy mountains, allowing them some time to bond first. Otherwise, Lin Luo could hardly tolerate the current atmosphere. Leaving a letter behind, he quickly slipped out of Shidongwire City, heading directly to the Golden Tree Hill outside the royal city. Before visiting the volcanic manor, he planned to stop by Dayshade City to retrieve the legendary weapon, the execution sword of the Mare family. To be honest, Lin Luo felt this sword was the most overrated of all. He had long wanted to criticize the combat technique, the O'Hare's sword dance, questioning whether it wasn't simply an imitation of another's weapon. While he could argue that it was their skill being appropriated, that sword was actually called the O'Hare's sword. The Mare family was a prestigious lineage, with the name passed down through generations. Dayshade City was their domain, where each generation had served as executioners. The Judge Lacquard was the master of the Grimmill Volcanic Manor, a merciless judge and the head of many torturers, a man as chilling as a serpent. Grimmill Volcano served as a prison at the border, managed by Judge Lacquard, who oversaw the approval of guilty parties. Those sentenced to death were sent to Dayshade City for execution, carried out by the Mare family. However, the current Lord of Sunshade City is unlike any other. Lord Mare appears outwardly loyal to the Golden Tree, yet secretly serves as a devoted sycophant to the Valkyrie Melina. It could be that the men of the Mare family are inherently destined to coexist with affliction. Perhaps it is for this reason that Mare is drawn to Melina, the goddess who, since her birth, has been ravaged by the blight of corruption, living a life both beautiful and tragic. Upon reaching the outskirts of the royal city, Lin Luo hastened towards the location of Sunshade City, nestled beneath the suspension bridge leading to the volcanic manor. Lin Luo illuminated the grace points on the bridge before leaping down. With the elemental body, Lin Luo could land headfirst without so much as a scratch, rendering the previous incident a mere memory. Hence, the long-tailed cat brooch felt justified in finally calling it a day. Long-tailed cat brooch. Bah, scoundrel. Used and discarded? Upon reaching the ground, Lin Luo entered Sunshade City through a breach in the city wall. Outside, the moat had been tainted by toxins, transforming it into a sickly green river, akin to the situation in Platinum Village, albeit here it was markedly worse. The city itself was permeated with poison, now resembling a fetid swamp. Towering Miranda flowers unleashed a torrent of toxic pollen, while miasma swirled above the poisoned marsh. A swarm of cursed frogs lay in wait, their bodies exuding a deathly aura that even Lin Luo had to regard with caution. The individuals tainted by the scarlet rot had long since devolved into mere husks of their former selves, aimlessly wandering the city walls. Although these souls had lost their consciousness, their hostility towards outsiders remained palpable. Upon sighting Lin Luo, they lunged at him as if starved beings had encountered sustenance, displaying a vigor that belied their corrupted state. Unperturbed, Lin Luo faced the onslaught with a calm demeanor, accustomed to such encounters. In a flash, a blade of light appeared, swiftly vanishing. Those charging towards him suddenly bore a gaping wound across their necks, collapsing to the ground with a thud before succumbing to death. After dispatching the corrupted individuals on the city wall, Lin Luo pressed onward, discovering a cloaked figure crouched over a corpse. This was likely a fallen perfumer, though Lin Luo was uncertain of their intentions. The label of fallen was evident from the apron adorned with embroidery depicting curses against the golden tree. The act of consuming their own concoctions, thereby affecting their body and senses, signified their descent into depravity. These chronic self-destructive perfumers earned the moniker of fallen. With practiced ease, Lin Luo withdrew a blade of mercy, stealthily approaching. In a decisive strike, he plunged his weapon into the back of the perfumer. A single blow sufficient to end the wretch's life. With the perfumer dispatched, Lin Luo continued his ascent towards the city walls, engaging in combat while simultaneously exploring his surroundings. Before long, Lin Luo arrived at the opposite end of the city wall. There, he beheld a knight clad in golden armor, kneeling with a lance in hand, seemingly engaged in a solemn prayer. As for why this corrupted knight, under the command of the Valkyrie, found himself here, one could only lament that Mare was a hopeless romantic. Doubt it. Seizing the opportunity while the knight was engrossed in his devotion, Lin Luo approached and, with a swift kick, brought him crashing to the ground, his blade swiftly piercing the knight's neck. The knight twitched a couple of times, then lay still. Withdrawing his blade, Lin Luo proceeded into the tower behind the knight, where he discovered an array of statues, each uniquely fashioned but all unmistakably female. Deep within the chamber lay a wooden chest, which, upon opening, revealed a golden prosthetic crafted for the Valkyrie. Behold, the pitiful devotee, consumed by his obsession, Lin Luo mused. It is said that outside the city, one might still encounter Mare, who, as of late, found his beloved Destined city occupied. Even losing his cherished sword, a weapon seized at the execution grounds, now wielded by the formidable Iron Thorn Elren Mel. The execution sword of the Mare family had been masterfully claimed, with even O'Hare's combat techniques now attributed to him. The former vassals of the Mare family laid the blame upon Mare, for it was utterly incomprehensible that their lord had fallen for a woman so tragically flawed. Such actions undeniably stirred discontent among his retainers and servants. Under the faith of the Golden Tree, the Scarlet Decay was deemed heretical. They could not fathom why their lord would love Melina to such an extent, a revelation that would surely invite ridicule. Consequently, Mare was cast out from Destined City, with no one willing to extend a helping hand, allowing Elren Mel to usurp control. As for those corrupted knights within the city, their loyalty did not lie with Mare. They merely safeguarded Melina's armaments and refrained from interfering with the shifting tides of power in Destined City. Furthermore, there was no indication that Melina ever reciprocated Mare's affections, even after he had paid such a steep price. They offered no assistance to Mare, leaving him alone to bear the brunt of a world that had turned against him. Chapter 108. Elren Mel. Well, if it's there for the taking, best to seize it for me, Bao. If exposed, it could be useful to Millicent as well. Lin Luo collected the prosthetic limb and stowed it away in his satchel. The affairs and figures entwined in this city, each and every one, were marked by tragedy. Alas, they were all but the creations of the Supreme Will's caprice. Perhaps it would be a kindness to end their suffering in due time. With that thought, Lin Luo departed from the tower and made his way toward the Grand Hall on the other side. After several twists and turns, Having come to understand the corrupted knights and the fallen servants of the Mare family, I swiftly arrived at the upper echelons of Sunshade City. An increasing number of white statues began to emerge, and in a secluded corner, a mutated hunting hound lay in wait. Upon vanquishing it, the fated one discovered a spirit kneeling on the ground, murmuring, "The Mare family is doomed to fall in love with such a filthy, wretched woman, and to have their city and sword taken by a sinner." This was the tragic fate previously mentioned regarding the Mare family. Lin Luo quickened his pace. The Lord's chamber lay deeper within the castle. Along the way, the fated one encountered 3 more corrupted knights, defeating them in succession before finally reaching the entrance to the Lord's room. Lin Luo had long harbored suspicions that this Elongmire was yet another sycophant of Melina. There were rumors of another version, perhaps enamored with Tarnished. The details were too scant. Further study of the scholar's works was necessary. To be frank, pursuing Melina was quite a challenge. She was a demigod capable of standing toe-to-toe with Rattan. To think one could win her over through mere affection was folly. One must either be more intelligent or more powerful than her to have any hope of conquest. Unless, of course, one is Mycela. But I digress. Entering the Lord's chamber, I found myself in a spacious hall. A man clad in heavy armor and wielding a great sword slowly turned to face me. He was none other than Elongmire, the one who had exiled the former lord, Ironthorn. Seizing the moment, I scanned the room, which resembled a display of Valkyrie artifacts. In the center hung a large portrait of her, while various prosthetic limbs were meticulously arranged along the walls. Additionally, suits of armor belonging to corrupted knights adorned either side of the room. Had I not been in Sunshade City, I might have thought I had entered the residence of the Valkyrie herself. Why were there so many personal items of the Valkyrie in Sunshade City? It was likely that during her southern campaign from the Holy Snowfield, Melina had briefly stopped near Sunshade City, where Lord Mare encountered her and, enchanted by her sealed crimson corruption, revered her as his goddess. Thus began his frenzied pursuit, declaring his city a repository for Melina, a rather absurd notion. Resting my chin on my hand, I gazed at the displays, momentarily lost in thought. Elongmire, noticing my dazed expression, felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be that this fool harbored feelings for Alan? The thought incited a surge of anger within him. Without warning, Elongmire flung his execution sword, the crimson blade tracing ominous arcs through the air. Only then did I react. The instinct to fight ingrained in my very DNA triggered. While a strike might not inflict significant harm, I, ever cautious, preferred to evade. I slightly leaned aside, allowing the blade to narrowly pass by me. However, Elongmire swiftly regained control of his longsword. His right palm slightly clenched as he brandished it fiercely towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo promptly drew his sword and positioned it before him. The massive blade was formidable and powerful. It was fortunate for Lin Luo that he was able to stabilize himself after a slight wobble. Yet, Elongmire's strikes remained rapid and relentless. After Lin Luo successfully parried the sword, Elongmire quickly retracted his longsword and advanced with great strides, raising his large shield to deliver a crushing blow to Lin Luo. With a light chuckle, Lin Luo pressed his toes against the ground and leaped high into the air. Elongmire's shield naturally struck nothing but air, its tremendous force creating a large dent in the center of the room. The power behind Elongmire's attack had been considerable, and his subsequent momentary pause was inevitable. Lin Luo seized this opportunity, landing a solid kick to the back of Elongmire's head. The sound of iron boots colliding with iron helmet echoed through the room. Elongmire's body collapsed to the ground, his sword slipping from his grasp. Lin Luo would not let this chance to strike a fallen foe slip by. As Elongmire lost his balance, Lin Luo swung his renowned blade, sending a blue-white arc of sword energy slicing through the air, leaving a deep gash on Elongmire's back, blood gushing forth. Elongmire let out a pained roar, but this agony ignited his instincts, compelling him to deny Lin Luo the opportunity for a second strike. He quickly rolled over, leaving a trail of blood that formed a strange pattern on the ground. Damn it, I should have aimed for his head, Lin Luo lamented, though he swiftly regained his composure. Pathetic. Do you have any other lines? Elongmire glared at Lin Luo, but was immediately interrupted by him. Is it that every one of you has a script filled with damned fated ones and despicable outsiders? Can't you come up with something fresh? Lin Luo could no longer contain his sarcasm. However, Elongmire paid no heed to his words. Humph, damned fated one, despicable outsider. I shall teach you a lesson. For some reason, upon hearing these words again, Lin Luo felt less anger and more a sense of inevitability. Also, could you wipe the blood off before you make threats? It really diminishes your credibility. Lin Luo sighed, exasperated. Goodness, you wouldn't know what it means to be in a gang if you hadn't just taken a beating. Elon Mel gathered a swirling mass of red-black unknown substance in his hands and charged towards Lin Luo. Are you playing with me? Do you really think you can go toe-to-toe with me? Lin Luo's expression shifted, a chilling aura enveloping him as he charged directly at Elon Mel. Elon Mel initially felt a surge of joy, followed by disdain. A head-on clash? He would never believe he was not Lin Luo's match. After all, he was merely a fated one, and his injuries were merely the result of his own carelessness. He wielded the execution sword on the ground, striking towards Lin Luo with a flourish. Seeking death, Lin Luo let out a cold snort, evidently bemused by the underestimation of his capabilities. He found it perplexing. How could someone whose homeland had been annihilated, and who himself was a death row inmate, possess such an air of superiority? With a single stroke, I shall send you to meet Marika. Chapter 109. Arrival at the Grimmill volcano. In the instant the swords clashed, Elon smile vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. Simultaneously, he would forever maintain that expression, unalterable. His head fell to the ground, coming to a rest at Lin Luo's feet. The skies cleared, the rain ceased. And you suddenly believe yourself capable? Lin Luo shook his hand, wiping away the blood that had splattered upon him. Did he truly think I am Mermer? The execution sword had indeed grazed his body, but his elemental form quickly repaired itself autonomously. As for Elon Mel, Lin Luo couldn't fathom the source of his confidence in directly braving the attack. He dared to withstand the moonlight gap, truly believing himself to be a demigod. Lin Luo had no intention of lifting his helmet to inspect Elon's current expression. He was neither interested nor intrigued. Casually, he kicked Elon's head aside and stepped forward to retrieve the Mare family's execution sword. Lin Luo initially contemplated taking advantage of the situation, whether in Morn City, Stonevale City, or even the Royal City and Academy, establishing either cooperative relations or directly converting them into a stronghold. Furthermore, someone had even abducted a daughter from one of those places. However, in the case of Dayshade City, Lin Luo could only express disinterest. The cursed frogs, the marshes, and the moat stained green, forget it. I shall not partake in any of this. Having obtained the Mare family's execution sword, there was no longer a need to linger in Dayshade City. He teleported directly to the edge of the upper bridge. Next, it was time to seek out his second uncle. However, it seemed that his second uncle was no longer the same individual. The original consciousness of Lacquard had completely vanished, replaced by the chaotic Great Serpent. This was yet another formidable deity, possessing deceptive abilities that rivaled Lin Luo's own. Lacquard willingly relinquished his great rune and his corporeal form. Each harbored their own intentions. One sought to devour the deity, while the other embarked on the so-called path of desecration, aspiring to challenge the supreme will. Lacquard, voluntarily consumed by the Great Serpent, experienced a novel sensation of fusion within its body. Now endowed with eternal life, as long as Lacquard continued to consume and grow, he would one day attain power surpassing that of the deities, even confronting the threat of the supreme will. Having chosen this path of desecration, why fear the sins committed? Utilizing the pretext of the Shattered War, he sought to recruit heroes who questioned the existence of the Golden Tree, enticing them to become lawbreakers. Once these heroes accomplished their missions and were granted an audience, Lacquard would devour them whole, acquiring their powers. Through the Forbidden Birth ritual, countless cursed lives were conjured forth. Armed serpent men, ominous hunters, and the Iron Maiden formed a sinister congregation in the courtyard of the volcanic realm of Lacquard. However, this charade could not remain concealed for long. As more and more heroes were consumed, the soldiers surrounding Lacquard discerned the fall of their once noble king. Faced with Lacquard's twisted blasphemy, most chose to depart, while those who remained conspired to slay the undying serpent. Abandoned by kin and comrades, Lacquard retained the last vestiges of his humanity, bestowing a forgotten elixir upon his concubine. Tarnished, forget me, for I shall tread the path of desecration alone. After imparting the elixir, Lacquard's will was wholly devoured by the serpent, and the chaotic serpent finally realized its primordial ambition to consume divinity. This was a conspiracy long in the making, using the ancient volcanic sorcery of Grimmill as bait, enabling Lacquard to resurrect the ancient spells through magic, thereby earning his trust. Whispers of seduction filled his ears, urging him to steadfastly resist the supreme will's blasphemy. To counter the supreme will, Lacquard sought power, prompting the undying serpent to initiate its final gambit. Leveraging eternal life to entice Lacquard into willingly sacrificing the great rune and Demigod's essence, merging them as one. Ultimately, the serpent devoured Lacquard's will, completing its transformation. With the dissolution of Lacquard's consciousness, the resultant half-human, half-serpent infant, Raya, was cradled by Tarnished. The exotic dancer Tarnished refrained from consuming the elixir of forgetfulness. She was irresistibly drawn to the serpent-embodied Lakat. "This shall be our progeny," she vowed, "and I shall nurture her as my daughter. As the mistress of the volcanic estate, I shall forge a path through thorns for your descent into blasphemy." Tarnished painted the blazing golden tree seen by the prophet and hung it in the volcanic manor, thus embarking on the path of the rebellious lawbreaker. Lin Luo remained oblivious to the serpent's perspective on the supreme will. However, collaboration with the serpent was never an option for him. This greedy, deceitful snake was merely a target for Lin Luo's vengeance, as he sought to strip it of its skin and claim its power, avenging his uncle in the process. Moreover, no matter how formidable the chaotic serpent, it could never rival the supreme will. Otherwise, there would have been no need for the elaborate manipulation that could fill several sheets of parchment. Action spoke louder than words. Lin Luo had long coveted the serpent's devouring power. After traversing the suspension bridge, he pressed along the rock face, soon spotting a rope ladder leading up to Grimmel Volcano. Midway, a limb-dispossessed noble leapt forth, only to be sent plummeting off the cliff by Lin Luo's kick, after which he resumed his ascent. In no time, Lin Luo reached the summit of the rope ladder, igniting a blessing before ascending directly to the topmost platform, a vast meteorite crater. Within the crater lay a colossal beast, fearsome and grotesque. Its head and tail were white, while the rest of its form was encased in resilient black scales. It resembled a colossal bull, albeit without horns. Instead, its enormous mandibles served as a formidable substitute, possessing destructive power that was by no means inferior. Yet, the fallen star beast seemed oblivious to Lin Luo's presence, continuing to slumber soundly in the center. This piqued Lin Luo's interest, who had initially intended to skip class. Old 6. Why not take advantage of the situation? Lin Luo retrieved the holy seal, invoking a flame to grant him strength and swearing an oath upon the golden tree. Finally, he called forth a protective dragon thunder. Adorned with numerous damage-enhancing accessories, he savored a few bites of heroic meat, preparing for nearly several minutes. It was uncertain how many layers of buffs he had amassed. Suffice it to say, a mere spit from him could nearly obliterate Grek. Perhaps an exaggeration, yet it underscored Lin Luo's considerable experience as Old 6. After consuming the last vial of elixir, Lin Luo raised the golden tree holy seal aloft. A humble prayer manifested into a thunderbolt spear, albeit with a quantity that was somewhat excessive, just a few dozen, perhaps. With a swift whoosh, the thunder spear was hurled forth, its electric brilliance radiating throughout the meteorite crater. Chapter 110. Arrival at the Volcano Mansion. Boom. The resonant sound of thunder accompanied the electric flash. The deity who crafted this prayer could never have anticipated that one day this thunderbolt spear would exhibit such overwhelming might. Smoke billowed, and it was unclear whether the noise was so thunderous that Lin Luo failed to hear the beast's anguished roar. In truth, it was somewhat forgivable. Lin Luo harbored a slight misunderstanding of his own capabilities. Why would he expect the fallen star beast to be able to cry out? Scratching his head in confusion, Lin Luo hesitated before venturing into the smoke. After all, as Old 6, he comprehended the mindset of his kind all too well. There was no need to take unnecessary risks. 3 minutes later, the smoke had dissipated considerably. However, Lin Luo failed to spot the fallen star beast. Dismissing it from his mind, he proceeded forward. Suddenly, a cry of despair escaped Lin Luo. If Melina were present, she would undoubtedly be taken aback, for she had never heard him wail in such a manner. Damn, my spoils are gone. A flock of crows flew past as Lin Luo crouched in the center of the crater, finally grasping the reason for the beast's disappearance. It had been shattered and vaporized by the intense heat. Truly a remarkable phenomenon. The only remnant was its scorched, half-melted mandible. But what could he do with it? Perhaps craft a necklace for Nephilim? She might have an affinity for such a trinket. With a tinge of regret, Lin Luo cast a glance at the remains before ultimately deciding to stow it in his storage bag. Sigh, it was certainly better than returning empty-handed. Lin Luo grimaced, clearly not entirely satisfied. Having dealt with the colossal beast from the cosmos, he resumed his journey toward the volcano mansion. The entire structure of the volcanic mansion is built upon molten lava. By sensing the fluctuations in the surrounding temperature, Lin Luo is able to locate the path leading to the mansion, having traversed it numerous times before. With a swift motion, he mounts his steed, Torrent, and gallops forth. What follows is yet another tedious journey. Although Torrent possesses iron hooves, Lin Luo halts before the grand entrance of the mansion. He offers Torrent some freeze-dried fruits before recalling him into the spirit horse whistle. After all this time, Lin Luo has undoubtedly come to regard Torrent as an indispensable companion, and he certainly would not allow him to traverse the lava. Torrent emits a heartfelt whimper, moved by the gesture. The molten lava continuously bubbles up, releasing sporadic hissing sounds. Yet for Lin Luo, whose elemental form merges with the fire, it feels akin to soaking in a hot spring. He strides confidently into the lava, advancing directly toward the volcanic mansion. Numerous volcanic slugs slither alongside the molten flow, spitting out red saliva, perhaps a byproduct of the lava, upon witnessing Lin Luo's approach. However, Lin Luo's speed remains unimpeded, even within the lava. He swiftly navigates past the few serpents and iron maidens that attempt to hinder his progress. Consequently, he soon arrives at the mansion's entrance, only to find the doors firmly shut. Knocking would likely yield no result. Thus, the unique advantage of his elemental form comes into play. Lin Luo presses himself against the door seam, and to his surprise, his entire being begins to flow through the crack like gas, gradually seeping into the interior. Although this might appear rather peculiar, it is undeniable that this ability renders him nearly omnipotent, save for the inability to fly. His sudden intrusion does not go unnoticed by Tarnished, the mistress of the volcanic mansion. However, she displays little astonishment at his arrival, as the group of rebels is hardly composed of ordinary individuals. The temperature within the mansion is exceedingly high, enveloped in a crimson hue. Illuminated by the blessings within, Lin Luo treads along the red carpet, ultimately arriving before Tarnished. Beside her stands a formidable furnace knight wielding a large sword, exuding an overwhelming presence, likely serving as Tarnished's guardian. Should he extend a greeting? Perhaps say hello? I intend to kill your husband. Such an assertion seems rather absurd, prompting Lin Luo to refrain from such impolite discourse. Ah, a new guest. A fated one. Welcome to the volcanic mansion. I am Tarnished, the mistress of this estate. I have heard of you from Raya. It is said that you possess great potential. Therefore, let me inquire once more to confirm your intentions. Do you wish to join the volcanic mansion and fight alongside us? The blessings guide him. The arrogance of dual fingers directs him, but he has no intention of adhering to the impositions. He intends to raise his sword against the golden tree. With a gentle shake of his head, Lin Luo responds. To speak candidly, your ambitions closely mirror my own. Oh, Tarnished replied, puzzled. The fated ones. Have they not always followed the guidance of the blessed? How curious it is that our goals align. You are indeed an extraordinary individual. However, Lin Luo paused momentarily. To invite me to join your ranks, you may not yet possess the requisite merit, he remarked with palpable disdain. Upon hearing this, Tarnished's guard abruptly lifted his head, his great sword raised, eyes beneath the helmet gleaming with menace. What do you mean? Tarnished gestured for him to cease. It is merely a literal interpretation. I have come to the volcano mansion solely to acquire greater power. Tarnished remained silent for a moment, perhaps grasping the implications of Lin Luo's words. The fated ones who arrive here typically have two objectives, to join the volcano mansion or to seek the great rune of Blackened. However, what could he mean by stating our goals are the same? A rare sense of confusion washed over Tarnished. Those who sought the great rune were invariably the lackeys of the dual-fingered. Yet, what was Lin Luo's purpose? Sensing the uncertainty in Tarnished's gaze, Lin Luo resolved to address her concerns. Are you perhaps underestimating the Supreme Will? He inquired. His words immediately captured Tarnished's attention. Fewer fated ones are aware of the Supreme Will's existence. Yet Lin Luo seemed to possess considerable knowledge about it. What could he possibly rely on to confront the Supreme Will? Was he depending on Blackened to combat it? Or was he counting on the world-eating serpent? Tarnished could no longer maintain her composure. If the Supreme Will remained obscure and the desecrations of Blackened were little known, then the existence of the world-eating serpent was nearly a secret to all. And Lin Luo? He had accurately identified the volcano mansion's trump card and intentions, which was truly astonishing. Who exactly are you? Chapter 111, a classic revisited. Me? I am but an unremarkable fated one, Lin Luo shrugged. If you would be so kind, please take me to meet Blackened, or rather, the Chaos Serpent, he mused with a smile, stroking his chin. You. Tarnished was about to say something when a thought seemed to strike her. The scene shifts back a few weeks. A formidable force of the rebel lawmaker, Benel, had sought her out. He spoke to Tarnished, stating, I have found a method to slay the serpent and glimpsed hope for the annihilation of the golden tree. Our strength remains insufficient. Yet that individual has reached heights we can scarcely aspire to. He is capable of achieving it. Though Benel did not mention Lin Luo by name, Tarnished, sharp as ever, immediately connected the two. Moreover, the fated one, the great horned Demigods, whom the volcano mansion has been pursuing, had also participated in that battle festival. Numerous traders accompanied the fated one, Demigods, who triumphed in a duel against Radon, claiming his great rune through sheer prowess. Is Radon truly a formidable foe? Despite being imprisoned in the Weeping Peninsula for so long, his strength remains unparalleled, for the mightiest demigod is not merely a myth. To be slain by a single fated one. Tarnished's initial thought was whether this fated one could be Gofrey. After all, such a notion seems far-fetched. Yet, the evidence lay before her, compelling Tarnished to accept the reality. Fear gripped her, fear that the Supreme will might gain yet another new king, thwarting their plans and bringing an end to the blasphemous path of Rakad. Simultaneously, she felt exhilarated at the prospect of Lord Rakad devouring Linluo, which would undoubtedly elevate his power, significantly shortening the path to oppose the Golden Tree. However, the words Linluo spoke shattered her carefully laid plans. Tarnished could have taken Linluo to meet Rakad, allowing the serpentine form of Rakad to consume Linluo. Of course, Tarnished had entertained thoughts of Linluo defeating Rakad. Yet such a scenario was far beyond her capacity to resolve. If even the Great Serpent could not prevail, how could she hope to stop Linluo? Noticing Tarnished's silence, Linluo revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile. You do not believe that Rakad remains Rakad, do you? Who, if not my king, could it be? Linluo remarked with a subtle smile. Or do you find yourself so enamored with the serpentine form of Rakad that you cannot accept the truth? What do you mean? Tarnished retorted, her anger flaring. The weight of Linluo's words was overwhelming, leaving her momentarily stunned. Did his implication suggest that Rakad was no longer Rakad? Tarnished had not realized that ever since her king bestowed upon her that vial of forgetting elixir, she had fixated solely on the path of the traitors. Rakad had shown no reaction upon seeing her, and Tarnished had assumed it was because Rakad believed she had consumed the elixir. Refraining from speaking to avoid awakening her memories, a notion she clung to with unwavering conviction. However, hearing Linluo's declaration now left her somewhat shaken. Tarnished's emotions wavered. Yet Linluo remained unperturbed. He continued, Are you familiar with the phenomenon known as frenzied flame? What? Tarnished snapped back to reality. Having already accepted half of what Linluo had said, though she was reluctant to concede that her plans could be so easily undone. What does this have to do with my king? Sighing, Linluo appeared lost in thought. Frenzied flame is not a mere ailment. It is the power of a deity. Do you understand? It is akin to the devouring great serpent. Do you comprehend? Linluo scoffed coldly. Similar to the formidable Radagon, under the dominion of the supreme will. And the afflicted Shabiri, tormented by madness, as well as the scarlet corrupted Melina. Oh, and let us not forget Rakad. These deities harvest faith and power at the borders of existence. They exemplify those whose minds are ensnared. Perhaps one might argue that Melina, the Valkyrie, indeed surpasses you royals in prowess, if only marginally, for she possesses a benevolent brother. Tarnished, who assists her. Tarnished, caught in a moment of vexation, had no intention of broaching this subject. Moreover, I neglected to mention that despite Mykela having obtained her own authority, she remains incapable of wholly expelling the goddess of scarlet rot. A demigod, after all, is still but half a deity, and even the divine beings are merely slightly stronger demigods, falling far short when compared to foreign gods. If the scarlet flower were to bloom once more, it is likely that the next adversary would not be Melina, but rather the scarlet goddess herself. Tarnished found herself momentarily stunned, contemplating Linluo's words. Meanwhile, her guard, hearing Linluo's discourse, was equally bewildered, nodding incessantly, though unable to comprehend, yet sensing an air of profound significance. Are you suggesting that the fate has consumed our king as consciousness? Tarnished exclaimed, disbelief flooding her eyes. So, everything I have done has been in service to that damned serpent? Have I been aiding the enemies of our king all along? Tarnished felt a wave of despair wash over her, grappling with the enormity of this revelation, an impulse to drink a potion of forgetfulness tugging at her. Yet Linluo interjected. What, then, is your purpose? Why divulge this to me? With your strength, we would stand no chance against you, especially considering I managed to defeat Radon, correct? I understand your concerns, Linluo shrugged nonchalantly. I am not averse to sharing this with you, though you are a consort, and I am reluctant to admit it. Technically, I must refer to you as aunt. Linluo sighed in resignation. Lonnie is my wife. What? Tarnished was utterly astonished, the revelations of the day overwhelming her beyond measure. As the mistress of the volcano estate, how could she be unaware of Rakad and his sister Lonnie? Yet, she conceded that this fade possessed a certain cunning. After all, Rakad had previously spoken to her about his sister, and Lonnie did not appear to be the type easily conquered by any man. However, Tarnished hesitated momentarily. We have never met, even with this connection between us. You have no reason to assist me based on that alone. Conversing with an intelligent individual is indeed a pleasure, Linluo replied with a smile. I seek to collaborate with you. I will aid you in vanquishing the World Eater Serpent, and in return, you shall assist me in combating the golden tree, or rather, join me in slaying the supreme will. Though Lin Luo's voice was low, to Tarnished, it resonated like thunderclaps. Tarnished candidly admits that she initially had no interest in Lakat. Her infatuation began the moment he transformed into a colossal serpent, leaving her uncertain whether her affection was directed towards the serpent or Lakat himself. Regardless, she feels compelled to keep Tarnished around, as she finds her rather appealing. Thus, she decides to retain her presence. In Chapter 112, titled The World-Devouring Serpent, Tarnished is momentarily taken aback by Lin Luo's audacious plan, which seems utterly implausible to her. At first, it appears manageable, but upon further reflection, the thought of slaying the supreme will is daunting. Even the volcanic manor dares only to hunt the fated ones, merely causing them a modicum of trouble. To contemplate the assassination of the supreme will is akin to a long-serving soldier suddenly being tasked with leading a nation's war. Who could accept such a shift? Despite her desire to refuse, Tarnished recognizes that Lakat's purpose has always been to combat the supreme will. Observing her silence, Lin Luo elaborates, reassuring her, "Fear not. I shall confront the supreme will. You merely need to handle the rabble beneath it." Tarnished responds affirmatively, declaring, "I shall inherit the will of my king and proceed unwaveringly." Impressed, Lin Luo commends her. Thus, their collaboration is solidified. "Take me to the serpent. I shall vanquish it," she commands. Inspired by Lin Luo's unshakable confidence, Tarnished feels an inexplicable belief in his success. Consequently, she resolves to guide him to the serpent. Along the way, Tarnished queries Lin Luo about the true purpose of their visit to the volcanic manor. Initially taken aback, he soon chuckles. "Why do you assume such? I have not lied." "True, you speak honestly," Tarnished concedes. "Yet, upon reflection, you seem remarkably knowledgeable about each deity, as if you were prepared to confront them. Furthermore, if you already possess sufficient power to challenge the serpent, there seems little reason to orchestrate such elaborate schemes against a deity. Are you after the Great Rune?" Tarnished boldly articulates her hypothesis. Lin Luo sighs. Engaging with the astute is indeed exhausting. He feels somewhat helpless. He will eventually need to leverage Montgot's Great Rune, and he is untroubled by the prospect of receiving it, as its significance to Montgot is rather limited, merely influencing his combat prowess. Deceiving Montgot is a simple task, he remarks. But Tarnished, it is not solely that. Tarnished halts abruptly, her gaze resolute. "You must not proceed. You cannot go. My sovereign has learned from past misfortunes. Do you wish to tread the same path? You have just declared yourself a person of intellect. Yet, even one as formidable as my sovereign has been consumed by it. And now it grows ever more powerful. Should you venture forth, you would surely face annihilation." Lin Luo, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement, realized that words would be futile. Action was required to demonstrate his resolve. Thus, he narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually transforming into a blend of twilight blue and fiery gold. The aura of madness, flame, and death rune enveloped his being. Tarnished gazed at Lin Luo in astonishment, instinctively retreating a step. Madness, flame, and death rune? Her eyes were filled with disbelief, akin to gazing upon a monster. It was no wonder she was taken aback. Once, Vic was hailed as the man closest to the Elden King, yet even he succumbed to the embrace of madness, flame. Losing his consciousness despite sealing it once more, he found himself confined within a prison of his own making. Yet Lin Luo appeared to command the madness flame entirely, unaffected by its influence, not to mention the death rune that adorned him. Coupled with the power of the Great Rune, Lin Luo embodied the strength of at least 3 deities. Tarnished fell silent, at a loss for words. "Ahem. I concede that my previous remarks may have been a touch too loud. Come, allow me to introduce you to the Great Serpent." Fortunately, Tarnished wore a hood. Otherwise, she might have felt too vulnerable to face others. Her earlier concerns had been cast aside. The Great Serpent? What a trifling matter. Tarnished led Lin Luo to the threshold of the Great Serpent's lair, allowing him to enter first. After all, this was a true confrontation with the essence of a deity, certain to impact the surroundings. As Tarnished departed, Lin Luo stepped through the stone door. Inside lay a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory, undoubtedly the most terrifying locale at the boundary. Even the corpses entombed in the sewers beneath the royal city, where madness flame was sealed, paled in comparison to this place. The ground was embedded with countless remains, piles of skulls resembling small mountains, their anguished screams faintly echoing in the air. Towering pillars were entwined with dismembered limbs, red magma coursing through their interiors. The atmosphere was thick with a horrific dread. If one were to identify anything resembling normalcy, it would only be the opulent chandelier suspended above. Yet, amidst this bizarre tableau, The notion of normalcy felt all the more unsettling. In the very center, the great serpent lay coiled within a vast pool of lava, its tightly encased body resembling a fist. It writhed incessantly, a nauseating, viscous fluid flowing along its scaly skin. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Luo's eyes as he slowly advanced, gripping the great serpent hunting spear, a weapon that served both as a sword and a spear. It was said to have been used in ancient times to hunt the immortal serpent, capable of forming a long blade of light when confronting such a creature. As the ambitions of the tyrant devolved into base greed, the knights set forth in search of a weapon to thwart their master. This tyrant, undoubtedly, was Lakad. Ambition, once dismissed with a mere gesture, yearned for a path that defied the supreme will. However, the base greed manifested at the moment Lakad was consumed by the serpent. Yet few were aware of this, still regarding their master as such. Even Tanis held but a hint of doubt. Lin Luo strode forward, his diminutive form starkly contrasting with the colossal serpent. Devourer of worlds. Lin Luo's lips moved, and he shouted, "Come out, you wretched beast." The serpent recoiled violently. Whether from fear or fury was uncertain, yet its anger was palpable. Unfortunately for it, what awaited was a long blade of white light emanating from Lin Luo's grasp. Boom. The white blade, infused with Lin Luo's immense runes, struck the serpent's chin with a force that sent it crashing to the ground. Its massive head hit the earth with a thud. As long as the runes were sufficient, Lin Luo could sustain this technique indefinitely. The blade extended, and he swung the spear, delivering another devastating blow to the serpent's head. An unexpected surge of force radiated from its cranium, muddling the already dazed consciousness of the serpent. Lin Luo, taken aback by the ease of his success, felt a surge of interest. The frenzied fire and death runes coursed through him, empowering the hunting spear with formidable buffs. With a swift run-up, he leaped high, unleashing another blade of light, this time aimed with crushing intent at the serpent's head. It seemed that an overwhelming instinct for survival ignited the serpent's adrenaline. Despite losing consciousness, its body quivered, propelled by the strength of its tail, stirring its head. This unexpected movement caused Lin Luo's strike to veer off course, a twist he had not anticipated. Nevertheless, the blade still cleaved through half of the serpent's body beneath its head, viscous blood gushing forth like molten lava. However, this was not a fortuitous occurrence. The searing pain from the grievous wound revived the serpent's awareness. With a roar, the serpent recoiled, exhibiting a defiance akin to a dragon's roar. Leaving Lin Luo perplexed, was it attempting to transform? The serpent writhed, and in a shocking display, bit off its own tail. Immediately, as the massive serpent chewed, the wound on its body, akin to the size of half a house, began to heal, ultimately culminating in the regrowth of its tail. Was there a bug in the system? Lin Luo furrowed his brow. The serpent had never employed such a tactic within the loop. However, before Lin Luo could ponder further, the colossal serpent lunged at him, its gaping maw releasing a nauseating stench of decay and rot. Unperturbed, Lin Luo swiftly maneuvered, appearing directly behind the serpent. Oblivious to his presence, the serpent barreled forward with tremendous force, obliterating several tall pillars in its path. The mound of human bones below shattered under the impact. Although Lin Luo stood upon molten lava, it posed no hindrance. He leaped onto solid ground, the lava splattering around him, and then sprang onto the serpent's back. With the hunting spear raised high, a beam of light erupted skyward as Lin Luo swung his weapon, the radiant blade crashing violently against the serpent's form. The serpent, feeling a sharp pain in its back from the assault, was overwhelmed by an immense force that pressed its body downward. With a thunderous crash, the serpent's massive body slammed onto the ground, sending molten rock and remnants of corpses scattering in every direction. "You little creature, do you think you can escape my wrath?" Lin Luo scoffed, sprinting along the serpent's back until he reached its head, where he stomped down hard, forcing the serpent, which had attempted to lift its head, back down. He then leaped high into the air, gripping the hunting spear with both hands, and proclaimed, "Now, meet your end." The blade of the spear glimmered with an even brighter light, gradually shifting from white to a dark yellow under the fusion of the death rune and frenzied fire. Though the change appeared subtle, a profound power emanated from the blade. Yet the serpent had no time to evade Lin Luo's onslaught. This fated creature was utterly extraordinary. Typically, he dealt with mere prey and refuse. But this individual not only possessed formidable strength, but also pressed him into the ground, rendering him incapable of lifting his head. The moment the serpent noticed the lethal blade suspended above, it was too late for retreat. It could only watch helplessly as the luminous blade pierced its skull. Lin Luo's expression remained stoic as the blade penetrated the serpent's head with an ease reminiscent of slicing through tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. The frenzied fire coursed along the blade's path, searing the serpent's skull with a sizzling sound. Strangely, Lin Luo detected the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, a thought that felt dangerously enticing. Steadily, he hovered in the air, relying on the spear embedded in the serpent's head for balance. After approximately half a minute of silence from the serpent, Lin Luo finally retracted the radiant blade and the spear. He executed a graceful backflip, landing deftly on the ground before the serpent. Yet Lin Luo remained vigilant, for he understood that the true entity had yet to manifest. This was merely a facade. To put it plainly, we were still in the initial phase. Casting a glance at the enormous serpent, he noted its elongated form beginning to stir. He retreated a few steps, as if well acquainted with the impending circumstances. And indeed, the serpent's once lifeless carcass began to writhe anew, as if drawn by an unseen force toward the center. Ascending slightly from its tail, the surrounding flesh began to fissure. A segment slowly splitting apart, revealing crimson remains suspended at the edges, resembling leeches embedded in flesh when juxtaposed against the vast body, an utterly grotesque sight. Suddenly, from the gaping maw, two hands adorned with an array of rings emerged, their pallid skin incongruous with the serpent's form. The serpent's body arched gently, the thickest segment gradually rising before turning. Upon closer inspection, the peculiar patterns on its hide formed the visage of a human face, strikingly resembling the crown-wearing Lakad. No, it was indeed Lakad, engulfed by the world-devouring serpent. The human face slowly parted its lips, uttering coherent speech. Remarkable, indeed. Following this, a suffocating spectacle unfolded. The serpent manipulated its right hand, forcefully plunging it into its own cranium. A nauseating, visceral sound resonated, akin to the sickening squelch of flesh being violated. It appeared as if it had grasped something within. A blood-red great sword emerged gradually from the serpent's mouth. No, to be precise, it was not a mere red sword. Rather, it was an ordinary great sword ensconced in eerie crimson tendrils that writhed as if imbued with sentience. As the sword was drawn forth, numerous undigested red remains cascaded from the serpent's jaws into the magma below, sizzling ominously. The sword exuded a plume of red mist, accompanied by a foul odor that even Lin Luo found repugnant, prompting him to involuntarily step back. At that moment, the serpent spoke once more. You, become a member of my serpent kin, and together, let us devour the deities. Chapter 114. The world-devouring serpent, 3-year kin? Lin Luo chuckled softly. You, who cling to life beneath the supreme will, dare to call yourself a deity. Oh, but you are unworthy of that title, for your power is derived from others. Lin Luo's sardonic remark pierced the heart of the matter. However, he underestimated the serpent's patience. Deities are typically proud and unyielding, and no deity would tolerate mockery from a lesser being. Yet, the serpent remained eerily composed, which was decidedly unsettling. Ah, the pitiful, fated one, ignorant and feeble. My divine power, how could you possibly comprehend the blasphemy of devouring it? No one can compare to me. Lin Luo was somewhat taken aback, yet upon reflection, realized that the world-eating serpent had been lurking in the borderlands for so long, meticulously devising its plan to consume deities. Such cunning demonstrated that this god's patience was infinitely superior to that of other gods. Were it another deity, they would have acted directly. Alas, who is Lin Luo? He is rather audacious. You are so powerful. Why do you choose to hide away in this insignificant volcanic residence? With such strength, do you truly require others to bring you sustenance? If you are so formidable, why not confront the Supreme Will directly? Oh, perhaps we should disregard that last point. Those like you, who only prey on the weak in the borderlands, shrink away in the presence of more powerful deities. I understand, after all. The Supreme Will must have dealt you a blow once, leaving you terrified, yes? Perhaps you bear a psychological scar from that encounter. Lin Luo unleashed a relentless barrage of words upon the serpent, rendering it momentarily bewildered. How infuriating! This individual is utterly shameless. Yet, the serpent ultimately steadied its mind, deeming it unnecessary to explain itself to a mere mortal. Oh, foolish one, how can you fathom the might of a deity? A deity is an existence you shall never touch throughout your life. As the serpent spoke, its tone grew increasingly severe. It appeared that even the serpent could not withstand Lin Luo's mental onslaught. You shall die? The serpent swung its long sword with great force, the tip ablaze with a crimson flame. Ah, the defenses have been breached. Lin Luo smirked, having achieved his objective. What? You claim it did not break through? If it hadn't, how could it have unleashed a plundering flame upon me? Clearly, it was a powerful attack. The temperature of the flame was significantly higher than that of magma, and Lin Luo could distinctly sense the immense suction emanating from the heart of the flame. Should he be struck, the serpent could siphon the life energy of others through this fire. Perhaps Lin Luo could endure such an assault. But only a fool would choose to do so. One must admit, the hunter's step is a remarkable skill. The genius who created it deserves commendation. The moment the plundering flames surged forth, Lin Luo's figure flickered, swiftly maneuvering through the flames. Though he felt the heat, it inflicted no harm upon him whatsoever. The serpent was momentarily stunned, believing its plundering flame had struck Lin Luo, yet no energy was returned to its sword. While the serpent pondered, Lin Luo had already appeared before it, dragging his black sword along the ground, creating a shower of golden sparks. But where was the hunting spear of the serpent? The serpent turned its head, astonished to find Lin Luo standing still, holding the serpent's hunting spear, lost in thought. How could this be possible? The giant serpent felt a sense of incredulity. The ferocity of the plundering flames was such that even the supreme will could not withstand this blow. It was evident that the serpent had mistakenly identified the tearful figure as Lin Luo. However, it quickly realized that Lin Luo had already arrived at its feet. Despite the fact that it possessed no legs, Lin Luo was met with an inevitable demise. The dark crimson sword energy erupted once more. Even the hunting spear of the serpent could not compare to the efficacy of the black sword, which was designed to teach the unrefined deities a lesson. The serpent let out a tortured roar. The dark crimson sword energy seemed to penetrate its very marrow. Such agony could scarcely be articulated. Wretched mortal, you shall pay dearly for this. Oh, has the dialogue changed? No, it seems it hasn't. Damn it, all it knows is to curse. Lin Luo could not help but mutter in response. The serpent howled in pain, and with a fierce motion, it drew its great sword, severing a portion of its own body in the process. It appeared the serpent understood the terrifying nature of the death rune. Perhaps the huntress queen had once engaged in a friendly spar with it. Die! The serpent's tail lashed violently. Though its form was colossal, its speed was astonishing. Even excessively so, Lin Luo felt a sense of impending danger. Yet, despite its swiftness, there was no time to evade. This was a lamentable tale. Yet, inexplicably, a smile graced Lin Luo's face. The serpent could not possibly believe that the doppelganger was merely a facade, could it? Lin Luo chuckled lightly, his tone laced with mockery. Although he could not evade, he timely raised his small shield. A burst of golden light emerged. With a resonant clang, Lin Luo was pushed back several meters, yet remained unscathed. The serpent failed to notice this astonishing spectacle, thinking that the doppelganger was thrusting the hunting spear toward it. A white blade surged forward, piercing directly at the serpent. The serpent had no time to react and was struck squarely in the face, causing it to stagger. Mortal, you shall all perish. The serpent roared in fury, its wrath ignited further by the exchange between them. The surrounding magma began to boil, flames rising from all directions. Fiery tendrils erupted from the center and the corners of the ground, forming interlocking rings of fire. The serpent raised the blasphemous holy sword, guiding the flames to stretch and elongate under the sword's influence until, at last, the flames ceased their ascent. Yet, the entire area had become completely enveloped in flames. This interwoven barrier of fire consisted of hundreds of layers, and each flame was no ordinary fire, but rather a plundering flame, one that siphoned the power of others. The serpent continued to hold the long sword aloft. The blasphemous holy sword had amassed an unfathomable power. Even the slightest movement was sufficient to create a violent impact on the flames below. Lin Luo sensed the dire situation and immediately retracted his tears. From this moment forth, he would face the challenge alone. Mortal beings, feel the wrath of the divine. The serpent spoke coldly, as the profane holy sword descended slowly, though its speed was unhurried. The ever-constricting flames enveloped him, akin to a turtle trapped in a jar. Die! The profane holy sword struck down. Chapter 115. The world-devouring serpent 4. As the profane holy sword descended, flames erupted, dazzling in their brilliance. At times, they resembled a phoenix soaring through the heavens. At others, they spread like a crimson mist, or flickered like the final rays of the setting sun, suspended in the air. Beautiful yet deadly. Of course, all of this was predicated on the absence of the debris that accompanied the chaos. With those remnants, beauty would be a far cry, bordering on the grotesque. Lin Luo was engulfed by the inferno. Hundreds of swirling flames encircled Lin Luo. Even a god could not withstand such fury. The serpent gazed coldly at the flames, not surprised but rather filled with a trace of anger. Perhaps it believed that Lin Luo's demise was too easy, too lenient for such a creature. Ants that provoke deities face but one outcome: utter annihilation. The serpent scoffed, its pale yellow eyes reflecting disdain for Lin Luo. The flames continued to blaze. Sparks danced in the air, releasing light and heat throughout this small realm. Just as the serpent thought all was resolved, suddenly, the center of the flames began to churn. A small vortex gradually formed, prompting a question mark to materialize above the serpent's head. The anomaly of the flames puzzled it, while an unbelievable thought flickered in the serpent's mind. It first considered that Lin Luo had not perished, but quickly dismissed the notion. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The serpent shook its head, refusing to believe that Lin Luo could survive such an onslaught. However, it did not foresee that the ensuing scene would lead it to question its very existence. No, its serpentine existence. From within the flames, a hand suddenly emerged. Ablaze and burning with fervor, the serpent's pupils widened in disbelief. How could Lin Luo endure such a fierce assault? Only then did the serpent realize that no feedback from the devouring flames had come from Lin Luo. This signified one thing: Lin Luo was not merely unharmed. He was untouched. This revelation was intolerable for the serpent. It longed to convince itself that this was but an illusion. Yet, it knew the profane holy sword would not deceive unless, of course, Lin Luo possessed no life at all. Ultimately, the vortex at the heart of the flames grew larger, spiraling wildly as the surrounding fire was drawn in, culminating in a colossal whirlwind of flames. The countenance of the great serpent gradually shifted from disbelief to sheer terror. Sparks emitted from the flames cascaded onto its massive form, producing a hissing sound as they ignited. It realized, to its horror, that the flames it had unleashed were inflicting harm upon itself. No, this was an affront to its very being. How could the fire it had conjured possibly cause it pain? Before the serpent could fully process this revelation, the crimson vortex of flames underwent a monumental transformation. The shape of the whirlwind began to contract, shrinking smaller and smaller. It was not that the flames were dissipating. Rather, this colossal fire vortex was compressing itself with relentless force. A sense of foreboding gripped the serpent, and it grasped the desecrated holy sword in a futile attempt to thwart this calamity, only to be repelled by the sheer intensity of the flames. The serpent's sense of impending doom intensified, leaving it paralyzed in the face of such an overwhelming situation. It hesitated to unleash another torrent of flames upon Lin Luo, uncertain if Lin would once again turn the flames against it. Caught in this dilemma, the serpent was soon confronted with a startling reality. Within mere seconds of its indecision, the fire vortex transformed once more. The flames had receded significantly, revealing the faint outline of Lin Luo's figure. The fire appeared to be drawing inward, as though Lin Luo were absorbing the very essence of the flames. This realization struck the serpent with disbelief, yet the undeniable truth before it compelled acceptance. How could this be? How was he achieving this feat? The serpent murmured in astonishment, its voice barely audible to Lin Luo. Your flames possess remarkable strength. Came Lin Luo's voice from within the fire, his tone unremarkable, yet the serpent could detect an undertone of provocation and disdain. At that moment, the flames dissipated entirely, revealing Lin Luo, his armor glowing crimson, half of his body still ablaze, flickering in the air. Lin Luo raised his hand, brushing off the flames from his shoulder, exhaling a sigh of exasperation. What a shame. Your flames are still lacking in intensity. With a flick of his fingertip, a small, manic flame ignited at its tip. He then waggled his finger with an inexplicable grin, his lips forming the words, "You cannot. You, deity, are rather inadequate." The serpent finally could not contain itself. Erupting in fury, this wretched color-fading being had incessantly prattled since its arrival. Did it truly believe the divine had an endless reservoir of patience? You pitiful creature. If your intention was to provoke my ire, congratulations, you have succeeded. With a smug smile adorning Lin Luo's face, he taunted, "Oh? What do you intend to do? Your powers seem to have reached their limit. If you possess any further abilities, unleash them upon me. Just ensure that I am not left bored. Thou shalt perish." The colossal serpent let out a furious roar. For the first time in millennia, it faced such a profound humiliation. That detestable fading one, having merely unraveled one of its techniques through inferior means, truly believes it can stand against a deity. The immense form of the serpent leapt violently, grasping the massive desecrated holy sword, and swung it fiercely towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo merely smiled lightly. Confronting the serpent posed little challenge. Its formidable strength stemmed primarily from its boundless potential. Yet, the serpent's current power could only be deemed the weakest. "Little insect, let me demonstrate my prowess upon you." Lin Luo flipped his palm, and the hunting spear of the serpent instantly transformed into the hunting deity sword. Simultaneously, the dark sword behind him gradually dissolved, morphing into a stream of dark energy that surged up the blade. With both hands firmly gripping the hilt, he held it diagonally across his chest. Behind him, a massive shadow began to coalesce. In contrast, this shadow also wielded a gigantic hunting deity sword. All of this transpired within a mere second. The moment the serpent leapt, Lin Luo initiated his movement. A sudden chill gripped the serpent's heart, an ominous premonition washing over it. However, the arrow is knocked and must be released. The desecrated sword continued its relentless descent. "Ha, serpent, farewell." The shadow's eyes widened as the long sword, ignited with black flames, cleaved through the air. The hunting deity sword was not a weapon with a razor-sharp blade. To call it a sword would be an understatement. It resembled more of a bludgeon. Nonetheless, its material and form were perfectly suited for the use of the rune of death. In the instant the desecrated sword clashed with the shadow behind Lin Luo, the serpent realized that it was all over. Regret was futile. There is no remedy for regret in this world. When the two swords collided, the force emanating from the hunting deity sword utterly overwhelmed the serpent's strike. The desecrated holy sword barely withstood 5 seconds before it was sent flying. This was not merely a matter of weaponry. The disparity in strength between their wielders was insurmountable. Yet, this was not the end. After sending the desecrated sword hurtling away, the hunting deity's sword, undeterred, continued its advance towards the serpent's body. The blade, not being a straight-edged sword, did not cleave it in two. However, the damage inflicted was no less severe than a clean severance. The broad blade swept through, carving a gaping wound wide enough to fit several men across the serpent's form. Surrounding scales shattered, and flesh was left in a gruesome state. Most agonizing of all, the blade left behind the rune of death on the wounds. The rune surged into the serpent's body through the lacerations, wreaking havoc within its flesh. The serpent felt an unbearable agony. The pain, penetrating to the very marrow, was undoubtedly more excruciating than death itself. You are the wretched offspring of the huntress queen. The great serpent roared in fury, its voice fractured by agony. Will you never relent? Lin Luo chuckled softly. It seems you are acquainted with her. This familiarity makes things much simpler. She has instructed me to bring about your demise, so I kindly ask for your cooperation. No, I have struggled so hard. The serpent trembled, fear creeping in as it assessed Lin Luo's earlier display of power. Its chances of victory were no more than 50%. It had no desire to perish, for unlike other deities, it had not been born into greatness. It was merely a peculiar snake, a simple creature of minimal consequence. Then one fateful day, it encountered a soldier blessed by the golden tree, a man grievously wounded. For reasons unknown, upon laying eyes upon this soldier, the serpent felt an insatiable emptiness within. Why am I so ravenous? It struck. Never had it tasted such exquisite flavor. Power surged through its being, and runes danced upon its surface. It then discovered its capacity to consume all, transforming them into its own strength. The beings it devoured were deemed profaned. This profanation rivaled death runes in significance. Yet death runes were far more accessible. Those who perished through profanation were denied the summons of the golden tree. At that time, it was before the era of Platon's Sanks and the golden tree, yet the huntress queen had long since existed. Faced with the gradual ascendance of a world-devouring serpent, it was evident that as long as sufficient powerful sustenance was available, even the supreme will would eventually find itself outmatched. The huntress queen intervened, accompanied by a band of followers, not the divine emissaries, but rather a group of soldiers long tormented by the serpent. They poured their hearts into forging the spear of serpent hunting. At first glance, it appeared to be an unremarkable spear, yet against the world-devouring serpent, its true might would be revealed. The battle was brief, concluding swiftly as the serpent found itself subdued by the huntress queen and her entourage. After all, bolstered by the soldier's energy, it stood no chance against a deity. In desperation, it made a reckless decision to lie in wait within the depths of Mount Grimnir, using ancient magic as bait to consummate the consumption of a god. However, following its previous encounter with the huntress queen, its strength had been greatly diminished. It lingered in the volcano, biding its time for the arrival of Rakad. Rakad, manipulated by unseen forces, regarded this situation with disdain and fury, thus finding himself ensnared in the serpent's grasp. During this time, the huntress queen, who had been deprived of the death rune, visited the volcanic estate. Although at that moment, Rakad had not yet been wholly consumed by the serpent, she understood that, bereft of the death rune, she was no match for them. She uttered a few cryptic words, sounding like a prophecy or a curse, before ultimately departing. The great serpent believed that one day, the boundary realm would rightfully belong to it. After all, in the wake of the Huntress Queen's demise, it stood as the sole deity capable of traversing the boundary freely, a true deity, not a demigod. In that moment, it would hunt down more demigods, until even the Supreme Will could not contend with its power. Such visions were enchanting, yet reality was starkly unforgiving. It encountered Lin Luo, a monstrous being, possessing the powers of Death Rune, Frenzied Fire, and the Arcane Ring, all derived from 3 distinct deities, and each power constituted a significant portion of divine strength. Oh, your inner monologue has concluded. It is time to embark on your journey. Lin Luo addressed the dazed serpent, as the ethereal figure once more brandished a sword. Reminiscent of the Huntress Queen's previous hunt of the Great Serpent, except this time, the serpent had no avenue of retreat. The frenzied fire encircled the area, leaving the serpent with no chance of escape. No, it cannot be. I am immortal. You cannot slay me, not even the Death Rune can. The serpent cackled madly, for another trait of the world-devouring serpent was its undying nature. Humph, let us see about that. Lin Luo scoffed. The great sword of the Huntress deity began to swing. At this moment, the great serpent lay as helpless as a fish on a chopping block, devoid of any means to counterattack. Under the onslaught of Lin Luo and the sword-wielding specter behind him, the serpent was cleaved into a heap of flesh. Yet, soon enough, this mass began to writhe. Logically, one who perished by the Death Rune should experience true death, yet this mass astonishingly reformed into the shape of the great serpent. It shifted, contorting until it resumed its original form, albeit diminished in size. Lin Luo then attempted various other methods, but none inflicted any substantial harm upon it. Now it was the serpent's turn to revel in triumph. Ha! I told you, I am undying. You should concede. Humph, not necessarily. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, fixating intently on the serpent. His objective was simple. He sought to embrace the sacrilege, akin to blackened, but he intended to master the serpent rather than be subjugated by it. Retracting the great sword of the Huntress deity, Lin Luo thrust his hand into the serpent's maw. This place no longer resembled blackened. Blackened was no more, and the great rune had been claimed by Lin Luo. Now, it resembled the moment when the serpent first encountered blackened, the young serpent. The great serpent, astonished, soon erupted in wild elation. Insect, you grant me an opportunity. Chapter 117. The final chapter of the world-devouring serpent seizing the moment. The serpent swallowed Lin Luo whole. Lin Luo offered no resistance, allowing the rune to dissipate. He intended to replicate his previous mastery over the frenzied fire, compelling the serpent to reject the rune and lose its dominion over itself. Sacrilege. The world-devouring serpent was indeed formidable. It could consume all, yet it was incapable of devouring death itself. The crux lay in whether it could grasp this truth while engaged in battle with the Huntress Queen. The colossal serpent was also calculating within, much like the foolish fated one, coveting its own power. Did it truly believe that once it lost its strength, it would become prey for others? To be devoured by anyone? Absolutely not. Not even the Supreme Will could accomplish that. The serpent opened its jaws at an astonishing angle, directly engulfing Lin Luo entirely. Despite its current size being relatively modest, the act of swallowing Lin Luo appeared exceedingly arduous. Once inside the serpent's belly, Lin Luo's initial sensation was one of dampness and stickiness, quickly followed by an overwhelming stench. After a moment, he realized that he was beginning to feel weakened. The runes within him were slowly dissipating. This familiar scene echoed the moment Lin Luo absorbed the chaotic flames. Although the serpent was far weaker than the chaotic fire, it was remarkably adept at survival, especially against those who sought to absorb its divine power, often leading to a backlash. As the serpent consumed Lin Luo from within, it shut its eyes, striving to digest the runes that originated from him. Lin Luo understood that mere death of the runes would not grant him complete control over the serpent. Therefore, he devised an alternative strategy. His form began to slowly dissipate, transforming into elemental essence. He aimed to merge with the serpent and simultaneously assimilate it. The painful sensation from within subsided almost immediately. The serpent was filled with doubt. Was it truly capable of such rapid consumption? It had considered whether Lin Luo was playing tricks. However, akin to the profane flames that desecrate the holy sword, its act of consumption would also yield significant feedback to its own body. Presently, it seemed Lin Luo had lost all movement within it, while its body felt invigorated, as though it had gained new strength. It unmistakably recognized that its power had significantly increased, confirming that it had successfully devoured Lin Luo, and at a commendable pace. Though a slight unease lingered, the tangible feedback of strength was undeniable. The serpent couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. finding Lin Luo's foolishness amusing. Yet, it remained oblivious to the fact that, as its power surged, it was concurrently losing control over its own body. Lin Luo, too, was taking a gamble, an unusual trait for someone who typically favored stability. Nevertheless, there was no denying that Lin Luo had made the right bet. If the serpent discovered something amiss midway through its consumption, it would mean Lin Luo would lose a significant portion of his power without cause, leaving him vulnerable and possibly leading to his demise. This was a high-stakes gamble, and although Lin Luo's chances were considerable, the serpent's devouring power warranted this risk. Lin Luo had astutely grasped the serpent's greedy nature. The colossal serpent could not possibly stand idly by while a treasure lay before it, untouched. It continued to methodically absorb Lin Luo's strength, striving to extract every ounce of power from him. Time passed, though its passage was indeterminate, and the serpent's once bulging form began to deflate, gradually diminishing in size. This indicated that its absorption was nearing its conclusion. At last, the serpent's tightly shut eyes fluttered open. However, it remained oblivious to the fact that its irises had transformed into a deep azure hue. Ha ha ha! Foolish human, daring to consume my power? You are playing with fire. The serpent's form swelled once more, replenished by Lin Luo's essence. Oh, the death rune? That wretched power is indeed quite useful. A jet of black flame erupted from the serpent's maw, exuding both searing heat and potent corrosiveness. Instantly, a vast black void appeared on the ground. Oh, what a splendid power. Now, even that despicable being of supreme will cannot contend with me. Oh, have you experienced enough? It is time to return what is mine. The serpent's triumphant laughter had scarcely faded when a nightmarish voice interrupted. Who? The voice was hauntingly familiar, yet it took a moment for the serpent to recall its owner. Have you forgotten me so soon? The death rune proves quite effective, does it not? It's you. Where are you? Where am I? Lin Luo's cold chuckle resonated. Shouldn't you be pondering where you are? The serpent faltered, momentarily unable to comprehend Lin Luo's words. Suddenly, darkness enveloped its vision. Seconds later, clarity returned. What trickery is this? Do you possess any other means against me? The serpent's boastful words abruptly ceased. What is happening? What have you done? My body. How could my body? The serpent screamed in a frenzy, realizing its grip on its own form had slipped away. It watched helplessly as its massive body began to dissolve, transforming into crimson particles that floated through the air. Ultimately, they shattered and reformed, gradually coalescing into the very figure it dreaded most, Lin Luo. What do you mean, your body? This is my body. What are you thinking? How? The serpent's voice, hoarse and strained, continued. Yet, it soon recognized a horrifying truth. It was laboring even to articulate words. Greed, in all its forms, extracts a price, Lin Luo stated calmly. You have consumed countless lives, only to meet your demise by being devoured yourself. This is the cycle of karma, and you have reaped what you have sown. Oh, but no. This manner of death is too lenient for you. Faintly hearing Lin Luo's words, the great serpent found itself devoid of strength to retort. It could only perceive the scene before it gradually blurring. How could it be that a mere human had devoured its power? After all, it was the world-devouring serpent. This was the last thought echoing in the serpent's fading consciousness. It never anticipated such a fate. Your power is not without merit, it conceded, yet the manner in which you wield it is rather repulsive. Fortunately, Lin Luo's elemental form spared him from the serpent's ingestion. Otherwise, with his acute sense of cleanliness, he would have had to cleanse himself repeatedly. Let us depart. This place no longer warrants existence. With a wave of his staff, countless meteors rained down, obliterating this blasphemous scene, for existence itself is sin. Chapter 118. After vanquishing the serpent, Lin Luo buried this desecrated land beneath meteoric debris. He promptly returned to the volcanic estate. Upon learning that Lin Luo had defeated the great serpent, Tarnished wore an expression of disbelief. Despite her mental preparation, witnessing it firsthand was still a challenge to her faith. She even entertained the notion that Lin Luo might no longer be himself, but rather the serpent in disguise. Yet, this thought was swiftly quashed. She felt the serpent could not forsake its original form merely for Lin Luo's sake. I have slain the serpent and acquired the grand rune. I shall not linger here any longer. I must proceed to the snowy mountains, Lin Luo informed Tarnished. You may remain here until I initiate the full-scale assault. Tarnished nodded in agreement, refraining from further comment. Thus, they bid each other farewell. Departing from the Grimil volcano, Lin Luo returned directly to Stonevale City. Strangely, he felt as though this location was becoming his point of resurrection. No, it was more like a stronghold. Had Nephilim veered him off course? It felt as though the technological advancements of Stonevale City had taken a peculiar turn. He found himself visiting frequently, especially lately. Moreover, Lin Luo felt at ease leaving his brothers and their wives here, though he wondered why that phrasing felt so peculiar. Meanwhile, on the other side of Stonevale City, Melina and Lonnie were preparing to settle down for the night. They certainly did not need rest, given their semi-divine nature. But there was little for them to occupy their time within Stonevale City. Their sole purpose for remaining was to await Lin Luo's return. After all, they could hardly accompany the soldiers on patrol. Reflecting on this, Lonnie and Melina couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance. Humph, that wretched Lin Luo, leaving me here. Coincidentally, or perhaps by Nephili's design, the two women found themselves assigned to neighboring rooms. The synchronized exclamation from the two individuals was keenly perceived by each, plunging them into an inexplicable embarrassment, their faces flushed with color, though Lonnie, being a doll, lacked any such hue. Hastily, they pulled the covers tighter, muttering under their breath. How dreadful. This feels like social death. Simultaneously, at another moment, Lin Luo, having gathered ample information from Nephili, stealthily slipped into Melina's room. However, Lin Luo made no effort to conceal his presence, and thus Melina instantly detected the intrusion. Seeking death, Melina's eyes flew open, her voice laced with icy disdain. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback before he grasped the situation. With a swift motion, he executed a dog-like leap, appearing before Melina in an instant, his right hand reaching out. A large hand firmly covered Melina's small mouth. Melina seemed momentarily stunned, oblivious to the identity of her intruder, her mind consumed by a singular thought, to eliminate the person before her. As Melina's left eye slowly opened, her azure gaze locked onto Lin Luo's. Just as Melina was about to unleash her death rune, Lin Luo finally reacted. "Melina, it's me," he exclaimed, a blend of amusement and exasperation in his tone. Did he truly have no standing in their relationship? After all, they were a married couple, yet here he was, being driven out by his wife. Lin Luo. Melina's tension dissipated, swiftly replaced by a surge of indignation and anger. "Humph, leave," she protested, struggling to free herself from Lin Luo's embrace, pouting as she turned away. "Oh, don't." Lin Luo tugged gently at the corner of Melina's garment, adopting a pitiful expression. At this age, still acting cute. Melina trembled slightly, tempted to laugh. Yet recalling how Lin Luo had abandoned her in Stonevale, her resolve hardened. "No, you had no right to leave me here." Lin Luo's true nature finally surfaced. Before Melina could finish her retort, he lunged forward. "You, Lin Luo, get away." Melina's cheeks flamed with embarrassment, her voice barely above a whisper. "Shoo." Lin Luo pressed his index finger against her lips. Peculiar sounds filled the room late into the night. He gently tucked Melina under the covers before rising slowly. She had already drifted sweetly into slumber, exhausted. Adhering to a sense of fairness, Lin Luo felt compelled not to neglect Lonnie. Thus, he stealthily slipped out of Melina's room in the dead of night to visit Lonnie. Unavoidably, he nearly caused another misunderstanding. It must be said, Melina and Lonnie were remarkably similar in this regard, their lines even mirroring each other. Although Lonnie displayed some reluctance, she found herself unable to resist Lin Luo. Regrettably, Lonnie's doll-like form lacked warmth, yet this did not concern Lin Luo. Thus, he held Lonnie close throughout the night. As the radiant moon gradually faded, the dawn revealed a hint of delicate pink in the sky, reminiscent of an egg white, with clouds gathering as if attending a fair. The occasions to witness the sunrise from the golden tree's shadowy border had become scarce. Rising early, Lin Luo was fortunate enough to behold this scene. Of course, his early rising was not solely for the sake of witnessing the sunrise. Rather, he had considered the harmony of his household, wishing to prevent any potential quarrels between the two women. Consequently, he had emerged from Lonnie's room quite early, leading Melina to believe he had merely lingered with her. Lonnie, too, was led to believe that Lin Luo had remained with her the entire time. "Ah, truly, I am a genius," Lin Luo mused, his mind calculating with delight. He was certain that neither woman would dare to speak of the matter, for both possessed a certain shyness. Lin Luo gazed at the golden tree on the horizon, feeling the weight of his responsibilities ahead, facing the snow-capped giants, the malevolent deities, Melina, the scarlet rock goddess, Morgoth, the mother of truth, and the enigmatic deity of the Sky City, not to mention the Black Blade Malekith, Radagon, and Godfrey. Finally, there was the Elden Beast. Lin Luo resolved to harness every available force to confront the Supreme Will with greater assurance. Reclining atop the walls of Stormvale Castle, he basked in the sunlight, allowing his eyes to close for a brief respite. Leisure was fleeting. Chapter 119. The snowfield upon reopening his eyes. The sun had vanished from view. not because Lin Luo had slept through the night, but due to the golden tree's brilliance obscuring it. Stretching, he slowly rose. It was time to embark towards the snow-capped mountains. At the entrance of Stormvale Castle, Melina and Lonnie awaited his arrival, both bearing inscrutable expressions. Was it pride or shyness? Perhaps a mix of both, yet their shared understanding led them to refrain from discussing the events of the previous night. Lin Luo felt a surge of satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had desired. With a radiant smile adorning his face, he waved and approached them. Neither woman broached the subject of Lin Luo, having left them behind previously. In response to Lin Luo's recent endeavors, they were evidently pleased. Melina and Lonnie moved in perfect synchrony, each linking their arms with Lin Luo's. The atmosphere was entirely different from the previous chaotic encounter. Lin Luo could sense the warmth on his face, which bore an unmistakable smile. The two women, however, regarded him with curious glances before quickly averting their eyes. Lin Luo chuckled foolishly for a moment, choosing not to elaborate further. They have set off, embarking towards the snowy expanse. Lonnie returned to her tower of sorcery, feeling somewhat disgruntled. After all, she was merely a spirit. The doll's form could not endure prolonged movement. She resolved to craft her own body. How biased that man was. Moreover, Melina had followed closely beside Lin Luo. Melina, what is the meaning of that triumphant smile upon your lips? Guided by the blessings bestowed upon them, Lin Luo found himself back in the royal city, making his way towards the location of the Grand Lift. Upon entering one of the lifts within the royal city, he ascended to the Forbidden Zone. The Forbidden Zone was still at the fringe of the snowy realm, yet the chill had begun to permeate the air. Snowflakes danced gracefully through the atmosphere, enveloping the sky and rendering the scene akin to a nocturnal sky. Lin Luo shielded his eyes and retrieved a large fur coat from his bag, draping it over Melina. Although the two were essentially fireborn and unafraid of the cold, Lin Luo felt that not taking action at this moment would reflect poorly on his character. Don't freeze. Melina cast a puzzled glance at Lin Luo, but upon meeting his gaze, she quickly understood and smiled with delight. A subtle smile graced Lin Luo's lips, and without further ado, he blew the spirit horse whistle, summoning Torrent to mount. Melina nestled closer to Lin Luo, sitting behind him and wrapping her arms around him, her small face pressing against his back. Lin Luo felt a sense of satisfaction blossom within him, secretly chuckling to himself. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. The ancients did not deceive me. Maintaining a serious demeanor, Lin Luo cleared his throat and deftly pulled the reins, setting off on their journey. Time passed swiftly, and by the time Lin Luo arrived at the Forbidden Zone, night had fully descended. At that moment, a colossal shadow loomed before him, a massive figure wielding a gigantic axe that swung menacingly towards Lin Luo. He was momentarily taken aback, still processing the situation, but Torrent, despite its unreliability, recognized Lin Luo as its master. With a remarkable agility, Torrent reared its front legs and executed a swift maneuver, leaving a trail in the snow. The enormous axe struck the ground beside Lin Luo. Only then did he regain his composure, unleashing a torrent of curses. What is this? That foolish Montgat. Can't he even manage his own subordinates? Lin Luo began to express his grievances towards Montgat. After all, they were allies. While he could understand the inability to control the tree guardians, he was not oblivious to the fact that this dark knight was specifically tasked with hunting down the fated ones. He had thought the Forbidden Zone would only be populated by the Dark Sword's minions, believing he could simply circumvent them. Who would have anticipated the Dark Knight would join in the fray? Thank goodness for Torrent. Lin Luo patted Torrent's neck, remarking that it was indeed a token of love from aim. Damn it, do you wish to perish? Very well, I shall oblige. With a dismissive spit, Lin Luo flipped his right hand, summoning the great sword of the hunting deity. The Knight of the Night seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Although he possessed consciousness, his will had devolved into stubbornness and madness, obeying Monget's commands unconditionally. Monget, too, likely forgot the loyal guardians of the snowfield. Oh, I apologize for subjecting you to this unfortunate encounter. I am truly sorry, he lamented. The Knight of the Night raised his great halberd and charged at Lin Luo. What was his intention? To confront Lin Luo head-on. A true warrior indeed. The clash of weapons foretold a predetermined outcome. With a grunt and a hiss, the steed beneath the knight emitted a pained cry before falling silent. The great sword of the hunting deity cleaved through the knight's halberd and the horse beneath him, severing its head, which rolled upon the ground. The knight's right arm was also severed at the root, blood gushing forth incessantly. Farewell. At this moment, Lin Luo seized the knight's neck with his left hand, invoking the devouring power acquired from the great serpent. The runes from the knight began to drain away, flowing into Lin Luo's being. After a while, The knight fell silent, collapsing to the ground with a thud. What is this? Melina asked, astonished. Is this the serpent's ability? Indeed, the power of consumption. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Blackened has been completely consumed by the serpent. I did not kill him. I merely slayed the serpent, he spoke slowly. Unsure whether he was addressing Melina or conversing with Ronnie. Ronnie offered no response, perhaps uncertain of her thoughts. Lin Luo chose not to elaborate further and resumed his journey. A brief interlude later, Lin Luo arrived at the grand elevator of Lord. It then struck him that a dead root was left in the secret passage leading to the sacred tree, where an invisible bridge lay below. However, at this moment, given his constitution, he could simply leap down without fear of harm. As for the dead root, it referred to the death runes scattered across the borderlands. The royal city and the few ships of Tibia from Nimgath possessed control over the dead roots, so Lin Luo had minimally troubled Nephilim and Mongit, confident they would manage with relative ease. As for the snowfield, it was likely beyond their reach. Thus, it was best for Lin Luo to handle the matter himself. Upon reaching the grand elevator, he noticed the old woman, the finger resolver, had perished, Mongit's doing, it seemed. No matter. Ascending the staircase, the two stood at the center of the elevator, raising their sigils. With a thunderous roar, the elevator began its ascent. Before long, they reached the summit. The snowfield. We have arrived. Chapter 120. The summit of Giant Mountain, Snowfield. Here lies the pot capable of burning the golden tree, and Marika's first church stands as well. In such a remote and desolate location, the presence of a first church must hold some significance, whether by the order of its construction or its importance. The establishment of Marika's first church in the realm that serves as the nemesis of the golden tree is indeed a curious anomaly. Moreover, the extraordinary scenery of this snowfield, with countless trees and the souls of animals residing here, evokes the feeling of a sanctuary for spirits. Perhaps it serves as a transit point for the souls reclaimed by the golden tree. Yet Lin Luo did not dwell on these thoughts, no matter the distractions. He was determined to burn that accursed tree, indifferent to the winds from all directions. Following the path down the snow-capped mountain, Lin Luo soon arrived before a long, winding stone bridge. It seemed rather deep. Should one fall, the destination was uncertain. Lacking the curiosity to investigate, he pressed on, at least until he could fly. Riding atop his steed, Torrent, he galloped fiercely, his staff occasionally casting spells, clearing the surrounding minor foes with bursts of radiant magic. He then surged directly toward the opposite bank. Across the stone bridge stood a stone giant, brandishing a massive bow. This damned old six, who had orchestrated this? A moment's inattention could result in being struck down by an arrow as thick as a meter. Lin Luo was well prepared for this eventuality. Melina, hold on tight, he exclaimed, retrieving the shattered star great bow from his pack. Melina, noticing the stone giant across the way, clung tightly to Lin Luo. Whoosh. Though they were quite distant, Lin Luo could still hear the ominous whistle of the arrows slicing through the air, a testament to their formidable power. Yet Lin Luo remained unperturbed. The instant he heard the bowstring draw, he deftly readied his shattered star great bow. With seamless precision, he bent the bow, knocked the arrow, and released it, an unbroken sequence executed in less than half a second. A spear, significantly smaller than the stone arrow before him, shot forth, shimmering with a purple light. An astonishing scene unfolded. The spear of Rattan pierced through the stone giant's arrow, shattering it midair before continuing its trajectory toward the statue. Thud! The mighty spear struck true, embedding itself into the right foot of the stone giant. Moments later, a muffled grunt was heard as the foot exploded. The stone giant, already precariously positioned at the edge of the cliff, was caught off guard by the force of the blast. Its enormous form lost balance and crashed to the ground. Beside it lay a bottomless chasm, and as half of its body dangled in the air, it ultimately succumbed, plummeting into the abyss. The cycle of fate is just. Heaven spares no one, avenging those wronged. Still fond of playing the old six? Lin Luo scoffed, playing tricks? In this game, I am your ancestor. With the great bow of fractured stars sheathed, a smile returned to his face. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Luo did not linger on the bridge and hastily rowed Torrent to the opposite shore. Upon reaching the ruins of Samir, he lit the blessing and turned his gaze to the man in the straw hat beside him. To be precise, it was Shabalili, the first patient of the frenzied fire. A devoted follower of the frenzied flame. Through a method akin to borrowing a corpse to return a soul, he utilized the body of Yura. He insinuated that the pitiable Melina would cast herself into the fiery cauldron, sacrificing herself solely for your ascendance to kingship, and urged you to seek the three fingers to receive the frenzied flame, thus allowing you to immolate yourself without endangering Melina. Had the usual cycle unfolded, Lin Luo would have conversed with Melina after receiving the blessing, but she would not permit anyone, including you, to accept the frenzied flame. Otherwise, enmity would ensue. You would think you were saving her, but in truth, she would only harbor resentment towards you. Of course, this is no longer the case. After all, Melina recognizes Lin Luo's strength and trusts him enough. Perhaps, in her eyes, the lands between hold less significance than Lin Luo himself. Oh, at long last, you have arrived. At that moment, Yura, no, Shabalili, spoke with an almost fervent tone. O destined monarch, the fated one. Ah, I see your expression is one of surprise. Do you know the original owner of this body? Lin Luo, arms crossed, regarded Shabalili with interest and nodded, although Yura did not recognize him. Regrettably, if that is the case, he has passed away, Shabalili said with a hint of sorrow, feigning the role convincingly. He entrusted this body to me, Shabalili. I hope for your kind support in the future. Lin Luo remained silent, though he longed to retort, questioning whether it was truly an entrusted legacy. Considering the man was deceased, do not impose your wishes upon another's family so casually. Yet, Shabalili grew increasingly animated. O destined monarch, venture forth towards the depths beneath the golden tree's royal city, where you shall encounter the three fingers and the flames of frenzy. Vanquish the golden tree. Invade. Dissolve all that separates us. May chaos fill the world. May chaos fill the world. I shall fill you with chaos. As Shabalili's voice crescendoed, Lin Luo could no longer restrain himself and delivered a powerful slap to Shabalili's face, sending him spinning 720 degrees before he finally came to a halt. Are all the followers of the frenzied flame such imbeciles as you? Lin Luo rubbed his head, glancing at the straw hat on the ground marked by a colossal handprint. Feeling a twinge of pain in his palm. What is this within me that you have failed to perceive? Lin Luo grasped Shabalili's shoulder with a fierce grip, but quickly released it. The reason was simple. He had touched a cold corpse. Oh, it appears you have been bestowed with the madness of the flames. It seems I have worried for naught. Xia Balalai revealed a peculiar smile. There is no need for you to be angry. I am indestructible, an entity that cannot be slain. Upon hearing this, Lin Luo felt a surge of energy. More than one person has uttered such nonsense before me. Their graves must be overgrown with grass by now. Oh, no, they likely have no resting place at all. Lin Luo let out a cold laugh. The essence of madness and the great serpent of devouring surged forth simultaneously, an inexplicable force emanating from the palm of his hand. Give up? How could that be possible? Xia Balalai's taunting words abruptly ceased. He was astonished to discover that the power emanating from the depths of his soul was beginning to wane. The very essence that allowed him to exist as a spiritual entity. Oh, no, the fading one, please spare me. Apologies. But I have a peculiar penchant for never letting go of the perverse. How odd that phrase sounds. Chapter 121. Farewell, Millicent. Yura collapsed. With Xia Balalai's demise, Yura's body too slowly dissipated. Yet, this was not a return to the golden tree. Instead, Lin Luo absorbed the madness and runes dwelling within him, leading to the complete disappearance of his corporeal form. Trying to seduce me? Lin Luo wiped his hands and smirked. Melina observed everything silently, merely nodding slightly. As if lost in thought, Lin Luo said little, gently tapping Melina on the head. What are you pondering? Let us go. There is an acquaintance ahead. Lin Luo tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. It's nothing. Melina snapped back to reality with a response. An acquaintance? Following Lin Luo's gaze, she spotted a red-haired girl, arms crossed, beneath a nearby rock. Is that Millicent? To Melina's surprise, she recalled the Valkyrie's human incarnation quite vividly. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Melina narrowed her eyes, casting an inscrutable look towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo felt a wave of unease under her gaze. However, he quickly straightened his back, questioning himself. Why am I uneasy? I am a paragon of virtue. A righteous man fears not the shadows. Lin Luo reached out and playfully flicked Melina's forehead, adopting a serious expression. What are you thinking, Melina? Hey. Melina huffed softly, pouting and turning away, falling into silence. What are you doing? Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly, disregarding Melina's reaction, and directly wrapped his arm around her waist. Come on, don't sulk. This isn't like you. Lin Luo smiled gently, seizing the moment to grasp a soft spot. Melina's body reacted as if electrified, her cheeks visibly flushed. Let go of me. Melina attempted to struggle, but Lin Luo firmly held her small hand once more. Lin Luo smiled lightly, disregarding Melina's resistance as they walked side by side into the distance. To prevent any sudden outburst from Ame, Lin Luo decided to release the hand that bore the weight of guilt. Is it you? Millicent raised her pale face. Her complexion significantly improved since their last encounter. "I never expected to meet you in such a place," she remarked, her tone laced with a hint of joy. "And who might this be?" Millicent inquired politely, noticing Melina behind them. "Oh, this is my witch," Lin Luo teased with a mischievous grin, pausing for dramatic effect. Melina's expression immediately soured, prompting Lin Luo to quickly add, "And she is also my wife." Melina's smile re-emerged, albeit with a knowing glint in her eyes. Having seen through Lin Luo's clumsy charade, which had even fooled her for a moment. "Never mind. With others present, I'll let you save face." Melina huffed lightly, leaning against Lin Luo and linking her left arm with his while her other hand discreetly tugged at his waist. Hiss! Lin Luo's pupils dilated in shock, a gasp escaping him, but recalling Millicent's presence, he forced a grin, albeit a rather strained one. It seemed Millicent had witnessed the entire exchange. "Oh, you and your wife truly share a deep affection," Millicent commented. "Oh yes, exactly," Lin Luo replied awkwardly, unsure where to place his hands. "But what brings you here?" Millicent asked, curiously sensing the aura surrounding Lin Luo, her surprise quickly turning to understanding. "It's all right. You are who you are, and that suffices for me. When the time comes for battle, I hope we will fight together." "What brings you here?" Lin Luo hesitated before inquiring. "I am in search of a city said to be located to the north of this ruin. It is rumored that the lord of that city possesses a decree, which is essential for reaching the holy tree." "Yes, Marlenia resides there, hidden somewhere in the northern lands," Millicent continued, her eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "I must find her. I feel my destiny awaits there." "Indeed, there will be a time for us to fight side by side," Lin Luo smiled. "Then, I too must embark on my journey. Looking forward to that day. Well then, until we meet again." Until we meet again. The two exchanged simple farewells before resuming their paths. As for why Lin Luo possessed the decree while Millicent could reach the holy tree, it could only be said that Marlenia guided her. This was her mission, her fate. Lin Luo had already charted his course, setting off first to Soul City to retrieve the remaining half of the decree, then heading towards the sacred snowfield to obtain the two major runes of Marlenia and Mong, the Flame Giant and the Sky City. That was the final step. However, before that, Lin Luo needed to seek a formidable ally, Vic, a fellow fated being. Vic, the Near King, was akin to a protagonist template, or perhaps it would not be an exaggeration to say he was a failed protagonist. He had been consumed by the madness of fire, almost becoming the king of madness himself. Vic was a dragon thunder knight, favored by the ancient dragon, a powerful fated one who mastered the red thunder and earned the title of Dragon Spear. The ancient dragon enjoyed transforming into a human to interact with his knights. Yet Vic remained unmoved, for his true love was the Finger Witch. Upon reaching the royal city, Vic discovered that the golden tree bore thorns of rejection, prompting the Finger Witch to contemplate sacrificing herself to burn the tree. The burning of the tree was inevitable, as foretold repeatedly in prophecies regarding the necessity of fire. To seek this fire, the two ascended the snowy mountain, where they encountered the Three Fingers. He informed Vic that to spare the witch, he must embrace the madness of fire himself. The witch would likely oppose this, as it contradicted her mission, yet Vic stubbornly pursued his love. Thus, he plunged into the sewers to confront the Three Fingers, but without undressing, every piece of his gear bore the imprint of the fingers. Ultimately, things did not go as planned. Vic succumbed to the madness of fire, descending into insanity. The witch met her demise in the Tranquility Church, taking her own life in a chair. Perhaps she believed Vic had lost his mind, rendering her mission meaningless. Or perhaps it was guilt for allowing him to embrace the madness of fire. Upon discovering the witch's death, Vic spiraled into madness once more. Had he ventured to the outside of the Tranquility Church earlier, he would have invaded another's world. He returned to the snowy mountain, but this time, he was utterly alone. The only thing sustaining him was his promise to the witch to become a king. Her death revealed to him the true nature of the madness of fire, and he resolved to suppress it with his will. Yet, just a step away from the giant's cauldron, he sealed himself within a prison of his own making. From this perspective, Lin Luo's thoughts may seem somewhat implausible, for Vic had long since lost his sanity, much like the once noble Radon. However, the difference lay in the fact that Lin Luo could not save Radon, as he could only suppress him with a golden needle. Yet, for Lin Luo, who had already mastered the madness of fire, resolving Vic's affliction was not particularly challenging. Despite this, he retained a sliver of respect for this elder he admired. Then, Lin Luo mounted Torrent once more, heading towards the sealed prison not far from the flame cauldron. The journey was not short. Rather than taking the southern path, Lin Luo circumvented the frozen lake, ascending through the currents of soul energy directly to the sealed prison. as he traversed the halfway point of the frozen lake. The weather above began to change, and a snowstorm descended without warning. Thick ice fog enveloped the entire frozen lake, rendering direction indistinguishable. Fortunately, the wretched weather did not persist for long. With a resounding roar echoing through the air, a colossal blue figure materialized, descending abruptly before Lin Luo. It was none other than the ice dragon, Boleus, shrouded in a mist of frozen fog. Torrent struggled to maintain his footing, being pushed back several steps by the force of the impact. Melina, seated upon her steed, nearly lost her balance and fell, but Lin Luo, with quick reflexes, managed to catch her just in time. Ah, yet another little creature, Lin Luo mused, narrowing his eyes. You are far more foolish than the Adura at Lonnie's doorstep. The ice dragon roared. Boleus seemed to comprehend Lin Luo's words, yet being no ancient Wyrm, it could neither assume a humanoid form nor articulate human speech, dashing Lin Luo's dreams of a draconic companion. Nevertheless, Lin Luo was curious about the sensation of being a dragon rider. Think of something else and stand in the corner. He chided himself. Unfazed by the ice dragon's furious roar, Lin Luo remained composed. It was only when the frosty mist began to coalesce in Boleus's maw that he sprang into action. Lin Luo leaped from Torrent's side. Melina, take care of yourself. I shall return shortly. Soon, you and Torrent shall experience the thrill of riding a dragon. Melina nodded lightly, grasping Lin Luo's meaning. She took the reins from Torrent and distanced herself from the icy fog. While she could lend assistance, it was unnecessary. Lin Luo's prowess rendered her involvement merely a hindrance to his efficiency. This was not self-deprecation. Rather, Lin Luo had grown exceedingly strong. Lin Luo did not draw his weapon, appearing somewhat dazed as he faced Boleus's icy breath. With a series of agile movements, he evaded the attack and found himself beneath the dragon's feet. The dragon's ankles and body were adorned with numerous protruding scales. With remarkable speed, Lin Luo leveraged these scales, propelling himself upward. In a mere 2 leaps, he ascended to Boleus's back. The ice dragon, realizing the audacious intention of this diminutive creature, seethed with indignation. How dare this lowly insect presume to mount my back? Boleus felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. With a powerful leap, it unfurled its wings and ascended rapidly, its massive form nearly vertical to the ground. And it seemed poised to tilt further. Humph, obey me, Lin Luo scoffed, initially reluctant to resort to violence. He firmly grasped Boleus's scales with one hand while extracting his hunting claw from his satchel with the other. The purpose was abundantly clear. With all his might, he thrust the claw into Boleus's flesh, securing himself firmly upon the dragon's back. Roar! A howl of pain escaped Boleus. Submit, little one. Lin Luo bit his lip, a peculiar smile gracing his features. Lin Luo adeptly wielded a pair of hunting claws, navigating the back of Boleus with remarkable ease. Boleus, in excruciating agony, found that even its aerial maneuvers were of little consequence. Enduring the sharp pains radiating from its back, Boleus resolved to plunge directly toward the earth. Oh, is this your strategy? Lin Luo squinted slightly against the fierce winds that rendered his eyes nearly useless. Alas, it was too late. Lin Luo had already reached the dragon's head. His sharp claws pierced through Boleus's skull as effortlessly as piercing tofu. Do not misconstrue his intent. Lin Luo did not seek to slay the beast, but rather to exert control over it. Unlike the frenzied fire or the supreme will, Lin Luo harnessed the power of the great serpent. The all-consuming serpent devours everything, including the essence of its prey. A translucent aura flowed from Lin Luo's claws, and even Boleus's rapid descent could not disturb his focus. If one could observe, they would witness Boleus's gaze gradually shifting from rage and agony to a state of dullness and vacuity, indicating that its consciousness was being devoured by Lin Luo. However, the act of consuming consciousness carries its own risks, particularly the potential for mental fragmentation. It is akin to Grek's severed appendages, which he could not fully control. The consciousness Lin Luo consumed became a part of him, akin to managing an additional limb, so long as it did not exceed a certain threshold, thus avoiding adverse effects. Dragons, it should be noted, are not purely innate beings. They were once human, rendering the consumption of their consciousness a manageable feat. At the moment Boleus was about to touch the ground, it once more flapped its wings, halting a few meters above the surface before landing steadily. This, it seemed, was a successful endeavor. Lin Luo extracted the hunting claws and retrieved a vial of crimson elixir from his pouch, pouring it over Boleus. The wound healed at a visibly rapid pace. Now that Boleus was under Lin Luo's dominion, it could be deemed his second mount and companion, deserving of care without lingering injuries. At last, I can savor the experience of being a dragon rider. Lin Luo exclaimed with a mischievous grin, leaping down from the ice dragon's back. Melina, come quickly, he called, waving vigorously behind him. Upon seeing this, Melina's face brightened with joy as she urged Torrent toward Lin Luo. Upon reaching Belilius, the ice dragon exhibited no further reaction, merely crouching silently with its head lowered. Awaiting Lin Luo's command, Lin Luo scratched his head, as if struck by an idea, and retrieved a large blanket from his pouch, scampering up onto the ice dragon's back to secure it in place. As for the origin of the blanket, do not dwell on it. Lin Luo's storage bag contains an array of items. There is nothing one could imagine that he does not possess. In Chapter 123, Torrent clung tightly to the back of Belilius, his hind legs trembling with excitement as it was his first experience of flight. He did not dare to engage with the two individuals. He simply clung desperately to the ice dragon's back, fearful of slipping off. Curse you, Lin Luo. Hurry and return me to the spirit horse whistle. Torrent snorted in discontent, but Lin Luo remained oblivious to his complaints. The wind howled past his ears, carrying Torrent's voice away with it. What a thrill! Lin Luo stood confidently atop Belilius's head, eyes closed and arms outstretched, savoring the rush of the wind against him. Melina sat at the front of the ice dragon, her long legs swinging in the air, her hands cradling her chin as she gazed at the landscape whizzing by below. Lost in her thoughts, let us go. To the sealed prison over there, Lin Luo commanded Belilius, directing him towards the location of the would-be king's confinement, where Vic resided. Responding to Lin Luo's command, the ice dragon accelerated slightly, soaring towards their destination. Observing this, Torrent pressed himself closer against the ice dragon's back. Fortunately, Lin Luo noticed Torrent's unease and could not help but tease. You, my dear steed, are rather embarrassing. Melina, roused from her reverie, retracted her extended legs, mindful that falling would indeed be painful. Lin Luo, taking the opportunity, settled beside Melina, casually wrapping an arm around her waist. She offered no resistance, resting her head on his shoulder. One must admit, flying is truly convenient. What would typically take several hours could be accomplished in less than half an hour with Belilius's aid. Of course, there was a minor drawback. The blessing points along the way had not been activated, making future travels less straightforward. Yet, this was a trivial concern, with an ice dragon who needed blessing points. My apologies, Torrent. It seems I must embrace my inner scoundrel. With a resounding roar from Belilius, the frequency of his wing beats gradually diminished as his massive form began to descend gracefully. They had arrived at the sealed prison of the would-be king, which shimmered with a violet glow, easily identifiable even from the air. Jumping off Belilius, Lin Luo instructed him to wait there. Torrent, at last liberated, hurriedly descended and lay trembling on the ground. Having absorbed the essence of the frenzied fire, Lin Luo was acutely sensitive to its aura. Vic, who had embraced the frenzied fire, had even marked his armor with 3 distinct traces. Melina, you stay here. Vic and I can handle this alone, Lin Luo stated, tapping his head thoughtfully, primarily concerned about provoking him. The Witch of Vic met her demise through self-immolation driven by madness. Melina momentarily paused, as if a thought crossed her mind regarding the witch's tragic end. If only the King of Madness would grant me a destined death. Ahem. Such a scenario shall never occur again. With her head bowed, Melina gave a slight nod. Naturally, Lin Luo remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor, interpreting it as acquiescence. They then proceeded into the sealed prison. As the light flickered back to life, Lin Luo found himself standing upon a stone platform. Stepping off the platform, Vic's figure began to materialize from within a violet fissure. Oh, a fated one. It has been quite some time since I've had a visitor, Vic remarked, rubbing his head and stretching languidly, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds. You possess awareness? Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, as this differed from his expectations. Oh, are you referring to this? Vic yawned, his voice raspy. I cannot say for certain. A few months ago, I sensed a significant weakening in the control of madness. Why would I share this with you? Suddenly, Vic's awareness returned, and he regarded Lin Luo with a puzzled expression. By the way, you ventured all the way to the snowfields. Vic's mood visibly darkened, and he showed no inclination to engage Lin Luo in combat, instead sitting down on the ground. This left Lin Luo bewildered. Wait, shouldn't you be wielding your dragon spear against me at this moment? Hold on. A few months ago, wasn't it that when I initially traveled to the royal city? Thus, it became clear that his prior absorption of the majority of the madness's power had led to the deity's diminished control over the border's madness. Coupled with Vic's formidable strength, distinct from the feeble denizens of the madness village, regaining control over Vic was nearly impossible. This was why they could sit here calmly and converse. Upon reaching this juncture, cease your journey. Do not proceed further. The Elden Lord, whether in power or not, is of no consequence. Vic's expression was noticeably somber. No path offers you any advantage. Depart from here and do not return. Why do you say such a thing? Lin Luo inquired with intrigue. Knowing so much, I might as well share this with you, Vic thought, reluctantly revealing more than he intended. He did not wish to see another witch meet a tragic fate like that of the fated ones. What of your witch? My witch has perished, Lin Luo replied after a brief pause. Of course, he was not speaking of Melina, but rather the finger witch from the chapel of the Lord. The one who had left a message, urging him to ascend as the Elden Lord, even when all hope seemed lost. What? She is dead? Vic was taken aback, clearly not anticipating this outcome. Rage quickly surged within him. You worthless fool. On what grounds do you presume to claim the throne? What madness has consumed you? It has barely been a moment since we arrived in this snowy expanse, and your witch has already vanished? If you cannot even protect your own witch, how can you claim the title of Elden King? You are unworthy. Depart at once, and do so far enough that my eyes are spared your presence. Leave my sight within 3 seconds, or I shall end your life. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback by Vic's outburst. Such an emotional reaction seemed excessive. May I finish speaking? Lin Luo swallowed hard. Though his current strength could undoubtedly surpass Vic's, the intensity of Vic's aura suggested he was no weaker than a true deity. After all, he was a quasi-king, wielding power akin to that of a god, complemented by his dragon lightning and chaotic fire. His prowess was certainly not exaggerated. Humph, Vic sneered, raising his spear. Speak. 3 sentences. If I am not satisfied, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Take a seat and calm down, Lin Luo urged. Here is the first sentence. Why are you being so stubborn? Second sentence. I just arrived at this borderland, and the witch has already perished. Are you unwell? Third sentence. Wait. What did you say? Chapter 124. Joining the ranks, just as Vic was about to strike, he caught Lin Luo's words. What do you mean? How can you say you just arrived, and the witch is already dead? How did you learn to harness the power of the runes? Vic pondered deeply, realizing the implication, and quickly responded, I have another witch. Lin Luo chuckled, but then continued, do not spew any more of your nonsense. Listen well. My only connection to the first witch was her message to me. Even if the guidance is shattered, you must become the Elden King. Everything I possess now is mine, aided by another witch. So, do not be so agitated. First, put down your weapon. Is that so? Vic paused, and after a moment of realization, sheepishly scratched his head. I apologize. He quickly stowed his spear. Is your current witch well? Vic's eyes darted around, and after a brief hesitation, he inquired. No. If you intend to harm me, just say so. Lin Luo shouted, my witch is alive and well. Moreover, she is now my wife. What? Vic gazed at Lin Luo, his expression gradually shifting to one of grave concern. This did not seem like a favorable turn of events. If Lin Luo was determined to claim kingship, what thoughts would his witch have at the moment of his ascendancy? How would she react in his embrace of chaotic fire? You cannot proceed on this path to kingship. It is a title you would not desire. Vic's eyes were filled with a sense of desolation, as if he had once traversed this very path. Seeing Vic's expression, Lin Luo too grew serious. Lin Luo smiled faintly, igniting the flames of madness within him. Ignoring the look of astonishment gradually forming on Vic's face, Lin Luo spoke slowly. I can handle the burning of the trees. I understand everything. Preparations are complete. Have you found the 3 fingers? Vic's expression shifted from surprise to seriousness, and the weapon he had just sheathed was drawn once more. The reason was simple. He could not ascertain whether the fated one before him still possessed any consciousness. Although his unique disposition did not suggest he was under the control of madness, Vic's frustration simmered as he realized Lin Luo had ventured into that perilous realm. How foolish. You dared to touch that thing, Vic lamented, his disappointment palpable. Yet, he quickly grasped Lin Luo's motives for engaging with the flames of madness. Given another chance, he might choose not to pursue kingship, sparing Lin Luo from the need to burn trees and himself from the embrace of madness. Alas, the Vic of the past had not understood. If given another opportunity, he would still choose the flames. Love restrained Vic from allowing the witch to burn the trees. His ambitions soared high, as he desired to claim both the witch and the Elden King. His belief in his own strength and resolve was unwavering, leading him to embrace the flames, resulting in the witch's tragic demise and his failure to ascend as the Elden King, leaving him with profound regrets. Should it come to that, you can stay with me here. Do not venture outside. We can keep each other company, Vic said earnestly, patting Lin Luo's shoulder. It's best for you to remain here. What are you thinking? Lin Luo shrugged off Vic's hand. That worthless madness thinks it can control me? Only fools would fall for it. Mid-sentence, Lin Luo halted, recalling that Vic might also fall into that category. Turning mechanically, he found Vic smiling at him. My apologies, brother. Please lower your blade. Lin Luo raised his hands, mimicking a gesture of surrender. Eventually, after Lin Luo's tearful oration, Vic resolved to hear him out. Thus, Lin Luo commenced his familiar speech, reminiscent of how he had persuaded Mungert and Tarnished, pouring his emotions into his words. Initially, Vic showed little interest, but as time passed, his expression transformed from indifference to intrigue, then confusion, astonishment, and ultimately, rage. Vic's face was a canvas of emotions, resembling a traveler battered by the harsh realities of life. Left with nothing. Damn the supreme will. Vic shouted in anger. The witch's death is inextricably linked to it. That wretched supreme will. Why must it resort to such foolishness as burning trees? Why not burn itself instead of my wife? Vic cursed inwardly, his fists clenched tightly, nearly trembling with fury. Lin Luo quietly took a step back, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. How about you join me? Together, we can pursue the supreme will. Certainly. Vic was about to agree wholeheartedly, but suddenly halted, memories flooding back. No, I can't, he said, melancholy etched across his face. You know why I'm imprisoned here. Although my consciousness is not under control now, the frenzied fire still resides within me. I cannot leave this sealed prison, otherwise, one day, the frenzied fire might spiral out of control again. Fear not, for I am here, Lin Luo smiled, his palm igniting with frenzied fire. I can control the frenzied fire. To Vic's astonishment, Lin Luo delicately flicked his fingers, and the frenzied fire within Vic began to stir. The once violent flames now emerged like a docile child, having blended intimately with Vic's essence over the years. Yet, Lin Luo could guide the frenzied fire out of Vic's body, a feat both astonishing and hard to believe. Although the frenzied fire had significantly amplified Vic's power, it had also clouded his consciousness, rendering it less rational and clear. Thus, it could hardly be deemed a source of strength. The separation from the frenzied fire was undoubtedly a blessing for him. Are you serious? Vic's voice trembled slightly, disbelief evident in his tone. Yet the departure of the frenzied fire within him confirmed that this was no mere illusion. Haven't you already realized? Lin Luo shrugged, drawing the frenzied fire back into his own body. The yellow glow beneath Vic's helmet dimmed, and although his voice carried a hint of weakness, it was clear he was now exhilarated. I never thought I would one day be free from the frenzied fire. From despair to rebirth, from death to life. I, Vic, have returned. Demigods, tremble before the fear commanded by the Dragon Thunder Knight. Chapter 125. The confrontation hearing Vic's melodramatic proclamation. Lin Luo yearned to clarify that he was not well acquainted with him. Alas, there was no choice. One must accept those they had brought back, even with tears in their eyes. Well then, let's go to Soul City first. I'm heading to the Holy Snowfield. Absolutely not. Vic firmly rejected. You must duel me. Are you intending to go back on your word? Lin Luo's gaze turned icy once more. Vic paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Don't look at me like that. I'm still a man of my word. It's just that I've been in this prison for so long that I've forgotten how long it's been since anyone visited. Now that I have this opportunity, my hands are itching a bit. Of course, it's mainly because you seem quite formidable yourself. I fear I might accidentally defeat others. Lin Luo was left with a multitude of questions in his mind. Aren't you worried I might be defeated? Has anyone ever told you that you have a punchable face? Lin Luo remarked, clenching his fists, a smile gracing his face while inwardly cursing. I truly wish to obliterate you. How did you know? Vic responded, astonished. Those were merely my adversaries attempting to provoke me, all of whom I have vanquished. Those scoundrels were merely detrimental to my path. Are you certain at ISNT your disdain for seeing others dispatched that makes them your foes? That seems rather dubious. Lin Luo mentally scoffed, completely oblivious to Vic retrieving his spear. Come forth, my worthy opponent, Vic declared, exuding an air of youthful bravado. Lin Luo rolled his eyes, his frustration palpable. He felt as if he had been digging a hole large enough to accommodate a 3-bedroom apartment, achieving his dream of homeownership. Thus, with quiet resolve, Lin Luo drew forth the black sword from his bag. Wait, what is that? Vic's smile faltered. I meant for us to spar. Spar? Are you attempting to bring about my demise? That weapon embodies the rune of death, does it not? Of course, Lin Luo had reserved a trick up his sleeve. He wielded not merely the black sword, but the great sword of the hunting deity. Then I should express my gratitude. Vic retorted, how infuriating. Only a fool would engage you in combat. Despite his bemusement, Vic raised his weapon, embodying the spirit of a king, undaunted by the threat of being struck or executed. He possessed an unwavering resolve. This youthful exuberance, combined with formidable strength, persistence, and confidence, alongside an unwavering loyalty to love, was reminiscent of a protagonist archetype. Let us see what you've got. Vic charged at Lin Luo first, crimson lightning coalescing around him, radiating an aura that rivaled that of any demigod. Now we're getting somewhere. Lin Luo chuckled lightly, brandishing the black sword to meet the oncoming charge. The rune of death clashed with the red dragon lightning, erupting in a shower of golden sparks in the air. Vic's excitement was palpable, his helmet barely containing his fervor for battle. Impressive, Vic acknowledged, sharply lifting his spear. He traced a circle beneath Lin Luo's black sword before forcefully striking beneath it with a resounding clang. Lin Luo was momentarily caught off guard, nearly losing his grip on the black sword. Yet, he understood the utmost importance of maintaining his weapon. Losing it would spell imminent failure. Despite the sudden surge of force, he firmly held onto the hilt. Harnessing that immense strength, Lin Luo deftly pivoted on his toes, using the grip on the black sword as a pivot point, executing a graceful turn before landing steadily. You possess a formidable strength, Lin Luo remarked, shaking his hand, dismissing the slight ache that had begun to settle in. Huh, you think that's something? Vic chuckled, charging at Lin Luo once more. His right hand gripped the spear tightly, while his left conjured a massive bolt of crimson dragon lightning, aiming it downward toward Lin Luo. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Vic, Lin Luo steeled himself for what was to come. The black sword dragged along the ground, tracing a circular pattern around Lin Luo, as crimson flames erupted from the blade's edge. The moment the dragon thunder descended, Lin Luo swung his black sword in response. For reasons unknown, both combatants shouted the names of their techniques upon collision. Perhaps such declarations would amplify their might? No. It might simply be an attempt to elevate their perceived grandeur. Red Thunder Spear, Fated Death. The clash of crimson and golden light unleashed an unprecedented surge of energy in the air. The overwhelming force strained the very confines of the prison, causing the surrounding violet space to destabilize and tremble. Neither combatant showed any intention of relenting. They both recognized each other's resolve, an unwavering fighting spirit. They continued to unleash their runes without any extraneous gestures, locked in a stalemate. Should either side falter in stamina or rune energy, they would be forcefully ejected, with one individual bearing the brunt of the combined might. It was unclear how this precarious situation had arisen. Setting aside their respective strengths, it was evident that this confrontation could only lead to injury, a most undesirable outcome. Suddenly, cracks began to manifest in the air. What was this? The ceiling prison was on the verge of collapse. The collision of their formidable powers was not a mere sum of forces. The prison could not withstand such divine strength. The fissures multiplied and widened, transforming from mere finger widths into gaping meters across. Yet, the two remained locked in combat, their focus solely on the imminent victory, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. Vic, you truly are the Dragonlance Knight, Lin Luo exclaimed, a smile curving his lips. Indeed, you are strong. I did not misjudge you. However, this arena was no longer suitable for battle. This duel must come to an end. What did that mean? A question flickered in Vic's mind, but it was quickly dispelled as he realized Lin Luo's power had surged several-fold. Vic watched in astonishment as golden flames began to engulf Lin Luo, his very form becoming ephemeral. Indeed, the flames of madness and elemental body were Lin Luo's greatest trump cards. Vic sensed an impending disaster by the time he reacted. It was already too late. A searing sensation and an overwhelming force surged from the tip of the spear. Vic had never experienced such power. It was utterly insurmountable. He found it incredible. Surely the disparity between individuals could not be this vast. Curse it. This fated individual is here to wreak havoc. Have I not brought disgrace upon myself? In that instant, Vic felt utterly humiliated, grasping the essence of the term jester. Chapter 126. Departure. Fortunately, the two were not adversaries. The perilous situation for Vic escalated as the black sword effortlessly cleaved through the dragon lance, unleashing the massive dragon lightning that struck the prison's barrier with tremendous force, further exacerbating its already precarious state. Meanwhile, the remaining death rune, having lost the protection of the dragon lightning, lunged at Vic with the ferocity of a famished wolf. In this critical moment, Lin Luo once again wielded the black sword, though this time it seemed to require considerable effort, as if encountering immense resistance in the air. The death rune adjusted its trajectory mid-flight, narrowly grazing Vic's face. Clad in his helmet, Vic remained oblivious to how close he had come to death. Yet the deep gash upon his helmet testified to the terrifying power behind that strike. For the first time, Vic felt a sense of defeat. No one, not even the demigods, could withstand such an overwhelming assault. This realization weighed heavily upon his heart, leaving him uncomfortable and restless. Before he could ponder further, calamity struck anew. Lin Luo had forcibly redirected the death rune that was initially aimed at Vic, causing it to collide with the prison instead. This time, the prison could no longer withstand the onslaught. The violet barrier shattered completely, revealing its true form, as stones cascaded from above, including the cover that succumbed to the destruction. With a resounding crash, it disintegrated into dust, slowly descending like ash. The commotion naturally caught the attention of Melina above, who peered through the opening to observe Lin Luo's actions. Although she recognized Lin Luo's formidable strength, her curiosity compelled her to take a closer look. Gasping for breath, Lin Luo retracted the black sword. "What now? Do you wish to continue?" he mused. "After all, I am still a sorcerer." With that, he retrieved his staff from his bag, adorned with runes swirling around the radiant stone atop it. Never mind, never mind. I want to pursue it further," Vic replied. Bemused. "I simply enjoy a challenge, not courting disaster." Despite recalling Lin Luo's prior words, Vic couldn't help but marvel at his prowess. He felt as though Lin Luo could easily vanquish him, yet he refrained from doing so. "Spare me, I concede. I may have spoken a bit too loudly earlier. I can accept defeat." "Indeed, you embody the essence of a sovereign ruler." Vic stumbled over his words, unsure why such sentiments flowed so effortlessly from his lips. "You are a born ruler," Vic ultimately declared, a statement that seemed astonishing coming from one on the cusp of royalty. Lin Luo found Vic's words somewhat peculiar, as if he were attempting to curry favor, yet he chose not to dwell on it. Lin Luo then responded to Vic's second statement. "No, you misunderstand. I have never been a natural-born ruler. No one is inherently destined for such a role. The only distinction between you and me lies in the indomitable blood that courses through my veins." "Is that so?" For a moment, Vic was taken aback. Then he chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Who would have thought I would find myself on the receiving end of such remarks?" "I stand corrected." Lin Luo spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, the previously serious atmosphere shifting once more with his next words. "Do not move from this spot. Allow me to investigate above to ensure the stability of the space." Vic was tempted to voice a sarcastic remark about the ceiling prison, but refrained. He found Lin Luo's earlier comments rather peculiar. Without acknowledging Vic's expression, Lin Luo lightly touched the ground with his toes and leaped upwards. "Melina, are you all right? Lin Luo, are you okay? What could be the matter?" "I am perfectly fine. Why don't you speak first?" Laughter filled the air, though it was tinged with an odd tension. "Goodness, that is not a part of Lonnie. You have clearly appropriated a piece from me, haven't you?" Were it not for Lin Luo's understanding of Melina's character, he might have questioned the absurdity of the situation. It's nothing. I merely had a spar with him, Vic. He was a bit tricky, and then Lin Luo finally shattered the oppressive silence, gesturing towards the remnants of the prison behind him. "Is that so?" Melina bit her lip, choosing silence in response. Lin Luo smiled gently, embracing Melina and kissing her lips. It was a tender scene, yet it was not particularly kind to Vic. Instead of remaining below, Vic clambered out, sensing an inexplicable unease about Lin Luo's earlier words, as if staying put might lead to significant misfortune. Emerging from the prison, Vic was confronted with a sight that left him nearly petrified. His eyes began to well with tears, his nose tinged with red. A man's tears do not fall lightly, yet he was not at the point of sorrow. "Oh, my witch," Vic quietly whimpered, turning to embrace his companion, Torrent. This unexpected display startled Torrent, who retaliated with a swift kick from his powerful hindquarters, the hoof colliding sharply against Vic's helmet, producing a resounding clang. Torrent stared at Vic in astonishment. "My goodness, there's a weirdo. Lin Luo, a color changer. Please take me back. I haven't yet found my little mare, nor have I enjoyed the joys of family life." Torrent snorted repeatedly, finally capturing Lin Luo's attention. "Vic, how did you get out?" Lin Luo's voice filled with confusion as he turned to face Vic, instinctively drawing Melina closer into his embrace. "You," Vic stammered, yet words eluded him once more. "I ought to be imprisoned, not here outside." The brief interlude has passed, and Lin Luo no longer teased Vic. Shortly thereafter, Lin Luo blew a whistle, and a resounding roar echoed from afar, the figure of Bolelius growing larger as it approached. Finally, it landed steadily before them. "Oh, you too. And this dragon." Vic hesitated, but Lin Luo quickly grasped his meaning. "Come on, this ice dragon is under my command." "Just now, that dragon from the icy lake is not you. You are still our dragon." "What do you mean by that? Such crude language. We are partners. How can you speak so disrespectfully?" Vic exclaimed, waving his arms in protest. "Enough of the bickering. Hurry up and get on. Or you can walk to Soul City by yourself. All right, brother. Chapter 127. Soul City. I almost forgot something quite important. The holy snowfield lies just beneath the snowy expanse. If Lin Luo could fly, he would simply ride the dragon down. Alas, this is my dilemma. Let us pretend there is a barrier between the holy snowfield and the snowfield, accessible only via the load elevator. It is hard to imagine that such a legendary predecessor, a near king, would possess such a character. Is he adaptable? Lin Luo thought not. Vic was merely a simpleton, fitting the archetype of a protagonist perfectly. Once mounted, Bolelius flapped its wings once more, heading deeper into the snowy expanse. Naturally, before reaching Soul City, they took a detour to locate the voice-switching ship of Tibia, where a dead root had been left behind. Setting aside the skeletons, this little boss was practically gifted. On the edge of the cliff, as it swayed unsteadily while paddling, a blast of icy mist from Bolelius enveloped it entirely. The creature looked up, bewildered, only to be consumed by the frost, leaving behind a dark, lifeless root. After collecting the root, Lin Luo continued towards Soul City. Vic, astonished, exclaimed, "Hey, I've never been here before." It seemed he was merely a protagonist who focused solely on the main storyline. That was a relief. Lin Luo shot Vic a peculiar glance without uttering a word, and then leaned closer to Melina. This made Vic feel a pang of anxiety. Should he leave? He glanced down below, cursing. How can this ice dragon fly so high? Lancelot never flies this high. I wish I could escape, but I can't. Vic, the quintessential drama king, was ignored by Lin Luo, who considered it merely a bout of theatrics. The ice dragon's speed was impressive. Before long, they arrived at Soul City. The time in prison had finally ended, and Vic eagerly leaped down. It was not his frailty, but rather Lin Luo's ruthlessness that made him feel this way. To him, Soul City was no longer a nest of enemies, but rather a paradise. Be careful, there are two inside. Goodness. Lin Luo's warning was cut short by Vic's startled cry. Two lion hounds suddenly pounced upon Vic, effectively sealing off all his blind spots. "Ah, you," Lin Luo remarked, speechless, as he swiftly retrieved his staff from his satchel. Lin Luo found himself questioning how Vic had managed to survive this long, given his character. Fortunately, Lin Luo's quick reflexes saved Vic from sustaining a severe injury. While Vic remained momentarily stunned, one of the lions was sent sprawling by Lin Luo's strike. Though Vic could often be unreliable, when the moment called for action, he rose to the occasion. The bewilderment and stupor in his gaze vanished, replaced by indifference and murderous intent, as if he had transformed into a different person. A spear, seemingly summoned from nowhere, was thrust upward and pierced forth. This sequence of movements was one Vic had executed countless times, flowing effortlessly and without any hint of deliberate effort. Even Lin Luo failed to realize that the seemingly dazed Vic had, in an instant, driven the spear through the lionhound's throat. It must be noted that such creatures were quite formidable, being directive monsters. Though it might not be entirely appropriate to say so, it certainly attested to his prowess. "Pay more attention. This isn't the image I have of you," Lin Luo exclaimed as he leaped off the ice dragon, wearing an expression of exasperation. "Image?" Vic queried, puzzled. "Have you ever seen me? What kind of image could I possibly have in your mind? I'm just a clown." "It seems you have a clear understanding of your own position," Lin Luo remarked quietly, then continued. "I've heard old Sir Baiji speak of you. You were once a member of the Round Table and were bestowed with the title of Knight of the Round Table. I thought you were a rather aloof senior." Lin Luo ultimately refrained from sharing the latter part, feeling it would be too embarrassing. Should he tell Vic that in his mind, he rode a grand dragon, unwavering in love, and would exclaim a triumphant, "Oh my gosh," as his enemies fell? That would be too foolish. Ha, that old man, he just rambles on. I'm not that impressive. Vic laughed heartily, his mirth silencing Lin Luo momentarily. "Hey, where did you hear me praising you? He holds you in disdain," Lin Luo retorted, his lips twitching involuntarily, choosing to ignore Vic as he strode towards Soul City. "Hey, where are you going? Don't leave, talk to me. What did the old man say about me? Did he depict me riding Sancton, soaring over the royal city, and grinding Mungard into the ground?" "Shut up," Lin Luo, utterly exasperated by Vic's incessant chatter, spat out. "You think you're so handsome, but Sancton is still over there in the royal city, you scoundrel." Vic fell silent abruptly, the smile on his face stiffening, and for a moment he found himself at a loss for words to retort against Lin Luo. He must be right. Vic has indeed gone mad for love, his mind clouded to the point of locking himself away. Yet, one could argue he has consistently ignored Sanct's affections. Is this merely a tactic of patience? Ahem, Vic coughed tactically, and his expression shifted dramatically. Enemies ahead. Let them taste the might of Vic's spear. He mused to himself, dashing forward like a ravenous wolf, much to Lin Luo's astonishment. After all, he was merely a child of platinum. Was such urgency necessary? It seemed there were no true platinum heirs here, but one must adapt to the circumstances. Nonsense. It is time I impart a lesson to you, comrade. As a descendant of warriors, one must not underestimate any adversary. Every encounter demands full commitment. Do you understand? Lin Luo remained silent, yet his expression spoke volumes. So, this is your justification for using the Dragon Thunder Spear against a mere child of platinum? By my word, I would never resort to such a disproportionate response, Lin Luo declared with righteous indignation. The aristocratic mage interjected. Have you perhaps forgotten something, O Comet Yasler? Lin Luo selectively chose to overlook that detail. Intrigued, he gazed ahead, eager to witness how Vic would fare against the foremost expert of Soul City. Oh, but would Vic falter? That would surely be a spectacle. As for the seasoned veteran Neo, my apologies, but who might you be? Do you truly believe yourself worthy of comparison to the foremost expert of Soul City? Chapter 128, the second expert of Soul City. Well said. Lin Luo smacked his lips, raising a finger slightly. Just don't get knocked down. You jest? Vic raised an eyebrow, his expression betraying a hint of disdain towards Lin Luo. Striding confidently into the city with his spear, despite appearing somewhat unreliable, Vic faced no resistance from the minions along the way. A couple attempted to provoke him, only to be swiftly dispatched. The more discerning soldiers had already fled, shouting in panic about the filth that was approaching. However, the brash youths were another matter. Regardless of the threat, they were ready to confront him, eager to show that even deities could bleed, though that was hardly the rhetoric befitting a mere passerby. Your depiction is that Vic raised his hand, and the brash youths were reduced to mist by the dragon thunder. Is that all? Vic's smirk nearly reached the heavens. Fortunately, he wore a helmet, or Lin Luo might have been unable to resist giving him a beating upon witnessing such a display. Vic glanced back, hoping to catch a glimpse of Lin Luo's astonishment, only to find him completely uninterested. With his mouth agape, Lin Luo held several red fruits, squeezing one into Melina's mouth. Why must I be so foolish? Vic's entire face twitched, as if he were eager to slap himself. Is it not permissible for me to leave? With a chuckle, Melina could no longer contain her laughter. Lin Luo, you truly are mischievous. How can that be considered mischievous? Lin Luo replied, his expression turning serious. I am merely nurturing his character. Lonnie thought to herself. To be so self-righteous in deceiving others, it must be you. Under her fervent insistence, Lin Luo secured the petite Lonnie onto his shoulder, justifying it as a means to protect her. Proceeding forward along the ascending city wall, Vic soon found himself before the main building. A broad staircase led up to the grand edifice, shrouded in white mist, a symbol of the spirit. Without a doubt, this was the second most formidable warrior of Soul City. Despite his unremarkable appearance, he could very well contend with two Grecs. Just a jest. Vic, naturally, regarded him with indifference. He had encountered many Lost Land knights before. This one was merely a younger sibling, not to be feared. Vic strode confidently towards him. The Lost Land knight, witnessing such audacity, felt a stir within his previously unruffled heart. So this person does not regard me with any respect, does he? I understand now. He is clearly a novice. I relish the opportunity to exploit novices. Let me feign a vulnerability. The Lost Land knight trembled, resembling a newly appointed soldier bewildered upon encountering the enemy. As Vic approached, the knight feigned bravado, positioning his shield before him, his helmet tilting slightly backward as he slowly swung his longsword. Vic paused momentarily, a question mark forming above his head. Are you jesting with me? He mused, slightly sidestepping the attack. He then thrust his spear fiercely toward the Lost Land knight. However, the knight's shield held firm, despite Vic's considerable strength. It failed to deliver a substantial blow against the resilient knight. The knight staggered back several steps, eventually coming to a halt. And this is meant to warrant caution? Vic couldn't help but underestimate his opponent. Though he typically avoided such elementary errors, perhaps due to his recent emergence, his thoughts had become a tad disjointed. Compounded by Lin Luo's earlier remarks, he had let his guard down for the first time in battle. The most significant difference between Vic and Lin Luo lay in their occasional whimsical thoughts, while both displayed a sense of levity. Lin Luo understood a crucial truth. Villains perish due to their verbosity and failure to deliver the final blow. Although they were both on the same side, they were nonetheless influenced by this principle. As Vic basked in his arrogance, he glanced once more at the Lost Land knight. To his astonishment, the knight had vanished before him. Vic had yet to ponder the implications of this occurrence. He merely thought that today's soldiers were far too timid, easily frightened away by his imposing presence. It seemed a more profound reckoning awaited him. The figure of the Lost Land Knight suddenly materialized behind Vic. By the time he reacted, the knight's massive shield had already collided forcefully with his chin. Vic spun 180 degrees in midair, landing gracefully, albeit with his face meeting the ground first. With a soft thud, Lin Luo witnessed the entire spectacle, covering his mouth in an effort to suppress his laughter. "How dare you?" Vic exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and glaring at the Lost Land Knight, only to find his adversary had vanished once more. It was merely a moment of disorientation for Vic, who had just emerged and was still trying to clear his mind. As realization dawned upon him, the knight reappeared behind him, wielding a heavy sword and delivering a powerful strike to Vic's back. "Damn it," Vic cursed, propelled forward once again. "Humph, a mere novice. Let this teach you not to underestimate me," the Lost Land Knight boasted, preparing to deliver a final blow. With a swift motion, he teleported once more to Vic's rear. This time, he intended to unleash his full strength, channeling every ounce of power into his strike. However, unbeknownst to the knight, Vic's momentarily dazed expression transformed into one of unwavering resolve, his lips curling into a still smirk. Suddenly, Vic's seated form twisted at an impossible angle, reaching out to seize the descending blade with a fierce grip. The blade was mere centimeters from his palm. To say he grasped it would be an understatement. It was more accurate to say he pinched it between a few fingers. The Lost Land Knight was taken aback. Indeed, he was utterly stunned. Wasn't this supposed to be a novice? What was happening? Had Vic activated some extraordinary skill? The murderous intent emanating from Vic sent a chill through the knight's heart. With a resounding crack, the sword seized by Vic felt as if it were caught in a vice, unable to be drawn free. Yet, this was not the most suffocating aspect. Vic's right arm, tightly gripping the sword, began to emanate a crimson lightning, resembling a dragon's arm. As he held the sword, the blade shattered like glass, clattering to the ground, seemingly tolling the death knell for the Lost Land Knight. Only then did the knight panic. Faced with the broken sword, he resorted to swinging his large shield and attempted to teleport once more. Unfortunately for him, Vic was not without his own skills. The hound step was not an extraordinary technique. While useful, it was one that many could wield. As the knight teleported to his destination, Vic vanished from sight, leaving only a spear protruding from his chest. Chapter 129. The greatest master of Soul City, you're finished. Vic's furious voice resonated, the intensity of his presence gradually dissipating. The Lost Land Knight collapsed to the ground with a thud, his white form dissolving into a mist. "Oh, what a sight!" Lin Luo beamed, having witnessed the moment he had longed to see. "Heh, I never expected that Prince Jun would also fall victim to the second strongest of Soul City. Indeed, the numerous deaths I suffered in the past were not solely my fault." Although Lin Luo did not step forward to assist, he was acutely aware of Vic's capabilities. Even when caught off guard, he was not likely to meet his demise so easily. Coughing softly, Lin Luo trailed behind Vic, adjusting his voice to mimic Vic's tone as he remarked, "Is that all you've got?" Vic's face flushed crimson, but the helmet concealed his expression, leaving Lin Luo to imagine how amusing it must be. "Humph, that was merely my oversight. A mere lost knight, and yet I could easily bring you down." Lin Luo wore a knowing smile, saying nothing, yet conveying a multitude of thoughts in silence. Vic, feeling the sting of defeat once more, found himself at a loss for words and turned his gaze away, continuing forward. Lin Luo chuckled softly, refraining from further teasing Vic. As they pressed on, they arrived at the church housing the Eclipse Hook sword. Vic recognized the sword's extraordinary nature. The heavy aura of death surrounding it was undoubtedly linked to the deceased Prince Godwin. Lin Luo approached, grasping the sword and toying with it for a moment before stowing it away in his bag. The Eclipse Hook sword, a treasured blade of Soul City, was crafted in the image of a tarnished sun, a legendary weapon. Soul regarded it as a symbol of despair, a reminder of the entities that must be feared when confronted by overwhelming terror. This weapon had been a significant ally in Lin Luo's past endeavors. Vic smirked, feeling as though Lin Luo viewed the sword with the same reverence one might reserve for a lover. Suddenly, Lin Luo turned to face him, their eyes locking. Vic was clearly startled, quickly diverting his gaze, only to regret it moments later. "What am I doing? I have nothing to hide," he thought, glancing back. "Are you out of your mind?" Vic exclaimed, his finger pointed at Lin Luo, his expression a mix of frustration and disbelief. Lin Luo simply shook his head, ignoring him and continuing on his way. Vic's mood soured, letting out a sigh of resignation. "Fine, he is not worth my effort," he muttered, and they continued onward. Vic, feeling irritated by Lin Luo, chose to distance himself, moving ahead. This, however, aligned perfectly with Lin Luo's desire, as he was keen to follow the strongest in Soul City. The two entered a dimly lit chamber, filled with torture devices and corpses, their presence a stark contrast to the surrounding darkness, like two glaring beams of light. Suddenly, a horde of platinum children emerged from below the stairs, their spider-like forms lunging at Vic as if they had not feasted in decades. Vic reacted swiftly, unwilling to be touched by these repulsive creatures. Drawing his spear, he swung fiercely, severing the first few platinum children in half, their strange white fluid splattering against the walls, creating an unsettling scene. Vic harbored no intention of sparing the group of platinum children. With a few swift motions of his spear, he dispatched the remaining few with ruthless efficiency. It was not a bloodthirsty nature that drove Vic, but rather the understanding that these platinum children had long lost their consciousness, now resembling the undead. Their demise served a greater good for both him and others. However, unbeknownst to Vic, one of the platinum children, adorned with a wooden collar, had noticed him. With arms crossed over his chest, a faint white membrane enveloped him, emanating a subtle rune-like resonance. Observing this, Lin Luo pursed his lips and discreetly stepped back. Vic, oblivious to Lin Luo's movements, continued upward, unaware of the impending consequences. As he ascended, a dozen spectral penal soldiers emerged from the shadows, brandishing axes, swords, and spears, encircling Vic. With such a meager number, they hardly pose a threat, right, Lin Luo? Vic scoffed, confidence radiating from his countenance. Yet, no response came, only an awkward silence hung in the air. Vic remained unaware of the strange shift in atmosphere, presuming Lin Luo was simply disinterested in engaging with him. Gradually, he retreated, seeking solace against Lin Luo's back, only to encounter the chilling touch of cold armor. Gulping, Vic sensed an ominous turn of events. Casting a sidelong glance, he saw Lin Luo grinning at the entrance, waving cheerfully as if greeting him. But what was that behind? Vic turned slowly, only to be met with the gleaming edges of two merciless iron swords. By the heavens! Vic's pupils dilated, dread manifesting upon his face. Yet, this terror was swiftly replaced by a steely calm and a surge of murderous intent. It was as if he were possessed, spinning around in a flash. The twin swords narrowly grazed his arm. This was the assault of the foremost expert from Soul City. The wooden floor could not withstand the force, leaving two large gashes in its wake. Although one sword missed its mark, the expert's initial strike sounded the call to arms, prompting all spectral soldiers to surge forward. Vic remained unfazed, forcefully stamping his foot down, causing the already dilapidated wood to yield a gaping hole. He deftly maneuvered through it, returning to the first floor. The spectral soldiers, now bereft of a target, stumbled, inadvertently harming their own comrades in the ensuing chaos. Vic's reflexes were sharp, yet the foremost expert of Soul City was not to be underestimated. No sooner had Vic landed than he was met with a colossal sword aimed directly at him. The sheer force and impact of the dual swords were formidable. Even Vic would surely sustain significant injuries. Lin Luo, exasperated, pressed his forehead in resignation. He could no longer remain a passive observer. With a swift motion of his staff, he summoned a shard of radiant stone, accurately striking down the platinum child that hung suspended in the air. In an instant, several hounds advanced swiftly, and at the moment the great sword descended, Lin Luo found himself behind Vic, with his right hand firmly grasping the staff. Despite its lack of physical offensive capability, he managed to hold his ground. The dual swords came crashing down. Lin Luo's right arm merely bent slightly before straightening again. Vic was about to speak when he suddenly noticed the pink branch in Lin Luo's left hand. What is this? Vic's confusion was soon dispelled as Lin Luo thrust the branch directly into the face of the foremost master of Soul City. Suddenly, the pressure on his right arm dissipated. Had the foremost master of Soul City been vanquished? Chapter 130. The veteran Neo, what on earth is this? Vic stared in astonishment at the motionless lost homeland knight, a look of surprise on his face. Having never visited the sacred tree, he was unaware of Michaela's enchanting branch. Of course, he had occasionally seen such a thing among the nomadic tribes, but at that time, he was too proud to use it. Now, he regretted that decision deeply. Just then, while examining the lost homeland knight's armor, Vic suddenly exclaimed in shock. The reason was simple. The lost homeland knight had raised his weapon once more. Vic quickly stepped back, drawing his spear and assuming a defensive stance. Seriously? Lin Luo said, exasperated, choosing not to elaborate further as he ascended the staircase. Although Vic harbored some doubts, he followed suit upon seeing Lin Luo proceed, forgiving him for the earlier mishaps, as he considered himself magnanimous. The exiled soldiers watched the two approach with a swagger, feeling a mix of anger and astonishment. They were incensed that these two displayed such blatant disregard for their presence. This was intolerable. They were astonished as well, recalling that their leader had gone down to confront him just moments ago. Where was he now? The soldiers' thoughts were abruptly halted. They might have had some ideas, but they were never inclined to make the correct judgment, and they charged at the two. Just as Vic was about to take action, he noticed Lin Luo's calm demeanor, which caused him to waver. Forget it. If death is looming, so be it. He wasn't afraid, so why should he be? Vic resigned himself, sheathing his weapon and closely following Lin Luo. Soon, this defeatist mindset vanished. It turned out Lin Luo was assured of victory, while he was merely resigned to fate. In the instant the exiled soldiers surrounded them, the foremost master of Soul City emerged, cleaving through the soldiers with tremendous force, shattering the wooden floor beneath and sending them flying. Their leader had betrayed them, the soldiers thought, and the judgment was simple: eliminate them. The exiled soldiers surged forward. Lin Luo could hardly rely on the lost homeland knight to take on 10 foes alone, so he called upon 2 additional allies. The elegant number 1 and number 2 of the divine skin. These 2 were decidedly less gentle than the lost homeland knight. With a swift motion, he wielded the blade crafted from divine skin, adorned with swirling black flames. It spun incessantly in his grasp, devouring anything that dared approach. Goodness, how magnificent! Vic exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Of course, he was not referring to the emaciated figure of the divine skin envoy, but rather to Lin Luo, who stood regally at the center, flanked by his followers. Having subordinates undoubtedly elevated one's stature, truly impressive. Lin Luo's presence transformed Vic's worldview. He realized that one could embody such grandeur. Lessons were learned. Under the purging actions of IE, Air, and the foremost expert of Soul City, the exiled soldiers were utterly annihilated. The duo ascended the staircase, arriving at the quarters of the venerable General Neo. Suddenly, Lin Luo halted, bowing silently, a gesture that left Vic perplexed. Could it be that this was a formidable adversary deserving of respect? Indeed, General Neo was a figure worthy of such reverence. He possessed a profound understanding of the history and intricacies of the borderlands, particularly in the struggle against the Supreme Will. If the previous conflicts in Galad and Nimjafu represented a unified war for the Golden Tree, then Soul City epitomized a true war of injustice. The legendary Eclipse War was orchestrated by the forces of Golden Gedwan and the Solar City, which were nearly obliterated during the campaign. The remnants of the Solar City, known as the Old Eight, were among the few survivors. The Golden Mask, having retrieved a mask from the battlefield, drew endless inspiration from its history. While Soul City may not have been the Solar City, it was undoubtedly a place that once revered the sun. Thus, Gedwan, adorned with the emblem of the eclipse, launched an assault on Soul City, which stood powerless against the might of the Golden Tree. The preceding narrative is conjecture, a pursuit of knowledge. Differing opinions are welcome. At the war's conclusion, General Neo sacrificed his own life to spare the vanquished knights. However, the desolate state of present-day Soul City indicates that Gedwan did not honor his plea. The exiled knights perished, and years later, their souls continued to guard the city alongside their esteemed General Neo. As for the absence of a monument to commemorate this battle, it may signify its true nature as an unjust war. Beyond its tragic history, Soul City offers another point of interest. One can witness the soldiers' souls praying for the soulless brother of Michaela, Gedwan. If Gedwan was indeed the architect of Soul City's destruction, why then do the spirits beseech his revival? A reasonable yet unproven hypothesis suggests this is Michaela's wish. During the boss battle against Neo, the enthralling branch can be employed to enchant the 2 returning knights beside him, leading to the astonishing revelation that General Neo would fall by the hand of his own allies. This illustrates Michaela's enchantment, capable of affecting even the ethereal. Thus, the reason those wandering souls pray for Gedwan may stem from enchantment, compelling them to offer prayers day and night. Indeed, it is but conjecture, a gentle inquiry based on the gathered information. Neo stands as the sole survivor of Soul City, leading numerous souls in their guardianship of a long-deceased master. Lin Luo gradually stepped through the threshold, disregarding Vic's puzzled expression. The veteran Neo stood at the entrance, brandishing a vivid red military flag adorned with the insignia of Soul City. Despite one leg being shattered and replaced with a prosthetic, his posture remained resolute, embodying the very spirit of Soul City. A raspy voice escaped Neo's lips as 2 exiled knights gradually materialized beside him. Another fated one. It has been quite some time since I last encountered such a presence. The hounds of the Golden Tree, coveting the throne of the Elden Lord, have come here, no doubt prepared for their impending demise. Lin Luo nodded lightly, slowly drawing forth the black sword. The spirits encountered along the way had already been dispatched with the death rune, unnoticed by Vic, who, even if aware, would harbor no further thoughts on the matter. He intended to wield this weapon to escort the last remaining individual and spirit of this city into the beyond. Perhaps death would be their finest sanctuary. Without uttering much, Lin Luo infused Vic's spear with the death rune as well. The two exchanged a glance, nodding slightly before their forms blurred, initiating the hunter's steps, propelling them forward in an instant. The death rune? It appears to be rather formidable. A hint of joy and relief resonated in Neo's words. Surely, the strength of these two was sufficient to bring about his end. Chapter 131. The sacred snowfield. Neo fell, kneeling upon the ground, yet even in death, he maintained an upright posture, the flag steadfastly held aloft. The rationale behind Lin Luo's decision to terminate Neo was straightforward. Allowing him to continue safeguarding Soul City would constitute an endless torment. Though it was his duty, witnessing his soldiers' daily hymns to the golden tree would surely rend his heart with profound sorrow. To slay him with the death rune, granting him complete oblivion, was the only true liberation, for a return to the golden tree would be a humiliation. Admittedly, Lin Luo had contemplated persuading Neo to join his ranks, yet upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. Unlike others, Neo's unwavering loyalty to Soul City was absolute. Even entertaining the idea of persuasion seemed futile, as the veteran's body could hardly endure many more battles. Having resolved this dilemma, Lin Luo ascended the staircase behind the door, boarding the lift, where he acquired the left portion of the sacred tree's secret sigil atop Soul City. Thus, he could venture to the sacred snowfield in search of the portal to the sacred tree. Nearby, a white spirit knelt, murmuring incessantly, "I am deeply sorry, Lord Michaela. The sun remains uncorrupted. It is our feeble prayers that have failed. Your friend still exists in a soulless state. I may never behold your sacred tree." The spirit knelt upon the rooftop, gazing toward the direction of the sacred tree, its voice trembling with emotion. "It is truly lamentable," Vic could not help but exclaim. Lin Luo elucidated the tragic history of this city to him, and he came to understand that this spirit was evidently a servant of Soul City, with the friend he mentioned clearly being Godwin. How absurd! Godwin was the harbinger of ruin for Soul City, a cohort of spirits ensnared by Michaela's enchantment, who prayed for their adversary even unto death. Lin Luo chose not to elaborate further. He merely shook his head and departed. Melina awaited outside the city, and as the two made their way upward, she returned to tend to Beryllius. Rather than teleporting, Lin Luo opted for a more comfortable flight. He harbored a somewhat immature notion of bringing Beryllius to the sacred snowfield. However, Beryllius had lost consciousness, and it was only through the concerted efforts of Lonnie and Melina that he could assume a humanoid form. Yet, to Lin Luo's slight disappointment, he transformed not into a dragon maiden, but rather into a disheveled man. This dissatisfaction, however, was not outwardly expressed, for he was mindful of the two women present. Vic, standing nearby, could no longer contain his laughter and turned away to chuckle. He even concocted a retort for when Lin Luo would inevitably call him a scoundrel. "You're the rogue. My mount is a dragon maiden. You've been duped by the flames of madness. My mount is a dragon maiden. Yet you cannot defeat me. My mount is..." Suddenly, Vic realized Lin Luo was smiling at him, and he stammered in shock. "Why, you monster? What is this?" Lin Luo, taken aback, wondered what had provoked the boy. But Vic hastily fled without offering any explanation. "Run if you must. I doubt you can escape," Lin Luo scoffed, though he was oblivious to Vic's reasons for fleeing. Nevertheless, it seemed of little consequence at that moment. Under Lin Luo's insistence, Beryllius transformed into his dragon form, and observing the scales so artfully arranged, Lin Luo could not help but think it far more handsome than before. He attempted to deceive himself, yet as he mounted the dragon's back, he felt a certain unease. Just as they prepared to set off, Vic returned, albeit appearing somewhat apprehensive. Lin Luo, unaware of Vic's previous inner musings, did not pursue the matter further. However, while physical retribution was absent, Vic was nonetheless subjected to a psychological blow. Lonnie and Melina sat beside Lin Luo, and Vic felt an invisible dagger pierce his heart. He nearly spat blood. Had he known, he would have approached them earlier. Observing Vic's peculiar demeanor, Lin Luo felt a twinge of curiosity. Were he privy to Vic's silent monologue, he would surely retort, "They are one and the same. How can I be the rogue? To love someone is to embrace all of them." One cannot deny that Beryllius flew with remarkable swiftness. Before long, they arrived at the Lord's Lift. The group dismounted from the dragon's back, and Lonnie returned to her puppet form. Lin Luo cast a curious glance at Melina. Vic, having long since seen through the facade of life, ambled along at the rear. Oh, but wait. This time he had a little companion, Beryllius, who was neither dragon nor maiden, merely a rough-hewn brute. Alas, what a sorrowful tale it was. As they entered the grand lift, Lin Luo raised the secret talisman of the sacred tree. With a thunderous roar, the lift began to move slowly towards the hidden passage leading to the sacred tree. Lin Luo had no intention of going alone. Guarding the roots below should be the younger brother of Brother Teardrop. He decided to send him instead, without even consulting Brother Teardrop, simply ringing a bell to summon him. Of course, Lin Luo was not worried about him losing his way. After all, it was not the first time. Vic regarded Lin Luo with a strange expression. You certainly know how to delegate. He leaned over to glimpse the doppelganger Teardrop suspended in midair. And the sight of Teardrop wearing Lin Luo's bewildered face inexplicably amused him. Emerging from the hidden passage, they arrived at the transformation sacred snowfield. As soon as they stepped out, countless snowflakes and fierce winds assaulted them, a dense fog enveloping much of the snowfield, rendering the path ahead nearly invisible. Can we even traverse this place? Vic inquired, perplexed, for beyond 5 meters, man and beast were indistinguishable. He had no choice but to remove his helmet. Though reluctant to admit it, Vic was not unappealing in appearance. He fidgeted, as if removing the helmet left him exposed. His face conveying a clear message. You've seen me, bear. Now you must take responsibility. Are you having another episode? Lin Luo instinctively took a step back. For Vic's expression was truly off-putting. Could it be that the fire of madness didn't drain away, leaving your brain scorched? Must you make such peculiar faces? Lin Luo could not help but retort. Vic paused, sheepishly scratching his head. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Lighten the mood? You've only made it more bizarre. Lin Luo scolded, then promptly smacked Bolelius, causing the ice dragon to materialize once more. Vic ceased his frivolity and hastily climbed onto the ice dragon's back. Chapter 132. The ritual town. Upon reaching the transformation sacred snowfield, only one legendary weapon remained. Although the remaining golden law greatsword gave Lin Luo an uneasy feeling. There was no avoiding it. Its reputation was impeccable. The golden law greatsword was located in the far right cave of the transformation sacred snowfield, wielded by a hybrid paladin boss. Now, why am I elaborating on this? Lin Luo inquired. I get it. Vic replied. Why shout so loudly? If you understand, hurry down and head to the ritual town. With that, Lin Luo gave Vic a firm kick, sending him down. Of course, do not misunderstand. It was certainly not a matter of kicking him down from the air, for otherwise, Vic would have surely turned against himself. Lin Luo, ever considerate, escorted him to the sanctuary cave and thoughtfully lit a lamp for him. Undoubtedly, Vic would be overwhelmed with gratitude. Vic, just look at those elegant words. It is clear he is expressing his thanks to Lin Luo. Lin Luo reciprocated with appreciation, directly commanding Bolelius to exhale a mist of ice. Vic, ecstatic, hurried into the sanctuary cave, evidently eager to assist Lin Luo in retrieving the golden law greatsword. After departing from the sanctuary cave, Lin Luo proceeded to the far northern ruins of the cultivation school. There, a colossal platinum child leaned against the wall, seemingly devoid of life. Lin Luo retrieved a bell and placed it among Letina's ashes, allowing her to see her sister. After a brief exchange of words that Lin Luo could not comprehend, the two women forcibly bestowed upon him an ancient dragonstone. While this item held no practical use for Lin Luo, he accepted it nonetheless, as his bag was already brimming with such trinkets. Having completed these tasks, Lin Luo finally set forth towards the town of rites. Surrounding the town were numerous platinum children and their wolves. Though they were hindered in their lower limbs, their combat prowess, in conjunction with their mounts, was formidable. Fortunately, Lin Luo maneuvered Bolelius to soar directly into the heart of the town. Despite the presence of many spiritual entities of platinum children within, these spirits posed no threat to Lin Luo and his companions. Only upon entering the sealed prison would these entities materialize to eliminate intruders. Perhaps it was because the sacred tree had become the sole sanctuary for the platinum children. They were reluctant to disturb the peace of their kin. As a form of gratitude for the sacred tree's benevolence towards them, Lin Luo, accompanied by Melina, leapt from the sky. Bolelius, at Lin Luo's command, went to retrieve the teardrop brother and Vic. It was not a necessity to fetch them, but rather, after the brothers' dissolution, he could not return with the dead root. Arriving at the innermost part of the town of rites, a grotesque gargoyle statue clutched its home. Lin Luo ignited the flames of the 4 statues guarding the prison. Succinctly, he entered the prison. Melina followed closely, and at Lin Luo's request, she picked up a sentinel torch. Climbing? That was an endeavor for fools. Lin Luo chuckled softly and drew a great bow from his satchel, knocking 3 fire arrows onto the string. The reason for using 3 was simple. Lin Luo's vision was not the best. Whoosh! The 3 arrows flew past, barely grazing the braziers. A flush of crimson graced Lin Luo's cheeks, not from shyness, but rather from a hint of embarrassment. A miscalculation, indeed. Let us test the feel, Lin Luo hurriedly explained. Melina merely covered her mouth and chuckled softly. After 3 attempts, he drew the bow once more, and with a whoosh, the brazier was finally ignited. Splendid. Lin Luo clenched his fist, his face flushed with excitement. Behind her, Melina was already grinning from ear to ear. Through the incident with one of the 15 arrows, Lin Luo had a clear understanding of her archery skills. Perhaps it was best to humbly accept her limitations. With a resentful glance at the still chuckling Melina, Lin Luo huffed and pushed forward. Noticing this, Melina managed to suppress her laughter somewhat and followed suit. Upon reaching the center of Edian Town, the true purpose of the sentry torches became apparent around the central bonfire. A black-blade assassin was lurking by the bonfire, concealed from view. Without the illumination of the sentry torches, it would be quite challenging to detect her presence. This black-blade assassin seemed either unaware that her position had been compromised or was simply unafraid, charging forward with a small dagger in hand. Lin Luo, naturally, would not hold back. After all, she had returned to Leto. It was uncertain how that had gone, but she surmised that the Blackblade faction had likely suffered significant losses. As the assassin dashed toward her in an instant, Lin Luo feigned ignorance. When they were close enough, she sprang into action. No, she kicked. A steel boot struck the assassin's face, skillfully bypassing her neck, and with immense force, Lin Luo brought the assassin crashing down beneath her foot. The sound of a watermelon bursting echoed in the air. Oh dear, what a transgression, Lin Luo thought, suddenly recalling how Melina had once crushed a head with her heel. Goodness, had she truly inherited such brutality? Turning her head slightly, Lin Luo caught Melina's gaze and frowned. What did that contemplative look mean? Was she learning a technique? Feeling a twinge of unease, Lin Luo quickly interrupted Melina's deep contemplation, taking her hand and leading her away. Lighting the bonfire before them, with a staff in one hand, Lin Luo decided it was best to ascend the stairs with caution. Adhering to the procedure, she illuminated the remaining 2 bonfires, and a peculiar sound resonated. The seal of Edian Town had been broken. The 2 returned to Edian Town, where the barrier at the top of the stairs had been dismantled, revealing a portal that led to the sacred tree. Whether by coincidence or having awaited their arrival for some time, Vic had already reached Edian Town, holding the golden law sword in his left hand and a sticky, black substance in his right. Here, the item you requested, Vic said, smirking disdainfully as he tossed it to Lin Luo. She caught it, bemused by Vic's demeanor. Come now, you are a noble. Defeating a mere hybrid paladin requires only a bit of effort. As a proud dragon thunder knight, I am placing my trust in you. Shut your mouth, you deceiving scoundrel. Vic retorted dismissively, though his face betrayed a smile. Lin Luo shrugged, turning around to give Melina a thumbs up, her lips subtly moving. Mission accomplished. Berelius's words linger in the snowy expanse. After all, he is an ice dragon, and who knows what unexpected events might unfold upon leaving this frozen realm. The trio ascends the stairs and touches the portal, their forms gradually vanishing. Chapter 133. The Sacred Tree. Upon encountering the light once more, the 3 have arrived at the sacred tree. Melina, are you still able to bestow blessings? Lin Luo inquired, glancing apprehensively at the narrow branch ahead that barely accommodates 1 person. Melina nodded gently, her essence slowly dissipating as it merged within Lin Luo. This feels rather peculiar, Lin Luo remarked, scratching his head. Ever since he had given Melina an elemental form akin to his own, this was the first time he had experienced the infusion of blessings. The bond between their shared essence created an oddly compelling sensation. Yet Lin Luo chose not to dwell on it. The sacred tree, where Mycela resides, beckoned. Seeking Marlenia was of utmost importance. Your witch can do this too? Vic exclaimed, astonished. This witch can actually enter Lin Luo's body. But why couldn't my witch do the same back then? Lin Luo found Vic's trivial inquiries tiresome and leaped onto the branch below without answering. Forget it, Vic muttered, losing interest as he followed Lin Luo closely. The sacred tree is the most unique locale within the boundary, emerging under the dominion of the golden tree, representing an alternate faith. The sacred tree embraces all, welcoming diverse races and peculiar beings, including the Platinum Children. However, if there is one entity that the sacred tree repudiates, it is the Dung Eater. The identity of the Dung Eater has become inconsequential. When Lin Luo incinerated the sewers beneath the royal city, Old 8 met his demise in the process. It is worth mentioning that Old 8 was also a master of crafting large runes by hand, a rune capable of restoring the original golden law. Once restored, the Age of Despair would descend upon the world. Lin Luo had once naively attempted to navigate this outcome, only to spend hours retching, caught in an endless cycle. Should one pursue the standard ending, it would lead to an age of decline, an era of stagnation, wherein the Supreme will continues to siphon the power of the boundary until its demise. The starry ending entails eloping with Lady Rani, journeying towards the stars, yet it is not vastly different, merely the pursuit of another deity, albeit one deemed superior to the Supreme will. The age of the hidden, shrouded in dense fog, would sever immortality, restoring the cycle of life and death. Lin Luo considered this a preferable outcome, but the persistence of the Supreme will renders such an ideal unattainable. The law ending, where the grand rune crafted by the Golden Mask is restored, raises an unsettling notion within Lin Luo, a lingering belief that the Golden Mask and the Supreme will share an inseparable connection. The Golden Law ending would strip all demigods of their emotions, ruling the boundary through law. Lin Luo had previously experimented within the cycle. The law had indeed played a significant role in his existence. With each passing moment, his emotions seemed to dwindle. It was from that point onward that he gradually unraveled the sinister plot of the Supreme Will. Contemplating this, Lin Luo licked his lips, vowing to eliminate the Golden Mask upon his next return. The conclusion of the remaining frenzy would be rather simple. He would incinerate the boundary. An endeavor he had attempted once or twice, considering the dearth of living souls in the entire borderland. What purpose did it serve to linger in this cycle? As for the ensuing age of despair, it would be mended through the taboo curses of the Great Rune. How does one encapsulate it? The world was saturated with forbidden curses in a tainted era. The boundary resembled a realm devoid of hope, aptly named the Age of Despair. Even the golden tree appeared ashen and gray, while the sky and earth were shrouded by the enigmatic force of the abyss. Thus, Lin Luo's profound reaction upon restoring the Law Ring was understandable. The burning of the royal sewer was not without its reasons. The sacred tree embraces all. A statement not made lightly. Throughout this journey, Vic witnessed sights he had never encountered in his lifetime. He had never imagined that he would find himself in the same place as the Oracle Envoy, acid ants, and scaled hybrids. Of course, he had yet to reach the back. Lin Luo cast a glance at Vic with the look reserved for simpletons. Little did he know, there were still the corrupted kin. The Platinum Sun, the corrupted tree spirits, the summoning snails, and the crystallants. So nearly all the grotesque creatures had gathered. As the two traversed the branches of the sacred tree, they faced the obstructive beasts without hesitation, each being dispatched from the sacred tree with a kick. Out of sight, out of mind. A fall from such heights would likely result in a complete obliteration of the body. Vic closely followed Lin Luo, observing how Lin Luo navigated as if in his own home, effortlessly evading the Oracle Envoy and the branches draped with crimson robes. Given his previous failures with Lin Luo, Vic refrained from questioning him, recognizing that Lin Luo was perpetually enigmatic and that seeking discomfort was futile. He would certainly remain tight-lipped. As they proceeded through the narrow corridors of the sacred tree town, the black sword in Lin Luo's hand never ceased its deadly dance, each swing claiming the life of a scaled hybrid. Those fortunate enough to survive were swiftly dispatched by Vic's kick. Even that lion hybrid, under the relentless assault of Lin Luo and Vic's combined efforts, could only depart this world in bitterness. Their pace was swift, and with the runes enhancing their footing, there was no fear of slipping. Otherwise, the tale of the Elden King meeting his demise beneath the sacred tree would be recounted with relish for decades to come. Guided by Lin Luo, the living map, they swiftly arrived at the forefront of the grand stage of the sacred tree. Upon three interlinked suspension bridges, two minions wielding staves were patrolling. Vic aimed to advance directly, but was halted by Lin Luo. If you wish to avoid death, do not proceed. Although I had a strong desire to witness Vic's humiliation, I ultimately decided against it. The thought of Vic being struck down by a mighty blow, with Lin Luo unwilling to descend to his aid, was enough to deter me, even if he were not slain. Lin Luo had no intention of escorting a disabled individual to confront Melina. Wasn't that akin to carrying a blood bag for the Valkyrie? Vic, with a perplexed expression, glanced at Lin Luo. Though he uttered no words, his face was clearly inscribed with the question, "Are you jesting? Why are you so timid? I would never commit such a blunder. Watch my performance." He extended a thumb and, brandishing a spear, charged forth. Lin Luo, exasperated, thought to himself, "Damn it, this reckless fool." Ultimately, he realized that he must take responsibility for the one he had brought along. Vic rushed toward the adversary before him, the spear adorned with crimson lightning, and before the foe could react, Vic's spear pierced through his chest. The black-robed minion collapsed, lifeless. Is this truly all there is to it? Vic pondered, confusion etched across his face. Just as he was about to speak, he neglected to notice another enemy lurking nearby. The black-robed minion conjured a massive hammer, its shadow looming ominously, and struck down toward Vic with great force. By the heavens, an ambush! Vic exclaimed, startled, attempting to retreat. However, Lin Luo, aware that retreating would likely result in Vic being thrust back by the hammer's force, opted for a more direct approach. At the moment Vic sought to withdraw, Lin Luo stepped forward and delivered a decisive kick to his rear end. Lin Luo exerted nearly half of his strength, sufficient to send the unguarded Vic tumbling forward. A powerful force struck from behind, followed by a searing pain as he fell uncontrollably onto the black-robed minion, collapsing in a small gazebo where 3 suspension bridges converged, pinning the foe beneath him, lips nearly touching. It is worth noting that, previously in the sacred snowfield, with poor visibility, Vic had removed his helmet. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have preferred to remain blind. Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then could no longer contain his laughter. He swore it was not intentional. He merely intended to intervene. Although that kick was indeed deliberate, it was an attempt to save Vic's life. Yet, the ensuing passionate kiss was entirely unforeseen. Vic scrambled to his feet, supporting himself against a nearby column of the gazebo, and had no time for a follow-up attack before he began to retch. What a foul stench! He exclaimed, Lin Luo, what were you thinking? You absolute fool. With indignation evident on his face, Vic turned sharply, fury radiating from him. What the hell, Lin Luo? What kind of nonsense is this? This is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain, Lin Luo said, stifling his laughter while covering his mouth. In that moment, both individuals completely forgot about Vic's romantic interest, who had yet to be dealt with. It seemed that he was not appreciative, as he once again hefted the illusory hammer and swung it with great force. Alas, Lin Luo could not save Vic this time. The distance between them was too great for him to intervene swiftly. Vic, with his back turned to the minion, was still retching, utterly unaware of the impending ambush. Boom. The sound of the hammer's descent coincided with Lin Luo's warning, jolting Vic to attention. Instinctively, his body reacted. His gaze sharpened, and he pivoted sharply, raising his left arm defensively. He braced himself against the blow, absorbing the impact directly. The black gauntlet on Vic's wrist buckled under the force of the strike. However, it was the subsequent overwhelming impact that truly concerned him. In an instant, Vic grasped the meaning behind Lin Luo's earlier kick. Since it was a matter of saving him, he decided not to dwell on it further. At that moment, however, Vic found himself struck by the colossal hammer, the tremendous force threatening to send him tumbling from the sacred tree. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. As he was propelled backward, he instinctively positioned his spear across his chest. With the spear lodged against the doorframe, Vic clung tightly to it, his body suspended in an extreme position, with one foot dangling precariously. Witnessing this scene, Lin Luo could not afford to remain idle, should that minion approach to deliver a finishing blow to Vic. Gripping his black sword, Lin Luo advanced with 2 swift strides and leapt into the air. To avoid the potential embarrassment of being struck mid-air by the minion, he moved with remarkable speed, leaving Vic momentarily awestruck. In a breathtaking display, a massive black sword plunged directly into the minion's chest, unleashing a torrent of dark crimson energy that erupted outward. The minion, who had intended to resist, suddenly found his mind blank. In an instant, his entire body was torn apart by the sword's ferocity, leaving a gruesome mess in its wake. Lin Luo declared, I never engage in trivial pursuits to slay mosquitoes with cannon fire. The sight caused Vic to retch again, not from the gory spectacle itself, but from the unsettling recollection of his recent encounter with a pile of mangled flesh. Lin Luo, observing the carnage, was at a loss for words. You know, he remarked, if you didn't want to fall, you shouldn't have ventured there. Had it not been for my intervention, I might have been the one scavenging your remains down below. Vic recalled Lin Luo's words, acknowledging that the fault did not lie with him. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Luo's gaze bore a hint of menace. What dark thoughts occupy your mind? Lin Luo, perceptive as ever, sensed that undercurrent. It did not seem to be true malice, but uncertainty lingered. He decided to observe further. Lin Luo turned his head to glance at Vic, who, feeling guilty, hastily avoided eye contact and began to whistle, as though fearing the sudden silence that enveloped them. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. It seems we have an acquaintance ahead. Lin Luo finally broke the silence. An acquaintance? Vic pondered momentarily, a comical expression gracing his face. Surely, it's not your little lover you've been keeping outside, is it? Hard to tell you. TSK. Vic's words instantly captured the attention of the trio. Lin Luo's expression darkened, while the Lonnie doll stitched onto his shoulder turned toward him, bearing an inscrutable significance. Vic, are you itching for trouble? Lin Luo clenched his fist. Do you think I am like you wretched scoundrel? The Lonnie doll surprisingly raised a tiny hand and tugged at Lin Luo's ear. Melina, with a hint of protest, recalled the acquaintance Lin Luo had encountered in the Kalia Citadel, Loretta. Could it be her? No, she too was a woman. Melina's thoughts began to spiral into dangerous territory. Hey, Lin Luo patted Lonnie. Don't listen to his nonsense. He is slandering me. Just wait, and I'll show you the truth. You must trust your husband. The petite Lonnie nodded, releasing her grip. Oh, you know her? Vic's gaze became increasingly lecherous. Guard against the day and night. It's the home thief that's the hardest to prevent. How thrilling. You bastard. Lin Luo could no longer contain himself and drew the great sword of the hunting deity. Vic, utter another word. Curse you, Lin Luo. Even if you threaten me, I shall not yield. Queen's black flame. Dad, I was wrong. Vic quickly apologized, his unexpected words causing Lin Luo to halt mid-swing with the great sword. So straightforward. Lin Luo was incredulous. Wasn't it said that a man of kingly potential would not face execution or rigidity? Vic, my advice is to return the madness to you. It feels as though what was taken isn't merely madness, but your very spine. What's the matter with that? Vic chuckled slyly. A true man must be adaptable. To be a king, one must understand the art of moderation. Chapter 135. The Holy Tree Knight Loretta, what an art of moderation. Vic's words utterly shattered Lin Luo's perception of him. Who would have thought he could possess such a thick skin? Lin Luo quickly distanced himself from Vic, fearing that proximity might render him susceptible to contagion. Unfazed by Lin Luo's disdainful gaze, Vic continued to closely follow him. Let me see Lin Luo's little lover. Vic mused as they arrived at the grand stage of the Holy Tree. At the grand stage of the Holy Tree, if you lack funds, just come. At the grand stage of the Holy Tree, if you have life, just come. The fated ones must resonate deeply with these words. Beyond the previous encounter with Vic's romantic interest, this was merely the beginning of the Holy Tree's propensity to induce hypertension. It is essential to understand that we are no longer in a cycle. This is a matter of life and death. The Supreme will certainly would not benevolently grant you resurrection. If Lin Luo and Vic truly meet their unfortunate demise, he would not merely watch as the golden tree brings them back to life. He might directly intervene to ensure their permanent end. Hence, Lin Luo has meticulously grasped the art of survival. As he once articulated, a success rate of 90%? How does that differ from courting death? A few individuals arrived at the grand stage of the sacred tree, and after a moment of silence, the sound of clanking armor echoed. First, they heard the sound, and then they beheld the figure. The Imperial Guards, nay, they should be referred to as the Knights of the Sacred Tree, emerged, with Loretta riding a warhorse, advancing slowly. Her armor enveloped her form, and a helmet adorned with two prominent horns crowned her head, perhaps symbolizing the sacred tree. In her hand, she wielded a crescent-shaped blade over 2 meters long. Is it truly you, who has evaded death? Loretta raised her long blade, pointing it menacingly at Lin Luo. The familiar visage instantly rekindled memories within him. The anger behind her helmeted gaze intensified. The audacious interloper had indeed come to the sacred tree to seek his end. Lin Luo's previous deception lingered vividly in her mind, having pilfered the weapons cherished by her own Kalia stronghold. Though no longer affiliated with Kalia, her past as an imperial knight compelled her to act. Vic's pupils dilated in astonishment, sensing that Lin Luo had perhaps wronged Loretta in some manner. He chuckled sinisterly, concocting a narrative in his mind of Lin Luo's betrayal, a tale of seduction and deceit. What are you thinking? Lin Luo immediately noticed Vic's peculiar demeanor and sharply struck his head. Ow! Vic exclaimed in pain. I said nothing. Humph. Restrain yourself. Anyone can discern your thoughts. Lin Luo retorted dismissively. You're fabricating stories. Vic attempted to counter, but Lin Luo had already lost interest in his protestations. Loretta appeared ready to strike him down at any moment. Wait. As Loretta prepared to unleash her signature attack upon Lin Luo, he hastily raised his hand, signaling for calm. Humph. Do you have any last words? Loretta scoffed, adding, if you have something to say, speak quickly. I assure you, I want to convey it. I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. Lin Luo raised his hand to suggest that Loretta calm down. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Loretta bellowed, her fury unabated. You are the first man in many years to dare deceive me. You steal from me and have the audacity to return. Tut, 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 Vic chuckled again, this time with a more lascivious grin. So you deceived her and stole her treasures. Was it her body or her wealth? Oh, could it be that you were left with neither? Who would have thought you had such skills, Lin Luo? The voice of Vic, dripping with sarcasm, echoed once more in Lin Luo's ears. However, this time, Lin Luo chose to ignore him, not out of disdain, but due to the intangible pressure exerted upon him by Lonnie. compelling him to hasten his explanations. Can you not speak so ambiguously? Lin Luo sighed, exasperated. Firstly, I did not deceive you. I merely sought out Lonnie. Secondly, how could I be accused of theft? Am I required to report to you for taking my own belongings? You're talking nonsense. Loretta appeared visibly incensed. What do you mean your own belongings? I have never encountered someone as shameless as you. It seems I must terminate your existence. A wretched fated one like you does not deserve to live. Wait a moment. I have evidence. Lin Luo interjected hastily. Please, do not act rashly. Evidence? Loretta scoffed. I would very much like to see what evidence you possess. Give me 2 minutes. Lin Luo felt a mix of frustration and amusement. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Lonnie, I'm in a bind. Please help me prove my innocence. I swear, I have no connection with her. The first time I sought you out, I happened to pass through the City fortress, where there was a manifestation of Loretta by the royal moonlit pool. I took the sword of night and fire from City fortress, not wishing to engage in combat. And I slipped away, only to be spotted by her. Lin Luo shrugged. And here we are. Is that true? Lonnie's voice resonated, not in whispers. And Loretta quickly turned her attention to this new development. Lady Lonnie's voice. Loretta questioned, perplexed, but soon dismissed her doubts, deeming it improbable. When have I ever lied to you? Fine, I will trust you this once. Lonnie replied, choosing to believe Lin Luo, for he was, after all, her husband. Thus, amidst Loretta's astonished gaze, Lonnie's figure gradually materialized. Lady Lonnie? Loretta stammered incredulously. Yes, it is I. Lonnie hesitated momentarily before concluding. To be precise, Lin Luo speaks the truth. Lin Luo is my king. What? Loretta gasped in astonishment. This fated one is Lady Lonnie's king? By what right? Consequently, regarding the sword of night and fire, Lin Luo had indeed taken it without reproach, as it rightfully belonged to him. Most critically, during Loretta's initial encounter with Lin Luo, Lonnie had evidently not recognized him, allowing Lin Luo to gain an advantageous temporal margin. Though aware of this, Loretta found herself utterly powerless against him, a most vexing and frustrating sensation. Speaking of which, you have indeed found a suitable place for those platinum suns, said Lonnie with a smile. I must concede, Kalia's efforts are not as commendable as Michaela's. His sacred tree is rather intriguing. My lord Michaela. Loretta bowed her head and slowly dismounted her horse, offering a respectful greeting to Lonnie. I apologize, Lady Lonnie. I consider myself a traitor to the Kalia royal family. Should you wish to impose punishment upon me, I shall not resist. Loretta halted mid-sentence, recalling that even if she were to retaliate, she would be no match for Lonnie. Enough, Lin Luo interjected, stepping forward. Come now, it need not come to that, Lonnie. After all, you have done so much for Kalia. With this final remark from Lonnie, Loretta felt a profound sense of relief. Chapter 136, Vic? The misunderstanding was resolved. Although Loretta still harbored a slight annoyance towards Lin Luo, she managed to suppress it. Firstly, she was acutely aware that she would not be a match for this fated one. After all, the king chosen by Lonnie would undoubtedly possess formidable strength, and she would not allow a man weaker than herself to reign alongside her. Secondly, despite her allegiance to the sacred tree, her loyalty to the Kalia royal family remained steadfast. Lin Luo, being her nominal superior, would not be someone she could confront without regard for Lonnie's feelings. She simply could not, nor would her conscience allow it. As Loretta departed the Kalia stronghold in search of a haven for the Platinum Suns, leaving behind a doppelganger in the fortress, it became evident that she was a person deeply rooted in loyalty and affection. Then you may enter, Loretta declared, seemingly making a significant decision. For her, serving two masters was indeed unacceptable, yet rejecting Lonnie was equally unthinkable. Thank you, Lin Luo replied with a smile, waving his hand in farewell. We shall take our leave. Go on, out of sight, out of mind. Loretta seethed internally, resolving to act as though she had not encountered Lin Luo today, her previously cheerful disposition marred in an instant. Noticing Loretta's silence, Lin Luo felt no displeasure. After all, he had treated her as a fool, which would incite anyone's ire. The group circumvented Loretta and entered through a small door behind her, descending the staircase along the massive tree trunk. Once Loretta had finished her business, Lonnie returned to her puppet form. At the bottom of the stairs lay a vertical ladder leading to a small pavilion. Lin Luo and Vic descended in an orderly manner, entering the pavilion where an elevator came into view. This must be the passage to the sacred tree branch, a briefle. Through this branch, one could access the main trunk directly. Goodness, you seem remarkably familiar with this place. Even Melina doesn't know it as well as you do, Vic remarked, playing with the ancient dragon stone he had obtained from the rooftop chest, which Lin Luo had guided him to find. However, Lin Luo's demeanor suggested that it was not particularly remarkable to him. Yet I am different, for I am but a novice in this realm. I may have erred. I possess merely a spear. Were I to acquire sufficient forging stones, I could wield a shield and experience the essence of a heavily armored warrior. Enough of that useless contraption, let us be on our way. Lin Luo, with a resigned sigh, pressed his forehead, leading the way to the elevator. However, he refrained from activating the switch, patiently awaiting Vic's arrival. Here he comes, Vic exclaimed, hastily descending from the rooftop and promptly stepping onto the elevator. The sacred tree is indeed vast. One must ponder, if it were not so expansive, how could it boast of embracing all races without contradiction? The elevator gradually descended, eventually coming to a halt before a narrow path. At the end of this path stood a corrupted knight, guarding a chamber known as the prayer room. The corrupted knight, possessing its own consciousness, straightened somewhat upon noticing their approach. Who goes there? The corrupted knight demanded, raising its weapon. Depart at once. You are not of the sacred tree. How can you tell? Lin Luo squinted, incredulous. Is it impossible for the sacred tree to harbor a normal individual? There are few normal beings within the sacred tree, and you certainly do not appear to be among them. Lin Luo and Vic exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to whether to feel elated or disheartened. Wait, we have come here. Does not the sacred tree embrace all? Lin Luo queried, somewhat begrudgingly. Must you cast us away so hastily? Begone. Lord Mycela has not been seen for some time. The corrupted knight retorted disdainfully. While it is true that the sacred tree embraces all, it is currently in disarray. Lady Marlenia remains in slumber, and Lord Mycela's whereabouts are unknown. With the addition of 2 troublemakers, we are occupied and have no time for you. Depart at once. With that, the corrupted knight waved its weapon, attempting to shoo the 2 away. Very well, Lin Luo conceded with a sigh. You seem to possess a modicum of reason. Vic, knock him out and drag him aside. All right. What nonsense are you 2 uttering? Are you belittling me? The corrupted knight fumed, incensed that they would so brazenly conspire against him. How dare you consider me an easy target? Gripping his weapon, the corrupted knight resolved to teach the 2 a lesson. However, just as he prepared to unleash his might, Vic's spear struck him, rendering him unconscious. What are you babbling about? Vic remarked quizzically, casting a glance at the corrupted knight before delivering a blow that sent him crashing to the ground, insensible. Prop him against the wall. He appears rather docile. Lin Luo instructed, gesturing towards the fallen knight. Vic complied, gently tossing the knight into a corner. Lin Luo regarded Vic for a moment in silence, ultimately choosing not to speak further. Let the corrupted knight bear his own misfortune. Upon entering the prayer room, an expected figure emerged. Melina? By the heavens, the Valkyrie! Lin Luo and Vic exclaimed in unison. Lin Luo looked at Vic with a puzzled expression. Unbeknownst to him, Vic had donned a helmet and raised a spear, pulling Lin Luo several steps backward. How could Melina be here? Humph, since we're already here, I might as well not retreat. Vic snorted coldly, exuding a palpable aura of battle. Are you out of your mind? Lin Luo exclaimed, breaking free from Vic's grip and apologetically glancing at Millicent. I apologize. My friend has never been particularly sharp, and today it seems his eyesight is equally dubious. Lin Luo, you. Vic retorted. How could you have already struck up a rapport with the Valkyrie? Vic, if you speak nonsense again, I shall tear your mouth apart. Lin Luo's expression darkened as he took a step back, positioning himself behind Millicent. Open your eyes and see clearly. This is not Melina. How could it be? With that face and that hand. Vic's thoughts suddenly returned to Lin Luo's earlier mention of an external incarnation. Could it be? He cautiously regarded Lin Luo, who met his gaze with affirmation. Millicent stammered, I am not a Valkyrie. In truth, those corrupt minions also venerate me as a Valkyrie. Although my memories are somewhat hazy, it seems I indeed share some connection with the Valkyrie. Something feels amiss. Vic was momentarily taken aback by Millicent's words. Lin Luo, however, broke into a polite laugh. Haha, Vic, a minion of corruption. Who would have thought you were a centipede? Chapter 137, a dull chapter. Well, it appears we meet again. It seems we truly walk different paths but arrive at the same destination, Millicent observed, her expression brightening upon seeing Lin Luo. Since that is the case, I must inform you that my relationship with Melina seems rather complex. As for the nature of that relationship, I am uncertain. Whether it is one of parentage, siblinghood, or merely an extension of herself, I cannot say. Yet, I am certain we share a close kinship. Millicent regarded the composed Lin Luo and the astonished Vic. Though encased in his helmet, his surprise was evident. I wish to restore to Melina the will she once possessed, to confront the crimson corruption with the dignity of humanity, and to defy the laws broken in the struggle against Radon. How peculiar the guidance of fate is. Lin Luo sighed in exasperation. I have come here to seek the blade of the Elden and the city of Stormvale, while you, on the other hand, have followed the threads of fate right to my doorstep. I am not certain either, Millicent replied, unsure of what to say. Well then, I shall see you later. Lin Luo tilted his head, aware that they would soon meet again. Millicent was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Lin Luo knew everything. She lowered her head, her thoughts adrift. It seems I must also set out. With that, the two parted ways. Vic, perplexed, remarked, have you forgotten something? Vic could no longer contain himself. From her words, I gathered that she embodies the Valkyrie, representing the struggle against the crimson corruption. Am I correct? Lin Luo nodded. Millicent is indeed the external manifestation of the Valkyrie's noble persona. Furthermore, Millicent has 4 sisters, if you catch my drift. What do you mean? Lin Luo sighed. Whether out of exasperation at Vic's ignorance or due to the Valkyrie's tribulations, I could not tell. Millicent benefited from my assistance. I enhanced Michaela's golden needle, thus eliminating the necessity of navigating the temporal rifts within the Sky City. I helped suppress the crimson corruption that plagued her. However, the remaining 4 sisters of the Valkyrie are a different story. Had I not aided Millicent, Melina would have once again blossomed into the crimson flower. At that juncture, it would no longer be the Valkyrie, but rather the crimson goddess. Yet, I believe Millicent would not submit easily. Should she be forced to become something other than my creation, she would rather succumb to corruption. You know her well, don't you? Vic inquired, a peculiar smile gracing his face as he probed. Of course, Lin Luo replied with a smile, his words spilling forth naturally. However, he soon realized something was amiss and delivered a sharp slap to Vic's head. You little rascal, are you trying to entrap me again? Vic winced in pain, yet the smile remained on his face. What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't done anything. Humph, Lin Luo scoffed, you little brat, trying to trick me. Fortunately, Lonnie and Melina are aware of the cycle. You rascal, trying to undermine me. Vic waited for a while, but ultimately did not witness the scene he anticipated. Growing weary of the banter, Lin Luo continued deeper into the sacred tree. Vic, still perplexed, pondered how a mere Loretta could provoke such jealousy in Lonnie. He had no choice but to follow Lin Luo, given the vastness of the sacred tree, relying on him for guidance. Where to now? Vic asked. Are we going to confront the Valkyrie head-on? Confront? Are you suggesting you would handle that? Lin Luo turned, a bemused smile on his face. Me? I could give it a try, Vic replied, rubbing his palms together, a hint of eagerness in his demeanor. Spare me. Lin Luo waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, Melina may not even require a confrontation. Not require a confrontation? Vic paused, then scoffed. What? Do you intend to win her over with love? Come on. I've heard that Melina sought to challenge Radon precisely because of Michaela. She is deeply devoted to her brother. You should let that notion go. Lin Luo remained silent, merely wearing a certain expression. What does that mean? Vic scrutinized Lin Luo's countenance, sensing the situation growing increasingly bizarre. The corrupted knight at the entrance mentioned that Michaela was nowhere to be found. Lin Luo maintained a calm demeanor, his smile unwavering. Vic was momentarily taken aback, his expression quite remarkable. Oh, he exclaimed, chuckling. Lin Luo laughed softly and gestured towards Vic. You truly understand me. TSK, 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 who would have thought? Vic leaned closer to Lin Luo, licking his lips. When did this happen? I couldn't tell at all. You've been involved in the trafficking of demigods? Where's Michaela? Let me see her. The smile on Lin Luo's face abruptly froze. So, that is how you perceive it. Lin Luo glared at Vic, who had leaned in too close, his anger flaring. Are you out of your mind? Vic shuddered, the echoes of Lin Luo's voice resonating in his ears. What are you doing? Oh dear little blackie. The words slipped from Lin Luo's lips almost involuntarily, as if his DNA had stirred. Why did I utter those words? Lin Luo was puzzled. Yet he did not dwell on it. What nonsense are you spouting? If I were to tell Marlenia that I was the one who kidnapped Michaela, then forget about subduing the enemy without a fight. It would be a miracle if she spoke another word to me. All that awaited him were the chaotic flutters of waterfowl. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Vic questioned, somewhat skeptical. Huh. Lin Luo scoffed disdainfully. Then guess how Ratton and Marlenia ended up clashing? Or do you think they were simply bored and wanted to have a brawl? Isn't that the case? Lin Luo turned to leave. Hey, I was just joking. Vic quickly grabbed Lin Luo. What do you mean by that? You seem to imply that they might not need to fight after all. I thought you had some insight, Lin Luo replied helplessly. Since you know that the Valkyrie has a severe brother complex, you should also understand what is most important to her. You mean Michaela? Vic replied, not devoid of intelligence. I know who kidnapped Michaela. Perfect. I also require his great rune. In that case, we will have a formidable ally. Lin Luo wrapped his arm around Vic. his eyes filled with hopeful visions of the future. Now, without further ado, let us set forth. Lin Luo chuckled softly, dragging Vic towards the inner sanctum of the sacred tree. Chapter 138. Michaela's solo chapter. As the two ventured towards the inner sanctum of the sacred tree, Millicent was also making her way in the same direction. However, unlike Lin Luo and Vic, who were cautiously navigating their path while occasionally dispatching minor foes, Millicent's journey was remarkably unimpeded. There were no lowly creatures to obstruct her. In fact, upon seeing Millicent, they would bow low and respectfully escort her to her destination. Moments later, Millicent found herself followed by a dozen distinguished knights. This perplexed Lin Luo, who was trailing behind. Wait a minute, are these esteemed knights off duty? Eventually, Millicent, feeling somewhat out of place, decided to continue walking alongside the entourage that had gathered behind her. Millicent pressed forward, and though it was her first visit to this place, an inexplicable sense of familiarity guided her, as if destiny itself had paved the way. Ascending the ladder from the blessed sewer beneath the sacred tree, she turned right upon reaching the top. There, the corrupted kin lingered, bowing their heads at her arrival, as if to honor the presence of a monarch. Millicent paid them no heed, instead circumventing them and using a branch to reach the opposite shore. Before her lay a pool, tainted a deep crimson by the pervasive corruption. Sensing the arrival of an outsider, the corrupted tree spirit stirred, but a familiar essence emanating from Millicent, one reminiscent of a Valkyrie's aura, stilled its movements. True to its name, the corrupted tree spirit, having succumbed to the crimson corruption, would soon become a devotee of the Scarlet Goddess. It remained submerged, akin to a devout follower, in the depths of the lake. As Millicent approached the water's edge, four familiar figures emerged beside the lake. Although they had never met before, the term sister slipped from Millicent's lips involuntarily. Oh, sister, my dear sister Millicent. At last, you have come to join us. The four women bore strikingly similar smiles and features, their only distinguishing traits being their eye coverings and weapons. Gazing at her four sisters, who greeted her with warm smiles, Millicent felt no expression grace her face. Rather, she instinctively tightened her grip on her right arm, which bore a golden prosthetic, a gesture of caution. The eldest sister, Marlene, the second sister, Jolie, the third sister, Amy, and the youngest, Pollyanna. These were her four sisters, each sharing the same fate as her. Their bodies likewise afflicted by the crimson corruption, its marks becoming increasingly pronounced. Unlike Millicent, who bore the golden needles that suppressed the corruption, rendering her skin impervious to its encroachment, her sisters appeared to have succumbed to it deeply, as if it had seeped into their very bones. This signified that the four manifestations of Marlenia's will had perished at the hands of the crimson corruption, replaced now by the Scarlet Goddess. It also implied that should Millicent meet her end, the scarlet flower of Marlenia would bloom, heralding the true advent of the Scarlet Goddess in the realm of convergence. Yet, Millicent remained largely unaware of the full extent of these revelations. Though she had long harbored suspicions, she had never fathomed the depths of this truth. It has been so long. You have no idea how much we have missed you. But now you have returned to us, to confront your true destiny. The four sisters spoke in unison, their warm words momentarily disorienting Millicent. For reasons unknown, memories that should have been ravaged by corruption still lingered, whispering remnants of sisterly bonds that refused to fade. Yet, a voice within her persistently reminded her that the four individuals before her were no longer her sisters. In the moment of Millicent's bewilderment, the four sisters had already surrounded her, joyfully leaping and laughing as though a momentous event was about to unfold. Millicent gazed at them in confusion, uncertain of what had transpired. She recalled the moment of parting with Lin Luo, when the golden needle he had entrusted to her suppressed the rampant scarlet decay within her, awakening her sense of purpose. She remembered that at the heart of the Aeonian marsh, plagued by scarlet decay, stood a withered flower, beside which the sword monument bore the inscription, the Aeonian War. Raiden. Melina fought to a standstill. The flower of scarlet decay thrived. As Millicent read the inscription, a wave of anguish washed over her, and she knelt, clutching her head. This time, it was not the scarlet decay that afflicted her, but rather a torrent of fragmented memories that surged forth. In that moment, she felt as if she were on the battlefield, surrounded by burning earth and countless fallen warriors, the sounds of combat echoing in her ears. A towering red-haired general stood before her, arms crossed, two colossal swords planted in the ground, looking at her with anticipation. Uncontrollably, she affixed a golden prosthetic to her right arm and charged towards the general with a longsword. The memory abruptly ceased, and the pain vanished, allowing Millicent to rise slowly. Not far from the sword monument, a spirit of a corrupted one gazed down upon the withered flower of decay, murmuring, How noble it is, the original flower of Aeonia. Blooming right here. Lady Melina, please become the goddess. Undoubtedly, the flower of scarlet decay blossomed from Melina, the very source of the devastation that had befallen Caelid. The fleeting memories she had just experienced seemed intricately connected to her. On her subsequent journey, Millicent encountered a fortune-telling crone, who, upon examining her fingers, gasped in terror. Oh my, what a dreadful omen! A foreboding sign. To traverse the forbidden realm and commit grave sins, while the budding flower shall inevitably bloom. The crone's words were always cryptic, and Millicent remained perplexed, compelled to continue gathering clues throughout her travels. Suddenly, by happenstance, Millicent heard of Raiden's defeat at the hands of a Fade. The heroes advanced, yet they were no match for the general of the Shattered Stars. The Fade fought valiantly alone against Raiden, and Millicent finally discerned the identity of the red-haired general from her fragmented memories. He was Raiden, and only Melina could stand against him. At that moment, fragmented memories surged once more, overwhelming her with immense pain, nearly causing her to collapse. This new vision was unlike the last. She was drenched in blood. Her golden prosthetic and long sword had vanished, and it appeared she was being dragged along against her will. Suddenly, the Red Lion Knight, wielding a black iron shield and a long sword, was encircled from all sides. Several golden-armored knights stood protectively in front, one of whom attempted to engage in battle but was restrained by the others. Lord Finray, after Lady Melina, it is our duty to hold this position. Please ensure her return to the sacred tree, and if possible, seek out Lord Miquella. Through this fragmented memory, Millicent gradually comprehended that the scenes she beheld were indeed those experienced by Melina. Yet, why did she feel such an odd connection with her? Millicent sought to unravel this mystery. Throughout her subsequent journey, the royal city's snowy plains, the sacred tree, and the words spoken by Lin Luo, she began to harbor some suspicions. At that moment, a sudden chill on her face interrupted her thoughts. Jasmine reached out, gently caressing Millicent's cheek, and spoke. Your destiny is to be reborn. For it is you, and only you, who can blossom into the most exquisite and noble flower. This phrase abruptly yanked Millicent back to reality, her eyes widening in revelation. So, you wish for me to bloom into a flower. Without a moment's hesitation, she forcefully pushed Jasmine to the ground, startling her three sisters, who instinctively recoiled. However, the fallen second sister, Jasmine, suddenly broke into a cold smile, her voice sending shivers down Millicent's spine. Oh? What is the matter? Our dear sister, do not be shy. As she slowly rose, Jasmine revealed a corrupted knight's spear in her hand, while the other three sisters brandished their weapons, advancing menacingly towards Millicent, their smiles becoming increasingly deranged. We shall ensure you fulfill your mission and bloom into the most resplendent flower. If I am to transform into something that is not myself, blooming into a flower, I would rather succumb to corruption, Millicent retorted with a cold laugh, her resolute gaze reflecting her determination. Yet, her four sisters had no intention of relenting. In unison, they charged at her, their weapons striking towards Millicent. The onslaught was overwhelming, their coordinated attacks resembling the fluidity of a single swordsman. Initially, Millicent managed to fend them off, utilizing the sword techniques from her memories. With the dance of waterfowl, she even gained the upper hand amidst their assault. However, as time wore on, her physical stamina began to falter. Bruises blossomed on her body and face, and her expression grew increasingly grave. Would she truly be corrupted into a flower today? In that fleeting moment of distraction, her four sisters seized the opportunity. The eldest, Mary, deftly flicked her weapon, sending Millicent's prosthetic blade flying. Meanwhile, the second and third sisters left deep, bone-revealing gashes upon her. As the swift kick from Yao Mei, Jasmine, struck, Millicent was sent flying, a sharp pain radiating from her lower abdomen as she collapsed to the ground, immobilized. It's over for my sister. The smile on her elder sister's face twisted into a terrifying grimace. The blade in her hand drew ever closer to Millicent, and from the cold steel, a profound sense of despair and sorrow enveloped her. Millicent closed her eyes, bracing for the impending embrace of death. The four sisters wore smug expressions, their crimson flowers poised to bloom. The tip of the spear hovered less than an inch from Millicent's throat. In that critical moment, a flash of golden lightning cleaved the heavens. The thunder of Gurren Sanctus. Lin Luo's voice echoed from afar. Lin Luo wielded a golden spear, the very embodiment of that golden thunder. This spear, capable of piercing through all, surged forth with unstoppable force towards the second sister, Jasmine, who brandished her lance. A palpable sense of danger washed over Jasmine, prompting an instinctive reaction to defend herself. She raised her noble knight's spear, positioning it across her chest. The clang of metal echoed, a sound of shattering steel as the spear met its mark. Jasmine's regret arrived too late. Her weapon was as fragile as paper before the thunderous spear, which effortlessly cleaved through it. The spear's momentum remained unabated, piercing through her form and sending her plummeting from the sacred tree into the abyss below. Millicent hastily opened her eyes, looking towards the source of the commotion. Lin Luo stood nearby, a smile gracing his features, while Vic gazed incredulously at the spear in Lin Luo's grasp. A smile spread across Millicent's face. Once again, her life had been saved, just in the nick of time. Lin Luo let out a soft chuckle, exhaling a breath of relief. The sisters had not intended to kill Millicent. Rather, they sought to orchestrate a moment of despair that would culminate in her blossoming into a scarlet flower at the perfect juncture. In doing so, the 4 incarnations of Marlenia would be consumed by the crimson decay, heralding the permanent arrival of the Scarlet Goddess. It was the despair born from betrayal that would ultimately unlock the full bloom of the flower buds. Why didn't you wait for us? Lin Luo advanced slowly, his smile unwavering. Though he was not particularly tall, to Millicent, his presence was utterly captivating. What a familiar feeling, Millicent murmured, sensing a long-lost essence emanating from Lin Luo. As if they had known each other for an eternity. Vic, take them down. Lin Luo commanded with a light scoff, tossing the thunder of Gurren Sanctus towards Vic. Let them witness the might of the Thunder Dragon Knight. All right, Vic responded, grasping the spear, the familiar aura washing over him. Heh, I haven't tried this move in ages. The 4 sisters are no longer whole. Now, there are merely 3. The trio remains silent, their expressions void, resembling frigid automatons in the presence of all but Millicent. They collectively retreat a few steps, standing in the midst of the lake, where crimson bubbles incessantly rise to the surface. As time passes, the bubbles become increasingly tumultuous, and a colossal figure emerges from the water, a decayed tree spirit. Surely we can handle this? Lin Luo glances at Vic. Do not worry, merely a minor minion. Vic chuckles lightly, gripping his spear tightly. The lightning of Glansax transforms into an ethereal shadow in Vic's hand, yet the spear's size continues to amplify. Ultimately, it reaches nearly 10 meters in length. With the spear's power, Vic begins to ascend towards the sky. The force from the spear unleashes a cataclysmic thunder. The crimson lightning spear truly manifests in this world. Even Lin Luo cannot help but marvel. The spear he wields pales in comparison to Vic's. His own is but an icy silver needle, while Vic's resembles a pillar that supports the heavens. There is a reason Vic stands on the brink of kingship. Did you think summoning a mere tree spirit would suffice against me? Vic sneers. I'm afraid you all must perish. The lightning spear plunges downward with ferocity, establishing itself atop the sacred tree. Red lightning devours the sky. Chapter 140. The rescue of Millicent. If one were to encapsulate the current scene, it could only be likened to the falling of shattered stars. The demise of Plunton Sanks parallels the present spectacle. Lightning envelopes a substantial portion of the sacred tree, incinerating the surrounding corrupted minions into charred remains. Not to mention the 4 sisters and the decayed tree spirit, ensconced in the heart of the lightning. Are you trying to kill us? The amusement on Vic's face is swiftly interrupted by Lin Luo. Observing the spear in Vic's hand grow geometrically larger, Lin Luo senses the impending peril. In desperation, Lin Luo positions himself before Millicent, bestowing upon them a multitude of buffs. Yet, sensing it is insufficient, he brandishes 2 jellyfish shields before him. Even so, Lin Luo cannot escape unscathed. Gazing at his now frizzed hair, Lin Luo feels a surge of murderous intent within. Ha! I am a god, Vic exclaims, laughing in a melodramatic fashion. God, my foot! Get down here! Lin Luo curses, nearly thrusting his sword at him. Who are you? Vic stares at the frizzed Lin Luo, now covered in soot, momentarily taken aback. Fated to die? Lin Luo unsheaths the black sword, the black-red flames of blood igniting forth. Even the fool Vic understood that the person before him was Lin Luo. In his recent endeavor to show off, he had forgotten about his teammates. Vic hurried over, his expression filled with contrition. Sorry about that, Brother Luo. Seeing Vic's awareness, Lin Luo chose not to dwell on his own grievances. Are you here to save or to slay? Lin Luo asked, as he helped Millicent to her feet, his face clouded with concern. Wasn't that just a tad too heavy-handed? A tad? I had to stack over 10 buffs just to survive that. What do you mean by unleashing such area of effect chaos? Vic retorted, well aware of his misstep. Yet he refrained from arguing further. Lin Luo cast a glance at Vic, but chose to remain silent, redirecting his focus back to Millicent. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Her injuries were not overly severe. Millicent, here, take this, Lin Luo said softly, offering her a vial of red elixir. However, Millicent declined the gesture, instead extracting a golden needle from her body and handing it to Lin Luo. His eyes remained calm, yet a wave of uncontainable disappointment surged within him. "Why did you pull it out?" Vic exclaimed. "That's the thing that suppresses your crimson decay." "Indeed," Millicent replied, lying on the ground as the decay began to reassert its grip due to the needle's removal. "You've always been enigmatic, knowing everything. Just like the golden needle and the prosthetic limb you gifted me." Millicent coughed lightly, extending her hand. Understanding her intent, Lin Luo assisted her in rising. "I am immensely grateful for your support in that battle. It would have been impossible for one person to overcome those four. From start to finish, your care has been unwavering. Thank you, for your presence has allowed me to cling to life thus far. The needle you gave me was my starting point. I hope you can return it to Marlenia, as it rightfully belongs to her. It seems my journey ends here, and it is difficult to voice this to you. You saw that I have removed the needle. Please convey to that malevolent source that I wish to transform into something other than myself, to bloom into a flower. I would rather succumb to decay." Millicent's words grew increasingly frail, tinged with a hint of desperation. "No," Lin Luo replied, his tone calm, yet resolute. "You cannot perish like this. Please," Millicent implored, "do not let me bear this body any longer. I no longer wish to be betrayed." Suddenly, Lin Luo reached out and embraced Millicent. The action was so unexpected that those present were momentarily taken aback. The petite Lonnie on his shoulder stirred slightly, her eyes narrowing, her small hands twitching with intent, yet she ultimately refrained from taking any action. If Lonnie remained still, Melina would be even less likely to intervene. Millicent was momentarily taken aback, subsequently displaying a profound sense of panic. "Lin Luo, release me. I do not wish for you to be affected by the scarlet decay. I truly do not want to harm you," Millicent implored, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she attempted to push Lin Luo away. Lin Luo remained silent, steadfastly holding her close. Ignoring Millicent's resistance, he leaned in, opening his mouth to bite down on her shoulder. Millicent froze for a moment. The sharp pain radiating from her shoulder prompted her to instinctively embrace Lin Luo. Though she was uncertain of his intentions, she had faith that he would not bring her harm. Meanwhile, Vic silently gave Lin Luo a thumbs up from behind. Bravo! With two wives at his side, he still dares to flirt with another? However, Lin Luo was not seeking to take advantage. His intention was to absorb the scarlet decay within Millicent. Unlike the decay that afflicted other species, Millicent's was akin to the primal essence of the scarlet decay, the very power of the corruption goddess, Ionia. The sweet, metallic taste swiftly transitioned as the crimson rune gradually flowed into Lin Luo's being. Visibly, the symptoms of scarlet decay on Millicent began to dissipate. Though her corrupted skin could not revert to its former state, it had ceased to deteriorate. Conversely, Lin Luo began to exhibit symptoms of the scarlet decay himself. A crimson mist enveloped him, seeping from his skin, an unmistakable sign of the corruption. If Millicent still did not grasp Lin Luo's actions, it would be truly foolish. Her eyes reflected urgency and anguish. She did not want Lin Luo to bear such a heavy burden for her sake. Millicent released her hands and grasped the blade of her prosthetic arm. If Lin Luo intended to save her in this manner, she would rather perish. She would even prefer to truly transform into that flower. However, in the moment her prosthetic blade descended, Vic's spear deftly knocked it from her grasp. Millicent gazed at Vic in confusion, her eyes betraying a flicker of anger. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, a cool hand and a warm hand rested upon her wrist. If you truly wish to proceed with this course of action, Lin Luo would not consent. Melina and Lonnie appeared simultaneously before Millicent, their grips firm upon her hands. He has always been so headstrong, never undertaking ventures without a chance of success. Chapter 141, Ionia. Millicent stood in stunned silence, tears brimming in her eyes. Vic too was taken aback. It seemed Lin Luo's two wives were rather amiable. The two women spoke not a word, merely watching Lin Luo with a glimmer of concern, yet more prominently, an expression of trust. Lin Luo's actions were indeed ill-timed, at least. For the present moment, Lin Luo remained firmly latched onto Millicent's shoulder, motionless, while the great serpent's devouring continued unabated. It must be said that the ability of the world-devouring serpent poses a calamity for deities. No divine power can withstand the serpent's insatiable hunger, unless, of course, one's strength vastly exceeds that of the serpent. For the goddess of corruption, Ionia, sealed within the lake of decay, even though her confinement has loosened, her powers have been diminished significantly, allowing the crimson corruption to dwell within Millicent and the Valkyrie. Her intent to bloom the scarlet flower through these two, who are essentially the same being, To liberate herself is all she can hope to achieve. Yet, upon encountering Lin Luo, her misfortune seems inevitable. The primal force of crimson corruption gradually seeped into Lin Luo's being, but due to the elemental nature of Lin Luo's form, the crimson corruption could effect no significant change. On the contrary, within Lin Luo, the forces of the Great Rune, the Rune of Death, and the frenzied fire of crimson corruption could only be regarded as mere subordinates, quietly coiling in the corner, too afraid to stir. However, it was not solely the power of crimson corruption that infiltrated him. Ionia's will also found its way into his essence. To Ionia, Lin Luo's actions were undoubtedly those of a thief, pilfering her powers, sending ripples through the tranquility she had maintained for countless years. "Aunt, do you dare attempt to steal my power? By whose divine command do you act? Is it the Black Serpent of Supreme Will?" A raspy feminine voice suddenly echoed in Lin Luo's mind. The mention of the Black Serpent piqued Lin Luo's interest. He paused, contemplating the implications of Ionia's words. The Supreme Will is a serpent? He chose not to respond to Ionia, lost in thought. "Mortal, consciously release my power to bloom into a flower. When that day comes, you and I shall merge as one, basking in unparalleled glory together." "Silence," Lin Luo retorted casually. "Do not disturb me. Let me finish absorbing this. I still have to seek out the Valkyrie." "You, how dare you?" Ionia was momentarily taken aback. But then her anger surged from deep within. "You insignificant mortal, how dare you? Burn him and silence her," Lin Luo commanded, dismissing Ionia's spectral presence. "In my own mind, will I allow you to bully me? If your true form were to appear before me, I would surely teach you a lesson, especially with my beloved by my side." Upon receiving Lin Luo's command, the frenzied fire surged forward, ensnaring Ionia's apparition within his mind. "Frenzied fire?" Ionia gasped. "Is it that wretched chaos? I am about to break free. You shameless lot. You cannot stop me. The blooming of the scarlet flower is beyond your reach." Ionia's furious roar echoed, her consciousness devoid of pain, yet capable of transmitting her memories back to her true form. "Be silent." Lin Luo cast a fleeting glance at Ionia before stepping forward, the death rune igniting her once more. Amidst Ionia's furious tirade, she gradually dissipated into the air, bringing a serene clarity to Lin Luo's mind. As Ionia's will, which resided within Millicent, faded away, the crimson decay within Millicent faced no further obstruction. The crimson corruption began to flow steadily into Lin Luo's being. Coughing, Lin Luo felt the pallor on Millicent's face gradually replaced by a sanguine hue, signaling the nearing conclusion of the absorption process. Suddenly, he was seized by a fit of coughing, his grip on Millicent weakening. "Curse this crimson decay, it is rather suffocating." Lin Luo lay upon the ground, his body still engaged in counteracting this intruder. As for any potential rejection or adverse reactions, such occurrences were unlikely. Although the Great Serpent may not be deemed a formidable deity, its act of devouring was indeed a rare boon. With the serpent's consumption as a catalyst, Lin Luo's form bore the burden of these powers from disparate deities, alleviating concerns of rejection. Naturally, one simply had to wait a while. Gasping for breath, Lin Luo acknowledged that the crimson decay was hardly a source of positive energy, and the assimilation would require time. Ionia's divine power was indeed formidable, and this was merely a fraction of her essence. Observing Lin Luo's peculiar condition, the three women grew anxious, especially Millicent, who feared that if Lin Luo were to suffer due to her, she would never forgive herself. While Melina and Lonnie appeared worried, they maintained their composure. Lonnie was the first to examine Lin Luo's internal state. "Everything seems fine," Lonnie remarked. As Lin Luo's complexion began to regain its healthy color, a smile graced Melina's face. "Huh, how could Lin Luo possibly be in trouble?" Vic swaggered overconfidently. "The madness of fire cannot harm him. What is a mere crimson decay to him? After all, good men do not live long, while calamities last for millennia. Lin Luo, this calamity, would surely endure for at least 10,000 years." Lying on the ground, Lin Luo involuntarily raised an eyebrow. He slightly lifted his head to regard Vic. "Are you indirectly insulting me? I have no evidence and am too lazy to argue with you. Just shut your mouth, or I will have my wife deal with you." Vic's grin froze momentarily, but a devious thought soon flickered through his mind. "Which wife are you referring to?" He did not specify, yet his gaze was fixed intently on Millicent. Lin Luo's smile gradually faded. Suddenly, the long-absent atmosphere of rivalry resurfaced. "You dog, Vic," Lin Luo thought, spreading his hands, closing his eyes, and feigning death on the ground. "Damn it, I am done with this. I will simply give up." Lonnie and Melina burst into laughter simultaneously. Lin Luo found the situation amusing. Melina hummed softly, gradually fading away. Lonnie merely smiled, her figure slowly merging into the petite Lonnie. This time, however, the small Lonnie lowered her hat's brim, obscuring the scene before her. Vic was momentarily taken aback. How could such a wonderful wife be chosen by the main consort? Observing his surroundings, Vic sensed that he no longer belonged in this place. Silently, he turned and walked away, leaving only Lin Luo and Millicent behind. Chapter 142. A heartfelt conversation with Millicent. What does this mean? Lin Luo's mind was still catching up. Today, these two women seemed a bit unusual, allowing him to, well, indulge himself. Millicent, on the other hand, looked at him with gratitude, her eyes glistening with emotion. It dawned on Lin Luo. Could this be the special privileges granted by his wives? Today, the golden tree had risen from the opposite side, after all. Oh, to have a wife like this, what more could a husband desire? If Lin Luo did not take action in this moment, he would hardly be worthy of the title of man. Naturally, although the wilderness set a fitting backdrop, the presence of several others nearby restrained Lin Luo from overstepping boundaries. Millicent seemed poised to express her gratitude. After all, she and Lin Luo had no prior connection. Yet he had consistently aided her, whether with the golden needle, the prosthetic limb, or in dealing with her four sisters, even extracting the crimson decay from within her. For the first time in ages, Millicent's once cold heart experienced genuine warmth. She had often contemplated that even in death, her only regret would be not having done anything for Lin Luo. She hoped to be his sword, to wield it on his behalf. It appeared, however, that she might soon have that opportunity. Noticing Millicent's distracted demeanor, Lin Luo felt emboldened. He licked his parched lips, and, while Millicent was lost in thought, pressed his lips against hers. The sudden turn of events left Millicent utterly unresponsive. Her mind was a blank. Was Lin Luo truly kissing her? A sweet, metallic flavor wafted from his mouth, likely a remnant of the crimson decay he had absorbed. As for why he chose this method, it was simply because he longed to embrace Millicent, this girl who had suffered throughout her life. He felt a deep sense of compassion for her. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Luo finally released her lips. Of course, had Millicent not been gasping for air, and had Lonnie not begun to express her displeasure by fidgeting on his shoulder, Lin Luo believed he could have kissed her for another half-hour. Yet, he presumed he would refrain, for otherwise, both Lonnie and Melina would undoubtedly unite against him, condemning his actions, and he might even find himself kneeling on a washboard in punishment. Millicent gasped. Truth be told, it was indeed her first kiss. She had been holding her breath, and her complexion was not solely due to shyness. It was also flushed from a lack of oxygen. Lin Luo gazed at Millicent before him, involuntarily breaking into a smile. He had forgotten his initial resolve. Yet who could possibly refuse a formidable swordswoman like Millicent, who had lost her parents and placed unwavering trust in him? The very essence of a resolution is to be broken, after all. Lin Luo shamelessly justified his actions, gradually rising from the ground and then extending a hand to help Millicent up. As Lin Luo linked his arm with Millicent's, he felt her body subtly tremble, a reaction to which she was unaccustomed. Nevertheless, in response to her slight reaction, Lin Luo merely chuckled, slipping his arm around her waist. Millicent, now that we have reached this point, do you not comprehend the nature of our relationship? Lin Luo remarked with a grin. At that moment, Lonnie turned her head away, feigning indifference. Lin Luo, undeterred, thought to himself that since it was their consent, he would claim Millicent. What exactly is our relationship? Millicent nearly buried her face in her chest, hesitating for a moment before stammering out her words. Having been kissed by me, you must be mine. Lin Luo replied with a smile. Millicent looked up, her eyes wide with surprise, a hint of joy flickering within. However, that glimmer of happiness swiftly faded. Lin Luo, you already have a wife, she stated. I would gladly serve you as a maid or become a sword in your hand, Millicent declared, genuinely pleased. After all, Lin Luo had done so much for her. Millicent raised her head, her gaze resolute, reflecting the sincerity of her earlier words. Even Melina and Lonnie, upon hearing Millicent's declaration, were slightly taken aback. Although both women were Lin Luo's wives and were not particularly eager for another sister, they could discern the authenticity in Millicent's words, devoid of any pretense. Foolish girl, Lin Luo slowly shook his head, drawing Millicent into his embrace. She did not resist, nor did she wish to. Do you know? I have told Melina more than once. As long as a man lives, he will never allow his beloved to stand in harm's way. Millicent leaned against Lin Luo, remaining silent. Observing the hint of confusion in her eyes, Lin Luo continued. His voice was soft, almost a whisper, just loud enough for Millicent to hear. Yet, this simple statement sent tumultuous waves crashing through Millicent's mind. For reasons unknown, The typically resilient Millicent found herself at this very moment feeling a poignant ache in her nose. An unfamiliar urge to weep welling up within her. It is essential to understand that as an incarnation of the will to combat the scarlet corruption alongside Melina, Millicent's convictions were as steadfast as steel, her resolve akin to impenetrable armor. Tears. They had never been an option, even when afflicted by the scarlet corruption. She had not succumbed to sorrow or lamented her fate. The betrayal of the four sisters merely left her with a bittersweet sting of regret. Yet now, the moisture at the corners of her eyes made Millicent acutely aware that this was no mere illusion. Unable to contain herself any longer, Millicent finally broke down. Decades of sorrow erupted at this moment. Despite her ironclad heart, she was, after all, a woman. She could not allow herself to cry, for to do so would mean embracing vulnerability. She could not weep, for tears would signify an inability to uphold her responsibilities. In this moment, Lin Luo's words pierced her heart, becoming a solid support, allowing her to unveil her true frailty completely. Lin Luo remained silent, understanding that now was not the time to disturb Millicent. He gently patted her back, his warm palms soothing her. They sat beside a pool of corruption, Lin Luo quietly embracing Millicent, the scene both beautiful and serene. Chapter 143. Melina. They did not linger outside for long. Millicent followed Lin Luo, who turned to her with an expression imbued with inscrutable meaning. My husband, Millicent murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Lin Luo's face lit up with satisfaction, though it was short-lived. Suddenly, the petite Lonnie bit Lin Luo's ear quite fiercely, catching him off guard and causing him to shudder. Hey, Lonnie, please, let go. It hurts. Humph. The proud Lonnie turned her head away, adjusting her hat's brim, choosing silence. Aware that he had no justification for his predicament, Lin Luo could only chuckle sheepishly. However, in a moment unnoticed by the others, Lin Luo swiftly planted a kiss on Lonnie. She remained silent, her expression unreadable. Yet she kept her head lowered, refusing to look up. Hee, Lin Luo beamed with pride. Meanwhile, Vic glanced at Lin Luo, his heart aching. What a beast. Can he not be mindful of a single man's plight? Vic lamented, feeling utterly defeated. Why can't I just stay put in my cell? I truly am a jester. Having resolved Millicent's affliction with the scarlet corruption, the group had no intention of lingering any longer. The location of the Valkyrie lay directly beneath where Lin Luo stood. At the base of the sacred tree, Lin Luo glanced at the two beside him, wrapped his arm around Millicent, and leapt down without hesitation. Vic, taken aback, craned his neck to look down. Goodness, that's quite a height. Enough, I shall simply walk in earnest. Beneath the sacred tree, a woman leaned against its trunk. She bore a striking resemblance to Millicent. Her crimson hair, a fractured right arm, and her left arm appeared to have decayed under the onslaught of scarlet corruption. Resting against the hollow roots of the once magnificent tree, she quietly awaited the return of that person, as if time itself had come to a standstill. It was not until Lin Luo's arrival that the withered yellow leaves fell from the holy tree, mirroring the beautiful aspirations of the brother and sister as they withered in the wind. The woman stirred slightly and rose to her feet. I have dreamt for an eternity. My body tarnished like faded gold, my blood succumbing to decay, accumulating countless corpses, all in anticipation of that person's return. She retrieved her fallen prosthetic limb from the ground and, with deliberate care, affixed it to her right arm. Slowly donning the avian winged helmet, she gestured with her right hand, and a pure golden longsword landed in the grasp of her prosthetic. Let me truly feel this. I, Melina, as the blade of Miquella, the reason for invincibility in battle. Adorned with bird-wing-shaped golden helmets, clad in blood-red, fitted battle attire, wielding luminous spear and shield, they soared above the battlefield on white steeds, escorting the souls of fallen heroes back to the Hall of Valor, in preparation for the ultimate arrival of Ragnarok. This is the depiction of the Valkyries in Norse mythology. Yet, within Lin Luo's mind, this phrase suddenly emerged, swift. This is the most fitting portrayal of Melina today. We need not be enemies, Lin Luo spoke with calmness. Oh, Melina chuckled lightly. The fated one has come to the sacred tree, and yet you claim we need not be adversaries? Did you not come for the great rune? Indeed. Yet, not entirely, Lin Luo shook his head in response. Interesting, your aura feels remarkably familiar, Melina remarked with an air of indifference. If you come for the great rune, why the pretense? Truly a warrior at heart, Lin Luo coughed lightly before addressing Melina. Two matters. First, I can assist you in dispelling the scarlet corruption within you. Nonsense. Melina interrupted him sharply, her tone growing perilous. Even my brother could only suppress the scarlet corruption within me. You, with your baseless claims, on what grounds do you speak? Lin Luo paused, taken aback, No, I meant to offer my help. Why such a strong reaction? Millicent, could you come here? He waved his hand, standing behind Millicent. Though Melina's eyes were corrupted and could not see, she could deeply sense Millicent's presence. So familiar, so hauntingly familiar, Melina murmured. If Lin Luo embodies that ephemeral aura, then Millicent's essence is like a mirror reflecting Melina herself. She, surprisingly, no longer exuded the scent of crimson decay. Your voice, Marlenia, trembled slightly. The dagger in your right hand clattered to the ground. You stepped forward and embraced Millicent. Is this me? No, you are you. And I am I, Millicent replied with a smile. However, I am derived from you. Millicent reached out and embraced Marlenia. After a prolonged silence, Millicent spoke again. You trust your brother Michaela, just as I trust my husband Lin Luo. He is capable of achieving this. If possible, allow him to attempt it. Millicent glanced at Lin Luo. Although I do not comprehend why my husband wishes to do this, he must have his own reasons. I do not wish to place him in danger, but I must support every decision he makes. Can you trust me? Marlenia remained silent, observing Millicent's attitude towards Lin Luo, reminiscent of her unconditional trust in Michaela. I am willing to give it a try, Marlenia pondered for a long while before finally speaking. But can you tell me the reason? The reason? Lin Luo chuckled softly. Perhaps it is simply that I find you endearing? He shrugged. Well, there are other reasons as well. Lin Luo settled down and began discussing the concept of the supreme will. Observing this, Millicent also sat beside Lin Luo. Half an hour later, Vic arrived, but upon witnessing the intimate conversation among the group, he felt his presence disrupted the atmosphere and quickly retreated. So that's how it is. Marlenia nodded deeply. The ambition of the Fade before her was immense, even surpassing that of Michaela. The leader of Michaela sought to create a sacred tree distinct from the Golden Law, a sacred tree that embraced all, which undoubtedly stood in opposition to the Golden Tree. In contrast, Lin Luo set his sights on the Supreme Will. After hearing Lin Luo's words, Marlenia was convinced, to some extent. Doubts had crossed her mind. But reflecting on Lin Luo's victories over the Shattered Star and his ability to persuade the likes of Montgat, whose strength equaled her own, she realized he had no need to concoct such elaborate deceptions. Moreover, with Lin Luo's aura of death and chaotic fire, Marlenia placed her trust in him. Your presence brings me great reassurance, Marlenia remarked, removing her helmet and leaning against the sacred tree. Then let us proceed. I am willing to take this gamble. The crimson decay within her surged. This time, its power exceeded Millicent's by several fold. Chapter 144. The transaction. As Marlenia spoke, Lin Luo no longer hesitated. Naturally, he would not treat her as he did Millicent. Otherwise, before he could fully absorb it, Marlenia's chaotic energy would engulf him. Lin Luo extended his right hand, his palm transforming into a spectral form. Once a novice, twice an expert. Even if this time the power exceeds the last by several folds, the distinction between the two remains negligible. Coupled with the formidable willpower of Marlenia, Lin Luo's absorption proceeded remarkably smoothly. Although Marlenia sensed the diminishing power within her, her heart brimmed with joy. This was the very force she had once despised. Furthermore, the loss of the crimson decay signified that Marlenia no longer needed to wield such power for suppression, which, paradoxically, did not equate to her becoming weaker. At last, she could liberate herself from it, filling her with elation. The absorption was gradual, taking nearly several hours, while outside, Vic had already succumbed to deep slumber. Of course, had Marlenia permitted Lin Luo to bite her shoulder, the process could have been expedited considerably. Yet, such notions were merely fanciful daydreams for Lin Luo. After a considerable time, the crimson decay within Marlenia had been absorbed to a significant extent by Lin Luo. Having learned from past experiences, Lin Luo was determined to prevent an elderly woman from prattling in his mind. Thus he directly digested the absorbed crimson decay, leaving no opportunity for Ionia to take residence. Despite this, Lin Luo still caught a few remarks about his alleged inferiority. Though unfinished, his mind instinctively filled in the gaps. Consequently, Lin Luo hastened his absorption. In no time, he had drained every last drop of crimson decay from Marlenia's being. Although the crimson decay within Marlenia was far more abundant than that within Millicent, Lin Luo adopted a meticulous approach, unlike the hasty consumption he had exhibited previously. Thus, he left no residual effects, leading him to once again marvel at the utility of the serpent's abilities. At last, Lin Luo retracted his tingling right hand. The once crimson runes had vanished, replaced by a hue tinged with gold. This signified the complete absorption of the crimson decay from Marlenia. Could it truly be gone? Marlenia gazed at the runes dissipating in her palm, unable to sense the aura of the crimson decay any longer. After so many years, since her brother Michaela's disappearance, she had not experienced joy's essence. How did you accomplish this? How could it be done? Were you not watching the whole time? Lin Luo chuckled helplessly, summoning a sphere of black flame in his palm. The black flame of death runes appeared, yet this time, the fire was notably darker, resembling a mass of congealed blood. This was the death rune after absorbing the crimson decay. You transferred it into yourself? Marlenia expressed surprise, accompanied by a tinge of emotion. It seems I have discerned the emotional turmoil in Marlenia's eyes. Lin Luo quickly responded, no misunderstandings, I did not pay any price. I vanquished the great serpent within the volcanic estate and acquired its power. I possessed the ability to devour the strength of any intruder, a force that the serpent referred to as blasphemy. Lin Luo smiled and remarked, therefore, there is no need for excessive contemplation. We each obtain what we desire. I have acquired the power I sought, and you have attained what you wished for, have you not? A soft chuckle escaped Marlenia's lips upon hearing this. Indeed, you are quite an intriguing individual, distinct from the other Tarnished. She complimented him lightly. Though she withheld a subsequent thought, his confidence and assured demeanor bore an uncanny resemblance to someone, her brother, Michaela. Oh, by the way, Lin Luo interjected once more. I wish to propose a trade. What transpired earlier can be regarded as a mutual benefit, not a debt. Marlenia turned her head, her expression laced with curiosity. I shall be direct. I require your great rune, Lin Luo stated calmly. Marlenia chuckled softly, uncertain of the implications. What do you need my great rune for? Do you intend to become that so-called Elden Lord? She had just shared with him her need to harness all available power within the lands between to confront the greater will. The great rune is an indispensable component. Lin Luo continued. Should I succeed, I shall return it to you. After all, the laws I create will not be bound by the ring of law to restrict others. If I fail, the greater will once again reign over the lands between, and the vicious cycle will commence anew. By that time, your great rune may prove futile. That reasoning is sound, Marlenia conceded, shaking her head. However, it is insufficient. What you have said does not suffice. While Lin Luo's argument was compelling, her refusal stemmed from a desire for her brother Michaela to be the one to accomplish this task. With the corruption of the Scarlet Rot now absent, her own power had significantly increased. Thus, I propose a trade, Lin Luo said slowly, extending a finger. Observing Marlenia's composed visage, he sensed that the moment was fleeting. I know who abducted Michaela. With a clang, the Valkyrie's mechanical arm struck the ground, leaving a deep scar upon the earth. What did you say? Marlenia's voice trembled. Lin Luo's words were enough to shake her to her core. I know who abducted Michaela. He reiterated, no longer withholding the information. He continued. I understand the motives behind your assault on Caelid were also tied to Michaela. Your instincts were not misguided. It was Radon, was it not? Marlenia's emotions surged, interrupting Lin Luo's discourse. No, the direction was not mistaken. Alas, what lay beneath was not the earth, but the depths below. Lin Luo kicked his feet, pointing downward. In the subterranean realm, Meng had abducted Michaela, and his motives were rather straightforward. Michaela was a divine being, and the companion of a divine being is a king. He sought to claim the qualifications of a king, which indirectly instigated the conflict between you and Latine. His blood dynasty. I can lead you there, and even assist you in reclaiming Michaela. I wonder if this condition holds any value. Chapter 145, Meng's Blood Dynasty Meng. Marlenia hissed through clenched teeth, her eyes brimming with an uncontainable murderous intent. Lin Luo remained silent, yet Marlenia's palpable menace was indeed formidable. Beside them, the sleeping Vic was abruptly awakened, mistakenly believing Lin Luo intended to harm Marlenia. Where is he? Marlenia snorted coldly, nearly crushing the blade in her mechanical hand. Now, take me there. No problem. Lin Luo scratched his head. We shouldn't delay. Shall we go? Let us go. Marlenia replied with another cold snort, then added to Lin Luo, of course, you better not deceive me. If it truly is Meng who has taken my brother, I will ensure he learns a profound lesson. But if you betray me, do not expect to escape the wrath of the Valkyrie, even if I am not your match. I will make you taste the sharpness of her blade. I have no reason to deceive you. Besides, you cannot defeat me, Lin Luo muttered softly. Where is Meng's blood dynasty? Marlenia inquired. No, how do we get there? She was already aware that the Blood City lay beneath Caelid, yet she was uncertain of the means to reach it. Must they truly resort to digging with their bare hands? Take this. Lin Luo handed her a crimson object. The emblem of a pure blood knight. What is this? Marlenia questioned, perplexed, as she sensed an aura of space emanating from the emblem. It seemed to harbor a teleportation device. This emblem is for an audience with Meng. It can transport you directly to the Hmong blood dynasty. Oh, quite an intriguing artifact. Marlenia paid no heed to Lin Luo's mention of a bank. Her sole focus was on how to teach that wretched Hmong a lesson. Vic, Lin Luo shouted, tossing another pure blood emblem toward Vic. Catch this. We are ready to depart. Huh. Vic caught the emblem, bewildered. It seemed Lin Luo had managed to silence Marlenia. Moreover, it appeared he had found himself an ally. How does this work? Vic asked, glancing at Lin Luo. Hold it in your palm and shout Lin Luo. Daddy, and you will be transported directly to the Hmong blood dynasty. Are you kidding me? Believe it or not. With that, Lin Luo lost interest in further banter with Vic and handed a similar pure blood knight emblem to Millicent. As Lin Luo beheld the pure blood insignia, his thoughts began to drift. He recalled his mentor, Teacher Celian, during the time he undertook the task of crafting the white mask, when Van Lay inscribed the blood mark upon him. Although Lin Luo did not comprehend its significance at that moment, he resolved to seek out Celian for clarification. Riding atop Torrent, he journeyed to the basement of the ruins at Nimjeff Station, where Teacher Celian was concealed. Yet, before Lin Luo could utter a word, Celian's gaze fell upon the vivid crimson mark, and her tone shifted to one of gravity. Disciple, what has happened to your finger? I do not know what you are thinking, but that is a mark meant to control and surveil you, a veritable embodiment of malevolence. Shall I break it for you? Celian urged anxiously. You understand, do you not? Come, let us dispel this curse at once. But before that, oh, master of the curse mark, are you listening? To dare such an act is to show utter disdain. Mark my words, this individual is my beloved disciple, Celian, the sorceress of the 34th magic block. Any deceit towards him provides ample grounds for my curse. Do not think you can escape unscathed. You shall endure a night tormented by fear. At that moment, Lin Luo recalled that his initial intention for joining the blood mark was to delve deeper into the mystery, to fulfill the legacy of the blood mark hunter, Yura. If this indeed constituted a curse, it could not be lifted just yet. However, for reasons unknown, after hearing Van Lay's words, he completely forgot his original purpose. It seemed that his words possessed a beguiling power. He was truly a perilous man. Thus, the Fated One declined Celian's kind offer. With a sigh, she remarked, Since you refuse, I shall not press further. But remember, that mark is intended to monitor and control you, a manifestation of malice. Should you choose to heed my words, know that you may seek me whenever you wish. In truth, this appeared to be a futile matter. Some opined that Celian refrained from acting against the Fated One merely due to his lack of strength, but I do not share that sentiment. I believe most of the Fated Ones regard Celian as a gentle teacher, especially considering her tender words. Even if you do not ascend as Elden King, I shall always reserve a place for you at the Academy. Such kindness leads me to doubt that she would ever turn against a Fated One. In the end, even when her form transformed into a sphere, she still murmured, Disciple. Celian was exceptionally gentle, and it was for her sake that Lin Luo, for the first time, deviated from his own principles to confront Jillian. Jillian was a good person, and Lin Luo possessed his own code of conduct. Yet for Celian, those principles could be cast aside. Returning to the matter at hand, Millicent cast a curious glance at Lin Luo, having keenly noted the smile gracing his face. Perhaps a reflection of pleasant memories. The group grasped the pure blood knight insignia, subsequently activating the teleportation magic embedded within it. As the magic commenced, they opened their eyes once more, finding themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm. Beneath their feet lay the remnants of ancient ruins, while above stretched an unfamiliar violet sky. The familiar scent of rust wafted through the air, reminiscent of blood. Marlenia was the first to regain her composure, surveying her surroundings until her gaze fell upon a map resting on a corpse. With a furrowed brow, she reached for it. In the depths of the earth, within the slumbering grounds of a bygone civilization, stood the temple of the Blood King, Munger, nestled alongside the fabled new dynasty of Mungerwen. Is it truly you, Munger? Marlenia uttered coldly, her eagerness to dismantle him palpable. Lin Luo, still in a daze, turned to glance at Millicent, whose cheeks were surprisingly flushed. The reason was simple. During their teleportation, he had distinctly heard a feminine voice calling out, Lin Luo, Daddy. It was unmistakably not Marlenia, otherwise, her mechanical blade would have already found its way to her throat. Lin Luo found himself bemused, choosing not to confront the matter, and instead, he affectionately ruffled Millicent's hair. You really are adorably naive. However, it was Vic who approached with a rather lewd grin. Well, role-playing? How thrilling. Fated to die? Waterbirds in a chaotic dance. Vic exclaimed, a couple mixed doubles, you deserve it. Chapter 146, Munger's Shackles. Private Marseille amidst their playful banter. Vic offered a sincere apology, though it would have been more perfect had the swelling and bruising on his face been absent. The scene was somewhat comical, even eliciting a fleeting smile from Marlenia, though it quickly vanished, unnoticed by the others. "It's time to go," Marlenia announced. "Lin Luo? The Fated One. I believe that is your name." "Huh, what's wrong?" Lin Luo snapped back to reality, responding affirmatively. "Lead the way. It seems you are no stranger to this place. Where is Munger? Show me the way." Though slightly irked by the commanding tone, Lin Luo acquiesced, recognizing Marlenia as urgency to rescue her brother. He decided not to dwell on it. "Let us go," he muttered, heading toward the staircase behind him. "I must say, there's really no need for a guide. This wretched Mungerwen dynasty is hardly larger than half your sacred tree. There's only one path, and I could easily find that scoundrel Munger in no time." Marlenia replied coolly. Eager to reunite with Michaela, she was unwilling to waste a single moment. The thought of Munger potentially laying hands on her brother was unbearable to her. Certainly, Marlenia automatically disregarded the fact that for all these years, if Mong had any intentions, he would have accomplished them by now. Thus, the foremost thought in Marlenia's mind was to reduce Mong to ashes. Well then, Lin Luo had nothing further to say and turned to walk away. A few followed in his wake, gradually advancing forward. As they proceeded, numerous decayed immortals began to appear along the path, their consciousness uncertain, most likely extinguished. Upon noticing Lin Luo and his companions, these wretched beings surged towards them as if entranced. Unlike their encounter in Linnea, these decayed immortals did not resort to biting throats. Rather, they opted for the more direct method of self-detonation. These blood-worshipping decayed immortals could inflict absurd bleeding upon self-explosion, truly embodying the essence of the insatiable mother of wounds. However, facing Lin Luo and his party, they would certainly not have the opportunity to explode. Without requiring Lin Luo to intervene, Millicent brandished her longsword. With a flurry of movements, a white sword aura enveloped Millicent, resembling a meat grinder, swiftly cleaving a path through the throng. "Wow, that's incredible!" exclaimed Vic in astonishment, taken aback by Millicent's prowess. As if sensing Vic's gaze, Lin Luo straightened his chest slightly and shot him a "Is that all you've got? Look. Hey, what does that look mean?" Vic's pupils dilated. "I'm strong too, you know. Millicent still saved me." Lin Luo regarded Vic in silence for a long while, ultimately leaving him with a look of bemusement before continuing onward. "Wait, explain yourself." "Silence, you're too noisy." Marlenia huffed, slightly exasperated by Vic's erratic demeanor. "Ah," Vic blurted out, only to be abruptly cut off. "Damn it, are you scared?" He grumbled inwardly. "Curse you, Marlenia. I'll let it slide this time for Lin Luo's sake, but next time, you'll regret it." After a moment of contemplation, Vic sighed, realizing once more that he held the lowest standing within the group. Lin Luo, witnessing this scene, struggled to suppress his amusement. He wanted to laugh, but maintained his decorum. Marlenia also exhaled, not out of a bad temper, but rather due to Vic's incessant chatter. The Fated One had quite a temperament, managing to endure all of this. Unbeknownst to Marlenia, one individual had already absorbed Lin Luo's several techniques, all thanks to that insufferable mouth of his. This stretch of the journey was unhindered by the sun of platinum, with only wave upon wave of decayed immortals blocking their path. Consequently, their progress was remarkably swift. After Lin Luo unleashed the fiery breath of the dragon Akiro to incinerate the putrid remains in the center of the path, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. Through here, they would gain access to the elevator leading to Mong's domain. Within the cavern, only a handful of torches flickered, casting an inadequate glow throughout the space. Drawing forth his staff, Lin Luo illuminated the magical starlight above the heads of his companions, the azure radiance bathing the surroundings. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Luo. He rummaged through his storage bag and produced 3 vials of holy elixir. "Here, take these," he said. The others accepted them with puzzled expressions, inquiring about their purpose. "This is intended to counter Munger's abilities," Lin Luo replied calmly. Sensing Marlenia's indifference, he continued, "Munger has built his dynasty for quite some time, undoubtedly drawing upon the power of his deity. He possesses a formidable technique, likely derived from the mother of unseen truth, known as the countdown to death. This elixir serves to lift that curse. Do not concern yourselves with how I acquired it. I shan't divulge that information. However, do not underestimate Munger. His strength rivals that of Mongeth." Turning to Marlenia, he added, "With your pride, you surely won't allow us to intervene. If you desire a more decisive confrontation, one that leads to his humiliating demise, then take this." From his bag, Lin Luo extracted a considerable array of Munger's shackles. "What is this?" Marlenia inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the restraints. "These were once used to imprison Munger in the sewers. They are not mere trinkets, by harnessing their power through runes. Munger will be rendered incapacitated for a time. Each should suffice for a use or two. If you find them beneficial, feel free to employ them to vex him. After all, they serve little purpose gathering dust in my bag. Melina accepted the shackles without hesitation, though her expression remained composed. Internally, she was eager to voice her incredulity at the sheer number of these items Lin Luo possessed. By the way, Lin Luo, has Munger wronged you in some peculiar way that prompts your relentless focus on him? Vic's voice rang out, drawing the attention of all present. After a brief silence, Lin Luo unsheathed his blade. A multitude of meteors appeared above Lonnie's head. No. Vic's anguished cry echoed once more. Chapter 147. Blood nobility. Some individuals are simply incorrigible, learning nothing from their past missteps. Vic exemplified this truth. Perhaps he harbored some strange proclivities? After a brief lesson, the group ventured deeper into the cavern. Under the faint glow of starlight, they managed to discern their surroundings. Suddenly, without warning, a pool of blood began to seep from the depths of the earth, obstructing their path. A sanguine figure gradually emerged from the crimson liquid. Outsiders, do you seek an audience with my king? Offer your blood, for my king resides with you. By the heavens. Melina, the blood noble, initially regarded the phrase as nothing more than a mere line, a mere pretext for offering blood, simply a reason to eliminate others. However, the individuals before him startled him. Though he was unfamiliar with Lin Luo and Vic, he certainly recognized the Valkyrie. Goodness, there are two of them? The blood noble took a step back, feeling unsteady even in his grip on the dagger. It wasn't cowardice. It was Melina, the Valkyrie. Even if our king were to arrive, he would dare not act against her. How could one even contemplate such a course of action? Humph. I just remembered that I left the gas on at home. I must take my leave. The blood noble's expression shifted, and he leaped back toward the pool of blood. What is this? Lin Luo was left dumbfounded. This was his first time here, and they hadn't treated him this way before. You chased me around with that rusty blade for several laps. And now, you're simply running away? Is this a retreat ticket you're bringing along with you? Lin Luo stepped forward and seized the blood noble. To the latter's astonishment, Lin Luo yanked him from the ground, where he had nearly melded with the earth. Wait, brother. What are you doing? The blood noble lamented internally. Let me escape. Can I run? I don't wish to meet my demise. That's a Valkyrie. Good sir, could you possibly release me? I have several comrades ahead. You might as well capture them. They aren't particularly bright and should be easy to catch. The blood noble forced a smile. Huh, is there even a need to sell out one's teammates? Lin Luo thought to himself. Hey, are you really going to flee like this? Do you not feel a sense of duty to the king you serve? Lord Munger has devoted himself wholeheartedly to the dynasty. And what about you? You remain indifferent in the face of invasion. Do you even understand what it means to be a loyal subject? I feel nothing but shame on your behalf. The blood noble fell silent, not knowing why. Was he genuinely moved by Lin Luo's words, or was it something else? After a moment of contemplation, the blood noble finally spoke. Perhaps you might take on the role of the blood noble. Your sense of conviction seems quite admirable. I shall take my leave now. With that, he began to remove his clothing. Lin Luo's face paled in fright. This cannot be broadcasted. Hurry up and get out. Lin Luo clenched his fist and, with a resounding thud, struck the blood noble on the head. The blood noble's eyes glazed over, half his body still embedded in the ground, as he collapsed. Well, it seems that Melina's intimidation factor is indeed formidable. Lin Luo discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow and wasted no time in continuing onward. The others had no inclination to deliver a final blow. Seeing that Lin Luo had refrained from killing him, they simply chose to ignore the scene. This was not an act of mercy on Lin Luo's part. Rather, he genuinely believed the individual still had potential for redemption. Perhaps this child had been lured in a manner akin to that of a bloodthirsty loyal hound like Varre. However, he did not possess a teacher like Syrian. Within the cave, several blood nobles gradually emerged, yet unlike the others, these blood nobles had completely lost their consciousness and did not recognize the individuals before them. After all, Melina was someone whom their leader, Mong, would avoid, which was the very reason Lin Luo felt assured. A rational person would never contemplate attacking a Valkyrie. As for Vic, well, he had yet to attain such notoriety. Grasping his spear, Vic swiftly dispatched all the blood nobles in front of him, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Before long, a glimmer of light emanated from the cave's entrance, undoubtedly signaling their exit. Upon stepping out of the cave, a bizarre scene unfolded before their eyes. A congregation of decaying immortals and the Sons of Platinum knelt in the small square, repeatedly bowing their heads towards a statue, seemingly engaged in some peculiar ritual. Observing this scene, Vic instinctively glanced at Lin Luo, seeking an explanation. Why are you looking at me? How would I know who this wretched statue represents? Lin Luo retorted, spitting to the side and retrieving the divine body transformation sword from his storage pouch. What does it matter? Just strike it down. Oh, and by the way, there's a chest beneath that statue. It should contain some valuable items. At that moment, Marlenia suddenly sensed a familiar yet strange essence, reminiscent of Lin Luo's sword. It seemed as if Lin Luo noticed Marlenia's gaze and hurried forward. He had no intention of revealing that the sword was forged from the remains of her father, though this Radagon was not the same as that Radagon. Marlenia's temperament likely wouldn't concern itself with such distinctions. Lin Luo shook his head, casting aside those peculiar thoughts, channeling his energy through the sword. He unleashed the Golden Wave technique. A golden barrier illuminated before Lin Luo, intensifying the familiar aura. The divine body transformation sword possessed a remarkable trait. Its abilities were not diminished by the physical resistance of others, which often meant its appearance heralded overwhelming foes. The golden light swept through, effortlessly engulfing the sons of Platinum and the decaying immortals, leaving behind nothing but charred corpses in its wake. Wow! Vic exclaimed, this is amazing. Lin Luo, let me wield that weapon for a few days. Scram! Lin Luo waved his hand, retracting the divine body transformation sword back into his storage pouch. You haven't even returned my dragon spear yet. Are you daydreaming? Vic paused, his eyes darting around. Well, I'll go see what treasures are in that chest. Lin Luo maintained a stoic expression, resisting the urge to strike him. Fine, it's just a counterfeit created by the Supreme Will. Let that fool play with it for a while. Let us proceed. Meng awaits us above. Lin Luo indicated the elevator ahead, addressing Marlenia. Marlenia nodded slightly, dismissing her earlier thoughts. After all, Michaela remained her foremost concern. Chapter 148. Marlenia versus Meng. The group ascended in the elevator, and soon they arrived before Meng's grand palace. Marlenia was already brimming with anticipation. They had lingered on the way, and now, upon reaching this location, the essence of Michaela enveloped her. Entering the palace, Marlenia's gaze fixated on the central chamber known as the Blood Chamber. At the heart of the chamber lay a colossal cocoon, ensconced in a golden basin, presumably intended for some bizarre ritual. The cocoon was filled with blood, and even the surrounding silks had been stained a deep crimson. A significant crack marred its surface, through which a withered arm was raised high. Marlenia hesitated for a moment. This did not seem to be her brother. Yet, the familiar aura assured her that this was indeed Michaela. A tumult of conflicting emotions raged within her, but one truth remained unwavering, no matter the circumstances. It was Meng who had abducted Michaela. Today was the day to settle the score. Clenching her prosthetic blade, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from her, shocking even Vic and Millicent standing nearby. Meng, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? At that moment, the frail arm protruding from the cocoon fell limply. A deep crimson fluid began to trickle down the arm, plopping rhythmically onto the ground, forming a pool of blood beneath the cocoon. As the flow ceased, the blood began to undergo a transformation. A vivid red figure gradually emerged from the liquid, reminiscent of the way blood nobles manifested. The first sight to greet the onlookers was the familiar pair of horns, unique to Mungert and Meng, a distinctive change brought forth by the Forge of Variegation. Now a symbol of doom. Clad in a blood-drenched crimson robe, Meng wielded a scarlet trident. He seemed oblivious to Marlenia's presence as he knelt before the cocoon, grasping the withered arm. My Michaela, please wait for me a moment. Our esteemed guest has arrived to witness the magnificence of our royal dynasty, Marlenia. Suddenly, Meng turned, his tone rising with fervor, but upon catching sight of a familiar figure, his enthusiasm waned. Marlenia scoffed softly, pressing her hand against the twin-winged avian helmet atop her head. With a flick of her prosthetic blade, a glimmer of cold light flashed. Meng, you're Michaela? What exactly do you perceive my brother to be? Marlenia shouted in fury, an instant surge of murderous intent directed at Meng. How could you? Meng instinctively took a step back. It was not out of fear, but because the figure before him was none other than the invincible Valkyrie, Marlenia. With a lifetime of victories, her only tie was against the formidable demigod, Starbreaker Radon. Even though the Valkyrie ultimately harnessed the power of Crimson Decay, it was enough to signify her immense strength. A twinge of trepidation flickered in Meng's heart, but just a flicker. After all, he had anticipated this moment since he had abducted Michaela. Die, Meng. Marlenia scoffed, her patience waning. In a swift motion, she appeared directly in front of him, her slender blade radiating deadly peril. The sword aimed straight for Meng's head. Merely a divine being. Have I ever feared? Meng raised his spear, the Mongwen Holy Lance. Defensively before him, the clash of sword and spear erupted into a shower of sparks, an immense force momentarily dissipating as both combatants retreated several paces. "Is that all you have?" Mong sneered, swinging his lance, a jet of blood erupting forth. Although Melina was unaware of Mong's true capabilities, she was certainly not foolish enough to take on his skill head-on. Bolstered by the elixirs and restraints provided by Lin Luo, she was confident in her ability to vanquish Mong, despite her own unwavering self-assurance. The blood narrowly missed Melina's agile form, splattering onto the ground and igniting into crimson flames, effectively restricting her mobility. Yet, this was not the end. Mong swiftly gestured, summoning several discs that danced through the air, releasing a torrent of blood. Though Melina could not ascertain the extent of the damage, witnessing the sizzling, corroded floor, she surmised that confronting this attack head-on would be unwise. Mong's every action seemed to hold merit, and in his mind, he entertained the ludicrous notion that the Valkyrie was merely a trivial challenge. Yet, he should have known that the person before him was Melina, the invincible Valkyrie. If she were to falter due to such simple tactics, she would no longer be worthy of the title. Melina swiftly surveyed her surroundings, meticulously noting the areas affected by the flames and blood. Then, to Mong's astonishment, she raised her prosthetic blade and vanished once more. It should be noted that Melina did not employ the pace of a hound. Her semblance of teleportation was purely the result of her unparalleled speed. Her form flitted before Mong, weaving in and out of visibility, rendering her almost imperceptible. Only Lin Luo, observing closely from the side, could see that Melina had deftly evaded every single one of Mong's attacks. In the brief moment that Mong was momentarily distracted, Melina's figure reappeared before him. Her face, concealed behind a mask, exuded an icy indifference, and her swordplay today was particularly exceptional. It had been an eternity since she last wielded her blade. The prosthetic sword was swift and lethal. Even though Melina had lost the power of the scarlet corruption, her innate strength remained at the pinnacle of the boundary. As Mong faced imminent decapitation at Melina's hands, even Vic and Millicent shared this belief. And Lin Luo too sensed that Meng's fate was sealed. Yet, in the end, Meng defied their expectations. In a moment of dire urgency, he felt a sudden warning within him. Evade. He must evade, or death would surely follow. Relying on his years of combat instinct, Meng crouched down just as Melina swung her blade. The speed was astonishing, almost at its limit. Melina's prosthetic sword descended directly, severing a significant portion of the horn atop Meng's head. A piece of dark, indiscernible material rolled down the steps, ultimately landing in the blood flames, where it sizzled and ignited. Had he escaped? Melina scoffed, not without skill, but still lacking. Chapter 149, Melina versus Meng 2 Meng. He tumbled awkwardly on the ground before gradually rising, his eyes brimming with fury. Melina remained silent, merely drawing her sword and casting a cold glance at Meng. Meng roared in rage as two enormous wings sprouted from his back. He raised the Mongwen holy spear high, and a crimson circle shot forth towards Melina. Instinctively, Melina attempted to evade, only to find that the blood-red circle clung to her like a curse, following her relentlessly until it ensnared her. However, in that instant of capture, Melina felt no discomfort. She suddenly recalled Lin Luo's earlier mention of Meng's blood countdown curse. Though she did not sense anything amiss at that moment, she would never treat such matters lightly. 3. Meng raised the Mongwen holy spear, speaking into the air. Melina's gaze sharpened. She had just felt the tumult of blood surging within her. 2. The spear was raised once more, and Meng let out a cold snort. The power of blood once again exerting its influence. This time, Melina acutely sensed her blood spiraling out of control, as if it were boiling water transforming into vapor. It was then that she truly acknowledged her adversary. Meng, deemed a demigod, possessed his own unique abilities. Yet, Melina had Lin Luo at her back. She was not one to adhere to rigid principles. Her intent in engaging Meng in a one-on-one confrontation was simply to teach him a lesson. Without hesitation, Melina produced a potion and drank it down. Meng glanced with a look of bewilderment, but did not dwell on it, as he doubted Melina possessed any means of countering him. As Meng's voice grew increasingly fervent, he began to summon the great rune within him, his crimson blood gradually enveloping his form. 0. Meng's expression turned frenzied as he harnessed his most formidable power, pushing the blood curse to its ultimate limits. Melina, feel the wound, experience the blood. However, Melina displayed no discernible change. If anything could be called a change, it was the shattering of a golden membrane surrounding her. Monk, is this demigod not quite bright? Vic remarked with a twitch of his eye, unable to suppress his sarcasm, as he observed the unfolding spectacle. After all, Everything Monk had just done seemed like the antics of a jester in light of Melina's enscathed condition. What is he doing? Vic turned to Lin Luo, seemingly seeking an explanation. Lin Luo pondered before finally articulating. If Melina had not consumed that potion, she might indeed have been unable to contend with Monk. Monk's countdown was merely a timer for his curse, and that potion had lifted the curse from Melina. Really? Vic regarded Lin Luo with skepticism. Believe it or not. Try it yourself if you doubt it, Lin Luo replied. Forget it. Impossible. Monk stared incredulously at the unharmed Melina. 0. Believing there to be some flaw in the ritual, he raised the Montgwen holy spear once more, yet still, there was no response. Humph, Melina scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Monk. This is where it ends, Monk. With a light tap of her right foot, she leaped gracefully into the air. Now it is my turn. In the midst of Monk's fearful gaze, Melina swung her prosthetic blade. Dancing waterbirds. Though Melina had never been one to announce the names of her sword techniques during battle, Lin Luo instinctively called it out. Beautiful and elegant, yet perilous and lethal, the dancing waterbirds instantaneously cleaved through the blood that enveloped Monk. Akin to sunlight breaking through the clouds, the sharp sword energy swirled around Melina, while Monk attempted to wield his spear. However, due to the swiftness of Melina's strikes, each of his attempts was precisely deflected by her blade. He inflicted no harm upon Melina. Rather, he found himself jolted by the sheer force, his grip on the Montgwen holy spear nearly slipping away. Yet, in truth, whether Monk maintained his grip on the spear had become irrelevant. Melina's assault fell upon him like a torrential downpour, and even as a fellow demigod, Monk could barely withstand 2 of her strikes. Utterly at a loss for how to counter her swordsmanship, the flowing sword technique possesses an extraordinarily high ceiling. And the blind swordswoman in blue triumphed over the crimson corrupted goddess solely through her mastery of this art, sealing her within the lake of corruption. It is thus not surprising that the waterbirds unleashed by Melina are formidable, a sentiment surely shared by all the fated ones. Munger's spear was effortlessly sent flying, leaving him utterly devoid of any capacity to resist. The blade of his prosthetic arm swept across his chest, enveloping him in a white sword aura. Munger let out a pained howl as the sword energy from the waterbirds sliced through his garments, leaving gaping wounds from which blood flowed profusely. The waterbirds arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and soon Melina's figure returned to its original position. Munger's body was now riddled with sword marks, blood splattering around the palace, rendering him on the brink of death. Is it over? Vic, who witnessed the entire spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment. Is Melina truly this powerful? Though he was hailed as a quasi-king, he had faced few demigods in battle, and even within the royal city. It was only Munger who was held back by the efforts of Gurren Sanks. It now appeared that while Melina could engage in combat, emerging victorious would be a daunting challenge. Thinking too much, Lin Luo shook his head. Although Munger's strength had reached its limits within the cycle, Lin Luo and his companions, Shattering Star and Reyna, possessed far greater prowess. Certainly, Munger was an anomaly, for at that time, Lin Luo had already become an extraordinary being. Thus, it was evident that Munger still had other means at his disposal, drawing upon the power of the divine. Melina, you seek death, do you? Munger roared in fury from the ground, his words few, perhaps a reflection of his years spent in the sewers, where his ability to communicate had withered. Mykeela, she is mine. With a thunderous shout, Munger's entire form began to transform into blood. Chapter 150. Melina vs. Munger 3. The blood gradually enveloped the entire blood chamber, shrouding Lin Luo and the others within it. In a fleeting moment of darkness, a crimson light flickered to life once more. The group realized they were now immersed in a vast sea of blood. The familiar surroundings had vanished, and Mykeela, at the center of the chamber, had mysteriously disappeared. Melina gripped her blade tightly, her expression growing serious as she sensed an eerily familiar aura, the presence of the divine. Munger was beginning to draw upon the power of the deity. Melina, Valkyrie, unbeatable in battle, you fought fiercely against Shattering Star Latine without defeat. Quite impressive. Yet, to me, even the mightiest demigod is but a triviality, for I have become a true god. The blood sea surged, and a colossal blood red had emerged. Although its features were indistinct, the prominent horns of the skull unmistakably revealed its identity. It was Munger. As the figure gradually revealed itself, a colossal form stood amidst the sea of blood. Embrace death. Munger's voice reverberated throughout the sanguine expanse. With his commanding shout, the blood sea began to undulate, and countless crimson spears slowly emerged from its depths. The air became thick with the ominous presence of these blood-colored javelins, resembling dark clouds that blanketed the sky. It seems I must take action, Lin Luo murmured, gazing skyward. Munger's assault was clearly aimed at annihilating all in its path. Perish, the enormous blood-hued silhouette declared, and the spear in his hand was swiftly brought down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crimson spears descended like torrential rain, reaching the few individuals before them in less than a heartbeat. Fortunately, these individuals were no ordinary foes. They responded with remarkable agility. Oh, the power that does not belong to you. One day, you shall regret it, Melina scoffed, wielding her prosthetic blade to unleash a flurry of sword energies that shattered the blood spears before her. However, that day shall never come, for today, your life shall be buried here. With a ghostly grace, Melina advanced undeterred, her steps unwavering despite the relentless downpour of blood spears. Meanwhile, Lin Luo found his own defense simpler. He brandished the radiant stone staff, waving it in the air. Eternal darkness, he proclaimed. If one sphere cannot suffice, then let there be many. A dozen profound black voids materialized above Lin Luo's head. Not only the blood spears, but even Vic beside him felt unsteady from the overwhelming force of the rift. Although eternal darkness was primarily designed to counter magic and prayers, its destructive power was not to be underestimated. Lin Luo pulled the two companions back a few paces. Let them duel for now. Melina possesses more than just this strength. Seeking death, Munger sneered as he beheld Melina charging toward him. His confidence stemmed from a voice in his mind revealing that she had lost the power of the sanguine decay. Without the divine strength, Munger regarded Melina with disdain. With a flourish of his Mongervan holy spear, the blood sea seemed to respond to an unseen force, transforming into a massive crimson serpent that lunged forward. The suddenness of it all was jarring, yet Melina remained remarkably composed. The Valkyrie's might was unparalleled, her flowing sword techniques transcending the ordinary. Her invincibility was never reliant on sanguine decay. Rather, it was rooted in her formidable prowess. By my strength, Melina declared, as two radiant golden wings manifested behind her, gifts from Mycela, once meant to suppress the sanguine decay. After the loss of the scarlet corruption, Melina's runes transformed back to their long-lost golden hue, a gold that was never akin to that of the golden tree, but rather, the pure gold of Mycela. The great serpent was torn asunder, the blade slicing through the air, no longer the white sword energy of yore, but replaced by a resplendent gold. In the gaze of Mong, filled with dread, Melina's long sword cleaved the blood serpent in twain. This was swiftly followed by an explosion, amidst a torrential downpour of crimson rain. Melina's form approached with alarming speed. Humph, this shall be the end of it. Mong quickly adjusted his mindset, his eyes returning to a disdainful glimmer. Those enormous black wings were now stained a deep crimson. Mong leapt high, casting a colossal shadow upon the sea of blood. Blood clung tightly to Mong's form, gradually entwining around his blessed spear. Blood gift, Mong proclaimed loudly, the blood fully merging with the spear. Its once crimson shaft now appeared sinister, as if it had gained a life of its own, even causing Melina, standing nearby, to hear the eerie weapon's breath. Die, Melina. Mere words. In the face of Mong's thunderous charge, Melina remained unperturbed. The first tenet of a warrior is to maintain composure. Naturally, Melina would not engage Mong head-on. His earlier encounter with Ratton's formidable Starbreaker sword had imparted a valuable lesson. With precision, Melina swung his sword, striking true into the three gaps of the spear's tip. However, to his surprise, the spear unleashed 3 streaks of crimson light upon the initial impact. Humph. Melina grunted softly, reacting swiftly. He dodged with a quick turn of his head, then braced against the oncoming force of the spear, pivoting to extract the blade lodged within it. Waterbirds danced wildly. A sense of foreboding flashed through Mong's mind. But it was too late. A burst of golden light emerged, as golden waterbirds blossomed amidst the sea of blood. Mong, now transformed into blood, felt the searing pain of his body being torn apart. Mong, struck hard, plummeted from the sky. Yet, Melina's assault had not ceased. In fact, it was merely the beginning. The waterbirds continued their dance, rendering Mong incapable of wielding his weapon, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. With Melina's final sword stroke, the surrounding waterbirds expanded exponentially, the blade in Melina's hand leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The sword energy rampaged. As the last dozen strikes landed upon Mong, Melina appeared behind him. Waterbirds, finished. Melina, no. Mong cried out in defiance, blood beginning to surge forth from his body. One stream, then 2. Meanwhile, Melina simply sheathed her longsword, a resounding thud echoing in the air. Amidst a torrential downpour of blood, the figure of Melina, the blade of Miquella, embodies the essence of the Valkyrie in a most vivid manner. Chapter 151. The Mother of Formless Reality. The sea of blood has yet to dissipate. Melina suddenly senses a disturbance. Abruptly, she whirls around, only to witness the blood sea behind her beginning to roil once more. Before she can react, a massive claw erupts from beneath her, seizing her with an iron grip. As a highly corrosive tide of blood surges towards her, intent on dissolving her into mere sanguine liquid. However, Melina is well prepared. The advantages of her mechanical arm are now on full display. With unparalleled swiftness, her blade strikes. Though the space is confined, her mastery of swordsmanship prevails. In but half a breath, the blood-colored claw shatters, spraying crimson in all directions, staining Melina's armor. Is she not dead? A grave expression crosses Melina's face. The tenacity of Munger has surpassed her expectations. As the claw disintegrates, the monstrosity lurking beneath the blood sea reveals itself, a figure of sanguine hue, crawling forth. Composed of grotesque flesh, its body is adorned with pulsating, blood-red bubbles, while the skin emits a hissing sound of decay. Countless closed eyes are scattered across its uneven arms, and a fissure stretches across its chest, measuring several meters in length. A haunting, ambiguous voice, both masculine and feminine, echoes through the blood sea, accompanied by a bizarre laughter. I am free. That cursed black serpent has sealed me within this wretched abyss. Fortunately, these foolish natives sought to wield my power. Now that I am released, let this be their penance. The weight of this revelation is immense. Though Lin Luo has only heard a few brief words, he has discerned the truth. Munger is indeed dead, and what stands before them is the mother of formless reality. Unlike other deities, the mother of reality is an anomaly, existing solely through will. The corporeal form before them is likely a vessel crafted from Munger's essence, while the statue they once worshipped outside is presumably the previous incarnation of the mother of reality, sealed by an unknown force. This enigmatic power, hinted at by Ionia and the black serpent mentioned by the mother of reality, seems to be the supreme will. Yet, Lin Luo remains uncertain of its true nature, as the serpent could be a mere derision or perhaps a dragon. The mother of reality once again turns her attention to the indigenous figures before her, speaking slowly. Your contributions are invaluable. I shall grant you the gift of merging with my essence. With a sinister laugh, the mother of reality's palm splits open, revealing a gaping maw, which she then thrusts towards Melina. Though momentarily taken aback, Melina maintains her composure. Golden wings manifest from her back as she resolutely draws her sword, striking against the incoming colossal hand. What unfolds next is beyond her anticipation. What was initially perceived as a powerful, overwhelming strike unexpectedly cleaved through as if it were mere tofu. The blade of the prosthetic hand pierced through the arm, and amid Marlenia's astonished gaze, the gigantic hand erupted violently, transforming into a deluge of blood that scattered in all directions. Yet, Marlenia felt no joy in this moment. Something was profoundly amiss. She lifted her eyes to the heavens, where the right arm of the mother of reality grew anew, seemingly devoid of any intent to engage. The expression in its gaze suggested that Marlenia had already become a ghost in its eyes. An ominous premonition gripped Marlenia's heart as she pondered the reason behind this. As the droplets of blood rained upon her skin, a gruesome wound materialized. Almost immediately, the blood from the sky began to seep into Marlenia's skin, following the contours of her armored gauntlet. A pallor washed over her face, reminiscent of the curse of Mengwen's blood. The very blood within her began to stir ominously. The mother of reality offered no opportunity for Marlenia to react. From the sea of blood, a 10-meter-long spear of Mengwen emerged, raised high as the blood ocean began to boil. Hundreds and thousands of crimson streams merged and slowly infused into the spear. Under this eerie ritual, the entire expanse of the blood sea was enveloped in a bizarre crimson glow. The blood offering ritual. The mother of reality hoisted the Mengwen spear to its zenith, beckoning the flow of blood to commence. Suddenly, Marlenia felt a sweetness in her throat, followed by a violent expulsion of blood. This outpouring came without warning, leaving her bewildered. At that moment, blood began to overflow from her wounds, cascading down her arm. Her blood, guided by the Mengwen spear, flowed like a slender stream towards the spear, akin to the surrounding blood sea. Had it not been for the presence of the golden needle of Miquella within her, suppressing the forces of the outer god, her blood would have surged forth with even greater ferocity. This could not continue. Marlenia resolved not to remain passive but to take the initiative. With a swift motion, she charged toward the mother of reality, wielding her prosthetic blade with fervor. Yet, the The Mother of Reality merely cast a fleeting glance in her direction, making no attempt to counter, allowing Melina to unleash her assault. Melina's methods of attack were regrettably limited, bereft of the powers of Crimson Decay. Her only remaining technique was the flowing swordplay. Yet, in her eyes, it sufficed. With a familiar opening stance, the water bird once more blossomed forth. The rampant sword aura struck the Mother of Reality without hindrance. Little did Melina know that to the Mother of Reality, this corporeal form was never of paramount importance. Rather, the body was merely a tool for offense. The Mother of Reality's form proved to be fragile and, under the onslaught of the water bird, it crumbled into a grotesque mass of flesh, unleashing another eruption of blood into the air. In that instant, Melina recalled the preceding events. She had let her guard down. As she attempted to rise and evade, it dawned on her that it was already too late. The blood rain left countless wounds upon Melina. The bloodletting ritual continued unabated. And despite being torn by innumerable lacerations, Melina, with Michaela's golden needle, could no longer suppress the blood surging within her. With a resounding explosion, it seemed as though her very essence had erupted, transforming her into a being of blood. In this moment, Melina did not ponder whether the power of the Scarlet Rot still resided within her. Perhaps this monstrous entity before her would not have been her match if it had. She bore no regret for relinquishing the Scarlet Rot. If given the choice again, she would still opt to let Lin Luo absorb it. Once, she had cast aside her dignity as a human in her struggle against the Scarlet Rot to save her brother. Yet now, it appeared she had reached the end of her road. Oh, but wait. She still had formidable allies. Kneeling amidst the sea of blood, Melina slowly turned her head. Fated One, it is entrusted to you. Chapter 152. Confrontation with the True Mother. Upon hearing Melina's words, Lin Luo finally smiled. It was not out of indifference to her suffering. Rather, the Valkyrie's inherent pride prevented her from seeking assistance against an opponent she believed insurmountable. Stripped of the power of the Scarlet Rot, she was nearly rendered powerless against this incorporeal deity. I shall take the lead. Lin Luo advanced swiftly, supporting Melina. He first executed several quick steps backward, then produced a vial of elixir and urged her to drink it. The skills employed by the True Mother and Munger were similar, yet one was undeniably more potent. The elixir could still counteract her bloodletting. Are you not going to assist, Lin Luo? Vic inquired, gripping his dragon spear, eager to engage the colossal beast before them. No, this deity is beyond your grasp. This entity lacks a physical form, Lin Luo replied calmly, unsheathing his greatsword designed for hunting deities. Lacks a physical form? Vic exclaimed in astonishment. How can we? Just as he was about to inquire further, he recalled the grotesque nature of the being they faced and silenced himself. Oh right. Lin Luo removed the petite Lonnie from his shoulder, gently patting her head before handing her to Millicent. Millicent, please watch over the doll. I would prefer not to soil it later. The rest is left to me. Understood. Millicent responded, taking Lonnie and silently wishing Lin Luo to be cautious as she observed his retreating figure. Lin Luo turned, gradually advancing toward the True Mother, his gaze igniting with golden and black flames. Are you also eager to meet your demise? The creature before him did not move its mouth, as if the words emanated from deep within its belly. Do not rush. You will all become one with me. Such unnecessary chatter, Lin Luo scoffed, his left hand grasping a gleaming lightning spear. Suddenly, it was violently hurled forward. The Mother of Truth merely chuckled eerily twice, allowing the lightning spear to pierce through its form. A gaping wound, several palm widths wide, appeared on its body. In the span of a mere breath, that colossal figure rapidly repaired itself. Futile, utterly futile. Submit and merge with me. Hee hee. The last individual who uttered such words to me now has grass 10 meters high growing over their grave. Oh wait. It seems they met with a fate devoid of burial. Lin Luo scoffed disdainfully. How confident you appear. Unfortunately, do not dare to compare me to such filth. I am a deity. The tone of the Mother of Truth turned severe, and the pair of eerie eyes upon its blood-red head suddenly fixed upon Lin Luo. Have you succumbed to delusions of grandeur? Yet, Lin Luo showed no sign of reaction. Instead, he wore a look of utter contempt. Then let us put it to the test. The hunting dog's stride erupted with vigor, its figure flickering as the distance between them closed in an instant. Humph. It is futile. With your strength, you cannot harm me. How can this be? This power? The Mother of Truth continued to mock Lin Luo, regarding his actions as mere folly. However, let us not forget that Lin Luo's Godslayer greatsword was adorned with runes of death. A sword aura, streaked with red and black, cleaved the gigantic form of the Mother of Truth in two. The tone of the Mother shifted from mockery to sheer terror, as it realized its body could no longer self-repair. What is this? The power of the death runes? Damn it. What is your connection to that woman? The immense form of the Mother of Truth sank slightly, as it genuinely felt the loss of control over its lower half, a force that even the Supreme will had never achieved. But that woman, the one referred to as the Huntress Queen. Oh, Lin Luo chuckled lightly. It appears you have endured more than one beating. Humph, merely a primitive being. To think you could defeat a deity? Even that wretched woman could not contend with me. You are but a latecomer. The Mother of Truth spat angrily, perhaps provoked internally, appearing exceedingly furious. Two colossal hands struck the surrounding sea of blood, unleashing thousands of crimson streams that surged into the sky. Initially, I sought only to entertain myself with a few of you insignificant ants, but now, it seems that is no longer necessary. As the words of the Mother of Truth fell, the blood flowed as if targeting Lin Luo, instantly rushing towards him. Unlike Munger's previous blood spear, these streams moved with astonishing speed, leaving Lin Luo no opportunity to cast any magic. Furthermore, these torrents were directed solely at Lin Luo, encircling him from all sides. Without extraordinary means, his demise seemed inevitable. Alas, Lin Luo possessed precisely such extraordinary means. He was even too lazy to evade. The blood effect? Sorry, I have none. This is the essence of elemental resilience. Lin Luo's lips curled into a slight smile as he strode forward, wielding the Godslayer greatsword. Observing Lin Luo's unwavering confidence, the Mother of Reality felt a surge of anger within, as this demeanor reminded him of a little imp. That golden-haired imp, with blood and runes both irresistibly enticing. That delectable essence could have doubled the Mother of Reality's power, yet it was ruined by that worthless Munger, ensnared by a mere child, clinging to a heap of broken bones. Oh my Keela, truly a source of embarrassment. It was the first time the Mother of Reality felt such dissatisfaction with his host. Nevertheless, dissatisfaction aside, sealed as it was, it held no choice. Fortunately, today it encountered a few fortunate souls who vanquished Munger, allowing it to harness his power to successfully break free. The original seal could only be undone with the power of the magic ring, but after years of confinement, the seal had decayed. Thus, with some suitable external force, the Mother of Reality could thoroughly liberate itself. Regrettably, the Mother of Reality would soon lament this freedom. Escape? No. You merely fled from the cage that sheltered you. Blood coursed through Lin Luo's body. Unaware of Lin Luo's capabilities, Melina grew anxious and promptly warned him. Do not touch that blood. Millicent also felt a twinge of panic, wanting to say something, yet the voice of Lonnie echoed in her mind. It's all right, Lin Luo. You are more than capable of dealing with it. As if heeding Melina's caution, the Mother of Reality revealed a triumphant grin. Ha ha ha. Too late. Witnessing streams of blood passing through Lin Luo's body, the Mother of Reality raised the Mongwen Holy Spear. Blood Ritual. Chapter 153, title Lost Blood Ritual. With the fervent declaration of the Mother of Reality, Lin Luo's life was destined to reach its conclusion. Of course, this was how the Mother of Reality perceived it. Yet the reality was, Lin Luo tilted his head, a smile gracing his face, akin to that of one observing a fool. The Mother of Reality was taken aback. No, something is amiss. My blood has already stained him. How could he possibly be unharmed? Melina also felt a hint of strangeness, glancing at the two around her, both wearing expressions that suggested it was all perfectly natural. Not to mention it, nor will I inquire. It is what it is. Melina seemed to possess a haughty disposition akin to Lonnie, snorting softly as her gaze returned to the front. Is that all? Lin Luo quipped, a teasing lilt in his voice. God? Truly, how amusing. Now it is my turn. In an instant, he appeared above the Mother of Reality, the Godslayer great sword held aloft. Queen's black flame. The black-red sword energy cleaved a path through the monotonous and eerie sea of blood. Before the Mother of Reality could react, the Godslayer greatsword was already poised above its head. Certainly, even if it managed to react, it would still be incapable of producing any effective results. After all, as deities, their methods of attack are nearly monotonous, especially when considering the true mother who lacks a physical form. To Lin Luo, it merely appeared as a formidable will entity. Immortal and indestructible, merely manipulating blood and toying with human hearts. Was it not a trivial task to defeat it with a slight deviation from the norm, such as Lin Luo? With a courteous demeanor, Melina wielded the death rune and the Queen's black flames, cleaving the true mother's form in twain. The residual flames, akin to a festering curse, began to engulf its body, igniting a fierce conflagration. In no time, that once mighty form was obliterated by Lin Luo. Was this the conclusion? Vic's eyes twitched. Was it not a tad too swift? Overthinking, Lin Luo sheathed the hunting deity's great sword, narrowing his eyes. It possesses no physical form. Exercise caution. Roar. To his astonishment, having acquired that wretched power and that chaotic fire, his form was shattered. Alas, I am immortal and indestructible. You may unleash your full strength upon Munger's corpse, but what of them? The implications of the true mother were evident. As her voice faded, Lin Luo distinctly sensed a barely perceptible aura wafting past him. Its target was Melina. This is dire. True mother, may you seek your own fortune. Lin Luo stifled a chuckle. My word, she still bears Michaela's golden needle, compounded with years of experience battling against Ionia. What a fine selection. Only you could handle such a tough adversary. Marlenia suddenly paused. A flicker of red light flashed beneath her helmet, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. Roar. Submit and become my puppet. The true mother's crow-like voice echoed in Marlenia's mind. Strangely, Marlenia remained silent for a moment before coldly retorting, Begone. Roar. Impossible. You shall become my second vessel. What is this? The true mother intended to devour her will directly, but a layer of golden membranes swiftly enveloped her, repelling the foreign entity. If you do not wish to leave, then do not. Marlenia scoffed, closing her eyes as the golden light in her mind intensified. The true mother's methods were far inferior to those of Ionia. Although Ionia could not directly or indirectly control Marlenia's body, she could gradually dominate it through the insidious corruption of Scarlet Decay. Furthermore, the chaotic fire in Scarlet Decay at least offered some incentives, wielding power effectively, while you, on the other hand, fancied the notion of empty-handedly ensnaring a wolf. Whoever conceived such a brilliant idea? The Mother of Truth directly invaded Melania's mind. Considering she, known as the Valkyrie, had fought against the crimson corruption for years, her willpower was as strong as iron. Furthermore, she bore the golden needle within her, designed to expel foreign deities from her body. One can only imagine the severe beating the Mother of Truth endured within Melania. What a tumultuous affair. Damn it! Echoed the Mother of Truth's curses in the air. Wait, was that slapping sound the noise of a fierce reprimand? The Mother of Truth seemed to appear as a pitiful being. Lin Luo glanced curiously toward Melania's direction, pondering whether she had just struck it with her consciousness. How dare you, wretched native, to treat a deity with such disrespect? Melania sneered. What will you do now? Care to try again? The Mother of Truth fell unexpectedly silent. And if one could see her form, they would find her comically clutching her reddened right cheek. Humph. I refuse to believe that all of you possess such formidable wills. With a cold snort, the Mother of Truth targeted Millicent. You there? Lin Luo shook his head in disbelief, noting how others may not turn back until they hit a wall, yet she seemed intent on demolishing it. As the Mother of Truth entered Millicent's mind, she found herself amidst a casual conversation between Lonnie and Millicent when suddenly a fly intruded. Naturally, there are ways to deal with flies. Slap. Slap. Two resounding slaps echoed. Lin Luo covered his eyes, as if witnessing a gruesome scene. Ah, how could this be? Damn it, I refuse to believe this. The Mother of Truth exclaimed. 1 time. 2 times, but not 3, she cried, shifting her attention to Vic. Prepare to meet your demise. Lin Luo sighed in resignation, although Vic appeared unreliable. His willpower was formidable, just ask the brother of the Mad Fire. Thus, upon entering Vic's body, the Mother of Truth took 3 steps and received 4 resounding slaps. She realized this entity was not to be trifled with and sought to escape. However, Vic was no ordinary person. He was quite mischievous. He seized the Mother of Truth with a firm grip and delivered a thorough beating before casting her out of his mind. Suddenly, the atmosphere fell silent. The Mother of Truth surprisingly refrained from cursing. Lin Luo looked at Vic in confusion. Goodness, you didn't actually kill her, did you? Vic, bewildered, replied, No. I merely gave her a beating. Just as Lin Luo was about to say something further, he felt a chill and sensed a fragment of consciousness infiltrating his mind. A smile crept onto Lin Luo's face as he slowly uttered 4 words. Self-inflicted entrapment. Chapter 154, Self-inflicted entrapment. The Mother of Truth had never felt such humiliation before. After being cast out of Vic's mind, it forcefully suppressed the fury within. I am a deity. I am a deity. To be struck by mere mortals and beaten down like this has made it clear to those wretched gods that I will never hold my head high again. Although I am a rather unique divine being, that does not imply weakness. With the power to manipulate blood, even that wretched serpent would need to be on high alert. Were it not for my prolonged sealing, which has severely diminished my strength, I would not need to grant blood. I could have easily caused their bodies to burst. But alas, I am now a tiger fallen to the ground, bullied by hounds. The Mother of Truth lamented internally, unaware that Lin Luo's victory over it was not mere chance, but an inevitability. The elemental body could transform blood into elements. and the Mother of Truth was utterly incapable of controlling Lin Luo's blood, silently invoking the phrase not more than 3 or 4 times within its mind. The Mother of Truth leapt into Lin Luo's consciousness. In response, Lin Luo could only think of one word: excellent. I was just eager to find you. And now you come to me willingly. Lin Luo's expression brightened with delight. Very well, you've arrived. Now do not leave. I shall claim your power. Lin Luo sat cross-legged, directing his consciousness back into his mind. The moment the Mother of Truth entered Lin Luo's consciousness, it regretted its decision. It was confronted by a terrifying force: great rune, frenzied fire, death, and crimson decay. These were the powers of those wretched gods. Could it be? The Mother of Truth was suddenly struck by a chilling conclusion for the first time, feeling a surge of panic. No, I must escape from here. The Mother of Truth exclaimed in haste, desperate to flee from Lin Luo's awareness. Once outside, he would be powerless against me. Damn it, how foolish of me to walk into this trap. The Mother of Truth exerted all its strength to fly outward. However, exiting was not nearly as simple as entering. As it neared the exit of Lin Luo's mind, less than half a meter away, a smile appeared on its face. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the Mother of Truth. A sense of foreboding gripped its heart. When the light returned, it found itself in an endless starry expanse. The exit had vanished, replaced by Lin Luo's face, which bore a bemused expression. Oh, isn't this the great deity? Why are you running? The Mother of Truth instinctively wanted to curse the lowly mortal, but halted, remembering the shift in their roles. Ahem, I sense the aura of my friend upon you, so I shall spare your life. Lin Luo couldn't help but chuckle, but quickly composed himself. The Mother of Truth cast a puzzled glance, but said nothing. Really? Lin Luo's expression shifted, filled with surprise. Thank you. However, Lin Luo suddenly hesitated. My friends are treating you this way, great deity. You aren't angry, are you? Ahem, this deity is magnanimous. You should swiftly depart from here and refrain from approaching. Uft. Lin Luo could not help but burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Well, I just thought of something delightful. What delightful thing? I found a wife. Nonsense, you are merely mocking me. You haven't stopped laughing. All right, I admit it. I am indeed laughing at you. Admitted, have you? Look at this deity. What is this? Lin Luo tilted his head, wearing an innocent smile. The Mother of Truth fell silent, infuriatingly feigning ignorance. Forget it. I shall not bicker with the young ones. I will take my leave. Leave? Don't be in such a hurry. I haven't had the chance to converse with the great deity yet. My companions are quite curious about you. Upon saying this, a tempest of chaotic flames and a circle of deathly runes enveloped Lin Luo. The surrounding forces encircled the Mother of Truth completely. Even in consciousness, the Mother of Truth appeared as a mere mist, truly formless. Observing Lin Luo's actions, if the Mother of Truth remained oblivious to Lin Luo's intentions, it would indeed be a testament to its folly after such a long existence. How vexing. A mere native. What do you intend to do? The Mother of Truth scoffed. The fate of greed is destined to be like that of Munger. Young man, do not be too arrogant. If one is not arrogant, can they truly be called young? Lin Luo sneered, well aware that the Mother of Truth was merely posturing. One must always test the waters, mustn't they? Lin Luo flicked his fingers, and 2 streams of power surged toward the Mother of Truth. Yet, the Mother of Truth seemed prepared. The moment Lin Luo made his move, it retaliated. The mist instantly transformed into a spear, akin to a lightning bolt that lunged fiercely toward Lin Luo. Previously, several individuals had attempted this very maneuver, but none succeeded in landing a hit. The Mother of Truth felt uncertain, yet it had no choice, lacking the support of the Blood Sea. Its power could at best be considered semi-divine. Lin Luo, however, did not intend to evade. On the contrary, a peculiar smile formed on his lips, sending a chill down the spine of the Mother of Truth. Yet, the arrow was already knocked. It must be released. If it could vanquish his consciousness, this vessel would belong to the deity. The spear embodied by the Mother of Truth appeared extraordinary, capable of piercing through the surrounding defenses of deathly runes, aimed directly at Lin Luo. Yet, in the face of such an assault, Lin Luo shockingly chose not to evade. He extended his right hand and grasped the spear. To be precise, he seized the Mother of Truth itself. The spear appeared exceedingly sharp, and upon impact, Lin Luo merely swayed slightly, while his hand that held the spear surprisingly cut a deep gash. Heh! The Mother of Truth's laughter suddenly echoed. The spear inexplicably softened, transforming back into a weapon. Lin Luo was given no opportunity to react, as the entity directly penetrated his consciousness. How formidable a vessel it was, truly captivating. The voice of the Mother of Reality echoed suddenly within Lin Luo. In her eyes, Entering Lin Luo's being was undoubtedly a successful usurpation. Although some may resist with sheer willpower, when one's consciousness merges seamlessly with another's, it is unequivocally under their dominion. This is the undeniable superiority of a deity. Alas, the Mother of Reality was oblivious to the fact that Lin Luo was the exception. The power of the serpent now resided within Lin Luo's consciousness. The Mother of Reality's direct entry into Lin Luo's mind bore no distinction from sending the fated one into the serpent. "Oh, is that so?" Lin Luo suddenly interjected. "The last one who spoke such words to me has grass growing over their grave." Coincidentally, their demises bore a striking resemblance. Chapter 155, Absorbing Power for a Moment. The Mother of Reality failed to comprehend Lin Luo's words. Yet, it swiftly grasped their meaning. The instant she entered Lin Luo's consciousness, she felt she could command his entire form. However, she soon realized she had lost all control, as even her own consciousness began to wane. Panic surged within her. No. She was not ready to perish. She would rather be sealed away. In that final moment, the Mother of Reality relinquished her pride as a deity, yearning to plead for mercy from Lin Luo. But even if she were to beg, it would be of no avail. For Lin Luo had already deemed her mere nourishment from the moment she entered. Furthermore, the Mother of Reality had already forfeited her chance to speak. Her fading consciousness signified that her strength was being digested by Lin Luo. To facilitate this metamorphosis, Lin Luo first obliterated the Mother of Reality's memories. Next, he began to absorb her powers, mastering the abilities of wounds and blood. The serpent's devouring force played an indelible role. Lin Luo vowed that slaying the devouring serpent was undoubtedly the most judicious choice he had made. Otherwise, he could not have saved Millicent or aided Marlenia. Though this deity was weak, her abilities were indeed advantageous. Meanwhile, within the sea of blood, several onlookers observed Lin Luo's sudden moment of distraction. And they quickly came to understand. The Mother of Reality had entered Lin Luo's being? How audacious! Vic was somewhat astonished, surprised by the Mother of Reality's obstinacy. How many fortunate souls had there been? Initially, Millicent harbored concerns for Lin Luo, but as she gradually noticed the smile playing at the corners of his mouth, her worry subsided. As the situation began to stabilize, and with no immediate means to escape the sea of blood, the group settled in place to rest and recuperate for a moment. After a brief moment, Lin Luo opened his eyes and realized an awkward truth. The power within him seemed to be repelling the essence of the Mother of Reality. With the exception of the Great Serpent, which was indiscriminate in its preferences, it appeared to regard the Mother of Reality's influence with a hint of disdain, leaving Lin Luo at an impasse. He required a weapon capable of harnessing its power, and thus chose the Blood Mountain and Sea of Blood from the corpse of the Bloodfinger Elder. Although he had been somewhat lackadaisical in his confrontation with Ratine, after all, wielding such an extraordinary weapon and still failing to manifest even a single anomaly, ultimately leading to Lin Luo facing the nearly full-strength Shattered Star alone, one could not deny the weapon's formidable might. To his surprise, Lin Luo opened his eyes to find several individuals surrounding him, all gazing intently. Rubbing his head, he remarked, "Its power is somewhat lacking." The Frenzied Fire and the Death Rune deemed it unworthy of being called a deity. "Is it us who are unworthy?" queried Frenzied Fire. "You seem to accept anything, no matter how trivial." Of course, one could not entirely blame the Mother of Reality. Deities like Frenzied Fire and Ionia had, to varying degrees, forsaken certain aspects of their corporeal forms. The god of Frenzied Fire was closely aligned with elemental essence. Thus the Mother of Reality undoubtedly appeared as the weakest deity in its eyes. Although the Mother of Reality is formless, it possesses an existence of will. The Death Rune can extinguish souls and sever corporeal forms, rendering it capable of dealing with consciousness as well. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to label the Mother of Reality as the weakest of gods. A sudden silence enveloped the group. Although Lin Luo spoke the truth, it was curious why they seemed so intent on his demise. Marlenia discreetly brandished her artificial handblade, while Vic unsheathed his dragon spear. Only Millicent gazed at Lin Luo with a look of delight, which was reassuring for him. "You all need to remain calm," Lin Luo said, quietly wiping the sweat from his brow. "Don't act recklessly. You still need me." With that thought, Lin Luo straightened his posture. The two individuals beside him had veins bulging on their foreheads, filled with indignation. How they longed to strike him. Yet, they restrained their fury, slowly sheathing their weapons. Lin Luo sighed in relief but quickly realized, "Damn it. Marlenia I can understand, but Vic, how dare you? That weapon in your hand still belongs to me." He cast a menacing glance at Vic, who involuntarily shivered. Lin Luo drew the Blood Mountain and Sea of Blood, the blood-red blade plunging into the crimson sea. Suddenly, Lin Luo's eyes turned a vivid red, as if blood were about to flow from them, creating a chilling sight. Let this ability remain, Lin Luo chuckled softly. Crack! The armor behind Lin Luo began to fracture, revealing a pair of black wings slowly emerging from his back, reminiscent of Munger's wings. You too, such impressive deities. And yet you don't even grant me a pair of wings? How ungracious of you. Lin Luo couldn't help but jest, excluding the crimson corruption from his remarks. However, there was no alternative. Only Melina could wield those wings, while Lin Luo's prowess was markedly diminished. If the frenzied flame and death rune could comprehend Lin Luo's words, they would undoubtedly retort, "You fool, it is your own inadequacy. Which of our former deities ever required those wretched wings to soar?" As the power of the Mother of Truth gradually flowed into the sea of corpses and blood, the blade became increasingly drenched in crimson. Over time, the entirety of the sword was stained with blood, the red liquid coursing along the blade as if it had been endowed with a life of its own. Visibly, the sea of blood began to dissipate, gradually revealing its former visage. Even the bloodstains that had previously marred several of them began to fade away. Moments later, the vibrant redness in Lin Luo's eyes had also diminished, yet the divine radiance still flickered within his gaze. Sensing that he had absorbed nearly enough, Lin Luo withdrew from the sea of corpses and blood. The sanguine expanse had vanished, unveiling the original sanctum of blood. By heavens, those magnificent wings! Vic exclaimed in astonishment, hastening towards Lin Luo and tentatively prodding the immense wings that adorned his back. Lin Luo distinctly recalled Vic's earlier demeanor, and he harbored a grudge. With a swift motion, Lin Luo's wings struck out, sending Vic flying with a resounding thud. My apologies, Vic. I'm still struggling to control these grand wings, Lin Luo remarked. Vic tumbled twice on the ground, bewildered. He then noticed the enigmatic smile on Lin Luo's face and realized, damn it, this is undoubtedly intentional. Melina merely cast a fleeting glance at Lin Luo before redirecting her attention to the colossal cocoon before her. Brother, she murmured, a peculiar pink light flickering within her helmet. Melina gradually approached the enormous chrysalis, reaching out to grasp the desiccated arm, her face drawing near. Lin Luo's attention was piqued by Melina's actions, yet he glanced towards Vic and Millicent, who seemed to regard the unfolding scene as entirely natural. However, was it not Michaela? Chapter 156, Michaela. The thought echoed in Lin Luo's mind. Though he had never beheld Michaela's visage with his own eyes, he had seen the portrait. The image of Munger cradling the slumbering Michaela was the only depiction that offered a direct glimpse. The diminutive Michaela was even shorter than Munger's arm, inheriting her mother Marika's golden hair, cascading down her shoulders. Rather than resembling a male, she appeared more akin to an endearing little girl. Due to Michaela and Melina's origins from the union of Marika and Radagon, their divine existence was inherently fragile. Brother Michaela would eternally remain a child, while sister Melina was born tainted by decay. Before Lin Luo, the great chrysalis revealed, through its massive fissure, a desiccated skeleton kneeling within. Moreover, its colossal stature, if fully extended, would surpass even Lin Luo's height by a considerable margin, rendering it implausible for it to be Michaela. At the very least, the eternal youth is a flaw that Michaela has borne since birth. Within the Crimson Chamber, those elongated arms certainly do not belong to a juvenile deity. Yet, if the cocoon before him is not Michaela, why did it enchant Monk only to refrain from returning to the sacred tree? He should be aware that Melina would descend into madness should he go missing. If Michaela commanded Monk to take her away, why then toil so diligently to construct the sacred tree and seek a means to cure his sister Melina's corruption? Michaela appears to embody contradictions with motivations that clash. On one hand, healing his sister's decay and beseeching a proper death for his brother Gedwin, and on the other, enchanting Monk, as if clandestinely orchestrating something. This is Lin Luo's conjecture, for he too is oblivious to the occurrences surrounding Michaela. Suddenly, Lin Luo recalled two matters. The first is the familiarity with Michaela's predicament. Reminiscent of Marika and Radagon, perhaps Michaela also harbors two distinct personas. The second persona, Lin Luo speculates, is the Saintess Tarina. Although seldom mentioned in the Borderlands, each reference is exceedingly peculiar, particularly concerning their relationship. In the manufacturing notes of Phallus, there are writings dedicated to the males enamored by Saintess Tarina. These notes pertain to the creation of enchanting branches. According to the description of these enchanting branches, they are crafted from wood that has undergone pure golden prayers, capable of beguiling foes, and are indicative of Michaela's abilities. If Tarina's followers can produce artifacts of Michaela, then there is but one explanation. Saintess Tarina is indeed divine being Michaela. The two similar water lilies symbolize the dual roles within Michaela. One seeks to heal his sister's corruption and arrange for his brother Gedwin to wander the spirit temple, attempting to erode the golden persona of the sun. The other harbors unknown schemes, utilizing Monk, and embodies a soft purple persona that distances itself from the sacred tree. Lin Luo feels that his conjectures are drawing ever closer to the truth of the matter. However, if he is correct, where could Tarina be now? And where is Michaela? In any case, the skeleton before him does not resemble either of them. Lin Luo lingered in thought, seemingly searching for a means to unravel the predicament. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the cocoon before him. A voice within urged him to believe that the solution lay within this very presence. Lin Luo furrowed his brow and stepped forward. Marlenia also noticed Lin Luo and, for the first time, revealed a smile towards him. Thank you. Otherwise, I would not have found my brother. With that, Marlenia extended her great rune to Lin Luo. It is not that a demigod would perish without their rune, but rather that they would lose a portion of their abilities and power. However, Lin Luo was not particularly pleased when he received Luan. The ease with which Marlenia granted it left him somewhat perplexed. After all, the figure before him, Michaela, resembled a living corpse, clearly a desiccated skeleton. Did Marlenia not harbor any doubts? Lin Luo stepped forward slightly, wishing to take a closer look, only to be instinctively blocked by Marlenia. I just want to see. Lin Luo stammered in surprise, explaining, my brother said he doesn't want anyone near him. Marlenia shook her head in refusal. What? This only deepened Lin Luo's confusion. How did you hear that? Marlenia responded, somewhat puzzled. Did not my brother just speak? Lin Luo's expression grew serious as he cast a probing glance at Vic and the others, only to find their faces reflecting the same natural expression. Was this the allure of Michaela? Even demigods were unable to resist it. Lin Luo bit his lip, pondering why he was unaffected. If it were due to the influence of the flames of madness and the death rune, the likelihood seemed slim. After much contemplation, Lin Luo finally decided to speak. Marlenia, he is not Michaela. It is impossible. Marlenia's face was grave. How could I fail to recognize my own brother? In her eyes, the figure before her was a blond young boy, lying within that cocoon, his complexion pale. No, this is a deception. Lin Luo shook his head, pointing at Michaela. This is merely an aged corpse, devoid of any signs of life. If you insist on claiming he is Michaela, I must inform you that the person within the cocoon stands much taller than I do. How could he possibly be Michaela? After a moment of silence, Marlenia glanced at the blond young boy beside her, then back at Lin Luo. Were it anyone else, she would not hesitate to strike them down. Yet Lin Luo had aided her so greatly, and it seemed unnecessary for him to deceive her. However, having just found her brother, Marlenia was reluctant. She shook her head and ultimately positioned herself in front of Michaela. Observing Marlenia's stance, Lin Luo spoke again. Marlenia, do you know why Munger captured Michaela? With Michaela's intellect, how could he possibly be caught by Munger? And if he were captured, how could he allow Munger to? Think for yourself. What is your brother skilled at? Lin Luo scoffed and shouted at Marlenia. What is my brother skilled at? Marlenia suddenly recalled something, murmuring to herself. Charm? If that were the case, Marlenia glanced behind her, grappling with disbelief. She both wished for the Michaela before her to be real, yet that would mean Munger had power over him. She also hoped it was a lie. But then, where was her true brother? Melina felt a wave of despair, momentarily forgetting to protect the colossal cocoon behind her. Chapter 157, Lin Luo? Michaela. Lin Luo, with remarkable agility, rushed forward, eager to uncover the mystery behind this cocoon that could confound even demigods. Melina instantly sensed his intent and sought to thwart his advance. An insistent voice in her mind attempted to enchant her, yet Lin Luo's earlier warning stirred a flicker of doubt within her, causing her to hesitate just a moment too late. Lin Luo's right hand grasped the withered arm descending from the cocoon. Melina swiftly followed, seizing Lin Luo's wrist to prevent his next move. At the instant Lin Luo made contact with that arm, a strange yet familiar sensation surged within him. Was this a resonance with Wen? He was taken aback. He remembered that he had no connection with Michaela. Melina, too, was drawn into another scene by that familiar aura. She suddenly recalled the scent she had detected within Lin Luo, identical to the one enveloping her now. It was the essence of her brother. An unfathomable thought flickered in Melinia's mind, but she could ponder no further, for the visions of the forthcoming minutes would unravel all her doubts. Images flashed before them, a day when the Valkyrie was away on a campaign. A crimson figure encroached upon the sacred grounds of the World Tree. It was Munger who, with his exceptional blood escape techniques and the now vulnerable defenses of the World Tree, had successfully infiltrated its domain. His intentions were clear. He sought to abduct Michaela. The divine being was a candidate for godhood, and the Elden King was, in essence, the other half of this divine entity. Whether this was a mutual understanding or a belief held solely by Munger remained uncertain. He believed that marrying a divine being would grant him the right to ascend as a king. As for why he chose Michaela, the reasoning was straightforward. Lonnie, the pure-hearted girl, along with her formidable and troublesome magic, posed a risk Munger was unwilling to confront. Melina, with her obsession over her deceased brother, also left Munger with uncertainties regarding her. Had he been confident of victory, he would not have infiltrated while she was absent. Conversely, Michaela, despite possessing divine wisdom and enchanting abilities, had little means of resistance. Of course, this was merely Munger's perception. He believed Michaela's allure could not ensnare a demigod, considering that those swayed were merely weak of mind. After years of honing his resolve in the depths, he felt his heart was as unyielding as tempered steel. What he remained unaware of was that his ability to bind Michaela to the blood dynasty was purely serendipitous, facilitated by the second persona she had created, Torrent, who was in control of her body. From the perspective of the CG animation, it appeared that Michaela was indeed asleep. Speculation abounded. Yet it was prudent not to take it too seriously. Unlike Marika, Radagon and Marika engage in a perpetual struggle for dominance over their shared vessel. The existence of Michaela and Torrent, however, is rather peculiar. Torrent only exerts control over the body while in a state of slumber. All of this remains mere speculation. So brothers, refrain from harsh criticism. Perhaps the second personality is not as formidable as one might assume, for Torrent failed to prevent Mongrel's abduction. Yet, upon reaching the blood chamber, Michaela's true persona awakened. With a single glance, she discerned Mongrel's intentions. Was he attempting to pursue a relationship with another man? What was he thinking? Startled, Michaela quickly bestowed a buff upon Mongrel. Surrounding them were remnants of the previous blood monarch, and thus Michaela ensconced her bewitching contingency within that very husk, now encased within the colossal cocoon. Thus began Mongrel's lengthy odyssey of crime. Michaela nodded in satisfaction, having narrowly avoided disaster. Nevertheless, she remained unsatisfied. Mongrel's exploits served as a stark reminder. Relying solely on her charm would not suffice to contend with the Golden Tree, her sacred arboreal entity. She aspired to supplant it entirely. While allure was indeed potent and Melina formidable, such attributes were ultimately inadequate against a true deity. Michaela recognized the necessity of acquiring genuine power. After drawing upon a portion of the Blood Dynasty's strength, Michaela fashioned a new vessel. It was neither a faded one nor entirely devoid of lineage. This new form bore no blessing from the Golden Tree, yet it was not a descendant of Godfrey. Enduring the excruciating agony of a fractured soul, Michaela severed her two personalities, relinquishing all powers inherited from the Golden Tree. The sole remnant of her innate gift was her distinctive allure. But following the separation of her corporeal form, Michaela lost the ability to actively wield this charm, transforming her proactive skill into a passive one. Given these constraints, Michaela's ambitions soared high, yet she prudently retained sufficient contingencies. She inscribed her second personality with a mark. Should this newly formed body meet death, her will would revert to her original form. That original body would also return to the sacred tree, alleviating Melina's concerns. However, in her meticulous scheming, Michaela overlooked one critical entity. No, not merely a person. She forgot the supreme will. Michaela's actions incited both ire and astonishment within it. Anger arose from the realization that the very ant she had created dared to contemplate overthrowing her. Astonishment stemmed from the recognition that Michaela's newly formed vessel was still exceedingly weak. Her discovery was akin to stepping into a trap of her own making. Seizing an opportune moment, the Supreme Will ensnared Michaela. Was she not the quintessential choice to become the Elden Lord? Could she not grow? Now, this dilemma was effortlessly resolved. The Supreme Will forged an immense cycle, etching a mark upon its essence, sealing Michaela's memories while waiting for the cycle to amplify her powers, simultaneously brainwashing her, gradually gaining control over the newly formed body. At that moment, the laws of the boundary will be reactivated, and thus, the Supreme Will shall continue to amass greater power until it exhausts the boundary. Lin Luo gradually fell into a daze. Is this body not? Marlenia was equally astonished. I am Michaela. Lin Luo is Michaela. This was the simultaneous thought of both individuals. Scenes from this unfolding drama entered Lin Luo's mind. And through the rune, he began to assimilate the memories of the past. Am I not, then, a paragon of filial piety? In the cycle, I have slain my own father thousands of times. Lin Luo found it hard to believe. However, was he not a member of the invading army? Could it be that I still possess a soul transference? Lin Luo couldn't help but jest. Then my relationship with Millicent and Lonnie has become rather ambiguous. Lin Luo fell into contemplation, but soon came to a realization. If Marika could engage in self-copulation, what would be wrong with me marrying Lonnie, who shares a hint of blood relation? This is the quintessential essence of love's namelessness. Chapter 158, feel free to title it as you wish. Subsequently, it was the scene Lin Luo had experienced. At first, Melina was quite moved. However, as she watched Lin Luo approach her in each cycle only to chastise her and then take away Michaela's golden needle, her expression grew increasingly dark. She could not believe this was the handiwork of her brother. Yet, recalling the Lin Luo trapped in the cycle, who had long lost the memories of being Michaela, she found solace, coupled with a sense of pity for Lin Luo and Michaela. Compared to her own crimson decay, what Michaela endured was truly a trial. As the visuals hastened to a conclusion, it culminated in Lin Luo's confrontation with the Supreme Will. Bang! A crisp sound of shattering resonated. Though this sound was heard solely by Lin Luo and Melina, the two successfully extricated themselves from the resonance of the rune. Instinctively, Melina stepped back, and before her, Michaela transformed into a withered skeleton, just as Lin Luo had described. Melina remained in disbelief. My brother was not always like this. He used to be gentle and possessed an allure that others lacked. Yet, Lin Luo's charisma was still considerable, though his flirtatious and playful nature bore no resemblance to Michaela. Conversely, Lin Luo quickly came to terms with the reality. It mattered not what identity he bore. He had already found peace, for the ultimate goal was not far off. And Michaela's identity appeared increasingly tenuous. Sister? Lin Luo tentatively called out. Yet he soon regretted it, for in the memories he inherited, Michaela never referred to Melina in such a manner, but rather as alien. Are you truly? Melina was somewhat incredulous, her heart a tumult of emotions. And for a moment, she could not discern whether she was happy or felt something else entirely. Lin Luo contemplated briefly before nodding decisively. I am Michaela Aline. As Lin Luo spoke slowly, he had come to terms with the reality that he was now inhabiting the body of Michaela. Regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to embrace his new identity. You must be aware that some unexpected events have transpired within me. In the past, I believed that mere charm and intellect could never rival the Supreme Will. Thus, I made certain decisions without your knowledge, and I apologize for that. A wave of tenderness unexpectedly washed over Lin Luo as he reached out to tousle Melina's hair. Damn it, I feel somewhat melodramatic. But to maintain continuity with the previous narrative, there is no alternative. To my dear brothers, if this is unbearable, feel free to skip to the next chapter. Just know that the protagonist is Michaela. I am not particularly suited for this storyline. Please refrain from criticism. Surprisingly, Melina did not resist. The familiar aura emanating from Lin Luo began to align with the memories she held dear. She recognized Lin Luo as Michaela, the brother from her past. Overcome with joy, Melina suddenly embraced Lin Luo and wept. Michaela, how many years has she waited for him? For Michaela, Melina even relinquished her dignity as a person in the struggle against the Crimson Corruption. Anyone could condemn her for unleashing the Crimson Corruption, turning Galad into a desolate wasteland. People could stand on their moral high ground and vilify her, but Lin Luo, Michaela, could not. A faint smile graced Lin Luo's face as he said nothing more, simply holding Melina in silence while she cried in his embrace. This scene left Lonnie in a state of astonishment. Melina, however, exhibited no reaction. Having always resided within Lin Luo, their souls were intertwined, and thus she had witnessed everything Lin Luo had seen. She felt no need to comment. For regardless of whether the person before her was Lin Luo or Michaela, she would unconditionally support him. Yet Lonnie, somewhat irritable, was oblivious to Lin Luo's true identity. You color-shifting person, how can you take in another so soon after just 10 chapters? What if the Supreme Will turns out to be a woman? Will you? Lonnie glared at Lin Luo, eager for an explanation. However, observing the intimate scene between Lin Luo and Melina, she hesitated to interrupt them, fearing that Lin Luo might find her troublesome. This proud princess of the moon found herself ensnared in a conflict of emotions, uncertain of how to proceed. Meanwhile, beside Lonnie, Millicent felt genuine happiness, though it was certainly not due to the prospect of a new romantic interest. She did not view it that way. Millicent still shared an intricate bond with Melina. The transformation of Melina's attitude towards Lin Luo has subtly altered Millicent's inner thoughts. Sensing the gazes of the two women upon him, Lin Luo's heart sank. He realized he needed to clarify the situation, for he wished to avoid the melodramatic scenarios often depicted in television dramas. Releasing Melina, he hurried towards Millicent. Upon closer inspection, He noticed that the petite Lonnie in Millicent's hands had her head drooping, her white brim tightly pressed down, and she offered no reaction to Lin Luo's arrival, as if she were sulking. No, that wasn't quite right. Given Lonnie's proud temperament, she must already be upset. Lonnie? Lin Luo squatted in front of Millicent, gently prodding the tiny figure with his finger, inquiring tentatively. Yet, Lonnie remained unresponsive, clearly miffed, signaling with her silence that she wished to ignore him. Lin Luo let out a wry smile, recognizing that the situation had become somewhat precarious. Please, Lonnie, you've misunderstood, he implored, taking the diminutive Lonnie into his arms. A hint of exasperation in his tone. What misunderstanding? Lonnie's voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind, revealing her fear of appearing jealous before others, worried it might lead to social embarrassment. You were all cuddled up, crying and whining. Have you done something to wrong her? You seem like a real scoundrel. Lin Luo found himself momentarily speechless by Lonnie's barrage of accusations, which only fueled her anger further as she felt validated in her assumptions. Are you not going to say anything? Humph, I knew it, Lonnie huffed, retreating into silence once more. Yet, her grievances were merely an expression of discontent. She had no intention of forcing Lin Luo to abandon anyone. Just a sense of injustice lingered within her. That, Marlenia is just my sister, Lin Luo exclaimed, completely unaware that he had vocalized his thoughts. The surrounding onlookers turned their attention towards him, the air suddenly thick with silence. His declaration sparked curiosity in both Lonnie and Vic, while Melina and Millicent regarded it as entirely normal. Vic, puzzled by the situation, perhaps seeking trouble, decided to interject. Sister? You mean a sister in a different sense, right? His expression morphed into a mischievous grin as he leaned closer, fingers pointed at Lin Luo. Ah, so it's Lin. Even Marlenia too. TSK, TSK, TSK. Vic made a gesture with his fingers, a mock display of admiration towards Lin Luo. Lin Luo's face darkened. Yet he refrained from reprimanding Vic. Instead, he turned to Millicent. What does that contemplative expression mean? Do I not warrant any consideration in your eyes? And as for Marlenia, he questioned her bashful demeanor. What is that look? I am your biological brother. After all, blood runs thicker than water. However, amidst all this chaos, Lin Luo found himself too overwhelmed to address it, directing his ire towards Lonnie. Damn you. Vic, why must you stir the pot? Lin Luo sharply slapped his own mouth before raising the petite Lonnie in his hand. I am the true brother of Melina. Lin Luo paused for a moment, acknowledging the incredulity of his statement. Nonetheless, this revelation altered nothing. I, Lin Luo, am Michaela, and Michaela is Lin Luo. His words resonated clearly in the ears of several listeners, leaving Lonnie in a state of confusion. Lin Luo's declaration was akin to a jolt of awakening. Suddenly, all previously irrational descriptions seemed to align perfectly, unraveling all of Lonnie's past doubts. For instance, Lonnie had often pondered how the Supreme Will could possibly choose a complete non-heir of the golden bloodline, a fated one, for cultivation. However, if it were the amnesiac Michaela, it all became quite reasonable. The moment Torrent laid eyes on Lin Luo, he immediately recognized him as his master. Torrent's former master was a powerful deity, previously referred to as a demigod, whom I always believed to be Lonnie. Yet, upon reflection of the relationship between Torrent and Lonnie, it seemed more plausible that the true master was the Huntress Queen, considering their shared connections. Of course, all of this remains mere speculation, as the narrative of the Ring of Law is notoriously fragmented. With discerning eyes, the selection of Lin Luo could very well be attributed to the enchanting abilities initially possessed by Michaela. Furthermore, the peculiarities between Lin Luo and Melina mirrored the rune resonance experienced previously in the Magic Tower, likely the catalyst for Lin Luo's regained memories. Lonnie found herself momentarily astonished by the unfolding events, only to suddenly recall something. Oh, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. Goodness, first, she was feeling jealousy towards her other self, and now it seems she was competing for attention with her sister-in-law. Lonnie felt a warmth rising to her cheeks. How vexing. Wasn't her ethereal form devoid of temperature? Nonetheless, Lonnie did not alter her demeanor due to Lin Luo's identity. As for the notion of them being half-siblings, the spiteful curse of wishing lovers to become siblings held no weight in Lonnie's eyes. It was inconsequential. After all, if self-conception existed, what could proximity truly signify? Noticing Lonnie's continued silence, Lin Luo mistakenly assumed she was upset and had chosen to ignore him. Growing anxious, he hastily tugged at Lonnie's cheek. Simultaneously, he cast a glare filled with menace at Vic. You scoundrel, it's all your fault for this nonsense. If I fail to placate Lonnie today, I'll take you to the west to enjoy the scenery. Lin Luo silently imposed a sentence upon Vic, realizing that Vic's mischief was becoming increasingly frequent. Whether it was Lin Luo's playful tugging or Lonnie's regained composure, she stammered, a tinge of embarrassment and indignation in her voice. I'm sorry. Lonnie's voice was barely audible, like the whisper of a mosquito, and even within Lin Luo's mind, he struggled to hear her. Perhaps he simply couldn't believe what he had heard. What? Lin Luo exclaimed. What did you say? Lonnie's voice faltered momentarily, as if she contemplated uttering something unpleasant. But her refined upbringing compelled her to swallow her words. She raised her voice slightly. I'm sorry, Lin Luo. The sudden exclamation startled Lin Luo, causing him to stumble. Goodness, Lonnie, are you playing with pitch from afar? My eardrums nearly shriveled from your shout. Lin Luo winced in pain, rubbing his ears. Although the issue did not lie there, he firmly secured the petite Lonnie back onto his shoulder. Indeed, it's all my fault. I should have articulated myself more clearly from the outset. He bent down slightly, conceding to Lonnie. Naturally, Lonnie was aware of her own shortcomings. Yet Lin Luo's gentle demeanor brought her joy. The diminutive Lonnie swayed, pressing her soft lips against Lin Luo's cheek. He chuckled lightly, choosing to remain silent. With this matter resolved, it seemed a perfect conclusion had been reached. Melina located Michaela, Lin Luo obtained the desired item, the Rune of God. Additionally, he managed to acquire Millicent, marking this venture a double triumph. Even Vic had cleverly obtained a dragon spear from Lin Luo, a fortunate turn of events. Thus, only Mong and the Mother of Truth were left wounded in this world. He provided a few of them with a vial of red elixir to adjust their states. Let us return to the royal city, Lin Luo said, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. After all, Mong is the younger brother of Morgoth. I still need to retrieve Morgoth's great rune. If I were to eliminate his brother now, I fear he might find it difficult to accept. Although Mong had sent a doppelganger to the royal city's depths, Morgoth was no fool. He had already realized that his brother had fled. As for where he had gone, he was not entirely certain. When he had been cursing in the royal city, he had not included Mong, primarily because Mong had contributed significantly during the royal city's defense. Morgoth had been imprisoned in the sewers of the royal city for many years. He could overlook this, striving to protect the city and love them as best he could, but he could not demand that Mong perform tasks he had already accomplished for the city. Then let us proceed. You all may accompany me. Lin Luo spoke, extending his right hand. The others glanced at one another and placed their hands upon his. A golden light shimmered, guiding blessings, and after a flash of brilliance, they vanished. They arrived before the Elden Throne, where rejection resided. Morgoth, who had been resting, slowly opened his eyes. Who is it? Oh, Lin Luo, what brings you here? If Morgoth appeared somewhat perplexed upon seeing Lin Luo. The presence of Melina behind him astonished him. Melina, what are you doing here? Morgoth reacted as if faced with a formidable adversary. Chapter 160, Heart to Heart. Although Morgoth had successfully repelled Melina's forces during the royal city's defense, they had never truly engaged in battle. Initially, he had encountered her under the guise of a harbinger of doom, and that fragile vessel was indeed no match for Melina. Lin Luo, what do you mean by bringing her here? Morgoth scoffed. She is merely a traitor. Lin Luo hastily suppressed Melina's hand, which was raised in anger. Do not act impulsively. Morgoth, he said, exasperation evident as he rubbed his forehead. Please refrain from being agitated. What I am about to reveal may be difficult to accept, but I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Morgoth's expression was one of confusion. Confronting the Supreme was already absurd enough, and now there was something even harder to comprehend. Lin Luo bit his lip, furrowing his brow. Though he was loath to admit it, you are indeed my half-brother. What? Morgoth paused, several names flashing through his mind. No, Melina is right here, and Michaela is just a little boy. Morgoth's countenance hardened. Mother certainly did not have any illegitimate children. Lin Luo's expression twitched. When did I claim to be an illegitimate child? I am Michaela. Michaela, what nonsense. Morgoth scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Michaela is just a little boy. You look nothing like him. Morgoth held no animosity towards Michaela, for the boy could do little to assist, merely possessing charm. As for his sacred tree, Morgoth turned a blind eye to it, for he was not merely a diehard supporter of the golden tree. Otherwise, he would not have collaborated with Lin Luo. Hence, he did not impose too many hardships on Michaela, especially with Melina by his side, as Morgoth was disinclined to seek unnecessary conflict. No, I am Michaela, Lin Luo asserted, his demeanor grave. Morgoth, seeing Lin Luo's serious expression, began to entertain doubts. He glanced at Melina with a probing gaze. To his surprise, Melina returned his look with affirmation. While he might misidentify someone, Melina would certainly not mistake her own brother. Unless Michaela himself had enchanted her. Then what is the situation here? Morgoth furrowed his brow, realizing that matters were more complex than they seemed. If you are Michaela, then what about what you previously told me? You aim to usurp the golden tree. Montgot felt he was nearing the truth. Yet he failed to consider that this assembly had no reason to deceive him. No, Lin Luo shook his head. I am Michaela, and what I told you does not contradict this. Currently, I am a separate vessel created from my former self. One that has shed the powers bestowed by the golden tree. You understand my meaning. I do not wish to be manipulated by it. Thus, Lin Luo recounted the previous events to Montgot once more. Montgot pondered the sequence of events and found no inconsistencies. Then what is your purpose in coming here? Montgot questioned. His expression one of bewilderment as he looked at Lin Luo. Lin Luo extended his hand. Oh, Loon, murmured Montgot, his face involuntarily twitching as he hesitated for a moment before handing over the great rune. Is this all you spoke to me for? Montgot discreetly wiped away a bead of sweat. I never go back on my word, of course not. Lin Luo's expression grew solemn. Meng is dead, Lin Luo stated flatly. Montgot's face instantly froze, and he hesitantly tugged at the corners of his mouth. Is it the one from the sewers? Not the original body. Lin Luo shook his head. How is that even possible? Montgot slumped onto the ground. Yes. Is it you? Yes and no, Lin Luo replied slowly, intent on not deceiving Montgot. Your brother came into contact with the Mother of Truth many years ago. I did not employ the death rune. A demigod cannot be slain. However, Meng was seized by the Mother of Truth, and his consciousness perished. You know that those who attempt to master divinity seldom meet favorable ends. You, the guardians of the flame of madness, should comprehend this principle. Montgot fell silent. If Lin Luo was to be believed, he indeed had no recourse. You know that I never lie, Lin Luo continued nonchalantly. Your brother bound me, did you know that? Lin Luo added, seemingly sensing a misalignment in his words, and continued. The former me. When? Montgot queried, bewildered. What did Meng bind Michaela for? For the sake of kingship, of course. Lin Luo shook his head. It can be said that the conflict between Ratarn and Aryan arose because of Meng. At that time, I fell into slumber, captured by Meng and taken to the Mengwen dynasty. Aryan could only sense my general location, and since the Mengwen dynasty lies beneath Galit, Aryan presumed that Ratarn had abducted me. Aryan sought to scour the city of the Red Lion, yet you are well aware of Ratarn's arrogance. And you know how the events unfolded thereafter. The crimson decay blossomed, Galit. Lin Luo bowed slightly to Montgot. This is my fault, not your brother. Marlenia began to speak, but was silenced by a glare from Lin Luo. But rest assured, what once existed at the borderlands will return in time. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Montgot's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Meng was his only kin. His elder brother, Gedwen, now resembled a living corpse. Whether Montgot was aware of this was uncertain. Their mother was imprisoned within the golden tree, contending with Radagon for her body, and their father was banished beyond the borderlands. Montgot had truly become a solitary figure. Enough, Montgot sighed. He could hardly blame anyone for his brother's fate. Be it the abduction of Michaela or the dealings with foreign deities, there was little justification to be found. Montgot felt a pang of sorrow, realizing his brother had also. You may leave. I shall compose myself. Montgath languidly reclined upon the throne, letting out a soft sigh. Noticing Vic at his side, he chose to remain silent. Lin Luo's mastery over the frenzied flame was no longer a matter of astonishment, and Vic's presence was merely a blend of surprise and inevitability. Observing Montgath's current state, Lin Luo opted for silence as well. Turning away, guided by the blessing, the group returned to the outskirts of the royal city. Let us depart, Lin Luo spoke slowly. Vic, I shall take you to meet Lancelot. You insufferable scoundrel, attend to your own affairs, he added. Chapter 161. Lancelot disregarding Vic's intent to speak. Lin Luo seized him and strode towards the city's exit. I haven't had the chance to reprimand you yet. You single-handedly exposed our family's secrets. You mustn't escape unscathed. The others were curious. Though Marlenia was not entirely aware of who Vic truly was, the ancient dragon Lancelot was known to her. It seemed that there was an untold story between the two, as inferred from her brother's words. With this thought in mind, Marlenia followed closely behind Lin Luo. Curiosity is indeed the innate nature of every individual. On the outskirts of the royal city, beside a narrow path along the city wall, Lancelot awaited. The reason for her presence here, separated from Vic, stemmed from the past when Vic did not heed the guidance of the two fingers to collect the great rune fragments. Instead, he had soared on the back of the ancient dragon Lancelot, flying over the cliffs directly to the plateau of Aten, heading straight for the golden tree. The ominous King Montgath spotted Vic arriving upon the dragon from afar. Faced with such audacity from the Tarnished one, Montgath was consumed by rage and advanced to confront him. The onslaught of holy energy cleaved through the sky, and Lancelot sensed the formidable presence of the man burdened with omen. After a brief communication with Vic, she resolved to lead the omen away from the city, allowing Vic the opportunity to approach the Golden Tree and mend the Elden Ring. In the ensuing split, with one man and one dragon parting ways, Montgath sought to eliminate the greater threat posed by the ancient dragon, thereby granting Vic a chance to escape. With a tactical retreat, Lancelot lured Montgath to the plateau of Aten. Realizing he had fallen for a ruse, Montgath chose to disengage and return to the royal city. Lancelot did not pursue. She perhaps understood that in a true confrontation, she would not best Montgath. As Lancelot held Montgath at bay, Vic approached the Golden Tree. However, the thorns of the tree rebuffed all who sought entry. He found himself unable to reach the interior and stand before Queen Marika. Sensing a powerful presence drawing near, Vic hastily retreated toward the Forbidden Realm in the northern part of the city. To his astonishment, he encountered that man, Shabalili. She addressed Vic, saying, "Vic, you wouldn't want your sister-in-law to be burned alive, would you?" In summary, Shabalili elucidated the enigma surrounding the thorns of the Golden Tree for Vic. Once, the Golden Tree rejected all, and only the gray extinguishing fire within the forbidden domain could consume the thorns. However, to ignite this fire, a sacrifice of a witch's finger was required. As Zayabalalai observed the astonished Vic, he realized it was time to present sufficient bait. He informed Vic that there was but one way to spare the witch from sacrifice: to venture deep into the sewers beneath the royal city and seek an audience with the three fingers to acquire the power of the frenzied fire, thereby enabling him to ignite the Golden Tree by his own means. Naturally, the deeply affectionate Vic resolutely chose to embrace the fate that awaited him after receiving the frenzied fire, which inevitably led to the loss of his will, culminating in the suicide of the witch who was his finger. Upon regaining consciousness, Vic sought to find Lansanx, only to discover that the seal he had placed was rather formidable, rendering him somewhat trapped. Furthermore, he was uncertain whether his escape from the frenzied fire was merely temporary, so he remained diligently within the confines of his cell. After emerging with Lin Luo, he beheld the ice dragon Bolelius, which momentarily reminded him of Lansanx. Yet, for reasons unknown, a thread of turmoil stirred within him. He felt unworthy before the dragon maiden and had been avoiding her, which was why Lin Luo had scolded him for being a scoundrel. Vic remarked, "I am perplexed as to why someone bears that expression when speaking of me." The powerful auras of a few individuals suddenly caught Lansanx's attention. Was that wretched harbinger of ill fortune present? Lansanx plunged from the sky, intending to execute a death dive, hoping to catch them off guard with a surprise assault. As he soared through the air, Vic's visage loomed large in Lansanx's eyes. "Vic!" Joy surged from within, racing to his mind as the colossal form descended. Lin Luo hastily pulled Millicent and Marlenia aside. "Hey, Alan, do not draw your blade. That is Vic's wife." The trio retreated in unison. Lansanx halted before Vic, the immense dragon head contrasting sharply with Vic's helmeted countenance. "Vic, it is you. You wretched, cursed servant. How could you take so long to visit me?" Lansanx exclaimed, his voice unexpectedly adopting a childlike tone, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Lin Luo quipped, "Well, Vic, it seems you have found your preference." Vic, overwhelmed with words, ultimately condensed his feelings into a single apology. He gently caressed Lansanx's dragon head and gradually enveloped him in an embrace. To his astonishment, Lansanx faintly discerned Vic's sobs. This was the first time Lansanx had ever heard this man weep. Vic had buried his sorrow deep within until he encountered Lansanx, who became the confidant he had long sought. Lin Luo etched this scene into his memory. Though somewhat disheartening, he understood that Vic would no longer hold his head high before him. However, now that he had helped Vic find companionship, he hoped there would be no lingering resentment. Observing Vic and Lansanx share their feelings, Lin Luo patted Marlenia and Millicent on the back. "Let us embark on a leisurely stroll. I shall guide you through this place. For now, let those two remain here for a while." The two women nodded in agreement, showing no signs of refusal. Although Mengeet had forgotten to inform the labor knight, who was far away in the snowy plains, about Lin Luo, the soldiers within the royal city certainly remembered the discourse. Even if it had not been articulated, the leading soldier was not foolish enough to be unaware. He may not recognize Lin Luo, yet he was certainly familiar with Marlenia, the Valkyrie beside him. Would you dare to confront her? Thus, Lin Luo meandered through the royal city with his beloved sister, primarily to indulge in the melodies played by the group at the ice cream parlor. It was also time to release Lonnie and Melina, who had not been seen for many episodes. They deserved a breath of fresh air. You think this is akin to walking a dog, relishing this hard-won tranquility. Even Lonnie's perpetually stoic expression bore a hint of a smile. As night fell, after several of them explicitly declined Lin Luo's suggestion of sharing a bed. And after receiving affectionate caresses from the women upon his face, only Lin Luo was left with a wounded heart. Of course, this did not include Melina, for Lin Luo had not yet succumbed to such depravity towards his own sister, although Melina seemed unperturbed by the notion. Meanwhile, Vic commented with a hint of intrigue. Field battles? Quite exhilarating indeed. Although this somewhat contradicted Vic's persona, for he was indeed a man who loved his witch to the point of madness. We do not wish for him to face a lonely existence. Since he has regained his consciousness, why not grant both of them a favorable conclusion? Chapter 162. Summit of the Giant Mountain. The following noon, the group reconvened along the narrow path beside the city walls. Vic, donned in a helmet, trailed behind a woman clad in linen garments. Undoubtedly Lancelot Sachs, observing the joyous expression and the lingering blush on Lancelot's face. Lin Luo could not help but reflect on Vic's apparent state of infatuation. However, upon seeing Lancelot Sachs, Lin Luo was reminded of the brutish Belilius. Irritated by the thought, why could I not have a dragon maiden? Lin Luo cast a peculiar smile at Vic, who was trailing behind. Vic, you're full of surprises. Lin Luo chuckled softly. Vic offered no response, merely whistled and gazed upward at the sky. Ah, the moon is truly magnificent today. Admiring the moon at noon. You are quite the character, Lin Luo remarked, suppressing the urge to expose Vic's jest. He touched his nose and addressed the others. I shall be heading to the snowy mountains henceforth. With a meaningful glance at Vic, Lin Luo added, I intend to set fire to the trees. Of course, Lin Luo had yet to disclose one crucial matter, the malevolent sun god. He pondered whether it still drew breath. The existence that is entirely unreflected is indeed perplexing. After all, the malevolent deity did not emerge following your vanquishing of the flame giant. It may be that the term malevolent deity is employed to denote the potential consciousness of the ashen flame, yet it is unmistakably crowned with a divine name. Coupled with the equipment of the old crow, I surmise it may be a case of the golden tree obscuring or defeating the sun, resulting in its vilification, rendering the sun-blaze malevolent deity a title that is ultimately misleading. Perhaps the flame giant has long since absorbed the powers of the sun-blaze malevolent deity? However, due to the filth and the supreme will, its strength may have been significantly diminished. Of course, these are merely conjectures. As one of the few deities residing in the borderlands, Lin Luo would undoubtedly seize any opportunity to grow more powerful. Let us go. I shall accompany you. Lancelot exclaimed hurriedly. What does she mean by accompany? She intends to stay behind Vic. She cannot allow this fellow to abandon her here once more. She wrapped her arms around Vic, declaring, I will follow him, regardless. Naturally, Lin Luo shrugged. Take it. There is strength in numbers. Together, we shall defeat that foolish Malikas. Indeed, let us vanquish him. Lancelot, unfamiliar with Malikas though his name seemed vaguely familiar, was undeterred. And let us also defeat Platon. Lin Luo raised a thumb in approval and continued, Yes, let us defeat Platon. Wait, who is this Platon you speak of? Lancelot's words suddenly faltered. While she did not know who Malikas was, she certainly recognized Platon as her superior. Ah, no, you can handle that on your own. I am no match for that old dragon king, Lancelot said, scratching her head in embarrassment. However, I can assist you with Malikas. Vic's eyes widened in surprise. Brother, the black sword. Do you truly not know? That weapon indiscriminately slays with the death rune. He is no less formidable than the Dragon King. Lin Luo pondered briefly. Malika's does not appear to be much weaker than the Dragon King, especially given that the Dragon King is heavily injured. Yes, it is possible that Lancelot is entirely unaware of the black sword. Very well then, Lin Luo nodded. Montgath has now relocated most of the soldiers near the city of Estenvale. My subsequent actions must be prioritized. Since the previous journey to the snowfield was facilitated by the arrival of Vic's prison via Berelius, Lin Luo had not activated the blessing points along the way. The nearest blessing point remains in the Snowfall Ruins Valley. A flash of light appeared, and the group once again arrived at the snowfield. Follow me, Lin Luo instructed, refraining from calling out to Berelius. Primarily, with his newfound wings, Lin Luo had yet to experience the sensation of flight. Seizing this rare opportunity, he intended to savor it fully. Vic glanced at Lancelot and gently tapped her shoulder, his demeanor resembling that of a dutiful wife seeking her husband's approval. Lancelot understood the gesture. With a mighty leap, the colossal dragon emerged, its wings stirring the surrounding snowflakes into a swirling mist. A few individuals ascended onto the back of Rantsankus, and Lin Luo, observing this, soared towards the summit of the giant mountain. Even though the sky above the snowy expanse was shrouded in a veil of snow and fog, Lin Luo could effortlessly discern the multitude of giant corpses strewn across the mountaintop. The cold wind brushed against Lin Luo's face, its sharpness compelling him to squint. Yet his speed remained unimpeded. Soon, a massive fiery cauldron came into view, seemingly suspended in midair by 5 immense chains. A significant gash marred its center, the cause of which remained a mystery. Once, at the pinnacle of the far north, the giants had forged this cauldron, invoking the malevolent deity to ignite flames in a struggle for survival. Ultimately, they were all pierced through the chest and left kneeling towards the royal city and the cauldron. However, the ashes within the pot refused to extinguish entirely. Thus, the goddess Marika spared the last giant, sealing the weakened malevolent deity within him, assigning him the eternal role of guardian over this cauldron. What a tragic fate it was, to stand vigil among the remains of his kin, guarding a weapon of his own kind that could never be obliterated. The giant's methods of attack were profoundly primitive, relying almost solely on brute force to wreak havoc. The golden kin had, to some degree, exhibited mercy and tolerance towards other species at the borders, yet their treatment of the giants was characterized by relentless cruelty and extermination. Though the giants were generally of limited intellect, their immense physicality often precipitated disasters like avalanches, posing a threat to the stability of the golden tree. More critically, their deified malevolence wielded flames capable of incinerating the golden tree itself. Thus, when confronted with a potential crisis to their dominion, the golden kin retracted any semblance of compassion. Despite the giants likely never having contemplated becoming a threat, their response remained resolute. Your existence is the threat. If the assault on Soul City could be deemed an unjust war, then the massacre of the giants represented a true, emotionless slaughter. As the saying goes, one may be innocent, yet possessing power one is not entitled to constitutes a sin. At present, only a solitary giant remained atop the mountain, burdened by the grudge of his fallen kin, yet reluctantly bound to guard the fiery cauldron, unable even to embrace death. Lin Luo sighed softly. Whether in lament for the giant's woeful fate or in sorrow for the inhumanity displayed by the golden kin, as he approached the fiery cauldron, he retracted his wings and descended gracefully. Chapter 163. The fire giant. The group gradually landed not far from the cauldron, approximately several hundred meters away. The fire giant knelt before the cauldron, holding aloft a massive circular disc, adorned with a long, red beard. Even the skirt draped around his waist was woven from red hair. Upon the giant's chest rested a colossal single eye, seemingly possessing its own consciousness, controlled not by the giant but by the malevolent deity. Even atop the snow-covered giant mountain, standing beside the flame giant, one can still feel the intense heat, whether it emanates from the ever-burning flames within the colossal cauldron or from the residual power of the malevolent sun god igniting within the flame giant. Despite its imposing size, the flame giant possesses remarkable sensitivity, not to mention the ostentatious arrival of Lansangs. The enormous dragon claw struck the ground, causing the mountaintop to tremble. Such a commotion naturally captured the attention of the giant. The flame giant turned its gaze toward the group, scrutinizing them before releasing a roar reminiscent of a beast. Within the roar of the flame giant, Lin Luo distinctly perceived a second voice, the voice of the sun god. The flame giant charged toward them, dragging its disc along the ground. Despite its seemingly cumbersome body, it moved with surprising swiftness, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. Of course, the group did not remain passive. Although the time was brief, it was sufficient for a reaction. Melina was the first to brandish her prosthetic blade, boldly engaging with a flurry of water birds. Wait. Lin Luo quickly grasped Melina's arm. It was evident that Melina intended to exchange injury for injury. Yet she seemed to have forgotten that her great rune had been bestowed upon Lin Luo, and the vampiric power it conferred was now lost. Melina had evidently become accustomed to this aggressive tactic, instinctively wielding her sword in the presence of an adversary. As Lin Luo had become somewhat of an older brother figure to her, he could not bear to watch her sustain harm. There was no need to meet the flame giant's formidable strike head-on. The group hastily retreated, and Lansangs transformed into human form. As for why they wouldn't confront the flame giant directly, the dragon remarked that, being a girl, it was rather absurd to engage in a brawl with the giant. The disc in the giant's hand carved a path through the snow as it approached Lin Luo and the others, and upon reaching them, it swung the disc. Although they managed to evade the arc of the disc, the snow within it cascaded toward them, resembling a miniature avalanche. While the impact was not lethal, Lin Luo wished to avoid such a disheveled situation, particularly with his wife and sister present. He leaped forward, positioning himself before the group. The frenzied fire enveloped Lin Luo's entire being. With a mighty breath, he unleashed a torrent of golden flames, the frenzied fire erupting forth and consuming the falling snowflakes. The intensity of the frenzied fire remained unabated as it surged toward the flame giant. Yet, unexpectedly, this once unfaltering fire, which had proven effective against even the likes of Raton and deities, seemed to falter this time. The frenzied fire clawed toward the flame giant with relentless ferocity. However, Lin Luo distinctly observed that the flames surged across the giant's body, leaving even the tuft of red hair at its waist unscathed. This left Lin Luo somewhat taken aback. Oh, roar! The fire giant emitted a furious bellow, seemingly enraged by Lin Luo's attack. A colossal disc, accompanied by a whistling wind, came crashing down. This was neither a mere cycle nor a game. Had it been before, Lin Luo would have simply chosen to roll away, rendering the giant's attack futile. Yet, in reality, the enormous disc, with a radius exceeding 10 meters, obscured even the light above Lin Luo's head. Brother, Lin Luo! Both Marlenia and Millicent exclaimed simultaneously, perhaps out of concern. They did not forget Lin Luo's formidable strength, but simply wished to prevent him from harm. In such battles, the two women could hardly demonstrate significant prowess. Much like Marlenia's earlier confrontation with Raton, where she was nearly outmatched before the Crimson Decay blossomed. Her flowing sword techniques were rendered nearly ineffective against Raton's overwhelming might with the Shattering Star Greatsword. And as for the fire giant, its attacks relied almost solely on brute force, which was of little consequence. In an instant, two sharp, white sword shadows appeared, leaving Vic astounded at the unfolding scene. The two sword arcs moved with perfect harmony, akin to flowing water, their speed remarkable. Before the giant's iron disc could descend, the two women swiftly reached the fire giant's feet. The two water birds danced chaotically, striking the fire giant's legs. No matter how tough his skin, he could not withstand the onslaught from the two Valkyries. Blood erupted into the air, falling onto the snow like vibrant red plum blossoms. Feeling the immense pain in his legs, the fire giant faltered, suddenly losing the strength to support himself, and instinctively knelt upon the ground. The disc consequently missed its target, crashing into the snow and creating a massive crater, white mist rising from the impact. That was rather brutal. Lin Luo quietly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. It seemed clear that he could no longer provoke his sister and wife. Otherwise, he might find himself overwhelmed by their sudden onslaught of water birds. With no place left to cry, the battle was not yet over. Despite the heavy blow, the fire giant still struggled to rise. Although he had failed twice before, they could discern his intentions. At that moment, Vic and Lansankis exchanged a glance and nodded. In his right hand, a brilliant red lightning spear began to coalesce as the fire giant continued to struggle to stand. The two charged towards the giant, leaping high into the air, their dragon spears magnifying several times in size. From Lin Luo's perspective, Vic and Lansankis' dragon spears resembled a massive dragon soaring through the sky, extending its claws, infused with thunder, aimed fiercely at the fire giant. Their target was the giant's singular eye upon its chest. The two individuals unanimously concluded that this was the Achilles heel of the flame giant. Ancient dragon thunder spear. Their voices resonated in the air. A crimson lightning flickered atop the giant's peak, followed immediately by the anguished wails of the flame giant. Arc, roar. Lin Luo instinctively covered his ears. However, none of them noticed that amidst the flame giant's lament, there was a distinct second presence. Was that the wail of the sunflower demon? Chapter 164. The sun god Lin Luo, who possessed the fiery flame, had always been exceptionally sensitive to temperature. As the dragon thunder spears of Vic and Lansanks struck the single eye on the flame giant's chest, Lin Luo sensed a searing heat emanating from it. He fixated on the chest of the flame giant, observing as the single eye gradually flushed red, and a viscous red liquid began to ooze forth. It was not blood, but magma. Run, Lin Luo urged, aware that this magma was unlike the molten rock from volcanic abodes. Its scorching temperature was sufficient to ignite the golden tree. Vic, too, reacted swiftly, hastily retreating upon hearing Lin Luo's warning. Just as they both retreated at lightning speed, the flame giant's chest erupted, the small opening resembling a dormant volcano. Magma was instantly spewed into the sky, enveloping a significant portion of the heavens. I shall take the front, Lin Luo declared, positioning himself before the others, brandishing his staff. Meteor of destruction. A violet glow coalesced at the tip of his staff, and beams of light surged skyward. As the magma descended, the meteoric shards pierced through it, siphoning its heat and hurtling toward the flame giant with unyielding force, imbued with fierce magic. The magma drifting through the air, having lost its warmth, transformed into clumps of mud and black ash. The flame giant, still sprawled on the ground with magma gushing from its chest, had yet to regain its footing when the meteor of destruction struck once more. Boom, bang, bang. The meteors appeared brilliant, resembling a colossal, shimmering fire dragon. As they crashed into the flame giant's chest, the magic searing its skin and producing a crackling sound, occasionally followed by explosions. Lin Luo had no intention of halting. The meteor of destruction continued to ravage the flame giant's form. At that moment, Lin Luo raised his staff again with his left hand, gently swaying it in the air for several seconds. Starfall rang. Lin Luo's lips moved, uncertain of how to commence, perhaps believing that uttering the name of the spell would lend it an air of grandeur. Since the last time he had employed this magic against the avatar of Mungert, which had been dispatched in an instant, its formidable power had gone largely unappreciated. Although mockingly referred to as scraping rain, this magic, celebrated as one of the legendary spells, possessed its unique and potent strengths. A violet nebula emerged above the fire giant, and before it could react, the purple specks began to fall like raindrops. The fire giant, colossal in stature and now prone on the ground, bore the brunt of the meteor showers, each wave of meteors striking it with precision. The earlier avatar of Mungert had been pierced through by the meteor storm, and one could only imagine the devastation wrought upon the giant's form as it attempted to withstand each falling star. The fire giant sensed the lethal peril brought forth by the violet nebula. With an unknown surge of strength, it struggled to raise the disk in its hand, positioning it before its chest in a futile attempt to shield itself from the myriad of tiny meteors raining down. At this sight, Lansankis could not help but take a step back, seeking refuge behind Vic. "Your companion is quite ruthless," Lansankis remarked, covering her eyes, though her fingers allowed glimpses of her slit pupils. Vic, however, remained unfazed. "I've witnessed far greater brutality. That damned Lin Luo once wielded the death rune against me, and I said nothing." Naturally, Vic refrained from divulging his own dark past. Observing the fire giant, who was rendered incapable of coherent movement by the two legendary spells, Lin Luo noted its trembling legs and raised his staff once more. "2 strikes already, what's one more?" he declared. "Comet Yasler." A turquoise laser ignited the air. Lansankis quietly closed her fingers, while Vic slowly turned away. As he did, Lansankis distinctly heard him muttering, "What a sin, what a sin." Meanwhile, Marlenia and Millicent exhibited little reaction to the unfolding scene. After years of warfare, such sights had likely become commonplace. If it were any other being, even a demigod, they might not have withstood 2 such blows. After all, Lin Luo had long since acquired the power of a deity. As the dust settled, Lin Luo gradually lowered his staff, fixing his gaze upon the fire giant. The creature was now barely clinging to life, its disc having fallen helplessly to the snow, its arms limp at its sides. The once ruddy skin was now marred by Lin Luo's magical onslaught, blood staining the fire giant's entire form. Its legs, having endured the full brunt of Lin Luo's Comet Yasler, had turned to char. Although it had escaped the tragic fate of the ham, its current state was hardly commendable. Nevertheless, the fire giant possessed an undeniable resilience. Lin Luo could still perceive the slight rise and fall of its chest. Perhaps this was a testament to the divinity residing within. Lin Luo furrowed his brow as he approached the fire giant. "This shouldn't be. Is it truly this robust? Have I weakened, or has it grown stronger? How can it still be alive?" Lansankis, having opened her eyes at some point, gazed in astonishment at the still-breathing fire giant. The aura just now was even more potent than the power of the Dragon King from before. How could this fiery giant withstand such blows and still remain alive? "Within him resides a deity," Lin Luo replied nonchalantly, having sensed the condition of the fiery giant. Its true form had perished. What remained was the malevolent god of the sun. As Lin Luo's words faded, the chest of the fiery giant began to writhe. The singular eye upon its chest gradually split open, and a crimson arm emerged from within. "What on earth is this?" Vic squinted in disbelief, realizing that it was not merely the fiery giant that breathed, but rather a person concealed within its chest. While the others were still grappling with the shocking and grotesque spectacle before them, the blood-red figure had already crawled out, producing an eerie sound. It was then they noticed he had no head. However, this doubt quickly dissipated as crimson flames followed the figure, entwining themselves around him. The flames ascended, forming a head made of fire atop the figure. As the figure floated upwards, a voice resonated in the air. "I am the sun god." The 4 stared in bewilderment at the sun god hovering above. How utterly awkward. Lin Luo supported his forehead, exasperated, his feet digging into the ground beneath him. Perhaps you should descend to converse?" Seemingly aware of the bizarre circumstances, the sun god slowly descended. Why do you not speak? Are you awestruck by my formidable power? Ha ha. Truly, I am impressive. Lance Sanks quietly stepped back, covering his mouth with his right hand, whispering, "Is this god perhaps a bit unhinged?" Vic paused, instinctively wanting to nod in agreement, but remembered that most gods seem to possess their own peculiarities. Let us not speak ill of him. He is a god after all, and a few eccentricities can be understood. The two conspired loudly, entirely oblivious to Lin Luo's darkening expression nearby. Keep it down, will you? I don't know what others think, but it sounds like you're mocking him. Ignoring the antics of the comical couple, Lin Luo turned his attention to the so-called sun god, drawing forth the sword of the hunting deity. This entity proclaimed itself the sun god, likely the deity worshipped in Soul City. The higher power of Soul City had been the city of the sun, now long extinguished, its radiance obscured by the golden tree. He proclaims himself as the sun god, yet is vanquished and sealed by the golden clan, branded with the title of the malignant god of sunfire. It seems rather unjust, as he has done nothing wrong, merely possessing power that is particularly effective against the golden tree. He is sealed in a perplexing manner, with his followers either perishing or fleeing. Undoubtedly the most tragic of deities. At last, he has emerged, the accursed supreme, while still attempting to confine me. The so-called sun god pays no heed to the gazes of those present, erupting into laughter. Although devoid of a head, Lin Luo can easily imagine his lecherous grin through the flames. Hey there, young man. You must be the one who released me. The malignant god of Sunfire's gaze fixates on Lin Luo, and he casually drapes an arm around him. Marlenia instinctively moves forward to intervene, but Lin Luo gestures for her to stand down. Of course, it remains uncertain whether this creature is acting intentionally. True to his name, the sun god radiates heat. His right hand rests on Lin Luo's shoulder, which is now infused with frenzied fire, an elemental body. Otherwise, one would notice that the large section of shoulder armor has vanished entirely. Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my premier warrior. What do you say? Are you interested in joining me? I guarantee you'll be punching demigods and kicking with style. Not interested. Haha, you have discerning taste, I knew it. Wait, what did you just say? The sun god's words abruptly halt. Lin Luo scratches his head, remaining silent, yet his eyes convey his sentiment. Not interested? The sun god appears incredulous. You dare refuse me? Do you have any idea what the consequences of rejecting me are? Oh my god, brother. Do you realize you just missed a rare opportunity? Ah, I see now. You must think the position I offered is beneath you. Even though my followers are few, I still have over 100 left. No, this is intolerable. I must bind us as sworn brothers. From now on, you shall stand one beneath me, yet above all others. Oh no, we shall both be above all. What do you say, brother? Doesn't that sound enticing? Consider it. Lin Luo is nearly overwhelmed by the sun god's incessant chatter. Good heavens, how long was he imprisoned to become such a loquacious being? Would you dare repeat what you just said? Before Lin Luo can respond, the sun god continues speaking. He inadvertently notices the weapon in Lin Luo's grasp, the great sword of the hunting deity. Ah, what is that? The sun god's pupils dilate. His gaze fixated on the sword in Lin Luo's hand. Wait. The sun god swiftly crouches before Lin Luo, his hollow eyes locked onto the sword, extending his withered arms to touch it, only to retract them hastily. Oh, what a familiar scent. It's her, my darling. The sun god inhales deeply, emitting a peculiar sound. It is she, and what is her relationship with you? Is she not my baby, whom I implore you to rescue? I am certain she cannot bear to part with me. Alas, she has already succumbed to despair. Lin Luo, overwhelmed with emotion, attempted to speak several times, but was incessantly interrupted. This caused his countenance to darken. Enough is enough, Lin Luo exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to his head, causing the crimson skull to spin numerous times before gradually coming to a halt. The Huntress Queen had never mentioned you. Oh wait. She referred to me as the Sunfire Demon, not the Sun God. Furthermore, I did not intentionally save you. I merely seek to ascend to the great cauldron of flames above. Do you see? I intend to ignite trees, to set them ablaze. Kindly step aside and do not waste my time. I have no interest in becoming your brother. Otherwise, I shall not hold back. Lin Luo, possibly influenced by him, unleashed a barrage of words, akin to a machine gun, surpassing all expectations. The sun god paused momentarily, his vacant gaze fixed upon Lin Luo, seemingly contemplating something. Ah, you wish to burn trees? Oh dear brother, you had best refrain from that. Are you acquainted with witches? Let me tell you. I have witnessed quite clearly within that fire giant, several fated beings ventured forth, burning their own witches, and due to skipping classes, they failed to ignite the trees, which were instead absorbed by the fire giant. The witches perished, and so did the people. Thus, you clearly did not grasp the crux of the matter, did you? Lin Luo felt utterly speechless. This deity seemed rather frivolous. Moreover, what was with your call of brother? Are we familiar? No need for me to burn witches. Lin Luo replied helplessly, a golden flame flickering in the palm of his right hand. I possess this. Ah, what? How did you come into contact with the power of chaos? Hurry over here. Allow your elder brother to remove it, the sun god exclaimed, rushing towards Lin Luo with outstretched hands. Hey, what are you doing? Get away. No. Damn it. Why are you tugging at my pants? Chapter 166. The past of the sun god. Ultimately, under the force of Lin Luo's powerful punch, the sun god ceased his movements. You dared to strike me? You actually struck me, the sun god exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Luo cast a sidelong glance, a chaotic flame swirling in his palm. This is unnecessary. I do not require your assistance. The fool you refer to as chaos seeks to absorb my runes, but I have seized the chaotic fire. You need not worry about me. But what is your intention? Are you not all mere fated beings, detestable outsiders, foolish ants? Why do you cling to me as your younger brother? Lin Luo queried, perplexed. Are you unwell? The sun god, taken aback, clearly did not anticipate such a response. Because I too am of the boundary realm, the sun god replied without a moment's hesitation. What? Lin Luo appeared utterly bewildered. Previously, he had heard from the Huntress Queen that he was merely a local deity. Haha, I used to be a mere soldier, and by some twist of fate, I acquired the power of the sun. However, I have little interest in becoming a king. The sun god shrugged and pointed to his own head. Then, something in my mind took control of me. It insisted on creating the Sun City in the name of the sun god. I suppose it was about collecting some form of faith. Regardless, it controlled me, and I could see how it manipulated me. It was quite vexing, for that feeling was utterly stifling. Do you understand what I mean? Brother, you wouldn't wish to experience the sensation of having your body governed by another. I resolved to resist. The will of a slacker like me would not falter at such a moment. And then, did you succeed in your rebellion? Lin Luo remained perplexed. Did you truly vanquish that god in such a manner? Is this god's portrayal somewhat hasty? Of course not. I couldn't overpower it. However, the Huntress Queen soon arrived. Oh my god, my darling. She came to my rescue. As he spoke, the sun god glanced at the great sword in Lin Luo's hand. This is it, my darling. She is magnificent and powerful, wielding the death rune with unparalleled mastery. I was instantly captivated by her. Unfortunately, you missed the spectacle. In just a few exchanges, that god was cleaved into oblivion. At that moment, I thought I would perish alongside that wretched deity. But I was indifferent. My condition was scarcely different from death. Moreover, I thought dying at the hands of my darling would not be so bad. It was certainly preferable to watching others misuse my body day after day. I was quite dazed at the time, and when I finally regained consciousness, I had no idea how much time had passed. You cannot imagine the blow it was when I discovered that my entire body was gone. What a tremendous shock that was. You must understand, I was still. Ahem, you heard nothing. The sun god's expression flushed, albeit he had no face, and he quickly changed the subject. There was no choice. It's better to live than to die painfully, so I simply slipped away to the borderlands. You wouldn't believe it, but that power is quite effective. Although few with dull minds dare to provoke me, given my appearance, most people would likely ignore me. With that, the sun god pointed to the flaming visage that constituted his head. There's nothing I can do about this appearance. Oh, Lin Luo looked at him in confusion, realizing that his own elemental form bore a striking resemblance. Mine can do that. Lin Luo feigned surprise, his entire being becoming ethereal as his body gradually transformed into a flickering flame. His current state seemed to declare, I have vanished. I have transformed once more. Strike me if you will. The sun god, suppressing his urge to lash out, continued. However, as I traverse the boundary realm, I encounter individuals whose sanity I question. Upon seeing me, they react as though they have beheld their own progenitors, insisting on following me while clad in vibrant red robes, claiming it to be the color of their deity. Upon returning to the summit of the giant mountain in the snowy expanse, I inexplicably found myself surrounded by a horde of giant devotees. Perhaps my allure is simply too potent, haha? He laughed heartily, feeling a rare moment of pride in his own power. Yet, this laughter was fleeting. His expression quickly shifted to one of profound despondency, followed by a surge of wrath. This was all until I encountered that wretched band, the Supreme Will. They arrived in the boundary realm, establishing their laws and planting the magnificent golden tree. From that moment on, I sensed my strength gradually diminishing, yet I paid it no heed, for I have always believed in the sufficiency of my power. After all, I am but a salted fish, until that cursed golden clan set their sights upon me, under the guise of claiming that possessing this power is a sin. They sought to extinguish my life. However, the power of the sun seems eternal, apart from the death rune that can slay the bearer. This strength is nearly impossible to seize. An army approached, comprising demigods and deities, save for the supreme will. Nearly all had come, especially that one named Marika. She is formidable. Even my former beloved pales in comparison to her might, let alone my own half-hearted abilities. The giants were slaughtered mercilessly. They endeavored to kill me. Yet nearly all physical and magical assaults inflicted minimal harm. They soon discovered my resilience and devised a strategy, sealing me within the last remaining giant's form. I had initially planned to exert control over the giant as the sun god once controlled me, but little did I know they had also placed a seal upon the giant. I found myself once again in that awkward predicament, simultaneously, due to my powers. The paper giant transformed into a fiery colossus. As a fire giant, its strength surged to new heights. Many have ventured here, and I genuinely hope they can vanquish the fire giant. Even if it means my demise, I would welcome it, for it is far preferable to this sunless existence. The sun god spoke through tears, revealing the injustices he had endured over the years. Lin Luo listened quietly from the side, though he had not experienced it firsthand. He could imagine the anguish, likely more unbearable than being controlled by the supreme will. After all, should the supreme will seize control of Lin Luo's will, it would leave him no chance of survival. Merely death would await him. In comparison, the previous Ionian and the Mother of Truth led far more comfortable lives than his own. The deity before him could indeed be deemed the most tragic of gods. Chapter 167, The Burning Golden Tree. Your experiences are quite extensive. I, too, am reluctant. I merely wish to exist as a salted fish. In any case, it is said that the original sun god has long been vanquished, leaving you to usurp his place. Ah, to become a salted fish, is that your intent? What do you mean by usurpation? This is my body. Oh no, my body is already lost. He brought about his own demise. I cannot be blamed. Well, that conveys the gist of it. No need to nitpick. A few listeners absorbed the sun goddess tale, believing much of it, for they had encountered other deities, all of whom were exalted and distant. Deities as down-to-earth as the sun god are indeed a rarity. Well, I shan't linger on this. I must go tend to the trees. Do not cause chaos at the border. I have inherited the title of the hunter god. And should I discover you engaging in any improper deeds, I shall not show mercy. Lin Luo remarked lightly. You are now the only deity at the border capable of free movement, albeit somewhat diminished. What nonsense is that? What do you mean by diminished? The sun god retorted hastily. I am quite formidable. You wish to burn the trees? Allow me to assist. The accursed Golden Clan has confined me for so many years under this ridiculous, unfounded charge. Today, I shall bring that charge to fruition. I cannot remain imprisoned any longer. Lin Luo smiled faintly and stepped back a few paces. Very well, go ahead. Is this a trap? Observing Lin Luo with a cunning expression, the sun god felt a twinge of unease. However, having boasted, he found himself compelled to follow through. He steeled himself. It had been so long since he had wielded such power, and he wondered if he still could. The sun god levitated, soaring towards the location of the great cauldron of flames. Melina, look. It seems we can ignite the trees without the need for the frenzied fire. Lin Luo chuckled softly, folding his arms and murmuring. Melina, within Lin Luo, naturally heard his words clearly. However, it is not to suggest that the sun god would manifest every time. First, one must incapacitate the fire giant to prevent it from unleashing the sun god's powers, thus allowing this deity to be liberated. Otherwise, the witch's mission to burn the trees would be rendered unnecessary. Without much hesitation, the sun god unleashed the flames and power within him. The eternal flame within the cauldron also emanated from him. The witch's task of burning the trees had never been about self-immolation, but rather serving as the spark to ignite that flame. Now that its master had arrived, kindling it was merely a trivial matter. As the sun god drew nearer to the cauldron, the flames within surged, seemingly ecstatic at the arrival of their master. The sun god's voice resonated from the center of the cauldron, tinged with both fury and indignation. Burn it for me. Lin Luo responded with an air of incredulity. Gazing skyward, he comprehended why the title of sun god had been bestowed upon him. Melina, as the spark, was to ignite the flames within the cauldron. The sun god, embodying the essence of flame, ignited a conflagration using a great cauldron as the source of fire. Lin Luo had witnessed numerous instances of the golden tree ablaze. Whether it was Melina or Lin Luo himself consumed by the madness of fire, yet none could compare to the awe-inspiring spectacle unfolding before him now. The sky was suffused with a crimson glow, and as Lin Luo squinted his eyes, he beheld the sun, obscured until now by the brilliance of the golden tree. Re-emerging in its full glory, its searing radiance cascading down upon the boundary realm. Flames erupted from the sun god's form, gradually ascending the golden tree. A tempest of fire raged across the heavens, wild waves of flame clawing at the sky as if yearning to devour it entirely. Below, a shroud of smoke enveloped the scene, reminiscent of dense clouds steeped in darkness descending to the earth. Above this, a trembling, restless volcano seemed to stand sentinel. In no time, the flames engulfed the entire golden tree, causing the snow-capped mountains to tremble. The airborne golden tree transformed into a vivid scarlet. Appearing as if it were on the verge of being entirely consumed by fire, its illusory leaves morphing into runes scattered across the boundary. Yet, despite the sun god's conflagration rendering the golden tree into such a state, it did not signify the tree's complete destruction. Only the canopy was ablaze. Beneath it, the thorns of refusal were imbued with unique divine power, and coupled with the golden tree's inherent divinity, the flames could not reach nor consume them. The thorns of refusal could only be vanquished by the death rune. Old Granny Enya once advised, seek the source of fire. At the pinnacle of the boundary, there lay a colossal cauldron, from which wisps of smoke emanated. Within it resided the fire capable of incinerating the golden tree. However, to unleash the flames from the cauldron, a special fire source was required, one that could unveil the ethereal flames. Only by offering that individual as a sacrifice could the cauldron's fire obliterate the golden tree. The path to the death rune would then become clear. Although Granny Enya did not explicitly state that the death rune was essential for the destruction of the golden tree, her words implicitly conveyed that the incineration of the tree necessitated the death rune. Perhaps it was the very existence of the golden tree that fundamentally contradicted the essence of the death rune, thus allowing the death rune to extinguish the thorns of refusal. It could also be that the thorns bore the seal of Radagon, a manifestation of the fundamentalist golden law. Once the Destined Death was unleashed, the golden law would dissolve, thereby permitting the seal to be lifted and the thorns to be burned. It is futile to force an explanation for the game's portrayal of the tree being burned without igniting the thorns of refusal, unlike in the game, where progression of the narrative is necessary to access the tree. This scenario is not entirely fictitious, as the CG had previously indicated that the death rune had been unleashed. A pallid fate of death loomed over the boundary realm. Yet, those flames also consumed the thorns of refusal. It was time to bid farewell. One must ascend to become the Elden King. Indeed, Lin Luo could attempt to forcibly open the thorns of refusal, but that would mean confronting the Supreme Will prematurely, a venture he was reluctant to undertake without certainty. In the face of the Supreme Will, one must harness every ounce of potential at their disposal. Next comes the remnants of the death runes and the elusive deity worshipped by the Dragon King. Lin Luo's thoughts wandered as the group settled down, unaware that the burning of the trees was nearing its conclusion. The flames of the sun god gradually diminished, slowly descending from the sky. In that moment, he truly resembled a deity. However, his next words shattered that image entirely. Damn it, foolish golden kin. Your precious tree has been consumed by my flames. Chapter 168. The God of Chaos. Yet, the instant the golden tree ignited, the Supreme Will opened its colossal eyes. Mikela, has this insignificant insect reached this stage? If one were to stand beyond the boundary, they would understand why other deities could not enter. A massive black dragon, or rather, the Supreme Will, coiled around the entire boundary, enveloping not just the boundary itself, but also the desolate lands beyond. Its gargantuan form tightly encircled the domain, as if intent on merging the entire realm into one. Only the golden tree, standing tall at the center of the boundary, remained visible. Strangely, the roots of the golden tree were firmly connected to the tail of the Supreme Will. The interior of the boundary relied entirely on the golden tree for illumination, rendering the sun outside merely a fragment of its former self. Although the might of a deity is not solely determined by size, such a colossal form undoubtedly indicated immense power. The Supreme Will cast a glance at the burning golden tree in the center of the boundary, slightly loosening its form. In an instant, the sunlight seeped into the boundary. Thus, the sun that the sun god had just summoned was not of his own making, but rather that of the diminutive deity. The Supreme Will disdainfully regarded the burning figure beneath the golden tree. To it, this level of deity was no different from an insect. You may burn only if I permit it. Without my consent, you shall perish. The wretched Mikela's growth had far exceeded its expectations, possessing the strength of the great serpent, the true mother, the death runes, and a fragment of the chaotic flames. Moreover, it seemed that the portion of power scattered throughout the boundary, akin to the Elden Ring, had been nearly collected by him. This insufferable insect truly believed that gathering the strength of many insignificant beings would be sufficient to challenge me. The Supreme will reflected upon this, admitting to itself that it could barely tolerate the situation. Though it clung to a facade of defiance, it could not deny that Mikila's development was astonishingly unforeseen. Despite lingering apprehensions, it chose not to dwell on them. After years of absorbing the power of the boundary, it was on the verge of merging with it. Such strength was precisely why outer gods dared not covet the boundary. Mikila, is it? I shall await you. The Supreme will slowly close its eyes, intent on draining the nutrients from the golden tree. However, it failed to notice that as crimson flames ascended from the crown of the tree, a strand of golden fire cascaded downward. Hey, foolish golden clan, your precious tree is aflame. The classic saying, handsome for but 3 seconds, echoed in Lin Luo's mind as his face twitched in disbelief. Just as he was about to retort, a familiar aura surged forth. Wait. This presence was increasingly recognizable and increasingly alarming. This, for the first time, Lin Luo felt a chilling sensation, the essence of annihilation. The chaotic and tainted power. It was the frenzied fire. Vic gritted his teeth and spat out the words, frenzied fire. Upon hearing Vic, Lin Luo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Go. You all need to leave, he shouted to those behind him. Although Lin Luo was not afraid of it, the frenzied fire, as a deity, wielded destructive power, but its ability to manipulate the human heart was unparalleled. Without hesitation, even Melina emerged directly from within Lin Luo. He quickly entrusted the petite Lani to Melina. Melina, take them to the Grand Blessing, and bring Roderica and the blacksmith with you, by any means necessary. The chaotic god of frenzied fire is coming. Leave this to me, trust me, do not say more. It will be too late if you do. Lin Luo spoke rapidly, not allowing anyone a chance to interject. This was not solely directed at Melina, but also to the others around him. Melina remained silent, gazing deeply at Lin Luo before silently embracing him. Return safely, she said, turning to depart. No one understood better than her the power the frenzied fire held over the human heart. Remaining there would only hinder Lin Luo, potentially leading to a situation where the frenzied fire could manipulate her and the others against him. Now that would be truly cruel. She firmly believed that Lin Luo's strength could not be easily overcome by the likes of the frenzied fire. Marlenia and Millicent were no fools. They tacitly accepted Melina's decision to take them away. Vic, however, was still eager to confront the infernal frenzied fire, but was yanked away by Lansanks by the ear. Are you joking? You can't even handle a mere third finger. How do you think you can deal with this? The group huddled together, shimmering with golden light, and vanished in an instant. The sun god, observing this scene, was filled with confusion, on the cusp of asking what was amiss. Fool! Quickly, take cover, Lin Luo shouted, as a spiked strand of frenzied fire drew perilously close to the sun god's back. Although he was unaware of the true extent of Chaos's power, he could not dismiss the notion that it would not be trivial. The sun god was unreliable. What if he were struck down in an instant? The sudden onslaught of annihilation behind him made him realize Lin Luo's intent. Holy hell! Old Six! The sun god cursed, instinctively dodging. Although it was somewhat late, he managed to evade the attack. However, the chaotic flame still severed his right arm, which fell to the ground and instantly transformed into a wisp of dissipating fire. The chaotic flame. The sun god uttered a disdainful sound, glaring fiercely at his opponent. Oh, little broken deity, do you know who I am? The chaotic flame seemed unfamiliar with him, merely astonished that this being recognized its existence. Bah, you wretched god, my dear has already declared that you are nothing but debris. A nuisance, rubbish. You, what are you even saying? Can't you articulate properly? Must you stammer like a fool to appear educated? You're just a dim-witted god, and yet you dare ambush me? I shall incinerate you. The sun god continued his tirade, unable to contain his disdain for ambushers. He had yet to express his complete thoughts, as he had always detested such underhanded tactics. Today, encountering one, he felt compelled to teach a lesson. Meanwhile, the chaotic entity, having spent eons beyond the stars, had never encountered such insolence. Even when faced with the supreme will, it had never received such harsh words as those from this despicable god. How had he even ascended to divinity? For a moment, the chaotic being forgot the purpose of its intrusion. Chapter 169, Sun God versus Chaotic Flame. Damn it. Shut your foul mouth. The chaotic entity could no longer endure the sun god's incessant blabbering. With a flick of its ethereal right arm, a chaotic flame surged forth like a serpent, darting towards the sun god. Is this never-ending? Seeing the chaotic entity strike without warning, the sun god felt his anger rise. You dare ambush me again, thinking me easy prey? Fueled by rage, The sun god charged directly at the chaotic flame. The vivid red and golden flames erupted violently in the air, the two divine powers intertwining. The crimson edges of the flames bore a faint golden outline, raising the surrounding temperature dramatically. The snow was illuminated a deep red, and soon, the surrounding snow began to dissipate, transforming into steam and vanishing into the atmosphere. Two figures composed of flame hovered in midair, each confronting the other, having nearly discarded their corporeal forms. Humph, the chaotic entity sneered coldly. Even the most insignificant beings dare to act before me? The sun god, merely a waste borrowing power. Raising its hands high, the chaotic god summoned forth a surge of golden flames. The ancient snow atop the mountain began to melt, revealing the landscape as it had appeared millennia ago. Beside them, Lin Luo raised an eyebrow. Although he had sealed nearly half of the chaotic entity's power within himself, it was clear that he wielded far less strength than the chaotic being. Moreover, while Lin Luo possesses the ability to suppress the chaotic flames, he found himself struggling against the overwhelming force of the chaotic essence. After all, the chaotic flames derive from the very core of chaos itself, making them inseparable. A rather inappropriate analogy might be that Lin Luo has severed chaos's right arm and attached it to himself, yet its original master has returned, intent on reclaiming what is rightfully theirs. Fortunately, the chaotic flames are merely a fragment of Lin Luo's own power, and their surging energy was swiftly subdued by the death runes within him. The scene shifts back to the battle between the two deities. The crimson skull represents the sun god, while the fiery orb resembling an eye serves as the head of chaos. Drawing from the appearance of the chaotic flames, dozens of golden serpentine flames erupted from the eye atop chaos's head, shooting forth with incredible speed. Upon striking the moist earth, the soil instantly transformed into nothingness, only to rebound swiftly towards the sun god. Simultaneously, countless chaotic flames spread forth from the essence of chaos, encircling the area and relentlessly advancing towards the sun god. Confronted with the fierce onslaught of chaos, the sun god remained expressionless, primarily due to his lack of a face. He was not one to engage in idle banter. He was well aware of chaos's formidable strength. At the very least, among the deities he recognized, chaotic flames ranked among the top three. First was the supreme will, followed by the moonlight of the stars, and then came the chaotic flames. Although their presence had diminished significantly since their initial confrontation, their power was not something a lesser deity like himself could contend with. However, a deity would never relinquish their name. If that day were to come, it would only be at the moment of death. He inherited not only the strength of the sun god, but also the pride that accompanied it. The sun god, sealed by the Golden Clan and unable even to take his own life, bore an immense fury. Having just vented his frustration by burning a wretched tree, he was now confronted by a fool who dared to ambush him, and to add insult to injury, the audacity to belittle him as if it was an honor to be attacked. How dare you? Do you think I fear you? With a thunderous roar, the sun god summoned forth the flames behind him, which surged upward, directed towards him. As he guided the inferno, the solar flames tore through the encirclement of chaotic flames, creating a substantial breach. As the dozens of golden chaotic flames approached the sun god, the solar flames stood resolutely in front of him. Even as they were repeatedly torn apart, the flames behind him seemed inexhaustible, continuously replenishing themselves. From an external perspective, the two deities appeared evenly matched for the moment. Yet the sun god understood that even at the onset of defending against chaos's assault, he was beginning to struggle. He recognized that mere defense was not sufficient to counter the chaotic flames. He needed a means to retaliate. Flames, grant me your strength. The sun god raised his right hand, gathering a sphere of flame within his palm, and forcefully struck it against his chest. As the moment of impact reached his chest, the figure, initially engulfed in vibrant crimson flames, began to gradually transform from the center of his chest into white flames, which soon became intermingled with a brilliant blue radiance. At this juncture, his temperature had ascended to a critical threshold. Ultimately, with a renewed surge of power emanating from his grasp, his form shifted to a celestial azure, a hue reminiscent of the stars. Such a color could only be birthed from the intense combustion within planetary interiors. It was astonishing that it had been conjured by the sun god himself. Even the chaotic flame was taken aback. For this enigmatic figure before him was not merely an incarnation of the sun, but rather a mortal who had harnessed a fragment of the sun god's essence. There existed such sun gods beyond the boundary, even amongst the stars. He had always held disdain for these false deities. However, the mortal before him astonishingly manifested the might of the sun, radiating the temperature capable of igniting celestial bodies, cloaked in azure flames. Although the chaotic flame lacked exceptional prowess in terms of flame temperature, it surpassed other forms of fire in various other respects. Yet ultimately, the chaotic flame too belonged to the domain of fire. Faced with the pinnacle of this fiery temperature, even chaos experienced a rare moment of trepidation. Seizing this fleeting distraction, the sun god commanded, "Perish." The nearby solar flame converged upon the azure fire, and the previously defiant chaotic flame, confronted by such extreme heat, retreated frantically as if a mouse before a cat. In contrast, the solar flame surged forward with unyielding momentum, encircling the chaotic flame in an instant. How is this possible? The chaotic flame had yet to react when it found itself airborne. A vortex of azure flames enveloped it, propelling it skyward at an astonishing speed. The sun god chuckled heartily. The chaotic flame is but this. With a feigned grip of his fists, he directed his focus toward the chaotic flame suspended in the air. Die! Boom! The vortex erupted, scattering the chaotic flame amidst the heavens, casting a colossal sunlit glow above. Golden hues intermingled with blue flames cascaded down, reminiscent of a splendid fireworks display. Chapter 170. The Intent of the Chaotic Flame. Boom! The explosion reverberated in Lin Luo's ears, and the searing heat lingered nearby. The imprint of the sun hung in the air, confirming that the preceding events were no mere illusion. Goodness, how powerful is this being? Lin Luo exclaimed in astonishment. This god, seemingly unserious, wielded the power of the sun to such an extent. Could it be that the sun god was merely a lazy deity, whose divine attributes aligned perfectly to unleash even greater strength? Of course not. The sun god's sudden display of might was significantly influenced by the fiery cauldron behind him, as well as his own mastery over his divine powers. The flame cauldron resembles a unique weapon of the deities, capable of unleashing the full potential of the sun goddess power. The chaotic fire, unaware of the gravity of the situation, found itself too late as the flames surged forth. The sun god appeared to have exerted considerable effort, gradually descending from the heavens. Gasping for breath. "Hey, little brother, I'm not too shabby, am I? Let me tell you, this wretched deity is quite formidable, damn it. It's nearly drained me completely. Acknowledge me as your elder brother, and I shall guide you. I am indeed the elder brother." Lin Luo stood in stunned silence for a moment, uncharacteristically refraining from reprimanding him, merely responding with a faint utterance. The sun god was evidently taken aback by Lin Luo's unexpected words, a glimmer of joy surfacing within him. That won't do. I am older than you. I am the elder brother. You are talking nonsense. My psychological age surpasses yours, Lin Luo retorted. Don't push your luck. I have never recognized a younger brother before. Do not be ungrateful. That is not acceptable. I must be the elder brother. Let us settle this with a fight. Fine. Let us fight. Wait, I suppose being the younger brother isn't too bad if you first put down my baby's weapon. Actually, I think I could accept the position of elder brother. From now on, you shall be my elder brother. Well, I'll begrudgingly accept you as my younger brother. Your strength is passable. Lin Luo slowly approached, sitting before the sun god, resting an arm upon his shoulder. Unfortunately, you and that wretched chaos still fall short. Lin Luo sighed, uncertain of the true meaning behind his words. What? The sun god was momentarily perplexed, wondering what such a statement could imply. How could that wretched deity be anything but inferior? The sun god opened his mouth, but the words failed to escape his lips, as he sensed his consciousness beginning to blur. Was he simply exhausted, or was he on the brink of death? The sun god's lips parted slightly, and Lin Luo clearly discerned the three words that remained: to die. Lin Luo shook his head, his gaze suddenly transforming into one of fierce intent. He was all too familiar with the power of the chaotic fire, as familiar as he was with his own abilities. While the participant may be bewildered, the observer sees clearly. The sun god seemed oblivious as, in the instant the chaotic fire dissipated, he directly merged into the flames of the sun god. The true strength of the chaotic fire lay not in its inherent power, but rather in its arcane and capricious abilities, its void, its capacity to seize control, and its manipulation of the human heart. Before him stood the sun god, having maximized the power of solar flames. Yet his own will and spirit had not undergone sufficient refinement. The chaotic fire was indeed a master at toying with the souls and consciousness of others. Although it had lost a portion of its strength and found itself at a disadvantage in direct confrontation with the sun god, its greatest talent remained intact. To manipulate the sun god was merely child's play. Suddenly, the voice of the sun god shifted, revealing the voice of the chaotic fire. Should one not commend the offspring nurtured by the supreme will? Let me ponder for a moment. Your name is Michaela, is it not? The voice of the chaotic madness fire was remarkably flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Oh, Lin Luo displayed a mysterious smile. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge, do you not? Quite a bit. At last, the emotion of the chaotic madness fire was stirred by Lin Luo. Although you are but an insignificant ant, I must admit I hold a measure of admiration for you. I have closely observed the schemes of that wretched black serpent. He cannot extinguish my existence, nor can he hinder my progress. And you? Initially, I merely considered you a pawn to be eliminated from the Supreme Will's game. Yet that accursed creature, the black serpent, to prevent you from falling under the control of the madness fire. He not only bestowed upon you the rune of death, but also provided methods to suppress the madness fire. The tone of the chaotic madness fire bore traces of anger. Yet simultaneously, he harbored a misunderstanding regarding the Supreme Will. He recognized Lin Luo as Michaela, but remained oblivious to the fact that Michaela's original power, pure gold, was indeed Lin Luo's own strength. He understood that Lin Luo was Michaela, but failed to grasp that she was no longer the Michaela of the past. The Supreme Will was also unaware that Michaela had long been supplanted by Lin Luo's will, or perhaps, fused with the schemes of the Supreme Will and the Outer God. That accursed black serpent, while it incited my ire, simultaneously brought me joy. It has faltered. You have disrupted its plan. Ha! In an effort to prevent my divine intervention, it granted you powers beyond its control. Powers that it cannot wield signify total defeat. Of course, it possesses the ability to overturn the board, yet it lacks the will. This foolish serpent, after millennia of strategizing, shall not cease its machinations for the sake of an insignificant ant like you. The chaotic madness fire laughed heartily. Until you once again arrive at the seal of madness fire. I never anticipated that I would have to intervene personally. Realizing that you have mastered the rune of death to such a degree, it is then that I understand the price that the black serpent was willing to pay for you. Know this, the black serpent's dominion over the boundary. The rune of death was one of its objectives as well. Oh, Lin Luo tilted his head in curiosity. TSK, after sharing so much with me. Should I not thank you? How amusing that villains so readily disclose their intentions. I find myself compelled to comment. The chaotic madness fire, unperturbed by any inclination to retort, continued to laugh uproariously. Ha! Though you have seized my power, that simultaneously tolls the bell for your requiem. Ant, you, Michaela, you truly are a benefactor to me. I fear not your knowledge of these matters, for once I claim your vessel, all the black serpent's millennia-long schemes shall revert to me. My power shall belong to me. As the words of the chaotic madness fire reverberated, a violent surge erupted within Lin Luo, causing the suppression of the rune of death to gradually loosen. Chapter 171. The seal of pure gold. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Luo applauded enthusiastically. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Lin Luo shook his head, entirely disregarding the surging madness coursing through his veins. However, do you not realize that in your current state, you bear no distinction from the Supreme Will? Lin Luo spoke with an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the threatening words of the madness. What does it mean? What does it mean? You shall soon discover. A mysterious smile crossed Lin Luo's lips, eliciting a wave of unease within the chaotic being. Huh, such theatrics. The chaos cast aside the strange thoughts swirling in his mind and reached out towards Lin Luo. What do you intend to do? Lin Luo deftly sidestepped, a playful smirk adorning his face. Impossible. The chaotic madness faltered momentarily. Lin Luo's form was composed entirely of his own power. Just moments ago, he could distinctly sense the madness within Lin Luo, believing he could easily control his body. Yet now, how could Lin Luo move? If he were still among the stars, it would be another matter. But now, having arrived at the boundary, so close to Lin Luo, how could he not control him? He possessed half of the madness within him. Logically, the chaotic madness should have been able to trigger his self-destruction without issue. Where lay the problem? This uncertainty plagued him. Before a deity, his golden needle could never suppress the madness. If Michaela truly possessed such ability, he would have undoubtedly ascended to divinity long ago. Of course, the root of this was that the chaotic being's understanding of Lin Luo was limited to the death rune. He was unaware that Lin Luo's current power had escalated to a terrifying level. By the way, the chaotic madness had another akin to his plight, Ionia, who bore the crimson decay upon Marika. It was possible that her affliction was more than merely half. One sought to escape with their life, the other, to fulfill a grander ambition. Just as Lin Luo absorbed Ionia's power, he would employ the same method to consume the madness. Although Lin Luo forged his body using madness, he could equally devour it to remold his form. This was no arduous task. Upon sensing the presence of madness, he commenced the remolding process. Lin Luo had not intended to take this route, as he originally aimed to absorb the power of the Sun Evil God and subsequently remold his body. However, the god was surprisingly amiable, assisting him in burning trees and even recognizing him as an elder brother, which made it difficult for Lin Luo to act against him. Furthermore, with the recent arrival of chaotic madness, he was compelled to begin the consumption of madness without hesitation. The serpent's ability to absorb was nearly omnipotent. Even the crimson decay from Marania would not take long to assimilate, let alone the madness within Lin Luo himself. Absorption required a period of time. The sun god also made significant contributions by delaying the chaotic madness, even shattering the chaotic being's form. This afforded Lin Luo ample opportunity to seamlessly merge with the madness. Albeit the sun god did not intend to assist, it was merely a fortunate coincidence. Yet, this cannot alter the reality that it was the sun god who aided Lin Luo. As the last two strands of chaotic fire surged into his skin, Lin Luo's smile grew ever more radiant. "I must say, you are truly hopelessly foolish," he remarked, slowly rising to his feet and lightly clenching his fist. His body felt remarkably comfortable. "Now, the rest shall be entrusted to me." With a calm voice, Lin Luo directed his sharp gaze towards the chaotic fire, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. In the face of the chaotic fire's astonished expression, it attempted once more to stir the chaotic flames within Lin Luo, seeking to regain control over his body. However, to its astonishment, the chaotic flames within Lin Luo began to dissipate, not in the sense of disappearing, but rather, the flames under its control were vanishing. How could this be? Where's my power? Damn you, insignificant insect, what have you done? For the first time, the chaotic fire was engulfed in panic. The flames coexisted with it. The portion of Lin Luo's flames it had lost was not merely its power, but a fragment of its very essence, the source of divinity itself. "I told you, you are far too foolish." Lin Luo chuckled coldly, raising both hands towards the chaotic fire. Pure golden seal. A virtual golden membrane instantly enveloped the chaotic fire entirely. This was not an inherent ability of Lin Luo, but rather a power inherited from Michaela's memories. Michaela had created the pure golden needle to assist Marlenia in suppressing the crimson decay within her. The pure golden seal was Michaela's method of countering the bloom of the crimson decay flower. This seal was immensely powerful, representing the pinnacle of pure golden prayers. It must be said, aside from her frail body, Michaela possessed no other deficiencies. Now, as Michaela, or Lin Luo, he was more than adequate to ascend to divinity and become a god in his own right. Upon witnessing Lin Luo's actions, the chaotic fire initially displayed disdain. It did not believe Michaela could devise a means to trap it. No one can, not even the Supreme will. However, the chaotic fire underestimated the resolve of mortals in their struggle against deities. Utilizing divine power to manifest mortals' absolute means of resistance could yield unexpected results. Haha, just a mere mortal, and you think this flimsy membrane can confine me? Michaela, though I know not what trickery you employ to seize my power, I assure you, it is futile. The chaotic fire is my essence, intertwined with my being. No matter how you absorb it, my essence will always attract itself. This is beyond your reach. The chaotic fire raised its hand and slowly placed it upon the golden seal. Golden flames intermingled with crimson sunfire, gradually crawling up the surface of the golden membrane. Just a mere mortal seal. I can shatter it with a snap of my fingers. The seal remained unresponsive. Break, coughing slightly, as if feeling a bit embarrassed. The chaotic fire once again raised its hand, allowing the fire and sun to surge forth slowly from its body. Damn, it's somewhat embarrassing. This time, it must be resolved in one go. Humph, I can shatter it with a mere snap of my fingers. The chaotic inferno roared in fury, and in an instant, flames surged to fill the rectangular seal. The searing heat within the seal unleashed itself freely, causing the golden membrane to take on a faint reddish hue. Yet, this slight discoloration could not alter the fact that the chaotic inferno was incapable of breaking the seal. Lin Luo's figure gradually approached, adopting an exceedingly exaggerated expression. A mere seal? I can break it with a snap. Truly impressive, isn't it? Chapter 172. Chaotic Inferno 2. Damn. Despicable native. Lowly outsider. Do you know who you are facing? The chaotic inferno spat insults. I am the great god of chaos. You are but a trivial native of this borderland, daring to speak such words to a deity. Damn it, here we go again. Lin Luo sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. He was nearly numb to these words. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers, causing the golden membrane to swiftly close. The once chattering chaotic inferno, its vaguely visible humanoid form, was instantly crushed by the golden seal, leaving behind only a layer of red flames, flickering with golden edges, burning fiercely within the seal. You damn native. Cease your incessant wailing. Are you truly unaware of your imminent demise? Lin Luo stepped forward and delivered a kick, sending the rectangular seal rolling several times before it finally came to a halt. Imminent demise? The chaotic inferno paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. It seemed as though it had heard an absurd joke. You intend to kill me? Ha ha. That is truly amusing. Are you jesting? My apologies. I had no idea the natives here could utter such humor. Lin Luo slowly nodded, his expression utterly serious, not resembling a jest at all. Laugh now, soon enough. There will be ample time for you to weep. Arrogant. No, utterly outrageous. The chaotic inferno felt a mixture of anger and amusement. Even the Supreme Will could do nothing against it, if it sought to end its life. The only thought that crossed the chaotic inferno's mind was to offer itself to the golden tree. However, the golden tree would struggle to endure the power of the inferno, making it a challenging task, albeit not impossible. To consume all the power of the chaotic inferno would take at least several 100,000 years. Thus, the chaotic inferno was utterly confident that even the Supreme Will could not contend with it, let alone a mere native of this borderland. It could not fathom that being trapped by trickery would lead to any means of its demise. Such thoughts were undoubtedly preposterous. Calm and collected, the chaotic inferno remained unfazed. Lin Luo, likewise, exhibited an unwavering composure. Little did the chaotic inferno dream that a deity known as the world-devouring serpent would emerge, becoming the eternal nightmare of the chaotic inferno. Lin Luo slowly advanced, extending his right hand, gently reaching into the golden seal. His actions instantly captured the attention of chaos. In its eyes, Lin Luo's movement was undoubtedly akin to walking into a trap. Without a second thought, chaos unleashed a surge of madness into Lin Luo's arm. The foolish native, how curious I am to see what you intend. Damn it. If it weren't for this foolish deity, crushing you would be as easy as swatting a fly. Your body shall be mine. This scene was precisely what Lin Luo had envisioned. It was not that he was careless. Rather, he aimed to absorb the chaotic flames into his being. Although he could siphon the power of the madness through the seal, doing so would alert it to his intentions, prompting it to merge with the sun god in a desperate bid for survival. To save the sun god, one must lure out the chaotic flames, for that was the only method available. As for forcing the flames to emerge, even Lin Luo was unable to accomplish it. Michaela's golden needle could only fend off the interference of foreign deities' wills. However, what he faced now was the essence itself. The moment it possessed him, the needle would likely shatter. This was also the reason Lin Luo had urged Melina to evacuate everyone before the flames arrived. Should one of them be possessed, Lin Luo would find himself at a loss. And as for the sun god, he merely held to the belief that if he could save him, he would. If not, they might as well perish together. Sun god, brother, do you even realize what you were saying? As the chaotic flames entered Lin Luo's body, he swiftly retracted his arm. Luin employed a pure golden seal upon himself, a precaution against the flames escaping his body. What? At that moment, as the chaotic flames vanished from the sun god, he regained consciousness. Brother, oh no, how did you end up in this cage? No worries, allow me to rescue you. What on earth is this? The sun god abruptly rose, slamming his head against the golden barrier, collapsing back down with a thud. This is bad. Brother, have we been captured? That damned chaos dared to deceive me. Where is he? I shall incinerate that wretched creature. Shut up, you. Lin Luo could no longer contain himself. He opened one eye to glance at the sun god. Just now, chaos's madness controlled you. It was I who bound you. Do not move or shout. The flames are currently within me. If you provoke it, you might find yourself facing a combination attack from me and chaos. What? The sun god's voice rose sharply, and upon catching a glimpse of Lin Luo's gaze laced with menace, he hastily closed his mouth. My apologies, dear brother. May the sun bless you. Please do not allow your beloved second brother to be harmed. Lin Luo, wearing an expression of exasperation, closed his eyes and chose not to engage further with the sun god. Once again, Lin Luo's consciousness drifted into emptiness, gradually returning to his mind. A golden flame consumed all within his thoughts, as a chaotic voice echoed in Lin Luo's mind. Ha ha, foolish native, is this your so-called method to contend with me? To acquire my power, one must pay the appropriate price. Unfortunately for you, that price is your life. The voice of chaotic fire slowly dissipated, while the chaotic flames surged within Lin Luo's mind and body, beginning to corrode and invade every part of him. With a cold, mocking smile, Lin Luo thought, do you truly believe this is your domain? It is not arrogance that fuels me. Even the Supreme Will must face consequences today. Who do you think you are? After flaunting your bravado, you wish to flee? How naive. Observing the chaotic fire flowing slowly within him, Lin Luo smiled. The fish has taken the bait. The death rune and the crimson decay within him began to press inward from both sides. Yet Lin Luo walked straight toward the essence of the chaotic fire. Do the ants still dare to struggle? The chaotic entity scoffed, turning its gaze toward Lin Luo. Very well, since you have entered my consciousness, I shall accept your consciousness as well. As the words fell, the right arm of chaos transformed instantly into a flaming spear, hurtling toward Lin Luo. In the face of the fierce assault of the chaotic fire, Lin Luo remained unperturbed. After all, this was his mind, and he would not permit others to run rampant within it. Once one entered his consciousness, they became nothing more than fish on a cutting board. The true essence existed solely as a consciousness without a physical form. The essence of chaotic fire had merged with Lin Luo, while its consciousness was invading him. Taking a slow step back, Lin Luo raised his hand to shield himself. There was no barrier, no protection. It appeared as though he was intentionally courting death. The spear of chaotic fire pierced through Lin Luo's body, yet his consciousness remained seemingly unaffected. Meanwhile, the chaotic fire began to feel an increasing sense of unease. It was uncertain where this apprehension stemmed from. Was it truly Lin Luo's prior words that instilled fear? No, it was impossible. Chaos could not accept such a reality. It incessantly reassured itself that Lin Luo was merely posturing, that he could not possibly have a way to counter its power. However, no matter how much chaos deceived itself, in that moment when the chaotic fire entered Lin Luo's body, it lost control over it. The unknown breeds fear. Lin Luo had done nothing. Yet chaos inexplicably lost a portion of its power. How long had it been since chaos had felt such a wretched emotion? No. How dare you? What have you done? The chaotic fire erupted in anger toward Lin Luo, seemingly attempting to mask its inner fear through this outburst. Do you understand how significant this is? Lin Luo chuckled, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, causing a jolt of unease within chaos. As chaos contemplated his next words, Lin Luo raised his hand once more. The pure golden seal offered no respite to the frenzied fire, employing a familiar technique that ensnared chaos before he could even extend his limbs. Damn it, not this cursed trap again. Chaos cursed vehemently, kicking out in frustration, yet the seal remained unyielding. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Lin Luo approached the seal with an expression of calm. Were it not for you, I would have lacked the confidence to confront the supreme will. Thanks to you, I have managed to escape the cycle. And I possess sufficient strength to face the supreme will. Lin Luo seemed to lament, yet his words appeared to provoke chaos. You! How despicable! Chaos raged within the confines of the seal, though Lin Luo had already silenced his voice. Otherwise, when Lin Luo absorbed the frenzy, he would have been unable to endure the onslaught of insults. Go ahead and curse. Soon you will find yourself rendered speechless, Lin Luo murmured, dismissing chaos entirely as he extended his right hand towards the frenzied fire. Had it been earlier, chaos would have reveled in Lin Luo's reckless act, as his usual methods of attack were limited, and seizing another's body had proven to be the most effective approach. However, now he hesitated, recalling how he had just attempted to hurl a spear of frenzied fire at Lin Luo. Typically, such flames would be sufficient to seize another's spirit. Yet, the moment the fire entered Lin Luo's body, it slipped beyond his control, leaving chaos unnerved. Thus, as he observed Lin Luo's approaching hand, he was averse to any contact. However, he had little choice in the matter. A powerful suction emanated from Lin Luo's palm, drawing him into the golden seal. To chaos's horror, he felt his strength gradually flowing towards Lin Luo. How is this possible? No. What are you doing? Chaos screamed in madness, witnessing his power being siphoned away bit by bit, an outcome he could not accept. Being drained was one thing, as each fragment of his strength bore his consciousness and soul, yet upon entering Lin Luo's body, that subtle connection vanished. Was it annihilated or absorbed? He could not discern, but he was acutely aware that once Lin Luo's absorption concluded, he would undoubtedly perish. His power and life were intertwined. With the disappearance of the frenzied fire, his existence would reach its end. Having once believed himself immortal and invincible, Chaos had always acted with impunity until he encountered Lin Luo and Michaela, this man, far more terrifying than any deity. Though gods resided in lofty heights, having lived for eons, they were not yet ready to embrace death. Rather, they cherished their lives more than anyone else. No. As the chaotic power was gradually absorbed, his psychological defenses finally crumbled. Spare me, I beg you. I do not wish to die. I am sorry, it was my mistake. I should not have looked down upon you. I deserve to perish. I am nothing but an insignificant ant from the borderlands. No. Please, I implore you, let me go. Please. The chaos, imprisoned, incessantly pleaded for mercy. Unfortunately, as a mere conflagration of madness, Lin Luo was utterly oblivious to any change in its expression. Coupled with the sound barriers of the seal, he felt no shift, solely focused on absorbing the chaotic flame. Is this wretched deity still cursing me? Lin Luo pondered. As the chaotic flame he absorbed sent back an overwhelming surge of emotions. However, he did not delve deeper. Cursed be it, I am not so base. With that thought in mind, Lin Luo hastened his consumption of the chaotic essence. The chaotic flame, witnessing Lin Luo's actions, sank into utter despair. A dignified god was to perish in this wretched place of the borderlands. The consciousness of chaos began to blur. In a half-asleep state, chaos recalled the harsh words spoken by the Supreme Will before. Cursed be it. It seems Black Serpent was not mistaken. Chaos struggled to utter a few words. But, Black Serpent, you seem to have underestimated him. At that moment, far beyond the stars, the Supreme Will suddenly sensed something amiss. The essence of chaos has vanished. The Supreme Will froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. Do not misunderstand. The two gods share no ambiguous relationship. The Supreme Will instantly discerned how the chaotic flame had met its end. Cursed chaos. Even in death, you must cause me trouble. The Supreme Will felt his blood pressure rising. This accursed chaotic flame, always intent on incinerating my borderlands, while simultaneously meddling with my plans, has unwittingly aided my Keela in breaking free from its cycle. Now, by the gods, I have warned this wretched being once, yet it remains unrepentant, rushing to the borderlands to deliver provisions to others. One does not engage in charity in such a manner. Chapter 174, The End of the Chaotic Flame. Of course, the demise of the chaotic flame also rejuvenated the Supreme Will's spirit, ringing alarm bells within. Truth be told, he had never regarded Lin Luo with any seriousness. Even when he initially broke free from the cycle, the Supreme Will did not pay him much heed. To him, it was merely the bluster of an ant. Once he had consumed the entirety of the borderlands, what could my Keela possibly do? Did he truly believe he could slay me? Such notions, had the Supreme Will heard them previously, would have elicited nothing but derision, perhaps even scorn towards the one uttering them. Yet, the death of the chaotic flame revealed a glimmer of the impossible, a glimpse of mortals vanquishing gods. The chaotic frenzy is the most formidable deity, one that proves to be an incessant headache even for itself. This creature, akin to a slippery serpent, is virtually impossible to vanquish or apprehend, and it incessantly wreaks havoc. Furthermore, the recent display of power by that minor deity left it utterly astounded. The solar god appears to have transcended its former self. Could it be that even the insignificant ants of the borderlands have grown so formidable? How is it that they wield their powers with greater finesse than the deities themselves? For the first time, the Supreme Will experienced a sense of urgency. Setting aside its ignorance of how Lin Luo managed to eliminate the frenzy, it recognized that from this day forth, Lin Luo would possess the entirety of the chaotic essence. It seems Lin Luo possesses an ability to absorb the powers of others. Though, under the repulsion of Lin Luo's golden needles, the Supreme Will could not discern the precise path Lin Luo had taken or the actions he had committed. It could not evade the scrutiny of the Supreme Will beneath the golden tree. As far as it knew, Lin Luo now harbored the powers of no less than 3 deities within him. While some of these divine powers may be incomplete, they were sufficient to inflict lethal damage upon ordinary deities. The Supreme Will emitted a low grunt. It was determined to put an end to Lin Luo's antics. However, it found itself powerless, as it was now intertwined with the golden tree. The thorn of rejection not only sealed the leakage of the golden tree's power, providing sustenance to the Supreme Will, but it also confined the embodiment of the Supreme Will's will. This was not due to any inherent capability of the golden tree, but rather because the golden law would remain in effect until the release of the death rune, preventing the thorn of rejection from being opened. Should it be recklessly unsealed, the golden law would activate, causing an outpouring of power. All the deceased would be resurrected by the golden tree, as the golden law forbids the existence of death. Those who succumb to the death rune would be healed by the golden tree, incurring a greater cost, ultimately transforming them into living dead, known as the undead. If, previously, the Supreme Will had to pay such a price for merely being scolded by Lin Luo, it would no longer be itself. Under certain circumstances, the Supreme Will would employ absolute rationality in its analyses. This unwavering rationality had facilitated the successful resolution of countless matters. Initially, through an analysis steeped in absolute rationality, the Supreme Will concluded that it was best to ignore Lin Luo, deeming him merely a mortal with a limited ceiling. The day he unleashed the death rune would be the day of his demise. Yet now, Lin Luo had unveiled a remarkable depth, leaving the Supreme will in a state of uncertainty. After much contemplation, the Supreme will ultimately resolve to refrain from interference. There appeared to be no alternative. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Luo was merely one step away from releasing the Death Rune. If the Supreme will were to forcefully release the energy of the Golden Tree due to this incident, it would be counterproductive. Thus, let him frolic for a few more days. The Supreme will closed its eyes, once again drawing nourishment from the Golden Tree. Perhaps it never anticipated that this decision, made today, would soon become its most regrettable one. Atop the mountain of giants, day and night oscillated, and it was uncertain how many days had passed until the glacier, melted by the clash of two gods, was once again draped in a silvery shroud. Beneath the great cauldron of flames, two rectangular sculptures, one large and one small, stood erect. As for why there were two, it was primarily because the sun god had also been confined within the golden seal, enduring hardship alongside Lin Luo. What on earth is my elder brother doing? Even though I have been trapped inside the belly of the volcanic giant for so many years, a few more days hardly matter. But dear brother, could you not make this thing a bit larger? I am a person after all, and yet you provide me with something no bigger than my fists. Forgive me, but this is hardly sufficient. What nonsense are you spouting? Just as the sun god was lost in his musings, Lin Luo unexpectedly opened his eyes. His golden irises seemed to deepen, with the golden madness and black death runes swirling within, exuding a unique aura. Ahem, brother. The sun god nearly choked on his own saliva, despite the absence of any. You have emerged? Lin Luo remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. You have vanquished that madness. Lin Luo nodded in affirmation. How did you manage that? By the heavens, brother, you are truly remarkable. Could you teach me this technique? Oh, and about that rectangular object of yours, I would love to learn about it. It seems incredibly durable, and I have struggled to open it for ages. If I master this skill, anyone who dares to provoke me shall find themselves confined and thrown into the latrine. Be quiet. Lin Luo's patience waned as the sun god's incessant chatter filled the air. After absorbing the madness, he was not in the mood for further disturbances. Lin Luo waved his hand to dispel the golden barrier surrounding him and then lifted the sun god beside him. Hey, little brother, if it's too much for you, perhaps you should stay in there a while longer to avoid all this racket. Lin Luo patted the seal. I have been working hard to help you with the chaos, and now you emerge just to make noise in front of me. It does somewhat sadden your elder brother. Lin Luo smiled, revealing a cryptic expression. Brother, I apologize. The sun god quickly conceded. Lin Luo was merely jesting. With the chaotic madness absorbed, there was no longer a need to keep the sun god confined. He waved his hand to dissolve the barrier. The sun god took a deep breath, his compressed form expanding back into his human shape. Damn it. I'm finally out. Being trapped was so suffocating. Lin Luo glanced at the sun god, but chose not to say much. Little brother, I am heading to Famiazla. Would you care to accompany me on this journey? Chapter 175. The 4 clock towers and the city in the sky. The sun god paused momentarily, taken aback. That place still exists? I shan't go. I have a fear of heights. At that time, Famiazla was still in decent condition, though I recall it was on the verge of collapse a few years ago. Lin Luo cast a silent glance at him, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well. I shall proceed alone. The sun god sheepishly scratched his head, exclaiming, Hee, it's not often I get to venture out, so I wish to take a stroll. Suit yourself. Lin Luo replied, shaking his head. Under the sun god's fiery presence, even the teleportation trap leading to the city in the sky seemed to have vanished. Yet, this posed no challenge for Lin Luo. I shall take my leave. Just refrain from causing trouble outside. He cast a dubious glance at the sun god before departing. Do not cause a ruckus at the boundary. First, I am the god of hunting, and only then your elder brother. Do you understand? I am but a lazy fish. I shall certainly not seek out trouble. Let us hope so. Lin Luo turned away, choosing not to utter another word, and promptly teleported back to the Lake of Linnea. As for the sun god, given his current state of weakness, he likely wouldn't stir up much chaos in the near future. Lin Luo's destination was the teleportation gate at the 4 clock towers, which would allow him direct access to Famiazla. This site served as a sacred junction of divine governance, the ancestral home of the Dragon King Platon Sanks. However, the continent to which he would teleport was somewhat distant from the location of Marika's, and the path between them had been ravaged by storms. But Lin Luo was different. He possessed the ability to fly. Ever since he absorbed the powers of the Mother of the Unseen, he had acquired the gift of flight, and one must admit, those wings resembled chicken wings, looking quite impressive. In comparison to the formidable fighters of the fighting sect, who could step through the air, Lin Luo believed that the prowess of a fighting king, with wings formed from fighting spirit, was far more splendidly whimsical. Of course, Lin Luo was aware of Famiazla's location. However, it was exceedingly remote, and he was not inclined to flap his wings for hours in the air, which would undoubtedly be dreadfully tedious. Given the limited number of blessing points left in Linea, Lin Luo opted for a point relatively close to the 4 clock towers. Upon landing, he unfurled his wings and soared toward the mountain summit. It is said that Torrent had been enjoying a period of tranquility, remaining inside the spirit horse whistle without venturing out. He found great pleasure in this restful state, especially considering Lin Luo's substantial presence, coupled with his occasional invincible leaps. Before long, Lin Luo arrived at the foot of the 4 clock towers. It was unclear who had orchestrated certain maneuvers in this vicinity, but an invisible barrier seemed to envelop the air above the towers. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, too apathetic to expend effort deciphering this barrier. He folded his wings, halted at the mountain's base, and began his ascent. The 4 clock towers were guarded by several mountain demon knights, and suddenly, one such knight materialized beside Lin Luo, swinging its colossal sword directly at him. Lin Luo was, of course, already prepared for this eventuality. The hunting deity's great sword appeared in Lin Luo's hand without him noticing, a dark rune creeping up the blade. With astonishing speed, Lin Luo swung the sword from below, carving a deep gash across the chest of the mountain demon knight. Before the knight could utter a cry, or perhaps because this phantom felt no pain at all, it dissipated into the air. Yet, this was merely one among many mountain demon knights. Soon after, 2 more surged forth, their presence accompanied by the clatter of the great sword dragging across the ground as they charged at Lin Luo. Unperturbed, Lin Luo casually wielded his longsword, dispatching them effortlessly. How dreadfully dull, Lin Luo muttered, pouting slightly. Amamiya was absent, and Lonnie had also departed. Particularly vexing was Vic's sudden absence, which he found disconcertingly unfamiliar. With a sigh, Lin Luo reflected, "It truly feels like a dream." He gazed upwards, aware that he was about to confront the supreme will. With a tinge of sentimentality, he admitted to himself that he had never fought for the sake of the world or the boundary lands. He was a rather selfish individual. If it came down to choosing between the boundary lands and any of his friends, he would unhesitatingly opt for the latter. His determination to confront the supreme will stemmed from the fact that his companions were under its dominion, compounded by the thousands of cycles of separation and death he had endured. It was inconceivable for him to ignore such a foe. While traveling to the stars with Lonnie could be a viable option, the existence of the Supreme will loomed like a thorn firmly rooted behind them. If left unchecked, once it drained the boundary lands of their essence, its power would reach an unparalleled zenith. At that point, it would undoubtedly not spare Lin Luo, and his chances of victory would dwindle to less than 50%. In summary, as long as Lin Luo remained within the boundary lands, the Supreme would forever be his adversary. Although his understanding of this enemy was scant, he didn't even know her name or her strength. This was the most uncertain decision he had ever made. Yet it also held the highest probability of success. Therefore, Lin Luo resolved to give his all, for he was not alone. He had those he loved and who loved him behind him, compelling him to exert every ounce of his strength. Shaking off these distant thoughts, Lin Luo directed his gaze toward the clock towers ahead. Beneath the first bell lay a treasure chest containing a magic stone sword key. This key held no extraordinary power, save for its ability to activate a portal leading elsewhere. The second bell marked the entrance to the chapel of the King of Candidates, where the ashes of the Storm Eagle ancient king could be found. Once, Stonevale City was known as Storm City. Perhaps only its lord could wield such power? Lin Luo was not entirely aware that the author had simply been too lazy to gather the necessary information. The side quest did not involve the 2 gargoyles stacked upon one another, with the gap on their heads serving as the precise location for inserting the magic stone sword key. Beneath the third bell lies the path to the impending ruin of the land, known as Famiazra, the dwelling of the Black Sword and the Dragon King. However, direct access to their lair was not possible unless one possessed the ability to fly, which also posed considerable risks, as the skies were fraught with dragons and raging storms. Yet, for Lin Luo, these challenges were hardly daunting. Beneath the fourth bell, the route led to the eternal night sky, which could transport one to the eternal city of Nokron. Upon descent, one could discover the amulet of the multicolored necklace, guarded by a furnace knight to the right. As he returned to the chapel of the candidate king, Lin Luo glanced around for a moment before rummaging through his storage bag, extracting several magic stone sword keys. He stepped forward and inserted the keys into the gargoyles before the first 2 bells. The magic stone sword keys activated swiftly, causing the empty portal to illuminate with a radiant curtain of light, and the air around him shimmered with spatial fluctuations. Lin Luo hesitated for a brief moment, contemplating before reaching out to touch the portal of the first bell, which led to the chapel of the candidate king. There was no urgency to visit Famiazra at that moment. Upon touching the portal, darkness enveloped him, and when light returned, Lin Luo found himself at the cliff of the candidate king. The remnants of crumbled walls and desiccated trees suggested that this place had not been visited in quite some time. It seemed that Lin Luo was the sole visitor to the mists. Others had either perished or lost their guiding blessings, becoming rogues in the borderlands. Upon reaching the cliff of the candidate king, Lin Luo proceeded directly to the open platform outside the chapel. Unsurprisingly, his unexpected arrival drew the attention of the local inhabitants. A colossal figure descended from the sky, stirring a thick cloud of dust upon landing. "Transcendent noble," Lin Luo murmured, casting a cold glance and slowly unsheathing the blood sea of corpse mountain from his waist. Ever since the blood sea absorbed the power of the Mother of Reality, this marked the first time he wielded it. Gazing at the transcendent noble, Lin Luo's thoughts drifted back to his first encounter with the noble during his initial cycle. He had felt a mix of excitement and fear. As a member of the transmigrating army, he had envisioned himself reaching the pinnacle of existence. After all, the fated ones were undying, and despite his shortcomings, he was certain he would achieve greatness. What he did not foresee was that this immortality was the greatest conspiracy of all. The relentless cycles revealed the damned essence of ultimate will, a nightmarish beginning. The transcendent noble before him was a familiar face. It is said that while demigods may come and go, the transcendent noble remains a steadfast adversary, the first formidable boss encountered by those who have faded. As Lin Luo stood in a daze, the nobleman wielding the long sword advanced toward him. Brandishing a ceremonial sword and a massive golden beast-hide shield, emblematic of the Golden Clan's weaponry, both agile and distinctive. The blade grazed Lin Luo's cheek, prompting a swift reaction. With a clang, Lin Luo raised his katana, positioning the blade defensively against his chest. The nobleman's sword struck fiercely against the body of the sword, producing a resounding clash that echoed in Lin Luo's ears, the jarring sound reverberating within him. The force was substantial, causing Lin Luo to momentarily stumble back 2 steps. A flash of concern crossing his brow as he chastised himself for his recent distractions in battle. However, he quickly regained his composure, determined not to afford the nobleman a second strike. With a powerful kick, Lin Luo struck the nobleman squarely in the face. The unexpected blow, combined with the previous clash of swords, left the nobleman unsteady, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground as his massive form rolled several times on the earth. Understanding the principle of striking a fallen foe, Lin Luo advanced like a hunting dog, unleashing the blood-red twin blades of his combat technique. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Instantly, 7 or 8 crimson sword energies materialized in the air, each engulfed in blood-red flames, delivering solid strikes against the nobleman. Dozens of wounds erupted upon the nobleman's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The volume of blood was immense, quickly transforming the already small clearing into a crimson tableau. Lin Luo gazed at the long sword in his hand with astonishment, realizing he had not anticipated such a surge in power after absorbing the divine energy of the Mother of Truth. Turning his attention to the nobleman sprawled on the ground, he noted the absence of breath. Astonishingly, he had been dispatched in an instant. With a gulp, Lin Luo regarded the mountains of corpses and seas of blood as if it were a treasured artifact. It seemed that the Mother of Truth was not weak. Rather, it had encountered a formidable elemental body like his own. Uninterested in retrieving the fallen weapons, Lin Luo circumvented the corpse and proceeded toward the chapel of the royal candidate behind him. Upon reaching the chapel's vicinity, he retrieved the Storm Eagle Ancient King, planning to seek out Mont and Nephthys to secure the death root and present this treasure to her. With his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity, Lin Luo advanced deliberately. Sheathing his weapon, his golden eyes dimmed, reverting to the signature dual hues of a fated one, as the runes emanating from his body slowly dissipated, revealing a more subdued Lin Luo, resembling an ordinary fated being. Arriving at the chapel's entrance, he extended his hand and gently pushed open the grand door. With a creak, the previously sealed door gradually swung open, allowing the radiant light from the golden tree to illuminate the interior, revealing countless specks of dust dancing in the air. Lin Luo squinted, waving his hand to brush away the dust that hung in the air. Before him stretched a long corridor, flanked by disarray, evidence of a fierce battle that had likely taken place earlier. He advanced a few steps, his gaze momentarily fixating on a witch not far ahead. She leaned against the wall, her head slightly tilted, her body stained with blood, and the faint remnants of her runes had long since dissipated, indicating she had lost her life. Lin Luo took a deep breath, revealing a flicker of emotional turmoil. This woman was the very witch who had initially guided him. He was unaware of her allegiances, nor did he desire to know. All he recognized was that she was his witch. Approaching her, Lin Luo paused before a flickering message that radiated white light. Slowly, he removed his armor and, in silence, performed a solemn gesture of respect, a gesture that, in this liminal space, served as the highest sign of reverence beyond the customary courtesies between sovereigns and subjects. He beheld the message left before the witch. Even if the guidance has shattered, please ensure you ascend as the Elden King. From his satchel, he retrieved a delicate white flower, plucked from an unknown place, and knelt before the witch, placing it gently at her feet. After a lengthy silence, Lin Luo rose slowly, his lips moving with quiet determination. Soon, that day will not be far off. The day I become king. Chapter 177. His rear exploded upon reaching the chapel of the candidate king. Lin Luo's endeavors extended far beyond this. He continued to traverse the corridor, eyes tightly shut, attuning himself to the pulsations of the surrounding space. He showed no inclination to halt until he reached the end. Just as his forehead was poised to collide forcefully with the wall, his eyes snapped open. The surrounding runes began to pulse, seemingly invigorated by his presence. Lin Luo extended his hand, attempting to seize the fleeting essence of the runes. Yet, that essence appeared to possess its own will, darting away swiftly. Anticipating this, Lin Luo's hands closed around the thread of runes like iron pincers. To his astonishment, it seemed that this rune was being drawn by something else, a force evidently beyond the mere essence of a rune. As he approached the wall, his expression shifted, golden hues illuminated his eyes, and his form began to waver, transforming into an elemental state. He followed the thread of runes as they both plunged into the wall. Inside, it felt as though he had entered another realm. What lay beyond the wall should have been a cliff, with a vast ocean below. Yet, as he pursued the runes, darkness engulfed him in an instant, and suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed him. Lin Luo felt himself plummeting rapidly, and before long, a soft sensation emanated from below, accompanied by a powerful repulsion, as if rejecting an intruder's arrival. But Lin Luo remained undeterred. Regardless of the demons and monsters that awaited, he would cleave them apart with a single sword strike. With a fierce kick, he expelled the gruesome remnants of a mountain of corpses from his waist, his right hand firmly grasping as he unleashed several sword-chi strikes. A muffled groan, reminiscent of a shattering sound, echoed, and the repulsive sensation beneath him promptly dissipated. Once again, he felt the sensation of weightlessness, yet Lin Luo remained unperturbed. Descending steadily, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a glimmer of light gradually emerged before him, a ray piercing through the limitless darkness. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Lin Luo's lips, forming an upward arc suddenly. A pair of immense black wings materialized behind him, compelling Lin Luo to halt midair. However, the rustling winds whizzed past him, some imbued with elemental attributes, occasionally leaving a gash on Lin Luo's form. Oh, this must be the place. Lin Luo fervently flapped his wings, akin to a streak of lightning, racing towards that illuminating beacon. A brilliant light cascaded from beyond, the stark contrast prompting Lin Luo to instinctively shut his eyes momentarily. After a brief interlude, he reopened his eyes, revealing an entirely unfamiliar realm before him, the world of the Fated Ones. However, the desolation of this landscape was the most fitting descriptor. As he surveyed the vast expanse of the desolate Gobi Desert, Lin Luo was struck by the utter absence of life. Endless yellow sands stretched before him, devoid of any signs of habitation. This dismal place elicited a slight furrow of his brow as he gazed into the distance. Though he could still see the burning golden tree from afar, the remoteness rendered him incapable of pinpointing his exact location. Confusion clouded his thoughts. The races surviving beyond the border were not limited to mere fated ones, and even they could hardly endure in such an inhospitable environment. With this trepidation lingering in his mind, Lin Luo continued his flight forward. Minutes turned into dozens, and his brow knitted tighter in frustration. Damn it! Why is there not a single other entity in sight? He scanned his surroundings, still met with nothing but the unyielding expanse of yellow sand, seemingly unchanged from before. In such an environment, life was utterly unsustainable. Even if the fated ones were descendants of warriors, boasting greater physical resilience, survival here was inconceivable. After all, they too required sustenance and hydration. The scenery remained monotonous, devoid of even a hint of greenery. With no fruitful search to speak of, Lin Luo reluctantly began to retract his wings, descending gradually from the sky. Continuing on this path was futile. He resolved to investigate the land below. As he hovered less than half a meter from the ground, Lin Luo decisively folded his wings. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something peculiar. The sands were utterly undisturbed. It struck him abruptly. Despite being so low to the ground, his wing beats could not even stir the grains of sand. Before Lin Luo could ponder the situation, his feet had already touched the ground, or rather, it was not the ground. Suddenly, Lin Luo realized that the ground beneath him had vanished, and instinctively, he uttered a phrase of exclamation, only to find himself plunging through a layer of sand, falling straight down. There was no time for Lin Luo to react. By the time he processed what was happening, he had already landed on the ground. How shall I put it? Lin Luo's posterior had met the earth with an unceremonious thud. Gasping in surprise, Lin Luo exclaimed, "What on earth?" Rubbing his sore backside. He noted with some relief that it had returned to its original form. Despite being an elemental body, the sensation of pain remained. That moment had not granted Lin Luo any opportunity to react. In an instant, he had made intimate contact with the ground. This unfortunate experience triggered memories of that day when he had suffered social humiliation at the Lake of Linnea. Lost in thought, Lin Luo couldn't help but wiggle his toes. Fortunately, there was no one around this time. Who goes there? Just as Lin Luo was feeling grateful for his solitude, a rugged voice called out from behind. His heart skipped a beat as he swiftly turned around. Who is it? This cannot be happening. Someone has witnessed my moment of disgrace. They shall not live to tell the tale. Lin Luo glared back with a fierce intensity. A group of individuals stood before him, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Each bore a sturdy club in hand, their expressions a mixture of confusion and curiosity. The colorless pupils of their eyes revealed their identity as decolorants. What in the world? His backside blew up. How can it possibly grow back? A monster. This is a monster. Panic ensued among the crowd, their reaction to Lin Luo's presence evident. Is this the creature spoken of by the king that resides in the borderlands? But he appears no different from us. One exclaimed, "Nonsense. You mean to tell me that his backside exploded and yet it has grown back?" Another shouted in disbelief. Lin Luo absorbed their chatter, feeling as though a dark veil had been cast over his life. "You're the ones whose backsides have exploded," he retorted angrily, hastily rising to his feet. With so many witnesses present, his once great reputation lay in ruins. Chapter 178. The unfamiliar land. Lin Luo's irate voice echoed through a significant portion of the forest. Indeed, it was a forest. The desolate layer overhead was merely a facade. Who was the fool who crafted such a grotesque trick? If one claimed the arrivals could fly, they were deceiving others into spiraling through the air. Yet, if one asserted they could not, falling from such a height would surely turn a person into mush. Ultimately, it was Lin Luo who could fly and, against all odds, could not perish from the fall, experiencing the sensation of social death. This creature possesses the ability to converse. Wait. Observe its eyes. It appears to be akin to us. As the crowd witnessed Lin Luo speaking, they displayed no anger, merely gazing at him with curiosity, captivated by the pair of eyes that mirrored their own. Indeed, it seems he is also a fated one. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers, their attire strikingly distinctive, easily discernible even to Lin Luo. One among them was entirely devoid of trousers. Was this not the epitome of a worthless individual? A pitiable being, aimlessly adrift, as bare as on the day of their birth, possessing naught but a sturdy wooden staff. What nonsense is this introduction? This is evidently a tribe. Pitiable? Lin Luo perceived no such wretchedness. Just look at their grinning faces. Where do you hail from? The leader stepped forward, shouting at Lin Luo. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, a couple of thoughts flitting through his mind, before he spoke. I come from the borderlands. What? The crowd gasped in unison. How is that possible? The leader's face contorted in shock, his fingers trembling as they rose. After a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze back to Lin Luo, swallowing hard. Are you a fated one? Lin Luo, puzzled, glanced at the man and then pointed at his own eye sockets, nodding. Can't you tell? You. Upon receiving Lin Luo's affirmative response, the man seemed to have stumbled upon a startling revelation. You. What do you mean? What's the matter with you? Lin Luo, brushing off his backside, stood up with an air of impatience. How did you arrive here? Which chosen one are you from? How did you return? Aren't the fated ones who traverse the mist chosen ones? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the novel term. What is that? You don't know? The man appeared even more astonished, but soon recollected something. Many prisoners, along with those wandering knights, were utterly oblivious to such matters. He cleared his throat, pondering for a moment before he spoke again. The emergence of chosen ones is not fixed in time. Elders have spoken of a tree from the borderlands that periodically selects one or several fated ones, guiding them to a place known as the borderlands. However, we have never witnessed that towering tree nor the realm itself. In our minds, chosen ones are almost synonymous with a death sentence, as we have never seen a chosen one return. If you are not deceiving us, then you are the first chosen one to return here. No, wait. There is one other, our king, Lord Helelu. Yet he is not a chosen one. He ventured to the borderlands of his own accord. Oh. Lin Luo listened intently to the words of the individual before him, absorbing the immense volume of information conveyed. He turned his gaze towards the horizon, instinctively noting the expanse of deep blue sky, realizing with surprise that the iconic golden tree had vanished. A thought struck him. The so-called curtain did not obscure the view of the people below. Moreover, the height of this curtain was considerable, and given the speed at which he had just descended, he barely had time to unfurl his wings. The pressure surrounding him seemed significantly greater than that at the boundary realm. Thus, this place appeared to be situated beneath the sea. Lin Luo arrived at this conclusion, albeit absurd. It held a semblance of truth. Wait, was that Holero? And wasn't that Elder Go? It seemed he had been here all along. Lin Luo raised his brow. He had just attempted to communicate with the blessing, which had evidently been interrupted by some unseen barrier. It appeared that upon returning, he would indeed need to seek out Elder Go. Regaining his composure, Lin Luo refocused on the fated figure before him. I am the chosen one, he declared. What you refer to as the chosen one is merely a fortunate individual who has stumbled upon the path back to this place. Can you really return? The individual seemed taken aback. Does that tree truly exist? What is the boundary realm like? I yearn to see it. The fated one was a descendant of warriors, with exploration and adventure ingrained in their nature. You wouldn't want to, Lin Luo replied, momentarily taken aback by his own candor, casting a haunting glance at him. As for that tree, I burned it. It served to drain the life and souls of others. Just imagine how many lives it must have consumed to grow to such a towering height. The individual shuddered at the revelation. Lin Luo continued. Do you understand the purpose of the chosen ones? The individual remained silent, merely shaking his head, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. Lin Luo spoke slowly. I am uncertain whether you genuinely believe this or not. Some individuals are not forcibly chosen. They actively seek to become one. Why? The individual struggled to comprehend. Is there truly someone so eager to meet their demise? Indeed, even as Lin Luo elucidated, in the eyes of this person, being chosen bore no distinction from death, and the useless multitude behind him shared the same sentiment. To overthink the chosen one is to overlook the reasons for their existence, Lin Luo asserted. There exists a colossal tree in the boundary realm, which you may already be aware of, but accompanying it is also the Elden Ring, the most potent force in the boundary realm. The Supreme Will governs this power, and through it, the divine beings designated by the two fingers have forged a golden law. This golden law binds death itself. In a literal sense, the inhabitants of the boundary realm shall attain immortality. How is that possible? Does that mean we can't die after all? The fated ones around him began to jeer, unblessed by the golden tree, and untouched by the death rune that slays wandering souls. As long as death occurs, their souls would inevitably return to their bodies, and the rune would once again heal the vessel. However, Lin Luo was different. His being was already saturated with the death rune and the essence from the golden tree. Should Lin Luo meet his demise, the Supreme Will would, with thunderous ferocity, extinguish him. Chapter 179, Gafule. Allow me to finish, Lin Luo gestured, and the surrounding crowd obediently ceased their chatter. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Lin Luo scoffed. Eternal life, what a farce. It is merely a pretext devised by the Supreme Will to covet the powers of the boundary. Perhaps you fail to grasp the meaning behind my words. But let me elucidate. A certain part of the golden tree connects to the Supreme Will. When a life perishes in the boundary and returns to the golden tree, their power and soul dissipate, just as you would claim the rune of a slain being. However, this rune is never complete. The reborn soul and body are also imperfect, though you remain oblivious to it. All that is lost is absorbed into the essence of the Supreme Will. Lin Luo spoke each word with deliberate emphasis, captivating the audience's gaze. As for what follows, due to certain reasons, Marika, you may not know who she is. So let me put it this way. She is your king's consort. She shattered the law ring because she uncovered the Supreme Will's scheme and identified the flaw within the golden law. Her intent in breaking the ring was to mend that defect, to prevent the Supreme Will from profiting from the golden law. Alas, it proved futile. Lin Luo shook his head. Without the golden law, the Supreme Will could still fabricate the silver law or the bronze law. Marika forgot that she herself was merely a chosen deity, though you might not comprehend this at all. In simple terms, Marika is the embodiment of the supreme will, representing the laws it creates to siphon power from the boundary. And when Marika sensed something amiss and sought to destroy the law ring to restore the law, she was unaware that the supreme will's energy extraction never relied on laws, but on the golden tree. Yet, the supreme will, disinterested in fabricating laws anew, instead controlled another incarnation of Marika to repair the law ring. The crowd listened intently to Lin Luo, seemingly grasping the message, yet still somewhat perplexed. And who exactly is this supreme will? A deity, a god that governs the boundary, Lin Luo replied calmly. The original task of the Chosen One was to become the Elden Lord, sent by the Supreme Will to inherit Marika's former position, becoming a pawn in the harvest of energy. What? The leader's face morphed into one of horror as he gazed at Lin Luo. Why are you looking at me? Lin Luo responded with exasperation. If I were under control, would I be able to share this information with you? Indeed. While Marika has left behind numerous contingencies for the Chosen Ones, including a blacksmith capable of forging god-slaying weapons and the misunderstood finger reader, an interruption shattered Lin Luo's thoughts. Silence. Nonsense. Before Lin Luo could utter another word, a cold snort pierced the air. As he sought the source of the sound, those around him began to speak. Your Majesty? What brings you here? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, instinctively looking up. Holai Lu. From amidst the crowd emerged a towering man, wielding a massive axe. Perched upon his robust shoulders was a magnificent lion, its broad and rounded head crowned with piercing eyes that exuded a sharp and regal light. Its long mane cascaded like golden curls, while a tail, akin to a steel whip, swayed majestically behind it. Oh no! Upon seeing Salashu behind Holai Lu, a smirk crossed Lin Luo's face. That must be Gafulii, correct? Indeed. Gafulii, wearing a grave expression, gazed intently at Lin Luo and spoke slowly. You hail from the borderlands? Why spout such absurdities? With a thunderous roar, Gafulii unleashed the majesty of the Elden King, fixing his gaze upon Lin Luo as if seeking to unveil hidden truths. The sheer force of his presence compelled several bystanders to kneel. Absurdities? Lin Luo chuckled softly, pointing at Salashu slumped behind Gafulii. The half-beast attendant dispatched by the Supreme Will still lies at your back. Your words lack credibility. Lin Luo shrugged. Moreover, do enlighten me on where I have spoken in error. Suddenly, his tone shifted, imbued with an air of menace. Gafulii hesitated, realizing that this fated one before him was far from ordinary. Humph. Undeterred by Gafulii's reaction, Lin Luo spoke calmly. O king, warriors of the realm, I shall seize your blessings. When your eyes dim and fade, I shall cast you beyond the borderlands to battle, survive, and perish. How can this be? A flicker of astonishment crossed Gafulii's dim eyes. Gradually, he began to accept Lin Luo's claim of being from the borderlands, yet the enormity of his words was astounding. Even he had not dared to entertain such thoughts. He and Marika had crafted a scheme to resist the Supreme Will, but according to Lin Luo, their rebellion appeared utterly futile. Lin Luo understood. Gafulii was aware that the Elden Ring would shatter one day, and the blessings along with the fingers would necessitate the return of the fated ones to the borderlands. Considering the relationship between Marika and Godfrey, as well as the forthcoming shift in their attitude towards the Golden Law, it becomes evident that this is a ploy devised by the couple to resist the Supreme Will. In essence, seizing the mightiest blessing of the lands between equates to liberating themselves from the constraints of the Golden Law. Exiling themselves beyond the lands between signifies preserving their vital forces. Thus, it is understandable that Lin Luo could express such candid words. Seizing the moment. As he noted that Godfrey had already been swayed considerably, Lin Luo continued speaking. He recited Marika's proverbs, those that Melina once read aloud for him. In his quest to break the cycle, Lin Luo had scoured the entirety of the lands between for clues, and he could recite each of Marika's proverbs inscribed on the stone tablets by heart. In the face of death, that which has been taken shall be returned. Return to the lands between, engage in battle, and freely display the Elden Ring. Stand beside death and become a formidable warrior, O knights of the king, my King Godfrey. Lin Luo then remarked, it is understandable that you doubt my words, especially given your current position as the initial king. How could you easily trust a Tarnished one? He suggested that perhaps addressing him by a name familiar to Godfrey would be more effective. His words clearly piqued Godfrey's attention, who looked back with a face full of bewilderment. I am Miquella, the divine Miquella. Chapter 180, Godfrey, or Haralu. What? Even Godfrey was taken aback by Lin Luo's declaration. The divine Miquella, son of Marika and Radagon. This revelation stirred tumultuous waves in the previously tranquil sea. However, Godfrey soon recognized the inconsistency in Lin Luo's statement and seized upon the flaw. You're talking nonsense. Miquella is a cripple. Indeed, you are the one who is crippled, Lin Luo retorted, his expression darkening as he shot a glare at Godfrey. No, Godfrey seemed to realize the inappropriateness of his words and quickly retracted. Miquella is naturally small. Just like Melina, they are both children of Marika and Radagon. They are one and the same. They were born with physical defects. Melina emerged with scarlet rot, and Miquella is forever unable to grow. Other than his wisdom and allure, he possesses little else. Upon finishing, Godfrey glanced at Lin Luo and took a few steps forward, noting that Lin Luo's height reached his chest. Are you really Miquella? Lin Luo sighed in exasperation, realizing that further explanation would be challenging. Regardless, I am Miquella. I merely forged a new vessel, that of a Tarnished one. A hint of pink light flickered in Lin Luo's eyes as he turned to gaze at the Tarnished one ahead. That individual seemed to notice Lin Luo's gaze and looked back with a face full of confusion, locking eyes with him. The gray eyes were momentarily supplanted by a hue of pink, and in that fleeting instant, his consciousness became hazy. The Fated One, wielding a seemingly useless club, struck towards Gafulii. Life and death are decreed by fate. Wealth and nobility are determined by the heavens. Defeating the Monkey King ensures survival, while failure leads to demise. Gafulii's combat instincts remained remarkably keen. The moment the club descended, he swiftly grasped its handle. A flicker of surprise danced in his eyes, as the pink aura emanating from the Fated One felt oddly familiar. In truth, their interactions had been scarce. Was this the charm of Miquella? Gafulii raised an eyebrow, recalling that Lin Luo had not employed any enchanting branches or other artifacts. Thus, Lin Luo could only be. Are you truly Miquella? Gafulii inquired, half in disbelief. More genuine than gold, Lin Luo replied with a smile, the pink luminescence still shimmering in his gaze. If you doubt me, I can have them strike you a few times. No, that won't be necessary, Gafulii retorted, waving his hand in haste. Is what you say truly accurate? Absolutely, Lin Luo asserted with earnestness. Of course, if you remain skeptical, we can step outside. Your son, Montget, is currently aligned with me. Our goal is to eliminate the Supreme Will. What? Gafulii's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. What do you intend to do? To vanquish the Supreme Will? Gur, Sorolshu, upon hearing such heretical words, let out a furious roar, intertwining with a call from Wen. An invisible sound wave enveloped Lin Luo, and the predatory gaze of Sorolshu fixed upon him, seemingly poised to pounce at any moment. Stop! Gafulii exclaimed urgently. Sorolshu was a being dispatched by the Supreme Will to monitor certain deities, masquerading as companions, much like Marika and Malika's, or Lani and the half-wolf Blazer. Yet, under Gafulii's intervention, Blazer had successfully extricated himself from the Supreme Will's influence. As for Sorolshu, Gafulii was uncertain if he had intentionally let it slip or simply failed to notice. In an instant, the massive maw lunged towards Lin Luo, resembling an abyss with its gaping, dark void, as if it sought to sever Lin Luo's head in one bite. Damn you! Lin Luo reacted with remarkable swiftness. It was unclear whether his exclamation was directed at Gafulii or Sorolshu. Clenching his right fist, Lin Luo drove his fist, akin to a heavy sandbag, forcefully into Sorolshu's right cheek. The colossal figure, struck with such force, spun a full 720 degrees in the air before crashing violently to the ground, sending a thick cloud of dust into the air. Seeking death, Lin Luo grunted, and before Gafulii could respond, he unsheathed the blood sea of corpses from his waist. With a swift motion, several streaks of crimson sword energy erupted forth, each strike finding its mark upon Sorolshu. Ack! The moment Sorothian let out a piercing scream. It was consumed by rage. Its claws flailed wildly, eyes gleaming with ferocity, saliva flying as it roared in fury. The bloodshot gaze only heightened its feral nature, as the wounds it bore seemed to awaken an even darker instinct within. Look at your father, Lin Luo sneered, divine energy coursing through his sword as he executed a flourish before sheathing it. With the blade returned to its scabbard, blood began to emerge from Sorothian, a manifestation of the sea of blood and mountain of corpses infused with the power of the Mother of Truth. Even if one possessed immunity surpassing that of the Elden Beast, the blood that was destined to flow would indeed flow. Blood gushed forth like a spring, catching Gafulii off guard. It was not merely surprise, it was a realization he had never anticipated. Sorothian's blood splattered onto Gafulii, who, with a howl, met his demise. You. Gafulii was taken aback. Damn it, do you know what you're doing, Miquella? Sorothian is my dear friend. What nonsense is this? Lin Luo's eyes narrowed. Didn't you just refer to him as a dear friend? I certainly did not perceive that when you were tearing apart that unfortunate lion, blood splattering all over me." Uncertain of the bond between Serothian and Gafulii, Lin Luo recalled Gafulii's words, suggesting a long-standing companionship forged in battle. Yet, Gafulii had just ripped Serothian apart. How perplexing. Without wishing to delve further into it, he decided to let it be. Gafulii hurried towards Serothian, who lay drenched in blood, exhaling but not inhaling. However, Gafulii's expression remained unchanged, puzzling Lin Luo. It appeared less as concern and more as a grim confirmation of Serothian's demise. After a moment, Gafulii seemed to ascertain that Serothian was indeed dead. With a stoic demeanor, he stood and addressed Lin Luo. "Let us duel, in the manner of warriors." Gafulii, no? It should now be Halalu, gripped his great axe, casting a cold glare at Lin Luo. Understanding Halalu's demeanor, Lin Luo realized that this battle was seemingly inevitable. Yet, he could not discern the meaning behind this confrontation. Chapter 181. The first clash. The king is enraged. "We must flee. Young brother, you should run as well. I want to recount the last time the king was furious. I must take my leave." The leader felt that Lin Luo was rather pleasant to look at and wanted to offer a few words of caution. However, upon encountering the cold gaze of Halalu, he shuddered and hurriedly fled. It was no jest. The last time Wang had lost his temper, not a single living creature had been spared within several miles. And even the grass had been stripped bare. The onlookers, the fated ones, quickly dispersed, for the soldiers yearned for meaningful battles, not to be slain by their own kin. This scene left Lin Luo somewhat dazed. After all, with Halalu's seemingly benign demeanor, it hardly appeared that she could inflict any pain. Lin Luo turned his gaze back to Halalu. Beneath her indifferent expression, he discerned a glimmer of excitement and a hint of eagerness. Suddenly, he found himself reluctant to engage. For reasons unknown, he felt as though she sought to vent her frustrations upon him. "Perhaps you should find someone else to channel your energy into. Do not focus on me, as I lack the stamina for this," he thought. Yet, it was evident that Halalu held a different perspective. Seizing the opportunity while Lin Luo was momentarily distracted, Halalu charged towards him. The weight of her presence was substantial, and with intent, she deliberately intensified her steps, causing the ground to tremble beneath her. By the time Lin Luo regained his senses, her massive axe was already descending upon him. "Damn it, old girl! What kind of nonsense is this?" Lin Luo exclaimed, startled, as he quickly retreated. The colossal axe halted between his legs, carving a deep gash into the earth before him. "Are you truly serious?" Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, noticing Halalu's axe preparing to strike once more. Even Lin Luo, who had no intention of stirring trouble, felt a surge of anger rising within him. "Damn it!" he cursed, hastily dodging, narrowly escaping as several strands of hair fell away from his face. "My precious hair." Yet Halalu seemed inexhaustible, relentlessly swinging her axe at Lin Luo. The continuous evasion left him feeling immensely frustrated, while Halalu operated with the precision of a programmed automaton. Each strike perfectly timed, preventing Lin Luo from drawing his weapon. "Is this never-ending?" Lin Luo gritted his teeth in frustration. As Halalu's axe descended once again, he instinctively raised his arm to block. The massive axe cleaved through his limb as though it were mere tofu, severing his arm cleanly. However, the anticipated scene of blood gushing forth did not materialize. Instead, the wound at Lin Luo's severed arm ignited with golden flames, dissipating into the ground before gradually returning to him. Although Lin Luo's attempt to thwart Halalu's strike had not been entirely successful, it afforded him a moment of respite. Halalu's axe swung down once more. Clang. This time, Lin Luo did not use his arm to block. Instead, he drew the hunting deity's great sword from his storage bag. The great sword clashed with Halalu's colossal axe in midair, the sound of metal striking metal resonating in their ears, a persistent buzzing echoing within. The two were evenly matched in strength. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Halalu's eyes as he had not anticipated Lin Luo's formidable prowess. He pressed down on the axe, channeling all the power within him into his right arm, gripping the handle, attempting to overpower Lin Luo by sheer force. Yet, it was evident that Lin Luo was no mere pushover. In response to the pressure exerted by Halalu, Lin Luo raised his sword to meet it head-on. To Halalu's astonishment, the hunter's great sword slowly ascended, and he found himself at a disadvantage in this contest of strength. However, Halalu was not one to be outmaneuvered. Realizing he could not match Lin Luo's might, he sprang into the air, retreating several paces. He then lifted his enormous feet, each larger than 50 sizes, and stomped forcefully towards Lin Luo. A thunderous roar erupted. The earth trembled in resonance, and from beneath, numerous sharp stone spikes erupted, one after another, hurtling towards Lin Luo. With a soft grunt, Lin Luo made no effort to evade. Instead, he raised his right foot and countered with a frost stomp. Ice spikes collided with stone spires upon the ground, unleashing a tremendous shockwave at the center of their confrontation. Ice mist and dust swirled into the air, and both fighters staggered back involuntarily, leaving several footprints on the ground, indicative of the considerable force expended during this clash. Not bad at all, Lin Luo chuckled lightly, tilting his neck, which cracked audibly. A sense of exhilaration coursed through him. It had been a long time since he felt such thrill, reminiscent of the time he shattered Starlatine. Yet, as his strength grew ever more potent, he had struggled to find an opponent capable of pushing him to his limits. Clearly, Holero qualified as one. Holero's power could indeed be deemed divine. It was essential to recall that during the zenith of the Golden Order in the lands between, there were two Elden Lords, one of whom was Godfrey, representing the greatness and prosperity of that era, as well as the illustrious age of the Elden Ring and the lands between. His might was formidable, having struck down the Storm King and kicked the ancient dragon god. The gilded sword monument inscribed, "The conquests of King Godfrey, the final destination." The Golden Army surged forth, undefeated in 100 battles. Who else could possibly merit such accolades? As the initial king, his campaigns in the lands between were legendary, and there were whispers that Sirash, known as the Wrath of the Gods, was intended to temper Godfrey's fury. With Lin Luo having slain Sirash, Godfrey had unleashed his power and rage, reclaiming his identity as a warrior through his duel with Lin Luo, ostensibly to release the anger that simmered within. Come on, let us continue. Lin Luo exhaled a breath of frustration, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Just as I wished. Holero's face twisted into a grotesque grin, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Clang. I, too, have grown weary of needless formalities. Hollolu cast aside the colossal axe in his grasp. The muscles in his legs taut, and with immense force, he caused the ground to sink by an inch. A roar erupted from Hollolu, echoing through the vast forest for an extended duration. Moments later, as if he had purged his frustrations, he exhaled a heavy breath, his knees gradually bending, hands claw-like before his chest, and his eyes, filled with murderous intent, fixated on Lin Luo. From this moment forth, I am Hollolu, a warrior. Chapter 182. Embracing the sister's slaughter. As Hollolu's words resonated, his imposing figure surged forward like a flash of lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Luo, his hand, akin to a steel claw, aimed at Lin Luo's face. What do you intend to do to my handsome visage? Lin Luo arched an eyebrow and quickly retreated a few steps. The gust of wind generated by the force of Hollolu's strike whooshed through the air, a testament to his tremendous strength. After discarding the giant axe, Hollolu's movements became even more rapid, though he had relinquished his weapon. The power emanating from his hands remained formidable. After dodging 4 or 5 times, Lin Luo sought to counterattack. But the hunting god sword was too cumbersome to effectively engage with the current Hollolu. He stowed the magnificent sword into his storage pouch, his right hand discreetly resting upon the blood sea of Corpse Mountain at his waist. The moment Hollolu's assault faltered, Lin Luo would unleash a relentless barrage of attacks. Lin Luo's strategy was sound, for regardless of who or what, even deities possess limits to their stamina. They cannot continuously strike like a machine. Yet this time, Lin Luo miscalculated. He underestimated Hollolu. The initial king, or rather, the primal warrior, exhibited remarkable control over his own body. Each ounce of strength was allocated with meticulous precision, leaving Lin Luo astonished at how he achieved such mastery. Were Hollolu aware of Lin Luo's thoughts, he would merely smile serenely. When the power within one can no longer be enhanced, learning to wield that power effectively becomes the true advancement. Hollolu utilized his strength masterfully, leaving no ounce of energy wasted, earning Lin Luo's respect for this seasoned warrior. Alas, perseverance and effort are rendered meaningless before the wall of despair. My artistry surpasses yours. I digress. As Lin Luo found himself forced back several meters, a sudden shift occurred. A smirk graced his lips, and he halted momentarily, stepping forward to draw near Hollolu. For a brief instant, Hollolu was taken aback by Lin Luo's seemingly reckless maneuver, but he never hesitated in battle. Although perplexed, he swiftly raised his hand to strike. Yet, in that fleeting moment of dissent, regret washed over Hollolu as he recalled Lin Luo's bizarre resurrection after the severance of his arm. Thus, the peculiar action from earlier began to make sense. It had been deliberate. There was no alternative. Hollolu's assault was characterized by a rapid-fire intensity and immense force, compelling adversaries to exhaust themselves in defense, inevitably leading to a moment of error, an instant when Hollolu's power surged forth. In his mind, Hallelu contemplated several strategies to navigate the impending confrontation. A warrior, unafraid of death, must also be versatile. Considering Lin Luo's peculiar abilities, Hallelu swiftly discarded unreliable options, retaining just one. Although this approach felt somewhat precarious, it seemed unlikely that Lin Luo could mount a counterattack. In a mere heartbeat, Hallelu was prepared. He swung his massive hands toward Lin Luo, who, being significantly shorter than Jeffuli, stepped forward with a slight crouch, allowing the colossal arms to pass just above his head. In a seamless motion, Lin Luo drew the corpse mountain blood sea from his waist, a torrent of murderous aura and blood flames erupting from the scabbard. It was evident that without a proper strategy, Hallelu would surely succumb to this strike. The corpse mountain blood sea, infused with the essence of the Mother of Reality, would not merely incapacitate him, but would likely leave 2 unforgettable scars upon his form. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, a smile graced Hallelu's calm visage. Lin Luo, catching a glimpse of that smile from the corner of his eye, felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. Such a familiar sensation, Lin Luo murmured. But there was no time to react as the attack was already upon him. Though he had evaded Hallelu's strike by advancing, it had only served to shorten the distance between them, granting Hallelu ample opportunity to unleash his ultimate move. With a sweeping gesture, Hallelu opened his wide embrace and enveloped Lin Luo in a powerful grip. The sheer strength rendered Lin Luo's arms powerless, causing the corpse mountain blood sea to clatter to the ground. Hallelu's legs bent instantly, the earth beneath him yielding to a depth of half a meter, while 2 nearby stones were pulverized by the force. In an instant, Hallelu leaped high into the air, leaving Lin Luo disoriented as he ascended rapidly, spinning in a half-circle. He was once again engulfed by that unsettling sensation of weightlessness. Goodness, this is the embrace of the great Lord Jeff. Lin Luo's thoughts momentarily halted as he grasped Hallelu's intent. However, Hallelu afforded him little time to react. Within mere moments, he plunged from the sky, still clutching Lin Luo. Damn it, this bizarre maneuver. Lin Luo stretched out his hands, straining to break free from Hallelu's grasp. After a futile struggle, he resigned himself to the futility of his efforts. Hallelu's grip felt as if it were forged from steel, rendering Lin Luo's attempts to escape utterly ineffective. Very well, bring it on. After all, this is not the first time. Surrendering to the inevitable, Lin Luo chose to embrace the situation. Lin Luo's struggles bore little impact on Hallelu, as the anticipated embrace of his sister surged forth. Boom! Thunderous roars echoed. 2 figures shot through the sky like meteors, their speed so immense that flames seemed to ignite upon their bodies. Had the distance been shorter, Halleru's attack might have been capable of matching many deities in a single exchange. The meteor, no, the figure, smashed violently into the ground, creating a mushroom cloud of dust that loomed above them. Instantly, the earth erupted from the point of impact, sending waves of dust cascading outward, reminiscent of a withering force. Trees nearby trembled perilously, with several tall trunks severed in an instant, leaving behind gaping holes where roots had been torn asunder. The epicenter of the explosion was even more catastrophic. After several minutes, the dust began to settle, revealing the scene beneath the shroud. The surrounding trees had vanished, and small craters marked the remnants of what had once been. The central area had long since disappeared, replaced by a colossal pit measuring several meters across, revealing a bottomless abyss. Chapter 183. Lin Luo versus Hallelu. A tremendous sound reverberated through the forest, lingering for several minutes before gradually subsiding. Gazing into the vast pit, the scene slowly came into focus. Astonishingly, only Hallelu remained within the depths, gasping for breath, the recent attack having exacted a considerable toll on him. As for Lin Luo, his whereabouts were a mystery. Hallelu knelt on the ground, his shoulders and knees marked with streaks of blood, while his chest bore the scars of burns, evidence of the devastating flames. Coughing and wheezing, he muttered, "Damn it, what have I just done?" As clarity returned to his eyes, Hallelu recalled the events that had transpired, feeling a twinge of regret. Lin Luo could have been a valuable ally. However, if his strength were limited to this, he was hardly a match for the Supreme Will. Gradually regaining his composure, Hallelu reflected on Lin Luo's words, contemplating the notion of confronting the Supreme Will. Having never encountered its true divine might, a sudden idea emerged in his mind. As a warrior, Hallelu had always pursued the challenge of formidable foes. Yet, he perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. It was not a matter of underestimating his opponent. Could one truly expect Hallelu to execute a sisterly embrace against the Supreme Will? Certainly not. Given the Supreme Will's stature, Hallelu could manage no more than to grasp a single toe. Such a natural disadvantage was insurmountable. Certainly, when it comes to confronting a colossal serpent, Despite its imposing size, it falls well within Hallulu's capacity to manage. Should that day ever arrive, one could envision Hallulu grasping the serpent's tail and spinning it around. However, this scenario hinges upon Lin Luo's strength when dealing with such a beast, as the serpent possesses a remarkably low lower limit of power coupled with an exceedingly high upper limit. It would be erroneous to deem it weak. For every deity harbors its own unique abilities: crimson decay, radiance of the sun, and chaotic fire. Although Hallulu may approach the divine, he lacks the distinctive authority of a god. In contrast, Michaela surpasses most with his pure golden authority. Engaging with the supreme will, Hallulu mused with a subtle smile. It seems more intriguing than becoming the Elden Lord. I believe you are correct. Lin Luo's voice interrupted Hallulu's musings. Haha. Naturally. Hallulu, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, took a moment to comprehend. What an unexpected sight. Finally, Hallulu realized the absurdity of his surroundings. Damn it, am I not in a cave? Who is here? Suddenly, Hallulu sprang up, astonished. He swiftly turned to see a flaming head slowly taking shape behind him. What the hell? Without a moment's hesitation, Hallulu swung a powerful slap in its direction. Hey. The flaming visage was startled and quickly dodged, leaving a trail of fire in its wake. Damn, what do you intend to do? My wife wouldn't even dare to strike me. How do you have the audacity? The flaming head appeared flustered, as if it would have been clutching its chest in disbelief had it possessed a body. You just blew up my backside, and now my entire form is obliterated. What seems to be a rather amiable old man. Why does it hurt so much? Below, the flames began to coalesce, revealing a clearer visage. It's you, Hallulu exclaimed, shocked at the realization that this figure had not perished. You're quite ruthless, Lin Luo remarked, his form gradually reconstituting, the armor fitting tightly once more. In no time, Lin Luo returned to his original appearance. One must admit, this old man packs a significant punch, even after transforming his entire body into elemental form. The return to normalcy left Lin Luo feeling achingly sore. If that old rascal Vic took a hit like this, I dare say his backside would be sent soaring to the heavens. How can this be? Hallulu's eyes were wide with astonishment. Unable to fathom how Lin Luo could withstand his full-strength strike unscathed, was he a monster? In truth, Hallulu was aware of Lin Luo's peculiar physique, but he had assumed it was an active skill. Little did he realize it was a passive one. Lin Luo had effectively grasped Hallulu firmly in his grasp. In a swift motion, Hallulu's gaze sharpened once more as he slowly rose to his feet, assuming a posture indicative of his intent to continue the battle. Are you coming again? Lin Luo inquired with a hint of surprise, a smile playing upon his lips as he regarded Hallulu. A warrior does not cease his struggle until victory is determined, Hallulu intoned gravely. Impressive, Lin Luo acknowledged with a nod. Then it is time to unleash some true power. Is it not? Let us begin. In Lin Luo's hand materialized the hunting deity's great sword, entwined with the essence of death runes, while his other hand firmly gripped the sword of corpses and blood seas. The two figures collided in an instant. It was unclear what ability Hallulu had invoked, but as Lin Luo's great sword struck Hallulu's palms, it felt akin to clashing against steel, producing a resounding clang. Yet Lin Luo did not dwell on this. No one could withstand the death runes with mere flesh, not even if one were a primordial king. The confrontation between the two figures unfolded in the air, where black and blood-red sword energies clashed with the white shadows emitted by Hallulu's claws. Old man, I assure you, I am far more resilient than you. Lin Luo continued to wield his weapon, noticing that the force emanating from the sword was gradually diminishing, prompting him to quip. However, Hallulu remained unfazed, his movements unimpeded by Lin Luo's words. A battle of wits. Lin Luo chuckled. Shall we see if it is indeed a battle of wits? With a weightier tone, Lin Luo unleashed the power within him. Hallulu had no time to react as he sensed the speed and force of Lin Luo's sword magnify several times over in an instant. By the time he sought to devise a countermeasure, it was too late. A sharp sound echoed as blood arced through the air, followed by Hallulu's figure being sent reeling backwards. The blade of the sword of corpses and blood seas sliced through Hallulu's wrist, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, ceaseless in its flow. It is over, Hallulu, Lin Luo stated, his expression returning to an unperturbed calm as he addressed Hallulu with a cool detachment. Chapter 184. Lin Luo versus Hallulu 2. It is all concluded. Lin Luo sheathed his sword and spoke slowly, seemingly confident that Hallulu was no longer capable of continuing the fight. After all, his techniques were limited, and to Lin Luo, it seemed he had exhausted his repertoire. However, Hallulu appeared far from easily defeated. From the dust arose a voice laden with fury. Finished? Are you attempting to insult me? Eh. Lin Luo gazed in astonishment as Halalu's voice resonated once more from within the dust. Yet, it was not a sound one would expect from him. It resembled that of a wild beast. If it were not for the depths of this pit, Lin Luo might genuinely believe that a beast had intruded. For the sound resonated like the low growl of a wild creature. Lin Luo's expression grew slightly grave. Could this be the capability of Holai Lu? He had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Just as Lin Luo pondered this, a pair of clawed arms suddenly emerged from the swirling dust. The forceful gust of claws swiftly sliced through the haze, and a flash of golden light erupted forth. What on earth? Lin Luo's pupils dilated in shock. And in an instant, Holai Lu's figure appeared before him, the distance between them now less than 2 feet. As Lin Luo discerned the visage of the individual before him, Holai Lu's claws were perilously close. Lin Luo's spirit stirred, and he swiftly shifted, teleporting to Holai Lu's rear. Fortunately, he had timely employed the hunter's step, otherwise, the 2 gashes on the wall would have surely marked his face. Just as Lin Luo intended to wield his longsword, a small axe unexpectedly soared through the air. Damn it, how dare you insult me? The axe struck Lin Luo's weapon, the sea of corpses and blood, with precision. Fortunately, Lin Luo evaded just in time, sustaining no injury whatsoever. Lin Luo nodded in acknowledgement. Holai Lu's strength was commendable. Although it did not rival the ultimate techniques of certain deities, it was certainly something to take pride in. Noticing that Lin Luo had lost his weapon, a sinister smile crept upon Holai Lu's face. In his view, aside from Lin Luo's peculiar physique, he had effectively disarmed him, rendering Lin Luo akin to a toothless tiger. No, perhaps merely an indomitable worm. His figure vanished once more, rapidly closing in on Lin Luo. Heh. Lin Luo quickly retreated a few steps, recognizing that Holai Lu clearly did not wish for him to reclaim the fallen katana. You underestimate me. Lin Luo chuckled disdainfully. He could see that Holai Lu regarded him as a coward reliant solely on external strength. A warrior never underestimates his opponent. Holai Lu's form gradually materialized before Lin Luo, revealing his true nature. His entire body was steadily transforming into that of a beast man. Golden fur enveloped him, and the wounds on his hands were concealed beneath a thick layer of hair. Though stained with blood, it effectively prevented further harm. His pupils shifted to golden slits, and his white hair danced in the wind, gradually transforming into gold. Have you been possessed by Salashu? Lin Luo mused. Holai Lu's appearance felt strikingly familiar. You speak nonsense. This is the warrior's ultimate form. How delightfully cliché, Lin Luo thought, exasperatedly facepalming. However, after a moment, his gaze resolutely hardened. Indeed, his youthful spirit ignited anew. Come on. Isn't this just a love for one-on-one combat? Who fears whom? Lin Luo bellowed. Oh. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, Halalu's eyes sparkled with a rare brilliance. Lin Luo reached into his bag and extracted a small bell. After fiddling with it for a moment, the crisp and melodious chime resonated in Halalu's ears. For reasons unbeknownst to him, an unusual sense of unease gripped his heart. Suddenly, a splash of white, unidentified liquid fell to the ground, resembling boiling water dousing an ice cube, instantly creating a rising mist. Something felt amiss. Halalu sensed the impending danger, arching his body back and dashing forward with vigor. It's too late. Lin Luo revealed a hint of a smile. Elder brother, stop him. Halalu's speed was remarkable, yet Teardrop Elder Brother was even quicker. Halalu's resilience was impressive, yet Teardrop Elder Brother's was greater still. In an instant, an arm seized Halalu's outstretched claws. How is this possible? Halalu was momentarily taken aback. Yet before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force surged through his arm, an irresistible strength that sent him hurtling away. Halalu crashed into the wall, leaving a prominent mark, while the soil above could not withstand the force and tumbled down. Impressive, as expected of an elder brother, Lin Luo remarked with admiration, retrieving his staff from behind him. Well, I cannot remain idle. Damn it, a warrior's duel should not involve a second party. Halalu's furious voice echoed as he leaped from the pit once more, akin to a bolt of lightning, striking fiercely towards Teardrop Elder Brother. However, he was unable to discern which was the true opponent. But I am no warrior, I am a sorcerer. What sorcerer stands toe-to-toe with a warrior? Lin Luo quipped, having gradually acclimated to Halalu's speed. Noticing that Halalu's target was Teardrop Elder Brother, Lin Luo's face broke into a satisfied smile. He unleashed a series of luminous magical projectiles, merely to create a distraction for Halalu. The seemingly swift projectiles did little to inflict significant damage upon Halalu. The minor wounds they caused were akin to mosquito bites on his fur-covered form. However, Their sheer number began to irk Halelu, who observed Lin Luo persistently enduring his attacks, wielding his sword with a strategy of trading injury for injury. Yet, Halelu's frustration did not end there. He beheld Teardrop Elder Brother's recently inflicted wounds gradually healing like a puddle of water. What kind of monstrous beings are these? Halelu could not help but exclaim. By the gods, a seemingly indestructible creature, along with that loathsome, taunting decolorizer who even employs sorcery to vex me. Despite his grievances, Halelu's fighting spirit remained unwavering. He would not falter in battle simply because the foe was formidable. Is it not merely a matter of being unkillable? I refuse to believe I cannot find a way to vanquish this. He resolved. Golden Tree, restore. While Halelu was secretly resting, Brother Tears held the mark, and a golden magic circle formed beneath his feet. Halelu stared in astonishment at this scene, his mouth agape. Chapter 185. Lin Luo vs. Halelu 3. Can this even be played? You tell me this can be fought? Halelu could no longer contain his fury and erupted in a torrent of curses. Damn it. He has both strength and healing abilities. That wretched person is hiding above, unleashing those tiny lasers like a mosquito, clearly toying with me. How could he be so foolish as to rely solely on that damned gem debris? Your Tears clone has already summoned the Golden Tree for recovery. Don't you know how high your intelligence is? Are you trying to disgust me? Halelu's anger surged from within. He truly desired to tear the person before him into shreds. Lin Luo, noticing Halelu's gaze, scratched his head in a fit of nervousness. Feeling he may have gone too far. I still don't know how to return. It seems I still have to rely on Halelu. Shall we start over? Lin Luo tentatively inquired. Go die? Halelu spat, deflecting a wave of gem debris ahead and immediately launching a counterattack. With a surge in speed, his enormous hands grasped Brother Tears' head directly. Die for me. Halelu gritted his teeth, channeling all his strength into his hands. Gripping Brother Tears, he disregarded the scars left by the blade on himself, his powerful thighs clamping around Brother Tears. Crack! Bang! Halelu roared, using both arms and legs, and actually crushed Brother Tears' head to pieces. White tears scattered around, and his form dissipated. Lin Luo was momentarily stunned. Well, I didn't expect that. What is going on with Brother Tears today? Such explosive behavior isn't something a villain should exhibit. Of course, despite Brother Tears' head exploding, in a certain sense, he was still harder to kill than Lin Luo. Halelu certainly didn't think he could eliminate Lin Luo so easily. His target was not Brother Tears, but the Lin Luo behind him. Strike the horse before the rider. Capture the king before capturing the thieves. He didn't believe that Lin Luo's bizarre abilities could allow him to recover indefinitely. Lin Luo, sorry, but it actually can. However, this time, Lin Luo did not intend to employ that disgusting method. He planned to truly defeat him head-on. Observing Halelu rushing towards him, Lin Luo's face revealed a hint of a smile. Oh dear, don't underestimate me. I am a man who can confront even Ratine directly. Your strength is formidable, but it cannot surpass his by several times, right? After all, I am now many times stronger than before. Lin Luo cast aside his staff. Come on. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Luo's eyes. It had been a long time since he had engaged in a fist-to-fist battle. Lin Luo's form transitioned from ethereal to solid. At that moment, he discarded his elemental body, gaining a corporeal strength exponentially greater. Halero seemed to notice Lin Luo's movements as well. Ha ha ha. He suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. This is the true duel of warriors. The two engaged in a raw and unrefined melee combat. Lin Luo advanced and delivered a powerful slap to Halero, even knowing he might be struck by Halero's long claws. He pressed on. Slap. The sound echoed as a resounding slap struck Halero's face, while 3 large fissures appeared on Lin Luo's chest armor. Delightful. Lin Luo could not help but exclaim. Though blood seeped from his chest, the loud smack was worth it. A profitable exchange. Damn you, brat. Halero felt steam almost bursting from his nostrils. Though the damage was minor, the insult was profound. Halero swung his arm, seemingly intent on returning the favor to Lin Luo. Hey, what are you up to? Lin Luo crouched down, narrowly avoiding the slap that grazed his hair. In an instant, Lin Luo executed a sweeping kick, striking Halero's lower body with force. Halero let out a muffled groan, instinctively bending slightly, but quickly straightened up. Enduring the pain in his foot, Halero clasped his hands together, channeling all his strength into a powerful punch directed at Lin Luo's head. If this strike landed solidly, even Lin Luo would not emerge unscathed. Of course, Lin Luo could opt for an elemental transformation, yet that would surely invite Halero's scorn. If the objective was to defeat Halero, there were many strategies available. Lin Luo could easily have his comrade, Brother Tyr, take the front line and bolster himself with several buffs, leading to a swift victory. However, Lin Luo chose the most arduous path to vanquish him, earning the approval of this proud warrior. Lin Luo raised his arms and grasped Holero's wrists as he brought them down with force. Instinctively, the ground beneath Lin Luo's feet began to yield under the weight of Holero's strike. Holero paused, clearly taken aback that Lin Luo managed to block such a formidable blow so decisively. Yet, swiftly, Holero enacted another maneuver. He forcefully pushed away, prompting Lin Luo to instinctively release his grip. Humph, Holero sneered, launching a deadly headbutt. Damn it, Lin Luo cursed, for head-on collisions were typically a standard melee tactic. But damn it, what is that on your forehead? It's giving me a headache. Halalu, realizing the situation, offered an apologetic smile while wrinkling her brow and shaking her head repeatedly. However, her efforts to dislodge the headgear proved futile. Oh well, no matter, she declared, immediately delivering another blow. Lin Luo, caught off guard by her lack of combat decorum, could only laugh at the absurdity of it all. The sound of her head colliding was loud, and Lin Luo certainly felt the impact. As the exchange continued, Halalu prepared to strike Lin Luo once more, releasing the pent-up frustration she had previously felt. How dare you? Lin Luo shouted in anger. You think we're playing dirty? At the moment Halalu's head was about to come crashing down again, Lin Luo swiftly used one leg to absorb the tremendous force from her hands while launching his other leg upwards. Take that, you scoundrel, he exclaimed, delivering a sharp knee strike to her nose. Ouch! Halala managed to cry out before her head snapped back, her hands involuntarily flailing. And here's an elbow for you, Lin Luo added, driving his elbow forcefully into her neck. Chapter 186. The knee-jerk reaction. Coughing, Halalu found herself brutally felled by Lin Luo's 2 strikes, collapsing onto the ground. The indignity of her earlier antics fueled Lin Luo's anger, prompting him to leap onto her, raising his fist like a boulder, delivering blow after blow to her face. Halalu, overwhelmed by Lin Luo's relentless assault, quickly lost consciousness, emitting incoherent sounds. It is worth noting that Lin Luo exerted full force with each punch. After landing his final blow, Halalu was sent flying, and he could hardly recall how many times she had been knocked down. What a thrill! Lin Luo exclaimed, shaking out his now sore hands, his fists smeared with blood, uncertain whether it belonged to Halalu or himself. Yet, Lin Luo's expression remained one of exhilaration. It had been quite some time since he encountered such a resilient opponent, and he was determined to savor the moment. With that thought, he charged at Halalu once again. Wait, stop, I concede. She finally raised her hands in surrender. Fearing that she might be ruthlessly beaten to a pulp if she did not, Halalu, now battered and bruised, was barely recognizable. Coughing, she expelled a few fragments of internal organs from her mouth. Her hair had long since fallen away, and the damage from her previous state was immense. If she could barely withstand Lin Luo in that condition, there was no need to further humiliate herself. The warrior's nature is to seek honor in battle, but not to court certain death, much like her ancient ancestor, the man of the Ao surname, named Lafu. Upon hearing Halalu's words, Lin Luo instinctively rubbed his ears. After recalling the recent events and confirming he had not misheard, he still expressed a sense of disbelief, asking, "What did you say?" Halalu remained silent for a considerable time before conceding defeat. "I admit it, you are a warrior. Although your damned moves have nauseated me on numerous occasions, I concede, I am not your match." Lin Luo erupted into hearty laughter upon hearing Halalu's admission, his face beaming with pride. The 3 most challenging achievements in the Borderlands. 1. Conquer Marlenia. 2. Defeat Godfrey and Radon. 3. Vanquish the Elden Beast. Lin Luo was merely 1 step away from completing the last task. Although the first achievement was aided by favorable circumstances, it was still an accomplishment, wasn't it? After all, who could blame him for taking advantage of Marlenia's brother complex? Having achieved the first 2, how far could the last one be? Your peculiar laugh is truly infuriating, Halalu remarked, his expression darkening as he pondered what he had succumbed to. Nevertheless, Lin Luo could not be faulted entirely. It was known that during the initial cycles, each encounter with the esteemed Godfrey had subjected him to the latter's infamous embrace. A humiliating experience that was far from fatal, but undeniably painful. Even after respawning at the grace point, Lin Luo could still feel a lingering ache in his neck. At this moment, Lin Luo had finally compelled Halalu to surrender verbally. Do you have any idea how I have endured these past few years? Do you know? It always starts with a relentless combo, and after it all, not a single word of acknowledgement. Oh, wait, there was one. The Tarnished fought commendably. Damn, that is clearly mockery. The second statement, The very essence of why one reigns supreme. You are not even pretending. You are outright stating my weakness, aren't you? Lin Luo recalled the first time he faced Godfrey, which had taken him nearly half a month to overcome, and after hearing those words, his ears felt calloused from repetition. Despite the potential for overinterpretation, it was evident that Lin Luo harbored significant resentment towards Halalu. Did I laugh? Lin Luo quickly corrected himself, feigning innocence as he gazed at Halalu. However, upon seeing Halalu's battered visage and recalling his admission of defeat, Lin Luo erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha. Oh ho ho ho. As he laughed, he let out a burp, nearly choking in the process. Cough, cough. Lin Luo waved his hand apologetically, casting an embarrassed glance at Halalu. Ah well, Godfrey. I didn't mean to. I wasn't laughing at you. I merely recalled something joyful. Unable to contain himself, Lin Luo chuckled again. What on earth are you doing? Halalu shot Lin Luo a piercing glare, his fists clenched tightly as though he wished to wring out water. Yet, suddenly recalling something, he swiftly relaxed his grip. No, Godfrey. I'm just saying, my name is Halalu. Oh, dear Halalu, I have undergone rigorous training, and ordinarily, I refrain from laughter unless I cannot help it. Ha ha. You have truly gone too far. At last, Halalu could no longer contain himself and unleashed a powerful punch, channeling all his strength into a decisive blow that landed squarely on Lin Luo's visage. Lin Luo was caught completely off guard, and in an instant, the forceful strike sent him spinning through the air, rotating a full 1,440 degrees, ultimately crashing down face first. Thud! Lin Luo was unceremoniously slammed into the ground, and this time he did not resort to elemental transformation. Halalu's punch had left him utterly defenseless. With great effort, Lin Luo extricated his head from the dirt, spitting out a mouthful of bloodied mud. His eyes, filled with murderous intent, turned toward Halalu. Halalu, eager to savor the thrill of his recent action, was abruptly met with Lin Luo's gaze, which radiated hostility. Well, Halalu, looking bewildered, pointed toward his right elbow. Knee-jerk reaction. I couldn't control it. What the hell is this knee-jerk reaction? Upon hearing Halalu's explanation, Lin Luo's expression darkened further. A knee-jerk reaction, is it? Allow me to test your reflexes. Enraged, Lin Luo charged toward Halalu, leaping high into the air, his fist, the size of a sandbag, aimed fiercely at Halalu's face. Hey, let us talk this out. Don't strike my face, damn it. You lack martial ethics. Initially gripped by instinctual fear, Halalu quickly transitioned into a fury, and the two of them began to grapple like street thugs. Techniques such as monkey stealing peach, black dragon extracting heart, and fishing at the bottom of the sea emerged in rapid succession. It is hard to imagine that such a mischievous youth and such a seasoned rogue would turn out to be Mikela and the initial king, Gafule. Chapter 187. Unable to think of a title outside the forest, a gathering of fated ones assembled. Among them were warriors, stargazers, wandering knights, and the useless. Though these individuals belonged to different factions, they shared one commonality. Their king was the same, Halalu, not Gafule. They encircled the forest's edge, listening to the bizarre sounds emanating from within, laughter, screams, and an array of strange noises. It was as if the king were engaged in a battle against some unclean entity. Yet, only the useless ones were aware that the king was clashing with the chosen one. This chosen one appeared rather unremarkable, yet his strength was unexpectedly formidable. It had been half a day since anyone had ventured out. Astonishingly, he had yet to be crushed by the king. Hey Hijia, spill the beans, who is battling the king inside? At that moment, a man clad in crimson armor emerged from the crowd. The red armor enveloped his entire form, and a broad helmet obscured his head, revealing only a glimpse of his face. Oh, how unfortunate. His face is still concealed by a mask, obscuring any hint of light. Are you a vampire? As for Hijia, he is the leader of those useless individuals, the one deceived by Lin Luo, the bewildered one. What a rare visitor indeed. Why do you not remain in your marshy domain? Hijia crossed his arms, his posture exuding curiosity as he regarded He. Enough of your banter. He waved his hand dismissively, his impatience evident. Do not be absurd. From a distance, I saw Wang rushing toward your direction, muttering something about a guest. Although I could not discern it clearly, I distinctly sensed the energy fluctuations emanating from Wang. Pray tell, who is that individual who clashed with Wang? Upon saying this, he leaned in with a curious expression. Although Hijia's current appearance remained unclear, the tone of his voice revealed his rather unsavory demeanor. Hijia feigned contemplation, sighed dramatically, and spoke with an air of mystery. Well, I must regale you with this tale. Hijia licked his lips, raising his voice slightly. The surrounding onlookers also turned their curious gazes towards the two, inching closer. As the crowd gradually converged, Hijia began to speak. Listen carefully. The person who fought with Wong hails from the borderlands. Hijia made a striking proclamation right from the outset. What? How can that be? His words undoubtedly stirred skepticism among the crowd. They began to murmur amongst themselves, for since Wong's return, no outsider had set foot upon this continent. Furthermore, their knowledge of the borderlands was merely hearsay. Although they had heard Wong describe its features, it paled in comparison to first-hand experience. Not to mention, the chosen ones who ventured to the borderlands each year had never returned. Suddenly, an outsider from the borderlands appears, and Lin Luo remarked, in the borderlands. I was known as the despicable foreigner, and now I am labeled as an outsider here as well. And then he suddenly engaged in combat with Wong. Additionally, he was once a fated one. He is one of the chosen. Hijia dropped yet another bombshell. What? The crowd, which had only recently settled, began to stir once more. Hijia, do not deceive me. Is he truly one of the chosen? He questioned with skepticism. What sort of gaze is that? Hijia scoffed, asserting, when have I ever deceived you? I am being utterly serious. That individual described the borderlands to us and revealed details that had never been shared before. Although some of it is astonishing, I can discern that he is not lying. Hearing Hijia's words, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence. The prowess of Lin Luo is undeniably formidable. His return from the borderlands, where he bore the title of the Condemned, speaks volumes of his capabilities. After all, only the king has traversed that land. He is the Elden King, the original sovereign. With such power and knowledge of the arcane secrets of the borderlands, his credibility seems quite plausible. Shall we venture inside to take a look? He tilted his head, inquiring tentatively, Are you certain? Hijia looked at He in astonishment. If the king's wrath has not yet been fully unleashed, you may be in for a dire consequence. He instinctively took a step back. Surely not. It's been quite some time. It should be fine now. That is uncertain, Hijia insisted gravely. Although there has been no commotion for the time being, one can never be too cautious. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Afraid, are we? You speak nonsense. This is merely prudence. While the group outside engaged in their discussions, the battle between Lin Luo and He Lai Lu drew near its conclusion. In the heart of the forest, within a vast pit, dusk had already fallen. The moon's glow alone could scarcely illuminate anything, let alone the depths of the pit. The two lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, clearly in a state of distress. Their faces bore numerous scars, particularly He Lai Lu, whose visage had become nearly unrecognizable, marred by bruises of various hues, reflecting the severity of Lin Luo's blows. Lin Luo, on the other hand, bore injuries less severe than those of He Lai Lu. Nonetheless, the right side of his face was swollen, a result of a hefty slap dealt by He Lai Lu when he was caught off guard. Additionally, his forehead bore the mark of a collision with He Lai Lu's headgear. The two remained silent, panting heavily, indicating significant exertion. Lin Luo slowly turned his head, casting a glance at He Lai Lu, then, indifferent to him, closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. Before long, the pit was filled with Lin Luo's rhythmic snores. He Lai Lu, astonished, gazed at Lin Luo, incredulous that he could be so unperturbed. Here I am, your adversary, and you choose to sleep? It's one thing to doze off, but could you not do so audibly? Are you unaware of your snoring? He Lai Lu felt somewhat exasperated. Humph, foolish creature. I am merely forthright. He Lai Lu huffed softly. If it were Radagon, he would have smashed your skull to pieces. With that, He Lai Lu also closed his eyes. No more words. Whatever happens, I shall sleep as well. Suddenly, two peculiar sounds echoed through the forest. Outside, the fated ones boldly speculated that something unsavory had approached the border. Chapter 188, The Paranoid Hallie. As the two slowly opened their eyes, it was already midday the following day. After their intense duel, perhaps exhaustion had overtaken them. Yawning, Lin Luo rubbed his eyes, stretched languidly, and noted the brightness of the day. Damn it, your snoring disturbed my rest, Hallie exclaimed, rising with a look of disdain directed at Lin Luo. Oh, Lin Luo replied, feigning confusion, but then recalled the previous night's bathroom excursion, causing his expression to darken. Do you believe you have the right to criticize me? Lin Luo regarded Hallie with scorn, gesturing towards the layers of soil that had crumbled around the edge of the deep pit. Do you know where this dirt came from? What do you mean? Hallie responded, puzzled. What does this have to do with my snoring? Of course it does. Lin Luo retorted vehemently. Your snoring was so thunderous that when I got up in the middle of the night, the whole pit was shaking. I thought there was an earthquake. This dirt is from the mud above, shaken loose by your snoring. You're talking nonsense. That is impossible. Hallie clearly hadn't anticipated such a response. finding it both unreasonable and slightly plausible. However, he would never admit to such an embarrassing truth. With a defiant posture, he huffed at Lin Luo through his nostrils, attempting to deny the reality of his snoring. Lin Luo shot him an exasperated glance, uninterested in continuing the conversation. We don't have to continue the fight today, do we? He turned to look at Hallie. I can match you if you wish to brawl. Who the hell cares about you? Hallie thought to himself, though he kept his mouth shut. Humph, I want to fight you. I can't win. He finally conceded after a moment's hesitation. Ha, Lin Luo chuckled. Approaching Hallie, Lin Luo was significantly shorter, so he stood on tiptoe to pat Hallie on the shoulder. At that moment, Lin Luo noticed the bruises still marring Hallie's face, reminding him of the satisfying scene from the previous day when he had thoroughly beaten Hallie. He smacked his lips, relishing the memory. Are you thinking of something impolite? Hallie narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Luo with discomfort. Not at all, Lin Luo quickly denied. After a moment, he seemed to recall something and rummaged through his bag, retrieving a golden tree holy emblem. What is that? Hallie asked, bewildered, suddenly recalling something troubling, his expression shifting dramatically. What do you intend to do? Hallie adopted a defensive stance. I advise you to put down that damned thing. Are you looking to fight again? Lin Luo was momentarily taken aback, then cast a bewildered glance at Hallelu. Are you out of your mind? Lin Luo quipped. Your paranoia seems rather severe. With that, he disregarded Hallelu's tense demeanor. Clenching the mark, a golden-hued magical array formed beneath Lin Luo's feet, simultaneously enveloping Hallelu. What is this? Hallelu instinctively attempted to retreat, but Lin Luo seized him. Why are you running? Damn it, you cowardly Michaela, are you out of your wits? You are terrified over the golden tree's restoration. Lin Luo spat. When did you become so timid? It appeared that Lin Luo was indeed anxious, yet Hallelu, hearing this, was not to be outdone and was about to retort. Suddenly, the luminous aura surged upwards, the golden essence flowing like a gushing spring, instantly enveloping both of them. Just as Hallelu thought he might be ensnared by Lin Luo, the energy surged into his body. Before he could ponder the implications, the golden tree's restoration swiftly healed all his injuries. The effect was immediate. Within moments, the bruises and swelling on his face visibly vanished. This unexpected turn of events forced Hallelu to swallow the words that had nearly escaped his lips. Exercise caution, do you understand? Lin Luo shot him a glance before unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky. Hallelu stood rooted, contemplating life. Hey, Hallelu, don't you dare fall asleep. Hallie, who had been guarding the forest throughout the night, suddenly kicked the person beside him upon seeing the familiar figure flying towards them. They're here. What the hell is wrong with you? They're here? Hallie, initially enraged, quickly grasped the meaning behind Hallie's words. He sprang up from the ground, bewildered, scanning the surroundings. Up in the sky. Hallie kicked Hallie again, pointing upwards. Up in the sky. Hallie looked perplexed, raising his gaze. In the distance, a dark silhouette grew larger before gradually descending before them. Lin Luo's unexpected arrival triggered a wave of alertness among those nearby, for apart from this group of inept individuals, the rest had never laid eyes on Lin Luo. Don't act rashly. That is the person I mentioned. Observing that the stargazers around them had grasped their staffs and the warriors nearby had already drawn their bows, Hallie and Hallie hurriedly reached out to stop them. Upon hearing their explanation, the crowd sheathed their weapons, their curious gazes appraising Lin Luo amidst the throng. He doesn't seem much different, aside from being able to fly. Hallie murmured. Oh, it's you? Lin Luo frowned, recognizing a familiar figure in the crowd, his brow easing into a relaxed expression. Upon hearing Lin Luo speak, he felt a surge of excitement. Jokingly, he remarked that Lin Luo was a man capable of challenging Wang in an arm wrestling match. The fated ones hold strong individuals in high regard, and naturally, this includes Lin Luo. As for the possibility of Lin Luo having killed Heli Lu, that seemed highly improbable. Moreover, Wang was intricately connected to their bloodline, and if Wang were to perish, they would instinctively sense it. He could distinctly feel that Wang's life force was exceptionally vigorous, particularly evident from the snoring he had heard the previous night. Hey, big brother. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Hejia. And you? Lin Luo glanced at Hejia's fervent gaze, finding it somewhat peculiar, but not dwelling on it. I am Lin Luo, though you may also refer to me as Michaela. Oh, Lin Luo. Hejia's eyes widened in astonishment. You seem incredibly strong. Last time, when Wang lost control, there were hardly any creatures left alive around him. How did you manage that? Hejia, you should refrain from prying into matters that do not concern you. A gruff voice resounded from ahead, and amidst the forest, Heli Lu's figure gradually came into view. Chapter 189. Ares, the god of war, what business is it of yours? Jia instinctively retorted, only to find Li Lu glaring at him with an expression of disapproval. It's nothing. I was merely inquiring about Lin Luo. Wang's body is all right, isn't it? It better be. Li Lu snorted coldly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He certainly did not wish for Lin Luo to disclose the incident where he had slapped Li Lu. Michaela, please call me Lin Luo. That is the name of this body. Lin Luo interjected suddenly, as he was not particularly accustomed to the name Michaela. Lin Luo? What an unusual name. Li Lu remarked, puzzled but not delving deeper. By the way, Lin Luo, I believe I should share something with you. Li Lu's expression suddenly turned serious. Although you, Michaela, carry the blood of the Golden Clan, it seems from your words that this body also belongs to the Fated Ones. I think I ought to take you to a certain place, even though it may not seem entirely reasonable. Li Lu sighed as he spoke. What place? Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious about what Li Lu meant. Having spent so long in the cycle, this was his first visit to such a location, and he was not well versed in the affairs and entities of these places. My friend, you have certainly captured my attention. This place is precisely why we Fated Ones have guarded it for so many years. Li Lu sighed again, this time casting a meaningful glance at Lin Luo. Naturally, Lin Luo noticed Li Lu's infuriating gaze, which sparked a surge of irritation within him. Hey, what is with that look? It seems as though you think I've abducted your precious daughter. But judging by your appearance, I doubt you have a daughter. She is probably a tough Barbie. How dare you launch personal attacks? Halala's face was contorted with indignation. Although she was unaware of the precise meaning of Konglong Barbie, the implications of Lin Luo's earlier words suggested that it was far from a complimentary term. How could such a thing be categorized as a personal attack? Enough of your words. Let me clarify this matter. Halalu swiftly interrupted Lin Luo, feeling utterly powerless in both argument and confrontation. It seemed utterly unjust. Go ahead. She conceded. Regarding your previous statements, though they bordered on the fantastical, you have successfully persuaded us. A glimmer of excitement danced in Halalu's eyes. You are correct. The plan devised by Marika and me lacks perfection. Indeed, our strategy merely addresses the symptoms, for as long as the Supreme will exist, it will forever loom over us like a great sword poised at the boundary. I wish to join you in opposing the Supreme will, alongside these comrades. Upon her declaration, the surrounding Fated Ones immediately rallied in support, voicing their agreement. Wang is right. We too yearn for battle. Please lead us. The cries of the Fated Ones echoed, leading Lin Luo to mistakenly believe he had stumbled into a cult-like brainwashing session. However, one could hardly blame them. After all, the entire group of Fated Ones resided in this isolated place, unknown to others. Their inherently combative nature made the prospect of languishing in this decrepit location far more unbearable than facing death itself, which explained why many fervently competed for the perilous identity of the Chosen One. Naturally, their belligerence was also deeply intertwined with their immortality and the rejection they faced from the Golden Tree. Ahem. Halalu cleared her throat, and the crowd obediently fell silent, clearly attuned to her commanding presence. Well, it seems I have brought back a band of eager companions. This journey has proven fruitful. Lin Luo was once again pulled from his reverie by Halalu's words. Now, listen closely to what I am about to say, she continued, her tone growing increasingly serious. Lin Luo perked up in response. You wish to confront the Supreme Will, do you not? Indeed. The weapon that the Fated Ones protect is none other than a god-slaying instrument, potent enough to vanquish deities. Halalu exhaled a heavy breath. I intend to entrust this weapon to you. Then why not wield it yourself? Lin Luo inquired, puzzled. Can you allow me to finish? Halalu replied with irritation. Whether you can wield this weapon will depend on your abilities. Lin Luo's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Surely, this isn't another cliché where the weapon must recognize its master. How did you know? Ahem. Regardless, it all hinges on you now. This weapon has remained dormant. A relic tracing back to my ancestors, at a time when not even the Fated Ones had lost their blessings. Oh, how the Golden Tree had not yet come into possession of such a thing. My ancestors were not only formidable warriors, but also deities. Gods who thrived in the art of battle. It seems rather impressive, Lin Luo mused, bowing his head in contemplation before inquiring. How did he meet his demise? He perished in battle, Holai Lu replied without hesitation. Dying in combat is the most glorious fate for an ancestor. Alone, he stood against hundreds of foreign deities, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, not merely due to the existence of unparalleled will, but also because of the very essence of my ancestor. Since that fateful battle, this place has been rendered a forbidden ground for foreign gods. Even in death, My ancestor remained steadfast, his power lingering, enveloping the battleground for miles, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the living. The weapon I mentioned, it was once wielded by my ancestor, and over time, it has gradually fused with his being. I have attempted on numerous occasions to approach the site of my ancestor's fall, yet each time, I found myself halted 200 meters away, only able to glimpse a mere fragment of that weapon. Even so, I could feel its immense power. Holai Lu glanced at Lin Luo. You are stronger than I am. If you possess the strength to draw forth my ancestor's weapon, it would signify his acknowledgement of you, and I shall refrain from further comment. I do not wish for your success, having guarded it for so many years, only to see you reap the rewards. Yet, I also hope for your triumph. For we have plotted against the unparalleled will for many years. Liberating the borderlands and returning my people to their rightful place would be a boon. Lin Luo nodded slightly, feeling a newfound reverence for this unseen deity. By the way, what is your ancestor's name? The god of war. No, what is his name? It seems to be Ares. Chapter 190. The Fallen Land of the God of War. What? Lin Luo's face was a picture of confusion. He hesitated, pausing for a moment before continuing. Although I realize this may be an inappropriate inquiry, I cannot suppress my curiosity. Why do you believe in he, while your ancestor believes in A? Aren't you of the same bloodline? I checked. Ares is simply named Ares, not some joke like Kobe believing in Ku. The previously serious Holai Lu was instantly thrown off balance, her expression darkening at a visible pace. Damn it, I want to learn that too. Be serious. I am serious. Is it wrong for my ancestor to be a universal lover? If we continue this topic, I swear I'll get angry. All right, I won't mention it anymore. Lin Luo conceded. What a petty person, it's impossible to reason with you. Holai Lu's eyes twitched, as she repeatedly reassured herself to remain calm. Enough. Follow me. She huffed, I will lead you. Then let us proceed. Lin Luo exclaimed with joy, trailing behind Holai Lu. Indeed, concerning the Dutch leagues. You shall accompany me while the rest remain here, awaiting our return, and I shall lead you to the borderland. Very well. The crowd responded in unison, their voices resonating so powerfully that the very forest seemed to tremble. Holai Lu nodded in satisfaction, yet her expression quickly shifted when she glanced at Lin Luo. Let us proceed. Lin Luo shrugged helplessly, trailing slowly behind Holai Lu. She guided the group towards the opposite end of the forest. Lin Luo followed closely, sensing the intensifying aura beside him, his expression growing increasingly grave. The residual energy from this divine presence was far more formidable than that of the madness fire. And for the first time, Lin Luo found himself contemplating submission. It was noteworthy that even after countless cycles, he had never been subdued, yet this time, curiosity about the deity stirred within him. After traversing a few hundred meters, as the aura grew ever more potent, Holai Lu finally came to a halt. Have we arrived? Holai Lu did not respond, but performed a solemn bow towards the direction ahead. Observing this, He Jia and He Yi followed suit without hesitation. Though their gesture was one of deep reverence, a kneeling salute, Lin Luo furrowed his brow at this scene, pondering whether such an act of veneration in the presence of the god of war would lead to disdain. He momentarily forgot that He Yi and He Jia had no intentions of attempting such a gesture. Holai Lu had brought them along merely to familiarize them with this place. Let us proceed, it lies just ahead, Holai Lu said, gradually raising her head. You shall wait here. Your strength is still insufficient to approach the ancestors, she remarked to the two behind her. The pair offered no objections, remaining in their place. Will you join as well? Lin Luo queried, observing Holai Lu's eager demeanor. I shall give it a try. Although I have failed each time, it serves as a form of cultivation, Holai Lu replied. Then this may well be your final attempt at cultivation, Lin Luo stated with unwavering confidence. Do not speak too soon, Holai Lu cautioned, shaking her head. Whether I am boasting or not will become evident, Lin Luo chuckled, charging forward. Holai Lu, unwilling to be outdone, followed closely behind. The so-called trial commenced, marked merely by an increase in the surrounding pressure. This was, in truth, a rather simple challenge for them both, as they moved as if walking on level ground, seemingly unaffected by the oppressive force surrounding them. However, one should not presume that the trials set forth by the god of war are easily surmountable, for this layer of pressure was not even considered part of the challenge. In other words, this overwhelming pressure is merely the residual energy from the fall of the war god. Soon, the two arrived at the first formidable challenge. The moment they stepped into this place, dozens of golden spears descended from the sky, aiming directly at them. Holero, displaying his characteristic brutish simplicity, effortlessly swatted away any spear that came too close. Some spears went unnoticed by him, striking his tough skin without concern, They merely left a pale mark upon his shoulder. The scene shifts back to Lin Luo. In stark contrast to Holero's violent aesthetics, Lin Luo's approach appeared far more graceful. With a wave of his hand, he invoked the Elden Meteor. Countless golden meteors manifested in the air, following closely behind him. No matter how the golden spears lunged towards Lin Luo, the Elden Meteor shattered them with impeccable timing. This allowed Lin Luo to progress unimpeded, leaving Holero far behind. Damn it, Holero thought, watching Lin Luo forge ahead. A sense of frustration welled within him. Could the mage truly act with such impunity? Next, Lin Luo faced yet another challenge. The distance traveled was considerable, and Lin Luo had long since exited the forest, arriving in a desolate wasteland. This land bore the scars of battle. The ground cracked and stained a vivid crimson. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, catching the scent of blood. Before he could ponder further, as he set foot upon this cursed ground, dark figures began to emerge slowly from every fissure in the earth. In moments, millions of shadowy apparitions filled Lin Luo's vision, their howls echoing as intense waves of negativity emanated from them. Whatever demons you may be, I shall vanquish you all. With a flick of his wrist, a magnificent golden sword materialized in Lin Luo's right hand. ATM machine, I rely on you. He grunted, swinging the divine sword with fervor. The golden wave surged forth, akin to a meat grinder, consuming and dissolving all creatures that dared to enter its path. Lin Luo followed closely behind the golden wave, wielding the blood sea of corpses in his other hand, striking at those shadows that narrowly escaped the initial onslaught. With precision, he cleaved through their vital points, transforming them into sharp fragments that fell to the ground, only to melt away once more. Thus, Lin Luo resembled a war god, rendering the surrounding foes powerless to approach him. They were reduced to ashes. Before long, he reached the heart of this desolate land. Unbeknownst to him, the golden wave gradually dissipated. After slaying so many adversaries, the energy within the golden wave slowly faded. Yet, Lin Luo's brow furrowed in disbelief as he realized that the number of enemies surrounding him had not diminished in the slightest. Chapter 191. The Black Dragon. How could this be? Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, as his rune had long been intertwined with the essence of Death Rune, imbuing every combat technique he employed with its formidable power. The might of the Death Rune was indisputable, granting him unparalleled success since its acquisition. Yet, this marked Lin Luo's first encounter with an inexplicable entity that the Death Rune could not entirely vanquish. The surrounding black phantoms seemed unyielding, charging toward Lin Luo without allowing him a moment's contemplation. They wielded an array of weapons, a mix of humans and other beings. Regaining his composure swiftly, Lin Luo nonchalantly unleashed the power of his blood sea of corpses, scattering the advancing shadows. Enough of this. Whatever these creatures were, he would simply charge through. With a muffled grunt, Lin Luo dismissed them as mere ants. Even an unkillable swarm of ants posed little threat. However, as he forged ahead, a pair of luminous green eyes ignited, and to Lin Luo's astonishment, an ancient dragon, clad in obsidian armor with a prominent horn upon its snout, materialized from behind the enemy ranks. Moreover, it was flanked by a multitude of gigantic black bats, each as wide as 2 men. With a thunderous roar, the colossal dragon took to the skies, its immense form casting a shadow over a significant portion of the battlefield. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged toward Lin Luo, obliterating several black phantoms caught in its path. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, brandishing his staff as 3 massive golden shields materialized before him, absorbing the impact of the onslaught. Another resounding roar echoed through the air, and the enemies surrounding him, as if receiving a silent command, ceased their fixation on Lin Luo and began to converge, an ominous aura gathering above their heads. An indistinct black mass coalesced, only to be hurled violently in Lin Luo's direction. Simultaneously, the other battle formations revealed themselves, 3 aerial units launching into the sky, with thousands of flying monstrosities diving toward Lin Luo. Quite the impressive display, Lin Luo mused, yet he did not falter in his own efforts. Thus, he resolved to unleash his full power. A mysterious sound resonated, the source unknown, yet he dared not inquire further. Gradually, he lifted the blood sea of corpses, crimson sword energy surging along the blade's edge. So, have you ever witnessed the chaotic dance of the blood sea of corpses waterfowl? As the dragon's breath, the energy of shadows, and the diving black bats drew ever closer to Lin Luo, he swung his long sword. Before long, 1, then 2 blood-red blades formed in the air, slowly enveloping Lin Luo's entire being. With a gentle push of his toes, he leaped into the air. After a moment's charge, Lin Luo swung his longsword downward. executing a swift and decisive strike. In an instant, a blood-red luminescence erupted at the heart of the battlefield. The crimson sword energy was unleashed from Lin Luo's hand, releasing countless blades in a chaotic dance, akin to a meat grinder. The black dragon's breath appeared feeble, dissipating the moment it made contact with the sword energy. The approaching minions fared no better. The black phantoms offered no resistance, as Lin Luo's swordsmanship swept across the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. The black dragon, seemingly unable to remain passive, let out a thunderous roar, reorienting itself in midair, sensing the surrounding dark energy inexplicably losing its potency. It then radiated a spectrum of colors, lunging toward Lin Luo with ferocity. Oblivious to this spectacle, Lin Luo continued to wield his sword with relentless determination, prepared to charge headlong into the fray. The blood-red blade surged forward to meet the dragon's gaping maw, which was now mere moments away from Lin Luo. Clang! The resounding echoes of metal reverberated as the attack struck the dragon's obsidian scales. The beast howled in anguish as numerous scales fell away, crimson droplets staining the ground below, accompanied by the vanishing of the black phantoms. Lin Luo's eyes widened in realization. This relentless tide of black phantoms was the work of the black lizard. Energized by this revelation, a torrent of runes surged through Lin Luo, infusing his blood-red sword energy with golden flames of madness, the black runes of death, and the pinkish crimson of decay. With such a formidable display of power, Lin Luo intended to strike down the black dragon in a single blow. Though his previous combat technique had been somewhat casual, its potency was not to be underestimated. The dragon's physical resistance was formidable, yet it should not have been so impervious, suggesting that the black dragon had been honing its scales with this peculiar dark energy, granting it an unusual resilience. Otherwise, the Blood Sea-inspired blades would surely have vanquished it. Before Lin Luo, his combat prowess surged exponentially. The black dragon's pupils constricted as it beheld the oncoming sword energy, sensing the overwhelming might. It hastily attempted to evade, but one or two blades still struck true, sending a shower of flesh and blood cascading through the air. In the wake of the assault, the black dragon was afflicted by 4 debilitating statuses: Madness Fire, Death Rune, Crimson Decay, and Bleeding. Even the slightest wound would be enough to inflict excruciating torment, leading to its demise, unless, of course, it were a creature of unparalleled resilience. With a mournful cry, the black dragon sought to flee, perceiving its adversary as nothing short of a monster. Yet Lin Luo was resolute. He would not allow the beast to escape. His sword continued to dance through the air, the chaotic blades swirling relentlessly, while his hound-like stance pressed forward. The black dragon had yet to register the situation when an intense pain surged through its back, blood gushing forth like a spring, intermingled with dark scales. The dragon let out a pained cry, attempting to dislodge Lin Luo from its back. Yet Lin Luo remained steadfastly clinging to it. Waterbirds relentlessly tore at the wound until they cleaved through the dragon's thick spine. A dark, eerie liquid erupted forth, startling even Lin Luo. The waterbirds ceased their chaotic dance, abruptly landing on the dragon's back, leveraging their position to leap into the air. Black wings materialized, hovering in the void. The black dragon emitted a wretched howl as its wings gradually ceased their flapping, and its massive form began to descend. The surrounding black shadows slowly dissipated. Chapter 192. Gravitational Field. As the shadows faded, Lin Luo sheathed his weapon, a flicker of exhilaration gleaming in his eyes. According to the coordinates indicated by Halalu, the location of the fallen war god was still some distance away. This suggested that the formidable black dragon was merely an elite foe, and there might be even stronger adversaries lurking ahead. With this thought, Lin Luo quickened his pace, charging onward. The desolate expanse was vast. Lin Luo spread his wings and soared for a considerable distance before reaching the boundary of this land. A glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes as he flapped his wings, propelling himself toward that direction. At the edge of the wasteland, Lin Luo beheld a vast plain, or rather, a basin. The entire area sloped downward from the edges toward the center. While the surface was dotted with numerous greenish blades of grass, Lin Luo failed to notice that none of these blades stood tall and straight. Beneath the grass lay deep footprints, but Lin Luo, soaring high above, was oblivious to such details. He accelerated his wing beats and swiftly reached the border of the barren land. However, as he crossed over into the basin, a powerful force suddenly swept down upon him. Initially, Lin Luo assumed it was an enemy attack, for the surging force felt like a massive energy crashing onto his back. His expression contorted as he sensed a tremendous pressure on his neck and abdomen, making it difficult to raise his hands. His vision threatened to fade into darkness. This was a harbinger of a 100-fold increase in gravity. Damn it, Lin Luo coughed, struggling to stabilize himself as he plummeted from the sky. The encroaching darkness began to recede. Boom. Despite not having ascended to a great height, Lin Luo's descent resembled that of a meteorite, crashing violently to the ground and creating a massive crater. He raised his hand, only to find that exerting himself had become exceedingly arduous. His heart thumped loudly, its rhythm slowed by the external gravitational pressure, and his entire body was coursing with engorged veins from the excessive strain. His wings, once powerful, now hung limply at his sides. Lin Luo's face flushed crimson, his back instinctively arching as he nearly collapsed onto the ground. How treacherous! He gasped for breath, on the verge of elementalizing his body to alleviate the weight pressing down on him. After all, an elemental form is largely impervious to the forces of gravity, significantly easing the burden. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, Lin Luo refrained from taking that route. For in the end, an elemental body could only be regarded as an external entity. His original form required rigorous training. Furthermore, if he sought the recognition of the divine weapon, resorting to shortcuts might yield counterproductive results. Besides, enduring 100-fold gravity shouldn't be overly challenging, right? Having made his decision, Lin Luo gradually regulated his inner breath, calming the tumultuous flow of energy within him. After a brief moment, his curved back slowly straightened. Good heavens! Now I truly comprehend how Hallelujah's robust physique came to be. Along with that infernal leaping ability, the way she could embrace a sister and soar higher than I could ever fly. This place is simply extraordinary for physical training. Lin Luo couldn't help but exclaim, lamenting that he had not discovered this location sooner. Standing still, he finally acclimated to the immense pressure surrounding him and began to move forward slowly, while Lin Luo held his own against Hallelujah in close combat. Much of that was attributable to her lack of stamina. Thus, in this trial, he appeared somewhat beleaguered. However, in terms of willpower, Lin Luo believed himself to be on par with Hallelujah. With each deliberate step, let there be no misunderstanding, this is not a metaphorical journey of inspiration, but rather a literal one. Lin Luo left behind large footprints embedded nearly an inch deep into the earth under the weight of 100-fold gravity. Every step proved arduous, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As he pressed onwards, Lin Luo discerned that the gravitational force seemed to intensify, surely exceeding 100-fold. He uttered not a sound, merely forging ahead, a long trail of footprints following in his wake, each stride leaving a deeper impression. By the time he reached the final prints, they were stained with blood, the depth reaching a terrifying half-meter. Yet, scanning the horizon, Lin Luo exhibited no signs of halting, akin to an indefatigable machine. However, the path ahead appeared interminably long, and the weight behind him was surely increasing. A daunting journey lay ahead. Thud. It was unclear how much time had elapsed or how far he had traveled, but eventually, Lin Luo collapsed onto the ground. The armor that once adorned him had long since shed, leaving only a tattered remnant to cover him. In this accursed gravitational field, even clothing became an unbearable burden, let alone armor forged of iron and steel. Long ago, Lin Luo had stowed away all the burdens into his storage bag. His body was now drenched in blood, not as a result of fierce combat, but due to the blood seeping from his skin under the relentless pressure of gravity. Coughing violently, Lin Luo collapsed to the ground, expelling fragments of internal organs. According to Hallelu, he had once approached within 200 meters of his goal. With great effort, Lin Luo raised his gaze towards the horizon, where a small lake lay not far ahead, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of slaughter. Surely, it was the fabled site of the fallen war god. Taking a deep breath and summoning all his strength, he managed to rise once more and took a step forward. This time, the gravitational force had intensified exponentially. Lin Luo found himself utterly drained, unable to move his feet, for each lift of his foot felt as though he were sinking into the earth. Extracting it required far more effort than simply moving. He had no choice but to adopt another method. Lin Luo sprawled on the ground, crawling forward. There was no alternative. He needed to increase his contact surface to ease the strain, even if it rendered him a pitiable sight. He was indifferent to such matters, though he abhorred social embarrassment. There was no one around to witness his plight. Faced with the choice between dignity and survival, he resolutely chose the latter. Thus, on this desolate land, Lin Luo writhed like a zombie, slowly inching forward. Chapter 193. The eerie lake of vivid crimson trail marked the earth, the result of Lin Luo's blood, a testament to his suffering under the oppressive weight. This mark was formed as he crawled along the ground, dragging himself forward. Despite his physical exhaustion, his mind remained remarkably clear. Fortunately, his core strength was commendable. He managed to crawl a kilometer or two, now less than 200 meters from his destination. At last, the moment Lin Luo reached the lake's edge, the immense weight pressing down upon him vanished instantaneously. He exhaled a breath of relief, only to be seized by a fit of violent coughing. Suddenly liberated from such an overwhelming force, he felt disoriented, his face flushed crimson, and his heart raced vigorously. Fortunately, this discomfort was fleeting. Lin Luo quickly acclimatized to the change in environment and soon restored his composure. Lying there on the ground, he remained still as the runes within him slowly surged towards his wounds, initiating their gradual healing. In the center of the lake stood a statue, though it could very well be the corpse of the war god Ares. This body, however, had long since withered. The immense power it once harbored now absorbed by the golden spear it clutched. The corpse was riddled with cracks, appearing as though it would shatter upon the slightest touch. The lifeless body lay quietly in the center of the small lake, devoid of the battle spirit that typically characterized a war god. The eerie calmness surrounding the lake starkly contrasted with the treacherous perils outside, which filled Lin Luo with a sense of unease as he tended to his injuries. Once he had stabilized his wounds, Lin Luo slowly rose to his feet, his gaze fixed upon the corpse before him, aware that the body harbored mysteries. He felt compelled to advance, for this was a trial set by the war god for future generations. Retreat was no longer an option since the moment he entered the lake, he had forfeited his escape. Approaching the lake's edge, Lin Luo could still glimpse the outside world. Yet a translucent white membrane seemed to obstruct his path. The barrier's defensive capabilities rivaled those of the most formidable adversaries. Discarding any thoughts of retreat, Lin Luo steeled himself. Having come this far, he couldn't leave without at least attempting to confront what lay ahead. Resolute, he began to walk towards the center of the lake. To his astonishment, as he stepped onto the water, he found himself standing firmly upon its surface. Given the immense gravity he had just experienced, nothing seemed capable of surprising him any longer. As he drew closer to the war god's corpse, Lin Luo soon found himself standing before the formidable spear. The weapon radiated a fierce aura, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as if he were facing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. After a moment of stunned silence, Lin Luo's resolve solidified. He declared, "This weapon shall be mine." His voice betrayed an uncontainable joy and determination. Without further hesitation, he reached for the spear clutched in the corpse's grasp. Just as his hand was about to close around the weapon, he failed to notice a flicker of golden light emanating from the corpse's eyes. Suddenly, a deafening hum resonated in Lin Luo's ears, a sound that seemed to pierce his very soul. The unexpected noise momentarily disoriented him, but he quickly regained his focus. However, when he did, the spear had vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Lin Luo's expression shifted from confusion to wariness, for alongside the disappearance of the spear, the war god's body had also vanished. The sound of the spear slicing through the air echoed behind him. Reacting instantly, Lin Luo turned, drew his sword, and executed the movement with fluid precision. The crimson blade of his katana positioned itself before him, just in time to intercept the spear that cleaved downwards with tremendous force. In that moment of impact, Lin Luo couldn't help but exclaim a traditional expletive in awe. As for the reason, Lin Luo had never felt such a force. This power was several, even dozens of times stronger than anyone he had ever encountered, including himself. The sea of corpses and rivers of blood offered no hindrance, as it was effortlessly shattered by a spear, which spun 720 degrees in the air before plunging deep into the lake. The relentless momentum of the spear then cleaved directly towards Lin Luo. Fortunately, Lin Luo possessed exceptional combat instincts. He shifted his shoulder, rendering his body ethereal, causing the spear to merely graze past him, leaving a half-meter-long gash along his arm. Despite Lin Luo's flawless maneuvers, his expression was one of grave concern. He was horrified to discover that his once invulnerable elemental form was injured at this moment. The searing pain radiating from his arm indicated that the wound had not yet healed, and the intense sensation continued to trickle down his wrist. This was utterly astounding. It must be noted that after absorbing the entirety of the chaotic madness fire, Lin Luo's elemental body had already attained a state of great perfection. Even the formidable heat of the sun god, nearing planetary explosion levels, could not obliterate the madness fire entirely, yet a mere corpse, with a casual sweep, could inflict tangible harm upon Lin Luo. He could hardly comprehend or believe it. Even the war god Ares, if he were alive, could not possibly possess such overwhelming might. Moreover, he was long dead, reduced to a mere weapon, more accurately, a weapon controlling the corpse, rather than vice versa. In the brief exchange, Countless thoughts flickered through Lin Luo's mind as he sought a plausible rationale to convince himself. However, Ares did not grant Lin Luo the luxury of time to react. The spear in his hand lunged at Lin Luo with frenzied intensity, its speed and force formidable. Having just suffered a setback, Lin Luo was determined not to confront the accursed spear head-on. He needed to devise a strategy. Lin Luo attempted to employ the Hound's Step to create distance, hoping to carve out a moment to unleash his magic, for a direct clash was certainly not an option. Yet, he had underestimated his opponent. The instant Lin Luo activated the Hound's Step, it was as if Ares could read his thoughts. The spear was violently hurled towards Lin Luo's landing spot after his evasion. How could this be? Lin Luo's pupils dilated in shock as the spear approached within mere inches of him, perilously close. Chapter 194, The Piercing Madness Fire. Even with Lin Luo's rapid reflexes, there was no time to evade this attack. The spear plunged into Lin Luo's chest instantaneously. Even his instinctive elemental transformation proved futile. Blood erupted forth, and before he could muster a response, the spear had pinned him to the ground, as he coughed up a torrent of blood. A gaping wound in his chest continued to spew forth crimson. Damn it! Lin Luo instinctively grasped the spear embedded in his chest. However, the moment his palm made contact, it felt as if he were clutching a mass of molten lava. Hiss! Lin Luo inhaled sharply, glancing at his palm, which had turned crimson and was blistered. The excruciating pain rendered him unable to even clench his fist. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the golden phantom reappeared before him, forcefully grasping the spear lodged in his chest. In an instant, Lin Luo understood its intent and, disregarding his agony, seized the spear and withdrew it from his body. For him, enduring the burn on his palm was far more acceptable than being cleaved in two. Ack! Lin Luo screamed, his hands emitting wisps of smoke. And upon inspecting them again, he found them mangled and bloodied. The wound on his chest, exacerbated by the spear's removal, gushed forth crimson liquid. Coughing up blood, Lin Luo's gaze turned bloodshot as he confronted the lifeless body before him. Yet, the corpse showed no signs of halting. It brandished the spear once more and charged at Lin Luo. Are you truly relentless? Lin Luo bellowed in fury, dismissing any thoughts of evasion. I've lived this long. I refuse to be humiliated now. The spear descended with an unstoppable force, intent on cleaving Lin Luo in half. This time, he would not flinch. The war god may be powerful, but he was resolute. He refused to believe that death could extinguish such might. Otherwise, how could he contend against the supreme will? At that moment, Lin Luo cast aside any notions of retreat. Retreat? That was the act of the weak. He was the strongest. Why should he cower? The spear was upon him in an instant, yet Lin Luo swiftly prepared his countermeasures. He retreated several paces, and before him manifested 4 or 5 golden shields. Ethereal guardians standing resolutely in his defense. Lin Luo fixed his gaze ahead, his entire form beginning to transform, his head gradually ignited with fervent flames, ultimately morphing into a blazing mass of golden fire. The spear, like a force of nature, shattered the first 2 shields effortlessly. The third shield held momentarily, but soon succumbed as well. As the remaining golden shields absorbed the onslaught, the spear's remaining power dwindled, sending it flying away. However, the recoil was deftly absorbed by the expressionless war god's corpse, which, still wielding the spear, lunged aggressively at Lin Luo once more. Just as the spear threatened to breach the final golden shield and divide Lin Luo anew, a tremendous force erupted within him. A searing wave of flame surged outward from Lin Luo, cascading like an unstoppable tide toward the lifeless body. In an instant, the spear was flung away by this inexplicable force, landing firmly on the shores of a nearby lake. The corpse of the war god, caught off guard by the sudden surge of energy, staggered backward for several dozen steps before ultimately collapsing to the ground. May chaos fill the world, Lin Luo murmured softly, expressing a sentiment rather than being possessed. However, Lin Luo's true nature soon resurfaced. You wretched creature, even in death you cannot find peace, leaving me in such a predicament? Lin Luo's figure ascended slowly into the air, the temperature around him rising dramatically. Soon, golden flames erupted from behind him, multiplying in number until they enveloped the sky above the lake. War god, I shall scorch the very grass atop your grave. Lin Luo raised his hand forcefully and then gestured downward. Fortunately, this accursed corpse lacked the ability to fly. Otherwise, it would have posed a considerable challenge. Cleaving through the flames, Lin Luo murmured, and the inferno behind him immediately responded, redirecting its fury toward the war god beneath the lake. This was the true essence of the cleaving flames, a fire that pierced the heavens. The overwhelming blaze left little room for evasion or resistance. It harnessed the full power of chaotic flames. Regrettably, Chaos had employed a method of control against Lin Luo. Otherwise, confronting him would have proven quite troublesome. This, of course, could only be attributed to Chaos's insatiable greed for the death runes and law ring fragments within Lin Luo. Perhaps he believed that by subjugating Lin Luo, these powers would become his, and he could not bear to forsake such a splendid opportunity. Little did he know that Lin Luo possessed the devouring power of the serpent within him. As the flames coalesced in the air, the corpse displayed no semblance of fear. Even faced with certain death, it would charge forward without hesitation, a testament to the war god's unique divinity. Grasping the war goddess spear, it met the oncoming flames head-on. Initially, it could use its formidable combat instincts to slice through the approaching fire, but soon it found itself overwhelmed. The sheer volume of flames too great to withstand. Despite its exceptional combat skills and powerful weaponry, it proved inadequate against the relentless inferno. While the chaotic flames' frenzied nature served as a significant weapon, their energy was formidable as well. The flame struck with a forceful impact, and though it managed to disperse much of the fire, countless tongues of flame still found their way through the gaps, striking its body with ferocity. At first, it showed little reaction, but as the flames penetrated deeper, it began to suffer backlash. Its golden form turned crimson, a manifestation of the rising temperature. Yet, this was not the end. The effects of the flames entering its body rendered its movement sluggish. The arm wielding the spear slowed, diminishing its efficiency in countering the onslaught of chaotic fire. Yet Lin Luo in the air displayed no intention of halting his advance. The chaotic flames surged with increasing ferocity, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Chapter 195, Resurrected. The body of the war god continued to struggle against the onslaught. However, it soon found itself enveloped entirely by the raging inferno. There was no hissing of searing flames, nor the thunderous roar of explosions. The devouring nature of the chaotic flames manifested in a remarkably subdued manner, akin to how it silently consumed the very essence of others. It gradually seeped into the corpse, corroding the statue from within. This gradual, almost languid process of destruction persisted for nearly half an hour. Observing that the statue below had seemingly fallen silent, Lin Luo's chaotic flames began to wane. Suddenly, Lin Luo halted, as if struck by a thought. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the glimmering staff from his bag. "I refuse to let you be utterly obliterated." Upon uttering this, a purple magical aura coalesced above the staff, as countless meteors ignited behind him. "Taste my meteor strike." Lin Luo raised his hand and forcefully brought it down, causing the meteors to descend in tandem. The remnants of the chaotic flames had yet to dissipate completely, and the ensuing meteors fell like rain. The devastating impact unleashed upon the small lake was cataclysmic. This barrage continued for approximately 10 minutes before the meteors gradually faded from view. Yet, judging by Lin Luo's lingering expression, it seemed he was inclined to unleash another surge of spiritual energy. With wings unfurled, Lin Luo refrained from recklessly descending, instead quietly observing as the dust below gradually settled, revealing the tragic state of the golden phantom. The once pristine body had been melted under Lin Luo's intense heat and bombarded by meteors, leaving it nearly devoid of any intact remnants. No, it had been reduced to mere fragments, golden particles and shards scattering in every direction. However, the sole unmarred object was the golden spear, which bore not even a trace of damage. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Luo's eyes, and after a moment of contemplation, he began to descend slowly. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. At the slightest hint of disturbance, he would be airborne once more. It was not an overreaction on Lin Luo's part. After enduring numerous setbacks with this entity, he had no choice but to exercise caution. As Lin Luo approached the spear, the surrounding golden fragments remained undisturbed, gradually alleviating his concerns. Lin Luo could no longer suppress the smile that crept into his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the spear. Excellent. Another means to contend with the Supreme has emerged. Lin Luo would not deny the spear's formidable power. Its sheer strength made evident the war god's might in life. Furthermore, this spear exhibited a profound aversion to outsiders and could inflict harm upon Lin Luo's elemental form. It is worth noting that such an extraordinary ability was rarely encountered, save for this instance. However, considering that the god of war is a deity of battle, it is certain that there have been numerous gods who have faced him, with at least hundreds, if not thousands, possessing elemental forms akin to Lin Luo's. Perhaps they suffered great losses, or perhaps they managed to escape his grasp. Thus, this weapon possesses such extraordinary capabilities. Lin Luo reached out towards the spear before him, only to abruptly halt. A lingering sensation of searing pain resonated in his palm. His host had perished. Surely, there should be no consequence. After a brief moment of hesitation, resolve swiftly replaced his uncertainty. Damn it, fortune favors the bold. With a soft snort, Lin Luo firmly grasped the spear. He braced himself for the anticipated sting, yet the burning sensation he envisioned did not materialize. Instead, a refreshing coolness emanated from his palm, gradually enveloping his entire being. This caused Lin Luo to exclaim in astonishment, as the scene before him shattered like glass. The only constant being the spear firmly held in his grasp. The small lake, previously ravaged by the impacts of chaotic flames and meteors, had been transformed into a miniature basin. However, the moment Lin Luo seized the spear, he felt the runes within him gradually replenishing, and his injuries began to mend. The lake, too, slowly reverted to its original form. Everything seemed to be unfolding favorably, until Lin Luo suddenly beheld a golden, ethereal figure materializing ahead. A familiar silhouette emerged before Lin Luo, causing his heart to race with trepidation. Instinctively, he nearly cast the spear aside, suspecting that all he had experienced was merely a trick of this entity, meant to lure him down and deliver a lethal blow. Lin Luo's mind raced with malicious conjectures as his eyes darted about. Yet, to his astonishment, he soon discovered that the spear adhered to his palm like a stubborn bandage, resisting all his efforts to cast it away. As the golden apparition coalesced, the half-kneeling corpse of the god of war seized the spear that Lin Luo held. Cursed. Lin Luo inhaled deeply, the runes within him surging as he prepared for retaliation. It seemed he would need to employ that move sooner than anticipated. The essence of chaotic flames began to envelop him, overpowering the other divine forces within. Should this entity make any move, Lin Luo would discard all else and obliterate it. However, as Lin Luo stood poised for confrontation, the golden figure remained still, and the spear did not react. All that lingered was a gentle aura emanating from the spear, leaving Lin Luo feeling perplexed. The spear and the golden apparition neither exhibited any signs of inflicting harm upon themselves, nor did they afford Lin Luo the opportunity to escape from the spear's grasp. Lin Luo was perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation, just as he was engulfed in confusion. The golden figure, half crouched on the ground, abruptly raised its head, its eyes gleaming with a golden light, fixating intently on Lin Luo. Startled by this gaze, Lin Luo wondered if the war god had returned from the grave. An unprecedented sense of crisis welled up within him. However, before Lin Luo could devise a response, it was already too late. In a flash of golden light, he found himself transported to another location. Chapter 196. I have never encountered such brazen individuals. As the surroundings illuminated once more, Lin Luo was confronted with yet another scene that felt eerily familiar. Why does this situation seem so recognizable? The corners of Lin Luo's eyes twitched involuntarily. Did these deities have a penchant for dragging mortals to inexplicable places? It seemed they all delighted in concealing traps within their weapons. The Huntress Queen appeared to share this trait, as did the war god. Surely, they could not be involved in any improper relationship. The timeline simply did not align. Young man, it seems you are entertaining some rather impolite thoughts, a voice interjected suddenly, as a figure materialized before Lin Luo. Unlike the exquisitely adorned form of the Huntress Queen, this entity was merely a silhouette, radiating a golden glow, its features indistinguishable. Yet, given its presence in this place, it could only be the war god. Are you Ares? Lin Luo inquired, his gaze directed at the war god, laced with a hint of skepticism regarding the figure's rather hasty demeanor. You insolent brat, how dare you address me so casually? The golden apparition's tone carried a hint of displeasure as it spoke to Lin Luo. Come now, Lin Luo waved dismissively. You've been dead for how many years? Why still concern yourself with such trivialities? You sharp-tongued little imp. Oh, Lin Luo scoffed, nonchalantly digging at his nose in response. Infuriating. The war god regarded Lin Luo's nonchalant demeanor with growing irritation. How could the spear have chosen you, this insipid brat? The one who came before you seemed far more suitable. Your luck must be sheer folly. Lin Luo shot him a glance of incredulity. Though he uttered no words, his expression conveyed volumes. What else with that look, you little rascal? Nothing of consequence. I harbor no ill intentions. Lin Luo shrugged, choosing to say no more. Humph. Unfortunate creature, the war god muttered, leaving it ambiguous as to whom he referred. Enough of this chatter. Time is of the essence. If you have no further business, hand over that weapon to me. Lin Luo gestured towards the spear in his hand. Humph. Indeed, you covet it, the war god responded. What nonsense. Lin Luo scoffed. Did you not create this place merely to pass your weapon to another? Who in their right mind would willingly endure torment in such a locale. Hasten your pace, or I shall resort to theft. At any rate, given your pitiful appearance, you lack the vigor to resist. Do you comprehend the words escaping your lips? The god of war's countenance darkened, and he bellowed with indignation. How audacious! How utterly preposterous! Lin Luo swiftly interjected, do not attempt to inflate your ego. If you wish to maintain that lofty demeanor, let us engage in a duel, shall we? Impudent wretch. I can already envision the flush of rage upon the god of war's face. If he possessed even a modicum of strength remaining, he would surely retaliate. After scrutinizing Lin Luo for a prolonged moment, he finally exhaled in resignation. Very well, I am but a dead man now. I shall not waste my breath on you. You are not human, are you? Lin Luo retorted. You are indeed not human. That moniker was bestowed upon me by those ruffians. Do you grasp what a title signifies? Oh. Having encountered an unexpected setback, the god of war felt a disconcerting sensation, akin to tasting excrement. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless to respond. Begone. Depart swiftly. Your presence vexes me. I find your presence equally irksome, Lin Luo replied with exasperation. Pray, enlighten me on how to leave. Humph, I know not. The god of war scoffed, turning away to disregard Lin Luo. However, his right hand remained clasped around the golden spear alongside Lin Luo. Unaware, are we? Lin Luo regarded the god of war with suspicion, casting a glance at the spear in his grasp. Remove your hand. I shall depart on my own. This spear belongs to me. Before the god of war could complete his statement, Lin Luo delivered a swift kick, striking him forcefully below the belt. The god of war was taken completely by surprise, unable to react as Lin Luo's foot connected with devastating impact, sending him hurtling backward. Lin Luo's intent was straightforward. His suffering would not be in vain, and he would not endure this beating without extracting some benefit. Why else would he forsake the comforts of home for this desolate wasteland? Was it for the sake of Gouffoulet's muscular physique? Lin Luo's kick was delivered with considerable force, and the god of war, caught off guard, should have struggled to maintain his grip on the spear. Yet, Lin Luo did not anticipate that the god of war and the spear shared a peculiar bond. As he was propelled backward, the spear flew from his grasp as well. Consequently, Lin Luo, who was also tightly gripping the spear, was likewise swept away, following the god of war into the air. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, Lin Luo found himself airborne, crashing to the ground and tumbling several times. Furthermore, his palm remained firmly affixed to the spear, and after rolling for a short distance, he was once again yanked back by the force. Damn it! Do you even realize what you are doing? While the god of war was devoid of sensation, Lin Luo's reckless actions inflicted upon him a profound sense of humiliation. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Luo instinctively touched his head. How dare you say that? What kind of farce are you orchestrating? If it weren't for your theatrics, I would have received the item and left long ago. After all these years, I am the first to encounter you. You treat that thing like a treasure. You might as well just hand it over. Truly, you have no shame. The war god felt a mix of anger and amusement, exclaiming, You brat, that is my possession. Regardless of your circumstances, once you are dead, it becomes a forsaken object. His two small mustaches trembled with fury as he struggled to focus on Lin Luo, stammering. I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Chapter 197, Ares' Request. Humph, I truly am shameless. Lin Luo smirked, glancing at the war god. It seems the rune within you is also on the verge of exhaustion. Otherwise, you wouldn't be unable to even mold your face. We might as well endure this together, for I have plenty of runes to spare. As he spoke, Lin Luo produced a piece of jerky from an unknown source and began to chew heartily. In any case, that broken spear will ultimately belong to me. The war god was consumed with rage. How infuriating! How can one be so contemptuous? And where did you conjure that jerky from in this illusion? From your rear, perhaps? Yet, Lin Luo's words quickly brought the war god back to his senses. As Lin Luo pointed out, his internal energy was indeed running low, and his activated state was merely a remnant of the runes left on the spear. The two exchanged a long, silent gaze. Lin Luo was unperturbed, noting that the war goddess phantom had already diminished significantly and would likely dissipate entirely soon. However, the war god found himself increasingly unsettled. Regardless of who passed the trial, they would obtain his weapon and a portion of their residual power as a legacy. Yet, here was Lin Luo, displaying such blatant disrespect. Shouldn't he at least show some reverence? After all, he was a god. No, even if a true god were present, they should respectfully address him as senior. This highlighted the war god's formidable strength in life. Even in death, his damned trial was clearly not designed for mere mortals. Even some lesser deities would struggle to pass such an outrageous test. Normally, Someone passing the trial would be cause for celebration. However, it just had to be Lin Luo, who not only insulted him verbally, but also demonstrated physical contempt. Who has ever seen a mere mortal kick a deity in the groin? In truth, one could hardly blame Lin Luo. After all, Lin Luo had already slain several deities, thus he naturally harbored no fear towards these gods. The fact that I did not engage you in a fierce confrontation can be considered a courtesy. Lin Luo, adhering to the principle of respecting the deceased, has already shown you considerable regard. The two remained silent for a lengthy period, until at last, the god of war spoke. There was no alternative. This wretched entity had drained all of his remaining strength, and thus the trial came to an end. The so-called inheritor was left with only Lin Luo, and regardless of his reluctance, there was no other choice to be made. Sigh. It seemed he had made a difficult decision, as the god of war cast a rather disdainful glance at Lin Luo. You come here. Humph. You expect me to come simply because you called? That would be quite humiliating. Do you still want this spear? All right, brother, I'm coming. Lin Luo's eyes brightened, and he immediately approached. Could you step back a bit? The god of war paused, slowly speaking. TSK, didn't you ask me to come over? Now you want me to back off? I certainly didn't mean for you to be so close. Do you even realize what position you're in right now? The god of war scolded angrily. As Lin Luo found himself pressed against the god of war's chest, their movements appearing exceedingly intimate. Furthermore, can't you tell? I'm a man. My apologies for the presumptuousness. Lin Luo chuckled awkwardly, swiftly stepping back a couple of paces. I'm not interested in you, but I am quite intrigued by that weapon. Lin Luo gestured towards the spear, his eyes betraying his desire for it. The god of war regarded Lin Luo intently, yet did not relinquish the spear. I will grant it to you. However, before that, there are certain matters you must understand. The god of war sighed, his gaze drifting into the distance. Oh. Lin Luo looked at the god of war with curiosity, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head. I'm not keen on knowing. I have plenty on my plate. I still need to confront the Supreme Will and have no time to seek revenge for you. Who the hell asked you to seek revenge? The one who killed me has already been dealt with by me. Oh, so they're dead. Lin Luo nonchalantly dug his nose, displaying an air of disdain. The god of war took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself, stay calm. Ares, you need to maintain your composure. Huff. Ares exhaled a heavy sigh, and spoke to Lin Luo in a calm manner. Listen well, little one, I do not require you to seek vengeance. It is merely a small request. In return, you shall receive all of my lifetime's knowledge, a portion of divine power, and this old companion of mine. This deal is far from unfavorable for you. Ares's demeanor grew solemn, and upon witnessing this, Lin Luo ceased his playful antics. All right, what is it? While I cannot guarantee anything, I will do my utmost. Lin Luo replied. It is not a difficult matter. Ares's figure began to fade once more, his voice becoming somewhat indistinct. Lin Luo had no choice but to lean in closer, listening intently. You are likely not a local here, Ares remarked with a hint of indifference. Those who arrive in this realm, wishing to return to their former lands, can only do so through the chosen or by harnessing the power of that worm. Only I can facilitate your passage. Erdtree, having ascended as the initial king and imbued with the might of supreme will, could naturally traverse back to the boundary. Yet escorting Lin Luo proved to be a formidable challenge. It is, indeed, the weapon itself. The god of war gradually released his grip, and at that moment, the spear truly acknowledged Lin Luo as its master. What of this spear? Lin Luo began to inquire. But the inheritance coursing through the spear instantly unveiled the reason to him. So it is. Overwhelmed by the vast influx of information from the spear, Lin Luo's mind momentarily swirled, yet he could not suppress the smile curling at the corners of his mouth in the presence of supreme will, feeling more assured. What do you wish me to do? Lin Luo turned to Ares and asked. Chapter 198. Let death return to the continent. Quite simple, Ares replied calmly. I desire for you to escort my progeny to that continent. This place is no longer suitable for them. Is that all? Lin Luo questioned, puzzled. Even without Ares' prompting, he would have facilitated their passage. He merely lacked the means before. No, Ares shook his head. It seems you harbor considerable disdain for that worm. It truly deserves its fate. I have heard of its misdeeds. Had I still been alive, I would have pierced it through with 2 spears. Ares spoke with evident bitterness. Alas, that task now falls to you. Oh, no, you need not be entrusted with this. You should be capable of it. After all, my old friend is quite formidable. And you, young man, are no slouch. Surely, crushing a worm should pose no challenge for you. Astute observation. Lin Luo snapped his fingers in agreement with Ares' words. However, there must be other matters at hand. Lin Luo nodded slightly and regarded Ares. Conversing with an intelligent individual can be rather exhausting, Ares quipped, glancing at Lin Luo before continuing. Once you have vanquished that worm, I hope you can bestow upon my descendants the gift of death. How so? Lin Luo inquired with keen interest. Is not immortality a splendid gift? Indeed, yet it is a double-edged sword. Regardless, should you aspire to become the ruler of that land, I cannot dictate your actions. However, I believe that death is a privilege they require. I hope you can grant them that right, and if anyone feels otherwise, you may seek their counsel. Ares cast a deep gaze at Lin Luo and said, as for the matter at hand, it is certainly feasible. Lin Luo chuckled softly. In truth, even if you had not mentioned it, I would have acted thusly. Moreover, my intentions extend beyond this. I aim to restore death to this continent. Death, the cycle of life and death, is of paramount importance. Oh, Ares glanced at Lin Luo with a hint of surprise. I never expected you to possess such insight. I hope you can live up to it. Lin Luo chuckled softly as Ares' figure began to slowly dissipate, leaving behind only his final words. All right, I shall take my leave now to settle accounts with those wretched creatures over there. Safe travels, Lin Luo gently replied. In an instant, the surroundings shattered like a mirror. Returning to the serene lake, the golden statue lay in ruins, leaving only shards scattered across the ground. Yet, the golden spear remained firmly grasped in Lin Luo's hand. Are you all right? Suddenly, the voice of Holero echoed beside him. Just moments ago, while in the gravitational field, he was on the verge of breaking his previous record when the pressure he felt abruptly vanished. Holero was momentarily at a loss, having visited this place countless times before, yet he had never encountered such a situation. However, he quickly recalled the only variable, Lin Luo. Could it be that he had already obtained the ancestral weapon? This astonishing conclusion struck Holero. His curiosity was piqued. After all, he had only glimpsed that weapon from several hundred meters away and longed to see the ancestral figure. Thus, he made his way to the lake. Upon arrival, he found Lin Luo in the center, foolishly grinning while holding the spear. Holero? Lin Luo snapped back to reality. I can't believe you made it here. Holero's expression darkened. What do you mean? Am I not allowed to have a breakthrough? Come on, Lin Luo scoffed, rolling his eyes. Did you ever have a breakthrough when we were fighting? Humph, Holero spat, too weary to respond. Stop pretending, Lin Luo chuckled, shaking the spear in his hand. Ares told me that after accepting the inheritance, the external forces could no longer support you. How else did you manage to get here? Then why the hell did you ask? Holero cursed inwardly. After his moment of exasperation, he realized Lin Luo had shared another piece of information. Wait, did he say he met the god of war? He has received the inheritance. Holero stared at Lin Luo in astonishment, his eyes betraying a flicker of envy and jealousy. You obtained the ancestral weapon? Obviously, don't you see? Lin Luo shot him a quizzical glance and shook the spear. Can I touch it? Holero's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cautiously looked at Lin Luo. Seeing Holero's eager expression, Lin Luo found it rather amusing. Of course, he handed over the spear. Whoa. Holero quickly accepted the spear, making it clear that he misunderstood. The burning sensation was now absent, for the spear was under Lin Luo's control and would not harm him. Is this truly the weapon of our ancestors? Hololo, as if discovering a treasured relic, caressed the spear with an infatuated expression, oblivious to the fact that it belonged to Lin Luo. Startled by the sight, Lin Luo momentarily feared that Hololu intended to engage in some inappropriate act with the spear. Yet, he refrained from voicing his concerns, feeling pity for the youth who had guarded this weapon for so long, only to have it taken from him. However, Hololu's infatuation was fleeting, and soon he returned the spear to Lin Luo, though his expression bore a hint of melancholy. Observing this, Lin Luo felt an instinctive urge to comfort him, but was interrupted by Hololu's raised hand. No need for words. I am aware of my own capabilities. After numerous attempts, I have yet to reach this place. Furthermore, I sense that there remains a formidable challenge ahead. Since the ancestors have chosen you, they must acknowledge your strength. Take it. It is your power. Chapter 199. The mist of the crossing realm. You perceive things quite clearly. I had thought you, old stubborn one, would shamelessly demand a return. I am not so brazen. Hololo scoffed, dismissing Lin Luo's words and turning to depart. Hey, don't be petulant. Let's go. We shall return with the fated ones. Lin Luo hurriedly followed after Hololu. Hololu remained silent, yet tacitly agreed. You know how to guide them, correct? Naturally, it has been revealed to me, Lin Luo replied, holding up the spear. Oh, by the way, once we ascend to power, I will release all the death runes. At that time, you shall all lose your eternal life and gain the right to die. This is not merely my desire, but the wish of your ancestors as well. I have no objections, Hololo shrugged. Though Marika expressed a desire to refine the golden law, preventing it from becoming a mere tool for the supreme will to reap souls. It seems a fanciful notion. As long as that entity exists, the golden law will forever serve as its instrument. The arrival of death in this world is indeed the best solution. Halala nodded in agreement with Lin Luo's thoughts, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Together, they retraced their steps, unimpeded, and their progress quickened. Before long, they reached the edge of the forest, where He and He Jia awaited their return. "Your Majesty, and Lord Michaela, you have returned," exclaimed He, his voice filled with surprise. The address for Lin Luo had now shifted to Lord Michaela. At that moment, He Jia approached, immediately noticing the airy spear in Lin Luo's grasp. Is this the weapon of our ancestors?" He Jia's pupils contracted as he pointed with a trembling finger towards the spear in Lin Luo's right hand. It was the only weapon that emanated the pressure of their bloodline. After all, the offspring of the god of war, even with diluted bloodlines, would not cower before other deities. Only the god of war could achieve such a feat. Lin Luo remained silent, while Holero nodded slightly. A mix of resignation and acknowledgement in his demeanor. This young man possesses considerable strength, having earned the recognition of his ancestors. Lin Luo chuckled softly. Isn't that to be expected? Holero disregarded Lin Luo's comment and turned to Hojia and Hoi. All right, let's head back. We must make our way to the junction. Summon your kin. We shall depart in 3 hours. Lin Luo glanced up at the sky. It was getting late. The sooner they set off, the better. As he wished to return and see Melina, the two responded affirmatively and turned to venture deeper into the forest. The tribe of the Fated Ones was not particularly large. On the contrary, their numbers were few. However, their designated areas were quite distant from one another, the reason for which remained a mystery. This time, however, they need not return to their respective outposts, as gatherings of the Fated Ones were rare. The frenzy exhibited by Holero was one contributing factor. Thus, nearly all the Fated Ones had congregated within the forest. Soon, they arrived at the gathering place. Brothers, gather your belongings, take what you need. We are heading to the junction. The chosen elder has obtained the weapon of our ancestors and gained their approval. Hojia appeared quite exhilarated, igniting the crowd around him, who began to cheer in excitement. Haha, I knew he could do it. Indeed, to be able to suppress the king's form shows he is no ordinary individual. The crowd joyfully engaged in animated discussions. Before long, aside from the wandering knights and prisoners, the group returned to their respective outposts, where some guardians awaited alongside their weapons and small treasures, all of which they needed to transport. Meanwhile, Lin Luo and Holero remained in place, resting for a moment. 3 hours later, a gathering of individuals slowly entered the scene. Lin Luo had sufficiently rested and, noticing the arrival of the crowd, abruptly raised his spear. Thunder rumbled as a brilliant bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, its white luminescence seemingly cleaving the sky and leaving a trail of light that ultimately surged into Lin Luo's spear. The onlookers were astonished, mouths agape as they witnessed this miraculous display. Without uttering much, Lin Luo allowed the energy to flow down his arm into the spear, slowly guiding it through the air, causing a rift to materialize out of thin air. The fissure was substantial, though the crowd could scarcely discern what lay within. Only a thin veil of yellow mist was visible. Let us proceed to the junction, Lin Luo said with a faint smile, addressing the gathered crowd. At that moment, in the city of Stonevale, Melina suddenly opened her eyes. Another Fated One has arrived. Melina was taken aback. The power bestowed upon her by Marika allowed her to keenly sense the presence of the Fated Ones. What is it? Millicent seemed to notice Melina's unease and turned to look at her. Millicent's words successfully captured the attention of those around them. Perhaps this matter was connected to Lin Ruo. After parting ways with Lin Ruo, Melina led the group towards the Grand Blessing. The old crone had lost her vitality, and Colin had vanished without a trace, while Sir Baiji appeared to be in search of some answers. Only Roderica and the blacksmith, Shuji, remained at the Grand Blessing. Roderica agreed to accompany Lin Ruo, also hoping that the others would take the blacksmith along, as it was Lin Ruo's request. Initially, Shuji was quite stubborn and reluctant to leave. Marika restrained him, rendering him incapable of independent thought. After all, his task was to forge weapons capable of slaying gods for the Fated Ones, and he existed in tandem with the Grand Blessing. However, Marlenia was not concerned with such matters. She directly pierced Shuji's head with a needle and dragged him away. Chapter 200. Welcoming the arrival of the king, someone has returned. Melina took a deep breath. The formidable aura of Holai was immediately discerned by her. Who could it be? Is it my brother? Millicent and Marlenia inquired, their eyes filled with anticipation. Although Lonnie remained silent, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. I don't know. Melina shook her head and replied, There are many presences, many people. It seems to be the fated ones who have traversed the mist, and also Gafulii. Melina's expression grew solemn. When Lin Ruo had ventured beyond the borderlands, he had once transmitted a message to her. Yet now, with Gafulii's return, Melina could not sense Lin Ruo's presence. The two were intrinsically linked. Her half-formed body was composed of frenzied fire, and her left eye bore remnants of the death rune. Even when separated by vast distances, they could feel each other's locations. But now, Melina's gaze was heavy with concern. She was unaware that Lin Ruo had acquired the spear of the war god, which obscured his aura with divine might. What is wrong? Lonnie could no longer contain herself and spoke up. I can no longer detect Lin Ruo's presence, Melina sighed, her tone laced with worry. However, the frenzied fire cannot be Lin Ruo's adversary. I believe Gafulii cannot possibly contend with him. Furthermore, Gafulii's aura was robust, almost unscathed. If Lin Ruo were indeed facing Gafulii, he would at least be left in a dire state. Enough of this. Where are they? We must go and see. Marlenia suddenly brandished her prosthetic blade with a fierce gaze. If Gafulii has done anything to my brother. Though Marlenia did not voice her full thoughts, the palpable killing intent in her eyes conveyed her meaning. The other women around her nodded in agreement with Marlenia's sentiments, sharing her resolve without uttering much more. To Nimgafur, Melina let out a soft hum, extending her hands as several individuals rested upon her palms. With a flicker of movement, they vanished from their original location. In Nimgruf, not far from the Alay Cathedral, which once served as the sanctuary for the great tree guardians, a rift tore open the fabric of the void, releasing a billowing yellow mist. The patrolling soldiers quickly took note of the unusual occurrence. The presence of soldiers here was a consequence of Mongit relocating from the royal city to Eastonvale. Naturally, those soldiers could not remain idle. Thus, until their base was firmly established, patrolling fell to their responsibility. With the blessing of the golden tree still upon them, they were not troubled by exhaustion. For the first time, such an event unfolded in the tranquil Nimgruf, prompting the patrolling soldiers to sound their small horns. Hearing the call, nearby soldiers hastily gathered. As they beheld the rift and the formidable power emanating from within, they stood at the ready. Your Emperor of the Golden Tree has returned. As the soldiers pondered this proclamation, a large hand slowly emerged from the rift, accompanied by a hearty laugh. Such audacity! The leading soldier's expression shifted instantly. His demeanor hardened with lethal intent. Form ranks. With those two words, the soldiers swiftly raised their spears, while the archers behind them drew their bows, aiming at the source of the voice. However, when the foremost soldier caught sight of the figure emerging from the mist, his expression changed dramatically. Wait a moment, the soldier murmured, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at the small giant crawling from the fog. The familiar garb and voice seemed to stir memories within him, not just for the leader, but for the majority of the soldiers present. WW. Halalu donned the attire of the Elden King, the regal presence radiating from him confirming that he was indeed not an impostor. Due to the nature of the Golden Tree, the soldiers guarding the royal city had been stationed there since Halalu ascended to kingship, and they were intimately familiar with the appearance of Halalu, or rather, Gofree. Oh, Halalu, noticing the commotion, turned his gaze with a look of curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, a realization dawned upon him. Ah, so you remember me, do you? The leading soldier's expression brightened, secretly reveling in the prospect of prosperous days ahead, feeling a sense of triumph akin to laughing uproariously as he stepped into the world, as if he were no mere commoner. I don't recall, Halalu admitted, feeling a slight headache and opting to dismiss the thought entirely. The soldiers' smiles froze, their bodies becoming statuesque as they stood in place. Yet, one could hardly blame Halalu, after all, having transformed his entire being through sheer muscle. Remembering the leader of his kin was already a remarkable feat. Expecting him to recall the names of the soldiers was perhaps overly ambitious. The soldier came to his senses but could not voice his disappointment, as the dream of a meteoric rise had been shattered. With a wave of her hand, the crowd retracted their long spears. Step aside a bit, Hilaire commanded, moving away from the mist. There are still many behind. Before the few could respond, Hilaire and her companions swiftly followed, accompanied by a multitude of clans, the Wandering Knights, the Stargazers, and the Warriors. Although each faction was modest in number, collectively they formed a formidable force against the Supreme Will. The onlookers instinctively tightened their grips on their spears as they gazed at the fated ones before them. They could not help but wonder if this group comprised the descendants of Hilaire. Quite the prolific bunch, Lin Luo remarked with a touch of sarcasm. Is this part of Marika's plan? When quality falls short, one resorts to quantity. The fated ones emerged gradually from the mist, yet Lin Luo was conspicuously absent. Perhaps he remained behind, sustaining the fog's presence. Hilaire noticed the soldiers around her, raising an eyebrow. Before she could react, the soldiers hastily sheathed their weapons and bowed before her, welcoming the return of their queen. Chapter 201. Misunderstanding. Hilaire chuckled softly twice, but soon her mirth faded, replaced by a scrutinizing gaze. What is the intention behind those weapons? She queried. What, do you intend to rebel? I recall this is not the royal city. Hilaire studied the soldier intently, seeking an explanation. Just as the soldier opened his mouth to respond, a brilliant blue gem hurtled toward Hilaire. This gem was unlike those wielded by the noble mages. Its trajectory was swift and shrouded in arcane energy. Before the soldier could react, Hilaire instinctively extended her hand, blocking the gem mere inches from her head. With a sizzling sound, it dissipated into a wisp of azure smoke. Who? Hilaire exclaimed, turning sharply. The source of the gem was none other than Ranni, adorned with her grand snow witch hat, concealing her expression. Yet, her magic indicated she had not held back. Following closely were three figures, Melina, Millicent, and Melina. Their gazes conveyed a tumult of emotions. Melina's eyes burned with intense malice. Millicent's expression was resolute as she brandished her sword, fixated on Hilaire. Melina, however, bore a hint of confusion, having absorbed much of Marika's memories and understanding her motives. Hilaire's and Lin Luo's objectives did not necessarily conflict. Nonetheless, one could not discount Hilaire's potential desire to reclaim the title of Elden King. She possesses an intimate understanding of Lin Luo, never swayed by her emotions. Moreover, even if Halalu were the initial king, he would undoubtedly be no match for Lin Luo. Marlenia, the princess of the moon, and Lonnie? Halalu's eyes narrowed, and the atmosphere around them gradually turned frigid. Are you declaring war against me? Halalu, with a singular focus, momentarily forgot the connection between Lin Luo and Marlenia. Where is your brother? Ignoring Halalu's words, Marlenia merely lifted the tip of her sword, coldly inquiring. Your brother? Halalu paused, instinctively responding, Michaela? How should I know? But soon, Halalu's words were cut short as he suddenly recalled that Lin Luo was none other than Michaela. Just as Halalu was about to respond, he was met with Marlenia's blade. A sharp stream of white sword energy struck first. Halalu finally reacted, but it was still a moment too late. The sword energy grazed his cheek, leaving a wound that oozed divine golden blood, along with a lock of hair. You bastard! Halalu roared in fury, unable to utter anything further, for Marlenia's blade was merely half a meter away, leaving him no time for words. He quickly sidestepped, unwilling to take Marlenia's strike head-on. Even though his strength surpassed hers, the force of her enraged blow was one he could not afford to disregard. With a rather clumsy motion, Halalu rolled on the ground twice, successfully evading the sword. However, it seemed Marlenia had no intention of holding back. Her gaze beneath the avian helmet radiated murderous intent, and her next move was the initiation of the water bird technique. Witnessing this, Halalu's anger intensified. Damn it! If it weren't for the fact that you are Lin Luo's sister, I would have delivered a devastating embrace. Now, it seems you intend to push me to my limits. Halalu narrowed his eyes, well aware of the formidable prowess of the flowing water sword technique. Thus, he too would not hold back. He crouched low, the earth beneath him sinking significantly, as the aura of his runes surged forth. It appeared that both were prepared for a fierce confrontation. Meanwhile, Melina and the others looked on with grave expressions. They could discern that Marlenia would certainly not be Halalu's equal. Halalu, as a progenitor of the Fated Ones, possessed a rugged resilience. Even if the damage inflicted by both was comparable, Marlenia would undoubtedly suffer the greater loss. Lonnie raised an eyebrow, being a proactive individual. She resolved to assist Marlenia. Summoning a staff, a surge of blue-purple spiritual energy began to coalesce. The consequences of Halalu's power, combined with the collision of Comet Yasler and the water bird, would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Yet, with the arrow on the string, how could one refrain from releasing it? As the attacks of the three were about to collide, Lin Luo's figure gradually emerged from the nearby portal. Upon witnessing this scene, the smile that had briefly graced Lin Luo's face upon returning to the boundary abruptly froze. What in the world is happening? Lin Luo suddenly felt his mind was becoming somewhat muddled. However, he could not afford to dwell on it for long. He swiftly made his decision and took action. The spear in his hand flew directly toward Halalu, though it was the tail end of the spear he employed. This approach would effectively disrupt Halalu's invincible form and forcibly terminate his lethal strike. This outcome was far preferable to being slain by the combined assault of Marlenia and Lonnie. As for Lonnie's soul surge, Lin Luo quickly devised a countermeasure. With a vigorous swing of his staff, an overwhelming surge of runes poured forth from within him. A massive, ancient black void was unleashed, absorbing the soul surge before him one by one. In response to Marlenia's attack, Lin Luo could not afford to be as reckless. After all, Lonnie and Marlenia were not quite the same. One was a ranged mage, and the other a close combat assassin. He retrieved a prosthetic dagger identical to Marlenia's from the storage pouch at his waist and swung his longsword. Once again, water birds manifested. Upon seeing Lin Luo's figure, Marlenia instinctively hesitated, though Lin Luo's gaze compelled her to remain resolute. The two water birds danced in the air, yet Millicent, well-versed in their nature, discerned that Lin Luo's water birds were being released in reverse. Chapter 202. Vic, take care of yourself. Two golden blades clashed in midair. But the sound they produced was surprisingly subdued, as if the two were merely practicing their techniques, one feeding the other with moves. The duration of the water birds was brief, yet their encompassing range was significant. Under Lin Luo's deliberate guidance, the two water birds deftly avoided the surrounding individuals. Though the grass and trees below suffered, with shredded blades of grass falling from the air and leaving irregular scars upon the ground. As the water birds faded, a voice filled with delight, tinged with a hint of concern, rang out. Brother. The prosthetic dagger in Marlenia's hand was carelessly tossed aside as she lunged toward Lin Luo. A smile graced Lin Luo's face, and the dagger dissipated as he embraced Marlenia. Her impulsive nature was indeed troublesome, yet Lin Luo said nothing. After all, like him, Marlenia had only each other left. No, Lin Luo still had Melina, Lonnie, and the others, but for Marlenia, it was truly just Lin Luo. What could he do? He had to dote on his sister. Didn't Ti come back? Do not fret. In this world, no one has yet been born capable of killing your brother. Lin Luo held Marlenia close, gently patting her back, choosing not to say much more. At that moment, he felt two searing gazes upon his back, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. As Lin Luo slowly turned his head, he was met with Melina's gaze, tinged with a hint of melancholy, and the sight of Lonnie adorned with the snow sorceress's hat. Marlenia, too, perceived something amiss. She cast a fleeting glance at Lin Luo, and with a mysterious smile, she released her hold on him. Ahem, well you see. Lin Luo scratched his head. This was truly an accident. Do you believe me? That detestable Lin Luo. Lonnie could not contain herself and hurled her staff directly at him. Lin Luo's expression stiffened as he hurriedly caught the staff she had thrown. You had to inform us after defeating the frenzied flame. Melina pouted. You kept us all worried for so long. Lin Luo, feeling helpless, scratched his head again. Uncertain of what to say, it was an urgent situation. There was no time. He approached the two women and began recounting the events of the past few days, detailing his journey from the king's chapel to the lands beyond. Naturally, he omitted the incident involving the god of war, fearing it might cause them undue concern. Just as the trio was about to indulge in a moment of flirtation and longing, a voice interrupted from behind. Ahem. Holai coughed up a mouthful of dirt, her expression darkening. Marlenia, whose temper did you inherit? Do not take advantage of me, old man. Lin Luo swiftly turned around, a bemused smile on his face. By your logic, I am of your ancestors' generation. Holai's expression froze in disbelief. Are you jesting? You are merely a successor. How could you claim to be my grandfather? All right, Melina interjected, attempting to mediate. Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, let us not dwell on this. With chaos dead, the Supreme will must surely sense something amiss. After all, chaos has long coveted the boundary, causing unrest daily. The cunning Supreme, now unbound by chaos's constraints, will undoubtedly shift their primary focus onto us. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. Let us proceed to the Sky City without delay. Now, the sooner, the better. Stonvale City. Mungert, your father has come to see you. Lin Luo called out loudly. The demigod Mungert immediately heard him, and he sensed another familiar presence. Yet, he thought little of it, as his grand rune had already been entrusted to Lin Luo. Mungert's fury ignited. That detestable Fader, no, that despicable Mykeela, has become so insolent as to humiliate me in this manner? Does he think I have no wrath left? How dare he insult my divine father? Lin Luo, you have gone too far. In an instant, Mungert leaped from the castle's rooftop, his cursed sword slashing down with ferocity. What in the world? Lin Luo exclaimed as he finally discerned the approaching figure in the distance, now rapidly enlarging. Is it really you? How can you be so excited after such a short separation? You surely wish to eliminate me, seeking revenge for your brother, am I right? Lin Luo exclaimed in shock, but he quickly regained his composure. You old rascal, I've longed to give you a good thrashing, he murmured under his breath, wielding a massive axe. The king's axe of Gafulii. Feel the love of a father. Golden light erupted from the axe's tip, and a powerful wave surged skyward with the swing of the weapon. The air itself seemed to solidify in an instant as the golden glimmer flickered. Did they truly believe Lin Luo was merely the old king of the circle? Each weapon might possess but a single battle technique. However, he was the genuine Elden King, capable of unleashing the devastating Comet Azel with the visual impact of the Esti meteor, akin to a rain of lasers. Montgoth, suspended in midair, wore a grim expression. Damn it, I was too hasty. He realized he had left no retreat for himself, yet there was no turning back now. What if? Boom. A tremendous wave of energy erupted in the air. A shadow shot towards the horizon at an incredible speed. As for Lin Luo, his bangs fluttered, and his attire bore some dust. With a swift motion, he brushed off the debris and glanced at the slack-jawed Halaru beside him. This kid needs a lesson. Allow me to educate him. How dare you? Lin Luo drew his sword. Education is indeed a fine art. Half an hour later, Montgoth limped back into the council chamber of Stonewell City. At that moment, Vic also returned. The reason for his prolonged absence could only be described in one phrase. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. Observing Vic's limping entrance, and the radiant Lancelot Sancus beside him, the gathered crowd cast curious glances. What are you all staring at? Vic shouted, though the lack of conviction in his voice elicited laughter from the assembly. Ahem, Vic. Take care of your health, Lin Luo said, stifling a chuckle. Chapter 203, Deliberation Get Lost. That line should be mine. Vic retorted disdainfully. You young lad, so naive. Be quiet, that cannot be aired. Lin Luo quickly interrupted Vic before he could cross a line. The three women nearby seemed to grasp the situation, casting unfriendly glances at Vic. Ahem. Lin Luo, are you even listening to me? Montgoth interjected, visibly annoyed. I brought the entire royal city to entertain you, with admirers lining up from the academy to the snowfields. You dare to suggest becoming my father? This is utterly preposterous. What nonsense is this? Lin Luo responded, bewildered, before smirking disdainfully. Please, with your pathetic demeanor, who would want to be your father? I would consider it a curse. You insolent brat. Montgoth's words were laced with venom, oblivious to the increasingly disapproving expressions of the women around them. Clang. The sound of clashing swords resonated as Morgoth beheld a glimmering figure swiftly approaching. It was none other than Melina. Morgoth, you would do well to silence yourself. Melina, keep your distance. I have no desire to engage in conflict with you at this moment. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Luo's lips. After listening for a while, he finally comprehended the reason behind Morgoth's dramatic reaction. Morgoth, it seems you have misunderstood something. Misunderstood my foot. Your voice could be heard by half of Stonevale City. Am I not the chief of the royal city? Do I not care for my dignity? Lin Luo wiped the sweat from his brow. Having just sent Halalu to tend to the fated ones, it was highly likely that Morgoth mistakenly believed he was attempting to take advantage. This fellow idolized his father immensely. No wonder his reaction was so exaggerated. Why don't you step outside and see if your father is still out there, endlessly persisting? Morgoth's nostrils flared, resembling an enraged bull. Do you think I have the leisure to deceive you at this moment? Lin Luo spoke calmly as the fire of madness began to blaze within him. The overwhelming aura of divinity was palpably evident. This power ultimately quelled Morgoth's fury, certainly not out of fear. You have completely mastered the madness fire? Morgoth's expression was one of disbelief. The royal city had exerted considerable force to suppress a mere three-fingered individual, even deploying himself and Morgoth to guard the city's sewers. The force exhibited by Lin Luo was undoubtedly beyond comparison to that of the three-fingered one. Here it comes, Lin Luo stated, crossing his arms. Too indifferent to answer the question, merely gesturing with his chin. Lin Luo, this place has changed remarkably. After a stroll, I almost failed to recognize the path. After a hearty laugh, the man expressed his astonishment. Although he had visited Stonevale City before, its current state resembled a paradisiacal realm at the borderlands. Suddenly, Morgoth's heart trembled. That voice was strikingly familiar. Hey, Morgoth, what are you doing here? The tardy Halalu noticed Morgoth standing motionless at the center of the hall, believing that such stillness would render him invisible to the newcomers. However, even Halalu, despite his failing eyesight, could not fail to recognize his own son. Father? Morgoth's mouth twitched involuntarily. Slowly turning his head, he found Halalu grinning broadly, revealing his large yellowed teeth. It's truly you. Morgoth's expression was a mix of confusion and amusement. At that moment, he wished to find a hole to bury himself in. You, my boy. Why do you appear so unhappy? Am I a disappointment upon your reunion? Halalu's brow furrowed, a look of displeasure crossing his face. How could that be possible? Morgoth quickly glanced at Lin Luo before turning back to respond. Oh, Halalu squinted his eyes. Why are you here instead of guarding the sewer, you rascal? And where's Munger? Munger? Montguard paused momentarily, a hint of melancholy crossing his features, before slowly turning to Lin Luo. Hey, why are you looking at me like that? Lin Luo waved his hand, indicating he would not take the blame. Your devoted son worships that intangible, true mother, and has been devoured by the deity. I did not slay Munger, but rather that foolish god. He was overconfident and cannot blame others. By the way, he had previously bound my true self. He actually wanted to take me, Lin Luo exclaimed. Sighing deeply, Holero could not bring himself to comment on Munger's tragic fate. And you? Holero turned to Montgard. Who is in charge of the royal city? You didn't tell him? Montgard's eyes twitched, unsure of how to respond. What is it? Holero raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss. I will be heading to the Sky City shortly. Lin Luo hesitated before speaking. I intend to unleash the fated death, which will inevitably lead to the destruction of the royal city beneath the golden tree. It is indeed beneficial for Montgard to evacuate these people in advance. Father, are you returning to succeed as the Elden King? Montgard gazed at Holero, his eyes glimmering with excitement. No, Holero shook his head, showing no particular emotion regarding the impending destruction of the royal city. As for succeeding as the Elden King, he felt even less inclined. After he had personally torn apart Soroshu, the primal instincts and combat prowess within him had been unleashed. This not only signified the cessation of the supreme will's surveillance over him, but also indicated the disappearance of his rationality in becoming a king. I am merely here to accompany this fool in a ruckus. Montgard quickly grasped Holero's implication. Lin Luo, this lad, is indeed the embodiment of Michaela. His charm is such that even my father cannot resist it. How infuriating. Wait, what am I thinking? Then, without further ado, let us depart. Lin Luo addressed the group, closing the map of the borderlands and turning to Lansangs. You are the only one who can lead us to the Sky City. Chapter 204. Arrival at the Sky City. This journey is fraught with peril, and I do not wish for you to accompany me, Lin Luo stated slowly, casting a glance at the women. But brother, Marlenia's face flickered with urgency. She was eager to become Lin Luo's blade. However, Melina's words interrupted Marlenia. Let Lin Luo go. We should trust him. Melina spoke calmly. She appeared composed, yet no one could truly discern her inner thoughts. Much like that seemingly aloof exterior which was willing to burn for you. Melina did not express her reasons. She wished to spare others from worrying about Lin Luo. At last, Marlenia succumbed to Lin Luo's gaze. Ultimately, Lin Luo, Vic, and Halalu embarked on their journey to the city in the sky. Surely, Malika's cannot be that formidable. Along the way, Vic could not contain his curiosity. Even Halalu looked at Lin Luo with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend why. Having inherited the powers of the war god, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread when faced with Malika's, who had most of his death runes stolen. Melina, we are one. What have you concealed? Please enlighten me, asked Lonnie with a grave countenance. Melina cast a deep glance at Lonnie, sighed, and replied, It is Lin Luo. It is us that must confront not just Malika's. What does that mean? Vic, shedding his playful demeanor, turned to Lin Luo. After I vanquished chaos, the greatest external threat to the Supreme will dissipate it. Within the borderlands, aside from the Scarlet Goddess Ionia, only one deity remains. My target is Platon Sanctus. No. To be precise, it is the god behind it. Lin Luo spoke slowly. The Supreme will never remain passive. Here's my plan. First, I will seek the Dragon King Platon Sanctus. You two must hold back Malika's. However, this black sword is not the same as the other. Before the fated death is unleashed, the Supreme will cannot overly interfere in the borderlands, but that does not mean it will stand by while we release the fated death. Thus, the Malikas you encounter will undoubtedly be far more powerful than you imagine. Nonetheless, I believe we can manage to hold him off. Halalu revealed a confident smile, suggesting that she had previously contended with Malika's. Vic remained silent, yet the upward curl of his lips indicated his assurance. Excellent, the spirit is high. Lin Luo expressed with a satisfied smile. However, behind that smile lurked a grim contingency. So, there is no need for concern, Melina said with a smile. After Lonnie received the answers she sought, she departed. Fool, how could you, being one with me, ever conceal anything? After Lonnie left, Melina sat atop the hill of the golden tree, hands clasped, praying for Lin Luo. She did not reveal to Lonnie the most brutal truth. Aside from the time god and the supreme will, there existed an even greater adversary, the stars. On the back of the dragon, Lin Luo gazed into the distance, locking eyes with the faraway Melina, murmuring softly. After approximately half an hour of flight, the surrounding winds grew increasingly powerful, and they all sensed the mounting pressure. The outlines of distant structures gradually became clearer. It was the city in the sky. Amidst the ruins, a solitary structure stands intact, a remnant of a bygone era. One can envision the splendor of the ancient dragon age and the grandeur of this city. Lin Luo spoke softly. You may go directly to find Malika's. I have spotted an acquaintance. Acquaintance? Vic squinted, shielding his eyes as he peered down, only to see a throng of hybrids. What do you mean? Lin Luo, do you have a hybrid girlfriend? Get lost. Lin Luo delivered a swift blow to Vic's head, a crimson bump materializing instantly. What on earth are you thinking about? Vic cradled his head and hastily apologized. I shall descend now. Lin Luo glanced at the two and, after a moment's hesitation, conjured a sphere of chaotic fire in his hand. Vic, take this. What are you planning? Vic instinctively took a step back, harboring a psychological aversion to chaotic fire. Rest assured, you have embraced chaotic fire before. It suits you well. Unlike Grandpa Go, who requires no external force, you welcome all. Lin Luo smacked his lips. This portion of power will last quite a while, gentle as a lamb. Leaning closer to Vic's ear, Lin Luo added, more cooperative than your wife. Cough, cough. Vic's face flushed. What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and get lost. Lin Luo chuckled, saying no more, and with a powerful leap, soared into the air. Boom. The armored Lin Luo struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The tremendous noise immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding hybrids, their blood-red eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yet, Lin Luo remained unfazed, casually waving his hand as two gray mists emerged, his skin messengers, one stout and one slender. Armed and positioned protectively behind Lin Luo, they stood firm. The hybrids lacked any sense of fear, driven instead by primal instincts. The foremost two hybrids wielding large blades charged at the skin messengers. However, with a mere flick of the skin needle, a crimson gash appeared across one hybrid's neck. The other, engulfed in black flames from the weapon, was reduced to ashes in mere moments. Disregarding the skirmish behind him, Lin Luo leapt onto the remnants of a nearby structure. An ancient dragon blocked his path. Lin Luo had no intention of engaging in a stalemate with the beast. With a swift motion, he wielded his weapon, the sea of corpses and blood, and plunged it deep into the dragon's skull. The creature had no time to react before the blade penetrated its brain. Soon after, crimson sword energy erupted from within. Roar! The ancient dragon managed only a pained cry before collapsing, lifeless. Lin Luo, seemingly unperturbed, leapt down from the dragon's corpse and ascended the final step. A pot caught his eye. Chapter 205. Alexander, a warrior until death with arms crossed. Alexander faced the sky beyond the city. The Battle of Lin Luo had undoubtedly captured his attention. Ah, so you have arrived here as well, he remarked, as the floating city began to crumble, revealing its mysterious nature. Turning to Lin Luo, Alexander sighed with a sense of wonder. Lin Luo remained silent, quietly observing the figure of Brother Pot. Speaking of which, atop Giant Mountain, that imposing giant, revered like a deity, surely no one besides you could confront him. Alexander paused. Of course, I, Alexander, am also incapable of such a feat. Thus, I would like to request a favor of you. Would you be willing to serve as the trial that hones my skills? If you are prepared, please let me know. I wish to battle you at your fullest readiness. Naturally, Lin Luo responded, unable to contain himself. Although he sought to rescue Alexander, he found himself unable to deny any of his requests. The unparalleled fighting spirit emanating from Alexander, coupled with the unyielding resolve of his being, stirred something deep within Lin Luo. Even the spear in his possession trembled at Alexander's presence. Are you ready? Alexander inquired, his excitement palpable even without facial features. Then let us begin, Lin Luo said, taking a deep breath. He had no intention of holding back. To show mercy to Alexander would be a dishonor. After enduring the battles against the Shattered Star and the Giant, Brother Pot's body was on the brink of collapse. Thus, for his final strike, he chose the one he recognized most, Lin Luo. Without hesitation, Lin Luo drew the spear of the god of war and thrust it forward. Brother Pot unleashed his proud iron fist. I am the warrior of the pot, Iron Fist Alexander. Let us become heroes together. Oh, warriors within me, lend me your strength. Alexander sensed Lin Luo's formidable power. Since the day of the hero's tribute, Brother Pot had forged a profound friendship with Blazer, deepening his understanding of Lin Luo. In truth, even the Lin Luo who had once faced the Shattered Star in single combat was no match for him. Let alone the tales of Blazer proclaiming Lin Luo's strength had grown exponentially since then. Nevertheless, Brother Pot made the same decision he had countless times before. Indeed, were it not for Brother Pot's ability to make such a choice, he would not be the warrior Alexander the Pot. The iron fist collided with the spear. A surge of red-hot energy erupted between them. Yet, it did not last long. Almost half a second later, Alexander's iron fist dissipated with astonishing speed. The spear remained unyielding, swiftly penetrating through Alexander's defense and driving deep into his body. Boom. The residual force of the spear was absorbed by the body of the juggernaut, sending him crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. Yet, he had no intention of surrendering. Even with one arm severed, he staggered to his feet and, without hesitation, swung his remaining fist. Lin Luo sighed softly, but soon his gaze grew resolute, fully respecting the juggernaut's choice. The spear was pulled back. Alexander's punch was effectively intercepted by the spear shaft, yet the tremendous force caused Lin Luo to slide a distance, leaving 2 deep gouges in the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Alexander lunged forward, his massive form charging at Lin Luo, a wave of pressure enveloping him. However, Lin Luo chose not to evade. The distance was too close. He instinctively raised the spear, violently whipping the rear portion towards Alexander. Another clash of strength ensued, but this time it was not merely a matter of addition. It bore the weight of Alexander's might as well as his own mass. Yet, Lin Luo's power was far from that of a mere fated one. Considering his experience in the gravity trials of the god of war, it was evident just how formidable his physical strength truly was. The standoff did not last long. Alexander was once again sent flying. It is important to note that Lin Luo had not held back. The juggernaut's body instantly bore dozens of tiny cracks, while the section that met Lin Luo's spear had a gaping hole 4 fingers wide. Viscous crimson contents began to pour from the breach. Coughing, Alexander collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak. Lin Luo retracted his spear, remaining silent, simply watching. Yet, he still could not reach that realm. With the current capacity, it was unattainable. Alexander lay on the ground, his voice growing fainter. But I must thank you. You truly are the hero I have recognized. This battle was spectacular. Please, accept the contents of my being. The juggernaut cannot escape the fate of destruction. And I, Alexander, remain a warrior juggernaut until my last breath. With his final strength, Alexander erupted into a hearty laugh. Then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. The juggernaut shattered suddenly, its vivid contents splattering across the ground. Indeed, Lin Luo murmured, gazing at the remnants of Alexander's shattered form with a tinge of melancholy. He slightly bowed, paying his last respects to this valiant warrior. Rest assured, Juggernaut, I will save you. He gathered the spilled contents from the ground, along with the remaining fragments of Alexander's form. In this realm filled with the extraordinary, resurrection and reincarnation seemed but trivial matters. When the time comes, I shall inquire of Teacher Celian about the remaining few sentences from the humanoid puppets of Selvies, and subsequently, procure a suitable vessel for Brother Who. In Chapter 206, Dragon King Platon Sanks withdrew the contents and fragments of Alexander. And only then did Lin Luo direct his gaze towards the rear. The previously formidable hybrid beings had vanished without a trace. Indeed, the emissaries of the divine skin were adept at understanding Lin Luo's thoughts. The hybrids had left no intact corpses behind. Those hybrids slain by the divine skin were reduced to ash by the black flames that enveloped their weapons. Lin Luo extended his wrist, and the emissaries of the divine skin instantly transformed into 2 wisps of grayish-white mist that surged back into his body. You shall be the next deity. With a tremor, a pair of wings sprouted from his back. Guided by the memories within his mind, Lin Luo soared towards the entrance leading to the temporal rift of the Dragon King. In less than 15 minutes, Lin Luo arrived at his destination. Gradually descending along the edge of the adjacent cliff, he halted upon the surrounding broken stones. The wind howled ominously around him, while a formidable force emanated from the heart of the storm. Were a furnace night present, they would surely find it unbearable and be drawn into the tempest. With narrowed eyes, Lin Luo raised his hand, summoning a thin golden shield. The center of the shield instantly calmed, even silencing the rustling of his trousers. The hybrids observed from a distance, encircling the cliff, yet none dared to leap down. Even the most foolish among them, having lived in this perilous place for so long, recognized the inherent dangers. With a slight reduction in obstacles, Lin Luo felt at ease and proceeded forward. In a short while, the storm beside him began to diminish, and the howling winds gradually faded. To Lin Luo, who possessed divine power, the ethereal essence of time and space seemed to draw nearer. Upon reaching the location from his memories, Lin Luo dispelled the golden shield and reclined upon the stone tablet, slowly closing his eyes. As for the principle behind this phenomenon, Lin Luo himself was somewhat perplexed. It likely pertained to the unique abilities of deities, akin to the blessings of the golden art. He could faintly sense a peculiar energy flowing nearby, time, or perhaps space, a unique sensation that was difficult to articulate. This feeling was transient, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. Upon reopening his eyes, Lin Luo found himself on a vast platform, still lying in the same position as before. His location remained unchanged, only time had shifted. More accurately, he was within a circular disc, its periphery enclosed. At the center, a colossal figure hung motionless, appearing almost lifeless. Yet, as one approached, the faint sound of dragon breath could still be discerned. The arrival of Lin Luo, an outsider, roused the slumbering Dragon King from his repose. Two pairs of sharp, golden eyes opened wide, and a colossal form began to stretch. How many years had it been since anyone had set foot in this place? For Platon Sanctus, curiosity and astonishment took precedence over anger. Ever since the deities had departed, he had remained in the crevice of this time-space, awaiting their return. Who are you? Platon Sanctus inquired, not reacting with hostility as one might expect in a cyclical confrontation, but rather with a hint of intrigue. Oh, Lin Luo responded, his astonishment evident. He had not anticipated this turn of events and momentarily forgot to reply. Leave at once and disturb not my slumber, Platon Sanctus stated calmly, retracting his wings upon observing Lin Luo's silence. That won't do. Lin Luo quickly regained his composure, realizing that Platon Sanctus was, after all, a former king, not merely an unconscious puppet. I came specifically for you, he added with a smile, or rather, for the deity behind you. Boom. Before Lin Luo could finish, a golden laser shot forth from the Dragon King. Anticipating this, Lin Luo evaded with a swift motion, the laser striking the ground and erupting in a shower of debris. Hee, let us see if I can subdue you first, Lin Luo chuckled, considering the Dragon King's power to be at most comparable to that of Halelu. Barring any interference from the god of time and space, the Dragon King snorted, unfurling his wings, casting a shadow that enveloped half of the circular expanse. Roar, he bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder. His reverse scale was the deity behind him. I care not who you are. If you belong to the Golden Tribe, you shall perish. You know well the terms of our original pact. Pact. Lin Luo furrowed his brow, pondering if this referred to the reconciliation between the Dragon King and the Golden Tribe, which seemed intricately linked to the god of time and space. Meanwhile, Platon Sanctus paid no heed to Lin Luo's thoughts, as golden and crimson lightning crackled around him, gathering in intensity. Moments later, the lightning cascaded downward, targeting Lin Luo below. In the instant the lightning descended, Lin Luo slowly drew his renowned blade, Moonshadow. Gripping the blade with his left hand and the hilt with his right, he swung it forth. In a blink, the lightning was upon him. Yet just as it was about to engulf Lin Luo, a blue-purple sword aura cleaved through the sky. Upon contact, the lightning evaporated instantaneously, failing to impede the trajectory of the sword, which surged straight toward the Dragon King. This spectacle was one that Platon Sanctus had not anticipated at all. In a scenario that seemed overwhelmingly one-sided, the Dragon King would only encounter such a state of utter defeat when facing a deity. Yet, this diminutive ant before him had achieved the impossible. However, there was no time for contemplation, as a blade of energy had already surged towards him. With a roar, the Dragon King unleashed two beams of golden laser from his maw. The thunderous strike was merely a probing maneuver. The true might lay within his breath. As anticipated, this time, the Dragon King's assault bore fruit. The blade energy halted its advance, even seeming to be subtly suppressed. Casting a glance at Lin Luo, he appeared unhurried, as if the battle was far from over. Lin Luo slowly returned his sword to its sheath. With a sound akin to a clash of steel, the blade was sheathed. Bang! In response to this action, the blade energy shattered instantaneously. Yet, before the Dragon King could revel in his triumph, he was astonished to discover that the fragmented energy had not dissipated. The shards, as though possessing their own corporeality, floated in the air, deftly evading the Dragon King's breath. They adjusted their positions mid-air, each fragment aligning itself with lethal precision aimed directly at the Dragon King. Moments later, the shards of blade energy surged toward him, weaving a breathtaking tapestry in the sky. Golden fragments fell like rain, remnants of the Dragon King's shattered scales. A pained roar erupted from the Dragon King. But this did not deter Lin Luo from his relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Luo readied his grip on the sword once more. Although a dramatic proclamation might have added flair at this juncture, it seemed unnecessary. The platform beneath him shattered instantaneously, fissures spreading like a spider's web from Lin Luo's position. Chunks of stone appeared to lose their weight, drifting slowly into the air. As the blade was drawn, the surrounding space transformed, becoming a vivid blue, as if he had stepped into another realm. After the Dragon King deflected the blade energy, he had yet to regain his stance when he beheld a terrifying sight below. With a thunderous roar, the Dragon King's wings ignited, enveloped in crimson flames, while two beams of golden laser began to coalesce in his maw. This display heralded the demise of Platon's Sanks. A head-on clash? Very well, I welcome it, Lin Luo mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. Before the cataclysmic incantation could descend, Lin Luo once more swung his katana. This was not a mere evasion utilizing some invincible technique. Lin Luo had long since dismissed such trivialities. What? You say it appears elegant? With so few spectators present, elegance held little value. Better to unleash a devastating strike. Flash. With a disdainful snort from Lin Luo, countless slender blue light pillars surged from all directions. One end of these pillars converged upon the blade of Lin Luo's sword, drawing closer towards the center. The cataclysmic laser, upon encountering these light pillars, seemed as though it had been severed by an invisible force, splitting apart before their very eyes. The Dragon King's gaze was filled with disbelief. His nearly strongest strike had been thwarted so effortlessly. Yet, he did not cease his assault. The dragon's maw widened once more, unleashing a beam of laser at maximum intensity. However, this was ultimately a futile endeavor. Furthermore, Lin Luo was still in a state of passive defense. Lin Luo slightly raised his renowned blade, Moon Shadow, and the multitude of blue light pillars adjusted their positions accordingly. In an instant, he executed a draw and a slash. The technique, known as Gaping Moon Shadow, unleashed a blue-purple sword aura that soared farther than any previous strike. Most notably, this strike, accompanied by countless blue energy pillars, surged towards the Dragon King. The pillars danced through the air, seemingly capable of severing the very atmosphere itself. Yet, as they passed through Lin Luo's form, it was as if nothing had transpired. The Dragon King, unable to comprehend the situation, was faced with the devastation wrought by Lin Luo's power, compelling him to accept the reality of his circumstances. Now airborne, with the expansive reach of Lin Luo's blade, he found himself merely a living target, left with no recourse but to withstand the impending onslaught. At this moment, Lin Luo sheathed his sword, fixating his gaze upon the sky, eager to witness how the Dragon King would withstand this strike. Despite Lin Luo's apparent struggle against Hela Lu, his demeanor was effortless and fluid when confronting the Dragon King. This disparity was partly due to the influence of his divine inheritance, though it played a minor role. Primarily, Lin Luo sought to fortify his physical form in his battle against Hela Lu. Additionally, the Dragon King's condition was far from optimal. Given that the Dragon King was not at his peak, Lin Luo was curious to see how he would endure this formidable strike. The Dragon King's scales began to contract, adhering tightly to his form. The golden scales gradually morphed into a deep black, while thunder roiled around his body, seemingly preparing to counter Lin Luo's assault. The dual heads of the dragon were not idle either. Just before the arrival of the Gaping Moon Shadow, flames and golden lasers erupted from each maw, spiraling around the body of Platon Sanks in layer upon layer of defense. Quite an ample defense, Lin Luo remarked lightly, observing that the Dragon King, caught in this cyclical motion, resembled a mere NPC. Nay, not even an NPC, for they would at least offer some dialogue. While the Dragon King's skills were limited to a few rigid techniques, the sole skill capable of instant annihilation was easily evaded. Alas, it was not sufficient. Lin Luo's expression shifted as the Gaping Moon Shadow soared toward the Dragon King. The seemingly formidable beam of light was, in essence, merely a manifestation of the sword energy emanating from the fleeting lunar shadow, a piercing strike that shattered defenses. Just as the Dragon King found solace in the golden radiance and flames shielding him from the beam, a sudden, sharp pain coursed through his chest. That seemingly insignificant sword energy, cloaked by the beam, instantaneously breached his defenses, leaving a gash nearly 10 meters long upon his torso. Vivid crimson, intermingled with golden blood, gushed forth, cascading downwards and draining the Dragon King of the strength needed to maintain his dragon breath and laser. Thus, his entire form lay exposed in the heart of the beam, rendering him akin to fish on a chopping board. The beam assailed him like a multitude of sharp weapons, etching wound after wound upon his body, and soon the air was filled with a rain of blood. The Dragon King flailed in the air, emitting pitiful cries of anguish. "Let me grant you a swift end," Lin Luo declared with an expression of calm, sheathing his sword with deliberate grace. In an instant, the beam erupted in a violent explosion, reminiscent of dazzling fireworks. Following this spectacle, the Dragon King's form plummeted to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Chapter 208. The deity of time and space. With great effort, the Dragon King absorbed the blow, yet it proved insurmountable. His colossal body fell from the sky, sending dust billowing around him. and a powerful shockwave swept toward Lin Luo, who instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. After a few minutes, the dust gradually settled, revealing a vast crater, clearly the result of the Dragon King's descent. It was evident that the Dragon King would not perish so easily. Lin Luo could still faintly hear the soft rasp of his breath. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Lin Luo drew forth his famed blade. Its tip aimed directly at the Dragon King's throat. A blue energy blade manifested at the point of the sword. He extended his arm and thrust forward. Lin Luo encountered a minor resistance, but swiftly overcame it, driving the blade deep into the Dragon King's skull. The Dragon King's body stiffened, and his once flapping wings gradually ceased their movement, while the brilliance in his dragon eyes began to fade away. Was it truly over? Lin Luo found it hard to believe. Although it appeared as if he had not lifted a finger to conclude the battle, that final move had indeed drained a considerable amount of his rune energy. It was not that Lin Luo wished to be so ruthless. Rather, he was intent on discerning whether any remnants of the time-space deity's power lingered within the Dragon King. After all, it was the force of a formidable deity, and Lin Luo was not inclined to overlook it. Thus, he seated himself cross-legged, patiently awaiting developments. There was no need to worry about whether Holai and Lu would fall victim to the Black Sword. Such an outcome was certainly improbable, especially considering Holai's competence. This place exists within the interstice of time and space, where the flow is considerably slower than that of the outside world. Hours seemed to pass, and the Dragon King before me had completely lost his vitality. Nay, it would be more accurate to say he had transcended beyond mere breath. Even the most basic neural responses of his corpse had ceased. His scales had lost their former luster, and his body appeared to meld into the platform beneath him. With a sigh, Lin Luo rose in disappointment. It seemed the one he awaited had not arrived. Is my little brother on the brink of death, and yet no one comes to save him? Lin Luo thought, feeling a twinge of resentment. He turned to the Dragon King and murmured a quiet apology. After all, he had come to slay him for the sake of the divine. Michaela had employed her golden needle, and there was no need to venture into the crevice of time and space for that purpose. Even the smallest of flies are still meat, he mused, and bringing down the Supreme will could be seen as avenging you. Dragon King, I do enjoy your ramblings. Lin Luo's palm hovered near the Dragon King as a crimson orb began to coalesce, gradually emanating immense suction from its core. Indeed, Lin Luo intended to consume the Dragon King's remains to harness this faint temporal power. Grayish-white tendrils interwoven with strands of gold slowly flowed from the Dragon King's skull, converging into a line that swiftly entered Lin Luo's body. The surging energy promptly replenished Lin Luo's depletions and began to elevate his limits gradually. As the Dragon King's power was absorbed, Lin Luo's perception of the surrounding fluctuations in time and space became increasingly lucid. It felt as though he could almost touch the elusive essence of certain things. The serpentine strength proved remarkably effective. Before long, the Dragon King's essence had been entirely devoured by Lin Luo. The Dragon King's corporeal form disintegrated into nothingness, leaving Lin Luo with not a single trace. After all, once dead, the Dragon King could take nothing with him. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Lin Luo's mouth. Well then, one less ally to contend with. I only sought to probe, after all. Suddenly, as Lin Luo contemplated this, he raised his gaze and turned. A colossal shadow loomed, its distorted visage suspended in the boundless darkness, evoking an involuntary shiver. What is this creature? Lin Luo couldn't suppress his incredulity, his eyes fixated on the void above him. The tempest that once enveloped the scene vanished in an instant, as though Lin Luo had been transported to an entirely different realm. A sudden surge of intense foreboding gripped his heart, the source unknown. Was it this entity in the air? Lin Luo had never experienced such a sensation even in the face of the Supreme Will. Indeed, the greatest fear lies in the unknown. He lowered the hand resting on the hilt of his sword, and in its stead, a golden spear materialized in his grasp. The overwhelming power coursing through his palm calmed his heart considerably. Whatever you are, you shall feel the wrath of my spear, Lin Luo proclaimed, raising the spear and hurling it toward the sky. The spear, propelled by an unstoppable force, soared towards the heavens. Lin Luo, uncertain whether he had misperceived, seemed to catch a fleeting glimpse of a smile from the ethereal figure above. What are you so proud of? Lin Luo scoffed inwardly. At that moment, the apparition appeared to stir. Lin Luo finally discerned the source of his impending peril. The power within him seemed to be drawn, irresistibly attracted by an enigmatic force. The runes in his palms suddenly dissipated, a slender thread retracing its path. The Dragon King's corpse, which had vanished, re-emerged. transformed from a lifeless shell into a being brimming with vitality upon receiving Lin Luo's strength. A flicker of shock crossed Lin Luo's gaze. This power, divine. It could only be divine. Unlike other deities, the god of time and space wielded unfathomable abilities that truly merited the title of divinity. Lin Luo felt astonished, yet not fearful. This sensation of being manipulated at will was unsettling. He clenched his fist, halting the outpouring of runes. Simultaneously, as Lin Luo broke free from the grasp of the figure in the void, a sound reminiscent of shattering glass echoed through the air. It was exceedingly irksome. The figure cloaked in darkness bore an expression of horror. It was not merely Lin Luo who had escaped his control. There was also a war god's spear that had remained beyond his influence from the very beginning. The oppressive force evoked memories of the suffocating dread instilled in him by that otherworldly being. Chapter 209. Clash. A beam of golden light sliced through the sky, ultimately vanishing into the darkness. At that moment, Lin Luo stood at the center of the platform. As the focal point, everything around him shattered like glass in an instant. The Dragon King had yet to emit a roar of rage when his form was once again torn apart in the fabric of space. The platform began to crumble with overwhelming force, while the dark sky unleashed bolts of white lightning, and a storm surged anew, erasing all semblance of existence. And Lin Luo? He stood at the eye of the storm, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the tempest that raged around him, which could inflict no harm upon him. Indeed, the god of time and space was the most enigmatic deity of the entire realm of convergence, seldom glimpsed by mortals, and its methods remained shrouded in mystery. Yet Lin Luo understood profoundly that no matter how formidable, the realm it governed had been plucked by an unparalleled will. No matter how powerful, it remained confined within the crevices of time and space, barred from the light of day. Ultimately, before absolute strength, all pretenses and embellishments were rendered meaningless. With a decisive step forward, power surged forth. The purest divine energy, inherited from the war god, blossomed in the very first moment of Lin Luo's reaction. The storm abruptly ceased. The entire world was enveloped in a monochrome void, and then, shattered. Lin Luo seemed to have lingered in the eye of the storm for an eternity, his eyes opening to reveal sheer exhaustion. As he regained consciousness, he found himself back on the familiar platform, a long-lost sensation washing over him. Lin Luo wiped his parched eyes, reflecting on the melodrama akin to the cycle of supreme will. It was surprisingly vivid. He reached out, grasping the spear that lay shrouded in darkness. Once, twice, and yet again. Black Dragon, are you truly intent on obliterating everything? An angry roar echoed through the air. At that moment, the spear returned to Lin Luo's grasp, its tip glistening with a trace of blue liquid. He surmised it to be the creature's blood. The Black Dragon. He must be referring to the supreme will. However, in the words of the god of war Ares, the Black Dragon had transformed into a black-scaled reptile, quite the audacious fellow. Yet it appeared he indeed possessed the means to be so brazen. I have no connection with that Black Dragon, Lin Luo shrugged and remarked. But I do require a taste of your power. Feel free to interpret it as you wish. Humph. A nebulous voice resonated in the air, dismissing Lin Luo's explanation with disdain, maintaining absolute hostility towards all beings existing within the realm of the Golden Law. To his astonishment, the Black Dragon had even procured that man's weapon to hunt him down. Such a significant investment. The tone of the time and space deity grew increasingly furious. In the end, bolts of purple lightning crackled through the heavens. Lin Luo barely had time to react. The lightning struck with blinding speed. Oh no! He was instantly propelled away. In the final moment, Lin Luo managed to evade the blow. Upon closer inspection, the spot where he had stood was now a gaping void, rendered to nothingness without a trace. Yet, the time and space deity offered no respite, unleashing multiple bolts of lightning once more. This time, Lin Luo was caught off guard. However, he discerned the origin of the lightning. It emerged from the very space beside him. The time afforded to Lin Luo was far too brief. This time, he bore the brunt of the lightning strikes. Hiss! His figure was violently hurled away. That hurt like hell. Lin Luo had intended to withstand it with his elemental form, but the excruciating pain from the moment of contact compelled him to cry out. You will pay the price. The time and space deity sneered, summoning a tempest of lightning yet again. This was no mere soft attack like that of the Dragon King. It was a genuinely lethal assault. Lin Luo scrambled to his feet, the mockery on his face fading. I care not for your bizarre magic or whatever absurd prayers you utter. As long as it inflicts damage, I shall dismantle it all. Lin Luo raised a small shield high, emerald waves beginning to ripple. Haha. With that flimsy shield of yours? The time and space deity could not help but laugh. Black Dragon, you have truly delivered a grand gift to me. Then, take your broken shield and descend into hell. The thunder roared, and the sky was drenched in lightning. In that fleeting moment when the purple lightning struck, the deity of time and space vaguely perceived Lin Luo uttering two words, trash. As the perspective shifted, within the force field of Topus, Lin Luo silently chanted a phrase in his heart, and the small shield was swiftly cast forth. The force field of Topus was never about withstanding the powerful runes directly, but rather about deflecting immense external forces at minimal cost. It resembled the principles of Tai Chi, which harnesses the power of a fist, whereas Topus's force field drew upon magical energy and runes. In this realm filled with prayers and sorcery, this form of magic was undoubtedly a forbidden spell. The thunderbolts were deflected one after another, crashing around Lin Luo without ever touching him. Yet, in the eyes of the time and space deity, the thunder had struck true. Lin Luo appeared to be a corpse. No, not even bones remained. However, just as the time and space deity relaxed its guard, a glimmer of golden light broke through the storm of thunder. What was that? The time and space deity was filled with astonishment. Come, let us do it again. Let me see how resilient you truly are. Lin Luo's voice echoed from below, and in the deity's shocked gaze, that terrifying aura once more engulfed it. The deity frantically unleashed its divine power. Thunder crashed violently against the spear, attempting to thwart Lin Luo's assault as much as possible. Yet, even with all its strength expended, and the platform below reverting to its original state, Lin Luo's form gradually transformed into a more youthful appearance. Although he could withstand the ravages of time and space, he could not achieve complete defense. Nevertheless, regardless of what the time and space deity attempted, the spear continued its unstoppable ascent towards the heavens. With a resounding crash, brilliant golden fireworks erupted in the air. Chapter 210. Conspiracy in a flash. The spear pierced through the body of the time and space deity. Even though it had exerted utmost effort to evade, the spear seemed to possess its own consciousness, refusing to be shaken off. Another bloody wound appeared upon the deity's form, though it appeared gruesome and deadly. The actual damage was not substantial. This truly infuriated it. Yet, it found itself powerless to act. A protective layer seemed to envelop Lin Luo, rendering the deity's once proud cunning strategies feeble in his presence. Lin Luo was not the strongest adversary it had encountered. That title belonged to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon wielded terrifying power, yet lacked effective means of attack to counter him. Lin Luo, on the other hand, with both his own strength and that peculiar weapon, was practically his nemesis. As the time and space deity regained its composure, a sense of retreat began to stir within its heart. But where could it possibly go? Trapped by the Black Dragon within the crevice of time and space, where could he possibly escape to? Yet, this was far from over. As the deity of time calculated his schemes, Lin Luo gently spoke. With fingers poised as if wielding a sword, he beckoned once more. In an instant, the heavens erupted in golden brilliance, revealing a colossal golden apparition. How immense was it? Though the original deity occupied half the sky, before this golden specter, it appeared no larger than an ant standing before an elephant. The deity of time slowly turned, unable to suppress the words that escaped his lips, goodbye. With a mere flick of Lin Luo's fingers, the apparition seized the spear in its grasp, and the enormous golden lance was hurled forth with tremendous force. It transformed into a blaze, streaking across the sky like a meteor. The deity of time, bereft of any will to resist, could only lament, so unfair, as this designated instant kill skill bore no distinction from a mere chime. Thus, moments later, the deity was reduced to nothingness, scattering into a myriad of stars until he vanished completely. At that moment, Lin Luo's form swiftly transformed back to his original state. The erosion brought by the deity's control over time dissipated, affirming his demise. Lin Luo returned to the initial platform, a refuge nestled within this spatial crevice, which did not vanish with the death of the deity. The air was suffused with the divine power that lingered from the fallen deity, and Lin Luo had no intention of wasting it. His body, akin to a small black hole, voraciously absorbed the surrounding energy. Lin Luo had initially held the deity in high regard, for after all, time and space bore grand names that suggested formidable power. Yet perhaps he underestimated the rapid surge of strength bestowed upon him by the god of war. Or perhaps the deity's prolonged confinement by the Black Dragon had severely diminished his power. Lin Luo defeated him with surprising ease. In retrospect, Lin Luo realized that none of the adversaries he faced had been at their peak. Absorbing the deity's meager power left him feeling dissatisfied. However, Lin Luo was no longer preoccupied with divine power. Rather, it was the methods employed by these deities that intrigued him. For instance, The divine power of chaotic fire and the mastery of time and space were now within his control. Apart from the Death Rune, which he had yet to fully master, perhaps the Supreme Will had never entrusted him with its most critical aspects. He wielded it with a certain adeptness, though it felt as if something essential was still missing. At the very moment Lin Luo vanquished the deity of time and space, a pair of chilling eyes abruptly opened in the starry expanse beyond the boundary. Black Dragon, you have miscalculated. This statement is laden with significance, seemingly intertwined with Lin Luo's actions. Indeed, ever since the Star Shatterer encased the myriad stars within its corporeal form, only a minuscule fragment was sealed, a mere trifle overlooked by the Black Dragon. However, the rift in time and space was profoundly different. This enigmatic entity, omnipresent yet never revealed, was the constellation itself, most notably represented by the radiant star, the primordial force behind the prism magic. It immediately sensed that the rift had been breached. This rift imprisoned the deity of time and space, directly linking to the boundary realm. Although that small location had yet to be discovered by the Black Dragon, it was a legacy left by the constellations, a contingency plan necessitated by the advent of the Age of Stars, one the constellations wished to avoid activating through direct confrontation. Now that the rift had been detected, it would lay the groundwork for its own designs. The chilling eyes slowly closed once more. Instantly, the starry sky was filled with streaks of purple meteors, all hurtling towards a singular destination. A mysterious smile crept upon the Black Dragon's lips. It had always understood the constellation's maneuvers with crystal clarity. The so-called Age of Stars was merely a grand illusion painted for those foolish outer gods. If there were an absolute conclusion, the outer gods would undoubtedly seek to intervene, crafting a chaotic finale for the cosmos, an astral conclusion for the constellations, and a demise for the god of the hunt. Rather than exhaust itself resisting their interference, it would be wiser to allow them to advance further with their existing strategies, thus enabling the Black Dragon to comprehend their methods in detail. It found the whole situation cumbersome and preferred not to chase them away one by one. Originally, in the Black Dragon's grand scheme, Lin Luo, as a pawn, was never intended to meddle in other outcomes. He was destined to complete the Golden Law and ascend as the new Elden King. After all, Marika was the previous generation's victim of the cycle. Although she had partitioned her own rationality, it proved futile. As long as the Golden Law could be fulfilled, everything would belong to the Black Dragon, which intended to engulf the entire boundary realm. However, now that it had lost control of its pawn, the Black Dragon required external assistance. Oh, constellations! You could never have imagined that what you perceive as my oversight is merely the flaw I have presented to you. You shall continue to serve me obediently. Chapter 2:11. The constellations have arrived? The air erupted with a thunderous roar, making it impossible for Lin Luo to remain oblivious. With a calm demeanor, he gazed towards the heavens, locking eyes with Melina, who stood far away in the boundary realm. The constellations had intervened. The source of prayer is the Supreme Will, while the genesis of magic lies within the constellations. The constellations are not a singular deity but a multitude of gods, such as the Radiant Star. The origin of prism magic. There is little elaboration on the Radiant Star itself. Yet the sorcerers, Yazler and Luthert, the paramount mages of the boundary, transformed into a luminous gem in their quest for this enigmatic deity. Including Master Celian, it appears these gods exercise considerable caution. Lin Luo's furrowed brow relaxed as he discerned that the stars above were not deities. They were merely the vanguard of something greater. However, the might of this vanguard was sufficient to obliterate any formidable force within the boundary. This was a grand design, an unparalleled will. Lin Luo scoffed, casting his gaze skyward, unaware that the Supreme Will had acquired the legacy of the god of war. Having traversed into the rift of time and space, Lin Luo understood that his circumstances were distinctly different from the cyclical nature of existence. A confrontation with the deity of time and space was inevitable. The Supreme Will had previously clashed with the deity of time and space and was undoubtedly acquainted with its prowess. Thus, in the eyes of the Supreme Will, the deity of time and space was a formidable adversary. Even if Lin Luo were to triumph against it, he would not emerge unscathed. At this juncture, the next move of the Supreme Will was the stars. The plan was impeccably orchestrated, and Lin Luo appeared to be ensnared in a fatal predicament. Yet, the Supreme Will had underestimated Lin Luo's ascendance and strength. The legacy of the god of war had empowered him to vanquish the deity of time and space. Moreover, the stars remained conspicuously absent of any divine presence, leaving the calculations of the Supreme Will in disarray. However, the Supreme Will remained oblivious to the true state of affairs here. It feared that any indication of its focus on the rift would prompt the stars to abandon their pursuit altogether. The purple meteors drew ever closer to Lin Luo's platform. No, these were not mere meteors. They were each a dark, forsaken pawn. The heavens transformed into a resplendent, starry expanse, the weight of magic palpable. Enormous skulls hung suspended, their hollow eye sockets fixated on Lin Luo below, as if poised to consume him. A band of insignificant minions dared to defy the heavens? Lin Luo let out a derisive laugh. Having absorbed the power of the deity of time and space, their attempts to hinder his departure were futile. However, it was Lin Luo who could not simply walk away. The eternal city, once flourishing, had been plunged into the depths by a single dark pawn. Now, with an influx of such dark pawns breaching the boundary, it seemed inevitable that, within a day, the entire expanse would be shattered. Supreme Will, you truly dare to wager? Lin Luo chuckled coldly, sheathing his spear. Despite my reluctance to be led by you, the boundary is mine to protect. As Lin Luo's declaration echoed, the dark pawns emitted a cacophony of shrill screams, as if his provocation had incited the wrath of the celestial powers. Dozens of dark pawns lifted their tails, shimmering with an eerie purple light. Thunderous booms resonated in the air, akin to the roar of a tempest, and moments later, countless stars flickered into existence within the sky. In an instant, it seemed as though time itself had come to a standstill. The countless stars scattered across the sky are merely meteors, densely clustered and blanketing the entire expanse of land. Had it not been for this moment within the rift of time and space, the strike from the dark Forsaken Ones could have easily shattered nearly half of the boundary realm. After all, with hundreds of dark Forsaken entities harnessing the power of the Aetus meteors unleashed by celestial might, they could indeed bring about catastrophic destruction. In the center of this chaos stood Lin Luo. To the dark Forsaken Ones, Lin Luo appeared as insignificant as an ant. This small platform, amidst the torrential meteors, seemed no more substantial than a speck of dust. They were devoid of consciousness. When the stars created them, their minds were filled with but two commands. First, to obey the will of the stars, and second, to annihilate, obliterate, destroy everything in sight. Gazing at the malevolent meteors above, Lin Luo murmured to himself, surprised that this despicable outsider had the fortune to be a hero of the boundary realm. The title of an unnamed hero hardly suited his identity. Had he known, he would have brought along Hallelu. With a self-deprecating smile, Lin Luo remarked, "Well, the momentum is quite formidable, so let me give it a try." With a powerful stomp, Lin Luo created a massive crater in the ground. In the next instant, he soared into the air, standing amidst the meteor swarm. Flames ignited upon his body. Golden chaotic fire and blood-red death runes gradually enveloping him. Before long, Lin Luo's entire form had transformed into a blazing inferno. A grunt escaped his lips as the flames erupted with an invisible aura radiating from his core. The meteors, which had been hurtling through the sky, abruptly halted in midair, no longer descending. Simultaneously, Lin Luo's state underwent a dramatic transformation. Threads of flame, like delicate filaments, began to drift from the conflagration. 1, 2, 3, until millions of them, increasingly abundant, scattered among the celestial bodies. The stars were instantly shrouded in blood-red flames, infused with death runes. When the fiery threads encountered the fallen meteors, they merged into them like vapor, as if they had never existed. A gentle voice echoed through the air, "Chaotic fire." The flames erupted into a frenzy, akin to a handful of effervescent tablets tossed into a bottle of soda, provoking an astonishing reaction. The threads expanded instantaneously, slicing through the starlit sky, and swiftly severed the head of a nearby dark Forsaken being. The flames, akin to maggots burrowing into flesh, enveloped the Forsaken entity, leaving not even a trace of dust behind. The chaotic fire that had infiltrated the meteors began to consume from within, transforming the purple meteors into spheres of searing heat. Hurtling back toward the dark Forsaken Ones, with a single gesture from Lin Luo, the tumultuous meteors were swiftly subdued. The stars vanished, replaced by a sky ablaze with fervent flames. Chapter 212, Closing the Rift in Time and Space. May chaos descend upon the world once more. Lin Luo made it a reality, albeit through an alternate means. The chaotic flame tore through the heavens, shattering the darkness and obliterating the conspiracies of the stars, dismantling the schemes of the Supreme Will. It was all too familiar, all too terrifying. At that moment, Vic, who was engaged in combat with Marika, suddenly turned around. Even within the crevice of time and space, Vic sensed this disturbance, not only due to his familiarity with the chaotic flame, but also because the remnants of the chaotic flame left by Lin Luo within him began to stir. Humph. Hallelu let out a muffled grunt as she blocked a strike from Marika, unable to contain her backward stumble until she found herself beside Vic. Observing this newcomer idling nearby, Hallelujah felt a surge of anger and abruptly smacked Vic on the head. "You brat, do you think you're facing who? You're so close to the king, and you're dazed even in this battle?" Hallelujah's scolding caught Vic's attention, and he momentarily froze before regaining his composure. His expression turned grave. Lin Luo must have just invoked the chaotic flame, and the disturbance was certainly significant, enough for even the flame he had left within me to respond. He must be encountering some trouble. The force that has been stirred is unmistakably akin to the power that once summoned the chaotic flame. Upon hearing Vic's words, Hallelujah furrowed her brow, but after a brief moment, she seemed to recall something and relaxed once more. No need to overthink it. Lin Luo's true abilities extend far beyond this. Hallelujah understood the Dragon King's prowess, and regarding the imprisonment of the divine beings within the Supreme Will, she had gleaned considerable insight through subtle inquiries with Marika. Lin Luo, having inherited the legacy of his ancestors, possessed an unpredictably formidable strength. As he invoked the chaotic flame, Hallelujah was uncertain whom he was confronting, but she believed that his opponent was certainly not someone beyond Lin Luo's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not resort to the chaotic flame, but rather the spear of the war god. "Let us deal with it first." Gazing at Marika's, who had already released the seal and grasped the black sword, a smirk crept onto Vic's lips. "All right then, it seems I was worrying unnecessarily. I was fretting over that freak. My head must have a few screws loose." Vic chuckled lightly, though the smile faded swiftly, his expression turning resolute. The remaining chaotic flame ignited along Vic's arm, enveloping his weapon, the Lance of Sanctus, in a blaze. Meanwhile, Malika's raised the black sword once more, and the blood-red sword energy trailed behind its arc, leaving marks in the air. "When I faced him previously, he wasn't this impressive." Vic glanced at Hallelujah, making a quip. Before Hallelujah could respond, Vic turned away, his gaze filled with determination. "I'm here to confront him." Destined for death, Malika swung the black sword, exuding a deathly aura as he aimed a fierce strike at Vic. "Shorten the wind-up on that skill," Hallelujah exclaimed, her expression darkening as she saw Vic's head nearly severed. "What are you doing posing around? The sword's already at your face." As Hallelujah charged forward, the golden runes enveloped his hands, effectively halting the advance of the black sword, while simultaneously buying time for Vic's skill. "My apologies for the display," Vic said sheepishly, as the lightning spear in his grasp expanded several-fold. The immense power allowed Vic to levitate in midair, with thunder and chaotic flames intertwining harmoniously, resulting in a synergy greater than the sum of its parts. The ancient lightning spear was imbued with the battle ashes of Lance Sanks. To ensure its successful deployment, Vic refrained from uttering its lackluster name. Harnessing the thunder of the ancient dragon and the chaotic flames, Vic, bolstered by runes enveloping nearly his entire being, instantaneously hurled the force towards Malika's. Hallelujah seized the moment, propelling himself off the ground. "You think to kill me alongside yourself, you bastard?" Hallelujah shouted in anger. Yet, Vic paid him no heed, as the clash of sword and spear erupted. Boom! Thunder roared, and golden sparks scattered across the sky, drifting down like stars. The dark forsaken. Not a trace left behind. Such was the chaotic flames, a harbinger of annihilation. "Nothing more than this," Lin Luo scoffed, envisioning the distant sky flipping the bird, though he was uncertain if it could be seen. However, in this moment, Lin Luo felt compelled to act, lest he diminish his stature. Rather than leaving immediately, he chose to sit cross-legged, absorbing the divine power he had acquired. He also remained vigilant for any further maneuvers from the celestial stars, ready to intercept them. The temporal instability within the rift was unpredictable, and Lin Luo lost track of time as he gradually stabilized the tumultuous divine energy within him. Yet, it was evident that the celestial stars retained confidence in their strength. Perhaps they were hesitant to overly intervene in the borderlands, especially with the black dragon stationed outside, deterring them from excessive actions. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, the celestial stars remained silent. "It seems this is all there is," Lin Luo mused, stretching languidly and rising to his feet. With his palm raised towards the sky, it was clear that he intended to obliterate the temporal rift. As the borderlands were akin to Lin Luo's homeland, its presence served as a ticking time bomb. What the deity of time could not accomplish did not imply that Lin Luo was incapable. After all, a significant part of his essence stemmed from the Supreme Will. Time rapidly reversed, and space quietly mended. The storm originating from an unknown source gradually dissipated. The platform beneath Lin Luo had long since vanished, yet he remained unfazed. He was not merely standing in the air. Rather, he was positioned within the very fabric of time and space. In the final moment of sealing the rift, the scenery around Lin Luo shifted rapidly. Chapter 213, The King of Chaotic Flames. The timeline was restored. Lin Luo smiled as he gazed at the closed space-time rift, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. However, he failed to notice that, despite the setting resembling the Sky City, it had been reduced to mere ruins. There were no intact structures remaining, only scattered debris floating in the air. For a moment, Lin Luo felt a mental lapse, but he quickly regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the searing heat in the atmosphere. Confused, Lin Luo attempted to feel the blessings, only to realize he had completely lost the guidance of the golden tree. What on earth? Lin Luo was astounded as a bold idea struck him. With wings unfurled, he soared into the sky, racing towards the boundary's edge. Indeed, the binding force had vanished. Lin Luo understood that he had surmised the situation quite accurately. Under the impetus of divine power, he soon reached the outskirts of the boundary. At this moment, he finally beheld the full scope of the boundary, engulfed in flames. With scarcely any life remaining, and the presence of the Supreme Will had dissipated. Naturally, Lin Luo would never entertain the notion that the chaotic flame could extinguish the Supreme Will, aside from the War God. The power of the Supreme Will was undoubtedly among the strongest. However, the source of prayers derived from the Supreme Will could never entirely eliminate the chaotic flame. Moreover, with each world the chaotic flame consumed, its power would only grow stronger. Perhaps the Death Rune could contend with the flame. But Lin Luo possessed two additional means to confront it. The might of the War God is self-evident, while the ability of the world-devouring serpent is exceptionally formidable. Lin Luo sensed the absence of the Supreme Will. Perhaps it was in search of its next target. The fruits of the boundary had already been plucked by the chaotic flame. Lin Luo had come to a realization about the situation. It was likely that during the battle with the Time Deity, the Supreme Will had manipulated the timeline to resist the power of the War God. Although this did not yield effective results, it inadvertently shifted Lin Luo onto another timeline. At this moment, a smile spread across Lin Luo's face. This was an ability of a bug-level caliber. In the same timeline, two identical beings cannot coexist. Since Lin Luo was still alive in this realm, it implied that the Lin Luo who once belonged to this timeline and had his consciousness devoured by the flame no longer existed. That body was under the control of chaos, which was the reason Lin Luo could arrive at this timeline. Those who toy with time will ultimately be toyed with by time itself. Reversing time already carries significant side effects, not to mention manipulating the timeline. Should a counterpart from the other timeline prove to be more powerful than himself, Lin Luo could very well meet his end. Shaking his head, Lin Luo cast aside the strange thoughts and gradually pulled his mind back to focus. Just in time, I can help the wood accomplish its task, delivering to me my destined demise. Lin Luo smiled faintly, her figure shimmering before vanishing from sight. In the ashen city of Rottle, one cannot articulate the devastation wrought by the frenzied fire. The world consumed by it has turned to ash. Those who manage to survive are few and far between. Although the golden needle can temporarily suppress the frenzied fire, being engulfed by it is merely a matter of time, and when that eruption occurs, it will be all the more terrifying. Amidst the raging inferno, a throne still stands resolutely. A vague silhouette can be discerned upon the throne, clad in armor that has turned a deep crimson, yet has not melted away. The visage of the face is obscured, replaced by a swirling mass of golden flames. As the frenzied fire rages, a woman draped in gray robes strides toward the high platform with an expression of utter indifference, seemingly untouched by the surrounding flames. I spoke of delivering to you your destined demise, the woman stated calmly. The familiar voice, the recognizable countenance. Who else could it be but Melina? However, she had not donned her burlap hood, and her hair fell carelessly over her shoulders. The golden hue of her right eye had long since vanished, consumed by the flames, and thus she lost her former blessing. The violet of her left eye emanated a palpable aura of killing intent, while dark runes spread across her body. It has been 3 years since the once vibrant king fell to decay. Melina had gathered all the death runes that permeated the borderlands. She was no longer merely a witch. She had ascended to become the second Huntress Queen. Now, it was a conversation between deities. Oh, the figure upon the throne spoke. It was not Lin Luo, but chaos. A power I recognize. Could it be the death runes? Melina refrained from answering, for the being before her was one she loathed deeply. It was not solely due to the devastation inflicted upon the borderlands after the departure of the Supreme Will. Her feelings for the fated king had been unleashed. She had come to exact vengeance for Lin Luo. Should fortune favor her success, next, she would seek the Supreme Will. This was Melina's lifelong mission. At some point, Melina found herself grasping the blade of her purpose. Black flames enveloped its edge as she swung it forth. A long and swift scarlet sword aura cleaved through the air, aimed directly at Chaos. "Oomph, you are far from adequate." Chaos responded with a scoff, anger igniting within. The divine power of this wretched place was undeniably peculiar. Since its elemental birth, it had witnessed only this singular ability capable of inflicting harm upon itself. Even that black dragon could only seal its own power. Dozens of frenzied fire tendrils erupted, barely intercepting the incoming blade. As expected, it remained as troublesome as ever. Without raising her gaze, Melina charged forward, her left hand deftly releasing black flames that surged forth like maggots seeking to burrow into Chaos. As her other hand remained unyielding, the mission dagger extended forth, slicing through the air with an abrupt flourish before delivering a fierce blow. A formidable beast, born of death runes, surged toward Chaos, who exhibited no unnecessary movements, only emitting an eerie laughter. "Ha ha ha, you are still rather inexperienced. With such meager strength, you shall be consumed by my flames." Chapter 214. One cannot slay a deity. Chaos unleashed frenzied laughter, vanishing in the blink of an eye before Melina. The aura of death runes swept past, merely parting the flames left behind, while Chaos had already slipped away to an unknown location. Melina remained composed, steadfast in her position. The entirety of the borderland was now Chaos's domain. If Chaos chose to flee, she had no means to pursue. Her only option was to react passively. As Melina had never contemplated returning alive, even in death, she was determined to extract a piece of flesh from the frenzied fire. Suddenly, the flames around her began to coalesce, forming indistinct shadows, their faces obscured, yet faintly revealing grotesque visages. A multitude of bizarre creatures, constructed from flames, surged toward Melina, their eyes shedding golden sparks of frenzied fire that bounced upon the charred ground, leaving small craters in their wake. Truly a formidable challenge, Melina murmured to herself, though her expression remained unchanged. Despite having merged with the death runes, her control over them was nowhere near that of the Huntress Queen, nor even that of Marika. She could only rely on the overwhelming force of the death runes to stave off the encroaching frenzy of flames. Gradually, the black flames upon the mission dagger ignited with increasing fervor, the blade growing intensely hot as the black fire began to shift towards a hue of purple. Melina released her grip on the dagger, palms facing upwards. With the blade directed toward the heavens, her hands slowly converged, the weapon hovering before her chest. "I have already declared it. In a world devoid of life, what then is the Elden Lord?" Melina gently closed her eyes, a solitary tear tracing her cheek before evaporating into nothingness. She summoned the entirety of her death runes alongside the last remnants of her golden energy. A diminutive, blackened golden tree began to sprout before her. "I shall now deliver unto you the Destined Death." As Melina uttered her final words, a chilling intent enveloped her, reminiscent of the Huntress Queen incarnate, bearing the imposing authority of Queen Marika. In an instant, the golden tree soared to extraordinary heights, its black branches and leaves flourishing above, obscuring a portion of the sky. Soon, the branches swayed, and specks of darkness descended with the leaves, merging into the flames, causing the all-consuming frenzy to extinguish at an astonishing pace. The leaves were infused with the essence of death runes. Indeed, the deity possessing the rune of death is not particularly extraordinary. One could argue that her abilities are shared by many, rendering her one of the most ordinary of gods. Yet, paradoxically, this so-called ordinary deity possesses a uniquely remarkable trait, the ability to render you as commonplace as herself. The chaotic fire, embodying elemental essence, is nearly immortal, impervious even to the black dragon's might. However, the rune of death can subdue it. Anything that brushes against the tendrils of the chaotic fire gradually extinguishes. A half-section of the border, shrouded in this tumultuous flame, was remarkably quelled by Melina alone. Under Melina's influence, those fiery phantoms could not solidify, and the onslaught of chaos was thus dismantled. Its true form was laid bare before Melina's gaze. This was Melina's singular opportunity, the most opportune moment. Yet she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. There was no time for hesitation. Without a moment's doubt, Melina gripped the air with her left hand, conjuring a dagger forged from black flames, and thrust it forcefully toward the fire before her, leaving no path of retreat. Truly remarkable, Chaos mused, though to Melina, it rang with potent mockery. With unwavering speed, she aimed to slay Chaos. Quite formidable, yet still insufficient. The flame once again coalesced into a tangible form. Chaos's inherent power remained utterly unscathed. The rune of death merely curtailed the spread of the chaotic fire at the border, without diminishing the fire's essence in the slightest. Essentially, Melina sought to vanquish a deity with the frailty of a mortal. Just as Melina surged forward, two massive hands materialized on either side of Chaos. Though these hands possessed only 3 fingers, their charred skin, aglow with flames, attested to their corporeal nature, not mere phantasms of fire. In an instant, those hands lunged toward Melina. Yet her resolve was unwavering. There was no thought of retreat. This was her only chance, the singular opportunity to exploit Chaos's contempt for mortals. In a flash, Melina's right hand reached for the black flames, disregarding the consequences. At the moment the hands descended, she tightened her grip on the black flame dagger and hurled it towards Chaos. The remnants of the rune of death concealed within her surged forth. "This attack holds no power over me," Chaos's words faltered. Simultaneously, Melina felt the oncoming wave of heat. Suddenly, the hands froze in place. Had she succeeded? Melina's expression was one of disbelief, soon replaced by the weight of exhaustion. As for joy, perhaps there is, for upon enduring that blow, the chaotic entity found its flames transforming into an inky black, as if a profound metamorphosis had occurred within, dissipating with a resounding thud. Observing this, Melina finally allowed her anxious heart to rest. However, her expression soon succumbed to confusion. Where do I go from here? Fortunately, fate had already made a choice for Melina. Unfortunately, one cannot slay a deity. You are far too feeble. The voice of Chaos reemerged, devoid of mockery, replaced instead by an air of indifference. Before Melina could respond, those colossal hands moved once more, seizing her in an instant. The searing flames rekindled at the tips of its fingers, threatening to engulf Melina in mere moments. Suddenly, a sound akin to a sword being unsheathed pierced the air, and a flash of blue-violet sword energy streaked by. Instantly, 3 fingers were severed, and the palm split in 2. "Forgive me, but could you repeat what you just said? Humans cannot kill gods?" Chapter 215. "Come, mortal, slay me." The mocking voice echoed in the ears of Chaos. The scene before it rendered its smile abruptly frozen. "Who dares?" Chaos erupted in fury, accompanied by a swell of confusion and a tinge of panic. The confusion stemmed from the fact that even the Supreme Will had abandoned this place, leaving it at a loss. The panic arose from the possibility that the Supreme Will had returned, and the Black Dragon had discovered a means to confront it. Melina, too, lifted her weary eyelids to gaze upon the source of the familiar voice. Yet, her thoughts strayed far from the correct conclusion. "O Chaos, do not speak so confidently." Lin Luo's figure materialized, standing at the center between the two. A wave of familiarity washed over both Melina and Chaos alike. However, Lin Luo's helmet concealed his face, leading them to momentarily overlook him. Yet, the burden in Chaos's heart lightened. So long as the newcomer was not the Supreme Will, it felt no fear. Attempting to sense the newcomer's aura, Chaos was astonished to discover it was imbued with a significant amount of raging flames. "Ha ha!" Chaos erupted into laughter. "Though I know not how you managed to withstand this strike, the words remain the same. Humans cannot kill gods. If even I cannot defeat you, what sort of god are you?" Lin Luo scoffed, raising his sword to point at Chaos. "Arrogance. A youth must not be so boastful." Lin Luo instinctively spoke, momentarily forgetting his countless years of existence. The familiar atmosphere, the familiar voice. Melina's pupils dilated in shock as an unbelievable thought flashed through her mind. Yet, how could Chaos still exist? Melina extended her hand, yearning to touch Lin Luo, but hesitated, fearing it might be a dream, and thus remained frozen in place. "The audacious little rascal, you dare to challenge me." With a low growl, Chaos clenched its left hand, as if grasping something intangible, forcefully tugging at Lin Luo. It sought to incite the chaotic fire within him, leading to his self-destruction. However, Lin Luo stood unfazed before Chaos, pinching his nose and inquiring, "What peculiar ritual are you attempting now?" A flock of crows seemed to flicker above Chaos's head, and shaking off the momentary distraction, it reiterated its previous command, "Die." Foolish, utterly hopeless. Lin Luo had no intention of indulging its theatrics any longer. He swiftly drew the moonshadow blade from his waist. Empowered by the full might of the death rune, a blood-red crescent of blade energy cleaved towards Chaos. Chaos displayed no sign of evasion, whether out of disdain for Lin Luo's assault or sheer surprise. The sword energy struck solidly against its chest. Yet, it was ineffective. Just as Chaos was about to utter something, an agonizing pain surged through its torso. The sword energy left an indelible mark, and the residual force sent it hurtling backward. How could this be? How is it possible? Upon sensing the familiar death rune entwined with the sword energy, Chaos's tone shifted to one of grave concern. Its arsenal of attacks was limited, and compared to other deities, its methods were decidedly sparse. It was tenacious, resilient, and adept at controlling others. Yet, in the face of Lin Luo, it felt the overwhelming chaotic fire within him, which, though birthed from itself, it could not manipulate through Lin Luo's veins. This rendered its attacks nearly futile, while Lin Luo, wielding the power of the death rune, could inflict harm upon it. Chaos contemplated retreat, but an unwillingness lingered. For the power within Lin Luo was irresistibly alluring. It believed that should it successfully assimilate Lin Luo, its strength would ascend to an unprecedented level. In that fleeting moment, Chaos made its decision. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it extended an arm, and 3 fingers launched forth golden chaotic flames. The speed was remarkable, yet Lin Luo's reflexes were equally swift. He deftly dodged 2 of them, and then raised the sword sheath, sweeping his hand to deflect the final flame. Chaos did not intend to subdue Lin Luo with this maneuver alone. With its hands plunged into the ground, flames erupted from all directions, soaring to heights of several dozen meters, encircling both Lin Luo and Melina. After a breath, the flames descended like a tsunami. Lin Luo narrowed his eyes, his form flickering as he instantly appeared beside Melina, resting a hand on her shoulder, the sword standing firm upon the ground. He could feel the searing heat of the flames, almost brushing against his visage. It was only then that Melina regained her senses, casting a worried glance at Lin Luo. Though her uncertainty lingered, a voice within her insisted, "He is Lin Luo." The flames surged towards them. Meanwhile, Lin Luo's sword, embedded in the ground, erupted with countless blue-violet sword energies, radiating outward from its very tip. In an instant, the sword energy enveloped the two, forming a flawless circle of closure. The flames could not approach even slightly, as they were torn apart by the razor-sharp blade. At that moment, Lin Luo gripped the sword hilt and swung it once more. The sword energy suddenly expanded, resembling a small whirlwind that swiftly tore apart the surrounding flames. However, in the very instant the flames were shattered, the chaotic entity pressed its hands to its head, and a surge of frenzied fire erupted forth. 3 crimson flames instantaneously engulfed Lin Luo. He barely had time to react, taking a few steps forward to shield Melina behind him. The central flame struck directly at the top of Lin Luo's head. "No!" Melina finally cried out. Exhausted, she attempted to rush towards Lin Luo's position, but the tremendous shockwave hurled her several meters away. Fortunately, because Lin Luo stood in front of her, she sustained only minor injuries. "Ha ha ha! I told you, you cannot kill a god." Chaos emitted a manic laughter, seemingly mocking the two for their folly. However, before Chaos could revel in its arrogance for long, Lin Luo's voice resonated again. "You are indeed correct," Lin Luo replied calmly. Surrounded by flames, the frenzied fire blazed unabated on Lin Luo's arm, yet he felt no discomfort. The helmet that had absorbed the brunt of Chaos's attack was now in tatters, and Lin Luo reached up to remove it, revealing his face before the two. Before they could utter a word, Lin Luo continued, "Go on, strike me, mortals. Kill me." In that moment, Lin Luo embodied divinity. Chapter 216. Kill you? That would be a waste. Lin Luo's helmet was removed, and his visage was clearly revealed before them. A tumult of emotions surged within him. "Lin Luo!" Melina exclaimed in disbelief, perhaps unaware that tears streamed down her cheeks. "It really is you." Drawing on an unknown reserve of strength, Melina lunged towards Lin Luo, embracing him tightly. Tears flowed freely as she could not comprehend how Lin Luo had escaped the frenzied fire, nor could she fathom the source of his power. Her mind was a blank slate. All she knew was that she clung to Lin Luo, fearing this was merely a fleeting dream. "It is you." At that moment, the astonishing event unfolded before Chaos, yet its primary concern was how Lin Luo had survived. If this individual before it was indeed Lin Luo, then what of the body it currently inhabited? From where did Lin Luo's frenzied fire originate? It found itself unable to comprehend. Lin Luo had withstood its final attack, having braved it head-on, yet remained unscathed. Was this not the very essence of its elemental form? It failed to notice Lin Luo's slightly provocative remarks, having now elevated him to a height reminiscent of supreme will. Lin Luo, disregarding the chaos, gently patted Melina and acknowledged her. The reminiscences could wait. "First, let me address the current predicament, little wooden doll." Lin Luo leaned close to Melina's ear, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he spoke softly. The teasing words, upon reaching Melina's ears, caused her cheeks to flush. "What little wooden doll?" Melina released her grip, emitting a sound akin to a mosquito's buzz. Lin Luo chuckled lightly, turning to face Chaos, his expression shifting instantly. It's time to deal with you. You truly are a master of changing faces. Chaos cursed vehemently, demanding respect from others. Questioning why Lin Luo wouldn't even offer a reply. Dead man, there's no need to know so much. Beyond arrogance, it was sheer audacity. Chaos erupted in fury. Although I have no idea how you survived, what gives you the right to utter such words? Is it due to the meager power you've stolen from me? Or your paltry death runes? That will suffice. Lin Luo replied coolly, and before Chaos could finish, a black-red spear materialized in his palm, composed entirely of death runes. Without hesitation, Lin Luo charged at Chaos, moving with such swiftness that he reached Chaos in the blink of an eye. The spear lunged forth, its tip aimed directly at Chaos. Humph, dreaming in broad daylight. Chaos scoffed, remaining unmoved. Just as the seemingly inevitable spear was about to make contact, a gaping hole suddenly appeared in its body. The spear pierced through Chaos's form, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Let us see how you evade this. Chaos seized Lin Luo's right arm wielding the spear. The madness igniting from its grasp began to spread towards Lin Luo. Simultaneously, intense heat erupted from its head, as if, in the next moment, a torrent of magma would burst forth. Lin Luo, Melina, on the verge of tears, felt utterly helpless. Having drained the death runes from within her, she no longer possessed the strength to stand. Yet, she was unwilling to simply witness Lin Luo being consumed by the madness once more. Suddenly, she caught sight of a smile playing at the corners of Lin Luo's mouth. That smile instantaneously calmed her turbulent heart. Lin Luo must have a plan. Evade. Why should I evade? The spear in Lin Luo's hand dissipated with a resounding pop. Observing the madness creeping up his arm, Lin Luo spoke. Consider this exquisite power. Wouldn't he extinguishing it be a waste? His voice, akin to a devil's whisper, fell upon Chaos's ears. A flicker of panic crossed Chaos's mind. Yet its movements remained unceasing as the power coalesced in its head. This time, it intended to melt Lin Luo away. The flames were poised to erupt. The searing heat from the confrontation between the two individuals continuously rising, causing the surrounding stone pavement to begin melting. At this moment, Lin Luo suddenly took action. Accompanied by his words, "You shall descend into hell," Lin Luo's free hand transformed instantaneously into a sharp spear, piercing through the head of Chaos. Clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, Chaos had been prepared for an entirely different outcome. Its fervent power had already reached its zenith, particularly the temperature emanating from its head, which could effortlessly melt meteorite iron in an instant. Yet, Lin Luo dared to extend his hand in such a manner? This move undoubtedly shattered Chaos's plans. However, in the eyes of Chaos, Lin Luo's reckless action would come at a cost far greater than merely sacrificing an arm. Nevertheless, in Lin Luo's perspective, Chaos had long since become a lifeless corpse. Foolish deity, how can fire extinguish fire? Lin Luo finally ceased to conceal his true self. The fervent flames within him, rivaling those of Chaos, erupted explosively at that moment. For an instant, the flames clashed fiercely, yielding no victor. How could this be? Frenzied flames. Such overwhelming power. No, you are a thief. You have pilfered my strength. Chaos could not accept this brutal truth. It was incredulous that this fated being had managed to acquire a power so intrinsically linked to its own essence. This was impossible, an absurdity. Not enough. That is still insufficient. You are but a mortal. Even if you have stolen divine power, you cannot slay me. I am the god of this world. To kill you? That would be a waste. Lin Luo squinted slightly, his hand within Chaos's body gradually opening. In the palm, a small black dot began to coalesce. I truly thank you. Thus, I shall once more accept your power. As the words fell, the spear of the war god stood tall beside them. Golden divine energy surged forth, forming an invisible barrier. Now, Chaos had become nothing more than prey for Lin Luo. No. Chapter 217. Annihilation once again facing Chaos. It had grown even more formidable. However, in contrast, Lin Luo's ascension was even more monumental. Thus, Chaos's fate would mirror that of their previous encounter, becoming a part of Lin Luo, consumed by him. Of course, Lin Luo could opt to assimilate it using the fervent flames within him, yet such a risk was far too great. Conversely, the serpent's consumption was far more domineering. Chaos watched in horror as its internal power gradually faded. No. What are you planning? How dare you, a lowly mortal, covet divine power? Nearing death, yet still maintaining its defiance. Lin Luo scoffed coldly, ignoring it entirely as he intensified the speed at which he absorbed its strength. Chaos could no longer uphold its earlier arrogant demeanor. Its body seemed to have a gaping hole, and in such a brief span of time, half of its strength had dissipated. No matter how it attempted to manipulate the power within itself, the chaotic flames surged relentlessly towards Lin Luo. The first time Lin Luo defeated the chaos was due to its own folly, as it attempted to directly control Lin Luo's body, only to be countered and slain. This time, however, it was equally complicit in its own downfall. Fortunately, the chaotic flames from another chaos within Lin Luo provided him with sufficient power to suppress the divine strength of chaos, preventing it from rejecting Lin Luo. This made the absorption process significantly more efficient. Chaos finally realized that something was amiss. Yet, it found itself powerless, unable to devise a solution. It could no longer afford to delay. Chaos thought to itself. Rather than waiting for death in such a manner, Chaos opted for a more extreme path. Coveting divine power comes at a price. Ultimately, Chaos's control over the chaotic flames was at a level surpassing that of Lin Luo. Even though Lin Luo's devouring ability was exceedingly domineering, under the full impetus of chaos, it managed to disrupt Lin Luo's actions for several seconds. During this brief hiatus, all the divine power within chaos surged to life. Naturally, Lin Luo sensed something amiss, as the palm embedded deep within Chaos's head felt an intense heat. Lin Luo raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of the situation. However, he did not cease his actions. Every ounce of power he absorbed was rightfully his. Blasphemer, perish. The chaotic flames enveloping Chaos erupted into a fervent boil, the golden flames transforming into a deep crimson hue as their temperature soared. The flames danced around both figures, hissing ominously. Without granting Lin Luo a moment to react, by the time he realized Chaos's intentions, it was already too late. The humanoid form composed of chaotic flames disintegrated, replaced by an exceedingly unstable mass of fire. It intends to self-destruct? A thought flickered through Lin Luo's mind. Of course, this self-detonation did not imply mutual destruction. Since Lin Luo also possessed chaotic flames, he understood them intimately. The very essence of their power was inherently unstable. If he intentionally ignited that power, its instability would be provoked, unleashing tremendous force. However, the cost would be the complete annihilation of that portion of power. Chaos would never expend all its strength to eliminate Lin Luo. It valued its own existence too dearly. The self-detonation was merely a last resort. Under normal circumstances, Lin Luo could have easily fled, but Melina was still behind him. Although this world's Melina was not the one he knew. How many times had he saved Melina throughout the cycles? As the surging flames rushed towards Lin Luo, he did not flinch. In the moment just before the eruption of power, Lin Luo extended his hand and activated the power of time and space. Recently endowed with the powers of the temporal deity, Lin Luo has now mastered the formidable technique of forcibly creating a rift in time and space. Melina remained silent, her tears streaming down her face. Time and again, would Lin Luo sacrifice himself to save her? Yet, Melina made no move. She was utterly exhausted and incapable of taking action. Even if she could, stepping outside would only complicate matters for Lin Luo, leaving her feeling helpless. Thus, all she could do was place her faith in him. Lin Luo, you must survive. Melina clasped her hands together, slowly raising them. As the violet hue in her eyes gradually faded, the final death rune, the key to controlling the entire essence of death, transformed into a small tree, drifting towards Lin Luo at the very last moment before the rift sealed shut. At that instant, the chaotic flames erupted in full force. They engulfed the entire royal city, surrounding the hills near the golden tree with endless fiery chaos. The high temperatures and explosions ravaged the plains, as if everything were destined to dissolve into nothingness at that very moment. The entire boundary, strained beyond its limits, crumbled. The continent itself resembled weathered soil, slowly fading into the void. At the center of the flames, Lin Luo kept his eyes tightly shut, allowing the fire to scorch him. The pain seemingly insignificant in comparison to his resolve. From within the flames emerged a voice, ethereal and chaotic. Your arrival has hastened this day. O humble human, I shall incinerate all living beings, returning all to primordial chaos, to that singularity. I embody the will to annihilate everything. The voice of the chaotic flames echoed throughout the starry expanse, announcing dominion over the deities surrounding it. As for Lin Luo's survival, in its eyes, he was already a dead man. While battles between deities could determine victors, the act of killing was far more challenging. The chaotic flames had consumed nearly half of its origin. How could a mere mortal withstand such power? Clearly, it had overlooked Lin Luo's elemental form and the moment he conjured the rift in time and space. However, what the chaos failed to notice was the death rune's golden tree, which had withstood the explosion and remained steadfast. Now it began to wane. a grayish aura entwining with the chaotic flames as it gradually succumbed to the heart of the inferno. Chapter 218. Fusion. As the chaotic fire consumed all, everything was rendered to nothingness. The starry sky was now filled solely with golden flames. The golden chaotic fire surged and gradually formed a humanoid figure in midair, undoubtedly the manifestation of chaos itself. Yet, this figure was not entirely solid. It was evident that the exertion of this technique had exacted a considerable toll on chaos. A voice resonated. Ants dare to shake the tree. The explosion fueled by its own essence had caused significant damage, yet compared to the power gained at the boundary, it was not beyond its capacity to endure. At that moment, a small vortex suddenly formed at the heart of the flames, and tendrils of black death runes began to slowly emanate from its center. It was as if the whispers of demons echoed in the ears of chaos. Is this all you can do? A fiery arm emerged, composed entirely of flames. What? Chaos was instantly filled with dread as it turned to the source of the voice, still hoping that it was merely a figment of its imagination. Why resort to self-destruction? Lin Luo crawled forth from the frenzied flames, his body engulfed in fire, flickering like the very flames themselves in the air. At that moment, it was uncertain who truly was the master of the frenzied fire. How much divine power has been wasted? Die! Chaos bellowed in fury, a flame shooting towards Lin Luo, as if this feeble attack could provide it with a semblance of solace. It cannot possibly endure. It must be at its last gasp. There is no way someone like this could exist in the boundary realm. Chaos incessantly told itself, attempting to deceive its own mind as its body trembled and the frenzied flames swayed violently. Foolish. Lin Luo reached out and grasped the incoming flame, his palm tightening, shattering the frenzied fire effortlessly. Chaos was thrown into a complete panic. Its attacks were already limited, and if this strike failed to vanquish Lin Luo, it could hardly conceive of any alternative means to contend with him. Could it be that it was destined to perish alongside him? Was it merely a delusion? As if sensing Chaos's thoughts, Lin Luo mocked. Where did your earlier bravado vanish to? What happened to your will of destruction? You. What do you mean by you? Lin Luo sneered coldly, his figure flickering as he suddenly appeared before Chaos, plunging a hand directly into its body and unleashing the power of devouring once more. There are no more lines for you to deliver. The frenzied flames of chaos shall henceforth be my moniker. Feeling an overwhelming force within him, far exceeding the previous intensity, the power surged forth like a torrential flood from a valley. No. Chaos shook its head frantically, pleading, spare me. I beg you, let me go. I will leave this place. Do not kill me. Chaos's desperate entreaties took Lin Luo by surprise. However, when it came to a deity like Chaos, he found it somewhat predictable. As for sparing it, Lin Luo had never contemplated such an idea, not to mention the potential repercussions of releasing an enemy deity. Every fragment of power obtained at this moment would bolster Lin Luo's confidence in confronting the supreme will in the future. Seeing Lin Luo remain unmoved, the speed of devouring only intensified, causing Chaos to grow increasingly frantic. Yet it remained at a loss for how to respond. Rely on frenzied fire? That seemed merely to tickle Lin Luo. As the power within it continued to dissipate, the final bastion in Chaos's heart crumbled completely. No, you wretched insect. Coveting the power of this deity, then descend into hell alongside me. This time, Chaos summoned all its strength, determined to perish with Lin Luo. However, Lin Luo's other hand grasped the god of war's spear, the sharp tip driving directly toward Chaos. Futile. Witnessing Lin Luo's movement, Chaos erupted into frenzied laughter. The black sword? That trinket cannot slay me, let alone. Chaos's voice was abruptly silenced. A searing pain in its chest rendered its mind blank. How could this be? It seemed that Chaos could no longer communicate with the power within. The spear had severed its control over its own strength. At this moment, Lin Luo held its lifeline firmly in his grasp. You may silence yourself now. Lin Luo smiled, appearing quite benevolent. You think too much. Do you wish for a second attempt? Self-detonation? What a waste of power that would be. Far better to leave it for me. Such audacious words slipped from Lin Luo's lips with a lightness that belied their gravity. So, from now on, you may remain silent. He transformed into a blazing fireball, denying Chaos the chance to speak, enveloping it entirely and consuming it whole. A small sun-like orb hung in the starry sky as Lin Luo digested the power he had acquired. Not merely the flames of madness, but also the rune of death from this world. As for what would become of the timeline after absorption, Lin Luo was indifferent. Once he departed, he cared not for the deluge that might ensue. After all, his counterpart in this world had long since met their end. The boundary no longer existed. As for the wooden figure, it would be easily managed. Once he mastered the power of time and space, Lin Luo could bring Melina back to his own realm, allowing them to coexist with memories from two timelines. I sense this has become somewhat convoluted, yet I cannot find a better resolution. After all, I cannot abandon the wooden figure here. If Lin Luo perished, the boundary would vanish, and the protagonist would take the rune of death, leaving the wooden figure in despair. The brothers could simply treat this timeline as if it had never occurred, primarily to grant the protagonist a boon, enabling him to unleash unparalleled might. This segment arose from a spontaneous idea of my own. It is time to return. The fireball gradually dissipated, revealing Lin Luo's form. The rift in time and space slowly opened before him. To return to the original timeline, he would rely on this very rift, navigating his unrefined temporal abilities. Lin Luo stepped into the rift, lifting the unconscious wooden figure and once again returning to his original timeline. Chapter 219, Dual Kings vs. Marika. Traversing time and space is indeed a peculiar sensation. In an instant, darkness enveloped him, and the scenery transformed dramatically. It felt as if only a moment had passed. Yet it could also have been an eternity. Ugh, Lin Luo retched, coughing incessantly. This cursed ordeal, I shall never attempt it again. Melina's figure had vanished. But Lin Luo was not perplexed. He knew precisely where she had gone. After adjusting his state of mind, Lin Luo began to survey the surrounding architecture. Once he discerned his approximate location, he rose to seek the nearest blessing point. Ever since acquiring the powers of the time and space deity, Lin Luo had developed an acute sensitivity to the passage of time. The two timelines remained unperturbed, and it felt as if only a few days had elapsed here. Reflecting on this, Lin Luo no longer hesitated and proceeded directly to the Sky City. Sky City, exclaimed Halalu, cursing as he was sent sprawling backward, leaving a large mark against the wall. With a resounding crash, he fell to the ground. It appeared that Marika had no intention of sparing Halalu. As a black blade shot toward him, fortunately, Vic was nearby and managed to intercept the attack. Is this thing really that formidable? Vic muttered, his hand trembling around his weapon as he chided Halalu. Though he was dubbed a quasi-king, he had never faced Marika's before, and had he known of his formidable prowess, he would have never considered himself the Elden King. What a joke. Halalu spat. I've fought this brat before. While I may not know his exact strength, I am confident I can best him. After all, he is merely a watcher like Saraxio. His power stems only from the rune of death and the machinations of the supreme will. Halalu's expression turned grave, as if confronting a dire enemy. After several days of intense combat, Marika's strength remained as unyielding as at the outset. He understood that the supreme will could not personally reach the borderlands. Yet it was undoubtedly connected to its emissary, continuously channeling power to him. What? Did that kid Lin Luo get slain by the Dragon King? He is still not here, Vic exclaimed, barely managing to deflect another blade of energy, coughing up blood. His runes and stamina were nearly depleted. Their endurance was sustained purely by willpower. Halalu fell into a rare moment of silence. It seemed Vic truly had no idea what Lin Luo was up against. However, he was different. Lin Luo had confided in him about his adversaries. Stop chattering and conserve your strength, Halalu urged, rising once more, his pupils tinged with crimson, as blood-red runes manifested in his palms. Just before charging at Marika's, he turned to say, "Do not underestimate me." With a smirk, Vic chuckled, acknowledging Halalu's tenacity. You may have a sharp tongue, but you possess the heart of a king. In an instant, Vic was enveloped in a frenzied blaze, crimson lightning crackling around his spear. Now let us vanquish him. The two unleashed their full might, determined to slay the dark sword. Go Fulii, go Fulii. To oppose our deity is to seek one's own demise. Marika let out a cold laugh, declaring that those who dared to covet the rune of death would meet but one fate, death. Unfazed by the formidable onslaught from the two adversaries, Marika was acutely aware of the immense power coursing through him, reminiscent of the strength he wielded when he vanquished the goddess of the hunt. With a sweeping motion of his sword, he unleashed a blood-red sword aura that extended dozens of meters, resembling a white rainbow piercing through the sky, leaving all spectators in awe. Yet, the two assailants showed no sign of trepidation. They charged forth with golden streaks intertwined with crimson, accompanied by a crackling golden thunder, aimed directly at Marika. Following a moment of eerie calm, the grand palace suspended above the Sky City split asunder in the center, a clear indication of the black sword's might. An explosion resounded, and a brilliant display of fireworks erupted in the sky, as the palace was reduced to mere rubble. By the heavens, Lin Luo, who had just arrived at the Sky City, was taken aback by the commotion. He feared that the two combatants might have perished in the chaos and fervently prayed as he rushed upwards. Amidst the ruins, an arm emerged, struggling to push away the massive stones that pinned it down, followed by a series of violent coughs. This is quite the ferocity, Vic grumbled as he crawled out from the debris, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. He thought, regardless of the outcome, if he survived, he would consider it a win. For he was utterly drained. Get off me, you fool. Suddenly, Vic felt a tightness in his rear, as a fist came crashing from behind. Lacking the strength to evade, he could only watch helplessly as petals fell slowly. You're crushing me, Hilaire cursed, shoving Vic aside and gradually emerging from the ground. Vic rubbed his backside, gesturing indignantly at Hilaire, yet words eluded him. He sighed, never mind. We fought side by side. I suppose we are brothers now. He jovially draped an arm over Hilaire's shoulder with a grin. However, Hilaire's expression darkened. You cheeky brat. Who do you think you are? I'm of a generation far beyond yours. You dare call me brother? Vic was momentarily taken aback, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead as he sheepishly realized his blunder. Oh no, are you both all right? Lin Luo arrived, his face a mix of astonishment as he regarded the two. Knowing it was time to shift the conversation, Vic feigned a tone of mockery. Well, if at ISNT the esteemed Lin, you finally decided to show up? If you had arrived any later, we might have had to contend with the Supreme Will ourselves. Despite Vic's sardonic tone, Lin Luo merely smiled. Oh? So you think you're quite brave, do you? Of course. I'm exceedingly brave, Vic replied confidently. Very well. Then I leave this to you. Lin Luo, with a smile that was neither full nor absent, raised a finger and pointed behind Vic. Chapter 220, Decapitation. Vic's smile abruptly froze. To his astonishment, he turned slowly, akin to a machine, only to behold the menacing figure of Malika's sharpening his blade. This wretch still alive? Vic glanced at Halaru, seeking confirmation of this cruel reality. However, Halaru paid him no mind, simply closing her eyes and resting amidst the ruins. With Lin Luo's arrival, there was no need for him to fret over the ensuing events. Enough of this jesting. Lin Luo gently waved his hand, and the soft runes pushed the two aside. Subsequently, a golden rune enveloped the area, anticipating that the forthcoming battle might endanger them. Malika's, observing the lack of intervention, felt confident in his eyes. These individuals were already as good as dead, and any extraneous movements were utterly futile. His faith in the Supreme Will had reached a level bordering on madness. Haha, you must be the so-called godslayers spoken of by my deity. I must commend your audacity, he sneered. What an overestimation of yourselves. Enraged by Lin Luo's continued nonchalance, Malika's fury surged. Unlike Blazer, he was solely loyal to the Supreme Will. Anyone who dared to offend the divine authority must perish. With that, Malika's raised his dark sword and lunged violently at Lin Luo. Beneath the black armor, a sinister grin curled at the corners of Malika's mouth. It seemed that Lin Luo was destined to become but a corpse in the next instant. Must you be so tempestuous? Lin Luo tilted his head, sidestepping the strike, and raised his right knee to meet the blade's edge. Though he exerted little force, Malika's felt a tremor in his hand, but quickly regained his composure. Humph. Malika's pivoted, planting a foot in the debris to propel himself upwards, stirring a cloud of dust. He soared into the air, unleashing a series of blood-red sword energies. Lin Luo remained silent, merely grinning at Malika's. This expression only fueled Malika's rage. What was the meaning of this? Did he regard him with disdain? Swish, swish. Malika's rapidly unleashed several sword energies, aimed directly at Lin Luo. Each strike was swift and lethal. Is there not a hint of novelty in your approach? Lin Luo, grasping his sword, leisurely advanced toward Malika's. In Malika's eyes, this was tantamount to courting death. Yet, just as the blade was poised to graze Lin Luo, he subtly shifted his body, allowing the sword to skim past him, merely causing his garments to flutter without inflicting a scratch. Malika's remained unfazed, but soon found himself astonished. The subsequent sword energies were evaded by Lin Luo, employing the same graceful maneuver. Once could be deemed a coincidence, multiple times, however. At this juncture, Lin Luo had reached directly beneath Malika's. How exquisitely elegant. How breathtakingly elegant. Vic's mouth had widened to the point where it seemed capable of accommodating a fist, which filled him with exhilaration as he delivered a powerful blow to Halalu's midsection. Goodness, did you see that? He began to exclaim, but suddenly felt an unusual sensation in his hand, causing a pang of anxiety to surge within him. Slowly, he turned to look behind, where Halalu glared at him with an expression rife with menace. If that thing of yours is of no use, I can help you dispose of it. Halalu swiftly seized Vic and hurled him backward, his head plunging into the rubble below. Damn that loose tongue, Halalu spat, before reclining to rest once more. This minor disruption went unnoticed by the two, as Lin Luo was accustomed to Vic's antics, while Malika's found himself unable to divert his focus. After a brief moment of hesitation, the black sword recalled the supreme will behind him, his confidence reaffirmed. Die! Malika's leapt down, plunging his black sword straight into the ground below. Indeed, beasts are but beasts. Do they only possess these two moves? Lin Luo smirked wickedly, stepping back a pace before leaping high into the air. Simultaneously, Malika's landed, and with Lin Luo hovering midair, how could he evade this impending strike? The sword's tip embedded itself into the earth, and after a brief pause, a surge of crimson sword energy erupted from its point, enveloping Malika's entirely. How would Lin Luo respond? He quickly devised a counter. Confronted with an unavoidable attack, Lin Luo drew his renowned blade, Moon Shadow, and actively cleaved towards the oncoming sword energy. A resounding thud echoed as the blade intercepted the nearest crimson strike, creating a muffled sound. Seizing the moment, Lin Luo propelled himself upward, adjusting his position in midair. He landed squarely atop the black sword, the tremendous force allowing him to leap even higher, while simultaneously causing Malika's to falter downward. Confusion, bewilderment, and then fury surged within Malika's. How could he be propelled aloft by such a lowly native? He had never felt such rage before. I will kill you. Oh, don't be hasty. The show isn't over yet, Lin Luo retorted with a cold laugh. The scabbard vanished from his grasp, and he wielded the famed blade, Moon Shadow, in both hands, its tip glimmering with a blue-violet radiance. Before Malika's could comprehend the situation, Lin Luo descended once more, the elongated blade seemingly slicing through his form. Yet, he felt no pain. Malika's, perplexed, perceived Lin Luo's posture as a grave insult. Slash. Lin Luo uttered that single word, sheathing his renowned blade once again. In an instant, an eruption of ferocious sword energy exploded within Malika's, producing a crisp sound. Dark crimson blood swiftly splattered across the entire ruin. Incredible. That was magnificent. By heavens, I must learn this. Vic was utterly agitated, rising to his feet and instinctively taking several steps forward. You scoundrel. You've trampled on my head. This day, I shall undoubtedly tear you to shreds. Chapter 221. The release of the death rune Malikaris, having suffered such a grievous blow, could no longer bear the weight and finally collapsed to the ground. The breath he drew was insufficient to sustain him. Wait, has the power of the Supreme Will been interrupted? At this moment, Lin Luo suddenly realized that Malikaris seemed to have lost its connection with the Supreme Will. The strength it had lost was not replenished, and the wounds on its body continued to bleed profusely. Similarly, Malikaris also recognized this despairing truth. Has my God forsaken me? A glimmer of hopelessness flickered in Malikaris's eyes. It was uncertain whether this stemmed from the futility of facing Lin Luo or the repercussions of being abandoned by the Supreme Will. This was, in a sense, anticipated by Lin Luo. In fact, by the time Lin Luo arrived, the Supreme Will had already resolved to abandon Malikaris. The Supreme Will did not believe that the power it bestowed upon Malikaris was sufficient to contend with Lin Luo. After all, if Lin Luo could safely reach this point, it was a testament to his strength, now facing two deities. The Supreme Will had no faith that a mere half-beast envoy could defeat Lin Luo. Such an endeavor would merely squander its power. Malikaris had already become a discarded pawn. You are aware of this, are you not? Lin Luo sheathed his renowned blade, Moon Shadow, at his waist and naturally approached Malikaris. As he passed over the ground, Lin Luo picked up the black sword lying there, throwing it towards Malikaris. Maintain your dignity. You have lost the will to fight, and the impending battle holds no significance. Malikaris, barely clinging to life, regained a modicum of vigor upon hearing Lin Luo's words. Whether it was merely a fleeting resurgence of spirit was uncertain. After a moment of silence, Malikaris grasped the black sword before him, feeling the power of his destined death. This was likely to be his final encounter with the death rune. Although he was consumed by rage and unwillingness, yearning to retort against Lin Luo, Malikaris had no further recourse left. He slightly raised his head, gazing into the sky, lost in contemplation. Though my body perishes, my God shall endure forever. Malikaris summoned all his strength to shout, clutching the black sword without a shred of hesitation, plunging it straight into his heart. As Malikaris's gaze dimmed, the only constant was his posture, kneeling and staring upwards. Even in his final moments, Malikaris remained a devoted follower of the Supreme Will. The brainwashing of the Supreme Will was indeed formidable. Lin Luo shook his head, observing Malikaris's lifeless body without taking any action. He merely withdrew the black sword from Malikaris's chest. Once stripped of the death rune, the black sword was but an ordinary great sword. The black sword gradually faded, replaced by a blood-red rune that coalesced upon the ground. Have you rested well? Lin Luo turned to the two, inquiring. I'm ready, Halaru replied as he slowly rose, aware of the impending events. Meanwhile, Vic stared wide-eyed at Lin Luo. What preparations? I'm not fully recovered yet. You might as well let me die? Lin Luo fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening. How can you speak like that? I am for the sect. Without granting Vic the chance to continue, Lin Luo reached out to touch the death rune, possessing a power within him that far surpassed the death associated with this world. He absorbed the death rune almost instantaneously upon contact. How proactive, Lin Luo murmured. I no longer require your services. Fulfill your inherent purpose. A wave of crimson flames began to swirl around Lin Luo, and the death runes surged skyward, transforming the entire heavens into a blood-soaked hue, spreading outward from a singular focal point. Let death return to the world, Halaru whispered. Little did he anticipate that this day would arrive so swiftly. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, as if the surrounding structures had lost their support, and the storm abruptly ceased. Concurrently, the sky city began to fracture from the edges with alarming speed, soon extending beneath the feet of the three. In an instant, the earth shook, and debris began to plummet. What is happening? Vic exclaimed in panic. Lin Luo, you must save me. Halaru remained unfazed. His physical form was robust enough that a fall would merely result in a dislocation. However, Vic was a half-mage. A fall could very well turn him into a mere puddle of flesh. Most critically, with Lin Luo having just released the death rune to return to the boundary, Vic was likely to be the first beneficiary of this operation. With that, Halaru cast a look of schadenfreude at Vic. Why? Because you dared to tread on my head and strike my, you know? Lin Luo chose not to engage with his banter, instead yawning. I have yet to burn away the thorns of refusal. Prepare yourselves. We may not be facing Radagon, but rather the very embodiment of the supreme will. Lin Luo's mastery over the death rune had far surpassed his former self, enabling him to control the flames without igniting the thorns. The reason he did not wait to eliminate the supreme will before releasing the death rune was simply to sever the supreme will's escape route in advance. Otherwise, it could annihilate the beings of the boundary to augment its own power. Your wife is coming. Lin Luo gazed at Vic for a long moment before exhaling deeply. Uttering those words, no sooner had he spoken than the sky city shattered completely. A resounding roar echoed from the horizon as Lancelot soared through the skies, deftly evading the falling boulders and carrying Vic and Halalu upon his back. My dear, are you unscathed? No, I'm fine. Have you missed me? As soon as Vic settled onto Lancelot's back, the two began to engage in sweet exchanges. Halalu fell silent for a moment before resolutely leaping down. Chapter 222. Preparations before battle. Lin Luo stood in the void, gazing intently toward the distant sky, his lips moving slightly. Supreme Will, prepare yourself for my arrival. With a shift of the scene, Lin Luo found himself back in the city of Stonevale. Currently, forces from various factions had gathered in this place. The Academy's mages, the diverse beings of the sacred tree, the corrupted knights, the fated ones led by Halalu, alongside the soldiers of Mod City and the serpent folk from the volcanic estate. Although Stonevale did not cover as extensive an area as the royal city, following Lin Luo's previous suggestions and Nephthys' swift enforcement of laws, the city now rivaled the grandeur of the royal capital. In the newly constructed vast plaza of Stonevale, representatives from various factions stood at the center, all gazing up at the figures seated above them. Despite some individuals harboring disdain for the diverse assembly of people and beasts around them, none dared to show it at that moment, for the individuals above were the foremost leaders of the borderlands. The initial king, Gofre, Halalu, the ominous king, Mongit, the blade of Mycela, Marlenia, the princess of the moon, Lani, and the empress Nephthys. The five sat upon elevated chairs, with an empty seat between them, and they remained silent, seemingly awaiting someone. The onlookers below displayed no signs of impatience. Rather, they were intrigued to see who the final arrival would be. Someone worthy of sitting before the initial king. Could it be the eternal queen Marika? This absurd thought briefly crossed their minds before being swiftly dismissed, intensifying their curiosity. Before long, a dark speck on the horizon began to grow larger, revealing Lin Luo, who had come from the Sky City. It was not that Lin Luo was slow. Rather, he was unfamiliar with the route. Following the release of the death rune, the blessing points across the borderlands had vanished, preventing him from directly reaching Stonevale. Curse it. I should have just followed Vic, he lamented. Halalu responded, no, that would have been a wise decision. Lin Luo retracted his black wings and hovered above the platform before gently descending. Where have you been? Halalu remarked, her expression filled with exasperation. I could have returned faster than you. Clearing his throat, Lin Luo pondered for a moment. I was handling some matters. What serious matters could possibly involve flirting? Mongit ruthlessly exposed Lin Luo's fib. Shut your mouth. Do you seek a beating? Lin Luo shot Mongit a glare, while Lonnie and Marlenia simultaneously turned their gazes toward him. Ahem, with so many eyes upon them, Mongit hastily shifted the topic. Let us speak of serious matters, Lin Luo, not wishing to dwell on the previous exchange, took his seat in the last remaining position, thus reinstating the sacred tree, Mykila. I presume all of you hail from various factions within the borderlands. Halalu was the first to speak, her voice imbued with authority as she surveyed the assembly. I care not for the grievances that exist among you. Ahem, Lin Luo interjected softly. The leaders of these factions sit right beside you. Whom are you admonishing? Halalu paused momentarily, then replied in a subdued tone. It has become a habit, I suppose. Fear not. I shall endeavor to smooth things over. Adjusting her demeanor, Halalu continued. Perhaps you are yet unaware of the gravity of our situation. The Eternal Queen, Marika, has shattered the law ring. Some among you may not grasp the enormity of this act. Allow me to clarify. Marika did not seek to incite war. Rather, she aimed to unveil a conspiracy. A conspiracy? The crowd erupted in astonishment. In their eyes, Marika was already the most formidable entity. What could possibly warrant such drastic measures from her? It is the Supreme Will. Lin Luo interjected, gesturing skyward. The greatest beneficiary of the Golden Law. Some of you may not comprehend the true nature of the Supreme Will. I can assure you, it is a deity from beyond the borderlands. Unlike the Eternal Queen, the Supreme Will is a genuine god. Marika, in contrast, is merely a deity crafted at the whim of the Supreme Will. Lin Luo's startling revelation sent ripples of shock through the assembly, yet none dared to challenge him. The demigods surrounding them remained silent, indicating that their leader was indeed aware of this matter. What is this conspiracy? Murmured voices arose from the crowd. It stems from a flaw within the Golden Law, Lin Luo explained. You all know that upon death, one's runes, soul, and body return to the Golden Tree. Have you not noticed that with each successive death, these individuals' consciousness fades, their bodies grow frail, and their souls become increasingly weakened? The Golden Tree requires only a portion of the runes to sustain itself. The remainder of that power, however, flows directly into the hands of the Supreme Will. His words were shocking, and the audience felt their worldview shatter. They instinctively turned to their respective demigods for reassurance, but the impassive expressions on their faces spoke volumes. I trust you can feel it as well, Lin Luo continued. You are no longer under the blessings and protection of the Golden Tree. I have effectively severed death's return to the borderlands. Upon dying, you shall not be cradled once more in the embrace of the Golden Tree. I understand that you may harbor resentment, but this is the only path forward. As I incinerated the thorns of the Golden Tree, we stood poised to confront the Supreme Will at this very moment. Failure would transform the borderlands into a breeding ground for that omnipotent force. A fate far more brutal than death. This proclamation would silence the dissenters, for they would comprehend the gravity of the situation before the undeniable truth. What is required of us? Allow me to contend with the Supreme Will. Lin Luo spoke softly, rising from his seat. You must also face other deities. The stars. Chapter 223. Preparations before battle. Time flowed slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this interlude, Lin Luo shared tender moments with several women and instructed the others on the impending matters that required attention. Thus, preparations commenced for their journey to the royal city. As it stood, the royal city remained intact, yet it must be obliterated. To tear apart the thorns of rejection, this very place would also face annihilation. Over the past few days, the group had endured discomfort and deprivation. Upon hearing Lin Luo's words, they understood the magnitude of his struggle. Success was imperative, for this was a battle that hinged on the survival of all beings in the borderlands. Meanwhile, the Supreme Will beyond the stars opened its fiery eyes, as if ready to unleash flames. Merely ants. When you confront me, you shall know who you truly face. On the day of departure, Lin Luo set forth under the watchful gazes of his companions, making his way toward the royal city. Melina parted her lips, wishing to speak, yet ultimately remained silent. Brother, I believe in you, Marika finally voiced. It was not that the others were unwilling to assist Lin Luo, but rather that they understood the terrifying nature of the Supreme Will better than most. Their presence would only render Lin Luo's burden heavier. Lin Luo turned back slightly. Lonnie still wore her blue and white mage's hat, her head bowed, concealing her expression. A hint of disappointment crossed Lin Luo's face as he turned away and continued toward the royal city. Be careful, Lin Luo, Melina's voice echoed in his mind. Their thoughts intertwined. You can do it, my king. Lonnie's soft words reached him, and he captured them well. A smile graced his lips. The supreme will, he paused, recalling a phrase from the god of war. Merely a pest. I shall rend him asunder. With a swift motion, his massive black wings unfurled, soaring toward the distant royal city. The onlookers gazed at the direction Lin Luo flew, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Some remained unaware that Lin Luo was, in fact, Michaela, feeling a tinge of sorrow at the thought that the borderlands required an outsider for salvation. Yet, they soon found solace. After all, was not the eternal Queen Marika also a being of rare lineage? Thus, it appears that there are but a few formidable beings in the borderlands. Nearly all demigods are of foreign lineage. At this moment, all racial prejudices were cast aside. Can one envision the warriors of the royal city fighting alongside the son of Platinum? Beneath the earth lies the eternal city. The people of the ancestors seem to be guided by divine forces. Indeed, it is within the central hall that the skeletal remains of the ancestor king reside. A cerulean energy gradually enveloped a significant portion of the eternal city. Their powers grew increasingly potent. Naturally, accompanying this surge was the command from the ancestors to defend the borderlands. The ancestor king wished to leave no regrets. When he witnessed the stars obliterating much of the eternal city, he felt powerless, striving only to halt the celestial onslaught. Yet, the inhabitants of the eternal city could not fend off the darkness of the Forsaken. Ultimately, the eternal city teetered on the brink of annihilation, and the ancestor king, one of the few deities of the borderlands, was gravely wounded and near death. He continued to observe the borderlands, fully aware of all that transpired there. His form was battered, and his strength waned. Rather than languishing in a feeble existence, he resolved to expend his remaining power to alter the course of fate. The ancestor king issued his final command, dispersing all divine energy and merging with his people. The stars, these greedy outer gods, shall face our unyielding wrath. Following the path etched in his memory, Lin Luo spread his wings and soared towards the royal city. Once a thriving metropolis, it had now become a desolate wasteland devoid of all life, save for a horde of minions spawned from the golden tree. As long as the golden tree stood, they could not be eradicated. Lin Luo ceased his winged flight at the pinnacle of the royal city and gently descended before the throne. Ahead, a familiar silhouette emerged before his eyes. Unexpected, yet entirely plausible. Lin Luo smirked, addressing the figure. You indeed came. I must admit, I underestimated you. The figure, facing the piercing rejection, paused to contemplate before retracting his hands. Turning, he met Lin Luo's gaze. Sir of Wisdom. Lin Luo began softly. Oh no, the holy tree, Michaela. Sir of Wisdom hesitated, a faint smile gracing his lips. You should recall the words I spoke to you previously. Lin Luo chuckled. Sir of Wisdom's thoughts drifted. As a sage, you have never fully trusted the words of others, have you? He was exceedingly clever, his intellect bordering on the uncanny. Lin Luo had never broached the subject of the supreme will with him, yet Sir of Wisdom, upon witnessing Lin Luo's peculiar gestures at the round table hall and the words exchanged between them, had surmised much of the truth. You have astonishingly managed to wield such power to this extent, Sir Baiji remarked, uncertain whether he referred to the might of the golden tree or the death rune. To command death to traverse the entire continent, while evading the burning thorns of rejection, is certainly beyond what one newly acquainted with the death rune could achieve. So, do you wish to press onward? Lin Luo extended a finger, gesturing ahead. There is no need. Sir Baiji shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. In a world devoid of life, what ruler exists? Moreover, I can scarcely preserve myself. Michaela is entrusted to you. You are indeed quite astute. Lin Luo nodded slightly. Since you have come this far, it stands to reason that you have more to discuss with me. I am aware that you have dedicated considerable time to research over the years. You rascal. Sir Baiji was instantly amused despite his irritation. Although these insights were intended for Lin Luo, he found the latter's opportunism somewhat exasperating. Very well, very well. Sir Baiji tossed forth a golden tome. Take this, surely. It will prove useful to you. Chapter 224. The final battle. I never anticipated this day would arrive so swiftly. Lin Luo's heart was a tumult of emotions. He reached out, crimson flames spiraling upwards, the thorns of rejection vanishing as if mice before a cat, consumed entirely by fire. With the thorns' disappearance, the flames surged forth, rapidly enveloping the golden tree behind him. The ground trembled. The golden tree, afflicted by the death rune, inevitably brought destruction to the royal city that housed it. Buildings collapsed, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. From this day forth, the royal city of Roddle would cease to exist, replaced only by the desolate gray city of Roddle. The sole refuge from this calamity was the platform where Lin Luo now stood, a winding path leading towards the luminous veil. presumably the portal into the heart of the Golden Tree. Lin Luo did not hasten to enter. Instead, he slowly raised his gaze to the heavens. Indeed, the mist that had shrouded the sky was gradually dissipating, giving way to a cerulean expanse, adorned with shimmering purple meteors. This was the star's singular opportunity. They would not squander this final chance. Lin Luo gazed intently at the sky, and after a moment, turned to step into the passage behind him. Trust in them. Lin Luo murmured softly. In the face of supreme will, he could not afford to be distracted by the stars. He could only hope to endure until he could vanquish that supreme will. As for defeat, Lin Luo had not entertained such thoughts. Crossing through the luminous veil, Lin Luo finally entered the interior of the Golden Tree. Familiar, too familiar. This dark platform was strewn with fragments of golden yellow runes. The scene remained unchanged, for he had witnessed it countless times within his dreams. The shattered form of Radagon lay sprawled across the central platform. With the arrival of Lin Luo, his body shimmered with golden light, emanating a formidable aura of rune power. Radagon awakened, wielding a stone hammer, his immense strength directed at Lin Luo in an instant. Do you still rely on such trivialities to confront me? Lin Luo scoffed, maintaining an unyielding demeanor as Radagon charged toward him, radiating golden brilliance. Lin Luo reached out and grasped the descending hammer. Radagon, a manifestation of Marika's divinity and the embodiment of supreme will, had long since lost his consciousness after being bound within the Golden Tree for countless years, instinctively attacking any intruder. A surge of energy coursed through Lin Luo's palm, yet he appeared impervious to it. Begone! His right arm swelled with veins, divine power coalescing in his palm. Crack! Cracks began to spiderweb across the hammer. And just as Lin Luo's final vestige of divine power waned, the hammer shattered into fragments. Now, I am the deity, Lin Luo murmured softly, launching a powerful kick that struck Radagon squarely in the chest, sending him hurtling away. But that was not the end. Lin Luo then raised his left hand, which transformed into a long spear forged from the essence of the death rune. Whoosh! The spear soared forth, carving a path through the air before piercing Radagon's chest. Thus, the golden law of Radagon met its demise. The potency of the death rune was indisputable. Radagon's form was enveloped in black flames. And even with the strength bestowed by supreme will, he could not withstand the onslaught of pure death. As Radagon's body crumbled, the divine form that had become a sword ceased to exist. However, this did not impede the emergence of the Elden Beast. Perhaps Radagon's power temporarily suppressed the Elden Beast, or perhaps his body acted as a shield for it. The distinction was inconsequential. At this moment, Lin Luo cared little for their enigmatic relationship, for in his eyes, the Elden Beast was merely a concentrated essence of energy. He chuckled. The surrounding landscape began to transform, and the golden radiance gradually enveloped the small platform. Stay out here for now, Lin Luo sneered, unleashing the entirety of the death rune within him, enveloping this miniature world. Simultaneously, sensing the final layer of the seal within the Golden Tree being lifted, it sought to assert its dominance over Lin Luo. Yet, as it approached the inner sanctum of the Golden Tree, a thin membrane obstructed its path. Upon contact, the Supreme Will did not perceive any anomaly. It likely assumed it was merely a creation of the Elden Beast. However, the moment it made contact, a searing pain surged through the death rune. How is this possible? The Supreme Will exclaimed in astonishment. To liberate oneself from the thorns of rejection, one must harness the power of the death rune, complemented by Lin Luo's summoning of the death rune at the boundary. Such immense power could undoubtedly exhaust all the death runes entirely. Yet, from where does the force that isolates him now originate? The Supreme Will suddenly discerned this terrifying truth. However, it had neglected a more crucial matter. Why would Lin Luo squander such power to obscure his own scrutiny? Does he truly believe that mere death runes can restrain me? The Supreme Will scoffed, and in the darkness, illuminated by flames, its true form was revealed, a colossal dragon. The black dragon, cloaked in dark scales, enveloped its entire being. Unlike the dragon of Platon's Sanks, the dragons born of the boundary are typically transformed from humans, generally possessing 4 limbs and 2 wings. However, the black dragon was unique. It bore 4 limbs and no wings. If Lin Luo were to behold it, he would find its appearance strikingly reminiscent of the totem from his homeland. The only distinction lay in the head of the Supreme Will, which lacked horns and bore a resemblance to a python. Were all serpents from this realm so formidable? The world-devouring serpent too, as well as the Supreme Will. Or perhaps their powers were akin. For while the world-devouring serpent devours demigods, the Supreme Will consumes the entirety of existence. Chapter 225. The final battle. Unbeknownst to Lin Luo, he was wholly focused on confronting the Elden Beast before him. With a thunderous strike, Lin Luo unleashed the god of war spear, leaving no room for mercy as it soared, trailing a blaze of fury. The overwhelming force shattered the Elden beast in an instant. Lacking significant combat awareness and possessing only rudimentary intellect, the beast made no attempt to evade Lin Luo's onslaught. The lethality of the god of war, once it struck, rendered its target either dead or grievously wounded. Even deities could not withstand such might, let alone the Elden beast. Lin Luo was racing against time, having expended a considerable portion of his strength to unleash the death rune, and he was relentless in his efforts to eliminate it swiftly. With a mournful wail, the Elden beast collapsed to the ground. The supreme will, situated beyond the small world, naturally perceived the commotion and reacted instantly. How dare you? The supreme will seethed with fury, realizing the magnitude of the situation. This audacious youth intended to consume the Elden beast. One must remember that a vast reservoir of energy, originating from the boundary, still resided within it. Should Lin Luo successfully absorb this power, he might indeed contend with me. After all, the Elden beast was merely a wild creature, possessing strength, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it. Nonetheless, the Supreme will remain perplexed. How could he possibly eliminate it in such a brief span? Furthermore, the death of the time and space deity remained a mystery. For that youth wielded an array of enigmatic techniques that even the Supreme will could not counter. The Supreme will was too consumed by urgency to ponder further. Its sole focus was to shatter this damned barrier. The black scales began to tremble violently, golden runes spreading across its entire being. After a brief pause, the black dragon slightly parted its fearsome jaws. With a hissing sound, a beam of violet light instantaneously illuminated the entire sky of the boundary realm. The terrifying heat and power threatened to tear apart the surrounding space, an invisible shockwave fracturing the clouds that enveloped the area. Raindrops, yet to touch the ground, evaporated once more, their vapor dissipating into nothingness. Through the violet laser, one could distinctly behold the myriad purple stars suspended in the air. The inhabitants of the boundary realm were all captivated by this spectacle. The malicious meteor in the sky drew murmurs from the mages of the academy, questioning whether this formidable power was indeed the supreme will or the constellations. What adversary did Lord Lin Luo Michaela truly face? The crowd, distant from the royal city, felt a pang of anxiety for Lin Luo, now acutely aware of the terror that the supreme will represented. This black hand that manipulated the entire boundary realm with such dread. Yet, there was little they could do for Lin Luo. Their only recourse was to confront the present foe, numerous dark pawns. The supreme will's assault was indeed terrifying, but Lin Luo's defenses, forged from the runes of death, were formidable in their own right. Lacking an understanding of the supreme will's attack patterns, Lin Luo opted for the most prudent approach, should the assault be point-based. The runes of death surrounding that point would converge there, leaving sufficient strength to maintain the original position. It could be termed defense, or perhaps a clash of wills between Lin Luo and the supreme will. This beam of light persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour, during which the supreme will began to wane. "Ah, you are courting death," it sneered, a glint of pride in its eyes as it gazed once more at the intact membrane. The supreme will's rage surged to unprecedented heights. How long had it been? How long since it had faced repeated failures before Myriad? Since Lin Luo had broken the cycle and escaped its control in the city of Shidongwire. The deity of time and space, the constellations. Each time, Lin Luo had managed to avert disaster. This was nothing short of a monumental humiliation. The chest of the Supreme will began to change hues, shimmering with gold, then red, and finally, a deep, profound violet. Die! All of the Supreme Will's pent-up fury erupted, coalescing into a violet sphere before it. As the purple runes gradually gathered at the corners of its mouth, the sphere swelled larger and larger, until it enveloped a substantial portion of the boundary realm. Some gazed upward, witnessing a void filled with blinding light and a terrifying aura. As the Supreme Will's mouth slowly closed, the sphere began to move. Slowly, though this slowness was only relative to its immense size. The Supreme Will scoffed coldly, its pupils narrowing as if it had already envisioned Lin Luo's gruesome demise. A violent storm surged forth from the luminous sphere, a tornado spiraling upward toward the thick membrane above, reminiscent of a colossal dragon shimmering with golden, translucent ripples, roaring furiously at the heavens. As the dragon opened its maw, it tore apart the cloud cover like a curtain, revealing the boundary where clouds parted to unveil the sun, with the entire starry sky laid bare before their eyes. However, they found themselves devoid of the inclination to admire the spectacle, their gazes instinctively drawn to the location of the royal city. "Surely, you can endure this," Lin Luo mused. acknowledging that while the Death Rune was formidable, relying solely on it would ultimately prove insufficient to withstand the supreme will. Yet, time had become their ally. A faint smile graced Lin Luo's lips as he turned, observing the explosion's epicenter, where only a narrow gap remained. The Supreme Will's vertically slitted eyes fixated on Lin Luo. Their stares locked, both recognizing the palpable intent to kill simmering within their gazes. Apologies, but the probability of success is no longer zero, Lin Luo whispered, audible only to himself. Now, it stands at 100%. Chapter 226. The Final Battle 3. As the saying goes, timing is everything. The figure of the Supreme Will shot forth like a black lightning bolt, rushing toward Lin Luo in the instant the explosive aftermath dissipated. Despite its massive form, it was not cumbersome. Its mouth gaped open like a great maw from the abyss. In its presence, Lin Luo appeared as a mere ant beneath an elephant's foot. The Supreme Will's intention was simple: devour him, consume him. All the power Lin Luo had acquired would then belong to it. To devour and to engulf the world was no idle boast. What are you up to? Lin Luo smiled, extending his left hand as the monstrous mouth drew perilously close. He raised his finger, summoning the intangible black and white runes that instantly enveloped the space around him. The Supreme Will was ensnared within this field. Its gaze momentarily unfocused as a singular thought raced through its mind: the power of the time and space deity? It was well known that even the time and space deity could not halt itself, as the disparity in power was too great. Forcing a halt would result in backlash severe enough to claim half its life. Yet, Lin Luo, the consciousness of the Supreme Will blurred, forcibly suspended in midair by Lin Luo's will. Come now, weren't you enjoying the explosion? Lin Luo taunted, raising his right hand as the power of time and space gradually enveloped the surroundings. With a gentle sweep of his arm, the purple runes that had dispersed in the air began to coalesce, remnants of the very force the Supreme Will had unleashed. A monumental blow. Die? Lin Luo's lips moved slightly as he lifted his left hand, releasing it. Boom. The violet sphere erupted once more, releasing an immense surge of energy in an instant, causing a plethora of physical and chemical transformations across the surface of the royal city and beyond. The epicenter emitted an extraordinarily bright blue flash, followed by a thunderous explosion, accompanied by a high-temperature, high-pressure violet-blue fireball. As the fireball cooled, it transformed into a mist of grayish-white or dark-brown smoke. Subsequently, debris and dust were thrust upwards from the ground at the explosion's focal point, propelled into the sky by powerful gusts, forming an ever-expanding column of dust that gradually connected with the smoke of the fireball. This explosion was far mightier than the previous one. This time, there was no consumption of energy by the Death Rune. Even the Supreme Will found itself utterly powerless amidst this cataclysm. The scales on its massive form were instantaneously shattered, and it was swept away by the fierce shockwave, spinning freely in the air for 2.5 rotations. Yet Lin Luo, despite being at the center of the explosion, emerged unscathed. The elemental body was indeed an enigma. It could only be said that the Supreme Will had far too little understanding of Lin Luo. Whether it was the frenzied fire, the time and space deity, or the god of war, none could fathom Lin Luo's mastery. Unless the chaotic frenzy fire was also an elemental body like Lin Luo. Attempting to consume it physically would result in instant retaliation. The Supreme Will remained ignorant of how Lin Luo had attained such power. Nor did it realize that its perception of the Elden Beast as merely a beast was misguided. It failed to comprehend that it bore no distinction from that creature. It solely harbored thoughts of absorbing the continent's power, perhaps believing that doing so would yield even greater might, yet lacking any method of application. In contrast, Lin Luo embodied the strengths of many, wielding power that was equally formidable and adeptly handling the Supreme Will. As he had previously stated, without a guarantee of success, what was the difference from courting death? What could the Supreme Will wield against him? The explosion persisted for nearly half an hour. Lin Luo repeated his actions once again, leaving the Supreme Will in a state of profound distress. One after another, the assaults continued. The Supreme Will felt like a mere insect, toyed with at the whims of another. Shame and despair coalesced within its heart. Could it truly perish at the hands of the very ants it had created? No, it was impossible. With every ounce of strength, the Supreme Will summoned its devouring power, gradually beginning to absorb and convert the energy from its own attacks into its own strength. Meanwhile, Lin Luo tirelessly repeated the process again and again. Time became nebulous. Was it 3 days? Or 4? The denizens of the borderlands continued their battle against the Star Clans, where the divine beings and mages of the Star Clans bore little difference. Their physical prowess was exceedingly feeble. They would not dare to risk themselves until the victor between Lin Luo and the Black Dragon was determined. Thankfully, thanks to the valiant efforts of individuals like Holai Lu, they managed to withstand the invasion of the Star clans, albeit barely. As for the royal city, it was utterly obliterated, replaced by a vast pit, a crater wrought by the explosion of the violet sphere. The initial shock gave way to confusion, which ultimately morphed into numbness. And this state of affairs had persisted for several days. Lin Luo's resilience was remarkable. The power within him was nearly exhausted. Yet he showed no signs of relinquishing his efforts. Could Lin Luo truly be oblivious to the Supreme Will's absorption of this force? No, he was acutely aware. This was precisely the outcome he wished to witness. He aimed for a decisive strike. After enduring 3 days of explosions, the Supreme Will had become desensitized. Yet in its eyes, it was already the victor, waiting for the moment when Lin Luo's runes would be depleted. Although it appeared to be in a passive position, the advantage lay with me. The moment had arrived. Lin Luo smiled faintly and once again performed the gesture of raising his left hand. The Supreme Will, in response, maximized its innate passivity. My apologies, I have become the layered cake, Lin Luo remarked. This time, the explosion, albeit delayed, was imminent. Hearing Lin Luo's words, the Supreme Will paid no heed. Layered cake? What nonsense. It seems the moment of my triumph is at hand. I am delirious, rambling incoherently. Do you believe I am on the first layer? You think you are on the second? My apologies, but I have already ascended to the pinnacle. Lin Luo unveiled the golden tome bestowed upon him by Sir Wise, and as he opened it, golden specks enveloped the Supreme Will in an instant. Truly astonishing. This was the culmination of Sir Wise's centuries of research. In terms of studying the powers of the borderlands, none could rival him. A force that restrains the power of gold. Absolute confinement. The mechanism was simple. It would keep the Supreme Will in this state. Although it was not as forceful as suspending time, it could temporarily strip it of control over its internal power. Subsequently, under the cover of the explosion, Lin Luo terminated the elemental form's maintenance. His divine power underwent a dramatic transformation, and the essence of battle surged throughout him, manifesting the specter of a war god. No. At this moment, it was Lin Luo's own silhouette that appeared behind him. Now, he had fully mastered all his power. He was, indeed, the war god. Gold entwined with black flames, frenzied fire, and a putrid crimson gradually converged into a singular force. Do you enjoy feasting? Then prepare for demise. The spear shot forth with a force that cleaved through the air, hurtling towards the Supreme Will. This strike was unstoppable, razor-sharp, destined to shatter Lin Luo's nightmares. This plan had been a spontaneous thought for Lin Luo. The Supreme Will possessed few tricks, yet its defenses and rune capacity were undoubtedly the most formidable. However, upon realizing that it shared a similar ability with the devouring serpent, an idea took shape. How could he compel the Supreme Will to actively absorb his attack? Indeed, it was the cunning ability of the time and space deity. What have you done? This is not the work of that time wielder. Sensing the murderous aura of divine power, the Supreme Will finally panicked. I will surely perish. I will surely perish. It frantically sought to evade, to halt its instinctual absorption, only to discover that the divine power had spiraled beyond its control. How could mere ants possibly bind a true deity? No, no, begone. Spare me, I implore you. Please. Let me go? Lin Luo remained indifferent, slowly closing his eyes. If the flames of madness consume all, the power of slaughter serves but one purpose, to dismantle. This is unrelated to size. The spear effortlessly pierced the core of the Supreme Will. The voice of the Supreme Will abruptly ceased. The colossal form of the Black Dragon disintegrated inch by inch, as golden and purple runes began to scatter. You exerted so much effort, but for what purpose? Ultimately, it still fell into my hands. Lin Luo shook his head. The surrounding runes gradually merged into Lin Luo's being. He took a deep breath. Today, I, Gold Michaela, the new god of the borderlands. Chapter 227, The Grand Conclusion. The voice imbued with divine power resonated across the borderlands, undoubtedly declaring sovereignty. It not only proclaimed his victory, but also informed the stars that this realm now belonged to him. Lin Luo emerged victorious. Melina's exquisite visage revealed a hint of a smile. He never fails. This is indeed my king. Truly worthy of being my brother. That lad is remarkable after all. Silence enveloped the sky, as if the deities of the stars were deep in contemplation. Very well, you have made your choice. In that moment, Lin Luo had absorbed the entirety of the Supreme Will's power. Being of the same essence, the absorption was swift. Lin Luo chuckled coldly, feigning politeness. Did they truly believe he would spare them? Such threats could not be allowed to persist. Dealing with these individuals was far easier. The power of time and space instantly enveloped the cosmos. One must admit, the Supreme will possessed an abundance of runes, squandered without restraint. Oh right, I nearly forgot. With a flash, Lin Luo appeared beside Teacher Selen. Teacher, allow me to show you those repugnant beings among the stars. This is a promise made by your student. I am aware that a student is a person of their word. Teacher Selen chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. With her approval, the next moment, the space quaked, and Lin Luo found himself in a realm of violet land. Deep within the earth, hundreds of grotesque and terrifying radiant stone spheres stood tall. They, influenced by the power of time and space, remained immobile, as if truly petrified. Yet the immense magical energy within them attested to their true nature. This is the origin of radiant magic. Lin Luo spoke casually, casting a sidelong glance at Teacher Selen, eager to gauge her reaction. To Lin Luo's surprise, Selen wore a calm expression, no longer donning her hood. Indeed, Selen sighed. Is this the inevitable result of dedicating oneself to magic? Moments later, she turned her gaze towards Lin Luo. Disciple, do not hinder me, Lin Luo remarked, nodding slightly. However, my dear student, it is disheartening to witness you in such a ghastly state. Lin Luo chuckled softly as the power of devouring surged forth. The azure and violet energies flowed into Lin Luo's being like a river, ultimately transforming into a pure essence that coursed through Selene. The cluster of luminous stones gradually diminished in value, becoming mere remnants as the energy dissipated. Feeling the refined magic within, a sensation stemming from the essence of magical energy, Selene suddenly felt a pang of emotion. Truly, my disciple, I have done nothing to deserve your unwavering kindness. Why is it that you show such affection to your teacher? Perhaps, Lin Luo mused, it is because someone once told me that even if one day you do not ascend to become the Elden Lord, I shall always reserve a place for you at the academy. Beloved Lonnie, could you assist me with a small favor? Lin Luo handed Alexander a container. This friend of mine is of great significance, and I wish for his remains to be transformed into ashes, as I believe it would fulfill his final wish. Old Montgot, you shall bear the responsibility of reconstructing the royal city. Nonsense. Have you seen the size of that pit? I shall not partake in this Elden Lord business. I refuse. I intend to accompany my beloved Lonnie and Marina. If all else fails, you can deceive your father into continuing the task. I refuse. I wish to engage in battle. Impudent wretch, if you do not comply, I shall break your limbs. Brother Wolf, my apologies, for I must assume the role of your brother-in-law. Keep your distance. Your presence vexes me. Haha, alien, do not move. Allow me to assist you. That tickles. Endure it. You see, your hand has already regrown. Amy, I have succeeded.